The lingerie store I run has no human customers, but it earns a lot every day. This is because the lingerie store is located in the underworld, and all the customers who come to visit are ghosts and monsters. Even tattered clothes can be sold for a sky-high price of 10,000 underworld coins, causing a frenzy. A plain girl wearing it instantly becomes a European-style ghost, and even a 60-year-old man who is no longer capable regains his confidence. Originally, I was forcibly pulled into a game instance called Thrilling World and became a salesperson at the Clothes-to-Bear clothing store. The game lasts for 7 days, with a requirement to complete a sales task of 200 underworld coins per day. Otherwise one must use their body as collateral. It is stipulated that one must not disobey customers during work, and severe punishment will be imposed if violated. And there are 4 other players like me. The boss lady, Sister Hong. Introduced. There are a total of 5 zones in the clothing store, and everyone has 3 minutes to choose the area they want to go to. The players were all eager to choose women's and children's clothing. After all, women and children's money is the easiest to earn, but I stubbornly chose the lingerie area that no one wanted. Everyone guessed that I wouldn't survive for 3 days, but I didn't care at all, just because I awakened a talent of the Holy Mother. Not only could I make ghosts and monsters like me, but I could also receive rewards after helping others. More importantly, I have the skill of eloquence, and my words can easily gain the trust of ghosts and monsters. Before long, a ghost-like old man led the boy into the underwear section. The little ghost hid in the old man's arms, timidly looking at me, a human different from itself. Perhaps due to the passive effect of the Blessed Mother's gift, the old man not only did not show any malice, but also politely asked me to pick a suitable pair of underwear for the child. Little friend, let me help you measure the size. With the help of my eloquent skills, the child who was previously afraid of strangers slowly approached me. The old man looked surprised, knowing that his grandson was even difficult for longtime neighbors to approach. After confirming the size, I took a pair of children's underwear from the shelf and explained that it was the child's first time wearing underwear, and this boxer brief-style underwear was more comfortable and breathable. I then brought a slightly inferior fabric, which had slightly worse breathability, but was still good. After comparing the two, the old man decisively chose the better and more expensive underwear, and the first purchase was completed for 20 Ning coins, successfully helping others. Reward 20 Holy Mother points and 40 dark coins. I was overwhelmed with excitement. Never thought that completing the task could also be recognized as helping others. But other players didn't have it so easy. Huang Mao encountered a bald ghost in the elderly area, nervously adjusting his bangs with his hand, only to have the bald ghost immediately peel off his scalp. How dare mere humans mock me? He picked up the bloody scalp and walked away. As he walked, he put the scalp on his own head. Although Huang Mao was in pain, he dared not leave the counter for a moment. You should know that leaving work without reason during working hours, Red Sister will definitely not spare you. Before long, I welcomed the second guest, a thin and weak male ghost. Seeing his indulgent appearance, I decisively took a high-end packaged underwear from the counter. Brother, try this electromagnetic therapy pants. This is the latest product. Wearing it continuously for a month can make your brother better than before. Upon hearing this, the indulgent ghost's eyes immediately lit up. I'll give it a try. If it works, I'll recommend my friends to come and support your business. 200 underworld coins successfully received. Successfully helping others. Receiving 20 Madonna points and 400 underworld coins. Sure, here is the translated text. Indeed, no man can resist this kind of function. Even ghosts are no exception. As for whether there will be any effect after a month, I have already left this instance by then. Completing today's sales task of sending away the lustful ghost, I can now leave my area without having to stay forcibly. I immediately decided to check on the situation of others, so that I could earn more points of the Holy Mother if help was needed. The closest area to the lingerie section is the women's clothing section. The pink-haired girl looked at me in surprise. How dare you leave the counter? I waved my hand because today's sales task had already been completed. My answer almost made her worship me on the ground. How long has it been? An hour? Before she could say anything else, a disheveled drowned ghost came over, pointing to a green dress and said, "Let me try this on." The pink-haired girl was in a dilemma. This ghost was all wet. What if she tried it on and didn't buy it? But looking at her cold gaze, she reluctantly handed over the dress. A few minutes later, the drowned ghost walked out of the fitting room with the dress, saying, "This size doesn't fit me. Give me a smaller one." Her words instantly made the pink-haired girl's scalp tingle. Her guess had indeed come true, but the dress had already started dripping water. How could she exchange it? Yi Xingxin looked at her in trouble. And didn't this come as an opportunity? Going forward, he took the drowned ghost's cold hand and said, "Sister, let me help you with this," said the drowned ghost, dragging him stiffly to the underwear section. The drowned ghost looked at Yi Shengxian with surprise. Good guy, there really is this lord who earns money without life? I am a ghost. Can you respect my identity? Just take my hand and go? But it's weird to look at his smooth demeanor and just not be able to get angry. Yisheng Xian had just seen the drowned ghost gesticulating at the clothes, noting that the length of the clothes and everything was suitable, since she said that the size did not fit, probably because she was barren, resulting in the upper half of her body being too loose and empty. Yisheng Xian picked out a sports underwear with a gathering effect that contained a silicone air cushion out at the counter. Sister, try this lingerie that will take you from nothing to a padded bully. The drowned ghost, who was affected by the skill, took the underwear and went into the fitting room, and soon, once again, came out changed into a set of dresses. Great, I've never been this big, thank you. She hadn't worn underwear before because she was so small, and although she was comfortable, she would be self-conscious a lot of the time when she saw other female ghosts. The happy drowning ghost not only paid for the lingerie, but also bought 3 more in different colors, 120 plutonium to hand. Receiving the packed underwear, the drowned ghost thought for a moment and pulled out a shell from the pocket of the clothes he changed into and handed it to Yisheng Xian. This rock shell is for you. Thank you, he said, went to pay for the dress and left happily. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Gain 20 virgin points and 100 plutonium. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Gain 20 Madonna points and 240 plutonium coins. Rock shell automatically defends against attacks not exceeding knight's level 5 times. Ghosts are categorized into 9 classes from low to high: wandering spirit, grieving ghost, nightly ghost, red, bloody, fear, catastrophe, unspeakable, and destruction. Good stuff. The store owner, Sister Red, is only at the night ghost level. Without customers, Yisheng Xian once again came to the women's clothing area. I really thank you just now. If it wasn't for you, I really don't know what to do. My name is Chen Xiao Xiao. I still don't know your name? Small? Not small. Yi Xingxin retorted in his mind as he stared at her high erection. My name is Yi Xingxin. We're all humans. It's only right to help each other. I'll go to the others. Yi Xingxin left. Chen Xiaoxiao face slightly red. Just now he looked at his own there. On the way, I met Sister Hong who was going out. Who told you to leave the counter? Hello Sister Red. I've finished my assignment and would like to take a look around the store so I can get a feel for what's going on and make better sales. Hearing Yi Xingxin's words, Sister Hong, who was ready to be furious, glanced at him in surprise, thinking that he didn't dare to talk nonsense, or else he would only die when he was found to have not sold enough plutonium when he reconciled his accounts at night. You've got a lot of heart. I'm going out on a trip and you'll help look after the store. With that said, he left in a hurry. Yisheng Xian wandered into the men's clothing section. Welcome to Clothes Don't Cover Clothing Store. May I ask? It's you. You've even finished today's sales already? It's all about friends taking care of business. How are you doing? It's already 106. I should be able to finish it this morning, and it'll be easier in the afternoon, Li Fei said with some relief. Thanks to the fact that Sister Hong isn't the type to kill on sight, our newbie copy this time around is going to be easier than the online legends. Easy indeed. We're in luck. After the two of them chatted for a while, Yisheng Xian continued to wander to the children's clothing area. The single guy was in charge here, and the two hadn't spoken to each other, nor did they know his name. When he arrived here, the single man was introducing clothes to a ghost couple, and by the look of his skillfulness, he probably had relevant experience in the field. Since you can't wool gather yourself, naturally you won't stay longer. Turned around and went to the senior section. The couple man looked really bad. The top of his head was a bloody mess and he was missing an eye. It's wiping tears alone right now. What's wrong with you, friend? 5 people, and there's one so miserable. Along with the narration, Yisheng Xian knew what had happened. After the balding ghost had gripped his scalp, a granny came along, and while picking out a dress, one of her eyes fell out, and the lover's man, not paying attention, stepped on it, and so was forced to pay for one himself. Don't be sad, brother. Make good money so you can buy a new one and put it on. In the thriller game, all organ parts can be purchased for plutonium and are conveniently plugged in as long as you don't die. An eyeball isn't that expensive. 300 plutonium for it. It was probably only Yisheng Xian who didn't think it was expensive. They work for a day and get a basic salary of just 30 plutonium for completing their tasks. Soon, it was noon and there was a 2-hour lunch break. The 5 gathered again, and Chen Xiaoxiao looked at the couple man's miserable appearance and hugged him and cried out, half heartbroken and half frightened. What are we going to do about lunch? The single guy asked the question. Clothing stores do not have a cafeteria. Meals need to be employees to solve their own problems, and the first day for the time being should not be paid. At that moment, Sister Hong returned with a lunchbox. Your name is Yisheng Xian, right? You did a good job today. This human meal is for you. Good luck in the future. After saying that, He handed the lunchbox to Yi Sheng Xin and went up to the second floor dormitory. The other 4 people looked at the lunchbox in Yi Sheng Xin's hand with burning eyes. Chapter 4, The Crushed Sheng Chang. Why don't we all eat together? Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Yi Xingxin opened his mouth and said, although the 4 people feel embarrassed, but hungry all morning cannot care so much. Yi Xingxin divided the meal into 5. Although they are not full, but at least something. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 80 Holy Mother points and a snack pack. During that time, Yi Xingxin also learned that the couple guy was called Zhang Chang and the single guy was called Wang Wei. Zhang Chang and Chen Xiaoxiao were both students, and Wang Wei, who failed to go to college in his early years, worked in various sales jobs. For her part, Fei Li worked as a salesperson at a men's clothing store during her college internship. In the afternoon, the bored Yi Xingxin dozed off on the counter, when suddenly a few figures walked over. Little handsome boy, I've come to introduce my sisters. Yi Xingxin looked up and saw the drowned ghost standing in front of him with 2 female ghosts, a short-haired ghost with stitches all over her body, hideous and scary, and a long-haired ghost wrapped in circles of gauze. The common denominator is barrenness. After the drowned ghost introduction, sewing ghost because playing extreme sports, tools out of the problem fell dead. People directly scattered. Sewing, although padded silicone, but to the panic game, silicone did not bring in. The bandaged ghosts, on the other hand, suffered a fire and were burned to death, originally barren. This one is not to blame for the fire. Yi Xingxin recommended a thickly padded sports gathering underwear for the sewing ghost, and a lighter and thinner gathering underwear with better breathability for the bandaged ghost. The 2 ghosts tried it on and were happy with it. Each person bought 4 sets and was given a string and matches for each. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 40 Holy Mother points and 480 medals. Rope, a safety rope for bungee jumping. Knight and below cannot break free when bound. Match, when lit, it can force back knights and the following ghosts. Selling clothes to ghosts and monsters. Not only do you get Holy Mother points, plutonium, but you will also receive gifts. Earn hemp simply. There were no other customers all afternoon until the end of the evening. Sister Hong came down from the second floor and after checking the accounts gave the 5 a meeting to pay the day's wages. Zhang Chang, sales of 50, no pay, and if you don't fulfill it for more than 3 days, you don't have to do it. Wang Wei, sales 230, good job, salary 30, keep up the good work. Chen Xiaoxiao, sales 300, very good, salary 40, keep it up. Fifi Li, sales 330, very good, salary 40, keep up the good work. Yi Sheng Xin, sales 580, is today's top seller, salary 50 bonus 30 inch. At night you will stay in the staff dormitory on the second floor. Don't go out after nightfall. Don't open the door. Don't open the window. No going up to the 3rd floor. There are vending machines in front of the store for food. Don't leave the store 5 meters when you're shopping, or you deserve to be captured by another ghost. Alright, all go and rest. After Sister Hong finished, she thumped upstairs, and the 4 surrounded Yi Xingxin looking enviously at the salary in his hand. Well, let's go check out the vending machines, buy some stuff and hurry back to the dorms. It's not safe out there. Yi Xingxin's words caused the 4 to nod in agreement. The vending machine is much the same as in the real world, except for the extra pair of eyes. It's so expensive. A passive foot-stomped pickled noodles costs 15 plutonium. There's also a charge of 5 plutonium for hot water. With these prices, you can only afford 1 meal a day if you only fulfill basic sales tasks in a day. Yi Xingxin stepped forward and patted the vending machine. Bro, did you mark the price wrong? Who the hell disturbed my old man to sleep? This little brother looks good looking. Do you want to buy something? I give you the normal price. With that said, the price on the vending machine changed. The cheapest instant noodles are 5 plutonium. The boiling water is free of expensive. And everything else is reduced in price by several times. Wang Wei and the 4 of them looked dumbfounded. Yi Xingxin patted the body of the vending machine and said, "Thanks brother." The 4 are then told to hurry up and buy something so as not to disturb the vending machine brother's sleep. Except for Zhang Chang, the 3 of them hastily operated to purchase. Chen Xiaoxiao bought 2 buckets of instant noodles. Who let Zhang Chang not have a salary? Can only rely on his girlfriend to support. Waiting for the 4 people to enter the store, Yi Xingxin only began to worry. They are not bad. What to eat? Foot-stomping noodles? That sourness is too authentic. Paid 80 for a Buddha jumping wall, which is a good thing you don't even eat in the real world. Just outside the door, he took a big bite and said goodbye to the vending machine before returning to his dorm. Meanwhile, another 80 Madonna points arrived. 300 points will get you 3 draws. System, start the lottery. Triple draw. There weren't any reels, slots or anything, and the system directly sounded a prompt. congratulations on obtaining a barrel of ghost machine oil, a water-absorbing scarf, and a body enhancement card. Ghost motor oil, the functional drink favored by all mechanical spirits. Absorbent scarf, guess how much water it can absorb? Physical fitness improvement card, doubles your physical fitness, valid up to level 3. Looking at these things, Yi Xingxin immediately thought of the use. The physical quality card stayed until after the novice pass. Usually the leveling opens after the novice copy is passed. The oil is for the vending machine, and the absorption scarf depends on whether the drowned ghost is still coming or not. After drawing the prize, Yi Xingxin lay down on the bed and began to sleep. Inside Zhang Chang and Chen Xiaoxiao's room, Zhang Chang, who had been shocked all day, wanted to vent, but Chen Xiaoxiao was dead set against it. After all, Zhang Chang's current appearance was like that of a ghost, and no one could be interested in looking at him. Chen Xiaoxiao can still stay in a dormitory with him can only be said to be true love. Are you looking at that Yi Sheng Xin guy? Zhang Chang said in annoyance as he pulled Chen Xiaoxiao's hand. What are you babbling about? I'm just too tired after a busy day. You busy? You mean I have a free day, don't you? Is it because I don't get paid that you've moved on? The shock of the day coupled with the stress of not having a paycheck for his girlfriend to buy him food has caused Zhang Chang to break down a bit. Meanwhile, the few people who had good sales resented it, thinking they are stealing their customers from them. It was 1 in a million that someone like the 5 of them didn't die on the first day. But once a person's spirit breaks down, they can say anything and dare to do anything. Zhang Chang saw Chen Xiaoxiao guarding the window, with a tendency to die together, so he can only suppress his anger and lie down on the bed, not caring about Chen Xiaoxiao, and fell asleep on his own. Chen Xiaoxiao aggrieved tears. They are also people, not a tool, tired of the day but also be treated so, deeply feel that they look at the wrong person. Decided to sleep in another dorm tomorrow night. The next day, a few people obviously that could tell who slept well and who didn't. Zhang Chang, Chen Xiaoxiao had dark circles under their eyes, and the other 3 were in good spirits. Zhang Chang is constantly having nightmares about being split up by a ghost and waking up in terror. Chen Xiaoxiao didn't have a bed to sleep on in the first place, and she kept being woken up by Zhang Chang's screams, so it would be a hell of a thing if she could sleep well. Chapter 5, People and Ghosts Don't Need to Take Medicine. Oh. Sister Hong walked down and said to the 5. Let's continue with yesterday's assignments today and get to work. Finished and ready to go upstairs. Zhang Chang suddenly spoke up. Sister Hong, I want to switch districts. There are too few older people coming, so it's not fair to me if I can't complete my tasks all the time. Do you think I'm being too nice? As punishment, it's not too much for me to take one of your arms. With that, she was ready to make her move. Zhang Chang's face changed in fear. He did forget that Sister Hong was also a murderous ghost. For the opportunity to send the door to his own wool gathering, Yi Shengxin naturally would not let go. Sister Hong, just let me switch with him. I'm confident that I can boost the sales in the senior section. Yesterday's pinnacle begged for mercy. Sister Red naturally gave him this face. After all, taking an arm can be no match for her own turnover boost. Alright, since you're pleading for him, I'll give you face, but if the sales don't come up, I'll make you look good. After saying that, he went upstairs without looking back. Zhang Chang snorted coldly and went to the underwear area. Yi Xingxin was at a loss, and Wang Wei and Li Fei also had a strange look on their faces. Only Chen Xiaoxiao's face grew more and more ugly, having a clear perception of Zhang Chang's character once again, and returned to her own area after saying an apology to Yi Xingxin. In the underwear area, Zhang Chang had been crumbling. Pretentious thing, but just lucky to sell a little bit more. Even look down on me, and damn Chen Xiaoxiao, I'm your boyfriend. See, I'm in danger and don't know to block for me. At this point, the drowned ghost brings in a new ghost to buy lingerie. A nightclub ghost with colored hair and a smoky face. Ha, what's with the change? The drowned ghost was surprised, but his own girlfriends had come over, so it was not good to go back empty-handed. Hey, recommend a lingerie for my bestie. Since the drowned ghosts were fairly normal except for being covered in water, and the nightclub ghosts were even worse than some of the people who often bounced around, Zhang Chang did not feel scared. Casually, he took an undershirt from the counter and handed it over. Nightclub ghost looked at the style as very old, not very like, but their girlfriend said that this store's underwear is very comfortable, so they took it into the fitting room. A few minutes later, with a grim face, he walked out and snapped and threw a slap onto Zhang Chang's face. Are you looking down on me? Who are you disgusting with such a small one? The eyes aren't needed. I'll donate them for you. With that, he reached out and gouged out the one remaining eye. What kind of store did you introduce? I just tried it on and it almost didn't strangle me to death. The nightclub ghost complained and said to the drowned ghost. This. Before it was a little handsome man. All the recommendations were good, and the bandages and stitches were satisfactory. Who knew the change had taken place? What bad luck. Let's go. Wait, I'll find someone to ask. The two ghosts left the underwear area. Zhang Chang covered his eyes and let out a miserable scream. The other four heard the screams and looked curiously, but none of them dared to leave the counter without accomplishing their mission. Although Chen Xiaoxiao was angry, but there was also a hint of worry. After all, the two were really close before. At this time, the two ghosts walked over, and Chen Xiaoxiao pointed out Yi Sheng Xian's position. What brings you here, handsome boy? Come on over and recommend a lingerie for my bestie. Gu, sis, I can't leave the counter right now. I haven't finished today's tasks yet. The drowned ghost also knows that the humans who show up at the thriller games need to work by the rules. At this time, the nightclub ghost looked at Yi Xingxin and said, how many quests do you have to leave the counter? This sister needs 200 sales. Tell you what, you pick out 200 plutonium worth of old age clothes for me, and I'll give them to grandpa. Yi Xingxin was delighted in her heart and quickly spoke. Sister is really filial. I wonder if the old man has any preferences and taboos. Preference is big red. Festive. No taboos. Yi Xingxin sniffed and asked about height and weight and what size he usually wore. The nightclub ghosts are all right with it, so it's clear that they're really good for the old man. Soon, Yi Xingxin recommended a set of Chinese lapel pins with a large red color scheme, black wrapping, and gold embroidery. Sister, look at this set. How? This is the latest fashion style. On the body looks old man doubly spiritual. The nightclub ghost looked at the clothes and gave a satisfied smile. Nice. You have a good eye. That's the set. Wrap it up. 300 credits to hand. Although the guest said 200s, it's okay to be more expensive when you really recommend the right one. Coupled with the skill impact, it's easily overpowered. The liberated Yi Xingxin led the two ghosts back to the underwear area. Zhang Chang had stopped screaming, probably adapting to the pain, crouching on the ground with his hands covering his eyes. At this moment, serving the customer is the most important. Yi Xingxin swept a glance on the nightclub ghost and took a thin man maximum size and handed it over. This ice silk fabric with lace embroidery is the most suitable for a fashionable hipster girl like my sister. The nightclub ghost looked at this one, his eyes revealing that he liked it. And with the 3 rows of hooks in the back of this one, you can adjust the elasticity to make it tighter for sports without running away, and looser for leisure without getting tired. Very well, I'll try. The nightclub ghost walked into the fitting room and, quickly, called out from inside, come over here and button me up, little handsome. Aw for all. Oh, sister, this isn't good. Why don't you let sister drowned ghost help you? Ghosts and humans are different. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? She's covered in water. I'm going to get half wet after helping me. Yi Xingxin swallowed his saliva and glanced at the drowned ghost. You go help her. I'm really not up to it. Yi Xingxin apprehensively walked into the fitting room, in which the nightclub ghost has already put on underwear. It is the back of the hook cannot hang. Come and help me. Nightclub ghost urged. Here we go. Gulp. Swallowing again. Yi Sheng Xian stepped forward to help him buckle up. Yo, still an innocent little teenager. Nah. Do you want sister to help you? Sister does not mind that you are human. No need. Still shy. Human ghosts don't need to take pills. The nightclub ghost leaned his chin on Yi Sheng Xian's shoulder and whispered into his ear. I'm still at work. Does that mean it's okay to get off work? No, I'll go out first. After saying that, Yi Sheng Xian hurriedly ran out, and the laughter of the nightclub ghost could be heard from a great distance. Don't you pay attention to her? She is just a person who comes to be crazy. The drowned ghost looked at the blushing Yi Xingxin and said, she drank fake wine when she was at the nightclub. She was already a little bit of alcohol poisoning, but she also kept bouncing around, and finally died after being sent to the hospital. Yi Sheng Xian nodded and suddenly remembered the scarf in his system package. Sister, you gave me a gift before, I'll give you one too. With that, he pulled out the absorbent scarf. Without waiting for her to speak, she just rounded up. When the nightclub ghost came out, he saw Yi Xingxin's hand around the drowned ghost's neck. So you like the small ones? Bah, go to hell you. Just know how to talk nonsense. Drowned ghost blushed and scolded with a laugh. Chapter 6, Malicious Plans. Hey, why are you out of water? The approaching nightclub ghost said as he looked at the drowned ghost in surprise. Afterwards, the two ghosts turned their gazes to Yi Sheng Xian. It's my gift to my sister. A water-absorbent scarf that absorbs excess water from your body into the scarf so you don't get water everywhere. I love this gift. Thank you, drowned ghost said happily as he brushed his hand over the scarf. Sister has helped me so much. It's only right to give you a gift. After sending away the two ghosts, Yi Xingxin was ready to return to the senior area. Looking at Zhang Chang on the ground, he thought it would be better to help him, or else he would die soon. You can't live without your eyes at thriller games. Going out and finding the vending machine and tapping it. Dude, are there any eyes that work? Ugh bro, you're here? I'll look for it. Soon, A pair of eyes was displayed on the interface. Bro, I don't have any other inventory. Only a pair of dead fish eyes. Do you think it will work? This is literally a dead fish eye. The same size as a human eye. Just with a different, duller pupil. But it's all there. It works. What do you care? After buying the dead fish eyes, Yi Xingxin was ready to go and hand it over to Zhang Chang, when he suddenly thought of the ghost machine oil in his backpack and took it out in a hurry. Bro, thanks for looking out for me. A little gift for you. Ghost motor oil. Is this for me? Brother, you're too good. You'll be my big brother from now on. Ghost machine oil for a low-level brat like a vending machine. A part-time job might only afford one copy a year, mainly because it's so rare that the price is naturally getting higher and higher. Saying goodbye to the excited vending machine, Yi Shengxin once again went to the underwear area and took out the dead fish eyes. Hey, Zhang Chang, I bought a pair of eyes for you. Yi Xingxin's words were like a life-saving straw for Zhang Chang, who hastily struggled to get up. Don't you move. I'll set you up. Peeled open his eye socket and pressed the eyeball in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points and a pair of Eyes of Insight, which have been automatically integrated into the eyes. The Eye of Insight, it's easier to see what others need. Brother Yi, thank you so much. If not for you, I would. Geez, don't mention it. We're all humans. We should help each other out. I'm off. There's still goods to sell. Yi Xingxin waved his hand and turned to leave. Looking at his distant back, Zhang Chang's eyes revealed a hint of resentment. Pretending to be a good guy. The female ghost that gouged my eyes is the one you found to take revenge on me for stealing your job. I heard all your flirting words. Just wait. I will make you pay for it. Yi Xingxin walked over to Chen Xiaoxiao's area, and when she saw him coming, Chen Xiaoxiao rushed over. Brother Yi, Zhang Chang stole your job before. I'll say sorry for him. Yesterday's sale made Chen Xiaoxiao think that the lingerie section was doing better business and it was easier to accomplish the task. Why? It's no big deal. It's the same everywhere. Looking at the departing Yi Xingxin, Chen Xiaoxiao thought about the difference between him and Zhang Chang. It is really a case of people will die than people, and goods will be thrown than goods. At noon, several people gathered in front of the store to get lunch. Zhang Chang, what happened to your eyes? Chen Xiaoxiao looked at the deadpan, lightless Zhang Chang's eyes and exclaimed in shock. Li Feifei and Wang Wei were also surprised. The corner of Zhang Chang's mouth twitched, and his heart was even more resentful. He also saw his dead eye in the fitting mirror money, which can't be described as ugly, only very ugly. Nothing, tiny. Later, I know. I'll buy you some noodles later. Several people walked to the door. The vending machine saw Yi Xingxin from a long distance, and the body thumped with excitement. Big brother, you're here. In the end, the four of them, Wang Wei, bought 4 portions of instant noodles, and when Yi Xingxin was about to buy one as well, the vending machine directly sent a Buddha jumping wall to him. Looking at the differentiation of the vending machine, Zhang Chang's eyes turned around and spoke. Brother Yi, look at the instant noodles we all eat. We haven't tasted what Buddha jumping wall tastes like. He was secretly pleased in his heart. If you agree to share, I can have a good meal. If you don't agree, then a few other people will have a suspicion in their hearts. You know, people don't suffer from a lack of food. Why should you eat better than us? Zhang Chang, you. Chen Xiaoxiao did not expect Zhang Chang to say such words. Yi Xingxin smiled. Will automatically sent up to the grip, although you are a small profit, but I will never lose. Generously split the wall of Buddha jumping between the 4. Big brother Yi, let me give you my instant noodles. Chen Xiaoxiao shyly handed the instant noodles to Yi Shengxin. No, eat it yourself. This little won't be enough for you. Zhang Chang ate the Buddha jumping wall while cursing in his heart. Dogs and men. They don't even carry people anymore, do they? A few people were squatting in the doorway to eat when a pretty figure in the distance came over carrying a lunchbox. Handsome boy, I've got some goodies for you. You are? Sister Drowned Ghost? The drowned ghost in front of her was no longer covered in low water stains, and her hair was refreshed and fell smoothly behind her, revealing a clean-shaven face. Thanks to your gift, I haven't worn dry clothes in a long time, said the man, opening the food box to reveal the elaborate meal inside. Thank you, sister. Yi Xingxin didn't push back. Just as he didn't have enough to eat himself. Zhang Chang's IQ is online at this moment, although it is now like an ordinary human beauty, but he knows that this is a ghost, although he is greedy, but he does not dare to say more. When Yi Xingxin finished eating, Drowned Ghost sagely packed up the lunchbox and excused himself to leave. Wow, Yi is awesome. There's such a beautiful female ghost serving you food. Tears of envy flowed from the corners of Wang Wei's mouth. Why? They're all customers, and as long as you serve them well, they're all very nice to deal with. Yi Shengxin, who had fused the Eye of Insight, sensed that Zhang Chang's attitude was wrong. but as long as he didn't delay his wool gathering he didn't bother with him. The afternoon business also went well, and at the end of the evening, Sister Hong came downstairs on time to check the accounts and payroll. Wang Wei sales 240, salary 30. Fifi Li sales 260, salary 30. Not as good as yesterday. Keep up the good work. Tiny Chan has 400 sales and 50 paychecks. Great progress. Yi Sheng Xin sales 740, salary 80 bonus 30. Really did not look at you wrong. Zhang Chang, sales 130. Tomorrow is the last day. If you don't reach sales again, consider the consequences yourself. Off duty now. The three gathered around Yi Sheng Xin to discuss his sales secrets, and Zhang Chang looked at the several people and prepared a vicious plan in his mind. The door of the dormitory could not be locked, so Zhang Chang sneaked into Yi Xingxin's room while a few people were still talking and not bothering to eat their meals, opened the window halfway, drew the curtains to block it, and blocked the lock on the door with something, so that the door could only be closed and opened with a hard push, then went back to his room. Let's see if you die this time. Once you're dead, the clients are all mine. Chapter 7, Rookie Drivers Don't Know the Road. The four of them who had eaten and drunk enough also went upstairs to their respective rooms. Chen Xiaoxiao did not stay in the same room with Zhang Chang again. Zhang Chang's mind was also on the fantasy that Yi Sheng Xin would be killed by the ghosts and monsters that entered the room at night, and did not care about Chen Xiaoxiao. Something seems to be wrong with the lock. Yi Sheng Xin was just about to open the door when a line appeared on the door lock. This is the Eye of Insight? He opened the door and saw that the lock was blocked by something and couldn't be popped out, and probably guessed that it was Zhang Chang who did it. After all, there was no abnormality in the other few people. There was no time to bother with him now, so he cleaned up the lock and went into his room and locked the door. In a dormitory, as long as the door to the room doesn't open at the push of a button, no ghosts or spirits can enter, which is why the door can't be locked from the inside. Yi Xingxin was lying on the bed preparing for today's lucky draw, and there were more than 200 Holy Mother points again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning 1 sobriety pill and 1 diet pill in the lottery. Sobriety pills, 1 can break down any alcohol in the body. Diet pills, a copy of the effect. Everyone has a small waist. Reminder, there will be a billion points of diarrhea side effects. Collect your rewards and pull the covers over your head and go to sleep. In the middle of the night, a ghastly white arm came in through the window, its hand painted with bright red nails, and slowly peeked over the edge of the window to stick its leg in. Both legs were sitting across the edge of the window, but his upper body was stuck to the window. These windows were under the rule of protecting the newcomers. The ghosts and monsters could not be pushed. This point Zhang Chang could not have imagined even if he had killed himself. He was afraid of being discovered by Yi Sheng Xin and just pushed it away by about 20 centimeters. The female ghost is stuck in the window, whimpering, not far from the dormitory. Zhang Chang looked excited. The ghost has entered the dormitory. Great! A few of the others heard the commotion and covered their heads in death, hiding in their beds and shivering. Yi Sheng Xin was also woken up and saw a female ghost stuck on the window. Why is it certain that it's a female ghost? A head of long colorful hair aside. If there were male ghosts with big enough pecs to get stuck, Yi Sheng Xin would admit it, pulling open the window and letting the female ghost in. Yi Xingxin asked, "Sister, what are you doing climbing my window in the middle of the night? I said I was going to help you, but I just happened to see your window open when I was passing by, so I came in." The incoming ghost is none other than the drowned ghost's archvillain best friend, the nightclub ghost. She was just getting ready to go to the nightclub at night, and she passed by and smelled Yi Xingxin's smell, saw that the window was not closed, and thought that this little handsome man was much more fun than the nightclub. Died of alcohol poisoning, needing constant intake of alcohol after death. A sobriety pill would solve her predicament. Nightclub ghost was originally a good girl. Friend's birthday followed to the nightclub. Did not expect to drink fake alcohol, because they have not had a drink before. Thought they just drink some drunk. Did not think much about it, and finally sent to the hospital invalid death. In the haunted area, because you have to drink, you paint your face like a ghost in order to avoid being harassed by male ghosts. Yi Xingxin took out the sobering pills, and the nightclub ghost sniffed the aroma and looked at him with a twinkle in her eyes. Sister is here to help you for free. What's it like for you? Because this will cure your poison. I'm just trying to help you. The nightclub ghost was moved to swallow the antidote pill in one gulp. His body shook. A wine burp came out, and his body's aura suddenly skyrocketed quite a bit. How do you think I should repay you? The nightclub ghost's eyes looked Yi Sheng Xin up and down. However, 10 minutes later, Yi Xingxin, who was really sleepy this well, enjoyed the brainwave treatment and fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Yi Xingxin got up to get ready for work after washing her face with face wash, opened the door and walked out of the dormitory, bumping into the others who came out. How are you? Zhang Chang originally wanted to say how are you still alive, but suddenly thought that wouldn't that expose him. and hurriedly changed his sentence. How come there's a woman in your room? Zheng Chang's words caused the other three to look towards his room in surprise. Suddenly, a few people thought that this is a thriller game. In addition to their own few people, where there are other people, then his room is not. For all Big Brother playing quite flower. The nightclub ghost gave a few people a look and grunted as he left down the stairs. Inside the hall, Sister Hong looked at a few people. Some of you get caught up on your tasks. Some of you bring people back at night to keep the noise down and not disturb the rest of the people's rest. All get to work. Zheng Chang's face was ugly, and Yi Xingxin's face was embarrassed. Nightclub ghost sure made a lot of noise last night when he got stuck in the window. Back in the senior area, taking advantage of the lack of customers, Yi Xingxin plopped down on the counter to catch up on her sleep. Although he didn't succeed in getting on the road, he had tossed and turned for half the night, and he was really sleepy as his health was not good to begin with. As for sales, I'm not short of money anyway, so the big deal is to buy a few clothes for myself when I check the bills at night. Not seeing Yi Shangxin wandering around the store all morning, Chen Xiaoxiao several people were very uncomfortable. Wang Wei revealed a smile of understanding. No matter whether it is a person or a ghost, Yi Shengxin labored all night. This moment may not make up for the sleep well. Zheng Chang hated his teeth. A ghost entered the room and didn't even kill him, but instead delivered takeout. These female ghosts are so lowly that they don't eat themselves, but are eaten up by others. Because the nightclub ghost had detoxified the alcohol and didn't need to go to the nightclub in the future, she had washed her smoky makeup off in the morning, and Zheng Chang didn't recognize her as the ghost who had come to the store before. Perhaps it was too hard in his heart to speak out, just in time to be overheard by a car crash victim who came in to buy underwear. What do you mean? I just came to buy an underwear and you call me cheap? The car accident ghost stared at Zheng Chang angrily. Since you can't talk, don't say anything in the future. With one hand, he grabbed Zheng Chang's mouth and pulled it outward, directly giving him the shape of a cracked woman, and ripped off his tongue with one hand. Woo, 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 how dare you scold me? So brave? The car accident ghost looked at Zheng Chang incredulously. Zheng Chang was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed for mercy. As a ghost of a car accident with a battered body, her strength is naturally inferior to that of a physically healthy ghost, and almost no ghosts are afraid of her. Even the former human players are not very afraid of her. Suddenly there is a person kneeling to her, so that she is in a better mood, and no longer continue to do it, and pick the right underwear to pay for their own walking ghosts. On the other side, the wasted cell. The nightclub ghost enters the drowned ghost's house to hug her and cry about last night. How can you pick someone's window in the middle of the night? Ha ha ha, that's a good laugh. Damn you for laughing at me and talking like you know what you're talking about. The drowned ghost was directly silenced by her dry words. Thinking about it, the two ghosts hugged and cried. Chapter 8, The Skinning Ghost. After getting off work at noon, Chen Xiaoxiao came to the senior citizen area and woke up Yi Shangxin, who was still sleeping. You slept all morning? Did you make your turnover today? It's just a turnover of 200 plutonium. It's nothing. You're a bigot and you don't play the same game as us. The two talked and came together to the door by the vending machine. Wang Wei and Li Fei were comforting Zheng Chang, the man with the cleft. As long as the person isn't dead, the injuries can be recovered when they go back. Injuries like his that weren't missing parts could be recovered straight away after returning to the real world. But if there were missing parts, then after returning, they would be missing forever, unless you spend plutonium to buy the corresponding parts to install them before returning. However, the words of the two people did not let Zheng Chang have the feeling of being comforted. After all, he did not have a paycheck for 2 consecutive days, and his meals were bought with the help of his girlfriend, Chen Xiaoxiao. And on the third day, if he could not complete the task of the turnover, he was estimated to be cold. In the course of the morning, only one piece of underwear had been sold to the ghost of the car accident, and if there were no more ghosts in the afternoon, they would be ready to open the table. Zheng Chang looked at Yi Shangxin and Chen Xiaoxiao who were walking together and angrily wrote on the paper. Have you forgotten what you are? You're my girlfriend. What does it look like to be with another man? Chen Xiaoxiao was puzzled by his scolding. Yi Xingxin also didn't know why he was so hostile to himself. Clearly he had helped him several times. Yi Xingxin was ready to greet the vending machine brothers, and before he could get close, he was embraced by someone's arm around his neck. Feeling the touch, which was elastic, Yi Xingxin already knew who it was. I've already studied to understand the route. Let's drive together at night. I'll leave the window open for you tonight. Yi Shangxin ate the meal brought by the ghost of the nightclub, and one person and one ghost chatted away. I've got nothing to do this afternoon. How about selling with you? That's fine. I'm bored with myself anyway. Although the nightclub ghost looked similar to a regular person, Chen Xiaoxiao was still afraid that she would rise up and injure someone, so she stayed far away after her arrival. Zhang Chang touched her side and drank in a low voice. What? Do you really have your eyes on that brat? He sleeps with ghosts but not with you. So don't go and quickly go and buy me food. Zhang Chang, I've put up with you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be such a person. That you would look at me like this. We're both finished. From now on, I don't have any relationship with you. What did you say? How dare you say that? Don't forget that when you get out. You'll have to rely on me to pay for your tuition. Wang Wei came to Li Feifei's side, and the two of them took a look at Qin Xiaoxiao and the two of them quarreling for a while, and then took a look at Yi Sheng Xin, a person and a ghost spreading dog food. That's the big guy. We're in a game of fear and uncertainty, but he's in a game of love. The key is that he even hooked up with one. Li Feifei glanced at him and said, you can go hook up with a female ghost even if you're envious, so that you won't have to worry about turnover in the time afterward. Time passed quickly. The lunch break was over and several people returned to their respective areas. By the way, did the old man like the clothes you bought back last time? Grandpa liked the clothes you recommended for me last time, and he said he'd invite you over sometime. It just so happens that I haven't sold a single dress today, so I'll spend my own money to buy another set for the old man. The nightclub ghost was not polite with him. After all, men have a good face. If he refused, as if he was looking down on him. As the two were talking, Sister Hong came down from upstairs and saw that Yi Sheng Xian was not selling the goods, but instead was talking and laughing with a small female ghost, and her face was a bit unsightly. Although I'm not like the other black-hearted bosses. You can't blatantly touch the fish. Are you looking down on me? The night ghost? What are you doing? Don't work properly during office hours, and don't think that just because you were the top seller 2 days ago, you can be lazy today. Sister Hong, this is a big customer. She's already bought a set of clothes. My turnover for today is up to par. Yi Xingxin took out 300 medals from the money box, and Sister Hong's later words were directly choked back. Even though you're done, more sales, more paychecks and bonuses. After saying that, he stopped caring about him and the little ghost girl and started to inspect the other areas. In the underwear section, Zhang Chang is in trouble. A flayed ghost came into the store to buy underwear. Zhang Chang carefully surveyed and chose a suitable one and handed it to her. The flayed ghost looked at it and said, bring me a few more styles and patterns. I'm going to try to see which one looks good. This was the intended customer, and Zhang Chang couldn't be happier in his heart. He hurriedly selected several more and handed them to her. The flayed ghost took 4 or 5 pieces of underwear into the fitting room, changed into one and looked into the fitting mirror, felt unsatisfied, and changed into another. Soon, after a few had been changed, 2 were chosen and decided to buy them. Just these 2. Wrap them up for me. She selected 2 upscale styles worth 200 plutonium. Zhang Chang was overjoyed. His own task is not completed. Hastily wrapping it up. Thank you for coming, and welcome to the next time. Just then, that's when Sister Red inspected and watched the flayed ghost payment leave. Zhang Chang also saw Sister Hong, but his mission for the day had already been completed. And even if Sister Hong was the boss, she couldn't make a move against him. Delightedly, he said to Sister Hong, Sister Hong, I have accomplished my task today. Saying that, he took out today's turnover from the money cabinet, which amounted to 450. However, the imagined compliments were not there, and Sister Hong's face turned horrible. You're smug? Zhang Chang shivered and hastily shook his head. No complacency. Don't you look at the few clothes in your hand? It's covered in blood. How else do you expect me to sell them? What? Zhang Chang was startled and hurriedly turned up the underwear in his hand to check, only to see that the inner side was infested with bright red blood. How dare you? You fool, let the flayed ghost try it on? How are you going to compensate me for my loss? There were also 3 pieces of underwear, 2 cheap ones worth about 30 or 40 each, and one of the same grade as the flayed ghost bought away, worth 100 plutocrats. The ensemble lost 107 plutoniums. Zhang Chang's face turned white, knowing that he was going to be cold. He hurriedly fell to his knees. Sister Hong, give me some time. I will definitely be able to make up the money. At that moment, he remembered the others, who were paid daily, and a little loan from each of them would be enough to pay back the loss. Zhang Chang first found Chen Xiaoxiao. Xiao, you must lend me some plutonium, or I'll be finished. But I don't have any more either. How could you not have? Did you want me to die? Deliberately not lending it to me? You wicked woman. With that, a slap was thrown onto Chen Xiaoxiao's face. Chen Xiaoxiao 2 days of wages but 60 medals. A bowl of noodles 5 medals. 3 meals a day. 2 people 2 days just to spend 60. But Zhang Chang didn't care that much now. He just thought that Chen Xiaoxiao deliberately didn't lend him the money and wanted to get himself killed by Sister Hong. A hanged man who was buying clothes on the side couldn't even look at it anymore. And a straw rope was thrown onto Zhang Chang's neck. Old me hates men like you who beat women. Stinking scum. Go to hell. While tightening the rope, tears flowed. This is also a female ghost with a story. Chapter 9, Rookie Driver on the Road. Zhang Chang was Li's breath. A hand struggling to grab Chen Xiaoxiao. Let her save themselves. But Chen Xiaoxiao is just on the sidelines of the cold eyes. The heart for Zhang Chang has been disappointed. In the end, Zhang Chang was not killed by the hangman. He did not break the rules for the time being, and the hangman took some of his parts at most. Zhang Chang struggled to leave the women's clothing area, wanting to go find other people to borrow money. But Wang Wei, Li Feifei and him were not familiar with each other. And even more so, they looked down on him as they watched him eat soft food every day. Naturally, they would not lend him money. He also wanted to go over to Yisheng Xin to borrow money. But when he came to the senior area and saw that the nightclub ghost was also there, he froze and did not dare to go over. Finally grinding his way back to the lingerie section, Sister Hong looked at him with a grim look on her face. Sister Hong, can you give me a few days of grace? I can work every day without money until I make up for the damage. No, pay what you owe with your body. A pair of eyes for 20, an arm for 50, and a leg for 100. Just right, said the man, and without waiting for him to react, the organ harvesting had been completed. Perhaps it was because Sister Hong was afraid that he would die outright, so she surprisingly felt no pain during this extraction. It's as if the organs weren't there in the first place. In the evening, Sister Hong began to check the accounts for payroll. Wang Wei, today's sales 230, salary 30. Fei Li, 300 sales today, 30 paychecks. Yi Sheng Xin, today's sales 300, salary 30 inch. Chen Xiaoxiao, today's sales 270, salary 30. Zhang Chang, today's sales are 450, salary is 40, but today caused a loss to the store. Salary is deducted. After paying the salary, Sister Hong went upstairs, and the four of them looked at Zhang Chang strangely. This one is also too unlucky, right? It is not easy to complete the turnover task, and the wages are still garnished. Yi Xingxin went back to his dormitory early after eating, lying on the bed, waiting for the nightclub ghost to come to find himself to cut the car. In the middle of the night, Yi Xingxin's open window stretched out a miserable white arm, and Yi Xingxin, who had been waiting for a long time, pulled her. The one who came was not a nightclub ghost, but a drowned ghost? What's the situation? Yi Sheng Xin asked the drowned ghost in disbelief. Before she could say anything, the nightclub ghost's voice came from the window. Pull me up. The drowned ghost hastened to the window and reached out to pull the nightclub ghost up. Brother, I've come for you. Yi Shengxin didn't say anything, but his gaze went to the drowned ghost, meaning why did you even bring it here? The nightclub ghost saw what he meant and spoke up to explain. Last time it was an accident. I went back and worked on it with her, and then she wanted to come and talk to you as well. Gulp, what about the principal? I don't mind. Alright, since you've agreed, let's get started. The nightclub ghost was clearly a man of action, and started when he said start. 5 minutes later, Yi Sheng's heart wanted to find a crack in the ground. His own physical quality was estimated to be only half that of a normal person. Alright, stop it. I've heard that it's normal. Try again later. Drowned ghost helped Yi Sheng Xin out. Half an hour later, from their eyes, Yi Xingxin saw 2 words, that's it? How could one admit defeat at a time like this? Yi Xingxin took out the body enhancement card that he had originally prepared to wait until after he had cleared the level. Use it directly on yourself and double your physicality. Name, Yip Sheng Xin. Nickname, None. Talent, Madonna, helping others for greater rewards. Strength, 12, regular 10. Mental, 14, regular 10. Physical strength, 12, regular 10. Speed, 10, regular 10. Ghostly aura, 2. Madonna points, 0. Plutonium, 2030. Skills, dexterity, your words are more likely to be trusted. Eyes of insight, easier to spot the needs of others. Item, rock shell, automatically resists attacks by knights and lesser ghosts, 5/5. Rope, a safety rope for bungee jumping. Knight and below cannot break free when bound. Match, when lit, can force back knights and lower ghosts, 30/30. Weight loss pills, a capsule on the effect. Everyone has a small waist, special reminder, there will be a billion points of diarrhea. The physical quality was directly doubled, and he realized that a new attribute, Ghost Chi, had also appeared on his panel. Clicking on the system log reveals that it has just increased a little bit twice, each time. After the physical quality was upgraded, it was indeed much higher than before, at least to the level of a normal person, making up for the original body's deficit. 1 hour later, ding, congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 300 Holy Mother points, 300 Ghost Chi. Ghost whip pills, she's good and I'm good. It was quiet until 4 in the morning. Ding, congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 300 Holy Mother points, 300 Ghost Chi. and a pair of Yangqi waist can be used directly. In the morning, walking out of the dormitory, Wang Wei in the hallway gave him a thumbs up. Li Fei's cheeks flushed red. She let out a bah humbug, and hurriedly ran down the stairs. I could tell that the chatting last night was interfering with other people's rest, and that the dorms were poorly soundproofed. The game time has passed half. Now the 5 people are also familiar with their respective jobs. To not encounter much trouble, Zhang Chang now does not dare to find Yi Xingxin trouble. He has 2 female ghosts to protect. How can he do? He is not an opponent at all. After the 5 assembled, Sister Hong didn't let them go to their own counters, but instead arranged a new task. The store sales have been very good these past few days, and the inventory is running low, so we need someone to go by car to get some goods and replenish the inventory. Which one of you is willing to go? When you come back, you'll be rewarded 200 plutonium directly. Sister Hong looked at Wang Wei, who ducked his head to avoid her gaze, and then looked at Zhang Chang, who had trouble walking on one leg, not to mention entering the goods, and looked directly at Yi Xingxin. Yi Xingxin, you and Chen Xiaoxiao will go together, and when you come back, each of you will be rewarded with 200 plutocrats. The remaining 3 of you, you'll be responsible for the regional sales of the original 5. That's it, all go and get busy. As soon as Sister Hong's words fell, the 4 people other than Yi Xingxin's face changed at the same time. Chen Xiaoxiao was worried about the danger of going out. Thriller games are relatively safe in a copy as long as you don't break the rules and play your part, but outside the confines of the copy, danger can come at any time. The 3 in the store, on the other hand, were there because in case they encountered customers in all 5 areas at the same time, then they were sure to be slacking on 2 of them, and if they offended a customer in the game of Thriller, they wouldn't want to be left intact. Chapter 10 Brother Yi, you're not an insurance salesman, are you? Yi Xingxin originally thought that there would be a special van, but did not expect that he would need to take a bus to go 50 kilometers away to the fierce ghost street to buy goods. It's a good thing that the 2 of them only need to bring a deposit to place an order, and they have a special person in charge of delivery. Otherwise the 2 of them wouldn't be able to bring it back by public transportation. Let's go. We can't procrastinate when the mission is released. Yi Xingxin took the lead and went out the door. Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed. Speaking of which, it was the first time the 2 had taken a closer look at the neighborhood streets. Before, the most they had done was to buy some daily necessities from the vending machines at the entrance. It's not far to walk out the door and down the street for 500 meters to a bus stop. Yo, human brother, this is going out. The 2 were waiting for public transportation when a male ghost suddenly came over to accost them. It's you. Let's go order. Stock is running low. Brother, is there any more of that underwear you recommended me to buy last time? Leave me a few more pairs. I'll pick them up tomorrow. Don't tell me. They work well. My wife is very satisfied these 2 days. Yi Shengxian was a bit surprised that the Thriller game stuff was so effective. It's only been a few days and it has an effect? It can't be that there are hormone pills sprinkled on it. But since we have repeat customers, naturally, we can't let it go. Yes, there are, and I'll have a few ready for you when I get back. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Shengxian and a weak-looking male ghost talking to each other. Although she didn't dare to get close enough to hear what they were saying, she was still envious. Is this how the big boys play the game? There are friends everywhere. Okay, no more. The bus I'm waiting for has arrived. Talk to you later. Yi Xingxin said goodbye to the frail ghost and took Chen Xiaoxiao onto the ghost bus. The car is now no other passengers. The ghost driver looked at the 2 people in surprise. The heart is very surprised. 2 human beings dare to come out to take the bus. Afraid that is not dead, right? While none of the ghosts in the neighborhood were very strong, the humans were all novice strength as well. And this was the first time I had seen a human come to the ride. I used to listen to my peers in the big city talk about how humans are doing, but today I've learned a lot. The 2 men put in their coins and walked to their seats near the back door to get ready as the car began to start. Yi, how did you manage to make peace with the ghosts and monsters? Chen Xiaoxiao decided to take the lesson, in case he enters the Thriller game again later. These ghosts are all limited by their own rules as well, so you just have to do your own thing. Don't break their rules, and you're generally pretty safe. Chen Xiaoxiao felt like he said it and like he didn't. These are all common sense things that you know going into the game, but no one can really get through safely with them either. Many times you don't even know how you broke the rules and die. Soon, the ghost bus pulled up to the stop and a few waiting ghosts walked up. An old man ghost looked at the 2 men in surprise, sat down in the front row of the special seat for the elderly, and closed his eyes. A burly ghost with only half a head walked towards the 2. Chen Xiaoxiao nervously grabbed Yi Xingxin's arm, and the whole person trembled a little. The burly ghost didn't stop when he reached the 2 men, but simply crossed over and sat in the last row. The last one was a pregnant ghost with a big belly. She didn't sit in the front row's special seat. Instead, She made it to the opposite side of the aisle that separated her from Yi Shang-xin. Originally, Yi Xingxin didn't want to care about her. It was better to do more than less. But the pregnant ghost stared straight at the two of them. Something wrong, big sister? A living person? It just so happens that I have a baby on the way and can give her something nice to eat. It's eyeing the flesh of both men. Big sister. Feeding babies human flesh. Aren't you afraid the child will get sick and die? Nowadays, living people eat junk food and carry an unknown number of viruses. Children want to eat meat. And it's not as healthy to eat a live person as it is to eat a live pig. And besides, it's better to breastfeed a newborn baby. Under the influence of the trickster skill again, the pregnant ghost was talked over. You even know how to raise a child? I'm talking to you. Chen Xiaoxiao witnessed how Yi Shang-xin chatted a ghost who wanted to eat himself into a friend who hated each other. Looking at the pregnant ghost to get off, Yi Xingxin hurriedly said, Big sister, remember when the time to come to clothes not clothes clothing store to find me, I will help you to recommend a breastfeeding underwear, to ensure that you feed the child more convenient. The burly ghost in the backseat was also dumbfounded by what he saw and called it amazing. Brother Yi, you're too strong. You just have to grasp the other person's needs, and it's easy to do that. Soon, the ghost bus stopped at the third stop and a swarm of 5 ghosts came up. The first one was a working ghost carrying a sack, and it was true that no matter where they were, these cornerstones existed in abundance. There was a very thick steel bar running through his body, and judging by the circumstances he should have died in an accident. The second one is a female ghost that looks beautiful at first glance, but when you look closely, you will feel that the features are very awkward, and it looks like a plastic surgery ghost that died after a plastic surgery failure. The third is the ghost of a girl covered in blood and carrying a backpack, presumably from a car accident on the way to school. They just gave a curious glance at the two Yi Xingxin before paying no more attention to them. The two ghosts, the fourth female ghost and the fifth male ghost, were supposed to be together, and the two ghosts had green faces and hideous veins, with a bitter look on their faces, but the two ghosts held hands and didn't want to let go for a moment. Yi Shang-xin guessed that this was a pair of martyred ghosts who committed suicide by burning charcoal. The car started up again, and apart from the sound of the engine, it was quiet, not a single talker. The atmosphere was slightly heavy. Chen Xiaoxiao felt hairy in her heart, so she wanted to talk to Yi Shang-xin to ease her tension. Just as he opened his mouth, the ghosts in the car looked at the two in unison, stifling Chen Zhao's words. Say it, why don't you say it? The female ghost among the martyred ghosts asked Chen Xiaoxiao with a hoarse voice. It scared her so much that she was close to jumping into Yi Shang-xin's arms. Martyred ghosts like a more lively environment, but right now the atmosphere on the ghost bus is depressing because of the two living people. Usually right in the car are ghosts. Everyone is laughing and joking very lively, which suddenly came up two living people. Ghosts and monsters will also social fear. Just when Yi Xingxin wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, the burly ghost in the back row moved over, squatted beside him, and asked in a low voice, Is that nursing underwear you said before really good? All for all oh. Big brother, that's for women, not for men. I know. I was trying to help my wife buy it. Oh, sorry, I misunderstood. That style is very convenient for breastfeeding. There's a secret button that opens up and you can just breastfeed without having to lift the dress up to reveal a large portion of your body. Give me the address of the store and I'll go check it out later. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Shang-xin pulling another potential customer, and wanted to say, Brother Yi, I'm afraid you're not an insurance seller in the real world. Chapter 11 Brother, don't kill me. I have money. The other ghosts in the car looked at the seated human. The crouching, burly ghost, one man and one ghost muttering something in a small, hunched voice. Just then, the vehicle pulled up again and walked up with two full-bodied, good-looking female ghosts. As soon as they got in the car, their eyes lit up and they quickly made their way to the back door location. Your name is Chen Xiaoxiao, right? Sit in the back. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at the cooked ghost and didn't dare to talk too much, obediently walking towards the back. What are you guys doing here? Yi Shangxin asked with one hand, holding the two ghosts on his lap and opening his mouth. The incoming ghosts are none other than the drown ghost and the nightclub ghost. We went shopping on Mastodon Street in this car. What are you doing out of the store? It's so dangerous outside. Nightclub ghost leaned in Yi Shangxin's arms and said worriedly, Why? The store is running low on inventory. It's not that Sister Hong asked me to order. Besides, it's not dangerous. Everyone is quite friendly, and I've even pulled in a few potential customers. Originally, the eating ghost crowd in the car thought they were looking for trouble with the living. Who knew that they were actually sitting directly in the man's arms? Look or recognize. This living man is so brave to pick up a ghost. This kind is indeed rare. I've met some living people before who were so scared to see me that they flew away. It's true what the old saying goes. If you're bold, the lady ghosts take maternity leave. Do you guys think it's true that people and ghosts can have children? So who knows? That's a problem. We might know later. That drowned ghost lives in the same neighborhood as me. We'll know after a while when we see if she's pregnant. Young people nowadays, they don't do safety measures. Is that so? Then you'll have to tell us about it when there are results. Several of the ghosts in the front row were discussing this metaphysical biological question. Are humans and ghosts reproductively isolated or not? Player Zhang Chang is dead. 4 players remain. The game's sudden beep caused Yisheng Xin and Chen Xiaoxiao to glance at each other. Don't be sad. Get into the thriller game. Live or die. I'm sorry. If I remember correctly, Zhang Chang and Chen Xiaoxiao were lovers. Zhang Chang died. I think Chen Xiaoxiao will be very sad. I'm fine. Brother Yi. We've already broken up. Chen Xiaoxiao didn't know what mood she was in right now. A little happy and a little sad. Ding. The target of the help died. Start collecting the reward. As the target has nothing. This time the reward collected is 0. Yisheng Xin froze. What does this mean? The Holy Mother's system didn't have an instruction manual either, and it wasn't intelligent yet. It would only run according to the program. However, he had a little guess in his mind. If this guess was true, then he would have to help others even more in the future. 1 player died, but the others still had to continue the game. And Yisheng Xin wasn't thinking much about anything else, and had been chatting with the drowned ghost and the nightclub ghost in whispers. Suddenly, creak, bang, bang, bang. The ghost bus breaks suddenly, and some of the unseated ghosts were thrown out and hit the reclining seats. Yi Xingxing did not suffer any serious injuries because he was holding 2 in his arms and filled the gap tightly, but his hand was squeezed. Open the door. Quick! Outside the bus. A masked ghost with a gun in his hand points and yells at the driver through the door. Not far in front of the car, there was also a masked ghost with a gun watching the driver vigilantly, shooting him down as soon as he dared to start the car. The glass of a bus can't stop bullets, and the driver had no choice but to open the door. 2 ghosts walked up to the bus with guns. Our brothers would like to borrow some money from all of you to spend. We hope you can give us face. Robber Ghost A stood by the driver's side and spoke loudly as Robber Ghost B took a pocket and started collecting money from the front row. Put everything of value on your person in the bag, and if you are searched later for hiding something, the gun in my hand will teach you what honesty means. Ding! Temporary mission. Stop the 2 ghosts from robbing. Rewards will be given out depending on the completion of the mission. Suddenly sounded the system prompt. Let Yisheng Xin just want to curse. Other people's hands but holding a gun. And is the kind of gun can be a shot to make the ghost soul flying away. How to stop their own a living person. Fear is not a gun to cool. And then turned into a ghost and then a gun. Soul flying away. Brother Yi. What to do Chen Xiaoxiao worriedly asked Yi Shengxin. The 2 of them are carrying the deposit given by Sister Hong. If the money is robbed, they can't go back to the good. We'll both try to stop them later. And you get out of the car and escape while you can. Nightclub Ghost leaned over and whispered in Yisheng Xin's ear. Listening to him, he was touched in his heart, not realizing that a ghost would risk his life to save himself, a living person. Since the system had issued a mission, it meant that he should be able to safely stop the robbery from happening, or else he was just asking himself to die. Yi Xingxin thought of the fact that he seemed to still have the rock shells given by the drowned ghosts, which could block the attacks of the stern ghosts for a bit. So look at Robber Ghost A. Highly resentful ghost. Greedy for money. Look at Robber Ghost B again. Grievous ghosts. Greedy for money and sex. Looking again at the guns in the 2 men's hands. Demon Slayer's Shadow. Revolver. Load 6. Bullet generation rate 1 per minute. Power up to Knight's full power. B stuck his gun in his pocket because he had to collect the money. Yi Xingxin already had a plan after seeing the situation clearly. He could block up to 5 rounds of bullets with the rock shells. This time was enough for him to rush to the front of the car's position. When the collector ghost comes over later, you guys try to get his attention, then take the opportunity to grab his gun, and leave the ghost at the front of the car to me. The 2 ghosts looked at him worriedly. Trust me. Wait to see the work. You just need to control the money collection ghost. Don't let him have the opportunity to shoot. At this time, the money collecting ghost walked to the front of the 3. Yi Xingxin said loudly with a scared face. Big brother, don't kill me. I'll give you the money, and these 2 beautiful ghosts are also for you, said the nightclub ghost, and drowning ghost pushed up. Also in the nightclub ghost's chest pat. That up and down fluctuation for a moment let the money collection ghost look straight. The 2 female ghosts also cooperated with the expression of fear. The ghost at the front of the car also noticed that Yi Xingxin was a human, and his eyes leaked bloodthirsty greed. You? Yes, that's the living one. Come here. Ghost A thought surprisingly enough. He came across a tasty treat. The attention of the money collecting ghosts, on the other hand, is all on the nightclub ghosts and the drowned ghosts. Yi Sheng's heart thought was surprisingly giving me a chance on my own. The other ghosts in the car were also shocked by what Yi Xingxin said, and they all revealed contemptuous gazes. Sure enough, he's a human being who is greedy for life and death, and when in danger he saves to push out his own female ghost to block the disaster. Yi Xingxin obediently walked towards the front of the car and opened his mouth to ask, "Big brother, what did you call me for? As long as you don't kill me, I can give you a lot of money." While talking, he took out money. The deposit given by Sister Hong was a full 1,000 plutonium, and took the money with both hands and handed it to Ghost A. Backdoor location. Money collection. Ghost extends hand to nightclub ghost. Chapter 12, The Ghost Bus's VIP card. Seeing that Ghost A's attention was focused on the plutonium in his hand, Yi Xingxin shouted, "Do it!" The nightclub ghost who heard the signal in the back pulled the hand that the money-collecting ghost was reaching for, and the drowned ghost gave him a full-force kick to his calf, directly putting him on the ground. The money collector's other hand panicked and threw down the sack ready to go for his gun when the nightclub ghost stomped down on his arm in a death grip. The burly ghost in the back row who had originally despised Yi Xingxin also reacted from the shock and quickly stepped forward to give a vigorous kick to the head of the money-collecting ghost. If it is not because they have a gun in their hands, dare to get on the car to rob is looking for death. Everyone's level is about the same. The battle strength is all depends on the size and strength. Bang. A gunshot made all eyes turn to the front of the car. It was Ghost A who pulled the trigger in a panic. However, he was pounced on by Yi Xingxin and pressed down dead on the hand with the gun. "Come and help." The ghosts in the front row saw that Yi Sheng had a gun in his heart, but he also controlled Ghost A and stepped forward. The old lady ghost raises her cane and smashes Ghost A's hand, breaking the wrist directly. The student ghost wisely picked up the pistol. The martyred ghost is slamming at Ghost A's head. Without their pistols, the two robbing ghosts were divided up by the angry group of ghosts in the car. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 200 Madonna points, 400 ghost chi, and 1,000 plutonium. Black stockings for robbery. Total ghost chi reaches 1,000 points. Opens the level panel and opens the buddy system. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 2. Bonus attribute points 5 inch. Friendship 0 to 10 points. Strange, 10-20 PM. Roadrunner, 20 to 50 points. Friendly, 50 to 80 points. My friend, 80 to 90 points. Intimate, 90 to 99 points. Family, 100 points. Life and death, full, cannot be lowered. Hint, the friend degree is raised to full. Automatically added to the friend bar. No matter what you do will not lower the friend degree between you, even if you fight and curse and sword fight. Tip 2, Friends of the Friend Bar. In addition to individual secret copies, can talk freely at will, and the game in the present world can be limited to 5 minutes per day. The only martial art in the world was speed. Yi Sheng Xin added all 5 attributes to speed. The current panel. Name, Yip Sheng Xin. Nickname, None. Level, 2 out of 2000. Talent, Madonna, helping others for greater rewards. Strength, 12, regular 10. Mental, 14, regular 10. Physical strength, 12, regular 10. Speed, 15, regular 10. Notre Dame point, 800. Plutonium, 3030. Friends, Drowned Ghost, Lian Shanshan, 100 life and death. Nightclub Ghost, Lumori 100 life and death. Skills, Dexterity, your words are more likely to be trusted. Eyes of Insight, easier to spot the needs of others. Item, Rock Shell, automatically resists attacks by knights and lesser ghosts, 4/5. Rope, a safety rope for bungee jumping. Knight and below cannot break free when bound. Match, when lit, can force back knights and lower ghosts, 30/30. Weight loss pills, a capsule on the effect. Everyone has a small waist, special reminder, there will be a billion points of diarrhea. Black stockings for robberies, you can use them for other things besides covering your face. Yi Xingxin did not expect the two female ghosts and their own friendliness directly pulled full, although it has cut the car, but in reality, even if the car is driving a bad car, the flip-flop as usual. Very glad that the two simple little ghosts were the ones I met in the novice copy. Although named Nightclub Ghost, it's only because he died in a nightclub. Not bad lad. I didn't think you'd dare to take on an evil spirit. Elderly ghostly Shangnan. Good friend degree 48. She admires you. If not, you are too philandering. Want to introduce their granddaughter to you to know. The Eye of Insight can now see the ghost's name directly. But what's going on behind it? How come blind dates are popular in thriller games too? Granny is joking. I'm just trying to protect myself. All the other ghosts also thanked him, and their friendliness was basically 30 points or more. That's when Driver Ghost walked up. Driver Ghost Zhang Dachang. Friendliness 50. He appreciates you stopping the robbery and avoiding being punished by the company. Little brother, thank you so much. You must take this, said the man, handing over a blood-stained card. Ghost Bus's VIP card, an identity card issued by Ghost Bus. with which you can travel for free on all buses within the thriller game. All bus drivers will offer you some degree of assistance. This is a good thing, although the money saved is not much, but the key thing is that the driver can provide help. And in the future, when you encounter a situation in the car, it will be safer. Thanks for the gift, Brother Zhang. Big brother, here's the pistol I just picked up for you. Student Ghost Su Menglan, friend level 58. She admires you. Thank you, little sister. Now Yi Xingxin had 2 pistols in his hand, which he gave to the 2 ghosts in exchange for 2 fragrant kisses. Chen Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded the entire time, and hadn't even slowed down until now. At the mighty Ghost Street station, Yi Xingxin got off the bus with 1 person and 2 ghosts, said goodbye to the ghosts on the bus and left the station. A living man? What's his deal? That close to a busload of ghosts? This is a big man, followed by 2 beautiful ghosts and a living woman. Really raw and cold. Can't mess with it, can't mess with it. The ghosts and monsters waiting at the station looked at Yi Shangxin and his party and talked. Walking down the street for more than 100 meters, he came to the destination of this time, because the 2 ghosts followed and came to deliver the money. He didn't encounter any difficulties, and completed the ordering task easily. Brother Yi, are we going back now? Surrounded by ghosts more frightening than those seen in the store, Chen Xiaoxiao shrank behind Yi Xingxin and pulled his clothes. The 2 ghosts don't react to other women touching them, no thanks to their full friendliness. It's good to get out and see more. The thriller games later on can be much more difficult than in the newbie store. What a few people encountered this time could be considered the easiest novice copy. Only 1 person died halfway through the time, or because he kept making his own deaths. It's not as horrible as the rumors circulating on the internet. The predecessor died of a grudge. The 2 men and 2 ghosts then strolled around the fierce ghost street full of evil ghosts, and when they saw something interesting, Yi Xingxin would buy a little bit to give to the 2 ghosts. You guys should get back. There won't be a return bus any later. Lian Chanqian suddenly opened her mouth and reminded. Alright, that's enough shopping for today. Let's go back to the store and turn in our quests. Back at the station, just as a ghost bus pulls up and stops. As soon as Yi Xingxin got into the car, the driver sensed the VIP card on him, nodded his head in a friendly manner, and handed over a cigarette. Colored butterfly smoke. Thriller gains cheapest tobacco. Weekly increases ghostly aura. Yi Shangxin, who originally didn't smoke, saw the hint and reached out to take it, just as he still had matches in his backpack. Take it out and light it first for the driver and then for yourself. Leaning on the railing next to the driver, he chatted. After a few more minutes of waiting and no ghosts getting on the bus, the driver slammed the door and hit the gas to start. Chapter 13, Evil Ghosts. Passing through the wasted cell, Lian Chanqian and Lu Moe arrived at the station to get off. Yi Xingxin and Chen Xiaoxiao returned to the clothing store. It was just about time to leave work, and Sister Hong started checking the accounts for payroll. Everyone stood by Sister Hong's side waiting for her briefing. You're back. The goods have been delivered. You've done a great job. Sister Red first complimented the 2 who had gone to order the goods and then had them stand in line to start announcing today's paychecks. Wang Wei, turnover 270, salary 30-inch. Fei Li, turnover 300, salary 30. Chen Xiaoxiao, order successful, salary 30, bonus 200-inch. Yi Shangxin, order successful, salary 30, bonus 200-inch. New stock arrived today. I hope you guys can sell more tomorrow. The last 2 days haven't been as good as before, so keep an eye on them all. After Sister Hong left, Wang Wei and Li Fei Fei had a horrified expression on their faces. What's wrong with you guys? Why this kind of expression? Yi Xingxin asked in puzzlement. Sister Hong didn't say anything terrible, right? An evil spirit came today. If it wasn't for Sister Hong's timely appearance, the 2 of us would probably be dead. Look, saying that, Wang Wei raised his hand. It was only then that Yi Xingxin realized that he had been bitten off by something below his little arm, and the break was jagged. What kind of evil spirit is it? Just came in like a regular customer, but when he was asked to pay after picking, he was picking left and right and just didn't want to pay. So I said one more thing about paying for things and he just bit me. Perhaps it was because the past few days had gone relatively smoothly, making Wang Wei more or less careless and not avoiding it. What about you? And what are you in for? Wang Wei was almost eaten. Then what was Li Fei Fei because of? Gulp. I hosted a male ghost today, and Sister Hong didn't seem to dare offend him, and when he was leaving he said he'd come to pick me up tomorrow and take me to his house. Then what are you afraid of? Maybe it's a hidden mission? After he left, Sister Hong told me that he is the descendant of some big man. He likes to abuse and kill living women. No one who was taken away by him in the past survived. Oh, I don't want to die yet. Brother Yi, save me. I can listen to you and everything. The way Yi Sheng Xian had been behaving made Li Fei Fei look like she had grabbed the last straw. She thought that only Yi Sheng Xian could save her now. The others? Now they couldn't even take care of themselves. Originally, Yi Xingxin wasn't prepared to help. After all, he didn't know what level of evil spirit was looking at her. But the system obviously didn't want to make it that easy for him. And for the first time, he issued a mission. Ding! Mission issued, Evil Spirits of Color. Quest details: Ghost second generation Zhang Chengdong usually relies on his father Zhang Guoqing's high strength and bullies his way through the city. Recently, Zhang Guoqing was attacked by an enemy with his life when he made a breakthrough, and was seriously injured and dying. Fearing that others would know about his father's injury, Zhang Chengdong deliberately rampaged through the neighborhood in order to keep prying enemies from making a move. Mission requirement: stop Fei Li from being taken away by Zhang Chengdong. Quest reward, issued according to completion. It's natural to take on a task if you have one. Don't worry. I'll help you tomorrow when he gets here. Thank you, Yi. Seeing that Yi Sheng Xian agreed to help Li Fei Fei, Wang Wei wanted to open his mouth and say something. Something wrong with the old king? I want to ask you to borrow some plutonium to buy a hand. My paycheck is still 100 short before it's enough, Wang Wei said with embarrassment. Hey, how big a deal? Yi Xingxin directly pulled out 150 medals and handed it to him. Finish buying your hands and buy some food to make up for the rest. Although Wang Wei was only bitten off one of his hands, he had lost a lot of blood, and if he didn't buy something good to replenish it, he probably wouldn't last the last 2 days. Thank you, Yi. I'll give you all the rewards when we pass the level. You're welcome. We're all humans. It's only right to help each other. With the hint from the system, Yi Sheng Xian walked to eat. After eating, Yi Sheng Xian returned to his room and prepared for the lottery. I had just turned on the system when I heard a knock on the window. What brings you here? Yi Xingxin opened the window and let Lian Shanshan and Lu Moi come in. Of course it's because I miss you. Now a day without seeing you is unbearable. Lu Moi's cartwheel whisked right past Yi Xingxin's face. Dying IU. Lian Shanshan heard Lu Moi's blunt words, and a blush floated up on her miserably white face. Che, what's there to be ashamed of? We've done everything. What's there to be shy about? Don't you want to? Lu Moi said with a big grin. Instead, she was a little amused at her best friend's shyness. After Wang Wei bought the arm, he bought some medicine to replenish blood, and after eating it, he lay down and fell asleep early. After all, he had lost too much blood and was weak. Li Fei Fei in the room again worried about whether Yi Sheng Xian would help himself tomorrow. After all, if he were to be replaced by himself and offend an evil spirit for no reason, he would definitely not help. But it's not like you have anything to show for yourself. At this time, Yi Sheng Xian's room was singing and dancing vigorously, knocking on Yi Sheng Xian's room door before it was time for curfew. If you want to ask for help, you naturally have to pay something. And Li Fei Fei was ready for it. The two little female ghosts were not surprised by her arrival. On the contrary, it was Li Fei Fei who was startled to see two female ghosts emitting holy light in the room. She thought that a ghost had sneaked in and was devouring Yi Sheng Xian's body. However, after fixing her eyes on it, she realized that it was one she had seen before. And although she was surprised in her heart that Yi Xingxin had played quite a fancy game, she did not have the fear she had before. For Yi Xingxin, it was a brand new experience of alternating hot and cold. And the same was true for Li Fei Fei, but she was the one responsible for warming up the cold. The next morning, the two little female ghosts had already left, and when Yi Xingxin got up, he saw Li Fei Fei, who was a little pale but a little flushed, staring at himself. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, Fei Li said hoarsely. Hearing her voice, Yi Xingxin did not feel too surprised. After all, putting a piece of ice suddenly into the hand, it was an individual who would be shocked out of his mouth. Not to mention a more fragile position than the hand. He didn't have any good ideas for treating a muffled voice, so he could only explain that she should drink more hot water. But Fei Li obviously wanted to recover as quickly as possible, so she found herself a faucet to drink from. An hour later, Yi Xingxin left from the dormitory, and only a few minutes after he left did Li Fei Fei quietly return to her room. Yi Xingxin chatted with the vending machine for a while and finished his breakfast, then returned to the store and greeted the others before coming to the area he was responsible for. In his heart, he was also thinking about how to help Li Fei Fei solve Zhang Chengdong's problem. Chapter 14, Shooting Ghost Zhang Chengdong. Because he was not sure when Zhang Chengdong would come over, Yi Xingxin took a set of clothes directly after going to work and put down 200 plutonium coins to complete today's minimum sales. Coming to the men's section first puts Fei Li's mind at ease. Although Yi Xingxin didn't consider himself to be a great person, but with all the benefits received, he naturally had to help with all his heart. Because Zhang Chang died, Sister Hong in the lingerie area got a ghost to come over and take charge. Sick Ghost King Red Moon. Friendship level 5. Timid, tender, afraid of the living. The prompt made Yi Xingxin's jaw drop as he watched. There were even ghosts that were afraid of people. When Wan Hongyu saw Yi Sheng Xin walking over, her face turned whiter and whiter. For this old sales clerk, she also heard Sister Hong mention it, and it was said that she had won the store's sales reward for several consecutive days. Yi, brother, hello. Well, hello, if you get into trouble you can ask me for help. Okay, Yi Xingxin saw that she was so scared that she was about to faint and hurriedly left. If you're so afraid of the living, you'll die of fear if you meet a vicious-looking ghost. Shortly after Yi Xingxin left, a strong, fierce-looking male ghost walked into the underwear section. You have a kind of nursing underwear here? Yes sir. May I ask what size you want? Wan Hongyue skillfully received the male ghost. I don't know what size it is, but it's about this big. The male ghost gestured at his chest, and Wang Hongyue nodded, taking out several different styles of nursing underwear from the counter. There are ones with lace trim, soft materials, and sexy styles. Look sir, these are all the right size. Which one would you like please? The first time to buy women's underwear male ghosts directly asked confused. Originally thought that breastfeeding underwear is only one kind. Over to pay for the buy on the line. Did not realize that there are also materials and styles. Is there a living person named Jisheng Xin in your store? You call him over. I'm sorry sir, I can't leave the counter during work. You can follow this direction. Yi should be in the middle-aged section now. Although the male ghost was menacing, he was polite and after saying thank you, he came to the senior section. The place was empty. Where is everyone? The little girl shouldn't be lying to me. Gu, you're here Lao. Sorry. I just left for a bit. The male ghost is none other than Zhao Dongsheng, the burly ghost who sat in the back of the bus. Older brother. I came over to buy nursing underwear, but the little girl gave me a big talk and I don't understand. You come to help me recommend a style. Zhao Dongsheng, friendliness 51. The nursing underwear he bought for his daughter-in-law is not for easy feeding of the child. Seeing the prompt, Yi Sheng Xin expressed his understanding. Bring Zhao Dongsheng to the underwear area. Let Wang Hongyue take out one of each style. One of the lace models, and a sexy style with little material was left by Yi Xingxin. Older brother. These two should be more suitable for sister-in-law. Zhao Dongsheng nodded his head. He didn't understand this either. It was good to have someone to help make the decision. The payment took the 2 pieces of underwear that were wrapped and excused himself and left. Yi, brother is awesome. Do it by heart, you can do it too. For this kind of customer who doesn't know what style to pick, you can just help him make his choice. As long as he really wants to buy, he will pay. Yi Xingxin left the underwear area and returned to his senior area. Wang Hongyue looked at his back with a look of adoration, worthy of being the one who could win the pin. After waiting all morning and not waiting for Zhang Chengdong who came over to look for trouble, Yi Xingxin came to the men's clothing area and asked Li Feifei, did he say when he would come today? No, he just said he'd be over today. Near the end of the day, a young male ghost with dyed yellow hair and a flowery outfit walked into the store. Zhang Chengdong, the ghost of the gun. Friendship -20, colorful, continues to act arrogant and cause trouble outside for fear of his father's injuries being known to his opponents. Perhaps sensing Zhang Chengdong's arrival, Sister Hong also came down from upstairs. Mr. Zhang is here. This is a little token of my appreciation. With that, Sister Hong took out a white bag and handed it to Zhang Chengdong. Cut the crap. Where's the woman I said I'd take yesterday? Let her come here. This, Mr. Zhang. He's just a small waiter. You see. What? You're a ghost and you're pleading for the living? If you don't bring the person here, I'll smash your store. For those who don't know, Zhang Chengdong's acting is very good, which is not at all like the performance of the leaning down of the mountain. With his performance in the past few days, he had really made Zhang's opponents not dare to take things lightly. Yo, this is the famous ghost 2 Zhang Chengdong Zhang Gongzi. What did you just say? You want to smash Sister Hong's store? Let's see if you do it. Yi Sheng Xin heard the conversation between the 2 ghosts and walked over. Little Yi, go back. There's nothing for you here, Sister Hong nervously said to Yi Xingxin. When Zhang Chengdong heard Yi Xingxin's words, his heart snapped, but he still reacted quickly. It was impossible for a living person to know about his dad's affairs, as long as he acted a little tougher. Sister Hong, a small stern ghost, wouldn't dare to stop himself. A living man dares to talk to me like this. Is he tired of living? Although little master, I only like to kill women, but I can also kill any man that comes to my door. Is that so? Without a backer, you still dare to go out and be so arrogant. You really have a lot of guts. You, what are you babbling about? Sister Hong, I don't like this living person. If you kill him, I won't come to your store for trouble in the future. Otherwise, humph. Watching Zhang Chengdong's face become unnatural after Yi Xingxin said something, Sister Hong could also see that something was wrong. It's been a while since I've seen Boss Zhang. I wonder how his old man is doing. My father is in good health. And the day before yesterday he called a couple of female ghosts from a nightclub to serve him at home. You don't talk nonsense. Now kill this living man and bring that woman to me, and I won't give you any trouble. Mr. Zhang, you haven't been this polite to me before. Sister Hong had already determined that something was wrong with Zhang. Otherwise, if she had asked more questions, Zhang Chengdong would have already slapped her over. Zhang Chengdong could never have imagined that he would be exposed because of a living person, putting down a harsh sentence and turning around. Sister Hong was also afraid that Zhang was fine and would come over to look for trouble later, so she didn't dare to force Zhang Chengdong to stay. But how could Yixing Xin let him go just like that? Directly taking out the bungee cord from the item bar, he tied Zhang Chengdong up in 3 tries. You dare to take a shot at me? When my father comes, I'll make your life worse than death, and you can't beg for death. Ever since he saw that Zhang Chengdong was a shot ghost, Yi Xingxin knew that this bastard was no good in life. If it was shot by mistake, it wouldn't be the word shot. Your father coming? He's struggling to get out of the house right now, and it's doubtful he'll live through tomorrow. From the moment Yi Xingxin said that Zhang Chengdong did not have a backer, he sensed a movement outside the door. When Zhang Guoqing had an accident, his opponent would naturally send someone to follow Zhang Chengdong to check out the truth. And now that he was tested by Sister Hong, the person outside the door naturally reported back and went to find Zhang Guoqing's trouble. Yi Xingxin took out the pistol that Lian Shanshan had specifically left behind last night and pointed it at Zhang Chengdong's head. You died from a gunshot in your life. Now I'm using a gun to send you on your way. It's good enough for you. No, please. Bang. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, the colorful stern ghost. Rewarded with 100 Holy Mother points, 200 Ghost Chi, 1000 plutonium coins, bloodstained stockings *5, bloodstained underwear *5, and crystals of wrong souls *1 inch. Chapter 15, The Road to 1,000 Armies in a Victimized Cell. Bloodstained stockings, stockings worn by women who have died from abuse, filled with resentment, and when worn, increase the ghostly aura of the female ghost. Bloodstained set, 1/2. Bloodstained undergarment, undergarment worn by a woman who died from abuse, filled with resentment, and when worn, increases the ghostly aura of a female ghost, 1/2. Crystals of injustice, crystals coalesced from unjust souls who died from abuse, can be used by those who help them avenge their deaths, increasing their own ghostly aura by 500 points. Crystallization is used directly, and the ghostly aura is now level 2, 702/2000, and the bloodstained set is a great gift. His own 2 little girl ghosts were naturally 1 set for each ghost, and he kept the remaining 3 sets to give away, or sell them to others when he went out. I can't believe you just killed him. Do you know who his father is? This is trouble. Rest assured. Sister Hong. His father is also in trouble. Forget it, it's happened. There's no use saying anything else. By the way, where did you get your pistol? I went to order earlier and met a robbing ghost on the way. Then the whole bus of ghosts killed them and the pistol was picked up by me. You're so lucky. By the way, for the last 2.5 days, you don't have to sell goods in the store. Your mission is completed ahead of schedule. Sister Hong said quietly. Wouldn't dare let him stay in the store any longer. He wouldn't be enough to shoot himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng Xin froze, not expecting that his journey as a novice in the thriller game had ended early. Thanks to Sister Hong for taking care of me these past few days. Let me give you a small gift. With that, he pulled out a bloodstained suit. Sister Hong, who originally wanted to push back, swallowed back what she wanted to say after seeing the effect of the suit. Then I'll make myself at home, and for the last time, you can stay at the store or go somewhere else. Come to the store sometime later. Yi Xingxin took a look at Sister Hong's friendliness, and after delivering the set again, it reached 60, which was quite high. When it was time to get off work, Wang Wei, Li Fei Fei, and Chen Xiaoxiao saw Yi Sheng Xian getting ready to go out and thought that he was going to buy lunch, so they hurriedly came over. Brother Yi, Li Fei Fei wanted to say, Fifi, your business is settled, so spend the rest of the day working with your heart, and I'll be on my way. Hearing Yi Xingxin's words, Li Fei Fei was first delighted, then with a tremor in her heart she hurriedly asked, where are you going, Brother Yi? Sister Red said my mission ended early, so I'm going to look around. The 3 froze. It could still be like this? Watching Yi Xingxin leave without hesitation, his heart sighed with emotion. Is this the big brother? In the world of ghosts and monsters still dare to run around? Absolute. Ever since Sister Hong finished speaking, Yi Xingxin contacted the 2 ghosts, Lian Chanxian and Lu Moi, in the friends section. I heard that he was free for the rest of the day and gave him his home address. It just so happened that Lu Moi's grandfather had said before that he wanted to meet Yi Sheng Xin. Familiar bus, familiar old driver. 1 man and 1 ghost gossiped all the way to the Wasted Death neighborhood. Lian Chanxian and Lu Moi were already waiting at the entrance of the neighborhood. The ghost security guards didn't stop the two women from bringing a living person into the neighborhood. After all, there have been ghosts in the past who would bring food in and out. That's a living person, right? A gamer too? Surprisingly, from outside the neighborhood? The two players who were cleaning the neighborhood looked at Yi Sheng Xin, who was following the female ghost, with a shocked expression. Brother Yi, let's go to my house first, and after we meet my grandfather, we'll stay at Chanxian's house at night. Lian Chanxian is living alone, more suitable for cutting car skills. Yi Xingxin naturally agreed in a hurry. At Lu Moi's house, Yi Sheng Xin met her grandfather, Lu Qianjun. Friendliness 20. For his granddaughter has found a home. The old man's heart is still very happy, but afraid that you are too drifting, decided to scare you a little. Humph. You're the kid who hooked up with my granddaughter as well as Lian Yao. Not a little bit of guts. Grandpa is joking. I and Mori, Xian Xian are destined to meet each other. With her skillful tongue, and knowing that the old man wasn't really angry, Yi Xingxin quickly coaxed the old man to laugh. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. I won't say anything more about you guys. I hope you won't make the two girls sad or I won't let you off the hook. Lu Qianjun released his aura as he spoke. Yi Xingxin was almost pressed to kneel on the ground. The old man was at least at the level of a red coat. Grandpa, what are you doing? Ouch. Lu Moi pulled the old man's arm and pouted. Even Chanxian looked at Yi Xingxin with a worried face, fearing that he would be injured. Come on, your elbows are out in the street. In the underworld, to the extent that there is no requirement to say that you can only find one woman, as long as you are strong enough, whether voluntarily or by force. No one cares how many you can find. The law of the jungle is totally practiced here. Yi Xingxin took out a set of white practicing clothes for the elderly. It was the clothes bought in the morning in order to help Fei Li and spend money to brush up on her performance. There's no use keeping it. Now take it out to brush up on the old man's friendliness. After the words and gifts, Lu Qianjuan's friendliness level also reached 45 points. Brother Yi, let's go to Chanxian's house to clean up the room. After giving Lu Qianjun a word that he wouldn't be coming back to stay at night, Lu Moi took one person and one ghost and went out. Lu Moi's house is building 7, and Lian Chanxian's house is in building 4. You'll even say hello when you meet a neighbor on the road. The two women have lived here for decades, and the neighborhood is full of acquaintances. On the way, Yi Xingxin also saw a few players with missing arms and legs, some doing cleaning, and some delivering things at home. However, he didn't ask much. After all, they were all strangers, and the system hadn't released any relevant quests. When I arrived at Lian Chanxian's house, Building 4, Room 404, the entrance was a huge bathtub. A bathtub in the living room is probably the only thing a drowned man would do. Chanxian's house has a big bed and another one is a waterbed. Which one does Yi want to experience? Kids make choices. I'll take all the adults, hosting it. Let's start with the waterbed. Lu Moi pulled Yi Xingxin, as familiar as if she was in her own home, to the bedroom. A pink circular waterbed that rippled when pressed. Wait a minute. I'll give you a present. Taking out 2 bloodstain sets surprised the two ghosts. Straight to his face, he began to change it. The tops are fine, but the bloodstained stockings can surprisingly change color at will when you change them. One control turns into white silk and one control turns into black silk. On the white stockings, a pattern of bright red blood greatly stimulated Yi Sheng Xian's nerves. From the waterbed to the queen-sized bed to the bathtub, Yi Sheng Xian said that he couldn't drive anymore or the 2 engines would be scrapped. Lying on the bed, Yi Xingxin remembered that there has been no time to complete the lottery. Looked at it, can draw 9 times, directly open the hole. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 500 plutonium coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 points of attributes. Ding! Congratulations! The host has drawn white crane cigarettes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 30 pounds of carrion dog food. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing Ghost Chi 300-inch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Ghost Weapon Slingshot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Ghost AI Velvet. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the technique, the Founder's Yin Yang technique. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Ghost Weapon Conditioning Whip. Chapter 16, Getting to Know Your Neighbors. The 5 attributes drawn are all added to stamina, followed by the drawn items. White Crane House cigarettes can increase ghostly aura by a small amount, 20/20. Carrion dog food, literally. Dog's favorite, 30 pounds. Ghost Weapon Slingshot, after pulling it apart, it consumes ghost energy to generate projectiles, equivalent to a full force blow from a grudge ghost. The last 3 made the corners of Yi Sheng Xian's mouth twitch. Ghost Wormwood, needed from the underworld's wormwood, 5 pounds, I'm guessing you'll need it later. Mugwort is a kind of Chinese medicine. Whether it is to repel mosquitoes, or to cure diseases. There are many uses, but it is not clear what effect it has when you add the word ghost. Kung Fu, square inch yin and yang technique, square inch, harmonize yin and yang. Isn't this the dual cultivation technique? And the last one. Are you serious? Ghost weapon conditioning whip. The whipped ghost or monster feels pleasure and a small increase in ghostly aura. After drawing the prize, Yi Xingxin fell into a deep sleep smelling the mixed body fragrance. After all, driving is exhausting. Let alone driving for 3 hours straight at such a high intensity that a traffic cop would have to stop you to give you a break. The sleeping Yi Xingxin was pushed awake by Lian Qianqian. Brother Yi, get up and eat something before you sleep. Yi Xingxin also felt that he was famished, and the large amount of physical exertion was in dire need of energy replenishment. Walking into the living room, the table had been cleared and set for dinner. Try it. It took us 2 hours to make. While Yi Xingxin was sleeping, the two ghosts went out to buy vegetables and came back to start preparing them. A goji berry yam and silver ear soup. A great tonic. A ghost-free whip soup contains the essence of ghost tiger, ghost deer and ghost sea dog. A dish of seaweed roasted ghost clams. Nourishing. There are other nourishing dishes as well. Gulp. Yi Xingxin nervously swallowed his saliva and said, "You guys aren't afraid to patch me up and blow me up. It's okay, Yi, I can help you anytime." Lu Mori licked her lips as she spoke. Should not say. The things of the underworld is complimentary. After a meal, Yi Xingxin feels that his waist is not sore, his legs do not hurt, and he has the strength to drive. But although the body recovers, but it cannot be too much, Yi Xingxin decided to go outside to walk around, learn more about the situation in the underworld. After all, before has been in the novice copy, the understanding of the underworld is too one-sided. For Yi Xingxin's decision, Lian Qianqian and Lu Mei are supportive. After all, in the future he will enter the underworld. It is impossible to be around the two ghosts all the time. If you don't know anything about the underworld, you may die in the copy at any time, so that the two ghosts will become widowed ghosts at a young age, which is not good. Brother Yi, I'll take you to meet the neighbors first. Lian Qianqian and Lu Mei changed their clothes, and one of them crossed one of Yi Xingxin's arms and walked out of the room. Lian Qianqian lives in building 4, 4th floor, room 404. This floor currently has 5 other households. Bang, bang, is Uncle Qian home? I'm Qian Qian. Lian Qianqian tapped the door of the room across 405 and shouted. Lu Mei, on the other hand, introduced with Yi Xingxin. This resident is Qian Daiyou, the owner of a slaughterhouse. Chirp or peep, of small birds. The door to the room opened and a somewhat balding middle-aged male ghost stepped out. Cross-top undershirt, large pants, flip-flops, a hideous slash on his neck. Qian girl, what? Are you here to deliver meat to your Uncle Qian? Qian Daiyou said and saw Yi Xingxin on the side. His eyes were glowing and he surveyed from head to toe. Not bad, not bad. Top quality human flesh. Can be sold for a good price. Qian Daiyou, friendliness -10. Owner of the one-knife slaughterhouse, accidentally killed by workers who demanded money for their debts because of poor management and defaulted on wages. What are you talking about, Uncle Qian? This is my boyfriend. You might hit him. Lian Qianqian's words caused Qian Daiyou to freeze and spoke. How did you find a living boyfriend? They are either short-lived and die in a few days, or they leave and never come back, so you have to be careful of being cheated. Wasted sell often come to players, either cannot live 7 days, or 7 days after the pass to leave, never to return. Qian Daiyou worried about this little girl he watched grow up to be cheated. Humph. Yi wouldn't lie to me. If you keep saying that, I'll ignore you. Fine, fine. I won't say any more, okay? Although Qian Daiyou said on his lips that he wouldn't say anything, his face was close to writing distrust directly on it. Yi Xingxin hurriedly took out cigarettes from his backpack and handed one over. Uncle Qian, first time meeting, my name is Yi Xingxin, from outside the neighborhood. You're from outside the neighborhood? So possible? Qian Daiyou expressed his disbelief. The average player would not dare to leave his copy. After all, in the copy, the ghosts and monsters still have to abide by the rules. As long as they don't violate the rules, it's relatively safe. But out of his copy, the ghosts and monsters can kill the players at will, unless you are strong. But Yi Xingxin was only level 2. Qian Daiyou could see through it with a single glance, and with this strength, he would be killed by the ghosts and monsters in minutes when he went out. I work at the Clothes Don't Go Clothes clothing store, and Sister Red said I was doing a good job and let me finish early. Uncle Qian, what Brother Yi said is true. Qianqian and I met Brother Yi at Sister Hong's store. Lu Moe on the side also said helpfully. Qian Daiyou then believed that Yi Xingxin had come in from outside the neighborhood, which was still the first one he had encountered. Looks like you kid has something. I hope you'll be nicer to Qianqian. Otherwise, you won't be able to hang around in the underworld. Don't worry, Uncle Qian. I will always be good to Qianqian. After a few more words, Qian Dao returned to the room. After that, Lian Qianxian brought Yi Xingxin to know the other two ghosts. There were two other households that were at work during the day and were not at home. Brother Yi, I'll take you to get to know the security guards and property managers of the neighborhood again, and ask them to get you an access card, so you can freely enter and exit the neighborhood in the future. Going out for a turn. With the cigarette in his hand and the skill of coquettishness, Yi Xingxin brushed the friendliness of the ghosts he saw to about 30. At the very least, lone encounters with them wouldn't shout and fight. It's that player from yesterday. He can actually joke with the ghosts in the neighborhood? We enter the game are careful. Try to avoid the ghost to go. Others can be called brother and brother. Are 9 years of compulsory education? Do the gap between the players how to be so big pinch. The two players in charge of cleaning the neighborhood ducked to the side of the road to talk in whispers. Yi Xingxin naturally saw them as well, and nodded as a greeting. In the evening, one of the two ghosts returned to Building 7, Lu Mori's house for dinner. Kid, living people and ghosts are not the same. They need to know moderation. Although Yi Xingxin had eaten a good meal to replenish last night's consumption, as an old Chinese doctor, Lu Qianjun could still tell at a glance that Yi Xingxin's body was a bit weak. It was already more consuming to be a human and a ghost than a human and a human, let alone two ghosts. Two beautiful, commanding female ghosts who could do all sorts of maneuvers at will. Yi Xingxin was set old face red. After all, one of the female ghosts is still the granddaughter of the old man. To say this kind of thing in front of the face, to his face skin cannot stand a little. Chapter 17, White Cut Black's Madonna System. After accompanying the old man to dinner, he returned to room 404, which was Yi Xingxin's last night in the novice copy. 2.5 hours after arriving home. Brother Yi, you're leaving tomorrow, right? Lu Moi looked at Yi Shengxin and asked softly. Lian Qianxian on the other side also looked at him with a face of reluctance. That's right, it's time tomorrow, but don't worry, I'll be back. Yi Shengxin's assurance caused smiles to bloom on their faces, but after all, there was going to be a long period of time where they wouldn't be able to see each other. And the little ghosts naturally wouldn't let Yi Shengxin go to bed early so easily. The gong method that Yi Xingxin had learned also happened to want to try out the effect, so it naturally ran. When he rested, Yi Shengxin felt that this time he wasn't as tired as before, and his ghost chi had grown by 200 points. Yeah, brother Yi, my ghost chi has actually improved quite a bit. Me too. This is because I have obtained a cultivation technique that not only improves my strength, but also relieves the fatigue of exercise. Lian Qianxian and Lu Mai didn't ask about the origin of the gongfu. Instead, they looked at Yi Xingxin with anticipation in their eyes, and their eyes were almost drawn. What's the point of resting here? Of course it's important to improve your strength. With such a good gongfu, there was no need to waste it too much. After dawn, Yi Xingxin looked at his level that had been raised again, and was very happy in his heart, and the drowned ghost and the nightclub ghost, because they had received a large amount of ghost chi boosts, their bodies were somewhat unable to control on their own, and they were lying softly on the side. Looking at his level, he could break through to the grieving ghost level in 2 more levels. Players completing the novice copy and selecting to enter the thriller game again will open the leveling module. Up to 50 levels, with every 5 levels corresponding to a stage of the ghost. Levels 0 to 5 correspond to the traveling soul level. Levels 6 to 10 correspond to the grieving ghost level. Levels 11 to 15 correspond to the nightly ghost level. And so on. He had opened his level early, and when he went through another copy, he should be able to break through. You know, the average player can have 1 less copy of Ghost Aura than yourself. This novice copy quest is over and settlement begins. Number of survivors of this game, 4. Individual mission completion for this game, 90%. Evaluation of this game, S. Reward a treasure chest of spiteful ghosts. Reward Ghost Chi 500. Detected that the player has opened the level early. Reward conversion Ghost Chi compensation 300. Reward of 500 plutonium coins. Evaluation of the chief of this copy, favorable comment. Extra reward of Ghost Chi 100. Plutonium 100. 1 treasure box of wandering souls. The entire team behind Thriller Games thanks you for your participation and looks forward to seeing you again. Entering the player space in 5 minutes. You can return to the present world at any time within the player space. Ding! Detected players starting to settle. The Holy Mother system started to collect rewards from the players who were helped by the host. The host can choose to collect/not collect. Receive a payoff percentage of 70% to 90% of the player's settlement reward. By choosing not to collect, the system compensates the host with the appropriate number of Holy Mother points at 10% of the final reward of the player being collected. Player, Wang Wei. Player, Fifi Li. Player, Chen Xiao Xiao. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi Sheng's heart secretly said, sure enough, this Holy Mother is a white-cut black Holy Mother. From the previous hints after Zhang Chang's death, Yi Xingxin realized that this system of his might mess up. It seems that Wang Wei still owes me money. He didn't even mention it when he left, and the system collects 90% of Wang Wei's reward. Ding! The reward has been collected. Gain Ghost Chi 360, Plutonium 90-inch. Xiao Xiao seems to say that she won't participate in the game anymore in the future, so there's no use for her to keep the plutonium. The system collects 70% of Chen Xiaoxiao's reward. Yi Xingxin also left her a little extra so that she could still change some money to spend. The ratio of plutonium to real money is 1 to 1000. Ding! The reward has been collected. Gained Ghost Chi 240, Plutonium 70-inch. As for Fei Li, how can I say that I slept with someone else? So I won't be charged. Yi Sheng Xian still has a little conscience, though not much. Ding! Compensate Madonna points 40. Looking at the reward in hand, Yi Xingxin revealed an unscrupulous smile. It is true that good people have good rewards. There were also 2 game bonus treasure chests in hand, all of which I chose to open. The rewards were better than nothing. A wandering spirit level ghost artifact, a hard wooden stick, and an opening for a grudge level ghost artifact, the faceless face. The wooden stick is of little use. The mask is an all-white solid color that works to block probes up to night level. There are effects but not many. Putting on the mask, Yi Sheng Xian chose to enter player space. Here, players can trade, either by setting up stalls or by using the game-raising trading houses. It's worth saying that it's surprisingly possible to connect the player's real-life bank card here. On the other hand, Wang Wei, who was out of the game, was cursing as he looked at the little ghost chi and plutonium he had left. Who suffers when the checkout is still good and you're left with a 10th straight out of the game? Yi Xingxin hadn't seen so many living people for 7 days, and looked at the stalls and shoppers here. However, the main thing now was to get out 2 useless ghost weapons. He could remember that he had given all his money to Scourge before entering the game, and there was no work before. So if I don't get some money, I'm afraid I'll starve to death if I go out there. First, he turned around and tried to explore the market price, only to find that there wasn't a single ghost weapon. Another look at the trading line, a water of low-grade ghost weapons, the price of the old scary, and half a day without a deal. New players can't afford it, old players can't use it, and it's just chicken. Forget it, just sell it for some money, just enough for a few days. Anyway, Yi Sheng Xian had decided to continue the game, and casually sell some money so that he wouldn't starve to death. 2 ghost weapons at a low price. Bring your price if you want them, only for 10 minutes. Yi Sheng Xian shouted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Someone is selling a ghost weapon. Looks like a newcomer. Go over and see if you can pick up a leak. Dude, what grade? How much? Yi Sheng Xian took out a wooden stick and a slingshot and set up a display. Player space doesn't do any damage, just like the safe zones in normal online games. In the past, a female player wanted to use this to trade in yellow, but it turned out that there was really no harm in touching it at all, and she couldn't even finish taking off her clothes. Even if you take your clothes off, the game is still snug with inoperable fall coats and pants. Very amazing. 1 second or thigh-bearing shorts. Once off, immediately on the body appeared a pair of loose fall pants. Do not give the slightest chance to rub the edge. How about I offer 100 plutonium for that slingshot? A grieving ghost level ghost weapon and you want to take it for 100? Bro, he's screwing you over. I'll offer 150-inch. Gentlemen, this time we only want real money, not plutonium. Chapter 18, Relevant Departments, meeting Li Fei Fei again. Crap, come on, someone is selling ghost weapons here, or trading in cash. Hearing that it wasn't a plutonium deal, some of those short of money began to recruit their friends. After all, not all players have a lot of money in their pockets. Most of them are still ordinary people, and many of them just choose to become full-fledged players for the sake of their family's better life. In the end, the Grievous Ghost Grade Slingshot sold for a whopping $800, 000 cash. The Wandering Spirit Grade Sticks also sold for $200k. When converted to plutonium, it's way over the limit. The Slingshot can only deal with the Grudge Ghost class and the Wandering Spirit class for about 500-600 plutonium. Although the exchange ratio between plutonium and cash is 1 to 1000, few people will sell plutonium. Except for those players who are no longer in the game and only sell the pitifully small amount of plutonium from the newbie copies. After turning around and not finding what he needed, Yi Sheng Xian chose to exit the game and return to reality. It was still inside his own rented room, and judging by the dust, time should be the same in both worlds. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. Yi Xingxin froze. It should not be time to pay the rent. Who? Mr. Yi. Hello, we're from the state authorities. Please open the door. Looking through the cat's eye, 2 uniformed youths outside the door, perhaps sensing movement in the cat's eye, pulled an ID from their arms. Mr. Yi can check my identity number in the official forum. Since the advent of gamers, there are those who by means of which they can know the location of newcomers and the time they come out, will come to the door to scam medals, ghost weapons and other game items. Even most of them not only want money, but also harm lives. That's why official warnings are topped in so many places on the internet. And people who come to the door of the authorities must show their ID and number. The numbers are all disposable, and a brand new one will be issued for each mission to ensure that no one will be able to fake their way through the scam. Of course it can't be done absolutely, but those who can disguise the authorities concerned basically can't see the 3.5 of the newcomers either. After confirming his identity, Yi Sheng-xian opened the door and invited the two in. For the house full of dust, the two do not care. After all, the solo player, every time you exit the game to face once, has long been accustomed to. Mr. Yi, don't be nervous, we came to your door mainly to inform you of some precautions. After all, players are always stronger than ordinary people. The two explained to Yi Sheng-xian that he should not strike at ordinary people at will, should not take out items obtained in the game in public places, should not summon contracted aliens in public places, and a series of other precautions. It's all about keeping the average person safe. While some people just perform a novice copy and then never return to the game, there are always the dastardly oafs who get abilities or ghost weapons with their novice copy. If left unchecked and unwarned, it can pose a significant threat to the average person. The above words, please make sure Mr. Yi keeps them in mind. Lastly, I would like to ask, is Mr. Yi going to become a full-fledged player in the future or will he stop playing? The two didn't ask about such privacy-involving questions as what they gained in the game. This is because when the authorities were first set up, for newcomers, there would be mandatory seizures and many casualties occurred. Now that it has been reformed, as long as you don't go and break the law, no one cares. I've applied to be an official player in the game. There's nothing to hide about this. After all, entering the game again exposes it. Then, is Mr. Yi interested in joining the department in question? We can help you plan a more suitable route of development and can provide intelligence rundowns of known copies, and the benefits are all very good. Talent is very popular everywhere, but Yi Xingxin doesn't want to join any power. Your own system will pit a lot of people, and after joining a power, it's easy to find out which copy you've entered, and it's easy to be exposed. And alone, with so many copies, it's not easy for anyone to guess which one to enter. In that case, we'll leave you alone, and in the future, if Mr. Yi changes his mind, he can always contact the staff at the official forum. Bye. For the official attitude, Yi Xingxin is still very satisfied and will not force how to do so. Sent away 2 people. Yi Xingxin is not ready to clean up by himself. Now $1 million in the card. Can spend is. After turning my phone back on and realizing that it still had about 30% charge, I went straight out and found an upscale restaurant to get ready for some corruption, also called housekeeping. A rented room with no valuables in it, except for a few pieces of clothing and a quilt, toiletries, and thieves would have to cry when they came. The key is in the doorway planter and should be clean as a whistle by the time you get home from dinner yourself. After dinner, thinking it was too early to go back, I was going to find a place to kill some time. Couldn't think of anywhere to go. When I looked up, I realized that I had unknowingly walked in front of a movie theater. Come what may, go in and see how the otherworldly movie was made. Picked a big hit horror movie. Because of the thriller game, there is no restriction on horror movies here. Even the more scary they are made, the better, just to exercise the guts of ordinary people. Not so easy to die in a copy. Not to mention, it worked out well. At the very least, many people enter the copy and see the gruesome dead ghosts and monsters and are not too scared to do the quest. Of course, as in the case of the predecessor, there are those who are so timid that they scare themselves to death, paying for the tickets and bringing popcorn and happy water. Yi Xingxin was ready to walk into the lobby and wait. Seeing that there was still about half an hour left on the clock, Fei Li got out of the game and had lunch with a friend ready to watch a comedy movie to celebrate that she got out of the game alive. Just as he entered the hall, he locked eyes with someone familiar and his heart tightened. Asked my friend to get movie tickets and walked over by myself. Brother Yi, I didn't expect us to be in the same city. It's quite a coincidence. Is that your boyfriend? He's my friend. Yi, can you not tell him about what happened in the game? I don't want things in the game to affect my real life. Don't worry, the game is the game. I won't tell. Thanks Yi. If you want I can accompany you a few times as repayment to you. No, your friend is coming over. Regarding Yi Sheng-xian's refusal, Li Fei became even more worried. After all, he was a man who was even a ghost, so it was obvious how horny he was. Although he was not a great beauty, he asked himself that his figure and looks were not bad. If you put yourself in his place, holding a beautiful woman in your hands, and don't want anything in return, who would believe it? The more I think about it, the more scared I feel. Originally, in the game to survive, did that kind of thing? Out of the game. Never see in a lifetime how good. I did not expect to run into the first day. You can see how close to the area the two live. Chapter 19 Map of the Thriller Game. Fifi, is this your friend? Li Feifei's friend was a person who looked a little bit handsome and should have a little bit of money by the way he was dressed. This is Brother Yi, who I met in the game, thanks to his help. Otherwise I might not have survived. Brother Yi, this is my friend, Wang Tianming. Li Feifei just treated Yi Shengxian like an ordinary friend and graciously introduced him to Wang Tianming. Wang Tianming didn't think too much, although he was now chasing after Li Feifei. But people also have their own social circle, although the other party could be his potential love rival. But Wang Tianming is still very confident in himself. Moreover, looking at the way Li Feifei spoke to Yi Shengxian, the two of them didn't look like they had a good relationship. After chatting with Yi Shengxian, Wang Tianming said to Li Feifei, Feifei, there are no tickets for any of the comedies, and only one horror movie still has tickets, said the man, displaying the ticket in his hand. For the horror movie, Li Feifei did not exclude, after all, has been into the game. Real ghosts have seen. Still afraid of fake? Yi Shengxian realized that it was actually the same movie, but he didn't think much about it. Soon the movie began to check tickets into the venue. After sitting down, Yi Shengxian found himself on the right-hand side as Li Feifei, Wang Tianming. However, the light in the field is too dark. Wang Tianming did not find Li Feifei as a glance and found himself sitting next to it is Yi Shengxian. Soon, the movie began, and the plot was a routine that Yi Shengxian hadn't thought of, and it was enjoyable to watch. Suddenly, he felt a warm palm land on his leg. Not a moment later, Yi Shengxian froze. Heart said, what is the situation of this woman? The field is dim, but it's not like you're touching the wrong person. Thought, getting up and heading out. You can't even watch a movie in peace, or your own little girl ghost listens. Feel Yi Shengxian left. Li Feifei thought for a moment, said to Wang Tianming, I have a stomachache, go to the toilet, then got up and chased out. Want to make sure that Yi Shengxian will not go around talking nonsense, being blackmailed with privacy. The news has in quite a lot. Li Feifei is also worried that Yi Shengxian will be like this, originally in the game. Who does not know anyone, in order to stay alive to nothing, but now found in Yi Shengxian is in a city, and the distance is not far away. Let Li Feifei has a worry. After leaving the room and seeing Yi Shengxian walk into the toilet, Li Feifei hurriedly followed him in. The men's restroom is not as crowded as the women's, and even if they were seen going into the men's room, light is nothing. After all, the line in the women's restroom is old and there are always girls who can't hold it in will go into the men's restroom to solve the problem. Hearing the sound of pushing the door, Yi Shengxian didn't think much and continued to open the gate to release water. Yeah, sleeping in the grass. Scared Yi Shengxian almost wet his pants. What are you doing? Li Feifei didn't say anything and pushed Yi Shengxian into the cubicle. Having come to this point, Yi Shengxian could not possibly push her out again. Why do you bother? I said I wouldn't tell him, and I'll be in the game soon, so I won't even be sure to see him again. Yi Shengxian's words slightly reassured Li Feifei. She sees it as a result of her own efforts. A few minutes later, the two walked out of the toilet. Yi Shengxian was ready to go home. After all, the movie just watched the beginning, and now it's almost the end, and a large part of the middle is not watched, but also watched. What the hell? Brother Yi, give me your address. You saved my life after all, and now you're willing to help me keep it a secret. I'll repay you a few more times before you enter the game, and I won't contact you again. Ending the conversation, the two men parted ways. Li Feifei bought another popcorn package and ate it while entering the screening room. What took you so long? The movie is almost over. There were too many people in line for the restroom and I had a stomachache, so it took a little longer. After explaining, put the popcorn on the center armrest and eat it while watching the movie. Wang Tianming didn't think much about it. After all, it wasn't normal to be hungry after going to the toilet. Back home, Yi Shengxian found that the cleaning was really clean, and took out his cell phone to give the other party a positive review. Charging his cell phone up, he lay down on his bed and went to sleep. After all, after a tiring night in the game last night and a busy hour watching a movie in the afternoon, even an Iron Man can't top it. When I woke up, it was already the next day, so I took out my phone and ordered a takeout, and started to brush up on the game forums. This is an official forum built specifically for this purpose, which has official guaranteed transactions, some paid cheats, free cheats, communication and chat sections, and so on. This forum is only accessible to people who have been in the game at least once. There is some unspoken high-tech recognizable in it. One of the posts caught Yi Shengxian's attention. Thriller game swallows me up. Although it's an internet nickname, from the content, it's Wang Wei alright. The owner is kidding, right? Thriller games would look at your little newbie reward? You're lucky to come out alive. You should have not completed the quest and just meted out enough game time. Never heard of such a thing. I think you're getting paranoid from the game, and I suggest seeing a psychiatrist. All the comments are not a person to believe what he said. After all, the newbie reward is only how many things. The game really want to black you. Directly get you killed, okay? You can't just say another player's real name in the forums. The officials are afraid of unscrupulous people getting into trouble. Wang Wei is angry and wants to say some witnesses to prove that he has accomplished his task well. But remembering the warning of the relevant departments, how can he not dare to open his mouth? There have been forums in the past where it was said that whoever had acquired a high-level ghost weapon resulted in dozens of deaths by that name. Officials have been severely punishing forums for exposing others ever since. Of course, if you blew yourself up looking for death, then there was nothing anyone could do. But there shouldn't be anyone so headstrong. After all, if you're strong, they're stronger. The stronger you are, the more cautious you are. And newcomers are naturally afraid to offend the official's stern warning. Player breaks are a minimum of 7 days and a maximum of 30 days. This means that you can choose to match copies anytime between the 8th and 30th day out of the game, but within 7 days or less. You can't even get in if you want to. Except for special props. Yi Xingxin naturally has no way to disobey the rules of the game, although misses his own little girl ghost, but also can only obediently wait for 7 days. After browsing the forums all morning and looking at other people's strategies, Yi Xingxin felt that he had a further understanding of the game. The zoning within the game is very much like the legends about hell in the previous world. What with the city of wasted death, the city of Fengdu, the watchtower and all that. The previous novice copy was also checked. It was located in a small county within the jurisdiction of Wasted Death City. Yi, did you miss me? Yi Shangxin, who was just about to order takeout, suddenly heard Lian Chanxian's voice ringing in his head. It just occurred to me that in his system function, a full friendship level would automatically be added to the friend list, and between the two worlds, he could talk for 5 minutes a day. The thoughts in his heart intensified when he heard the little ghost's voice. Chapter 20, Second Copy, Wasted District. A short 5 minutes wasn't enough to relieve the lovesickness, but Yi Xingxin didn't have a good way to extend the time either. 7 days passed quickly, and it was time to be able to match copies. During these 6 days, Li Fei came over a few times, and although Yi Shangxian said no with his mouth, his body was very honest. On the last time, Li Fei said, Yi, this is the last time I'll be here. I'm going on a trip with my friends in a few days, and I shouldn't be coming back to this city. For the matter of Li Fei, Yi Xingxin no longer think more. Will soon begin to enter the game for the second time. I do not know what kind of copy will be matched this time. Welcome player to the thriller game. Your journey is about to begin. Please confirm the name of the game. For the fun of it. Name approved. Copy extraction in progress. A copy of this game, Wasted Cell. Time limit for the game, 7 days. Number of players, 9. Status, Property Services Staff. Main quest, complete the tasks of the owners. Warm tip, since you have collected the property fee, you should serve the owner properly. If you are complained by the owner, you don't need to say what will happen to you. At the end of the game, awards are given out based on the owner's ratings. Opening his eyes again, he was already inside the thriller game. Wasted Neighborhood? Is that a rename? Or, hearing the familiar name, Yi Shangxian was somewhat surprised. At that moment, a middle-aged male ghost in a suit with a kitchen knife sticking out of his head walked over. My name is Zhang Jingming. I'm the property manager of the neighborhood. I'll be the one to assign your tasks for this period of time. If the property is complained about by the owners because of anyone, I don't think there's a need for me to say more about the consequences. Looking at the familiar people. No, familiar ghosts. Yi Xingxin confirmed that he was the one who came to the little girl ghost's copy neighborhood. I'm going to start assigning tasks now. You 4, go to the cleaning department and have the supervisor give you your assignments. Zhang Jingming said, pointing at a middle-aged man, a student-looking boy and 2 girls, 1 tall and 1 short. Then looking at the remaining 5, 2 were placed in maintenance and 2 in security. All are to come to the property in the evening to settle their paychecks. No excused absences. Go about your business. The 8 people were surprised and looked at Yi Shangxian who was left behind. They all felt that he was going to be cold. What are you looking at? Don't you hurry up and report to the departments? Zhang Jingming looked at the abrasive 8 people and roared angrily. Warp, manager, I don't know where the cleaning department is. The one who spoke was the student like one of the 4, and it was obvious that he should be entering the game for the first time. Like everyone else, they kept their mouths shut, reflecting the word, caution. Who knows what kind of temperament personality this manager has, and what are the consequences of talking nonsense? Well, knowing the consequences, only to see Zhang Jingming walk up to the students with a grim face. I wonder where the cleaning department is. You don't have to use the mouth under your nose. You can donate it to the needy. With those words, reaching out and wiping his hand where his mouth had been, the students' mouths disappeared. The others instantly made birds and beasts and didn't dare to rub it in. The student man immediately cried out in fear. Although it was said to be painless, but without a mouth, even if he was not killed by the ghost, he would still be starved to death, right? Brother Jean, what's the point of getting serious with a kid? For my sake, spare him once, Yi Xingxin said to Zhang Jingming while handing over cigarettes. Receiving the cigarette, Yi Xingxin immediately gave it a light. Alright, I'll give ye a face, there's no next time. Zhang Jingming gave his mouth back to the student man. Thank you, manager. Thank you, big brother. After saying that, he immediately ran out of the property hall. Ding! Congratulations to the host, helping others, rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points. Well, a leek has been tied up and is waiting for the copy to be finished and harvested. You kid even came straight here this time. Good luck. Hey, it's all thanks to Brother Jean's blessing. You go ahead and get busy. I'm going to find Xin Xian and Mori. Alright, you go quickly. Watching Yi Xingxin run out with a returning heart, Zhang Jingming laughed and cursed. This brat. Into the game. Yi Xingxin and the people in the friend column call without limiting the time and number of times. But he wanted to give the little girl ghost a surprise, and did not contact her directly, but went straight to 404. Isn't that the kid who was just left behind? He's surprisingly fine? The middle-aged man among the three who were still looking for the cleaning department looked at Yi Xingxin, who ran past with an incredulous face. So, guys, did you find the cleaning department? Didn't you just get a manager? The three of them looked at the student man in surprise, only to see that his mouth had recovered. Secretly thought, could he be an old player? But why do old players talk and do things so hastily? Veteran players know that they can spend money to restore their organs. Newcomers are usually unaware of this. Thanks to the big brother who was just left behind pleading for mercy, he actually knows the manager. The student man spoke of the situation just now with an envious face. What nonsense are you talking about again? How can a ghost in a game be so polite to a player? The three did not believe that a living player could make a ghost show mercy by virtue of his face. Coming to 404, Yi Xingxin took out the key and opened the door. But it turned out that the little girl ghost was not at home. Turned back and went downstairs, ready to check out the 7th building, Lu Moriyi's house. Just as he exited the building, he saw 4 people looking around headlessly. Did you guys not find the cleaning department? Before, I was too eager to think about the ghosts to look at them more than once. It was only now that I noticed that the 4 were not wearing janitorial attire. Brother, we haven't found it yet, nor have we met the owner. There's nowhere to ask, the student man said with a bitter smile on his face. The other 3 just looked at the 2 to talk. They are all just players. It's useless for you to ask him. Who knows? Yi Sheng Xian raised her hand and pointed to the property hall. The cleaning department is just one door to the side of the property hall. There should be a door tag there. You guys go ahead. I still have things to do. Bye. After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards building 7. Did the manager give him an assignment? Why else would he run so fast? Who cares? Let's find the cleaning department first. The supervisor will probably be upset if we go late. The 4 had no other way but to temporarily believe Yi Xingxin's words, and came to the side of the property hall. And sure enough, they saw that a door was open, and next to it was pasted a worn white paper, and the black ink and pen was almost invisible, with the 3 big words cleaning department written on it. Honestly, if I wasn't so close, a ghost would have been able to tell this was the cleaning department. The 4 of them walked into the cleaning department, and an old man ghost with skin as white as if he had washed it with 84 sanitizer looked at the 4 of them with a grim expression on his face. You still know to come? What have you been doing there for so long? Late on your first day. No more pay for today. Now go change and clean up in the neighborhood. Despite being reprimanded, the supervisor didn't give the 4 a hard time. Over here, Yi Xingxin has already inserted the key into the door of Lu Mai's house. Chapter 21, Sacred Heart of Yi, the neighborhood socialite. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 80 Holy Mother points. Yi Xingxin, who was just about to twist the key, heard a system prompt, and didn't expect that there would be a reward for just pointing the way. Nice and strong, for leaks at the ready. Used as phonetic ka, chirp or peep, of small birds. Whoa, you scared the out of me. Because of the system prompt, it interrupted Yi Sheng Xian to open the door. Who knew that the door opened by itself? Lu Qianjun was ready to go out to the neighborhood square to find someone to play chess, but he did not expect to see a person stretching out a hand, staring blankly at the front, and was startled. Fixing his eyes, it was Yi Xingxin. I don't know what kind of evil he was hit by. He didn't move at all. At this time, Yi Sheng Xian was looking at the panel. Splat! Lu Qianjun slapped him on the head. You asshole kid, trying to scare me to death about inheriting the family fortune? Yi Shangxin, who had been slapped, came back to her senses and saw Lu Qianjun, who had a bad look on his face, hurriedly smiled and said, "Grandpa, are you here to help me open the door? I have the key." Sleeping with someone's granddaughter. It's not too much to ask for a grandpa. That's nice of you to think. And you want me to open the door for you, but why are you here? Didn't you go back? Don't the living usually drag it out until they can't before coming into the underworld again? Hey, it's not that I miss more Yi and Shenshen. Besides, this is also considered my home. I also want to go home early. Humph, count on your boy to talk. Come on in. In any case, Yi Xingxin's words caused Lu Qianjuan's friendliness to rise a few points. As it turned out, neither of the two little ghost girls were home. Isn't Stray home? No. Went shopping with Sin Sin. We'll be back later. Then I'll talk to your old man. Who needs your company? I still have to go find someone to play chess with. Go play by yourself. Lu Qianjun said that he had nothing to chat with the young man and walked out of the house with his hands behind his back. Yi Shengxin was lying on Lu Mai's bed, smelling the smell of the little girl ghost, thinking about what he had done in these 7 days. If other players knew about his current situation, they would probably be jealous and want to take his place, because of his familiarity with the manager. Surprisingly, he didn't even have a task for him. As long as he passed the 7 days, he could pass the copy. Such a good thing that anyone would want. After a few hours, Yi Xingxin also cannot lie down. There is no cell phone, and cannot sleep. Stay alone is also very boring, so decided to go out and go for a walk. One to maintain the neighborhood, the second to see their leaks. Are not. How are the companions? Do not accidentally be ghosts to karma. In fact, the reason why Yi Xingxin didn't have a task wasn't as simple as being familiar with the manager. If it was just that, at most he would be given some easy tasks. The main thing is that he has a neighborhood access card and is considered by the rules to be a resident of the neighborhood. So naturally he doesn't have to do the tasks of the property. When I got downstairs, I saw some ghosts that I knew and greeted them. Old Zhang, do you know that living man well? His kid is the granddaughter-in-law of the old Lu family. You weren't at home last time. He was brought to visit one by the Lu family's maids, the Lian family's maids, and his kid speaks well and does good work. Thus, recognizing the ghosts familiar with Yi's Sacred Heart +1. Although Lu Qianjun said that his strength is just average, and his family is not a famous family, but his medical skills are high, not counting the residents of the neighborhood, and many of the bigwigs in the underworld have received his favor. Basically all the ghosts will more or less give him some face. One wonders if the underworld bigwigs get sick too. They were strong, so naturally they wouldn't get sick, but their offspring weren't all strong, especially the new generation, and there were quite a few little peasants who were just at the level of grudge ghosts. This was also the reason why Chen Daiyou had said earlier that he could make Yi Xingxin unable to mix in the underworld. It's not that you're strong, it's that you're well connected. Everywhere there is someone to talk to. Don't look at the fact that these ghosts were friendly to Yi Shangxin, but when they faced other players, they were ferocious. One of the foursome in the cleaning department, already, had one of her legs removed for accidentally swinging dirt onto the foot of a passing ghost while sweeping the floor. If it wasn't for the fact that she used to have some savings in the game and bought another one, she wouldn't have been able to complete any of today's tasks. Players die day after day. Current number of players, 8. The game prompt that suddenly came made the hearts of the 7 people other than Yi Shangxin tremble. Yi Shengheart also secretly said that it is a pity that his leak is one less, but he can't follow them all day long. He can only trust in heaven. The dead man was one of 2 men in the maintenance department who received a call from a homeowner that the toilet in his house was clogged and he needed someone to unclog the toilet. The owner of the caller was a beautiful female ghost, and he wasn't killed for molesting a female ghost. After all, he didn't have the guts. It's only because the man of the house came home, saw his wife in the bathroom with a man, and didn't even think twice about taking the man's head off. You could say it was a very spiteful death. Stinking, old man is out there making money. How dare you steal a man? I'll beat you to death. The male ghost was still not relieved after killing the male player, and was punching and kicking the female ghost. The female ghost seemed to have gotten used to it, not saying a word and silently taking the beating. Over here, Yi Xingxin also came to the square, a group of old men and women ghosts, playing chess, chatting, suddenly seeing a living person. They all looked over with glowing eyes. Sayaka's here, come to grandma. An old lady ghost who seemed to have a high status waved at Yi Shangxin. The old lady called Wei Fong is considered to be the senior square dance team's leading role. In a group of small old ladies, high prestige, the family's son and daughter-in-law are both working overseas, leaving only a teenage girl who was still in school. Previously, when Lian Chanxian and Lu Moe brought in to visit the door, the little girl just happened to encounter a topic that she didn't know. And the problem that used to give Wei Fong a headache was solved by Yi Xingxin in a trice. At that time, the little girl looked at Yi Xingxin with a face of adoration, yelling that she wanted to marry him when she grew up. Yi Shangxin said, "Is it really because of the learning and not my face value?" Just kidding. Although Yi Xingxin made it clear and took the opportunity to show her loyalty to the two little female ghosts, the old lady seemed to be hooked. Coupled with the fact that Yi Xingxin could talk and chatted happily with the old lady, her friendliness turned out to be as high as 66. It was even higher than the little girl's 56. The other old men and women recognized him and greeted him with smiles. This scene was watched by the players who came over to find someone to do the quest. Is this the world of Big Brother? You know, not all ghosts look normal. For example, an old woman, said to have died of a disease, half of her body was oozing pus and her face was rotting. Just looking at it was scary. Yet Yi Shangxin could talk and laugh. There are other ghosts, each with their own problems, and just about any one of them could scare a whole bunch of people to death in the real world. Chapter 22, a mission that cannot be avoided. After chatting with the old lady for a while, Yi Xingxin excused herself and left, and searched for a while longer before she saw Lu Qianjuan's figure. He was spectating a game of chess, and besides him, there were several old men around as well. Forgo, Yi Xingxin knew nothing about it, and for Xiangqi, he only knew about it. So when the old man said that he was looking for someone to play chess before, Yi Xingxin didn't volunteer himself. Squeezing into the group of ghosts, Yi Xingxin realized that it was actually a player playing chess with an old man ghost. It could be seen that the player's strength was still good. Although Yi Xingxin didn't know how to play chess, he could see that the old men around him shook their heads every time they saw the old man ghosts who were playing chess drop their pieces. And after the players dropped their pieces, they all sucked in cool air. Originally this player was scared to play chess, barely able to play with strength, now surrounded by a group of ghosts. The courage is even weaker by a few points. They also hissed. What could have been a winnable round was tied by interference. Old Wang, you can't do it either. You can't even win against a living person. What's the point of being the king of community chess? The old man ghosts around them have taunted the chess-playing old king. Because of the tie, the players neither got the clues they wanted, but they didn't lose the parts they had on them either. Plus there were too many ghosts around, ready to get up and leave. The old king is being taunted. Can you let him go? Then how can he brag about his chess king status in the future? The player does not get out of his seat in time because the ghost behind him is too close, and is pulled into the game again by the old king. Playing chess is also very taxing, and players are slowing down the more they play. Hurry up. You have to go home and cook later. That's right. At old Wang's level, can't he win with his eyes closed? What's the point of hesitating? On one hand, the old men were mocking the old king for real, and on the other hand, they were also waiting for the players to lose so that they could take a little bit of fresh flesh and blood home to taste. Although it is said that a true gentleman does not talk about chess, it does not apply to these old and cunning people. Besides, they didn't talk about the position of the falling pieces, just urging the speed of the drop. The more the ghosts around them pushed, the more the players dared not land. Lu Qianjun was waiting impatiently. If his granddaughter came home any later, he would be annoyed again if he hadn't prepared the meal yet. Just as he was about to open his mouth to urge, he suddenly saw Yi Shangxin who squeezed in. Well, this kid is here. Later let him roll back to cook to go. Where is the old man serving the younger generation thing? At once, his heart was stabilized, and he no longer thought of urging. Yi Xingxin looked at the player sweating profusely, and estimated that he was going to be cold. But there were too many ghosts around, and his own face was bad enough, so he chose to look on coldly. If old Wang was the only ghost, he should be able to help him out by virtue of his 30 to 40 friendliness and handing over a cigarette. But now, he could only let him fend for himself. Pop, 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 pop. The sound of the falling pieces continued to accelerate, and Yi Xingxin didn't know if this player had overcome his fear and played to his strength or if he was starting to give up on himself and fall at random. On him, bang. The last piece falls, and a wave of warmth spreads from the player's feet. You lost, and as agreed, one of your arms is mine. Players are always in a panic. Make a wrong move and lose the game. No, that's not it. I was interfered with by them. The inning doesn't count. With those words, the player stood up and tried to run. However, he was surrounded by a group of ghosts. Where could he run to? Old Wang took his arm and pulled it off with a slight force. Yi Xingxin looked at the bloody scene in front of him and his heart snapped. Is this the right way to open a thriller game? Because the players moved to run away after losing the game violated the rules, the ghosts on the sidelines came forward. Player Sheng Tian Halfsun is dead. Current number of players in the game, 7-inch. Soon, all that was left on the floor was slowly fading blood, and the ghosts around him reverted to their previous amicable appearance. Xiao Yi is here. Let's go to my house for dinner tonight. There's fresh elbows in sauce. An old man ghost held up his arm in his hand and invited Yi Xingxin. No, we'll eat at Qianqian's house tonight. Yi Xingxin hastily refused. Also pity for the player. If he hadn't run and paid for an arm as agreed, he could have totally saved his life. That's why the ghosts around him urged to scare him, to make him so afraid that he would forget the rules and just try to run away. But instead he would break the rules and become a dishwasher. After Lu Qianjun glanced at Yi Xingxin, he sat down on the stone bench and began to play chess with old Wang while joking around. This time was also the first time that someone died in front of Yi Shengxin, or was split up. It also showed him the brutality of the thriller game. At the same time, it also let him know that in the face of ghosts and monsters, the only way to have a chance of survival was to remain calm. He himself had previously underestimated the dangers of the game because of the smoothness of his novice copy. Leaving the square, Yi Xingxin was just about to take a rest upstairs when he met the property manager. Zhan Jingming, Xiaoye, I just happened to meet you. The maintenance department is finished with the living dead. Now the maintenance department is understaffed. Come over and help. Cham. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, the property manager's request. The mission reward is issued according to the owner's evaluation. Reject the mission. Zhan Jingming friendship is cleared to 0. This is completely not give the opportunity to refuse. Brother Cham, of course I'm obliged. I knew I was right to call you. Go on. Mei Han is waiting for you. After saying the words, he went away leisurely. Yi Shengxin headed to the maintenance department with a helpless face. Just entered the door. The maintenance department supervisor Ma Han pulled the hand of Yi Xingxin. Xiaoya, your ma brother, I am busy. Before the manager arranged to waste. Only one day is gone. I had to find you to come over to help. When the manpower is replenished in a few days, Brother Ma will send you a big gift. Brother Ma, you're welcome. The maintenance department is generally just waiting for the property owner to get a call that something needs to be fixed, and then they will schedule a repairman to come to the house. It's not clear what the player who went to play chess really wanted before he ended up with a corpse. Yi Xingxin had just sat down when the phone call from the property called. Building 5, room 307, called to have the toilet fixed, so arrange for someone to look at it. Yes, arrange it right away. Ma Han hung up the phone, said to Yi Xingxin, Xiaoye, you have to be careful. The man in this family is a careful eye, has always suspected that the female cheating, and domestic violence is very powerful, and then the female cannot stand it. Lit the gas. The two people blew up together. When you go, if the man is home, make sure you don't let him out of your sight. If only the woman is home, when you go in, don't close the door to the room or the bathroom. Got it, Ma? I'll go then. Well, be careful, and by the way, when you go over there, hang on to your cell access card so that the guy doesn't dare to take a direct shot at you. Just don't turn your back on him. With the tip, Yi Shengxin also rest assured a lot. Of course, did not dare to believe in all. After all, only more than 30 degrees of friendliness. Not sure whether it will bury a pit for themselves. Chapter 23 Mrs. You don't want to. This building is inhabited by ghosts who rent. Unlike the other buildings which are all bought houses. That's why the little ghost girl didn't bring Yi Shengxin over for a visit before. After all, the changeover was too frequent. Fortunately, during the daytime, most of the ghosts inside went out to work to earn money, and Yi Xingxin didn't meet a single ghost when he arrived at 307, avoiding some trouble. Knock, knock, lifting his hand to knock on the door. Hello, I'm from the property, coming over to fix the toilet. Chirp or peep of small birds. Soon, the door to the room opened and a young woman with a pretty face alone and haggard appeared before her. You're the one who called the property, aren't you? I'm here to fix the toilet. Yes, it's me. Come in. After the young woman let Yi Shengxin in, she was about to close the door. Remembering Brother Ma's reminder, Yi Xingxin hurriedly said, just leave the room door open. It'll be done soon. The young woman thought about it, didn't say much, and led him to the bathroom. Looking at the reddish pool of water in the toilet bowl, Yi Xingxin first picked up the plunger, wanting to try to see if it could be dredged directly. After all, he wasn't very good with other tools. However, plunging halfway through the day didn't help. Did you guys throw something down the toilet? It looks like it's clogged down there. Nope, didn't throw anything? The young woman was a bit evasive, not daring to look at Yi Shengxin's eyes, took out the tool for unclogging the sewer and put it into the toilet. It was soon blocked by something. Yi Xingxin used the tool to poke in. It was completely blocked, and he could only pull it out. As the tool is pulled out, a flash of black appears in the water. Soon, a scanty mass was pulled out. It was a smashed head, a soft, crumpled heap. How do you all stuff everything into the toilet? Before the young woman could speak, a man's voice rang out from the living room. Asterisk, 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 why don't you close the door? Does it make it easy for wild men to come in? Hearing the voice, Yi Xingxing knew that it was the male owner who had come back, and it wasn't off-duty time, which meant that either he hadn't gone to work, or he had rushed back on purpose, and the young woman was trembling and didn't dare to speak, looking at Yi Shangxin with pitiful eyes. Putting down the tools, Yi Xingxin left the bathroom and was just about to speak. Who knew that the male ghost was about to make a move in direct anger? Well, wow, I'm sure I've hooked up with another white boy. Ruan Hongda, grieving ghost level, friendliness -50, has installed surveillance in his home, just waiting for a living player to come to his door and murder the player in the name of catching his adulterer and eating fresh flesh and blood. Yi Xingxin just wanted to say a good guy. This is a ghost person jumping deliberately blocking the toilet and calling people. It's obvious that you've studied the pattern of player arrivals. Normally, his level, he could not rob the owners of the neighborhood, so he thought of this solution, and every time the players arrived, he was able to eat a full meal. The excess can also be sold for some money, much easier than going to work. After seeing the hint, Yi Xingxin knew that he couldn't be kind, because it wasn't a misunderstanding at all, it was him doing it on purpose. Facing the male ghost who rushed over with a furious expression, Yi Xingxin directly bullied his way up and smashed the ashtray he casually picked up onto his head. Because he was carrying a rock shell, he resisted the male ghost's punch, which otherwise wouldn't have hit him. Immediately after that, he pulled out a safety rope and tied up the smashed and dazed male ghost. Ruan Hongda collapsed on the ground. Ruan Hongda cursed. ********, what are you looking at? Don't come over to untie me and kill that kid. Bang. Yi Xingxin smashed him again, while saying to the young woman behind her, "Ma'am, you don't want to still be domestically abused every day in the future." The young woman who had originally heard Ruan Hongda's curses carefully prepared to step forward to help untie the rope, when her expression changed. "Once you've settled him, ma'am, you can start a new life later and regain your freedom. He is completely defenseless now." Yi Xingxin's words evoked the determination in the young woman ghost's heart that had previously dared to die with her. In life, because of domestic violence, lit the gas, and Ruan Hongda died together. I did not expect that, after turning into a ghost, or by him to pinch the dead, and because it is a ghost, Ruan Hongda hit harder. Anyway, as long as it is not directly killed, it can be recovered, and completely let go of the hand and foot of the fight. Recalling his miserable life, he took the ashtray in Yi Xingxin's hand and boxed it against Ruan Hongda's head. ******, how dare you hit me? When I get out of this, I will definitely kill you. The who seduced the white boy. Bang, bang, don't fight, wife, don't fight. Bang, bang, I don't dare. I'll never hit you again. Please stop. Slam. The young woman was completely red-eyed, not even hearing Ruan Hongda's words begging for mercy, mechanically lifting her hand, falling, lifting her hand, falling, ask, put, let, go, bang. Ruan Hongda was directly smashed to disperse his ghostly aura and his soul was scattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 100 Madonna points, a bottle of PTSD healing potion, 500 ghost chi, and 2 chances in the lottery. The sudden system rewards. Let Yi Shangxin froze. The original help ghosts out of domestic violence is actually considered to help people. Not bad, I like it. He was just about to take a detailed look at what the bonus potion was when he suddenly felt himself being hugged. It turned out to be the young woman ghost, who recovered her sanity after smashing Ruan Hongda to death, and the ashtray slipped out of her hand, causing her to be startled. And then she backhanded and flung herself into Yi Xingxin's arms, wailing and crying. The heart was both scared and felt a hint of relief that he would finally not have to live that hellish life again. Cry. Let it out and you'll be fine. Yi Shangxin comforted him while patting her back to prevent him from choking himself when he cried. After half an hour, the young woman finally stopped crying, her 2 eyes red and swollen like 2 walnuts. Thank you. If it wasn't for you. Whoa. With that, he was about to cry again. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's all in the past. You can start your life again later. Under Yi Xingxin's comfort, the young woman finally regained her composure, and suddenly thought of something and got up to walk towards the bedroom. Soon, with something in his hand, he walked out. This is for you, for helping me. It was a black tubular object, and Yi Xingxin took it and looked at it carefully. Enchanted flute, night ghost grade ghost artifact. When blown, it can control ghosts of night ghost and below. The effect takes effect according to the tune being blown. It was found on a living man he killed earlier. I have no use for keeping it. I'll give it to you. It should be an old player's item. Newcomers usually can't get ghost weapons of this level. Probably got careless and got snuck up on, or else having this wouldn't have killed him. Thanks a lot. Since it's already fine, I'll leave first. Remember to give me a good review, yo. Pro Yi Xingxin refused the ghost young woman's invitation to dinner and returned to the maintenance department to stand by. The operation of just hammering someone's husband to death and wanting a favorable review can be described as tawdry. Chapter 24, The Prude's Eye of Insight. Looking at Yi Xingxin's departing back, Zhao Qingxue thought in her heart, why couldn't she meet such a good person? Otherwise she wouldn't have such a life. Back in the maintenance department, Yi Xingxin had just sat down when the supervisor, Ma Han, came over. Little Yi, they didn't give you a hard time, did they? Yi Xingxin also does not know 307 fishing things, whether the supervisor is unaware of it, or whether he has received benefits and intentionally sent people over to die. As the old saying goes, ghostly words, don't look at his good words, but after all, the degree of friendliness is not yet reached, including the grandfather of Lu Moi, Lu Qianjun, may not be directly out of hand, but it is normal to see death. Even so, it's much better than the rest of the players. It is also only when it reaches above 80 and the relationship reaches a close level that it will not harm itself directly or indirectly. Yi Xingxin constantly reminds himself in his mind that in the game, the only ones who can really be trusted are the two little female ghosts. Luckily, they didn't give me a hard time. Ma. The supervisor nodded and told Yi Shengxian to pay attention to the phone calls from the property and left the maintenance department. Luckily, today didn't seem to be that busy and didn't receive another call until the end of the day. Yi Shengxian came to the property hall and prepared to settle today's wages. I was prepared for this copy to be unpaid before. After all, I hadn't assigned myself a task before. The property manager, Zhan Jingming, walked over, looked at the group of players, and began to settle the bill. Cleaning department. Wukong Shang, no evaluation, salary 50 medals. Sheng Ka Tak, no comment, salary 50 plutocrats. Li Wei, no evaluation, salary of 50 medals. Ishuan Rong, no comment, 50 plutocrats. DSS, Yao Hongyun, 3 stars, salary 50 medals, bonus 100 medals. Zheng Ziong, 3 stars, salary 50 plutonium, bonus 100 plutonium. Maintenance department. For Joy, Sacred Heart of Ya, 5-star review, 50 plutonium salary, 300 plutonium bonus. P.S. It's too troublesome and confusing to have a screen name for each dragon set. From now on it'll be just the name, not the screen name. What everyone remembers each other is just the screen name, not the real name. The manager left after paying the salary. The players gathered together. The 4 people from the cleaning department looked at the 2 people from the security department with envy. They knew that Yi Xingxin was a big brother, and they were not surprised that he got a 5-star review. The 2 of the security department did not know, so they looked enviously at Yi Xingxin, very curious about how he got the 5-star praise, and the 2 of them, the 2 veteran players, went through a lot of trouble to get the 3-star praise. Well, after payday, let's go eat, and talk to each other about what information is available. In the game, knowing some information about ghosts, not to mention easier to complete quests for rewards, is enough to save your life in critical moments. A few people had just stepped out of the property lobby when a woman with a stunning figure, carrying something, approached. It was none other than the ghostly young woman Zhao Qingxue from Building 5. 307. Little brother, you're off work, right? I'll treat you to dinner. I've bought everything. Saying that, without waiting for Yi Shengxian to refuse, he pulled his hand and left. A big man is a big man. You can't learn. How did he do it? Che, it's just a matter of hooking up with a horny female ghost on the basis of his good looks, Yao Hongyan said in a sour tone. Li Wei, who had been saved by Yi Xingxin once before, retorted. Humph, you're just envious and jealous. Smelling the faint fragrance around her, Yi Xingxin was pulled all the way to 307. Just wait for a while, it'll be ready soon. Zhao Qingxue hummed a little song and walked into the kitchen. It was obvious that she was in a good mood right now. Sitting on the sofa bored Yi Xingxin, his eyes unconsciously placed on her body. White short-sleeved t-shirt, tight light-colored jeans, the roundness is well displayed, straight and slender thighs, so that Yi Xingxin a moment to see straight gulp. Soon, dinner was ready, and the ghostly young woman stepped out of the kitchen and set the meal on the table. Just as he was about to sit down, he noticed Yi Xingxin's eyes, blushed, and turned back and walked into the bedroom. Yi Xingxin also reacted that he shouldn't stare at other people's granaries, and with a dry cough, he put his eyes on the dishes on the table. It was obvious that she should be a very good cook, at least in terms of color, and aroma was appealing. Not long after, the bedroom door opened and the ghost young woman walked out. Yi Shengxin, who was drinking water, turned his head when he heard the sound and almost sprayed out a mouthful of water. The ghost young woman who was originally wearing a round-neck t-shirt had changed to a deep V. Through the deep V, the underwear inside revealed a black lace edge pattern. Facing Yi Xingxin's gaze, Although the ghost young woman's face was blushing, she didn't cover it up. Instead, she even pulled the sleeves on both shoulders and tugged them outward. If before it was only a tenth of the lace showing, now at least a third of it was showing. Zhao Qing Shui, Grievous Ghost Level. Friendliness 81. You're like a hero stepping on a colorful cloud breaking into her heart. You can study the lace pattern carefully after dinner. Yi Xingxing felt that his eye of insight was a bit immodest, but there was no evidence. The ghost young woman sat down directly opposite Yi Xingxing, making sure that he could just see herself when he raised his head, and said softly, "Let's eat first, and after eating you can go to your room to have a good look." The meal was not a peaceful one, as Yi Sheng Xian felt that the table kept rubbing against his legs with something. Ahem. So what? Sister Snow, I have a girlfriend. Just as Yi Xingxing finished speaking, Zhao Qingxue got up and walked behind him, hugging him from behind and said, "I don't mind, I volunteered. As long as you have a little place in your heart for me." The next morning, Yi Xingxing hurriedly rushed to the property hall. For his tardiness, Zhang Jingming did not say anything, just continued to arrange for him to go to the maintenance department on duty, and at the same time, also transferred the cleaning department of Li Wei to the maintenance department. The two had just arrived at the maintenance department when Lian Chanxian and Lu Moi approached them. "Brother Yi, yesterday Grandpa said you came. Why didn't you get up at night to look for me?" The little girl ghost sat directly on his lap and said in a delicate voice. Li Wei had the sense to go outside, and sighed in his heart, worthy of being a big brother. "Ahem. I went to look for you guys yesterday, and the old man said you weren't home, so I just..." "Brother Yi, why do you smell like another woman?" Lu Moi was like a puppy, lying on Yi Sheng Xian's body and sniffing everywhere. Lian Chanxian didn't say anything, only her eyes were red as if she was about to cry. Yi Shengxin hurriedly comforted, and only after a while did he coax the little girl ghost into being good. "Brother Yi, why didn't you contact us when you came? I originally wanted to give you a surprise. I didn't think you weren't at home. Went shopping, afraid of disturbing you, so I was going to wait for the evening." The result? Yi Xingxin put yesterday's events to the two little girl ghosts said a little. For them, there was no thought of hiding it. The little ghost girl's focus, however, was not on the fact that he had slept with another ghostly young woman, but rather on applauding the domestic violence man's dusty demise. Chapter 25, Retreat. 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 At this time, the supervisor, Ma Han, came and said to Yi Sheng Xian, "Little Yi, you should go and rest today. Things aren't too busy right now, so when there is a need, you can come over and help again." In one sentence, it turned Yi Sheng Xian's mission into being a favor. Yi Xingxin didn't say anything more and left the maintenance department in Li Wei's envious eyes. 404 room. Yi Xingxin just walked in. The door of the room was closed by the little ghost with a bang. Yeah, his voice was getting a little sticky. A few hours later, Yi Shengxin, who was smoking a cigarette, was lying on the bed, waiting for the little girl ghost to cook and come over to eat. Remembering that he still had a raffle chance he hadn't used, he said to the system, "Raffle, ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, retreat, 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 back, 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 hands in a sword pointing position, accompanied by a bow of the front foot and a stomp of the back foot applied against the target. Every time you shout retreat and stomp your front foot on the ground, after 3 times, the target will be knocked back 10 meters, cannot be said to work below. 5-second cooldown. Vulgaria, a divine skill, it can take effect across 6 levels. Yi Sheng Xian was currently at the traveling soul level, and unspeakable, but there were 6 levels in between, and there was only a 5-second cooldown. The little girl ghost who was cooking heard Yi Sheng Xian laughing loudly in the bedroom, and the two ghosts looked at each other. "What's wrong with Yi? I guess I thought of something happy." Lu Mai thought back to what had happened before, and wondered where Yi had learned it all from. Lian Shanxian's face was flushed with shame by Lu Mai's words. The knowledge she had just gained was too advanced, something the little girl ghost had never seen at all. Soon, the meal was on the table, and Yi Xingxin also climbed up from the bed, wearing only a big pantsuit, with a full set of abdominal muscles on his stomach, walking duong with a flick. After all, the predecessor had been completely nerdy for a year, so a little belly was normal, and it had only been about 10 days since he crossed over, so he didn't even have time to work out if he wanted to. Yi Xingxin had just picked up his chopsticks and was ready to eat when he heard the game's beep sound. Player Zhang Ziang is dead. Current game player 6-inch. After thinking about it for a while, Yi Sheng Xian then remembered that this was one of the 2 people from the security department. It got a 3-star favorable review before, and since he and himself didn't cross paths, the Holy Mother system naturally couldn't cut the leak. Wasting another one. It seems like I need to quickly find a way to bind the other one as well. Otherwise he dies and the items on his body are cheap for nothing in the thriller game. As the saying goes, Keep warm and think about that. After eating and drinking, Yi Shangxin, looking at the little girl ghost who only wore an apron. Once again, the fighting spirit is high. A certain Yi expert performed a dragon head lift, and with shouts of surprise, the battle began. This time, Yi Shangxin was no longer simply fighting with his body, but instead, he was running the gung fu that he had drawn, the founder's yin-yang technique. The little girl ghost who had been able to fight him back and forth threw up her hands and surrendered in less than an hour. Although the body is weak, the ghostly aura is very strong. Yi Shangxian broke through level 3 to level 4 in one fell swoop. Level 4, 500/4000. The 5 points of attributes rewarded by the upgrade were all added to strength. And the benefits that the little girl ghost received were not small. The strength that was still a bit flimsy from the previous breakthrough to the night ghost level was also more condensed. My strength? After Lian Shanshan recovered a bit, she suddenly realized that her strength was not right. It was not like she had just reached the night ghost level. Instead, it was like she had been at the night ghost level for years. Hearing her words, Lu Moi also realized that his strength had increased quite a bit as well. That's because I got a gung fu that can boost the ghost chi of both sides. Yi Xingxin's words made the little girl ghost look surprised. There is still this kind of technique in the underworld? In the past, I have only heard of the technique of picking up, and those who are picked up will be sucked clean, and their souls will be scattered. After talking with the little girl ghost for a while longer, and seeing that she was tired, Yi Xingxin let the two ghosts rest well, and went to the neighborhood to take a look around by himself. Getting up, he first went to take a shower and cleaned the sweat from his body, then changed into the clothes prepared by the little ghost and left 404. He was going to look for the player left in security and see if there was a chance to help him out and bind him so that he could have a share of the proceeds, whether he passed or died in the game. Outside the door of the security department, Yi Shengxin saw the player, who seemed to be called Yao Hongyun. Dude, how did the one you were with before die? For Yi Shengxin to come over and ask for information, Yao Hongyun didn't think of hiding it. After all, exchanging information might increase the survival rate, and this isn't the kind of copy where there can only be one person who passes through. The more united the hearts are, the easier it is to survive. Earlier, someone complained about a stray dog running in the neighborhood, and the supervisor told us to go kill it or drive it out of the neighborhood. I didn't realize that the dog was at the night ghost level of strength. So are you done with your mission now? No, I'm going to get help from my supervisor. Or else a night ghost level isn't something I can fight with a grudge ghost level. The two had received the mission before and didn't think there was any danger. After all, both of them were grieving ghost level. What's the big deal about a dog? Who knew that the result was not only a punch in the face, but even one person lost his life? Sure enough, even a dog is not to be messed with in the thriller game. I have nothing to do anyway. Why don't I help you get rid of the dog? Yi Sheng Xian said happily. I was just about to say I'd find a reason to help him, but here it is, and he has to thank us for it. Thanks, but even with the two of us, we can't beat a night-ranked dog. Right, so we'd better go get help from the supervisor. No, I have a way to deal with it. Just give me an idea of where it is. Yao Hongyun thought that Yi Xingxin knew a lot of ghosts in the neighborhood and thought that he was going to get help from the ghosts, so he stopped persuading him, and after giving him the location of the stray dogs, he was explained by Yi Xingxin that he would just wait here. Soon, Yi Xingxin saw the black stray dog next to a trash can downstairs in Building 6. Perhaps hearing the footsteps, or perhaps asking for the scent of a living person, the stray dog turned its head and showed its teeth to Yi Xingxin. In an instant, it was about to pounce, and Yi Xingxin just wanted to try out his newly drawn skill. Back, 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 accompanying the words and actions. The stray dog was like a ball that had been slapped away, and with a whoosh, it flew backwards about 10 meters. Ow! Wung! The stray dog yelped and darted in again. Back, back, back. With a swoosh, it flew off again. A stray dog that stole into the neighborhood. Night ghost level. Friendliness -10. Along with the illness and death of its owner, it followed the hunger strike and died. However, in the underworld, it did not find its owner, and has been wandering ever since. Chapter 26, Nightly Stray Dogs. Looking at the information scoped out, it turned out to be a dog that had been martyred for its master. Before Yao Hongyun, two people. After seeing it, direct action, originally for the living is still friendly stray dog, was chased and beaten to provoke the ferocity, before biting a dead. And Yi Xingxin's arrival made it think that it was still coming to fight it, so it decided to strike first. But even then, the friendliness is only -10. That's not bad for a strange ghost, except for the individual newbie copies. All the other ghosts are basically -30 and up. There was absolutely nothing for the living, just as rations. Seeing that it was still going to pounce over, Yi Shengxin hurriedly spoke. I'm not here to find you trouble. Since you can't find your master anymore, why don't you follow me in the future? I'll feed you. At the same time, He also took out the carrion dog food from the system backpack. It was a reward drawn from the last copy, and I didn't expect to use it now. After hearing Yi Xingxin's words, the stray dog stopped pouncing, smelled the tantalizing aroma again, and looked at Yi Xingxin warily, but didn't come forward to eat. Yi Xingxin opened his hands, signaling that he had no malicious intent, and at the same time stepped back a long way. The stray dog then sniffed at the dog food on the floor and took a big bite. There was no worry at all about Yi Shengxin poisoning, because stray dogs have eaten everything during their wanderings. They have long since become impervious to all poisons. Stray dog, night level, friendship 0. Yi Xingxin observed its friendliness at all times, and as it continued to eat the dog food on the ground, the friendliness slowly rose. It eventually reached 10 points and stopped rising, but the dog food was also finished. How about you follow me from now on? I'll give you all kinds of dog food every day. Although it was said that Yi Xingxin was only 30 pounds in total, and after feeding another 5 pounds just now, only 25 pounds were left, but other dog food could be purchased from the replica's vending machine, and if you really don't have any dog food, you can feed other foods. It's not like a real dog that can only eat dog food. Underworld dogs, well fed. Looking at Yi Xingxin walking up again, the stray dog did not have the urge to pounce on him again, although it was still a bit wary and took a few steps back. Just as Yi Xingxin was about to feed a bit of dog food again, Zhao Qingxue walked over and pulled his hand. Little brother Yi, what are you doing? What do you want to eat at night? I'll go buy the ingredients. Last night, Zhao Qingxue once again experienced the joy of womanhood. Ruan Hongda, Zhao Qingxue's husband, has been drinking and gambling all night every day since he came to the underworld, and his body has long since failed, which is one reason he would suspect Zhao Qingxue of cheating. Finding an excuse is a beating, and it's been a long time since I've touched her. Yi Xingxin not only saved her from the nightmare, but also her body was twice as good, which naturally made Zhao Qingxue, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, reminisce. It's only been a morning apart and I couldn't resist coming over to him. Sister Snow, my girlfriend is back. I'm going to her house for dinner tonight. Facing the lustful Zhao Qingxue, Yi Xingxin could only helplessly refuse. After all, there were still 2 little female ghosts waiting at home. Alright then, when you're not busy you must remember to come find me. Although ghostly, Zhao Qingxue, a ghost young woman, had a good grasp of a man's mind. If one pestered himself, it would instead make Yi Shengxin feel bored. But by acting understanding and not acting sultry and careful himself, it would instead make him feel a trace of guilt in his heart. Obviously, her ploy was successful, and hearing that she was so understanding, Yi Shengxin took out a bloodstain set from his backpack and handed it to her. Sister Snow, a small gift for you. I'll be sure to visit you when I have time. Originally saw Yi Xingxin took out the things, Zhao Qingxue heart still a little aggrieved. You do not come. I wear sexy again, what is the use? But after receiving it and carefully looking at the effect, the heart turned from sadness to joy. After all, things that could directly increase ghost chi were precious. It seemed like he still had a bit of a place in little brother Ye's heart. Otherwise, for a delivery like yourself, you can play for absolutely nothing and still not be responsible. After sending the ghost young woman away, Yi Shengxin realized that the stray dog had disappeared at some point, but as long as it's still in the neighborhood, sooner or later you can feed the friendliness up yourself. Back at the security department, Yao Hongyun was indeed still waiting here. Yi, how's it going? A supervisor gives a task and if it's not done well, imagine the consequences. It got away. But don't worry, I'll help you patrol with it this afternoon to see if it's still in the neighborhood. Thank you so much, Yi. Although Yi Shengxin was younger than Yao Hongyun, in the game, strength was honored. At the same time, Yi Xingxin also gave Yao Hongyun 5 pounds of dog food and said, let's patrol separately. If you come across it, don't do it directly. Put these dog food on the ground slowly and then come over to me. Yao Hongyun looked at the things in his hand and felt that he deserved to be a big brother. Thinking is thoughtful. Before, he had only thought of taking it down directly with his own hands, and had not considered any other way at all. If they had been there before, perhaps the mission would have been accomplished long ago, and there would have been no need to die. The 2 men separated and took separate patrols in one direction. The security department actually does not have a lot of things. In the neighborhood, there is usually no other evil spirits come over to haunt, and do not have to go door to door. As long as the road to avoid some of the residents and owners, it is relatively very safe. It's not like the maintenance department, where you basically have to go to at least one, if not several, a day. After seeing a lot of ghosts, there's always a time when you can't pay attention and fall into their trap, killing them by backdrop against the rules. Yi Xingxin hadn't walked in the neighborhood for long before he saw that the little girl ghost in the house had actually come out. Qian, Mori Yi, why don't you guys get some rest at home? Brother Yi, after our strength has risen, Our stamina is recovering quickly, and we're bored of staying at home. So it's like we're coming out to find you to play. Are you on patrol? We accompany you. I was in the neighborhood and saw a stray dog that was alive. Oh, what a heartfelt dog. Let's take it home and raise it. Emotionally rich Lu Moe. After hearing Yi Sheng Xin talk about the martyrdom of the stray dog, tears flowed. There was more water than the drowned ghost Lian Shanshan. I'm looking for him in the neighborhood right now, feeding him more food, developing a bond, and then seeing if I can get him in the house. The three decided to look for it separately, so it would be quicker. It didn't take long for Yi Xingxin's voice to ring in his head, Lian Shanshan's voice. She had discovered the location of the stray dog and didn't go up to startle it, but contacted Yi Xingxin first. After rushing here, Yi Xingxin found that it was rummaging through the garbage can again. It should be that the previous 5 pounds of dog food was not full. I don't know how long it had been hungry before. Yi Xingxin slowly leaned over. Chapter 27, One More Death. Woof, woof. The stray dog barked a few times at Yi Xingxin, as if warning him to stay away. Walking to a position about 5 or 6 meters away, Yi Xingxin stopped, took out the 5 pounds of dog food he had prepared, and placed it on the ground. Follow me, so you don't have to keep wandering. I can fill you up every day. For this person who fed himself for the first time in the underworld, the stray dog's eyes flashed a trace of hesitation, but thinking that he had not yet found his master, he shook his head firmly again. But for the dog food on the ground, ate it as it was. After all, it's better not to eat than not to eat, and it's true that I haven't eaten in a long time. In the underworld, as long as something moves, once it dies, it will be partaken of by the ghosts and monsters in minutes. It was simply not a dog's turn to grab food, so it had to rummage through all kinds of garbage piles, often starving for 9 meals in 3 days. Yi Xingxin also saw the hesitation in its eyes, and thought for a moment and said, "Are you still looking for your master in life? If you follow me, I can help you find it. Otherwise, if you look for it on your own, you might starve yourself to death before you find it." Yi Xingxin's words made the stray dog ponder once again, thinking that this living person had a point. How about letting him be his meal ticket? At most protecting him for a period of time until he found his master, so that he wasn't whoring for nothing. Although Yi Xingxin couldn't understand the meaning of the dog's bark, the skill eye of insight could see the value of the friendliness. It jumped up 10 points straight away when he said he'd help it find its owner. And with the food, it now had 30 points of friendliness. When I brush your friendliness to 100 points, your master won't go with him even if he comes. Yi Xingxin thought badly in his heart. Watching her lover boy being so loving, the little ghost felt like she was going to melt into her love for him. Did you have a name before? No, do you? Then I'll give you one. How about Old Black? I'll take it as a yes if you don't say anything. Stray dog, woof, 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 woof. You're a dog, right? You're the one who's called Old Black. Your whole family is called Old Black. Just because I can't speak human language. I'm talking to myself, aren't I? Yi Xingxin brought the little ghost girl and Old Black together to the security department and asked the supervisor, Duo Yangji, to borrow a walkie-talkie to call Yao Hongyun. Old Yao, I decided to adopt this dog, and I've just given your supervisor the word that your job is sort of done. After all, the previous supervisor only said that he would solve the problem of stray dogs, whether by driving them away or whatever, as long as they did not affect other owners and no one complained about them, that would be regarded as having accomplished the task. Yao Hongyun gave another round of thanks to Yi Sheng Xin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points. Hearing the system prompt, the corners of Yi Xingxin's mouth rose, and looking at Old Black, he felt that he had made a wrong decision. This person is afraid that he is not a cutie. Old Black, I'll take you home first to recognize your family. After solving Yao Hongyun's difficulties, Yi Xingxin wasn't going to wave in the neighborhood, and took Old Black back, giving him a bath and cleaning him up. After all, after wandering for so long, you can imagine what's going on with your body. Back in 404, Yi Xingxin took Old Black into the bathroom. To his comment about bathing himself, the Old Black man was agreeable, but the idea was to get in there and bathe himself. Although it was a dog, it was also a ghost dog of the underworld, or a severe ghost level. For operating something in the bathroom, it was still no problem. I didn't expect Yi Sheng Xin to take matters into his own hands. Woof, woof, someone's being a hooligan here. Does anyone care? Hearing Old Black's cry, Yi Xingxin also came back to his senses. Feeling that his hand was touching in the wrong place, he picked up Old Black's front half and looked down. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were a... Snappishly, he put down the Old Black and walked out of the bathroom, replacing Lian Shanshan to come in. For Lian Shanshan and Lu Moe, Old Black did not have any resistance. Soon the cleaned up Old Black man stepped out of the shower. The fur is all over the body, black and shiny. and you can't find any stray hairs. Since then, Old Black has sort of joined the little family. Friendliness towards Yi Shang Xian also reached 50 points. In the evening, Yi Xingxin didn't think about getting paid. After all, he was put on vacation. There was no such thing as paid vacation in the underworld. If you don't do the tasks, you don't get paid. While the two little female ghosts went to cook, Yi Xingxin found a small ball and wanted to play a toss and catch game with Old Black. However, the Old Black man just looked at the cutie. eyes staring at him. What? Don't like to play? I've seen other dogs who like to play this game. Player Ching Ka Tak is dead. Current game player 5. The system prompt that suddenly rang out made Yi Shang Xian froze. What's going on? Isn't it supposed to be payday time? How come people are dying at this time? Go back a minute to the property hall. The property manager is settling today's tasks. Ching Ka Tak, bad review. Or twice, waste has no need to live. Property manager Zhan Jingming's mouth split wide open and directly bit Cheng Jiada's head off in one bite. The headless body fell heavily to the ground with a thud that also hit the other players hard. But because a few leaves fell to the ground in a gust of wind after cleaning, they were given a bad review by a homeowner who deliberately complained that they hadn't cleaned up afterward. Another time it was because a pile of dog poop was left unswept in the grass in the neighborhood and was stepped on by a homeowner's child. It just happened to be the area that Cheng Jade was responsible for cleaning. Honestly, who can see a piece of in a dozen centimeters of high grass? But ghosts don't make any sense to you. The other two cleanse department players shivered. After all, Cheng Jiada could be said to have died in vain. As soon as he died, Yi Shang Xian's system prompt arrived. Ding! The death of a helped player has been detected, and the system is beginning to recover all of his supplies to offset the return. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 ghost chi, 120 plutonium coins, and a wandering spirit level ghost weapon, Ghost Poker. Ghost Poker, used on a ghost no higher than 2 ranks above your own body. You can force him to play poker with you. Winner takes all. Loser dies. Invalid above disaster level. This is a 50% chance of survival in times of desperation. For many players, it's considered a good life-saving ghost weapon. It is estimated that Cheng Jiada also did not expect the manager to directly move. Otherwise he could more or less resist, although the ending would not change. However, in 2 days' time, nearly half of the players had died, and it was really much more dangerous than the novice copies. Oftentimes, it really was a case of dying without even knowing how. Looking at Yi Xingxin sitting there in a daze, Lian Xianxian came over and drilled into his arms and said, "Brother Yi, what's wrong? What are you thinking about?" "Nothing, just a little distracted." Yi Xingxin of course would not make things difficult for his own little girl ghost for the sake of other players. The ghosts in the neighborhood gave themselves a good face already. They can then provide some help when they can also be considered benevolent. Chapter 28, Madam, you don't want your child to be hurt, do you? Early the next morning, Yi Xingxin left from the small female ghost's house. And yesterday night cultivation, the ghost chi added another 500. Take the old black guy and start running around the neighborhood. At any time, you can't go wrong with improving your physical fitness. And a full set of abs on your own is still going to make a difference. Not to mention an 8-pack, but a 6-pack for starters. Jogging warms you up and also improves your cardio a bit before doing other exercises that are less prone to injury. Old Black, woof, 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 you are a real dog. The old lady has become a ghost, but also early in the morning to sneak comet, passing by building 7. I encountered a female ghost with a black suit on top, white shirt, and a wraparound skirt underneath. Her face so white that makeup couldn't cover the dark circles under her eyes just as she was coming down the stairs. Sister Spirit, going to work? Chi Loring 507 owner Riverside 3rd Hospital physician. Xiao Ya, there aren't many young people going out for exercise this early nowadays. Nothing to sleep on, out for a little run. I'm not talking to you. I won't be able to catch the bus later. Okay, by Sister Spirit. Seeing the female ghost leave, Yi Shang Xian continued his own morning exercise. Yi, are you still not working today? The one who spoke was Yi Shang Xian's little fanboy. Li Wei. Wei. You go ahead. I'll check it out later. Looking at Yi Shang Xian's figure running away, Li Wei was envious. While he was living a gut-wrenching life himself, Biggie was like he was in his own neighborhood, and have the heart to walk the dog in the morning. Can't beat that, can't beat that. After running around the neighborhood and sending Old Black home, Yi Shang Xian was ready to go find a place to exercise. Exercise program has been figured out. Doing push-ups and curls would be good. Arriving at his destination, building 5307 knocked on the door of the room. Zhao Qingxue, who had just gotten up, heard the knock on the door and saw Yi Xingxin's face through the cat's eye and immediately opened the door to her room in surprise. Brother Xiaoye, you're here. Look at him with eyes that could be stretched. The two of them entered the bedroom. Zhao Qingxue took out the bloodstained suit that Yi Xingxin had given her yesterday and changed into it in front of him. The whole thing became demonic. Feeling the growth of her ghost qi, Zhao Qingxue worked harder and harder to help Yi Xingxin exercise. After the addition of the bloodstained suit, Zhao Qingxue's endurance was more durable. After all, the ghost qi was enhanced quite a bit, her strength was high, and her body was good. After the workout, the two of them were sweating, and Yi Shengxian carried her into the bathroom, filled the tub with water and gave it a good cleaning. It just took a little longer. Leaving 307, Yi Shengxian once again increased 500 ghost qi, as expected of a ghost young woman. It's just durable. 1 for 2, time 10:30. Yi Shengxian came to the maintenance department. There's nothing going on today, is there? Looking at Li Wei who was sitting and resting, Yi Shengxian asked. I haven't gotten a call yet in the morning. I wish every day was like this until the game is over. However, just as Li Wei finished speaking, the phone rang. It's really true that you can't talk about people during the day and ghosts at night. Hey, this is maintenance. Tenant 709 in building 5 called and said there's a problem with the electrical circuits in the house. So go over there and take a look. Aren't the plumbing and electricity in charge of Niegong? Yi Xingxin asked in disbelief. The property is staffed by a specialized plumber. After all, this is a job that ordinary people can't do. Niegong went home to visit his family and took a few days off. So you guys go ahead and top it off. Property hung up the phone after that, not giving the two a chance to speak. Let's go. Go take a look. Yi Xingxin led the way and walked out. Li Wei hurriedly followed. It's just nice to have a big man with you. You didn't even know there were plumbers yourself. The two took the elevator and just reached the 7th floor. As soon as they opened the door, with a bang, a soccer ball hit Yi Xingxin's body. And at that time, his face was black, because the number of defenses of the rock shell was reduced by 1. Outside the elevator, a 7 or 8-year-old kid picked up the soccer ball and made a face at the two men, laughing and running away. Brother Yi, is everything alright? Li Wei asked carefully as he looked at Yi Shengxian's dark face. Luckily, there was equipment when it was a bit. Otherwise I don't know what would have happened. I didn't have time to read the little kid's message just now. It's okay, let's go. Come to 709 and knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, from the property. Coming over to repair the circuit. Knock, 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 knock. Yi, what's the commotion? Yi Xingxin listened. It was coming from the room. Chirp or peep of small birds. The door to the room opened, and a large, fat man, 2 room doors wide, stood inside. Jai Nan, Li ghost level, friendliness 0, senior level otaku, died of cerebral infarction triggered by high blood pressure due to social fear in his lifetime. Not daring to call the emergency number. He loves the 2nd generation, and all kinds of beautiful female anchors. Hello, we're from the property. You're the one who called, right? Come in. Jai Nan let out the door. Knock, knock, knock. It turned out to be the sound he made when he stepped on the floor. Li Wei followed behind Yi Xingxin with a face of fear. Just this tonnage. Fall down for fear that he can directly smash himself to death. In the room, the air conditioner, the computer, were on, as well as a couple of refrigerators. After Yi Xingxin checked, he found that the cord of the plug board was too thin, and too many electrical appliances were turned on, which burned the cord. And this is simple. Get out the tools, subtract the broken wires, and splice a wrap of insulating tape and done. Sir, you try. At that, Jinan pressed the computer's on button. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump. The computer was successfully turned on, and then the air conditioner and refrigerator were turned on. Yi Xingxin reminded, Mr. should go buy a plug board with thicker wires when he has time, or else the wiring may still burn out later. Got it. Thanks. Well then, we'll be heading back. Please help with a favorable review. The two left and were just heading out the door when Jinan's voice sounded from behind. Watch out for the kid in the elevator. On bang. The door to the room closed. Yeah, that's good? Or what? This client is still very communicative. Li Wei a face of admiration. Although things are not difficult, he can do it himself. But in the face of that weight of his, who looks at it without fear? It's only big guys like Yi who can communicate without changing their faces. Bang. With a loud sound of a soccer ball being kicked, Yi Shengxian pushed Li Wei away. The number of shells on the body is once again reduced by 1. Turning back, sure enough, it's that bear again. After making a face, he dug into room 704. Look at the rocky shells that are left only once. It was the first gift the little ghost girl had ever given herself. I treated him like a child before and didn't count on it, but now I can't believe he's doing it again. Yi Xingxin coldly came to the door of 704. Frames slamming doors. A female ghost covered in blood and with a piece of iron in her chest opened the door. Who are you looking for? Ji Chio Ju. Lee ghost level. Friendliness -20. Because the bear child lit the gas tank in the house. The mother and son's souls return to the underworld. Weakness, children. Ma'am, you don't want your child to get hurt either. Chapter 29, The Flavor of the Sea. As soon as Yi Xingxin's words fell, Ji Chio Ju's face became ugly, looking viciously at Yi Xingxin, ready to fight for her life. Her child was her only concern, and anyone who dared to touch her child would attack them at all costs. Li Wei also looked at Yi Shengxian with a surprised face. I did not expect that Ji is so hooked female ghosts. Who the hell are you and what do you want? Because of your child. One of my ghost weapons was damaged, and Mrs. wouldn't want to pay for it. Because Ji Chio Ju divorced early, the child became the only tie in life. Naturally, too spoiled. Raised a bear child character. Weekday mischief. The neighbors have not been over to ask for a statement. As soon as Yi Xingxin said that, she understood that it was her son who had gotten into trouble again. Seeing that it was two living people, Ji Chio Ju was ready to kill them with her hands so that no one would find herself in trouble. But seeing that Yi Xingxin was carrying a cell doorstop, or a higher rank than his own, he suppressed the urge to make a move. After all, in the neighborhood, the official owners have a higher status than the tenants, and their own orphans can't afford to mess with them, even if they are a living person. It must not have been easy for him to get cell access. You wait. After saying that, he locked the door, and in a few minutes, the door to the room opened again, and Ji Chio Ju threw out a glove. This is enough to keep you company. With that, he closed the door again with a bang. The dealer's glove. With this glove on, your hand speed can be invisible to the naked eye. Of course, it can also be used for other things. Remember to wash and sterilize it. Why do you feel that the system is getting more and more unorthodox? Looking at the system's display, Yi Xingxin vaguely felt that he could smell the flavor of the sea from the glove is. This can't be something she uses often. Brother Yi, cow. You can even get a ghost weapon here. This was traded for other ghost weapons. Do not say okay, say let Li Wei more envious. Many people do not have even one of the lowest level ghost weapon. You this pop up at any time person is numb. Returning to the maintenance department, Yi Xingxin sat down seemingly with her eyes closed, and Li Wei didn't dare to disturb. In reality, it's a raffle. With today's bonus, that's 2 more rounds to smoke. Yi Xingxin never believed in the 10 consecutive guaranteed. Basically it is able to draw. Firmly believe in one shot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing 100 pounds of highly nutritious carrion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill experience card. Catch. Transform. Send. 5 times. Highly nutritious carrion. Food. Receive. Transform. And send experience card. You can receive attacks from enemies below disaster level. Transform the damage of the attack. And double it back. 5 times. Just about finished feeding the previous dog food and came back with some fancier ones. Old Blackie is in for a treat. And the skill experience cards are okay, if only they were permanent. By noon, there were no further assignments. Yi, going to the cafeteria? Although most of the time was spent sitting in the office, the mental tension was not small for physical exertion, and Li Wei was already hungry. The property's cafeteria specializes in preparing food with live people in it. The flavor is average, but it's nice to have. No, I'll go back and eat. In Li Wei's envious eyes, Yi Xingxin was considering whether to go to the little ghost girl or the ghost young woman. I don't know if the little ghost is up yet. Is lunch ready? Just as he went out the door, he saw the ghost young woman waiting daintily, and when he saw Yi Xingxin come out, he hurriedly went forward and pulled him. Brother Xiaoye, will you eat at my place for lunch? At the same time, the voice of the little ghost girl rang in her heart. Yi, the meal is ready. Are you off work? How do you choose between 2 simultaneous invitations? Yi Xingxin said what to choose. Of course it was all of them. Sister Snow, come home with me. Zhao Qingxue thought it was going back to her house. Building 5. 307. Who knew that she had turned the corner when she walked to Building 4? Brother Yi, where is this going? Go back to my house. It's not good. Why don't you go back by yourself? Come what may. Let's go. Yi Xingxin disregarded her objections and brought to the 404. Taking out the key and opening the door, Yi Xingxin pulled Zhao Qingxue in and saw 2 small female ghosts dressed in very frugal clothing setting out meals on the table. Yeah, how come you didn't say anything when there were guests coming, i.e.? The 2 ghosts hurried into the bedroom to change their clothes, not expecting Yi Shengxian to bring someone back. For Yi Shengxian to bring back another one, the 2 ghosts didn't feel anything wrong. Instead, they smiled and greeted the 2 and told them to quickly take their seats. When he was about to get off work in the afternoon, Yi Xingxin held his waist with one hand and assisted Zhao Qingxue with the other. sending her back home and then reporting to the maintenance department. When I entered the door, I saw Li Wei with only one arm left and was secretly crying. What's going on here? Yeah, you're here. Turns out he got a repair order in the afternoon. Came to the door and got an arm bitten off because he couldn't repair it. And if the ghost hadn't had bad legs and couldn't outrun him, he probably would have just cooled off. However, I guess a bad review won't be able to get away at the evening settlement. Yi Xingxin patted his shoulder and handed him 100 plutonium coins. Buy an arm to press on first, or else there will be another task later on that won't be easy to complete. Li Wei didn't expect Yi Shengxin to give him money to buy his arm, and wiped his tears while saying thank you. For this little fanboy, Yi Shengxin would still take care of it without affecting himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points. When it was time to leave work, Yi Shengxin brought Li Wei, who had already bought his arm, to the property hall. The manager walked over and began to settle today's paycheck. Sacred Heart Yip, 5 stars, salary 50, bonus 80. Li Wei, 1 good review, 1 bad review, salary 50, bonus cancelled. Wukong Shang, salary 50. Ishuan Rong, salary 50. Yao Hong Yun, 3-star reviews, salary 50, bonus 20. Tomorrow, all of you go to the entrance of the neighborhood. A big man is coming. Make sure you don't embarrass our property. Get off work. Seeing the manager leave, Li Wei asked Yi Xingxin beside him, Brother Yi, do you know who's coming tomorrow? In his heart, Yi Shengxin was familiar with all the ghosts in the neighborhood and should know something inside. However, Yi Xingxin had been either accompanying the little ghost girl or with the ghost young woman. Knowing a hairy inside story, I'm not sure, but we must be careful tomorrow. By the looks of the manager, tomorrow's people, they're not small. If we don't pay attention, we may not be able to live. After Yi Xingxin left, the other 3 gathered around Li Wei to inquire about Yi Xingxin. After all, Li Wei had only followed him for a day and mixed up with good reviews. Although Yao Hongyun knew that Yi Xingxin had a knack for dealing with ghosts and monsters, he was still curious as to how he had obtained 5-star reviews. What? It's even possible to extort a ghost weapon? How did he do it? Chapter 30, The Old City Lord. At night, Yi Shengxin lay between the 2 little female ghosts and simply slept for the sake of his waste. Although the dual cultivation technique could increase ghost chi, the drain on the body was not zero. For the sake of fine-tuning, you should still control the frequency. It's too frequent these days. The next morning, dressed under the service of Lian Shanshan, ready to go to see what kind of big shot, let the manager so discreet. By the time they reached the entrance to the neighborhood, the other 4 were already waiting. Yi Xingxin greeted them and moved a chair out from the janitor's room to sit down. The so-called big shots shouldn't be here so early. The ghosts have to rest too. At this time, the manager, the head of each department also came. Seeing Yi Xingxin sitting, the manager's face changed. Walked to his side. Little Yi, you can take care of it. To make the big man unhappy, old brother, I can't save you. Cham, tell me, what big shot is coming? A few of the others had their ears sideways, trying to get some intel to save them from getting into trouble later somehow. There's nothing I can't tell you. It's just that the last old city manager retired and is coming to our neighborhood to retire. Even though it's the previous city lord, you don't have to treat it so cautiously since it's retired, right? And what if his son is the current lord of the city? I think Shan did the right thing. But does the old city lord have any hobbies or taboos? You've really got me on this one. I'm a small property owner. How can I know about the big guys? Knowing the identity of the visitor, but no other information at all. Yi Shengxin had to look forward to the power of his insightful eye. At about 9 o'clock, several hearse cars drove up to the entrance of the neighborhood, and the driver, dressed in a suit and white gloves, got out and opened the door. The first to come down was a male ghost in his mid-30s in appearance, which didn't look like the old city lord by any stretch of the imagination. However, the aura on his body was not weak, so he should also be the type in a high position. The manager trotted over and bowed and said, "Young master, Manager Jean, the old city master chose our neighborhood to retire. You can't afford to be slack." "Yes, Major." After saying that, he took his place behind him and looked at the ghost that got out of the car. Yi Shengxin looked in his eyes and heard in his ears. The only one who could make the manager call him a great young man would be the eldest son of the chairman of the Pluto Abyss Group. The Hades Abyss Group was the group that the neighborhood property company was a part of. One of the top groups in the underworld, with companies in every industry in the underworld. Xu Mingjun, fear level, friendliness 0, eldest son of the chairman of the Stygian Group. Xu Meiyuan, decentralized for exercise in order to inherit the family business in the future. Hates flatterers. Knowing how to deal with taboos and nasties at least keeps you from pissing him off. At that moment, the door of the car in the back also opened. and an old man with a head full of white hair walked down, along with a young girl and teenager together. Li Yu. Disaster level. Friendliness 0. Retired old man. Hobbies, playing chess, smoking, drinking tea, walking birds, hates dishonest people, loves to brag. Li Guire. Red level. Friendliness 5. First time leaving home with her grandfather. Born in the underworld. Never seen a living person. More curious about you guys. Hates people who are deliberately trying to please. Li Ping Ping. Li Ping Ping. Lich ghost level. Friendliness -20. Left home with his grandfather for the first time. Born in the underworld. Very hostile towards you guys because you peeped at his sister. Loves his sister and hates anyone of the opposite sex who approaches her. Good lord. The brat is still a cis controller. Elderly please. A room has been arranged for you. Chu Mingjun smiled and invited. Shao Chi, you guys are just too polite. The old man, I'm down but my body bones are still fine. I can come over by myself and delay you to make money. You're joking. Several people walked together towards the neighborhood, and when they passed by the players, only Li Ping Ping glared viciously at several people. After that there was nothing for the players to do. Before the manager talked about being so serious, but it turned out that all these big shots didn't bother with the living players. We now, when they're far away, go back to the property hall. Several people didn't object to Yi Sheng Xian's words, just follow the big brother. Feeling that it was almost time, Yi Xingxin led the way back to the property hall. And not a moment later, the manager came in. All of you go back to your respective positions. Returning to the maintenance department, Li Wei said to Yi Shengxin, Brother Yi, just now I saw that brat's eyes weren't right. Just do your job. The last few days, finish up and never necessarily see him again for the rest of your life. What's the point of thinking so much? Suddenly the phone rings and Li Wei picks it up and keeps nodding. Yeah, Building 8. 507 reporting a chandelier repair. Take the bulb and go. Soon. The two arrived at 507. Li Wei went up and knocked on the door, and a man with a fierce face and no shirt opened the door. You can see that his stomach was sliced open with a knife, and all the internal organs inside were gone. It startled Li Wei, while Yi Sheng Xian looked at the man with an expressionless face. Zhang Ershi, Night Ghost level, friendliness -50. Happy to have another extra meal today. It was a special call for takeout to come in and fix a light bulb that was also fake. He knew that another batch of living people had recently come, because he usually didn't go out much and didn't talk much with the other residents in the neighborhood. So he knew late when the last batch of living people came, and only ate one living person. This time it was from the window to see a living person in the neighborhood, and rushed to call the property's phone, because every time there are living people to come, are arranged to work in the property, although I do not know who arranged, but they can eat on the line, care so much. Looking at the two men outside the door, one seemed to be startled by his appearance. He spoke quickly, Sorry, I thought they were neighbors. You guys come in first, I'm going to put some clothes on. Looking at the fierce-looking man being so nice, Li Wei let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Yi, the owner this time seems to be very nice to deal with. It's just trying to trick us into going in. You know, if we don't go through the door, he may not be able to catch us. Some players are gifted with acceleration, and others have props or skills that accelerate. If you don't trick your way into the house, there's a good chance your prey will run away. Ghosts also have intelligence. But once you enter the room, you're basically cool. Although there are some very high-status ghosts living inside the wasted death cell, this copy is actually considered a low-level copy, with a low mission difficulty and a high survival rate. Those players who had entered the game more than a dozen times, it was the intermediate and advanced level copies that they entered. By that time, however, the player's level was, at the very least, a lich level. Those that didn't make it to the night ghost level were basically cool. Hearing Yi Sheng Xian's words, Li Wei's heart trembled. He had only played the game twice, and this was the third time he had entered the game that. The first two times I was able to muddle through by hugging my way through. The copies I encountered weren't too difficult, although he knew that this male ghost was up to no good, since the two were sent by the property. If they didn't even enter the door, they wouldn't be able to hand in the assignment and would get a bad review. However, for a ghost that was only at the level of a stern ghost, Yi Sheng Xian wasn't too afraid. The big deal was that he would do him, and he would also be able to add some ghost energy and other things to himself. Chapter 31, Killing Zhang Ersi. The two of them entered the room, and Zhang Ersi was also dressed, a black t-shirt covering the gash on his stomach. It's the kitchen light that's out, so you guys come in and replace it for me and I'll give you a good review. Wanting to eat meat, it was only natural to look into how one could lower the defenses of the living. Do you guys drink tea or beverages? He knew that the more hospitable he acted, the less alert the living would be, and the easier it would be for him to strike. Thank you. No, we'll change the light bulb and then leave. There are still a lot of things on the property. Yi Shangxian politely refused him. Who knows what might be in the water? Although it was tempting to show down straight away, if he didn't make the first move, he couldn't kill back himself. These were the rules that he knew from the ghost young woman's mouth. There was a player who tried to help her before, and when he found out she was being domestically abused, he sneaked up on his husband at her house, and the cell rules just killed that player. After all, the player enters the neighborhood to provide a service, and as a result, you take out the person you are serving, which is clearly a violation of the rules of the game. But if it is only after the other party has done something to kill the other party, then the rules of the game will consider you to be justified in self-defense. There's no such thing as over-defense in the game, as long as the ghost makes the first move. Even if it stops immediately to continue hurting you, you can kill back. When he came into the dining room, where the chandelier was, there was no light bulb, which he had obviously removed himself. Li Wei, go up and press a light bulb. Yi Xingxin handed the light bulb he brought to Li Wei. He himself was secretly wary of Zhang Ersi, and had put on the dealer's dealing gloves, just waiting for him to sneak up on Li Wei and strike out to finish him off himself. Zhang Ersi watched Li Wei get on the stool, just waiting for him to raise his hand and press the light bulb, exposing his chest, so he could take out his heart with one claw, and then dealing with the rest of them would be simple. The door of the room had already been blocked by their own ghost chi, and with their strength of less than grieving ghost level, they couldn't open it at all. These two living people are already meat on the slab. Thinking about it, Zhang Ersi's mouth was watering. After all, the meat of the last living person was just too flavorful. Li Wei pulled the mouth of the lamp with one hand and held the bulb with the other. All his attention was focused on the top of his head. Zhang Ersi struck. The nails on one hand grew out to more than a dozen centimeters, and if he grabbed it, he could easily pierce through the defense of the ribcage. Yi Xingxin held Zhang Ersi's paw afterward. Ha! Zhang Ersi was a bit confused. This living person was so fast, he was grabbed by his arm without even realizing it. Then Yi Xingxin's whole body's ghost chi erupted, although the level was less than that of a stern ghost, but the strength was also much greater, and Zhang Ersi, who was not paying attention for a moment, was knocked down on the ground. Then the gloved hand, at an unreadable speed, kept hitting Zhang Ersi's temple position. Even if it was a ghost, being hit here all the time would confuse it. Li Wei was completely unaware of what was happening, and for a moment he actually froze. What are you still waiting for? Quickly come down and take a stool to smash. Yi Xingxin let out a bellowing cry, letting the confused Li Wei find his backbone, and didn't care what happened, doing the right thing according to the big brother's command. Bang! Bang! One hit the head, one smashed against the lower half of the body, and it was impossible to tell whose damage was higher. Anyway, Zhang Ersi was completely incapable of counterattacking from the moment he was lying on the ground. Finally, under the tireless efforts of the two, Zhang Ersi stopped moving and Li Wei stopped. Yi Xingxin snatched his injured stool and smashed it against Zhang Ersi's head, before breaking up his ghostly body again. Who knew if he was pretending to be dead? Yi Xingxin's caution was right. After being hit on the head by the stool, Zhang Ersi, who was originally unmoving, once again struggled, took Li Wei by surprise. Don't just stand there. Look for a weapon like a knife or something. The damage from the stool is still too low. Yi Shangxian suppressed Zhang Ersi and told Li Wei to find weapons. It's a kitchen. Knives are still easy to find. If it wasn't for Yi Xingxin attacking his head all the time and keeping him in a daze, the two of them wouldn't have been able to suppress the night ghost level Zhang Ersi. Li Wei found a kitchen knife, and after a few cuts, Zhang Ersi turned into a ball of ghostly gas and died. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the severe ghost, rewarded with 500 ghost chi, 5 free attribute points, and 300 medieval coins, adding all the attribute points to stamina. After all, he had been using his waist too often lately, but with a few more uses, one was about to upgrade. One couldn't save when one shouldn't. Zhang Ersi died. Then the things in the room. The two people naturally have to scrape once, or else it will be cheap for the next owner for nothing. In the room, the two found plutonium 1000, a grieving ghost-level ghost weapon, ghost slippers. Ghost slippers, after wearing them, you can ignore the collision volume, ineffective within the boundary. However, you need to consume your own essence blood. Yi Xingxin was a bit unwatchable, so he discussed with Li Wei and took all the plutonium himself, and the ghost slippers were divided among Li Wei. The so-called ignoring collision volume, simply put, it is a general wall. Obstacles can be directly through. It doesn't look bad, but the average ghost will use ghost energy to set up a boundary, which directly nullifies the ghost slippers, and also consumes essence and blood. It was fine if it only consumed blood, but essence blood that was hard to regenerate would completely do more harm than good. However, Li Wei didn't have any means of preserving his life, so it was appropriate. After all, in weakness, it's better than being outright lifeless. Originally, Li Wei didn't even think that he could still get a share of the stuff. If it wasn't for Yi Shengxin, he would have come over to do this mission, and it would probably be cold directly. The heart was even more grateful to Yi's Sacred Heart. At the same time, it also added 20 Holy Mother points to Yi Shengxin. The two returned to the maintenance department and continued to wait for their assignments to be handed out, only to wait until the end of the day without another assignment. Property Lobby. Yi Shengxin, salary 50 inch. Li Wei, salary 50. Wukong Sheng, salary 50. Rong Yishuan, salary 50. Yao Hongyun, salary 50. After the manager left, Yi Shengxin also went back to the little girl's house. The other three gathered around Li Wei and asked, "I can't believe Big Brother didn't get a favorable review today?" The corner of Li Wei's mouth twitched as he thought, who gives good reviews when the customers are cold? He also did not say that the two killed the customer, casually said a couple of sentences to dismiss the three, then headed to the cafeteria to eat, ready to go back to rest. Today is the first time to kill ghosts. Too exciting. Need to take a good reprieve. Yi Shengxin finished eating, in order to upgrade as soon as possible, but also cannot care about their own waste labor. Not to mention that today also added 5 points of physical strength, dueling until dawn. The ghost chi again increased by 500. Looking at the value of the ghost chi that is about to be upgraded, the feeling is about to force out of the obsessive-compulsive disorder. But the two little girl ghosts are tired of the night, and now have not been restored. Had to get up from the bed, only to go to the home of the ghost young woman. Chapter 32 Acupuncture. After a great battle, Yi Shengxin had finally risen to level 5, and with one more level, he would reach the grievous ghost level, which Yi Shengxin expressed his anticipation for. The 5 points of attributes rewarded by the upgrade were all added to the shortened spirit. The attributes were now: name, Yip Shengxin, nickname, Weil, level, 50/5000, talent, Madonna, helping others for greater rewards, strength, 17, regular 10, mental, 19, regular 10, physical strength, 22, regular 10, speed, 15, regular 10. Notre Dame point, 40. Plutonium, 4510. There were only the last 2 days left in this copy, so even if he didn't want his waste, it probably wouldn't be enough to upgrade. Yi Shengxin expressed some regret. For Yi Shengxin to be late again, the supervisor Mahan did not say anything. After all, are used to it. Li Wei also once again took a phone call. Door-to-door repair went. Maintenance department only left Yi Shengxin himself, a little bored, just in the heart and two small female ghost chat. Brother Yi, Grandpa asked you to come to the house tonight. Lu Moi suddenly said. Got it. We'll go over there together tonight. Player Yao Hongyun is dead. Remaining gamers, 4 inch. The sudden ringing of the game tone made Yi Shengxin froze. It had been so many days, and it was said that Yao Hongyun had basically adapted to the work of the wasted cell, so how could he still die? However, immediately after that, the system's prompt sounded, interrupting Yi Shengxin's thinking. Ding! The player being helped has been detected as dead. Start recovering help rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2000 ghost chi, 240 plutonium, ghost weapon, worn out mountain opening axe. Item, unknown plant seed. Worn out mountain opening axe, a wandering spirit level ghost weapon that can easily tear through an enemy's defenses, below wandering spirit level. Unknown plant seeds, unknown. The stuff is crap and totally unappealing to the eye, but the rewarding ghostly aura and plutonium still smells good. For his death, Yi Shengxin did not have any excessive sadness. After all, it was originally a stranger, and entered the thriller game. Sooner or later there will be such a day. It was almost noon when he got off work. Li Wei came back, but his face looked bad. What's up? Running into another difficult customer? No, but I saw how Yao Hongyun was killed. Li Wei hadn't slowed down until now. Tell me. Yi Shengxin was a little curious about how he died. I went to Building 7 today to help an old lady fix her toilet and saw Yao Hongyun patrolling downstairs from the bathroom window. Right after that, a kid ran out of the building and I don't know what he said to him. And then the kid just punched him in the face and killed him. The kid smiled at me afterward. Kids? There are kids in Building 7? Yi Shengxin expressed how he didn't know. Li Wei said with an ugly face. It's the boy who came with that big man. When Li Wei said this, Yi Shengxin probably knew how Yao Hongyun died. Li Pingping had gotten murderous towards a few players because they had glanced at his sister when they were at the door. Yao Hongyun was on the wrong end of a gun. It was estimated that Li Pingping was squatting in Building 7 waiting for someone to pass by. Li Wei was lucky to avoid him and come back alive. But the fact that the old city lord had actually lived in Building 7 was something Yi Shengxin had not expected. An afternoon also did not receive a phone call. Yi Shengxin did not forget that he still had to go to Lu Mai's house to see the old man tonight. After receiving her paycheck, she hurried to 404. With the help of the two little female ghosts, dressed up and carrying the gifts they bought together, they went to the house of Lu Morii. Originally, Old Black watched the three go out together and wanted to follow, then cancelled his intention after hearing that he was going to see Lu Moi's grandfather, Lu Qianjun. Just as I walked to the entrance of Building 7, I saw Li Pingping crouching in the shadows. He was ready to come over when he saw Yi Xingxin, but when he realized that he was holding two small female ghosts by his side, he chirped and turned around to go upstairs. After all, he was a night ghost level, and the two little female ghosts were both night ghost level as well. There was absolutely no chance to strike. Arriving at 709, Lu Moi took the key and opened the door, and the three of them walked in. Originally, I thought that only Lu Qianjun himself was at home. Who knew that there were three other people? It was the old city lord Li Yu, the city lord's granddaughter's grandchildren, Li Guire and Li Pingping. Yi Xingxin froze, but she still came back to her senses and shouted at Lu Qianjun, "Grandpa, you're looking for me." The three of them, Li Yu, were also stunned when they heard Yi Xingxin's address. What was the situation when he, a living person, called Lu Qianjun grandfather? Looking at the three people's puzzled expressions, Lu Qianjun helped introduce the few people. Li Guire's curiosity about Yi Shengxian became heavier, wanting to know how he, a living person, chased such a beautiful female ghost. Li Pingping, on the other hand, hated him even more. After all, as soon as he entered the door, he stared at his sister. Yi Xingxin also knew that the old master had called himself over to introduce the old city lord to himself, and that his purpose was to help him expand his network and avoid unknowingly dying in the underworld and leaving his granddaughter widowed. Now the old man's friendliness has been brushed to over 60 by Yi Xingxin, not in vain of the effort Yi Xingxin spent. After sending off the old city lord's family, Lu Qianjun let Lian Chanxian and Lu Moi go into the room first, indicating that he had something to say to Yi Xingxin. "What's the matter with you? You didn't take what I said to you before to heart, did you?" Lu Qianjun said to Yi Xingxin with a serious face. "Ha?" Yi Xingxin momentarily did not know which sentence the old man was talking about. Looking at him with a confused face, Lu Qianjun said in exasperation, "I told you that people and ghosts are different. Don't overindulge in lust. Look at what you're deflated into now. Don't you even look in the mirror?" Yi Xingxin was said to be stunned, and said, "I do not feel that I am false. Do not believe you. Ask Morii. How do I behave?" Of course, he didn't dare to actually say it, or else the old man would definitely give him an earful. The two of them returned to the room. Lu Qianjun let Yi Xingxin lie down on the recliner. He went into the room to get some things and walked out. "Lift your top up a bit." Yi Xingxin did as he was told. Although he didn't know what the old man was going to do, he thought that he wouldn't harm himself. Then he saw him take out a pack of fine needles from his bag. Under Yi Xingxin's horrified eyes, he drew out a few sticks to Yi Xingxin's body. "Ah, what the hell are you shouting for?" Lu Qianjun said furiously, thinking that he shouted as an insult to himself. After all, a lifelong old Chinese medicine practitioner, who had also made a great name for himself in the underworld after his death, ended up helping him with acupuncture and toning, and he still shouted as a ghost without knowing what to do. "Ha, it doesn't hurt?" Yi Xingxin looked at the silver needle stuck on his stomach. The needle was still trembling, but he didn't feel any pain at all. It felt amazing. After all, in his previous life and in this life, Yi Xingxin had never really seen a Chinese medicine practitioner. There was also no understanding of acupuncture. Before, when she saw such a long needle sticking into her stomach, she thought it would be very painful and instinctively screamed out. Chapter 33 Rock Shell Damage. "Yi, what's wrong?" The little girl ghost in the room heard Yi Xingxin suddenly yell out and hurriedly ran out of the room to see her grandfather standing beside her lover. Walked over to see that it was in acupuncture, gave him a strange look and said, "Yi brother, you are afraid of sticking needles? Ah, such a thin needle, you are afraid. Unlike me, you so thick. Ahem." Looking at the little girl ghost's mouth, Yi Xingxin hurriedly coughed twice, interrupting what she was going to say later. Driving the little girl ghost back to the room, Lu Qianjun explained some more words to Yi Xingxin and pulled out the silver needles from his body. "This point I stabbed is the Guanyuan point. You memorize the location, and after that, find a way to go to the ghost wormwood, and moxabrate every day with the moxa pillars rubbed together with the ghost wormwood, so that you don't run out of yuan yang early on. After the death of the living, most of them have disappeared. Only a very few with very deep resentment have the opportunity to appear in the underworld." Or else Lu Qianjun high and low to fix the death of Yi Xingxin, so that he stayed in the underworld forever to accompany his granddaughter, but also early to let himself hold a great-grandson, rather than like now, but also worry about his premature death. The most crucial thing is that people and ghosts can't have children. One should have no chance of holding a great-grandson. Hearing Lu Qianjun's words, Yi Shengxin blushed strangely and shouted in her heart. System? So you know Chinese medicine too? Because when he obtained the ghost mugwort before, it was labeled on the back that he would use it sooner or later, and it was thought that the system also knew that it could be used for aphrodisiacs. However, there was no reply from the system. After eating, the three returned to Lian Shanshan's house. Yi Xingxin took out the ghost moxa velvet, rolled it into an AI tower, and even ordered 9 strong. In order to be able to upgrade before the end of the game, Yi Sheng Xian also put up a fight. I don't know if it really worked, or if it was a psychological effect, but anyway, the feedback from the little ghost girls was useful. It's a good thing that the soundproofing of the rooms in the wasted cell is still good, or else the neighbors would have to come to the door in the last few days. In the morning, Yi Xingxin went to the ghost young woman's house as usual. Perhaps because Yi Xingxin will soon leave the game, the ghost young woman to show more initiative and wild than before. The ghost chi was raised again by 250, and Yi Xingxin held his waist and left the ghost young woman's house. Although it is an aphrodisiac according to the old man's method, it cannot be messed up like this. Coming to the maintenance department, the supervisor Mahan approached and said to Yi Sheng Xian, Xiao Yi, the security department is empty. The manager asked you to go over and substitute for a day. Got it, Han? In Li Wei's horrified eyes, Yi Sheng Xian left the maintenance department. Big brother left just like that? What about yourself? It's the last day. It's not going to turn over, is it? Yi Xingxin first found Zhang Jingming to report for duty, and then began patrolling the neighborhood. Now that he was alone in the security department, oddly bored, he made a trip home when he passed by 404 and found Old Black, who was sleeping. Old Black, you're a dog, not a cat. Why are you sleeping in broad daylight? Go, take a walk with me in the neighborhood. After saying his words, he ignored Old Black's struggles and forcefully dragged it out. Woof, please be a human. I'll be a ghost. Isn't it normal to sleep during the day? Ha, I knew you'd like a walk. Woof, woof, I'm not. You're slandering me. It wasn't boring with Old Black playing along, and one man and one dog patrolling around the neighborhood. During this time, he also met Wu Kongsheng and Rong Yishuan who were cleaning. As the players who were still alive in the cleaning department, the two of them were scared and careful every time they cleaned. They cleaned carefully, including the grass. After all, there was a previous experience. Because of a bubble of dog, a player was cold. Seeing Yi Shengxin leading a dog over, the two were very alert and looked at Old Black with worry. Not because it was a ghost, but simply because they were afraid that it was pulling in places they couldn't see. Looking at the two people who were not very welcoming, Yi Xingxin was confused. Wasn't it fine before? What's going on here? Woof, woof, what are you looking at? Look again and I'll eat you up. The Old Black man barked twice at the two men, scaring them so much that they turned their heads and ran away, reaching a far-away position and peeking over again. Old Black thought this was a provocation to himself and was about to chase after and bite the two to death. But Yi Xingxin gripped the rope. Stop it. We still have to patrol? Woof, weren't you talking about a walk before? How did it turn into a patrol? You're a dog, aren't you? Away from the two players, one man and one dog began another jostling patrol. Brother Yi. Yi Sheng Xian froze. Who would call me that? The little girl ghost had always called Brother Yi. The ghost young woman called little Brother Yi. Who would call himself Brother Yi? Step, step, step. A rush of footsteps approached, and Yi Shengxin inclined her head to see Li Guire running out of the building. Go old. Was that you calling me just now? Is something wrong? Brother Yi, you are a living person. Can you tell me what the world of living people is like? Li Guire said as she looked at Yi Xingxin with a pair of big, flickering eyes full of curiosity. There's not much to say about the world of the living. Basically anything that's in the world of the living, the underworld has as well. But what's in the underworld isn't necessarily in the world of the living. Li Guire was not satisfied with Yi Sheng Xian's answer and continued to pursue. But Yi Xingxin didn't want to get too close to Li Guire. After all, she also had a sister-controlling brother. The original friendliness was low enough. And then if he stayed with her, he was afraid that Li Pingping would kill her right away. The saying goes that you can't talk about people during the day and ghosts at night. But the proverb didn't say that you can't talk about ghosts during the day either. After all, ghosts are also very active during the day in the underworld. Woof, there's killing. Dahe suddenly barked, startling Li Guire. Wow, what a majestic dog. Did you raise it, Brother Yi? Yi Xingxin was just about to speak when, with a bang, his entire body flew out a dozen meters away. Ding! The host is under attack and the rock shell has been damaged. If it's while the rock shell still has a count, it counteracts the impact and doesn't fly out that far. But the count runs out and only counteracts the damage. It was good that Yi Xingxin's physical quality now exceeded that of an ordinary person, or else it would have been bad enough to fall this time. Damn it, who is it? Yi Shengxin. who had climbed up from the ground, stared viciously at where he had just stood, only to see Li Pingping with her head lowered, being lectured by Li Guire. Li Pingping, you've gotten fat with guts, how dare you sneak up on brother Yi? Sister, you, me, him. Li Pingping, who was reprimanded by Li Guire, excitedly wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say for a moment. Although Old Black wanted to help Yi Xingxin take revenge, but Li Guire standing next to her, although she looked cute, her strength was indeed a genuine red coat, one level higher than Old Black, so it decisively conceded, and pretended that it didn't see Yi Xingxin being beaten up. How dare you argue? Quickly go and apologize to brother Yi, or see how I'll beat you up. Chapter 34, The Fragrance. I don't. He's just a living person. He's just our food. Why should I apologize? Li Pingping stalked her neck, refusing to apologize and revealing a hint of murderous aura in her eyes. It's because of this living person that my sister, who has never cursed me, is cursing me in front of outsiders. Yi Xingxin's face was not good either. This was completely a flying accident. He had already wanted to avoid Li Guire, but he did not expect to be attacked by Li Pingping. And the first gift that the little girl ghost had given himself was scrapped. Once a ghost weapon was damaged, it was directly turned into ashes, and it was impossible to even try to retain some of the remains. Originally, he was prepared to look at the face of the old city lord and Li Guire. Actually, he was afraid of his background. As long as he apologized, he would forgive him, but he didn't expect to even apologize. Ding! It is detected that the host is ready to retreat, and a task is now issued. Teach the bear a lesson. Rewards are issued according to the degree of lesson learned. Penalty for refusing the mission. 1 year of kidney weakness. Kam Yi Sheng heart cursed, was ready to concede. Did not expect that the system that has not much presence has released a mandatory task. It may seem like you can refuse, but that punishment is something no man would want, right? Isn't that coercion in disguise? Kid, let's have a fight. If you lose, you will obediently apologize, and in the future, when you see me, I will respectfully call me brother Yi, and you can't go against me anymore. Do you dare? For a child of this age, the method of provocation was quite good. Li Pingping sniffed, and indeed agreed in one mouthful, not even asking what would happen if Yi Xingxin lost. What Li Pingping thought in her heart was that Yi Xingxin was only at the district wandering soul level, and she herself was at the Li ghost level, and there was still a difference of one grieving ghost level in the middle. Just now, if not for his ghost weapon blocking it, he had already cooled down, and he even dared to fight with himself, and she could pretend to accidentally kill him with one punch. Li Guire wanted to stop it, but before the words came out of her mouth, she was stopped by Yi Xingxin. If a child is not educated when he is young, he will not be able to discipline him when he grows up. Li Guire thought about it, so she didn't say anything else. Anyway, if there was really danger, with her own strength of red clothes, she should be able to save the injured party. Yi Xingxin put on the dealer's dealing gloves, then pulled out the ecstasy flute, stretched out one finger, pointed it at Li Pingping, and then with a crooked finger, shouted, "Come over here, looking for death." Li Pingping looked at Yi Xingxin, who still dared to provoke, and with a fierce force under her feet, her whole body leaped out. Yi Xingxin unhurriedly placed the flute to his mouth and began to play. Li Pingping's fist was only 10 centimeters away from Yi Xingxin's head, but it just couldn't slam down. Damn it, what demonic magic did you use? Li Pingping was still able to maintain his sanity and wasn't completely controlled, so it could only be said that the city lord's cultivation of him was really good. However, Yi Xingxin didn't care about those, and after temporarily controlling Li Pingping, he stepped forward and hooked him 2 meters into the air with a foot, then posed, back, with a whoosh sound. Li Pingping's body, uncontrollably, rose 10 meters and then landed in a straight line. When she was about to land, Li Pingping rolled over, about to unload the impact. Although this height, for a night ghost level strength, wouldn't hurt, the pain would still hurt. However, Yi Xingxin did not give him this opportunity. The flute blew again, and once again, Li Pingping's body was uncontrollable, snapping and falling flat on the ground. Yi Xingxin relinquished control and waited for him to stand up before taking control again. Then the usual snap, and Li Pingping fell to the ground once again. Last time it was lying down, this time it's lying down. The damage was not high, but the insult was extremely strong. The originally well-dressed Li Pingping was now covered in dust. Convinced? Ah, you're looking for death. Li Pingping roared all over. His body's ghostly chi sword. He was ready to go all out and directly finish off Yi Xingxin. However, as long as he didn't break through to the red clothes level, he would be under the control of the mesmerizing flute, which would keep him awake and thinking, but it also made him bear the full brunt of the pain and the feeling of social death. Blow, hook, blow, pop, a set of consecutive moves. Yi Xingxin played with joy. and Li Pingping was so aggrieved that she almost cried out. But the bear child is not so easy to yield. He is still stubbornly struggling. Yi Xingxin kicked his legs are sore. See the situation. Took out the bungee special safety rope. Put Li Pingping a bundle said. You still do not serve is not it. Then I will hang you in front of the cell, so that everyone knows you well. Just after Yi Xingxin finished speaking, Li Pingping's face swished. If others saw herself woefully hanging from the door, how could she still mix in school in the future? Don't teenage ghosts want to lose face? Thinking back to what his father taught him about lying in wait, he decisively conceded when it was obvious that he wasn't an opponent, and then took a good revenge back after secretly building up his strength. Brother Yi, I was wrong. I won't even go against you again. Li Gui'er looked at her brother with surprise. He who wouldn't even concede in the face of red clothes, but he had conceded after being simply dropped a few times? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Rewarded with Ghost Chi 1000, Plutonium 500. Skill, Sword in the Sister. Sword in the Sister, you can draw a weapon from the chest of a person of the opposite sex with full friendship, with a weapon level of the opposite sex's current level +1. Ooh, I'm familiar with that skill. Looking at the skills rewarded by the system, Yi Xingxin said that he had once fantasized that he could have them, but there was no way to test it now. It was better to deal with the matter at hand first. He looked at Li Pingping. Li Pingping, Night Ghost level, friendliness -50. This is a cultured brat. What the hell? Friendliness has also dropped so much. This is preparing to play lying down. However, Yi Xingxin said that he was about to leave the game, and when he came back to the neighborhood next time, his strength should increase a lot, and he would be even more unafraid of him, and if he wanted to play later, he would have plenty of chances to play with him properly. Reholding Old Black, he greeted Li Gui'er and left. Li Gui'er was also too embarrassed to pester Yi Xingxin about the world of the living, and with a black face, she pulled Li Pingping's hand and headed for home, ready to teach her brother a good lesson. After leaving work at noon, Yi Shangxin hurried home, wanting to try out the newly acquired skills. Brother Yi, it's time to eat. Lian Xianxian set up the meal and looked at Yi Xingxin who had just entered the door and said. Yi Xingxin quickly walked to Lian Xianxian's side and reached out his hand to press against her chest. Brother Yi, are you in such a hurry? Let's eat first. Do whatever you want after dinner. It's too late to explain, Yi Xingxin casually said. His hand pressed on Lian Xianxian's body and pulled back, accompanied by a gentle glow. A toy water gun with a heavy plastic feel was pulled out. System, you call this thing a sword? The skills you gave are pirated, right? I just starve to death and jump out of here, but I wouldn't use such a low weapon. The system didn't have any response to Yi Shangxian's trolling. Drown Ghost's toy water gun can shoot a penetrating high-pressure jet of water to attack the target and inflict negative buffs such as suffocation, slowdown, and freeze, etc. Current water gun level, red, that smells good. Chapter 35, Old Black, there are always unruly people who want to harm me? Yi, what is this? Lian Xianxian looked at the toy gun in Yi Xingxin's hand and was dumbfounded. Did she still have this thing in her body? Why don't you know? Yi Xingxin showed the attributes of the water pistol to the little girl ghost, who sucked in a breath of cool air. This was actually a red-level weapon. What's the best thing you guys are playing? I can't believe you didn't call me. Lu Moe, who was still organizing things in the kitchen, heard Lian Xianxian's exclamation and curiously probed out to see. Ha, yes, such an adult and still plays with toy guns? Is it as good as your gun? For Lu Moe, the old CG, Yi Shangxian and Lian Xianxian had basically immunized themselves. After all, whenever they interacted and drove, she was the wildest. This is not a toy. For a gun that came out of her own body, or a red coat level, Lian Xianxian would not allow others to underestimate it. Yeah, let me see. Lu Mai expressed his disbelief and snatched it from Lian Xianxian's hand, pulling the trigger at the door's position. Don't! It was too late for Yi Shangxian to stop it. Call out. Holy, who is it? Trying to murder people for money? The voice of Qian Daio from the opposite door came from the small hole in the door. Yi Shangxin and Lian Xianxian looked at each other. Lu Mai, on the other hand, spat out. Qianxian, your home soundproofing is too bad. Right, and the neighbors didn't even come to complain about us affecting their rest? When it comes to driving, you can always trust the old sickie, no matter what the topic. She can put ruts in your face. Outside the door, Qian Daio is still cursing. In their own good rest, suddenly a red coat level of water column attack. Almost close to the scalp to fly, even if the strength is stronger than their own, but also completely do not wimp out. Let go of the vocabulary of the curse. Brother Yi, should we go out and apologize? Lian Xianxian asked in a low voice to Yi Xingxin. Yi Xingxin listened to Qian Daio's curses, thought about it, or decisively concede. Don't. Uncle Chen doesn't know who did it. Let's pretend we don't know. What are you muttering about? Open the door and see what Uncle Chen is cursing about. So loud. Lu Mei hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter and wanted to go open the door to see what was going on. When Yi Xingxin held him in his arms, you might as well take a break. After waiting for a while, Qian Daio's cursing gradually stopped, probably tired of cursing, and could not find anyone, turned back to the house. Yi Xingxin then let go of Lu Mei, lying down in the cat's eye and looking at it. Seeing that the aisle was empty, he hurriedly found something to plug the hole in the door. At that moment, the water gun held in Lu Moi's hand emitted a hazy white light and disappeared. Ha! How come it's gone? Lian Qianqian stated that she was angry and didn't want to pay attention to her, while Yi Xingxin sat down next to the table and said, don't care about what's there. Quickly eat. From drawing out the weapon, to the weapon disappearing, Yi Shengxian roughly estimated the time. About 10 minutes or so. This was important. If the time was miscalculated, in case the weapon was gone during the fight, it was estimated to be cold. The strength of the attack was already known, but there was no way to test the additional mitigating effect. After all, the ones in the cell that could resist the red coat level attack were big shots that Yi Shengxian couldn't afford to mess with. After eating, Lu Moi licked her lips and was stupidly excited. Yi Shengxian looked at her and reached out his hand towards her chest. The result was not the same as what she thought. Originally thought it was undressing herself. Who knew that her chest actually lit up with light, making Lu Moi confused for a moment. Jade Pure Wine Bottle has both attack and space forms. After setting the password, recite the password to make it work. Current password, attack form, none/space form, none. This. I remember that Mori doesn't like drinking, right? Yi Xingxin asked with an uncertain face after reading the weapon introduction. Lu Moi said with a sad face, I don't like to drink, so I drank once, or I drank fake wine, and I was directly poisoned and hung up. Yi Xingxin showed the details of the weapon to the two little female ghosts. Then why is it a wine bottle? Could it be related to the cause of your deaths? Qianqian drowned, so it's a water pistol, and Mori drank fake wine and died, so it's a wine bottle? Brother Yi don't care why it's a wine bottle. You quickly set up a gag. Let's try how effective it is. Lu Moi's expectant eyes revealed a leap of faith. Yi Xingxin thought about it and set the attack form's password to, please turn around baby. Bottle. Gourd is almost the same. There set the password for the space form to, do you dare to say yes when I call you? That is, there is no feudal list or journey to the west here. Or else the silver-horned king and the land pressure Taoist high and low would have to ask him for royalties. With the password set, the three of them went to the neighborhood square, found an empty space with no one in it, and began to test the effect. Yi Xingxin held the bottle in his hand and said to a small tree, please turn around baby. In an instant, a jet of water erupted from the mouth of the bottle and blasted into the tree along with the smell of alcohol. It was then realized that the small tree did not move. This is all the attack at the red code level? The three of them looked at each other in dismay. To think that they couldn't even break such a small, thin tree. This was a fake red coat level, right? After a few more tries, knowing that the bottle disappeared, the little tree still hadn't suffered a single bit of damage. Lu Mei pulled Yi Xingxin's hand and pressed it to her chest. Brother Yi, one more time. Yi Xingxin catalyzed his skill and took out the jade pure wine bottle once again, this time preparing to try the spatial form, calling out to a rock on the ground. Dare you say yes when I call out to you? Fear the sudden quietness of the air. Lian Qianqian said cautiously, do you guys think it's possible that this trick isn't used on dead things? Yi Xingxin slapped his head. He really made a fool of himself, and the stone would not respond, but also cannot go to attack the other residents. There is no suitable target to give the test effect. It's a shame that you don't even have a life and death enemy in a game. If Yi Shengxian's idea was known by other players, he would probably be greeted by his ancestors. The others couldn't wait to live a peaceful life in the game where you and I were good and everyone was good. Suddenly, Lu Mei's eyes lit up and thought of a good target for the experiment. Why don't we go back and pull Old Black to try the effect? The Old Black who was sleeping in 404, felt a coldness in his back and woke up from his sleep. Woof, there are always unruly people who want to harm me? You be a ghost. Who did Old Black invoke? This is after all a red coat level. Old Black can't afford it. Lian Qianqian said breathlessly as she slapped on Lu Mei's forehead. The three of them went out happily and went home with their heads hanging down. Lian Qianqian was a little bit better. After all, the effect of her own weapon was awesome. Lu Mei was very upset and decided to make up for it on her own. Chapter 36 New Copy, Shooting Mr. Zombie. Lu Mei took her grief and anger and ruthlessly vented it on Yi Xingxin's body, causing him pain and double happiness. The pain was because the waste was screaming, but the thing itself was pleasurable, and it also boosted the ghost chi, perhaps knowing that Lu Moi was uncomfortable in her heart. So Lian Xianxian didn't participate this time, letting Yi Shengxian breathe a sigh of relief. By the time it was over, The time had come to 3:30 p.m., another hour and a half before the end of the shift and the settlement of the paycheck. And that was the end of the game for this time. In this last bit of time, Yi Xingxin didn't bother to report the salary of a mere 50 plutocrats. Yi said that he couldn't look at it. Brother Yi, remember to think of us after you go back. The other thing is that you have to take good care of your body. I brought Grandpa's medical book for you. Remember to read it after you go back. Lu Moe, who was lying in Yi Shengxian's arms, suddenly got up and took out a thick book from the drawer and handed it over to Yi Shengxian's hand. The medical book of a ghost herbalist, containing the insights of an old doctor for 2 lifetimes. Ding! Detected ghost Chinese medicines medical book. Can be directly absorbed and converted into a skill. Is it converted? Yi Shengxin, who was still having a headache about how he should look at it, heard the system prompt and hastily chose yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for transforming the skill. Look and smell. Look and smell, skillful in the essence of Chinese medicine. You can cure all difficult diseases, limited to ghosts. Looking at the skill introduction, Yi Shengxian was overjoyed. Wasn't this equivalent to being the second Lu Qianjun? This skill could be too helpful for his future participation in thriller games. Lu Qianjun is only a district red level. There is such a wide range of contacts in the underworld. Relying on is not a body of medical skills. And now he can also be. Excitedly, Yi Shengxian kissed the little girl ghost. This novice copy quest is over and settlement begins. Number of survivors of this game, 4. Individual mission completion for this game, 45%. Rating of this game, D. Rewarded with a ghost chest. Rewarded with 500 ghost energy. Reward of 500 plutonium coins. Evaluation of this copy of the chief, none. The entire team behind Thriller Games thanks you for your participation and looks forward to seeing you again. Entering the player space in 5 minutes. You can return to the present world at any time within the player space. In this copy, Yi Xingxin was either playing with the little ghost girl or the ghost young woman, and basically didn't do much in the way of tasks. So the completion and evaluation were much lower. The reward is also better than nothing. The big head still has to look at the system and start cutting leaks. Ding! Detected players starting to settle. The Holy Mother system started to collect rewards from players who were helped by the host. The host can choose to collect/not collect. Receive a payoff percentage of 70% to 90% of the player's settlement reward. By choosing not to collect, the system compensates the host with the appropriate number of Holy Mother points at 10% of the final reward of the player being collected. Li Wei receives 70% and the others 90%. Take in fewer of your own little minions. The others aren't familiar. The others basically did the quests the entire time, with 1,000 each for ghost energy and 500 each for plutonic coins. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2,500 ghost chi, 1250 medieval coins, wandering spirit level ghost weapon, worn out skull crushing hammer, wandering spirit level item, white candle. The skull crusher is just a worn out hammer with a pathetically low attack power, bound to be a contraption that won't live to see the real world. White candle, one of the ghost's favorite items, used with threaded incense for better results. A grudge box that opens right up and spells a one-shot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for opening Ghost Chi 1500. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to level 6, Grievous Ghost level, reward attribute points 10. Yi Xingxin looked at his attributes and chose to develop them in a balanced manner, adding 5 points to his speed, 1 point to his physical strength, 3 points to his strength, and 1 point to his spirit. The properties are now: name, Yip Shengxian, nickname, Weil, level, 6, 200/6000. Talent, Madonna, helping others for greater rewards. Strength, 20, regular 10. Mental, 20, 10 for regulars. Physical strength, 23, regular 10. Speed, 20, regular 10. Notre Dame point, 40. Plutonium, 7,000. However, after entering the copy twice, the attributes were already almost the same as players who had entered the game 5 or 6 times. Just after adding the attributes, the game time came to an end, and in the eyes of the little girl ghost who was reluctant to part with her, she turned into a ball of white light and disappeared into the bed. Opening his eyes again, he had already arrived in player space. There were still so many people setting up stalls and hawking, and Yi Xingxin was ready to dispose of the few wandering soul level and grudge ghost level useless ghost weapons on his body and empty his backpack. A worn out mountain axe, a worn out skull crushing hammer, and a black silk stocking for looting. The 3 pieces sold for a high price of 2,000 plutonium, with the black stockings selling for 1,660 W worth of black stockings ghost weapons. You deserve it. After dealing with the groceries, he still hadn't found any ghost weapons he was interested in. After all, it was a scarce commodity, and he was the only one who could sell 1 or 2 at a time, albeit all of them were low grade. Yi Xingxin chose to return to the real world. and at the first opening of his eyes, he was already back in his rental room, dust all over the floor. It's time to hire cleaning again. That said, since the arrival of the thriller game, the cleaning company's business is getting better and better. After all, the player has entered the game, basically is not able to return for several days. Looking at the bed because it was too wet to change, already moldy sheets, Yi Xingxin directly threw into the trash can, and then dialed the cleaning phone, and then went out to go. First to eat, and then go to buy a new bed sheet. Because of the former body, realistic friends are all ho-hoed out, and no one wants to spend every day with someone who opens his mouth and closes his mouth with pessimism. Yi Sheng Xin decided to travel for a change. 7 days later, Yi Sheng Xin, who was in a good mood, decided to continue the game, for other players to avoid the game, but instead it is Yi Xingxin's place to make friends. Welcome player, for fun, to Thriller. Your journey in the game is about to begin. Copy extraction in progress? A copy of this game, Movie City. Time limit for the game, 7 days. Number of players, 20. Status, set crew member. Main quest, complete the filming of the movie Mr. Zombie. 1 tips, as a professional set crew, make sure you do your part, and depending on the situation maybe have a cameo role in the movie. Bonus points for good performance yo. At the end of the game, awards are given out based on the director's evaluation. Mr. Zombie? Is it the one I know? Yi Sheng Xin muttered. It was amazing that a movie that had not appeared in the real world would appear in the underworld, or that he had participated in the filming. Why are you all so slow? Hurry up and go to your posts. The first act is about to start. Any later and the director will be cursing. A middle-aged male ghost dressed as an assistant director yelled at a group of players with a small trumpet. Chapter 37 Act 1, The Righteous Estate. The assistant director's prodding caused the players to panic. The game prompts just said they were on set crew, but what the job description was didn't say. For a moment, the players didn't know what to do. A man in his 30s calmly asked, "Assistant director, what department am I in?" Who knew that the assistant director, who had been looking so kind just a moment ago, had slapped the man in the face, hitting him so hard that his head turned 720 degrees directly on his neck. You don't even know what you do for a living. How dare you apply for a job, comet. After saying that, the assistant director looked viciously at the remaining players. Player Lu Long is dead. Current player count, 19-inch. The opening of the first dead one. Let the remaining players more panic. Before participating in the game, the fastest can live for an hour before dying. This time but a few minutes after the death of people. Assistant director. Night level. Friendliness 0. He won't hurt you as long as he doesn't delay the progress of the movie. Indeed, if the crew dies out, the movie will definitely be delayed in its progress. So the assistant director won't kill anyone without reason. He's more scared than the players. Reading the prompt, Yi Xingxin became more calm, and at the same time, he also saw the work permit hanging around the assistant director's neck, and looked down to find that he had also hung one. Name, Yip Shang Xin. Position, lighting technician. Knowing his position, Yi Xingxin did not go to the workstation at the first time, but prepared to grip the system wall. Gentlemen, for your positions look at the work tags hanging around your necks. Yi Shang Xin loudly reminded the other players before heading towards the fixture he was in charge of. Meanwhile the heart is happy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 380 Holy Mother points, 20 points per person. 18 players plus assistant director. With one sentence, all the players present were bound, while the assistant director's friendliness was also increased by 5 points. Because of his reminder, it made the others head to their respective stations, as a favor to the assistant director. In the scene, the actors had already taken their respective positions, and now the first act of the scene was being filmed. The person named Awan lit a handful of incense and shouted, "All uncles, brothers and sisters, come back to eat." Then thought of something, pulled open the curtain. A row of zombies dressed in ancient official uniforms, standing against the wall, with yellow talismans attached to their heads. Yi Sheng Xin turned his attention to the yellow talisman, a piece of yellow paper. I can't believe it's really just a prop. And then to the actor playing a zombie. Grudge ghost level. Friendliness -10. Director, when will we be able to start dinner? Whoosh. It's a real zombie with fake runes. It's worthy of a thriller game. It'll play. Although he was surprised in his heart, Yi Xingxin still hit the lights in time. After all, as long as he didn't make any mistakes, he wouldn't be in danger. Awan first inserted incense in front of the row of zombies, and then inserted it in front of the coffins next to each other, one of which was rather special. Not in front, but in the gaps of the coffins. After Arwen turned around, the incense was suddenly drawn into the coffin. Noticing something strange, a man inserted a few sticks up again, and this time they were blown away. Arwen lifted the lid of the coffin. A skeleton suddenly bit his finger. Arwen shrieked and let go of his hand. Click. This one's over. Makeup artist? Quickly touch up the actor's makeup, the director shouted with a trumpet. Acting as a makeup artist is a young male player in his 20s, holding a makeup tray, looking at a pair of powder cream, completely do not know what to use. So he had to take a powder puff and haphazardly dabbed a little white powder in the face of Arwen, rubbed a few times. The grease on man's face was indeed gone, but what had been yellowish black skin was a white patch here and there. Who is this makeup artist? What the hell? The director slapped his stool and cursed loudly. The assistant director bowed his body and apologized repeatedly. Afterward, he walked over to the makeup artist and opened his mouth to bite off his head. The strong smell of blood caused the zombies next to him to gather around. Player Lu Zhengming is dead. Current player count, 18-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost Chi 1000. Plutonium 300-inch. The assistant director then picked up the makeup tray on the floor and quickly helped the actor with his makeup. The filming continues, and the appearances of the Ishwan characters are basically all there, with Man, Shang, Uncle Nine, and Four Eyes all making appearances. Among them, Shang is playing the role of a player. The other three are ghost actors. This copy, acting as an actor. The player will automatically get the script, and Shang's playing, obviously a veteran player. Batch. Very smooth completion of the scene. Yi Xingxin's lighting job is also very simple, mainly switching between normal lights and dark cyan lights, which are used to emphasize the horror atmosphere. A zombie mess with a 4-eye exit. Click. The scene for this one is done. Pack up the venue and turn around in an hour and a half. The director gave the order, and all the ghosts instantly disappeared. There were only 5 players left on the scene, including Yi Sheng Xin, lighting engineer, Xingxin Yi, Shuiying Feng, videographer, Zheng Huangqiang, Lu Chendong, field recorders, Wu Wenchang. The venue was mainly just a matter of cleaning up the floor and arranging the tables, coffins, and other items that had just been knocked over in the fight, and that was the end of it. It took 5 people an hour to finish the job. In a row, they headed to the new venue. Here, under the director's control, it's like daytime. Exxon. Uncle Nine walks down the street with Man, guest starring as a player selling fish vendors, and shakily finishes his lines. The director doesn't yell click, and gets away with it. When they arrived at the tea house, they needed a lighting technician to arrange the lighting. Yi Xingxin and Feng Shuiying fiddled for a while, and the director shouted start, and the shooting continued. The actors were saying their lines. The director shouted, click. What is camera 1 looking at? Where's the close-up? Where's the close-up I want? Originally here. Ninth Uncle's performance drank plain coffee with a pained expression that required a close-up of his face. As a result, camera 1. Because the female ghost actress who played Ting Ting before drank coffee and milk separately for the sake of Ninth Uncle and Man, and then tilted her head and ate a spoonful of sugar, revealing her career line, forgot to take a close-up. It was only when he heard the director's words that he came back to his senses, but it was too late. Only Ting Ting walked over to camera number 1 and said with a smile, does it look good? I'll let you take a closer look at it, okay? While saying that, he pressed his head down. Before he could feel the softness, he felt a pain on the top of his head and then lost consciousness. Yi Xingxin watched clearly from the side. After this female ghost pressed down on the player's head, she stretched out her tongue and directly pierced through the skull and was sucking the brain marrow. Player Lu Chendong died. Current player count, 17 foot. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1500 ghost chi and 480 plutonium coins. After sucking out the brain marrow and casually tossing the body out the door, the group of actors next to him gathered around. The director was oblivious to the scene. When the players have been divvied up, yell out to start. Feng Shuiying, who was on the opposite side of Yi Xingxin, covered her mouth and wanted to vomit, but she was afraid that she would be eaten if she delayed the shooting, and the whole person was on the verge of crying. Chapter 38. Ting Ting, who had finished eating, resumed her pure and lovely appearance, and smiled faintly at camera number 2, almost not scaring him to pee. Just now he had witnessed how the player next door was cool. After this scene, all the people moved their stuff and started to turn around. Because the shooting was in the daytime and there were no ghosts and monsters appearing, so the lighting engineer's job was very easy. Just need to adjust the intensity of the lights as needed. Inside the new venue, the director calls for the start and the actors take the stage. Shang's actor and Shang's Zan were saying their lines. In a while a girl from the opposite side of the Jardine house will come over to buy something, so don't bully her just because she's a J-girl. Shang laughed and pushed his aunt away. Alright, aunt, go buy the food, and add 30% when you see a J-girl. I know what to do. Yi Xingxin looked at his performance. Worthy of being an old player. Vivid expression. completely in line with the characters in the drama. This person is a little something. In fact, this player who played Ah Shang, in the real world, specifically went to learn acting, because he had encountered copies that required acting before, when he almost cooled off directly because his performance was so bad. I'm using what I've learned this time. After that, Ting Ting comes over to buy rouge and powder and is mistaken for a J-girl, and Man also comes over and tries to explain what the Yiheng court across the street is, but is directly interrupted by Shang when he speaks. As long as it's in the rules, it's safe for the player to do these actions. The player of Shang knows this, and if a new player were to do it, how dare he or she interrupt the ghost to speak? Click. Good acting. This one is over. Everyone eat first and continue in the afternoon. The director disappeared into thin air after saying his piece. The assistant director came out and called the set to start arranging lunch. Look out. This copy is still very conscientious. Issued to the players boxed lunch. If in the real world, how did dozens of dollars a copy? 2 large chicken thighs per person. Thick slices of beef. Bubbling rice. There was no food that could not be swallowed. And the ghost actor's meal was a bowl of white rice with no vegetables. It wasn't that the director mistreated the actors, but it was white rice for worship. And the ghost actors ate it well. But there are always unsatisfied ghosts staring at the players on the scene, wanting a taste of fresh human flesh, but in the way of them not making a mistake. The ghost actors didn't dare to kill anyone directly, or the director wouldn't let them go. The actor who plays Ah Sang had wanted to come over to the player's place to exchange information, but Ting Ting actually walked over and struck up a conversation with him, although he is an old player. But the previous copies, but have not seen such a beautiful female ghosts, are to be more shabby and more shabby. But also all blood times hula old scary. It was a good thing Ting didn't do anything about it, probably also because he hadn't made a mistake and broken the rules, but it was clearly on him. After eating, the crowd turned to a graveyard in the countryside. The director took a loudspeaker and shouted, "Begin! Everyone should worship with sincerity and respect." Ninth uncle. Back then the feng shui reader said, the weather was just right. There was no need to fill in the light at all. And Yi Xingxin felt pretty good as she sat off camera and watched the actors in the arena act out the scene. After the main actors have finished their lines, it's time for the drag queens. Ninth uncle. It's already been worshipped, so we can move the earth. Move the earth. At Uncle Nine's command, the dragon stepped forward and kicked down the tombstone. This scene made Elder Run frown as he watched, but he didn't say anything. This scene in the movie reflects the folklore that ghosts are afraid of evil people, and that the people helping to move the graves must act viciously so that nothing happens to them. Yi Xingxin felt that after this movie was made, it wouldn't have the slightest problem even if it was put on air in the real world. Soon the coffin was dug up, and the dragoons brought pillows to put underneath, ready for the nails. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the day that Rengong Wei Yong will see the light of day again, and all those whose ages are 36, 22, 35, and 48 who belong to the chicken and the ox will turn around and return. Ninth uncle gave an order to prepare to open the coffin, and the ghost birds and ghost crows nearby cried out. Only black smoke was seen rising from the coffin, and the body, which had been buried for 20 years, had not decayed at all. Ninth uncle proposes local cremation, but Master Rin is adamantly against it. For one thing, in the era of the movie, earth burial was popular, and the Ren family, as the local gentry, would be poked in the back if they were cremated. Secondly, Ren Wei Yong is afraid of fire. Ninth uncle had no choice but to agree to put the body in Yizhuang first and choose another cemetery for burial. Making movies in the underworld is bull. Unlike the real world, where it's shot by shot and then edited, here it's shot segment by segment and then spliced. It was filmed exactly according to the timeline of the episode. Yi Shengxin was watching with great interest, as if he had returned to his previous life when he watched movies. You two just light a plum blossom incense formation at the grave. Come back and tell me what kind of burnt. After saying that, ninth uncle left. Shang and Wen each put 3 sticks of incense on the grave. Following the script, Shang stood in front of a tombstone and said the lines, "Wow, dying at 20, spoiled, come and have some incense." "Thank you." An ethereal female voice suddenly rang out, and even though he knew the script, a pang went through Shang's heart. Click. Very good. This one is over. All go back to rest. The next scene, shoot at night. Assistant director, have the props ready for the night. The props team has 3 players and 2 ghost props. You 3, go and prepare the props that will be used at night. If something is missing, hey, the 2 ghost props laughed grimly and arranged to the 3 players. The 3 dared to be angry, and the props they needed to use were yellow paper, talismanic brush, black ink, chopper, peachwood sword, and a ghost rooster. The first things are okay, just some dead things, just take it out of the warehouse. But the rooster is a living thing, rather it is a ghost rooster. The 3 of them are afraid to go down to catch it. It is better to decide through the drawing of lots. In the end, Huo Zhendong unfortunately won the bid. It's just a rooster. Even if it's a ghost, it's still a brat. I can do it. Huo Zhendong cheered himself up and then walked inside the chicken coop. A few minutes later, there was a sudden scream. The game's prompt rang in the minds of all the players. Player Huo Zhendong is dead. Current player count, 16-inch. Immediately after, Yi Xingxin heard a system prompt. Ding! Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost G600. Plutonium 50-inch. So little? It's a long time to die. It would have been nice to live to see the end. For this bit of stuff, Yi Shengxian expressed his dissatisfaction. It seems like this Huo Zhendong didn't play a few copies either. When the two remaining players in the props group heard the game prompt, their faces were white at that moment. Secretly glad that they hadn't drawn the task of going to catch chickens, the two of them came to the warehouse in pairs, ready to take the other props. But who knew that just as they were about to reach out, a voice could be heard speaking. What are you guys doing? Who told you guys to just take anything? Chapter 39, if there is this fragrance in the house, someone must have died. Big brother. It was the director who arranged for us to come over to get the props, Chen Sisi said with a trembling voice. A fat man with lewd eyes and a fruit knife stuck in his neck, still dripping blood, came out of the dark part of the warehouse. He was the one who tended the warehouse on the set during his lifetime. And because he tried to rape a female groupie who came to help him get his stuff, who knew that she had a fruit knife with her and plunged it directly into his neck. Looking at Chen Sisi's delicate appearance, the warehouse manager looked up and down unkindly. Want to take props off? Also fine. But Li Ming could see the warehouse manager's thoughts, and in line with the guideline of dying a friend of the road, he opened his mouth and said, Big brother, let us go in. I'll take the stuff and leave. I won't delay your business. The warehouse manager originally just wanted to take advantage of the situation and mooch. After all, the player hadn't made a mistake, and he didn't dare to stop hard to keep from taking the props. But now that he saw Li Ming creating an opportunity for himself, he was nonchalant. Okay, you guys come in and get it. The two of them quickly took their things, although Chen Sisi knew that Li Ming also did not have good intentions. But the task still had to be accomplished. Who knew that just as she was about to go out the door, she was snatched out of Li Ming's hand and was tripped and fell to the ground. Don't leave me. However, Li Ming not only went out quickly, but also closed the door of the warehouse. The warehouse manager looked at Chen Sisi on the ground and laughed. Don't worry, I will help you. As long as you can help me first. He. A few minutes later, Chen Sisi left the warehouse disheveled, with an extra blood-stained fruit knife in her pocket. And since then, the warehouse manager has never appeared again, trying to take advantage of my mother. You're really looking for death. And that Li Ming, if it wasn't for this ghost weapon, could my mother have let you trip her up? Chen Sisi thought in her mind and left the warehouse with quick steps. As for the clothes, it was her own torn mess before she came out, just to make the ghost think that she was spoiled by the warehouse manager, so that no ghost will suspect herself. After all, how can someone who can kill a ghost be spoiled by a ghost, right? Li Ming looked at Chen Sisi in front of him. In his heart, although he was surprised that the warehouse management was also too fast, but his face showed a heartbroken, compassionate expression, and he said under his breath, Sisi, it's not that I don't help you. Look at it now. We're all very safe, and I won't forget what you've given. After saying that, he also took out 100 plutonium and handed it to her. Chen Sisi received the plutonium with a gloomy face and ignored him. At this time, the two ghosts from the props team walked over. Are all your props ready? At night, the director is going to use them, Li Ming said with a smile. Big brother, the paper, pen, ink, sword and knife are all ready. Where's the rooster? The rooster is Huo Zhendong went to catch. We share. I don't care how you divide it up. All of you won't be able to withstand the director's wrath if something is missing. After saying that, the two ghosts joked and left. Li Ming and Chen Sisi looked at each other, not expecting to end up catching a rooster. Chen Sisi smiled and said to Li Ming, just now it was my sacrifice. Now it's your turn. After saying that, regardless of Li Ming's ugly face, she left straight away. Damn. You've been played by a ghost and you're still tugging like that. You won't be better off if I die. I had wanted to go with her to catch the rooster, so that she could draw attention to it, and I could take the opportunity to grab the wings and tie them up for the chicken, but now it was better to do it alone. However, Li Ming still had a certain degree of certainty about catching roosters, as he had gained a skill in the duplicate that could ignore attacks that did not exceed the level of a lich demon for 30 seconds. When I came to the chicken coop, I first looked at it. There was only one rooster in it, and I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. Fortunately, if it had been a flock, I would have been cold. After going in, Li Ming didn't directly open the skill. After all, it was only 30 seconds, but the chicken coop was huge. so if the rooster ran around and passed the time, he would be in danger. He was going to wait for the rooster to come and attack him, turn on his skills to resist for a bit, and then catch it while he had the chance. Evening, Ishwang. The camera, lights, and actors are all in place, and the director sits in his chair with a bullhorn and shouts, "Begin! If you have this incense in your house, someone must have died." The plum blossom incense array burned during the day. 3 incense burned into 2 short and 1 long. You are afraid of 3 long and 2 short. The incense avoid 2 short and 1 long. Ah Shang and Ah Wen pushed open the lid of the coffin, said in unison, "Wow," molding only to see the body in the coffin. The body began to grow white hairs, which is the precursor of necrophilia. Prepare paper, pen, ink and sword. At this time, Yi Xingxin noticed that Li Ming, who was off camera, only had 1 arm, and the other was missing. A bound attack at his feet, and next to him was paper, pen, ink, and sword. Looks like the roosters here are not to be underestimated. The plot continues with a burst of fancy spell casting, and Ninth Uncle instructs Shang and Man to pop ink lines all over the coffin. The two reveal the underside of the coffin because of their jostling. At this point, cameraman Zhang Huanxiang pushed the camera in and gave a close-up of the empty spot underneath the coffin. Click. This one over. Take a 10-minute break. The director was satisfied with the effect of the scene and had a good view of Shang as an actor. He was in a group of ghost actors, and his performance was not stiff, but fully integrated within the characters. Perhaps it was because of a few scenes against each other. One also had no more desire or hostility towards Shang to see a living person. Taking advantage of the free time, one person and one ghost sat down next to each other and whispered about something. Okay, actors in position for the final scene of the night. Begin. The two of them, Ah Wen and Ah Shang, were playing around, but Ah Shang ended up hitting Ninth Uncle on the head with a broomstick, and threw down the broomstick in fear and ran out of the righteous village. Man rushed to follow. Hey, don't leave so late. It's easy to meet ghosts this late. Oops. In this situation now, I'd rather meet a ghost than a master. With that, he stuck a handful of incense in the front of his car and rode off. Camera Zhang Huang Chang panting and running after, to the woods outside the village. The female ghost Xiaoyu debut, with its own BGM. The Underworld shoot doesn't need a post-dub soundtrack at all. It's all self-contained. It's excellent. Ah Sang's actor knows that in the back seat of the car, there is a female ghost sitting, but Ah Sang in the play is not aware of it, so he was very nervous in his heart, but acted very relaxed. This acting skill completely crushed the fresh meat. Passing by a branch, Shang lowered his head over to it, and the female ghost, acting engrossed in the happiness that was to come, was knocked to the ground by the branch. It disappeared with the sound of laughter from the land next to it. Real female ghosts. No special effects at all. Advanced. Click. It's perfect. That's the end of today's scene. I'll go back and get some rest. Don't be late tomorrow. The director disappears and the assistant director comes out to give the players accommodations. Dormitories are assigned according to position, with one room for the same position, whether there are several people. Chapter 14 Master Rin was killed. Back to the dormitory. There are not many rules here, as long as you do not go out at night at will, or die in vain. When you hear a knock on the door, just ignore it. Looking at only one bed, Yi Xingxin completely did not have the idea of letting it out. Even if Feng Shuiying is not bad looking, but after the little girl ghost and ghost young woman, Yi Xingxin has been completely immune. Living people are not as fun as female ghosts. Hello, my name is Feng Shuiying. Yi Shang Xin, P.S. In the game, the only thing players see each other with is their game nicknames, unless they are introducing themselves, and of course it's possible that they are saying fake names. Yi, are you an old player? I see that you've been calm all day. When the female ghost sucked the player's brains before, Feng Shuiying was on the verge of vomiting, but Yi Xingxin was able to remain indifferent, which made Feng Shuiying think that he was used to seeing such scenes. No, I've only played 2 games too. Seeing that Yi Shang Xin did not have much desire to chat with himself, Feng Shuiying was a little aggrieved in her heart. Did she look too bad or have a bad figure? Such a big beautiful woman lying on the bed with you, not to mention doing something, but even not interested in chatting? Feng Shuiying turned her back, forcing herself to fall asleep quickly. It was now 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, and she had to start work at 6 in the morning, so at most she would be able to sleep until 5. There were only 3 hours left. At this time, Yi's Sacred Heart was actually drawing a raffle. After all, there were quite a few more Sacred Mother points. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1000 Ghost Chi, 1 bottle of antidote, 1 box of Interceptor Elf, and 10 attribute points. The attributes were added to stamina in a limited way according to the old rules, and after a burst of heat in the body, it felt full of power. Although the strength attribute didn't change much. Antidote, any toxin up to red coat level can be disarmed. Interceptor Elf, literally, A 10-pack. After drawing the prize, Yi Xingxing began to go to sleep, and at 5 o'clock, he felt that he was pressed against his leg by something, and when he opened his eyes, he found that Feng Shuiying had a thigh across his leg, and his whole body was shrinking in his arms. Looking at his position again, well, it was the same as when he slept. No major displacement. So it was this chick who ran over here on her own. Looking at the time, it was almost time to get up. So Yi Shengxian patted Feng Shuiying's face. Hey, get up. It's time to go to work soon. Feng Shuiying opened her eyes in a daze and saw Yi Xingxin's handsome face appear not far from her. Ah, what are you doing? Hey, please look at the position. You're the one who ran over here. Okay. After that, he ignored her and got up to go wash up. Feng Shuiying looked at herself running to Yi Xingxin's half to come. Her face swished red. Thinking back to the night, it seems that it felt cold, and then leaned towards the hot place. When Yi Shengxian finished washing up and came out of the bathroom, Feng Shuiying said in a sticky voice, I'm sorry, it's me who misunderstood you. That's okay, go wash up. It's getting late. The two came to the scene and began to set up the lights that would be used later, while everyone else was busy, and soon the director arrived and nodded with satisfaction at the well-organized busyness. Director, it's all ready, the assistant director said as he walked up to the director. Very well, all hands on deck. Exxon. Will, have some tea. Thank you cousin auntie, cousin Ting Ting isn't so little anymore haha. Tina, not so little. So I thought, want some tea? I'll pour it for you. At this time, the player's guest servant walked in and said to Master Ren, Master, ninth uncle is here. The two of them went upstairs to discuss the relocation of the burial, leaving Shang, with, Ting Ting, and Wei downstairs. Ah Wei blocked the two from approaching Ting Ting. Ah Shang attracted attention, and Ah Wen took the opportunity to pluck a few of Ah Wei's hairs. Gray hairs, a sign of aging before one's time. Are they yours? No, how could it be mine? How could you find this gray hair on me? Ah said with a haughty look on his face. Shang and Wen went out of the room and took out a piece of talisman paper, wrapped it around their hair, and one ate it. In the room, Ah Wei made it to Ting Ting's side. We are playing together until we grow up well. Although you play in your home, I play in my home. A neat trick that ended with man getting his ass kicked by the master. Cousin-in-law. I'd like some tea. Click. Very good. Take a 10-minute break and prepare for the next one. With a wave of the director's hand, everyone shifted to the Yi Zhuang scene. At the same time, the sky became dim as night under the director's control. Elder Master Ren's coffin clanked and clanked, and the ink lines from before lit up with light. With a thud, the coffin fell to the ground in all directions, and old Master Ren's body jumped out of the door. Yi Xingxin hurriedly hit the blue-green light on the actor's face, followed by the two black sheep at the door suffered. Click. This one's over. Everyone get ready. It's time to turn around. Coming to the scene at Ren's house, cameraman Zhang Huanxiang lets the camera gradually approach the window in a kind of viewpoint of old Master Ren, giving the audience the illusion that it is the body of old Master Ren approaching. The scene came to an end with the screams of Master Ren again. Everyone take a half-hour break. The drag queens in the back are ready to come out. The assistant director began to speak to the dragon set actors about the scene. And later, after it started, first this, and then this. Got it? Got it. Got it. The player who played the dragon set was obviously a newcomer. And although the assistant director was quite amiable, the player was still afraid of him. After all, he was a living ghost. After a good rest, everyone is ready. The scene is the street of Renjia town, full of dragon ghosts in costume, looking like a real Republican street. All the dragon set players need to do is to pass through the group of ghosts and strike a gong while shouting, "There's been a murder in the Ren mansion." The play is easy. The hard part is getting over the fear of ghosts. After all, you have to walk through hundreds of them. As a result, the player couldn't speak a single faltering sentence because he was so scared, and his voice was so small that he probably needed to press it against his mouth to hear it. The shooting had been going well all along, and when it came to such a simple place as this jam, the director's face went straight to black, with a black aura coming out of his body. The assistant director on the side rushed forward and pulled the dragon set as a beating, stealing a glance at the director and realizing that he still had a black face. He directly snapped the dragon set's neck, and the group of acting ghosts rushed forward to share the food. The director's face improved at this. Player Yang Yan died. Number of remaining players 15-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost Chi 500. Plutonium 10-inch. The director's anger was dissipated, but the play had to go on, so he picked another player out of the drag queen cast. Originally, this player was quite calm, but the scene of Yang and being divided made his calmness dissipate with him. Chapter 41, I crave your body. You crave my brain. The newly picked dragons players, despite going through the ghosts and shouting loudly, did not meet the director's requirements. Click. I want a tone of watching the fun, not a tone of fear. Why would the people be afraid when the local gentry was killed? It should be a hilarious tone of voice. Start over. Click. Don't I make myself clear? It's the watchful tone. Again. However, the more the director clicks, the more the player gets scared and behaves worse and worse, and the director's tone gets heavier and heavier, entering a vicious circle. Click. Are you a pig? Start over. Click. UING. Assistant director. Get your ass over here and change. The director finally relented. A simple shot. All delayed for an hour. Still cannot pass. The assistant director was afraid to the extreme in his heart. After all, this dragon set was picked by himself. For the director, wasting time is wasting his life. If he doesn't solve this problem himself, it is estimated that the next time is to change the assistant director. Player Yang Ming is dead. Number of remaining players 15-inch. Ding. Player's death detected. Start collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost G800. Plutonium 70-inch. Looking at the assistant director who was about to start picking people again. The players whose identities were dragon sets started praying in their hearts that they wouldn't be picked. The assistant director also prayed in his heart. Let me pick a dragon set that can finish. Looking at this scene, Yi Xingxin's eyes lit up. Isn't this a good opportunity for wool gathering? Assistant director. Night ghost level. Friendliness 5. Outwardly gloomy and calm. Inwardly panicked. Volunteered to play a drag queen. Can gain a large amount of friendliness from the assistant director? Director. Yi Shang Xin shouted. The eyes of the entire room turned to him, but he didn't panic in the slightest. Director. Why don't you let me try this dragon set? The director first glanced at his status as a lighting technician, and there was no need to light this scene, so since he volunteered, he thought he should be able to complete the scene, so let him give it a try. Okay, you're it. Ding. Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 140 Holy Mother points. Seeing the director nod his head in agreement, the assistant director hurriedly picked up the luo and straw hat on the ground and handed them over to Yi Shang Xin. Looking at one of the few living people who looked good to him, the assistant director whispered, "Brother, you must act well. Don't worry." Seeing Yi Xingxin in position, the director called out with a trumpet, "Exon!" Yi Xingxin ran while shouting, "There is a murder case in Renfu Duan. There is a murder case in Renfu Duan Duan." Click. Very good. Perfectly done. Assistant director. Remember to give him a bonus for this lighting. Thank you, director. Yi Xingxin didn't think there was a bonus and happily returned to his position as a lighting technician. Taking advantage of the time to turn around, the assistant director came over and handed him 200 plutonium, while patting his shoulder and said, "Brother, thanks. You can come to me if you encounter anything on the set. I will definitely help if I can." Yi Xingxin saw that the assistant director's friendliness had increased by 50 and was now at 55 points. It was considered good. The scene changes to the Ren family hall, where Master Ren's body is covered with a white cloth and placed on the floor. Wai pushes aside the crowd of onlookers and comes in to take a look before immediately comforting Ting Ting, who is crying, by stating that his cousin's husband may be dead but he still has himself. At that moment, ninth uncle came in with Al-Wan and Ah-Shang, and after taking a look at the body, he instructed his two disciples to go back to the righteous villa to see if Elder Master Ren's body was still there. The gentry at the scene asked, "Young Master Wei, how did Master Ren die?" "Gunned down." Of course. After some assorted reasoning, Wei arrested Uncle Nine. At that moment the two apprentices ran back panting. "Master's coffin, scattered. The body is gone." "Master." Will interjected. "Arrested." After giving a few words of explanation, Uncle Nine was taken away along with Master Ren's body. Click. Over. Get ready for dinner. The next scene is shot at night. Eating a sumptuous boxed lunch. Even Yi Shang Xian's had chicken legs added to it. There were 4 of them. Feng Shuiying came over and said, "Brother Yi, I can call you that. Aha. I see you play the game well. Can you help me? Nothing dangerous about the lights? You need my help?" Yi Xingxin is also a lighting technician. The whole scene, there is nothing difficult. It is strange why she would say so. You've kind of completed a hidden quest with your cameo, and I just want you to help me complete a few hidden quests as well. In this way, it is also true, this job is a lighting engineer, and when the final clearance is settled, the rewards are only issued according to the lighting engineer. And now that Yi Xingxin is so messed up, other than that, the medals are at least 200 more. It can be said to have completed the hidden side mission. But why would Yi Shang Xian want to help? Anyway, he has already bound all the players. Whether they pass or die, he can gain. Completely useless to do more. Looking at Yi Shang Xian, who did not say anything and obviously did not want to help, Feng Shuiying gritted her teeth and said, Brother Yi, you help me. I will share half of the reward with you. Yi Xingxin looked at her. But because Yi Xingxin was sitting and Feng Shuiying was standing, the line of sight uncontrollably fell below her abdomen and above her legs. Immediately feeling that something was wrong, Yi Shengxian turned his head again and began to focus on drying his rice. However, Feng Shuiying thought that this was a hint to herself, not looking at that little plutonium reward instead. Feng Shuiying left with a face of shame and anger. Yi Shengxian didn't notice, and even if he did, he didn't care. Who would desperately help others without benefits? Other players have also noticed the Yi Xingxin play with ease, have wanted to come to set close, mix some benefits, other not to mention. Just say the critical moment he can come out to help themselves a hand. Soon increased the survival rate well. Yi Xingxin was too lazy to deal with it, and left the courtyard alone to wander around the town. Because of the identity cards hanging around their necks, the ghost groupies on the street wanted to drool, but thought of the director's horror and forcibly suppressed the longing in their hearts. It's you? The female ghost playing Ting Ting saw Yi Shengxian and walked over. Sai Feng, Night Ghost Class. Friendship 10. She thinks you have a brilliant mind and thinks it must taste good. Yi Xingxin almost blurted out with a cry of "Wachow! Good guy. I crave your body at most. You even crave my brain. You're here to shop, too? Yeah, there's no filming assignments right now, so wander around in case there's a cameo afterward. So I don't know nothing." Yi Shengxian casually perfunctorily said. "You're so motivated. I see other living people are afraid of cameos. It's all about living. Should I say no? Saifeng is still cute and eye candy when she's not eating people." Chapter 42, Li Ming's Death. One person and one ghost were just chatting and strolling on the street. If they were switched to the real world, they would have thought they were a couple. Who would have thought that the two were separately craving each other's organs? It's almost time to go back. Yi Xingxin looked at the sky, feeling that it was almost time, and returned to the set with Saifeng. The two of them went to different locations. Saifeng was back to the Ren family compound and changed into white morning clothes, while Yi Shengxian went to the cell that had been built and was ready to strike the light. All departments checked their equipment. The assistant director shouted before stepping behind the director. After the check, the director gave the order to start shooting. Wei heatedly smiled and picked up the red-hot soldering iron and started asking questions at Uncle Nine. "I used to use this bad word to brand bad people like you. Now I've switched to this one, which has fewer strokes and is clearer, but the pain is still just as painful." Ninth uncle was locked up and Shang stepped on the roof to the prison cell. Click. "Very good. Take a 10-minute break and move on to the next scene." The director gave a little break, and the actors should make up and rest. But the roof of the Shang some difficulties, although he has learned to act, but for two people more than the height of the roof according to the script to jump down. He is afraid to cool off. Still, he thought of a way to take advantage of the break and ran off to buy a recovery potion. Every copy has a place that sells organs, limbs, or potions, waiting for it to start. He took a mouthful in his mouth and swallowed it immediately after jumping, the potion quickly repairing his broken leg. In the footage, he just stumbles after jumping and then runs over to Uncle Nine. The director wasn't very happy with it, but he didn't yell click and reshoot, and Ninth Uncle, because he heard the sound of his landing, immediately probed out to check the situation. Who knew that the head was stuck, cannot go back, and then a Shang after taking off his pants, and excitement, the head retracted. That's when Shang pulled out the tools he'd brought with him. "Where's sticky rice?" "I brought it. It's still hot. Eat it while it's hot, Master." Taking the talisman drawn by Ninth Uncle, Shang began to look for the missing body of Master Ren. Although he was scared, as long as he was in the plot, he would not be harmed. Yi Shengxian's lights are always ready. Shang was thrown by old Master Rin and hit the wall. If not for the fact that the recovery potion hadn't expired yet, I'm afraid that he would be lying on the ground and wouldn't be able to get up. Finally, after some wrangling, the talisman was put on his head, and Master Ren was still then. Hearing the commotion in the cell, Wei came in again, saw Shang's coattails, and commanded his men, "Go out at once, lock the gate, and let no one open it if he calls." Then the hand cheaply tore off the charm on the corpse's head, and after being branded with the word adultery, frantically called out the door. "Open the door! Open the door!" The man shouted. "I won't open the door if anyone calls. I'm your captain. Why? Open the door! Come on!" The men opened the wooden door outside and were about to open the iron door when they saw the body of Master Rin inside chasing Shang and fled in terror. In the end, Master Rin was subdued by Ninth Uncle and Sang. Click. Change props. Props. Li Ming moved up a fake corpse and put it on the ground, but the director took a look at it and asked, "Who made this prop? It's too fake. Time is running out. You're on." A hand pointed to Li Ming. At that time he could not move. Directly by the over to the assistant director according to the requirements of the position of the previous Master Ren. Then it was time for Shang to jump up and stab the body of the corpse with his wooden sword. But looking at Li Ming lying on the ground, the player playing Shang hesitated. Click. What are the actors doing? Start over. Being scolded by the director. Shang didn't dare to delay, and without looking at Li Ming's eyes, he directly stabbed down. Uncle Nine used a talisman to ignite Li Ming on the ground. In the midst of the screams, it ended the scene. Click. Perfect. Prepare for turnaround. Player Li Ming is dead. Number of remaining players 14-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1700 ghost chi, 800 plutonium coins. Skill book. Hard. When activated, it allows a designated part of the body to ignore attacks up to night level for 30 seconds. For this skill, Yi Xingxin thought about it and still wasn't ready to use it by himself. It's too low level. Lichuan level can't even be defended against it, and the duration is very short. The scene shifts to the Rin family compound, where Ting Ting is dressed in plain morning clothes, with a brass basin of yellow paper at her feet, and Alwan is waiting with a bamboo tube on his back. All units check in, actors in their places. Radio okay, camera okay. Yi Sheng Xin hurriedly reported. Lights okay. The groundskeeper stands in front of the camera and plays the plate. Ting Ting led the dragons to start crying and mourning, burning paper money as they did so. Arwen fumbled around with the bamboo tube, her circular vision settling on the face of a drag queen player, who played the role of a maid in Ren's house. Being stared at by Arwen, a forced smile was appropriate in the context of the plot. After all, it was only normal that his own master was too cool to laugh. When the time was half over, Man put down the bamboo tube and told Ting Ting that he should be safe for the night. Who knew that just as he finished, the gate was pushed. The zombie actor jumped and entered the yard. The dragoons ran away screaming. Their scene over. Man, being an uneducated apprentice, was so scared that he hid behind Ting Ting. Click. This one's over. Everyone take a 10-minute break. Actors touch up their makeup and props prepare for the following scene. Saifeng finished her makeup and walked over to Yi Sheng Xian's side, her bright-eyed and white-toothed little face asking with a smile. Hey, what do you think of my performance? Oscar owes you a little gold, man. Yi Xingxin gave a thumbs up while saying with a good blush. Although Saifeng didn't know what an Oscar was, Yi Sheng Xian's praise could still be heard. With a blush on her face, she shyly said, how can I be as good as you say? At the same time, he thought in his heart, I really want to eat his brain marrow, so that I can keep him by my side forever. You don't see many men who are so good looking and can talk. After all, the male ghosts of the underworld are not to say that they are all crooked, but they are also basically blood times hula. After a break, the actors take their places in the room and a new scene begins with Man and Ting Ting hiding in a closet as the zombies close in and suddenly open the door. The two Arvins held their breath, and that's when the acting showed. After all, for a ghost, breathing in or out has little effect, and the two have to act out the sensation of suffocation. Then Arvin took out the bamboo tube he had been carrying. The result was also a cure for the symptoms. Then Arwen began a tawdry operation, stuffing the zombies' nostrils with cotton swabs, but it was quickly followed by a zombie sneeze. The two run out of the room in a frightening manner. Ninth Uncle and Shang arrive, and after a tussle, Man is scratched on the arm and the zombie escapes. Chapter 43. The security team, under the haphazard command of Y, let go of the zombies. Y wanted to get rid of one, who had been poisoned by the corpse, in advance, but was blocked by Uncle Nine. Hearing that glutinous rice can cure the corpse poison and protect against the zombies, the security team hoots and hollers as they all run away. Click. This one over. Hearing the director yell click, the actor playing Shang jumped in place rubbing his body. After all, punching and kicking at zombies hurts. Soon after, a new scene begins to be filmed, as there is not much glutinous rice left in the village. Uncle Nine asks Ah Sang to go to the next village to buy glutinous rice. Ah Sang rides his bicycle out of the house. Inside the farm, Ninth Uncle and Ting Ting take care of the injured Ah Man. After another break, the transitions continue, this time with a scene in the wilderness. The female ghost, Xiao Yu, creates an opportunity for Ah Shang to rescue her hero, and the two of them arrive at the home that has been transformed by Xiao Yu. After Shang drank Jade's wine, his whole body was confused and drowsy, and he was controlled by Jade to fly to the bed. It's not unusual for actors to do bed scenes. After all, they're still through the bed curtains. Player Zhang Zhixin is dead. Number of remaining players 13-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving. I'll get 500 ghost energy and 600 plutonium coins. The sudden ringing alert made Yi Shang's heart startled. What's going on? Who died? Because this game started in a hurry, the players did not have time to introduce each other. So Yi Xingxin is not clear who died. The scene of the scene shot well. Maybe it is the other dragon set cool? Yi Xingxin guessed. Ka! What's going on? Assistant director, go get a new actor. The director suddenly shouted click, making the few players present confused. Wasn't everything going well? At that moment, the bed curtains lifted and Jade stepped down. Yet Shang became a dry corpse. Sigma, degree winky face. The female ghost Xiaoyu fake drama? Sucked the actor playing Ah Shang into a dry body? Yet none of the other ghost actors, none of the ghost staff on the set, found it strange. Lighting technician Feng Shuiying, cameraman Zhang Huangqiang, field recorders Wu Wenchang, props Chen Cece, the 4 players shivered, thinking that according to the rules we'll be safe. But it turned out that there is a plot to kill? And the other actor male players are almost scared to pee. In case they are picked to play Ah Shang, basically cool ah, they do not think they can carry a female ghost fake drama to suck their own yang qi. The assistant director picked a male player in the group of actors with a figure similar to the previous Shangs and said, "You're the one. Get changed and don't delay." However, when he looked at Shang, who had become a dry corpse, he was so scared that he couldn't lift his feet, and he was still able to stand, even if he had the guts to do so. What's the holdup? Hurry up. They're all waiting. Seeing the players not moving, the assistant director roared. As a result, the player's feet got wet and his whole body was paralyzed with fear. Rubbish. What's the point of keeping you? Not listening to the command. You're fired. As soon as the assistant director's words fell, the ghost staff around them surrounded him. Ah, a dismissed player is no longer protected by the rules and can be killed at will by the surrounding ghosts. Player Shenfei is dead. Number of remaining players 12-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving. Got Ghost Breath 1400. Plutonium 245. The assistant director looked at the white-faced, shivering group of players, none of whom fit the bill for Ah Sang. Although the face can be disguised by peeling off the skin of the first Ah Sang, the body is so different that it will wear out, and without a suitable candidate, he will have to go recruiting on a temporary basis. The assistant director called the player whose identity was the head of the group. You go outside and recruit a male actor who is 175 centimeters tall, with his limbs intact and no disabilities to come here, quickly. Originally thought that he was lying down to win this time. The group head player did not expect the play to shoot halfway to his own task. You know, outside can be all ghosts, although they have the identity of the group head to protect, but want to in a group of ghosts, pick the right candidate, but also very scary. But the assistant director had specified it, so he had to go through with it. Leaving the constructed Ren's town, the group leader arrived at the place where the ghost group act was gathered. The living, it's the living. It's been a long time since I've eaten the living. That taste is too tempting to the ghosts. Don't even think about it. He's the head of the group. If you're not afraid of the director finishing you off, go ahead and eat him. Being looked at by a group of ghosts with a look of picking out food, the player's heart went straight to his chest, stuttering out the recruitment requirements, and a male ghost was pushed out. What's the pay for the gig? The male ghost spoke up and asked. That, the assistant director didn't say. The player froze at the question. How to answer this? Saying too much. The director didn't pay for it, and he himself was going to be cold. This, 100 plutonium a day. The head of the group had previously completed copies for a day's pay of about that amount, and it was thought that the ghost group actors should be paid the same. What? It's only 100 a day. What are you paying for? Get lost. All of the ghost group acts rioted, their eyes staring menacingly at the group leader player. However, what I didn't expect was for the male ghost who was elected to speak up and agree. Alright, I'll take it, but you need to add something. Plus what? 100 plutonium a day plus one of your arms. What? Not. Before he could refuse, he was ripped off an arm alive. But at least it was the completion of the assistant director's request. As long as you can live, when you finish the mission and are about to get out of the replica, you can just spend money to buy another one. The male ghost groupie eats from the hands of the head group player as he heads to the set with him. When they arrived on set, the assistant director looked at the male ghost that had been recruited, and his face was so ugly that he slapped the group head player in the face. Are you blind? Is this the actor you recruited? With such a big belly, do you think the audience is blind? It turned out that this male ghost was a glutton, with a stomach similar to that of an October pregnancy, and although his height was the same as Shang's, and his limbs were sound, such a large stomach was not something that could be solved by technical means. Still no actors? The director had already begun to prod. The assistant director was given a look by the director and his legs and stomach only trembled. Suddenly remembering something, his eyes looked at Yi Xingxin, and the more he looked at his face, the better he looked, and soon revealed a smile. While smiling, he walked over, looking at Yi Xingxin's heart. Harry, brothers, the jungle will save the day. So help your old brother again. Older brother. It's not that brother won't help you. You're looking at a living person directly being sucked into a human stem. It's a life-threatening job. You have to add money. Originally, the deputy director heard Yi Xingxin said in front of him, are a little disappointed. Friendship dropped 10 points, not to mention that he appointed himself. Ready to be director GA drop. Who knows the peaks and valleys? No problem. I'll give you an extra 1,000 plutonium, and in addition, this vest is also for you. The money didn't come out of the cruise funds, but the assistant director took it out of his own paycheck. Assistant director's green vest, each pocket holds 2 cubic meters of supplies and can withstand damage from attacks by knights and below. Chapter 44 Yi Sheng Xian as a Shang. After receiving the money, naturally he had to work. Yi Xingxin nimbly changed into a Shang's clothes and put on a mask made by the assistant director using his human skin. Soon, a living, breathing Shang reappeared on the set. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 60 Holy Mother points. Yi Sheng Xian climbed onto the bed. The scene picking up from after the bed curtains were drawn. X on. As soon as the director shouted start, Xiao Yu and Yi Xingxin moved. Originally it should be a flash of images. I don't know if the director has any hobbies. Until the end of the night, one person and one ghost on the bed ended, and only then shouted click. Looking at Yi Sheng Xian who got out of bed with a red face, the assistant director gave him a thumbs up. Xiao Yu also trembled at this time, holding the edge of the bed and came down, her face blushing as she glanced at Yi Sheng Xian. Originally, she was prepared to continue sucking him dry. After all, this was an opportunity that had not easily appeared in the rules, and if she didn't suck a few more, she would lose money. But it turned out that she was almost made unable to get out of bed, and the ghost she was actually raised more than sucking dry the last living person. This wave is called Yi Xingxin through and through, both the assistant director and the director's friendliness, but also an additional payment, the ghost weapon. The Kiki got on a beautiful female ghost, double cultivated once, and the ghost she improved again. Winning hemp, the crew began to release the meal. Several players gathered around, looking at Yi Xingxin with a face of adoration. The female players, in addition to adoration, there are also shyness, surprise and many other looks. For one thing, Yi Xingxin could resist the female ghost sucking Yang Qi and, depending on the result, make the female ghost's legs weak. And secondly, he could be so long-lasting that he kept on going from the afternoon to the evening. If they were replaced by themselves, thinking about it, a few female players unconsciously clenched their legs. Yi, awesome. Any tips? The male players naturally long to be like this themselves. Ahem. Talent. All talent. At this time, the assistant director walked over. The other players rushed to leave. In case he was not careful and messed with him, then his little life would be gone. How lossy. Bro. I knew you could do it. The director has praised you so much. It's all thanks to old brother's promotion. Yi Xingxin said modestly. The assistant director became more and more satisfied with him and handed him an extra boxed lunch, which at first glance was only for the main actor. Brother, shoot the scene well afterward. And give old brother a word if you have any difficulties. The assistant director patted Yi Sheng Xian's shoulder before leaving. After finishing this night scene, all of today's scenes were finished. After the actors finished eating, they returned to their respective residences. Feng Shuiying walked over with a bit of shyness on her face, and a bit of weirdness. It was the first time she had seen someone who could deal with ghosts and monsters like this. The two returned to the dormitory and were just about to close the door when Jade's actress ghost came over. Little brother, go to my place tonight. As the saying goes, you can't taste what you eat. Something that could be both pleasurable and enhance her strength was naturally something she still wanted. It used to take ages to get a chance to do a bed scene, and every time, the living actor was sucked alive before it even started, so there was no time to experience the pleasure. For the invitation of the female ghost, Yi Xingxin thoughtlessly agreed to enhance the strength. Not too shabby. Yi Sheng Xian walked away with the female ghost in Feng Shuiying's strange expression, making her who wanted to say something helplessly shut her mouth. And when he left, tightly closed the guys. The underworld at night was still dangerous, since there was only one female ghost to deal with. Yi Xingxin raised 750 points of ghost chi in one night, and early the next morning, he came to the set to wait for the shooting to start. The props and other staff were already setting up various things, and in a little while, today's scene would start shooting. Soon, all the personnel arrived. Only the director is still not here. Older brother, why hasn't the director come over today? Seeing the assistant director arrive, Yi Sheng Xian walked over and asked. The director was editing the filmed parts last night. He'll come over later. Your part today isn't that difficult. Perform well. I'm optimistic about you. In fact, the director was mainly looking at the last segment filmed yesterday. The previous ones had been cut long ago. For the director who controls this copy, A curtain on a bed can't block his sight. While watching and sighing at the same time this living person on the TM outrageous. The previous filming is not unheard of. Living people can live down in the bed of the female ghost, but are basically weak legs cannot walk. His curiosity about Yi Shang-xin was even greater now. Looking at the time, he shut down the computer, turned around and came to the set, sitting in the director's seat. The assistant director was telling the drag queens what they were going to shoot today, and the director swept over the scene and spotted Yi Shang-xin, who was joking around with two female ghosts. However, looking at the female ghost playing Xiaoyu, whose face showed fatigue but was filled with ghost chi, the director was also slightly surprised. Generally speaking, a ghost's face would only show fatigue if its ghostly chi was overconsumed, but he was more curious about Yi Shang-xin, how he could be friendly with the ghost. Being intimate with Xiaoyu because of a scene yesterday was understandable, but being so friendly with Tingting as well was strange. This scene, Yi Shengxin basically nothing, has been lying in a chair to sleep. Just last night also stayed up all night. Sleep that called us sweet. The director shouted after the click is still not awake. Nah, this is called professionalism. Look at how deeply he's into the scene. He's acting sleep with such dedication. The director praised Yi Shengxin to the assistant director, who looked a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. I don't know what brother Yi did last night. So sleepy. Taking advantage of the time to turn around, the assistant director walked over and woke up Yi Shang-xin. He only thought that he was also big-hearted. He dared to really sleep here. In case he moved around after falling asleep, or snored, the director would be furious. Only Feng Shuiying at the scene knew why Yi Shang-xin was so sleepy, but she didn't dare to say anything, or else she would offend both this big brother and that female ghost, which would not be beneficial to her. The next scene transitions to the wilderness, where the plot involves all leading a team in search of zombies in the wilderness. Two of the pawns are player-played dragons, and under threat from awe, the two go into a dark cave, where one soon runs out while a chimpanzee comes out after them. Player Lu Xiao is dead. Number of remaining players 11-inch. Ding, player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost Chi 1100. Plutonium 350-inch. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading and gaining attribute points 10-inch. He was slapped to death by a chimpanzee, and the script was for both to run away. But instead of reshooting, the director thought it more realistic to have a dead member of the security team. Yi Shang-xin added 5 points to speed and spirit respectively. The strength attribute could not be used for the time being. Looking at his current attributes, he almost burst out in joy. Name, Yip Shang-xin. Nickname, Weil. Level, 8, 300/8000. Talent, Madonna, helping others for greater rewards. Strength, 20, regular 10. Mental, 25, 10 for regulars. Physical strength, 33, normal 10. Speed, 25, regular 10. Point Notre Dame, 220. Plutonium, 11,035. Only on my third day in the game and it's not even noon yet and I've upgraded. Not bad. Chapter 45, Dead Statues. After shooting 2 scenes in the morning, 2 hours were given at noon to eat and rest. After the director left, Xiaoyu and Tingting found Yi Shengxin who was eating, sat down next to him, and put down the food in their hands, only to see that the lunchboxes were full of fresh offal, still steaming. Seeing that Yi Shengxin's face was not very good, Xiaoyu hurriedly covered the lunchbox, while Tingting deliberately took a big bite in front of Yi Shengxin's face, and her slender tongue pierced through the heart in the lunchbox with a swish, sucking and sucking on the blood inside. Yi Shengxin knocked Tingting's head with her chopsticks and said, "Didn't your family teach you not to make noise while eating?" Tingting's face darkened then. "You dare to hit me, a living person in the district." Just as she was about to make a move, Xiaoyu stopped in front. She had now had her friendliness brushed up to 70 by Yi Shang-xin. After all, a night's time wasn't wasted for nothing. Originally, the two ghosts were about the same strength, but after yesterday's scene and the night's enhancement, Xiaoyu was now a shade stronger than Tingting. "You help the living against me?" Tina said as she looked at Jade incredulously. "I don't care if you deal with the others, but trying to hurt Yi, I won't agree." At this time, the assistant director also came over. "Brother Yi, what's wrong? What happened?" Seeing that the assistant director also had a good relationship with Yi Shengxin, Tingting didn't dare to think about making a move. After all, on the set, besides the director, the assistant director was the biggest, although the assistant director's strength was almost the same as her own, but he was representing the director. "It's okay, old man. You're busy. Okay, brother, if you need something, you talk." Seeing this, Tingting left with a gloomy face, but in her heart, her thoughts about eating Yi Shang-xin also deepened. Yi Shengxin looked at the tip, completely not false her. On their own now all the equipment and skills, Li Gui level is completely not their opponent. If she dares to do it, They will let her see what is called the loss of a wife and a soldier. The time came to 2 in the afternoon. A new scene was ready to start. The props and everything on the set were ready. But the script was for a night scene and it was still light. But for the director it was a matter of a wave of the hand. Yi Xingxin slumped down on the chair and quickly got into the role of Ah Shang. "X-on," the director ordered. And Yi Xingxin, who was pretending to be asleep, opened his eyes, stretched and said, "It's already dark. How long have I slept?" "You've been sleeping all day." "Oh no, I haven't been to the store for a day. My aunt will surely scold me to death." Following the script, he said the last line of the scene, "Master, I'm going back." Then he ran outside the righteous village and got on his bicycle to hurry towards Xiaoyu's house. Click. This one's over. Everyone's ready to turn around. The actors were ready. Yi Xingxin and Xiaoyu stood face to face, and after hearing the director say start, the two hugged each other. Then Xiaoyu instantly flew backward and crashed into the screen on the side, her face fearful. She asked, "Don't come over here. What's painted on you?" Yi Xingxin pulled back his clothes, revealing his six-pack abs with red charms painted on his body. "My master must have painted this. He was always afraid I'd meet a ghost." Hearing Jade fearfully say to let it be wiped off, Shang did as he was told without half a second's hesitation. Outside the window, Uncle Nine gritted his teeth and said, "Don't wipe it off, asshole." Helping Xiaoyu on the floor to the bed, he took out a handkerchief and said, "Let me rub it for you." At that moment, Uncle Nine casts a spell to open his eyes and sees Jade's true colors, and Jade cooperated by revealing a dead image, a dead likeness. That is, what one looks like when dead. This was the benefit of a female ghost playing a female ghost. There was no need to even apply special effects makeup or do post effects. Yi Sheng Xian's character Ah Sheng here was unable to see the dead statue, so Yi Sheng Xian still had a concerned face as he gently pressed and wiped Xiaoyu's rotting forehead with a handkerchief. The director looked at the unchanged Yi Sheng Xian and whispered, "Not bad. This actor has a strong sense of conviction. We can consider cupping him in the future." However, it went perfectly in the field. But something did go wrong off camera. Since Jade had revealed her dead appearance, the rotting half of her face, coupled with the intact half of her face, had caused the player dragons in the nearby backlit to dry heave as they watched. Click. "Who's that? What's wrong with you? Don't you know you can't make noise while you're filming?" The director was furious and waved his hand at the player who was dry humping, and his entire body exploded into a bloody mist with a bang. Player Yang and Wang Shui. Number of remaining players 10-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin collecting reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Ghost Chi 500. Plutonium 100-inch. Looking at only this much ghostly aura, Yi Xingxin knew why she was the only one who would dry heave. Obviously a newcomer who hadn't yet gotten used to the look of a messy-looking ghost. But Yi Xingxin is not afraid at all. Just before and Lian Shanshan, Lu Mori and ghost young woman Zhao Qingxue play also often let them show the dead like it. This is so BT. Is so exciting. After all, if you want to survive in the thriller game, you have to learn to adapt for all of this, or else you'll be like this Wang Shui. Bang gone. Because of the dry heaving sound just now, the second half of the scene needed to be res hot, and Yi Xingxin got into character and helped Xiaoyu wipe with a gentle face. Even though she knew it was an act, Jade was still touched and her friendliness rubbed off. It soon reached 85. After all, she knew what her own death statue looked like. Even many little ghosts were afraid of her, while the living person in front of her did have a gentle face. Not a single fearful look leaked out. Watching Yi Sheng Xian acting without changing his face, the surrounding players were both admiring and guilty of disgust, but with Wang Shui's previous experience, they all forced themselves not to make a sound. After a fight, Jade flees, and Sheng and Uncle Nine sit on the ground in the corner in a grimy state. Sheng said with a puzzled look on his face, "How could this happen? Am I dreaming? Dreaming? You're letting the ghosts get the better of you." "Oops," said Ah Sheng, slapping his head. "I thought of that too. Fortunately I realized it late." "Late? If I hadn't saved you, you'd already be JJRW, Ah Sheng said with a smug face. "Master, it's because of the late discovery that I can enjoy the tenderness. If I had realized that she was a ghost, would I still be so flirtatious and happy?" Uncle Nine slapped Sheng on the head. Click. Perfect. The director then waved his hand, lifting the darkness, and the sky returned to daylight. The time now was just after 4 in the afternoon, and the light was still good, so the director decided to shoot another daytime scene, just in time to shoot the night scene later in the evening. "Let's fight for one shot. All of us don't miss a beat. One pass, or we'll have to make up for it until tomorrow." All the people and ghosts knew that if they were really delayed until tomorrow, the director would probably have to go on a killing spree. Back to the Yi Zhuang. A line over. But an hour. The daytime scenes to shoot the end of the day. From the dark there are still 2 or 3 hours. The director directly let the actors off work. Wait for 8 o'clock in the evening and then come over. Chapter 46, Movie Finishing. Brother Yi, what are you going to do? As soon as the director left, Xiaoyu ran to Yi Xingxin's side and wrapped her arms around him. The other players originally wanted to come and ask him how he managed to face the dead image of a ghost and still not change his face. If they could learn a trick or two, they would be able to increase their chances of survival in future games. But seeing the horrible female ghost directly embraced, although the current Xiaoyu looked beautiful, the players had not forgotten the scene they saw an hour ago. They have stopped in their tracks. Nothing much. Why don't I walk you around the block? Yeah. Seeing one man and one ghost leave happily, the players gathered together. Is this the big guy? I can't believe I teased such a scary female ghost. What? You want to do that too? Here, there's another one there. Go ahead. I'll support you in spirit. Looking at Ting Ting in the corner with a gloomy face, the player who spoke winced as the image of Ting Ting sucking out her brains came to mind. Teasing a female ghost? It felt like he hadn't lived long enough. Chen Cece of the props team looked at Yi Sheng Xian's departing back and pondered. In the game, she usually played soft and weak, and then inspired male players to be protective, and managed to survive the game 8 times, and her strength reached the grievous ghost level, almost reaching the night ghost level. If one really thought she was a weak woman, then the lewd hamster would have something to say. Feng Shuiying also had some regrets. If she had taken the initiative on the first night, then wasn't it true that she could have gained a lot of benefits from this game? After all, Yi Xingxin didn't even spare female ghosts, so it was obvious that he didn't have the slightest resistance to beauty. But now that he didn't even go back to the dormitory to stay at night, he had no chance at all. 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone is ready. This scene is the kill scene for the character of Jade. Yi Xingxin plays Ah Shang, who is tied up by Ninth Uncle, and the zombified Awen sleeps on the bed next to him. Ninth Uncle is outside guarding the door, waiting for Xiaoyu to come to the door. Soon, Jade arrived. Ninth Uncle and she fought outside, and in the room, Man also gained the authority to kill. After all, in the script, he was zombified, completely without reason. Killing is very reasonable. If Yi Sheng Xian really killed, can only say that fate is what it deserves, but it is just a change of actors to continue. Tied Yi Xingxin also cannot use their own skills to dodge, because that does not comply with the script, can only follow the script of the way to struggle. Good thing the props did not pit him. The arrangement of the chair is very easy to struggle rotten, and soon Xiaoyu and Ninth Uncle came to the room. The crisis passed peacefully. Arwen's privileges were also taken back by the game. Here if the props Chen CC want to harm people, as long as you get a sturdy chair, then the role of Ah Shang basically cool. Tied up with how many means also cannot be exerted. After a fight, Jade leaves in tears at Shang's plea for mercy, and the scene is officially killed. Yi Xingxin and his group also finished their scenes today and left work early. The director took the zombie actors to the field to make up a few shots. The scenes on the third day of the game were officially finished. Brother Yi, let's go back. In theory, when Xiaoyu's scene was finalized, she could leave on her own, and the payment for the performance had already been given by the assistant director just now. But she now had attachments, and instead, she didn't want to leave. For Yi Sheng Xian's sake, the assistant director didn't take back her residence. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Cece walked over to Xiaoyu and said, "Can I have a word with him?" Xiaoyu was very facetious and said, "Of course you can. You don't need to ask me about this kind of thing." Completely placing herself in the position of a little woman, she didn't completely dominate Yi Sheng Xian and didn't allow other women to get close to her just because she was a ghost. Seeing Xiaoyu step aside, Chen Cece said to Yi Sheng Xian, "Big brother, can you help me leave this copy alive? I can pay any price. The game 3 days have not yet finished. The player has already died half." Even Chen see this kind of old player, but also worried about their own encounter with any unexpected circumstances died. So now want to come to Yi Xingxin here on an insurance policy. Just do what you need to do. You should be killed tomorrow and out of the game when you're done. People in this world have not seen Mr. Zombie, but Yi Xingxin has seen it in his previous life. And in terms of the current plot as well as the progress of filming, the filming will be completed in 1 day tomorrow, and the players can end this copy early. Chen Cece knew that Yi Xingxin and the assistant director were on good terms and thought that it was the assistant director who revealed the news. So she didn't doubt what Yi Xingxin said and said with a happy face, "Thank you for the news. If you want to look for me, you can come at night." Although Yi Xingxin only revealed one piece of information, Chen Cece still decided to get a little bit closer to Yi Xingxin, in case she encountered it in other copies in the future. Wouldn't she have one more chance to survive? What she had paid for was just 1 night, compared to staying alive. All of this was nothing. From the moment she decided to become a player, all of the propriety, righteousness and shame were unimportant. But for her invitation, Yi Xingxin was completely unimpressed. After all, by playing with a female ghost, he himself could still raise his ghost chi. And with a sister, he could not get anything but consumption. The night was silent, and the time came to the morning of the fourth day of the game. Under the director's control, the originally bright sky turned dim. Either this director is the underworld well known at night shooting, never more than midnight 12 o'clock, even if there are still night scenes, but also during the day to change the color of the sky to shoot, instead of letting the actors stay up late to work overtime. Deservedly, people are famous. Yi Zhuang. A man's corpse poison had been resolved, when Wei ran over with the security team and said, "Ninth uncle, that zombie has appeared again. Shang, bring the stuff. You guys take care of hiding at home." Uncle 9, led by Y, and his party came to the street. A ghost dragonet with teeth holes bitten all over his body. This time the director didn't let the players play the role or another one would have to die. Dead ghosts acting as dead people are just professional. Lying on the ground, not moving a muscle. Unlike some unprofessional ones, the corpses all still have stomach ups and downs. At Uncle 9's mention, the body was burned to death with branches from the lychee tree. In the last scene, all the other player dragons were out of the scene except for Yi Shang Xin as A Shang, and they couldn't wait for that to happen. After a morning of filming, the shoot was complete and the zombies were burned to ashes with the combined efforts of the crowd, along with the guests brought by Four Eyes. Of course the actors all had their own methods of getting out of the way. It just comes across as professional. Click. I announced that the Mr. Zombie movie is officially finished. At the director's command, all the people at the scene cheered. The players are the happiest of them all, as they will soon be able to get out of the game. Chapter 47 The Art of Bondage. Ding! Detected players starting to settle. The Holy Mother system started to collect rewards from the players who were helped by the host. The host can choose to collect/not collect, receive a payoff percentage of 70% to 90% of the player's settlement reward. By choosing not to collect, the system compensates the host with the appropriate number of Holy Mother points at 10% of the final reward of the player being collected. At noon, after the director's arranged killing banquet, the game prompted the player to choose to leave or continue to stay until the expiration of 7 days before leaving. Other than Yi Shang Xin, the others panicked and chose to leave the game for settlement. Then it was time for Yi Shang Xin's favorite leak cutting. In addition to yourself, 9 players survived, all of whom chose to collect 90% of the settlement reward. A total of 11,000 ghost chi, 200 plutonium, 3 wandering soul grade ghost weapons, and 1 grieving ghost grade ghost weapon were harvested. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading and gaining attribute points 10-inch. Yi Shang Xin added to strength and speed in passing. Strength, 20-25, regular 10. Mental, 25, 10 for regulars. Physical strength, 33, normal 10. Speed, 25-30, regular 10. Shen CC in the player space looked at the empty hand, thinking that the ghost weapon that was grabbed could not be taken out of the copy, otherwise it would have to be broken. The other players back in the real world, looking at the pitifully small rewards, which were clearly different from the game settlement, went online to ask about the situation, and no one was able to give them an answer. Someone analyzed, "It's probably because you ended the game early, so the rewards that should have been given were deducted by the game. After all, no one can interfere with the thriller game is a theorem known to players all over the world." They didn't know that there was such a hanging wall out of Yi Shang Xin. In-game, "Brother Yi, are you leaving too?" "Xiao Yu." "No, it's Xiao Feng." The scene was over, so she couldn't be called by her name in the scene anymore. Little Feng said as she reluctantly hugged Yi Shang Xin. "I'm not in a hurry. Wait until 7 days before leaving. I can still stay in the underworld for 2.5 days. Yi Xingxing's words made Xiao Yu's face look a little better, but when she thought that she would still have to separate in another 2.5 days, her mood was quite low again. At this time, the director came over and patted Yi Xingxing's shoulder and said, "The young man is good, and his acting skills are on point. In the future, if there is a suitable role, I hope that you will still come over to make a cameo appearance." "No problem. It feels good to shoot a movie with a director. I wonder when our scene will be cut and released. It'll probably be cut tomorrow and I'll run it through the theaters. So I'm guessing it'll take half a month to a month to get it into theaters. I wonder if I could have a backup copy of the movie. I'm going to bring it back to show all of the living world the director's masterpiece." Hearing Yi Shang Xin's words, the director's eyes lit up. It could be done, so that he could become famous in the yin and yang worlds. For Yi Shang Xin's proposal, the director nodded repeatedly and agreed to come to the theater tomorrow at noon to give him a backup of the cut film. Saying goodbye to the director, Yi Xingxing took Xiaofeng back to the dormitory and waited until tomorrow to leave after picking up the movie. Xiaofeng proposed that she should be the one to cook a meal for Yi Shang Xin to try. "Brother Yi, I specialized in this during my lifetime." Soon, the meal was ready. Not to mention, It was indeed a bit tastier than the one made by the little ghost. After eating, Yi Xingxing took out the last set of bloodstained suit and signaled Xiaofeng to go change into it. This was the first time he had received a gift. Little Phoenix was moved and cried out directly, and his friendliness was directly pulled up to 100 points. Yi Xingxing looked at the panel and found that the ghost young woman had unexpectedly entered the friend bar as well. A dozen days without seeing, the ghost young woman misses Yi Xingxing more and more. The degree of friendship under the thoughts every day is increasing, and finally in today's full value. Now there are 4 ghosts in the friend column. They are, Drowning Ghost, Lian Shanqian, 100 life and death. Nightclub Ghost, Lu Morii, 100 life and death. Blowing Up Ghost, Zhao Qingxue, 100 life and death. Sick and Dying Ghost, Xiaofeng, 100 life and death. After dinner, Xiaofeng proposed to go out for a stroll. Here is a film and television city. There are quite a lot of buildings of various styles and scenery. The two chatted and strolled around, unable to get into some of the scenes being filmed, but able to get a few glimpses from afar. The ghosts and monsters on the road looked at Yi Shangxian greedily, salivating. For these resentful ghost-level dragon set group actors, Yi Xingxing simply does not bring fear, and dares to make a move is just to send Ghost Chi to himself. Brother Yi, there seems to be a stern ghost following us behind. Xiaofeng, who was eating cotton candy while holding Yi Shangxian's arm, suddenly leaned over Yi Shangxian's ear and whispered. In the eyes of the other ghosts, this was the young couple whispering again. Wait until no one's around. You leave for a while and I'll draw him out and see who it is. But what about your safety, Yi? He's a night ghost level. During this period of close contact, Xiaofeng had long since gained an in-depth understanding of Yi Xingxing's strength, but it was only at the grieving ghost level, and facing the lich ghost level alone was basically a waste of time. Underestimating me, isn't it? Just a mere night ghost level. Good boy. Obey. Seeing that Yi Shangxian was confident, Xiaofeng also stopped saying anything more. Although she was still worried, she couldn't disregard her little man's face. He should be able to save him later when he gets back as soon as possible. One person and one ghost specialized in picking the road with fewer ghosts, and soon reached a remote corner. Yi Shangxian said loudly, Baby, go buy some adult products. Let's play something exciting in a while. Hate. You be good and wait for me here, Xiaofeng said with a pout and left on her own, leaving Yi Xingxing pacing back and forth at the same spot with an anxious face. Humph. What a death wish. How dare you let her leave and stay by yourself. Deserves a good meal from me. Starting today, you can be with me forever. So you want to be with me forever. Told you so. Saifoam. Following the two was Ting Ting's character. Ghost Saifoam. Little Phoenix isn't here, so don't struggle, or else it'll be bad if you accidentally cut this handsome face of yours. Saifoam spoke and rushed towards him. The long, sharp nails on the outstretched hand were like little knives. However, Yi Xingxing didn't even dodge. That's right, you struggle instead of suffer. Boom, of a drum. How is that possible? Saifeng's sharp claws stabbed at Yi Shangxian's chest, but surprisingly, it didn't even penetrate the clothes, let alone pull out the heart. I do not have a little card will be how calm. Eat so many human brains or do not grow brain on you. Assistant Director's green vest can withstand attacks from nightmare and below. Yi Xingxing pulled out the bungee safety cords, and with his hands with the dealer's gloves, he tied up Saifoam before she could react. Chick. Now the offense and defense are changing. Chapter 48, Leaving the Movie City. Damn it, let go of me. You don't speak martial arts. Nah, from the moment you attacked me, it was a bet. My bet was my life. So naturally your bet is yourself itself. What do you want? Didn't you say you wanted to be with me forever? I'll fulfill you. At this time, Little Phoenix also returned. The original worried look on her face became a bit strange after seeing the scene. She had thought that Yi Xingxing might have an undercurrent that could repel the visitor, but she could never have imagined that it would turn into such an indescribable scene. The way Saifoam looked right now, a female ghost herself felt heat in her belly. Yi, are you okay? It's okay. She can't even break the defense. Take her back. Yi Xingxing was like a bandit who snatched a bride, carrying Saifoam on his shoulder and pulling Xiaofeng with his other hand towards the dormitory. Crew quarters. There was no one here now, and if it wasn't for Yi Xingxing waiting for the director to deliver the movie, he would have already left as well. What do you want? Saifoam looked at the approaching Yi Shangxian with a scared expression. What do you say? Since you dared to come to kill me, you should have to accept the consequences of failure. Yi Xingxing's means of punishment was quite cruel, taking out a small whip in his hand and walking over to the terrified Saifoam. 2.5 hours later, Xiaofeng brought a bowl of tea and handed it to the resting Yi Xingxing. Brother Yi, have some tea and rest before continuing. You look more like a ghost than me. Saifeng's body, green and purple, looked at Yi Shangxian with pearly blossoms and complained. He himself was only trying to eat him. Thanks for the compliment. Isn't that how it is in the underworld? If I'm not your opponent and fall into your hands, I won't have a good time. And vice versa. The same goes for you falling into my hands. Sai Feng sniffed, making a good point. Just when Sai Feng thought that Yi Sheng Xian was going to continue again, he didn't pay any more attention to himself, but instead, he hugged little Feng and started cultivating as if there were no ghosts beside him. This cultivation lasted for several hours, and the sweat made the room less dry. Little Feng was even more tired, like a fish that had left the water, her mouth opening and closing as she gasped for breath. Sai Feng, who had surrounded the cultivation process, similarly felt that his body wanted to explode with a flood of power in general. Cultivation ended. Yi Xingxin hugged little Phoenix and fell into a deep sleep. As for Sai Feng, she was tied up and couldn't break free, so she didn't need to be bothered at all. A few days before, because in the theater group, so Yi Xingxin has not been in contact with the little girl's ghosts, and now the play has been killed. He is ready to go directly to the community to find them, without contacting them in advance, ready to give them a surprise. Early the next morning, when Xiao Feng brought breakfast, the two of them, Yi Sheng Xin, sat on the table and ate, not caring about Sai Feng on the ground. Ghosts don't die if they don't eat at a meal anyway. The meal can be skipped, but the clothes have to be changed. Sai Feng arched on the ground and said, "Can you let go of me? I want to change my clothes." However, Yi Xingxin turned a deaf ear, thinking, "Joke, unlock you run away how to do? Where to find another little maid?" Seeing that Yi Xingxin didn't say anything, Sai Feng added towards Xiao Feng, "You even helped a living person. He is just our food. You, on him, bang." Little Feng directly slapped Sai Feng's face, making her unable to say the words that followed. The current Xiao Feng, whose friendliness towards Yi Sheng Xian was already full, could not allow others to denigrate his brother Yi at all. The beaten Sai Feng's ghostly aura boiled all over her body, yet bound by the ghostly weapon, she couldn't make any extra movements. "Don't bother being tied by this rope. You can't break free until you're in red." Yi Xingxin ate his breakfast and said indifferently. Yi Shengxin, who had eaten his fill, pulled out his ghost weapon again, and Sai Feng looked at him in fear, which was going to be even more terrifying than directly cutting himself with a knife. However, being tied up, she could not escape at all and had to accept it. 2 hours later, Sai Feng was almost comatose, two little people inside her mind bickering, one indulging in the attack of the ghostly weapon, the other trying to keep herself conscious and not indulging. "Yi, the director is here." Xiao Feng pushed the door in and said to Yi Sheng Xian, who was resting outside the door. The director clearly perceived the situation in the room, but he didn't say anything more. He had lived for so many years, what scenes hadn't he seen? Instead, he was more curious about Yi Sheng Xian, a living person, being able to hold a female ghost. "Older brother, the broadcast in the world of the living depends on you. Old brother, can I make a name for myself? It depends on this. Don't worry, director, we're such a wonderful movie. There will be a lot of people who will love it. That's fine. I can take care of any living person who has seen my movie a little bit in the future. One's own movie fans still need some preferential treatment. Then I'll thank the director for them." In fact, in the underworld, to a certain extent, the ghosts are no longer so fond of eating the living. Instead, it's more about the benefits. As long as there are benefits, even if it's the living, they can accept it. Some of the powerful veteran players had frequent dealings with the higher-ups of the underworld, and some of the relationships were mixed up like family. If the strength is not enough, it is basically blacked out. Of course, except for the hanging wall like Yi Xingxin. Since he got the movie, Yi Xingxin will not stay in the film city any longer, taking advantage of the fact that there is still more than a day to go and see the little ghost girls. "Come on, I'll take you to a place where you can land later." Reaching out, he wrapped his arm around Xiao Feng, then slung Sai Feng over his shoulder once more, ready to head to the station. But just as he was about to leave, he sensed that something was wrong, and threw Sai Feng to the ground again, and said to Xiao Feng, help her change her clothes. Xiao Feng was also simple and rough, a captive and still wanted some kind of good treatment? How could it be? Ignoring Sai Feng's pleas, she directly changed into a skirt. At this time, Sai Feng's heart, in addition to resentment, confusion, thirst, there was also a trace of shame. She had been looked at all over like this, and he was still enjoying it. When they arrived at the station, under the gaze of a group of ghosts looking at each other, Yi Xingxin boarded the bus with Xiao Feng, carrying Sai Feng, and waved the fare after showing the VIP card. As soon as the bus left, the ghosts of the station boomed and started talking. "What's this? If I wasn't mistaken just now, it was a man with 2 female ghosts, wasn't it? How dare you? Then you don't know, do you? That female ghost beside me just now." Looking at the living with drawn eyes, people are safe. When he arrived at Lian Shanxian's house and called the other little female ghosts, Yi Xingxin proposed to watch a movie. On the one hand, he had acted in a movie as a protagonist for the first time, so naturally he wanted to show off a little bit. Another is to let them give themselves suggestions. They also look at how the finished movie shot, when the time to leave the copy, or have a preparation. Chapter 49, The Third Game Over. As for Yi Xingxin's proposal, several ghosts readily agreed to it. As for Sai Feng, she now had the status of a prisoner and had no ghostly rights at all. The full version of the movie, the length of 2 hours. Originally Yi Xingxin thought that the director put some details or what to add in. As a result, guessed half right. Indeed added details. Is that this detail added is not very serious? Surprisingly, the first shot of their own start, enough to cut in 30 minutes. Everything else was not much different from the plot of the movie in Yi Shengxian's memory of his previous life. Yi Xingxin spat. What can you see through the curtain on the bed? To cut in 30 minutes. The director is also bored enough. However, several female ghosts were watching with great interest, as if they could see through the curtain, and they even discussed it with each other. A process that made Xiao Feng unable to raise her head in shame. After watching the movie, originally Yi Xingxin wanted them to comment on it, but as a result, before she could speak, she was carried into the bedroom by several ghosts. They wanted to see the live version, so they dragged little Feng in as well. Early the next morning, Yi Xingxin looked at his panel. The ghost chi rose 1000 points again. Level 9, 5300/9000, is not far from upgrading. It is estimated that the next time to enter a random copy of the game can be upgraded. There were still a few hours before the time limit for leaving the game, so Yi Xingxin was prepared to see what kind of ghost weapons could be drawn out of Zhao Qingxue and Xiao Feng's bodies first. First Zhao Qingxue, a white light flashed. Yi Xingxin's hand had a small gas canister, probably only 10 centimeters in height, and the diameter was only 2 centimeters, so it was very pocketable. Breathless grenade, thrown after pulling the valve. It deals massive ranged blast damage with an additional burning effect for 30 seconds. Current explosion level, blood coat. After throwing it, it will recoalesce 1 every minute, and after 10, the cooldown is 10 minutes. I didn't realize that this was a gas tank-shaped grenade. Look at the description. The damage is terrible. Just now these bits in the room. A grenade goes down. All cool. There is no way to block it at all. After cancelling the skill, the grenade disappeared, and that creepy feeling that several people had subsided. Yi Shengxian wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his head before putting his hand towards Xiao Feng's chest again. A streamer with a black pole and white cloth with the word sick written in red appeared in his hand. Invoke disease. Waving it at the target can cause the target to be randomly attached to 3 disease states, the duration of which decreases with the target's level. Current level, red, duration, 10 minutes. The description didn't show exactly what kind of disease it was, and it was a continuous state, making Yi Xingxin feel that the damage might be average, and could only be used as an aid. All of this was done by avoiding Sai Feng, who was not in Yi Shengxian's sphere of trust at the moment. It was the first time Zhao Qingxue and Xiao Feng had seen this kind of means of Yi Xingxin, and they were amazed. Completely unheard of abilities. And what was extracted was related to the cause of their deaths. Zhao Qingxue was killed by igniting the gas and being blown up, so a gas-shaped grenade was extracted. When Xiao Feng died of illness, he extracted a ghostly streamer that could attract illness. Sai Feng was having a hard time right now, starting with listening to the sounds of poker playing in the room, making her already out-of-place clothes even more out-of-place and hard to wear. There was another sudden creepy feeling in the background again, and though it faded quickly, it sent the flood she had been holding back flying. For Yi Xingxin, a living person, there was even more curiosity, but as a prisoner with no ghost rights, she could only lie on the sofa in a humiliating position. Lian Shanxian remembered that there was still one outside, and asked Yi Xingxin, "Brother Yi, what are you going to do with the one outside?" "She will be handed over to you guys for tempering." Everyone present was stronger than Sai Feng, thought she couldn't turn over any tricks. Yi Xingxin was still very relieved to hand her over to Lian Shanxian's few. Right. Let Little Phoenix live here for the time being. Yi Xingxin thought that Little Phoenix still didn't have a place to live, and she might have to be evicted after he left. But if an owner takes it in, you don't have to worry about this situation. Let her go and stay at my place first. Zhao Qingxue opened her mouth and said, ever since her husband was screwed over by Yi Xingxin, she had always lived alone, and now an extra person would be able to provide companionship. Sister Snow, how long before your rent expires? Yi Xingxin thought that Zhao Qingxue was renting an apartment, and in case if she was about to expire, she would have to help her arrange a place to live. It's early. I renewed the rent after I sold all of that deadbeat stuff, since Zhao Qingxue's house is not due. Yi Xingxin is also relieved. Now in the neighborhood, Lu Moi's house still has an old man. It is inconvenient for other people to go to live, and Lian Shanxian's house only has one bedroom. and Lu Moe still comes over to live from time to time, which leaves Zhao Qingxue to be more convenient. After making the arrangements, Yi Xingxin handed the ghost weapon whip to Lian Shanshan and gave Sai Feng to her as well. His own playtime was about to reach its limit, and after saying a few more words, Yi Xingxin disappeared into white light in front of a crowd of gazes. This novice copy quest is over and settlement begins. Number of survivors of this game, 9. Individual mission completion for this game, 90%. Evaluation of this game, S. Rewarded with a treasure chest of ghosts and 2 treasure chests of ghosts. Reward Ghost G 3000. Reward of 1,500 plutonium coins. Evaluation of the chief of this copy, favorable comment. Extra reward of Ghost G 1000. Plutonium 1000. 1 treasure box of grudge ghosts. The entire team behind Thriller Games thanks you for your participation and looks forward to seeing you again. Entering the player space in 5 minutes. You can return to the present world at any time within the player space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading and gaining attribute points 10 inch. Yi Xingxin added 5 points each to strength and spirit respectively. And now the panel situation was. Name, Yip Shang Xin. Nickname, Weil. Level, 10, 300/10. 000. Talent, Madonna, helping others for greater rewards. Strength, 30, regular 10. Mental, 30, regular 10. Physical strength, 33, normal 10. Speed, 30, regular 10. Point Notre Dame, 220. Plutonium, 16,835. Settlement completed. Yi Shang Xin appeared in the player space, where there were still so many people setting up stalls and trading with each other. Yi Xingxin once again put on the ghost weapon mask, and after hiding, he found an empty space to put out the things he didn't use. Soul Grade Ghost Weapon *3. Bloodstained Fruit Knife, Grieving Ghost Grade Ghost Weapon. Skill Book, Hard, when activated. It allows a designated part of the body to ignore attacks up to night level for 30 seconds. Fascination Flute, Night Ghost Grade Ghost Artifact. When blown, it can control night ghosts and a little bit of ghosts. The effect takes effect according to the tune being blown. Chapter 50, Selling Sundries, Opening the Mall. White Candle, one of the ghost's favorite items. Used with threaded incense for better results. Ghost Poker, used on a ghost no higher than your own body level. You can force him to play poker with you. Winner takes all. Loser dies. Invalid above disaster level. Interceptor Elf, literally, a 10-pack. There's not much to say about the others, but this last one, although described simply, can be life-saving when used in the right place and at the right time. For example, during the shooting, the first player who played Shang would not have been drained by the female ghost if he had this. The female ghost sucks people, sucking mainly essence. And with this thing, you can save your life. Yi Xingxin is not afraid of sucking at all because of his dual cultivation technique. So he can't use it. It's useless to keep it and it takes up space. So he took it out and exchanged it for plutonium. Other stalls had 2 or 3 ghost artifacts tops. So as soon as Yi Xingxin set it out, it directly caused a sensation. Not only was the quantity high, but also the quality was high. Surprisingly, there were also Lichuan level and even disaster level ones, although the ghost poker level is high, but can only be used for ghosts that are not higher than their own level. Yi Xingxin believes that he is not invincible in the same level. Not to say invincible, but also not so easy to be killed. So like a chicken ribs like ghost poker or sold for money. Although I don't know what I'm doing with so many medieval coins, and I don't usually spend them, but no one can have too much currency. Boss, you're overdoing it by selling DLS, aren't you? A player asked in surprise after seeing the boxed Interceptor Elf. Dude, look closely. This is a serious game item. This was followed by the life-preserving set of words. The player was obviously talked to by him, and it was not clear if there was any effect of the skill of coquettishness in it. How much? 2,000 a box packed away. 2,000? You're crazy. Plutonium to real currency is 1:1000. This box down is 200 W cash. Have so much money, not where all scramble to come. Think about it, brother. For only this much money, not only can you save your life, but you can also try the gentleness of a female ghost. Isn't it worth it? To be able to stare at this one and ask in a pile of ghost weapons. Yi Xingxin didn't believe that he was any kind of decent person. You have money can clubhouse tender model, but have you tried female ghosts? Ice cold. Heart fly. Yi Xingxin play 3 inches of tongue began to make hard to fool. The effect was not deceiving. It was just that it was so billion points more expensive in terms of price, because in the items that were not displayed in the vending machines in the underworld. Yi Xingxin had seen the existence of this thing. A box of 10 packs for only 50 plutocrats. The average player simply doesn't see it in the aftermarket machine. And all he's making is this measly 40x difference in price. Under the lulling of Yi Xingxin again, this player was obviously moved by what was said. And without hesitation, he pulled out the money, paid quickly, and left with a box, not even taking a look at the other ghost weapons. The other players, seeing that this place was open, also rushed to pick something that suited them, fearing that if they started late, it would not be there. After all, the things here, the quality was indeed all very high. A male player with a thin figure and a false image walked over, looking at the skill book. Brother, good vision. This is absolutely suitable for you. After the skill is cast, you can choose a part of the body, said. His eyes flicked to below his waist and above his thighs. Ahem. Don't get me wrong, boss. I just use it to increase my defense. Hey, all men. What's there to be shy about? Yi Xingxin was east and west, and suddenly asked, how many seconds? 3 seconds sigma, degree winky face. You set me. What do you mean by set or not? With this skill, it's a minimum of 30 seconds. A 10-fold increase. Is the district 5,000 expensive? Tell me out loud. Is it expensive? This player remembered his own miserable encounter in the game. Originally he was a sunny and cheerful big boy, but as a result, the first novice copy encountered a colorful female evil spirit. I don't know what means she used, even though he didn't choose to become a player, but to the 30th day was still pulled in by the game, and the copy was the same one as before, so his own darkness descended. If it wasn't for the fact that the female ghost didn't want to hang up too early and fed herself with all sorts of supplements, she would have dried up as a human being a long time ago. The time had also changed from the old half-hour start to the current 3-second finish. Now the female ghost was a bit dissatisfied. If it could be boosted by 10 times, well, at least she could still survive for a while. That female ghost had been quite generous, and she herself now had a small 50,000 plutonium, all from her labor for some time. With a clench of his teeth, he pulled out 5,000, took the skill book and just used it. Seeing that he was so generous, Yi Xingxin's eyes lit up. This is a big customer, and quickly picked up the enchanted flute and began to sell it. The final price was 35,000, far exceeding the value of the night-class ghost artifact. But for this player, this ghost weapon was not something that could be measured in plutonium, and he finally had a chance to get out of the female ghost's grasp. With his insights, the highest level he had seen was the night ghost level. If Yi Xingxin knew what he was thinking, he would have advised him to be cautious. After all, how many Li ghost level ghosts were able to give tens of thousands of medieval coins as pocket money without blinking an eye? Soon, all the things are processed out. In addition to the previous few, the back of a total of 160,000 medieval coins sold, the big head of which is naturally the ghost poker. Yi Xingxin cannot see the things in the eyes of the other players, but it is a very precious thing. Usually in the carpet is completely impossible to appear. After all, anything above the red code level is basically listed on the auction house. Yi Xingxin just do not want to go out of formalities, and early back to the real world also have nothing to do before choosing to set up a stall to sell. And after Yi Shangxian's plutonium exceeded 100,000, the system prompted that the mall was unlocked. With current permissions, you can purchase 100 points of attributes, 500 plutonium per point. Without hesitation, Yi Shangxian spent 5W to buy them all. Physical strength was added 50, and the other 3 attributes were divided into 50 points. After all, the number of small female ghosts in one's house was increasing. Physical quality should be prioritized, otherwise one would easily turn into the same as the dude just now. Strength, 30-45, regular 10. Mental, 30-45, regular 10. Physical strength, 33-83, regular 10. Speed, 3050, regular 10. This attribute was about the same as a normal Lich Demon level. However, the current Yi Xingxin was still only at the Grieving Demon level, one level short of the Lich Demon level. It's all about money power. After strolling around the trading area and buying a few small worthless jewelry, Yi Shangxian chose to leave the player space and return to reality. Chapter 51 Game Players. Back to reality. Yi Xingxin was originally prepared to find a theater cooperation, and then thought about it. They do not rely on this to make money, directly on the internet free release in order to let more people see. Originally, he was going to come to the movie just for the fun of it. He didn't have many friends, and he was starring in a movie that could be seen as a trace of himself in the world. And he didn't expect the director to say that he could be of some help to the fans, as the helpful Yi Shangxian was naturally more attentive. First, I uploaded the movie in the official game forums, ready to see what the reviews were like before uploading it to a regular video site. Shocker! Mr. Zombie, the latest masterpiece from the acclaimed director of the thriller game, is actually being released in the real world for free. A title, a movie video file, and not a single word of any other nonsense. For veteran players, seeing this kind of title doesn't even give them the desire to click in and read it. Only some new players who have just entered the forum will be curious about the various posts. It's so scary. I don't dare to sleep alone. It always feels like a zombie will suddenly jump out and bite me. If only I had met such a beautiful female ghost in the game. Pretty? Didn't you see the face change in the back? I like grown-up Tina. Other people's copies are so easy. They make a movie and then they're done. And they even have intimate scenes with female ghosts. Unlike me, who encountered female ghosts that were each miserable. Easy? I was fielding this copy. 20 people into the game. Less than half the time. More than half dead. The one that likes Tina. I don't know if you'll still like it when she drills her tongue through your skull. Really? That quiet actor is a ghost? Not bad. Of the main cast, all but Shang are ghosts. Even Shang changed actors. And right during the female ghost scene, the first Shang was directly sucked into a dry body. Are you serious? It can't be Lemonade You. I prove that what he said is true. I'm a dragon set in this copy. And if it wasn't for the help of a big brother in the early stages, none of us 10 dragon sets would probably survive. The comments section started with people discussing the plot. Then it veered to the female ghost. And finally a player explained the scene and started discussing again how Yi Shang Xin did it, befriending the ghost of the crew so well. Just because of the favor? Say, who was the one who uploaded the video? How did he get the movie files from the director? But Yi Xingxin from uploading finished. Did not care anymore? Turned to read the other posts in the forum. After all, he only entered the game 3 times. Or a small newbie. The number of private messages from the forum increased wildly, but Yi Xingxin ignored them. And a few minutes later, the phone suddenly rang. Yi Shang Xin froze. He did not have many friends. Who would call him? This world is not much of a sales pitch harassment calls. After all, no one can guarantee that the person who answers the phone will not come to a spaced-out curse if they are harassed. After all, there are many skills or ghost weapons that can do this. A cool voice rang out as he picked up the phone. Hello Mr. Yi. I'm Zhang Xiao from the relevant department. Job number? This call is to find out more about the film you uploaded. Although Yi Xingxin's post was generally hot, the authorities still noticed it, fearing that a curse might be spread in it, so they contacted Yi Xingxin to ask about it. After all, most ghosts are malicious towards the living. Yi Shang Xin roughly explained about the movie video. Okay, please don't upload it to a regular website to spread it around until we review it. Of course the authorities will not believe it outright. They will arrange for a special person to review it and see if there are any markings, curses, or anything like that present. For this, Yi Shang Xin was still very relieved. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xingxin continued to brush the post, and soon, a post to buy a substitute hit came into view. The owner is badly injured because he was attacked by an unscrupulous person. But the deadline to enter the thriller game is coming up soon, and he wants to pay someone to enter the game for him once as a substitute. Yi Xingxin was surprised, did not expect to be able to play like this, and hastily looked for relevant introductions in the forum. Soon enough, the information to be found was seen in the newbie guide. Once you become an official player, you can enter a copy instead of another player. Just press the substitute's hand on the mark of the player you are substituting for, and choose to agree after the option appears in your mind. As long as you don't agree, it won't help if someone else forces your hand on the marker. Some people with money who want to remain players but don't want to go into the game and fight for their lives. Or some people who made the mistake of choosing to become players, will just look for pinch hitters in the forums. And some players who want to improve or are short of money take orders. Of course, the rewards earned by substituting would have nothing to do with the person placing the order. Yi Xingxin was fretting that he had to take a mandatory 7-day break, so he couldn't sit still when he saw this and hurriedly replied in the post. After contacting the customer and realizing that he was in the next city, the two of them made an appointment to meet tomorrow, and Yi Xingxin closed the website. Since you've decided to get into the game right away, the room won't be getting cleaned. After placing an order for a deluxe meal, Yi Xingxin began to brush up on short videos wanting to cultivate his Dao heart. However, after reading half a day, found that since the contact with more female ghosts, and then read these, completely no feeling. After all, female ghosts are not only rich in knowledge. What kind of knowledge can be, and can whole living people cannot whole flower work? The bottom line is that the little girls look better in their plain faces than all this makeup and filters. Soon, the takeout was delivered, and Yi Xingxin went to bed after eating it, refreshing himself and preparing to enter the game tomorrow. The next day, Yi Shang Xin came to the agreed place and met the buyer. First, he sensed the number of games on the marker, because the more games you play, the harder the copy gets. Naturally, the more expensive the substitute will be. The official reference data is also given on the forum. For the strength of the substitute player, the buyer is not concerned about it. After he goes in, whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with the buyer. In the past, there have been things that use family and friends to blackmail players to force them to play on their behalf, and the official response to this situation has been a special announcement. Once such is found, the party holding the person hostage, no matter what status, will be taken down, and the family's welfare benefits will all be cancelled, and even the work life will be greatly affected. It can't be completely avoided, but it has been greatly reduced. After all, no one can be sure that the people who are being held hostage will not fish out of water and die together. The buyer this time was a player who wasn't old or new, and the price was negotiated at 20,000 plutonium, worth 20 million cash, then contacted official justice in the forum. This prevents you from being forced to proxy and protects the buyer from being counter-blackmailed by the proxy. After all, someone can always find a loophole in the rules. Private proxy. I first help you to play for you, and then let the accomplices blackmail you. Do not pay the money to report you forcibly coerced to play for you. Chapter 52 Vice, Funeral. Welcome player, for fun, to Thriller. Your journey in the game is about to begin. Copy extraction in progress? A copy of this game, a funeral. Time limit for the game, 7 days. Number of players, 9. Status, family of the deceased. Main quest, complete the traditional funeral process and successfully bury the deceased. Warm reminder, violating taboos can lead to horrific consequences. At the end of the game, rewards are given out based on mission completion. After reading the hint, Yisheng Xian also noticed the surroundings and the other players standing next to him. The crowd stood outside the gate of a large compound, with 2 lanterns hanging over the gate and 2 domineering stone lions next to it in a majestic manner. The vermilion wooden gate with a high threshold showed that the main family's status was not low. Looking back into the distance, a not-so-big village was vaguely visible. Curls of smoke rose. Bad luck. How did you draw a copy like this? A female player who was not very old and dressed in fancy, dyed pink hair and delicate makeup spoke up. Another female player beside me consoled. The copy extraction is completely randomized, so since you're here, just play alone. Counting Yisheng Xin, there were a total of 9 people, 4 men and 5 women. A middle-aged male player spoke up and asked, I don't think there are any newbies this time, right? Let's get the ugly words out in front. Whoever pulls back, don't blame me for being rude. Thriller game is the most afraid of encountering pig teammates. One person makes a mistake that leads to the destruction of the group happens from time to time. In some high-level copies, newbies with a bad fate can easily be directly killed early by veteran players. A funeral? Do any of you know the process? Yi Xingxin saw that no one had mentioned anything mission-related after they had talked for half a day, so she had to open her mouth and pull the topic back. Since the player takes the role of the family of the deceased, it is up to them to arrange the funeral. But there is a set procedure for funerals, and it's easy to make mistakes if you don't understand it. Yisheng Xian's question also made the other players come back to their senses, and what they had to consider now was naturally how to complete the mission. But since the arrival of the Thriller games, cremation has been fully practiced in reality, as a player has previously mastered the ability to manipulate corpses for rebellion. There were also people who had lost control of their ghost weapons, which led to the revival of a large number of corpses. No experience of traditional burial at all. I've heard of earth burials before. Several processes, different every day. It was the same middle-aged player who spoke. What then? How can I play if I don't even know the flow? It's better to go in first. There might be a hint. There's no way the game will arrange for a copy with certain death. A few people pushed open the door and stepped inside. At first glance, there is a shadow wall, and around it is a small 100 square feet compound, flanked by a fish pond, a rockery, a grapevine arbor, a small pavilion, and so on. Look there. Isn't there a man sitting there? The male player wearing glasses suddenly opened his mouth. Looking at him, he gave off a sense of a schoolteacher's vision, with a svelte and serious expression. The crowd looked, and sure enough, under the kiosk, sat a man. Let's go ask for information. A few people approached cautiously. After all, there was no guarantee against any malice, and now that they didn't know anything, it would be troublesome if they just broke the taboo. As they drew nearer, the faces of the crowd grew strangely pale. It was just an old man with white hair, leaning back in a chair, and if it wasn't for the clothes he was wearing and the dark corpse spots on his green and white face, he would have thought it was just an old man resting with his eyes closed. In their birthday suits. So this is the dead who need to be buried? I suppose so, but there are too many of them alive in their birthday suits in the replica. Money, fortune, corpse. Looking at the hints, Yisheng Xian was certain that this was their target. Neither rank nor friendliness. This is the person who needs to be buried. Let's go to the back and look for a coffin or something like that. After saying that, Yi Xingxin turned his head towards the backyard. Seeing someone take the lead, players who didn't have a clue followed. When I came to the backyard, the east, west, and north rows of rooms were all closed. According to the layout, the north side should be the main room. Yi Xingxin pushed open the door and found that there was no coffin. There were only ordinary household items. Soon the other rooms were searched and no coffins were found. The group looked at each other, all confused. Yi Shengxian decided to ask for help off-site and contacted the little ghost girl through the friend bar. Yeah? Did you miss me? Lian Shanshan's surprised voice came. It had only been more than a day since Yi Xingxin had left, and Lian Shanshan had not expected to receive contact from Yi Xingxin so soon. Cynthia, check the funeral process for me. It's rather urgent. Okay, Yi, wait a moment. Not long after, Lian Shanshan sent over the main flow of the funeral. Yi Xingxin had a moment to speak with the little girl ghost before ending the call. Gentlemen, we're going to set up the hearse and then we're going to carry the dead over here and put them in the casket. But there's no coffin to be found. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Listen to the sound coming from outside the gate. The gate is so far from the main room that a knock can come through so clearly? Several people were afraid to go to the front yard for a while to check on the situation. And the knocking on the door continued and became more and more urgent. We can't wait. If we wait any longer, we might have to break the door. We're still in the copy rules. We should be safe. If the other side breaks the door, we might violate the rules instead. Makes sense. Let's go over there together. If something happens, we can take care of it. The knock on the door turned into a slamming sound, and Yi Xingxin hurriedly pulled open the door. Only a male ghost with a green face and fangs was seen reverting back to his normal human appearance as the door opened. What the hell? I've been knocking on the door for half a day. It's taking too long. A couple of you guys come and move the stuff, he said, getting out of the way. The only thing that could be seen behind the man was a paper wagon pulling a pitch-black coffin and all the various things needed for a funeral. Several people hurriedly carried the coffin and items into the courtyard, and just as they were about to close the door, the man said with a black face against the door, "You haven't settled your final payment yet, and you want to renege on your debt? For all oh." The players looked at each other. How is this spending money before making money? You are a black broker. Right. How much? 4,500. In the game of course it can't be cash. It's clearly counting the number of people to collect money. 500 per person. Yi Sheng's heart wondered, if he paid it all out, would it be considered helping people? Could it succeed in binding them? In case it doesn't count, one loses 4,000. And if it does, then one doesn't have to bother tying it after that. Looking at the other people who all took out money with a reluctant face, Yi Xingxin took it over, then pulled out 4,005 and handed it to the men, and returned the 4,000 that he had received to them respectively. One pass through the hands should do it. The 8 looked at him in surprise, but no one at Whitehor could refuse. The system alert did arrive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 160 Holy Mother points. The leaks have been planted. Chapter 53, Embalming. Well, hurry up and set up, and get your stuff into the main room first. Yi Xingxin spent money. Talker hardened a lot, others white-whoring a wave also give face. Not a big deal. Listen to his arrangement is nothing. The concerted efforts of the people soon finished setting up the hearth. Let's go and move the body. The next step is to put the deceased in a coffin and finish the job. When they came to the kiosk, a few people were stuck again, because according to tradition, it was the eldest son who held the head, and the others in order down the line. But the game didn't assign them specific identities, and all of them were family members. Another is in the coffin when there is a crime. 4 phases taboo, but this is for outsiders. The identity of the players are family members. Naturally there is no such taboo. Never mind, rank them according to age. There can't be a mistake here too, the middle-aged player suggested, and the others agreed. The body still has a trace of warmth in the hand. The body is not stiff. If not see with their own eyes, say it is just swallowed the breath of some people believe. It's a good thing it wasn't stiff, or it wouldn't have been easy to get a seated body into a coffin for him to lie in. 9 people carefully moved the body into the coffin. Good thing he had put on his birthday suit in advance. Purification of those steps to save. Otherwise it is still very troublesome. Now what? What else? Everyone looked at Yi Xingxin. After all, he had asked for help outside the field, and he was the only one present who was clear about the process. If there are no surprises, we'll call it a day during the day, and just wait until evening to start arranging for a wake. It's not right, is it? Aren't funerals usually over in 3 days? If it's just today, can we get it done in the next 2 days? The middle-aged raised the question. Although he wasn't sure of the exact process, he still had some general impressions. According to my friend's information, the game is organized according to a 7-day funeral, and our game time is 7 days. You guys don't think that the game will arrange for 3 days to complete the degree quest, right? Yi Xingxin's words made sense. It's true that sometimes you get ahead of the game, but that's when some of the big boys get into tawdry maneuvers, like the funeral copy. If someone can sweep the ghosts and take out the boss in a day, they can leave the game that day. By the way, There's no couple or husband and wife relationship between you guys, right? Yi Shang Xin suddenly thought. A man and a woman who hadn't said a word raised their hands in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? You should not cohabitate for a few days. It's more taboo." They didn't expect Yi Xingxin to be talking about this and nodded their heads to indicate that they knew. It was only 7 days, so they would just endure it and get over it. A few people each found a room a little bit away from the main room and prepared to rest. Yi Shang Xian looked at the panel and prepared to draw a wave of prizes. You can draw 3 times for 380 Hail Mary points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing items: Ghost Mud, Stealth Charm, Ghost Jump Rope, Ghost Mud Fatal Attraction for Ghosts, below Blood Coat level. Invisibility Charm, stick it on your body to hide your form and scent. Move around, but do not hide your voice. Ghost Jump Rope, throwing it at a ghost will force the ghost to jump rope 100 times, and it may not leave its position until it has finished jumping, below Blood Coat level, because they're all disposable items. Otherwise they'd be ghost weapons. However, Yi Xingxin was still very satisfied with these drawn items. All of them were for life preservation, and could buy some time in a critical moment. A lot of times it's just a little bit of time to escape. After drawing the prize, Yi Shang Xian was bored of staying and decided to go out and look around. Open the door, only to have the door to the room across the hall open as well. It was the fashionable woman who saw Yi Xingxin and greeted him with a smile on her face. "Dude, what are you going to do?" One by one, the other rooms opened their doors. "It's all old players. There's no way they're going to wait around and do nothing. I'm going to walk around. Anyone with me?" As a result, only the fashionable women nodded. "Then we'll go ahead." Yi Shang Xian walked out of the gate with the fashionable woman and looked back at the lantern on the door. Hashtag, do you remember what color the lanterns were when we arrived? Hearing Yi Shang Xian's words, the fashionable woman also noticed that the color of the lantern was not right. It's supposed to be red. Isn't the color changing because the candle inside is lit? The previous lanterns were in the extinguished state and were big red. The candle was now burning, but the color of the lampshade on the outside turned white, and a large, black word Diane appeared out of thin air. Never mind. It should be that we completed the entombment and activated the quest. Let's go and check out that village. The fashionable woman had a retreat at this point. In the game copy, any change could trigger horrific consequences, and she felt safer in the courtyard. In the end, only Yi Shang Xian traveled to the village alone. The fashionable woman informs the other players of the change in the lantern. In front of the gate, several people looked up at the lantern, and someone suggested taking it down to see what was going on. Perhaps it was a deliberate prank by the village to scare people and make players panic and make mistakes. Ghosts are known to find ways to make players make mistakes so they can go on a killing spree. It's better not to move, in case it's a change in the plot of the replica itself. Picking it hastily could trigger bad consequences. On the other hand, Yi Xingxin arrived at the village and looked at it as an ordinary small village with some children chasing and playing in the streets. Seeing Yi Xingxin, a stranger, enter the village, they all hid far away, cautiously probing and peeking. At that moment, the man who went to deliver the coffin earlier came over. "What's wrong? Did you deliver the wrong thing or do you want something else?" Yi Xingxin handed over a cigarette and helped him light it before chatting, wanting to ask for more information about the copy. Elder Qian is known as a charitable person in our area. You guys prepare more meals on the day of the condolence. There might be a lot of people coming. For Yi Xingxin, the big patron with decisive payment, the coffin store owner still had a good feeling. And in the hints Yi Xingxin saw, he was just an ordinary person. But the green-faced fangs that smashed the door before, Yi Xingxin said that he hadn't misread it. It seems that when it comes to not violating the rules, the others are just ordinary people. Yi Shang Xian secretly thought. In other copies, even if those ghosts behaved like humans, the hints would show their identity, level, and friendliness accurately. This copy shows only the name and occupation. This is something that only happens when checking out ordinary living people. No other news was pried out, but it wasn't a wasted trip, and that one piece of information alone was enough. Without the casket store owner's warning, one can imagine what would become of their food when the time comes for more guests to come and be ill-prepared. Returning to the compound, the time was also close to evening. Yi Xingxin casually ate some bought food and then went to the spiritual hall. Each copy has a vending machine. Chapter 54, Reporting Morning. Walking into the hearth, the other players had also arrived, but looking at them, they were slightly in a state of disarray. What's going on here? In the afternoon, a few cats tried to get into the spirit hall. Surprisingly, they were all of the night ghost level, and if it weren't for the fact that there were so many of us, the place could have been a mess. The fashionable woman explained the situation to Yi Shang Xian. The others had some grievances against Yi Shang Xian. Why should we have to go through a fight to the death when you ran out of the courtyard and came back spotless? For other people our eyes, Yi Xingxin also do not mind are their own leaks. Was looking at a few eyes will not be less a few to meet. What did the watch say? Have you divided it? Sure enough, before Yi Shengxin came, the 8 of them in groups of 2 or 2 had already split their numbers. Counting Yi Shengxin's single group, there were just 5 groups, and after the burial on the 6th day, there was no need to keep watch at night. Now that you've split it up, who's coming the first night? They isolated Yi Shengxian and were too embarrassed to let him come back for the first night. And the result of the deliberation was a male player who didn't talk much and a female player who looked like a student. Since there was no more business for him, Yi Shengxin returned to his room. As for poking around, there's no rush yet. The condolences are still a few days away. Lying on the bed and not having a cell phone computer to pass the time, Yi Shengxin began to contact the little girl ghost to chat. In the morning, a miserable scream rang out from the spiritual hall, and Yi Shengxin directly rolled out of bed to quickly rush there. When I entered, I saw a black cat standing on the wooden rim of the coffin leaning inward, leaning over and preparing to enter the coffin. Retreat! 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 In the heat of the moment, Yi Shengxin couldn't care if it would hit something behind it after repelling it. It would be bad if he let it touch the corpse. The black cat was pushed back by the unreasonable force and hit the wall hard. Meow ow. The black cat stared viciously at Yi Shengxian who attacked him. When the power acting on his body disappeared, his forelegs stomped on the wall and lunged towards Yi Shengxin. Putting on his gloves and with hand speed invisible to the naked eye, he slapped the black cat on the head. Hashtag, is it reasonable that you, a living person, are faster than even my ghost cat? The black cat pounced again, and Yi Shengxian shot again. As soon as the other players came in, they saw Yi Shengxian fighting the black cat. We average 2 people can deal with a black cat. By you complete abuse, it will appear that we are more waste. Yi Shengxin took advantage of the black cat's chance to pounce again, reached out and directly grabbed the back of its fateful neck. In this moment, the black cat remembered the fear of being ruled by her mother as a young child. Hanging from Yi Shengxin's hand, he didn't dare to move a muscle. His axe ate the temperature in the hearth, which had been slightly chilly, all warmed up slightly. Where are the men who kept watch last night? Why did they leave? Was it fear that they could finish the mission alive? Facing Yi Shengxian's angry questioning, the 2 men on watch lowered their heads and did not dare to look her in the eyes. If I had been a second late, none of you would have survived. So be good. After saying that, he carried the black cat back to his room. What's the big deal? So what if you don't come? Being scolded in public, the 2 men on watch were annoyed, and the male player whispered an understatement after Yi Shengxian left. The others didn't give them a good look either. The fashionable woman even took a few silent steps away from him. Back in the room, Yi Shengxin took out the ghost jump rope and bolted the black cat towards the bed. Frozenly, the disposable item was played out. Looking at the black cat that kept clawing at the rope, he took out the dried fish he had just bought in passing and threw one to it. Do as you're told, and there's more, or your head will be ripped off. Upon hearing this, the black cat immediately meowed twice in a docile manner and lay down on the ground to eat the dried fish. Yi Shengxin is not afraid of someone coming in to untie the rope. If 1 person, it is not a black cat opponent. If 2 come, only 1 ghost jumps the rope. How do they share? As long as the black cat makes some noise, he can immediately come over. While eating breakfast, he returned to the hearth. It's the 2nd day of the funeral, and according to tradition, it's time to go to the funeral. Yi Shengxin said no more words. As for who to send, who love to go who go, disobedient beat up on it. Their own too good to talk is not conducive to this copy of the mission. In the past, it had been a solo mission where you could do whatever you wanted, but this was clearly a team mission. Other than that, just the final burial. You can't carry the coffin all by yourself. The others could also see that Yi Shengxian was still angry and didn't dare to let him do the mission. The scene of beating the black cat just now was still fresh in their minds. Eventually, through a lottery, it was decided that 2 people, the fashionable woman and the vigilante man, would go. Watching the fashionable woman about to head out, Yi Shengxin voiced out a reminder. Wear morning clothes. The watchman had put on his morning clothes last night and hadn't changed them yet. Originally, he hadn't been prepared to remind the fashionable woman that he wanted to see what the punishment for breaking the rules was, in addition to the punishment for her silently backing away just now. The fashionable woman gratefully glanced at Yi Shengxian and went back to her room to change her clothes. Seeing that his idea could not be realized, the man of the night watch went out alone to report his morning. When the fashionable woman came out, she could no longer see him. When you go out, take one of the lanterns above the door and carry it, and in addition to the people in the village to be notified, the cemetery at the back of the village should also be visited. And when you shout, remember to bring a crying voice. The players still remaining looked at him in surprise, thinking in their hearts that they must not offend him. Black, too dark, obviously know so much information. Just now is not to say. The fashionable woman had just stepped out of the door ready to pick the lantern when the game prompt went off. Player Lu Yuan is dead. Number of remaining players 8-inch. Ding. Player's death detected. Start collecting payment. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,400 ghost chi. 3,000 medieval coins. Ghost weapon of blood-rusted scissors, severe ghost level. Blood-rusted scissors shear at the target across the air. Can directly damage the target. Below the ghost weapon level low target directly cut in two. The higher the rank, the lower the damage. A bit of random side effects makes sense, right? The other players looked at Yi Xingxin with even more horror. Surprisingly cool ones. If they were replaced by themselves, would they be able to come back alive? Midday. The fashionable woman gets a tip from Yi Shengxin and returns fearfully but safely. Sure, it's all been notified? The village was notified door to door, and the graves at the back of the village were notified. Hearing the fashionable woman's words, Yi Shengxin nodded and didn't say anything else. He wasn't sure if this was all the guests. In case there were a few graves hidden in any nook or cranny, one could only take one step at a time. Biggie, what do we do next? The vigilante asked weakly. Take turns going to dinner in two groups and come back for the afternoon. The four players went to eat first, and Yi Shengxin waited for the next round. The fashionable woman sat down next to him, wanting to come and pull the relationship, and reminding herself in the morning to make her think that Yi Xingxin had some thoughts about herself. After all, her external conditions were very good. In the past, he or she was a mixed bag in the game. Chapter 55, Day 3. Stopping the spirit. For the fashionable woman to come over to get close, Yi Shengxin was indifferent, although the long looks were okay, but it depends on who it is compared to. The selfsame female ghosts have all types, and for such, they are completely unattractive. Soon, the four players who were eating came back and replaced the four of Yi Shengxin to eat. After Yi Xingxin bought something, he returned to his room, and the tied-up black cat obediently lay on the bed and slept. Since you can't resist, you can only enjoy the life of a packaged meal. Seeing that it was so obedient, Yi Xingxin didn't begrudge it and threw the dried fish that he had bought to it. Black cat, night level, friendliness 65. Meow says packaged life would be nice. This cat is considered to be raised, but in order to prevent accidents, Yi Xingxin still didn't untie the rope. In case it touches the corpse, it's still troublesome. After eating, he returned to the hearth, and all the players looked at him with bated breath. Only he knows what to do back there. In the afternoon, we have to go to the village to look for food to be used afterward. After the condolences, there will be a banquet, and it is said that many people will come, and there are no available ingredients here. After Yi Xingxin finished speaking, a player who had spoken very little before suddenly said, "Who can cook with ingredients?" His words made the players look at each other. Because of the convenience of takeout, young people seldom cook and eat by themselves anymore. At the critical moment, it's still the middle-aged man who is reliable. I should be okay. I'm the one who cooks at home. Okay, the cook has it. Let's go ahead and get the ingredients. The 8 stayed behind 2 to watch the hearth to avoid anything approaching, and the remaining 6 headed to the village together. The village was normal during the day, and the villagers were enthusiastic about the arriving players, but there was a difficult look on their faces at their offer to want some of the ingredients. Village headman says food and vegetables are not easy to grow. We pay. Why? I'm not in it for the money. We're mostly about hospitality. Eventually, it was agreed that 8,000 and the village bagged all the materials used on this occasion. Aren't all villages very hospitable? I can't believe you have to pay for it. It's so expensive. In response to this kind of statement, Yi Shengxin said that she did not want to care about him. This time, each person shelled out 1,000, which amounted to spending money to make the feast day less difficult. Otherwise you can't prepare the feast, so you can imagine the consequences. After returning to the compound and arranging for the wake, Yi Xingxin went back to his room early to chat with the little girl ghost. Just can't video it. Bad review. Yi Shengxin was no longer satisfied with mere voice calls. Ding! The host can spend plutonium to open a video call qualification. Off for all. Oh, you didn't say how much? Eligibility opens at 5,000 plutonium, calls at 50 plutonium per minute. Crap, you're really dark. It's a shame you don't go robbing. At that price, capitalists look at it and weep. However, Yi Xingxin still chose to open it. After all, there was no interest in keeping the plutonium. Spending 5,000 to open the video call qualification leaves 127,000 plutonium, so video chatting is still not a problem. The little ghost answered in seconds just after the application went through. Then Yi Shengxin watched with feverish enthusiasm. The 2 little female ghosts were actually bathing. Lian Shanxian was lying on her back in the bathtub, and Lu Moi was rubbing her back. Lian Shanxian saw Yi Xingxin's face appear in front of her eyes and cried out in excitement. Lumoy slapped her on her plumpness. I help you rub your back. And you're even thinking about Yi. And you're always talking about me driving the old CG. With a video call, only the two parties on the call can see the screen on the other side. Lumiere couldn't see it. Stray. 2 more hits. Yi Sheng Xin contacted Lumoy through the friend bar and commanded remotely. Snap. Snap a couple more times. Ouch. What are you doing? Being slapped a few times for no reason didn't hurt, but it wasn't comfortable either. And it wasn't like Ye's palm hit him. Lian Shanxian squirmed a few times in dissatisfaction, so Yi Xingxin let Lu Moi hit him a few more times. Yi Sheng Xin completed a poker game through remote command, and the viewpoint constantly shifted between the two little female ghosts. It was only after an hour that Yi Sheng Xin closed the video. A mere 3,000 plutonium coins. Yi Sheng Xin said it was nothing. In the evening, Yi Xingxin brought the black cat to the vending machine and bought something to eat on the spot. The other players who came over to eat looked at the black cat in horror. Originally thought that it was killed by Yi Sheng Xin. How to look at this situation? It is ready to keep it? Is this the world of the Big Brother? That's a ghost. Yi Xingxin finished eating and left with the black cat before they dared to get close enough to buy something. Although they were all at the night ghost level, it was better to avoid fighting if they could. After all, even if they won, it wouldn't be easy. Lying down on the bed, Yi Xingxin chatted with Xiao Qingxua and Xiao Feng separately for another hour each before getting ready for bed. Well, this time it was pure chat, no video on. On the morning of the third day, everyone came to the spiritual hall, ready to wait for Yi Sheng Xin to arrange for action. It's a spirit stoppage today. There's nothing going on. Make yourselves at home. This day also happened to be the day that Yi Sheng Xin was scheduled to hold a wake at the spiritual hall. The stopping of the spirit was to wait for the arrival of family and friends who had received the report of mourning from afar. They are usually divided into 3, 5, 7, or even more days, but only one day is needed in the replica. Taking the black cat with him, Yi Sheng Xin stayed alone in the spiritual hall, and the ghost jump rope had been untied. Because the black cat's friendliness had reached 80 under the attack of the small dried fish, it would not attack Yi Sheng Xin again. And when you're full, you don't go back to picking at coffins and eating corpses. After Yi Xingxin handed it over that it couldn't jump into the coffin, it began its daily chat with its own female ghost. There were no problems during the day. In the middle of the night, a tragic scream broke the tranquility of the night. The players who were no longer in the hearth all opened the doors of their rooms and after glancing at each other, they hurriedly ran to the hearth. Seeing them come over, Yi Xingxin also knew that it was because of the screams just now, but he was afraid that it was something that was tuning out the tiger and didn't dare to leave. Where's my husband? That's when a few people realized that one person was missing. Help me. In the yard, a hoarse, pained voice rang out. In the darkness, a figure crawled out, covered in blood, one arm missing. Honey, the female player walked quickly, trying to reach out and help him up. Don't move. Retreat. He's not your husband. Yi Sheng Xin said quickly. Shadow. Night ghost level. Friendliness -50. You can have a full meal tonight. Qianfu Gue, you died well. However, the female player did not pay any attention to Yi Sheng Xin and still extended her hand. The others took half a step back because of Yi Xingxin's words and looked at the two men warily. As it turned out, the female player didn't have any problems. However, Yi Xingxin shook his head. Get another dead one. Watch for their shadows. Them? The fashionable woman noticed the couple's shadows were surprisingly fading. No, not getting smaller, but crawling up the female player's body. At that moment, the female player also noticed the dark shadow wrapped over her, trying to get away, but couldn't get my legs to move. Help me. But for something so bizarre, the players felt chills in their hearts, and no one dared to go forward. Chapter 56, Great Sage, collect the avatar. Seeing no one approaching, the dark shadows instantly engulfed the couple. Player Zhang Chang is dead. Current remaining players 7-inch. Player Lu Lu is dead. Current remaining players 6-inch. The two consecutive prompts caused the remaining few people to hastily retreat into the spiritual hall, taking out their life-saving items. The ghosts that I have encountered in the past have all killed people head-on, and it's the first time I've seen it in a way as bizarre as this. As the two men died, Yi Sheng Xin also collected his payment. Ghost Chi 4800, Plutonium 3000, Low-grade Ghost Weapon *5, Skill Book, Ghost Hand, Skill Book, Stasis, Ghost Hand, consume Ghost Chi and turn your palm into a ghost hand, dealing a certain amount of damage to the target. Immobilize, you can immobilize a target below your level for 3 seconds. 2 skills, one very average, the other even more crap. It would have been possible for a higher level to inflict pressure on a lower level, and while it wasn't immobilizing, it would have slowed down the rate of dealing with it considerably. It's really ribbed. and a ghost hand might as well just attack with a weapon. Even using it more often would affect the physical body and literally turn it into a ghost hand. At that point, the hand wasn't a hand anymore. Even though the damage and stuff was higher, it might be a great skill for ordinary players, but Yi Sheng Xin couldn't see it. Jie, how did you find me? You guess? Yi Sheng Xin of course would not say you face writing. Even if you find me, you're still going to die tonight. Shadow was a servant of the Qin mansion before he was born, but his hands and feet were not clean and he was found out and kicked out. He ended up starving to death on the streets, which he blamed on Qianfu Gue. And after accidentally seeing the money house reporting a funeral and knowing that Qianfu Gue was dead, he was ready to come back and take revenge on his family. Having gotten 2 dead now, the living do taste good. Looking at the 6 people in the hearth, the gluttonous drool came down. Looking at the shadow that was about to come in, Yi Xingxing posed and stomped her feet while yelling, "Back! Back! Back!" Rustle of skirts. The shadow disappeared directly into the darkness. Finished? The fashionable woman asked as she pulled on Yi Xingxing's coat. The proper display of tenderness to inspire a man's protectiveness was a skill she had learned in the game. However, Yi Xingxing didn't even look at her, just faintly returned. "It's not that simple. I'll take out your bottom cards and prepare to fight." As soon as the words left his mouth, Shadow reappeared in front of the crowd. "I can trap him for 2 seconds. Don't hesitate if you have a kill skill." The withdrawn man, who hadn't said a word in days, spoke up. He was seen crossing his arms and swinging them in front of his chest, then waving them at Shadow as if he were casting a net. The others who had skills threw them, and those who didn't took their weapons and smashed them. "Ah!" Shadow let out a scream, looking injured. "Damn, that didn't kill him? He's physically immune. Weapon attacks are useless, and your skills aren't strong." Yi Xingxing saw that the black shadow disappeared from the location that was hit by the skill, but the location that was smashed by the weapon was intact. "It looks like it's still going to take a shot on its own." He pulled a pair of rusty scissors out of his backpack and spaced out where Shadow's neck had been. In an instant, Shadow's body and head separated without a word, and immediately afterward, he dissipated into ghostly chi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the severe ghost, rewarding him with 3,000 ghost chi, 800 plutonium coins, and 1 chance at the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up, rewarded with 15 attribute points. Yi Xingxing felt good when he saw the attribute point reward, which had changed from the previous 10 to 15. The smile disappeared from his face as he glanced at the panel. Level 11, 1500/20,000. I'll go. Before, when I went up a level, the demand for ghost chi was 1,000 more. Now it's directly 10,000 more? It instantly felt like the extra attribute points didn't smell good. However, the system didn't respond at all, and Yi Xingxing had no choice but to divide the attributes equally between strength, spirit, and speed. It's now level 11, which means it's at the night level. Watching him upgrade after the battle, the other players nearly drooled with envy. "Wow, big brother, how did you manage to upgrade?" Players upgrade basically rely on the ghost chi given by the copy of the settlement. Individuals may be able to get drugs, food or other items that directly increase the ghost energy, but that one is harder than winning the lottery. For this question, Yi Xingxing didn't even bother to answer, although his arm felt softness rubbing against it, but it didn't have the stiffness of the ghost young woman, nor did it have the tallness of Lu Morii, completely free of that worldly desire. Just then, the side effects of the ghost scissors came, and Yi Xingxing felt an unbearable hunger in his abdomen. One of the side effects, overeating. When triggered, you need to eat a lot of food until you fill your hunger. If it was an average person, they would probably just turn on at this point when they saw the people around them. Fortunately, Yi Xingxing's spirit was not low and could still resist. Immediately pull out the money for the black cat to go shopping. As for other players, Yi Xingxing said it was better to believe in a ghost. Soon, Yi Sheng Xian held a pile of food and started eating. Eating play poison late at night is the most abominable. See him eat so fragrantly with a big mouthful of food. The few players who usually only dare to eat the cheapest instant noodles have swallowed their saliva. Players rarely buy too expensive food to eat in their copies. Doesn't it smell good when you go out and exchange it for cash to eat at a hotel? Just these bought by Yi Sheng Xian. It cost at least 1,000 plutocrats, which when converted into cash is 1 million, enough to go to the hotel to eat how many good meals, and then order a young model there is still left over. Realize that these are just ordinary foods that are also available in reality. And no ghosting. It's hard for the average player to save up. Let's say the couple that died only had a total of 3,000 plutonium. All the money will be recovered by the system after death. Ghost chi is recycled in its entirety according to the current amount left in the body. For example, if the full value is 1,000, and 100 is left after the battle. It is only recycled to 100. After eating it, the hunger disappeared and it even held up a little bit, so it was obvious that I had bought some more. Yi Sheng Xin also roughly figured out the side effect of the ghost scissors, which was to randomize one of the 7 deadly sins. Luckily it was overreading. If it had randomized to lust it would have been a problem, because in this copy, it is forbidden to shirbari or the boss will just storm off. For this kind of uncontrollable ghost weapon, Yi Sheng Xin decided to go out and sell it. Otherwise it comes at a critical moment and just finishes sprinkled. Immediately after that, the draw after killing the ghost is also used up directly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, Great Sage. Collect the avatar. Great Sage. Collect the avatar. Shouting this at the target while he is attacking interrupts the opponent's attack and inflicts a 3x damage reversal, including, but not limited to, skill attacks, weapon physical attacks, etc., not exceeding 2 major ranks of one's own. Crap! God skill! Yi Xingxin directly exclaimed in shock. No more than 2 major levels. One was now at the Night Ghost level, so it could be effective for any target not exceeding the Blood Clothes level. This wave is directly invincible. Chapter 57 Condolences. Alright, things are settled. You guys go back to sleep. Yi Xingxin stated that their presence here was affecting his chatting with the little girl ghost, but someone had just died, and none of them were afraid to go back. And it turned out that it wasn't safe to be in the room, and they were all in single rooms, so in case of a situation, they didn't even have a chance to call for help. Turn back the clock and let's see what happened then. Just after nightfall, the couple had just laid down when the man began to make a move. Wait out the game. Didn't the one called for joy say you can't share a room? You listen to him? It's just jealousy from a single dog. And besides, don't you think it's exciting to come here? It ended up being a half-hearted relationship, and where they hadn't noticed, the force of the rules that had enveloped the room had faded. 5 minutes later, the man fell into a deep sleep. The woman, though too scared and wary to sleep, waited a couple of hours and nothing happened, so she left the room and went back to her own room to sleep. Shadow had originally been stopped at the door, only to walk up to the man's room and realize that there was no stopping him here. So what was the point of being polite? But he wasn't satisfied with just one, so he struck on purpose to make him run out and gather everyone out of the room. That's what led to what happened afterward. If it wasn't for Yi Sheng Xin seeing through it, a few more players would have died to say the least. Let's just say that some people work themselves to death. Now that everyone was gathered at the spiritual hall and could not be driven away, Yi Sheng Xin was annoyed. You can only let go of the black cat in your hand to keep the player from approaching. Don't hold yourself back from talking about love. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi Xingxin stood up and stretched, said to the other players, I'll go back to sleep. You guys take turns to go eat. The spirit hall must stay. Today is the beginning of the condolence day. Maybe when to come. Just make sure that the coffin in front of the long-lasting lamps do not go out. And when people come to burn paper on the line. Ignoring the retentive voices behind her, Yi Xingxin hugged the black cat and bought breakfast, eating it as she went back to her room. After hanging up the call and leaving the black cat on guard, Yi Xingxin fell into sleep. In the spiritual hall, after taking turns to eat breakfast, the 5 people gathered in the middle of the spiritual hall. No one dared to sleep. In case someone came to see them sleeping, they could send themselves a cool song. The fashionable woman spoke up. How do you think he got the ghost to be as well behaved as a real cat? No, it's more obedient than a real cat, a cat-owning player objected. We don't understand the world of bigots. This kind of thing, unheard of. I've heard before that there are big men who can call themselves brothers and sisters to ghosts, but I haven't heard of this kind. A few people were chatting when suddenly someone came from the village. They were close by. The normal process is that there is also a person to sing the rituals, but the funeral in the underworld is also given to save the players, except for the one in charge of burning the paper. The other 4, 2 by 2 on one side, fell on their backs and began to cry and mourn. The visitor resisted a handful of burnt paper, set out the tribute he had brought, knelt down and kowed out 4 times before rising to leave. The fact that nothing happened was also a big relief for the players. During the morning, people from the village arrived one after another to offer their condolences. Those who were close and related knelt down and kowtowed. Relationships are just neighborhood standing and bowing. Time came to noon. Slept while Yi Xingxin ate lunch and walked into the spiritual hall. You guys go eat? You can take a nap this afternoon. They also did not sleep a night. Yi Xingxin is afraid that they are too sleepy to have problems, when the time to carry the coffin manpower is not enough, or their own trouble. After noon, family and friends who are far away are also arriving. Yi Sheng Xian sat on her knees and burned paper without saying a word. These ones that came over were ghosts, not the kind of beings in the village that don't change their bodies to be human. They couldn't directly strike at Yi Xingxin due to the rules, and eyed him, accosting and intimidating him in all kinds of ways, just to get him out of position and break the rules so they could then strike. But Yi Shangxi ignored it all and just burned paper to himself. Seeing that they could not succeed, these ghosts left unwillingly. Then comes the next batch of ghosts. Different methods, same purpose. This could be much more dangerous than what they had encountered in the morning. For example, a cute-looking little girl ghost directly approached Yi Shangxin's face and then revealed a dead look. If it were any other player, they would probably be scared out of their place, and that would be against the rules. But Yi Shangxin was a ruthless person who could even put her mouth on Xiao Feng, who was showing her dead face, and was completely indifferent. She even wanted to laugh at her clumsy tactics. The time came tonight, and if in the real world, of course, no one comes to offer condolences at night, but the ghosts of the underworld don't care about that. In the graveyard at the back of the village, one by one, bodies crawled out and stumbled toward the compound. The players who had slept all afternoon also came to take their places in the hearth. The one who burned paper in the morning still wants to burn paper, because people in other positions have to cry when someone comes, but he can't cry in general. Are you sure? Because the position where the paper was burned was the most forward, it was also the easiest to approach the incoming ghost. The player nodded in quick succession. Yi Shangxin gave him a deep look and said, "I hope you don't regret it." The two had just changed places when a new batch of visitors had come to the door. Although the players are curious about what Yi Shangxin said, is there really something happening? Or is it a threat that he is preparing to settle scores in the fall? As we can see, the first one coming our way is into the wrong channel. The first one to come was a corpse covered in rot, with a number of parts of it revealing ghastly white bones. Appearance too acceptable. After all, they are all old players. But that flavor really isn't something you can immunize yourself against with strong tolerance. Dry heaves rang out from the cries, often with tears in their eyes, not out of love for the land, totally because it stinks. Only Yi Shangxin in the entire room did not react. Was it that he could tolerate the stench? Of course not. If the camera zoomed in closer, it could be seen that he had something stuffed in his nostrils. Ghost ayahuasca. Not only can the scent of the herbs completely shielded the odor. The good thing is that although they were all dry heaving, they didn't really throw up or leave their positions and change their state. Body after body arrived, and the stench grew stronger and stronger. If an ordinary person had come over, they might have fainted from the stench directly. Finally, the player who burned the paper couldn't help but still throw up when the family came. An early start for the family. And while Yi Shangxin took advantage of the time they were eating, he quickly came to the front seat and sat down on his knees to start taking over the burning of the paper. Avoid the situation where no one burns the paper and it's a straight-up full violation. Player Louis Wei is dead. Number of remaining players 5-inch. Yi Shangxin collected 1,700 ghost chi and 1,200 plutonium coins. There are no skills or ghost weapons, which is normal for players. Ghost weapons and skills are rare. At this point, the cries of the players in the back were real, unlike before, when they sounded fake. Chapter 58, A Bargain at the Door. A few minutes later, the family finished eating and reluctantly left. The four people who were lying on their backs were still crying non-stop. This time the copy. It was much more difficult than what they had experienced before. And just this was still because of the existence of Yi Shangxin as a BUG. Otherwise it might have been a reunion on the first day. By 5 a.m., there was finally no one and the ghosts came back. Yi Shangxin straightened his body, and his waist hurt from constantly burning paper. Because every visitor brings burning paper, there is no shortage of paper money. Just as Yi Shangxin was about to go eat, 5 ghosts walked in. The leader was a very beautiful female ghost, all over her body, all growing on Yi Shangxin's XP. And the remaining 4 ghosts approached each of the 4 players. The pretty female ghost opened her mouth with a sobbing voice and said, "Husband, it's good to have you to help arrange Dad's funeral." I said and cried. The other ghosts say pretty much the same thing, and it directly confuses the player. Qian Duo, red coat level, friendliness -20, Qian Fugui's eldest daughter, vice captain of the city guards, all 4 good lord, so I'm a flunky. The 5 new ghosts, all of whom are Qian Fugui's own sons and daughters, have just rushed back from their previous postings outside, and the players are identified as their husbands or wives, respectively. One of them, Chandra, is the eldest sister. What started the day was the setting up of the feast, which could be a lot easier now with 5 more helpers. "Hubby, you go eat first, I'll keep watch here," Qian Duo said softly. Although he was sure of her identity, Yi Shangxin didn't dare to be careless, and turned to the other players and said, "You guys go eat first, and come replace me later. It's better to keep people here." Qian Duo didn't say much, but instead praised Yi Shangxin for caring well for his younger siblings as his brother-in-law. However, as soon as the other 4 left, the corresponding 4 ghosts followed. Only Qian Duo Duo was left in the spiritual hall to accompany Yi Sheng Xian. Honey, did you miss me? Qian Duo Duo pulled down her clothes, hugged Yi Sheng Xian's arm and rubbed against it, asking in a seductive voice. I want to. Of course I do. My wife is so beautiful. Yi Xingxin spoke. His hands were not idle, the cheapness that was sent to the door, not to take advantage of it. Soon, Chandler sounded out of place, but Yi Sheng Xian was limited to this. The next step could be a violation. Seeing that he was delayed in proceeding down the road, Qian Duo Duo was anxious in his heart. I can't be whored out for nothing when I've sacrificed so much. Reaching out, he was about to pick Yi Sheng Xian's pants. With a snap, Yi Xingxin slapped onto her plumpness. This is Dad's hearth. Do you have any manners as a big sister? Qian Duo Duo's legs tightened when he was hit. Looked up and found Yi Sheng Xian's eyes clear. His heart hated the urgency, but he couldn't do anything in the way of the rules, and his chest grew a fraction bigger with anger. Player Chen Chen is dead. Current remaining players 4-inch. Obviously he didn't resist the temptation to get horny. The collection of 2,000 ghost chi and 1,500 plutonium coins did not make Yi Xingxin feel happy, because the other 3 are all female players, and he is only a male. How can he get it when he carries the coffin? Headache. At this time, the 3 female players also hurriedly ran in, fearful in their hearts. The 3 male ghosts followed closely and came in and said, Wife, it's been so long since we've seen each other. Haven't you missed me? Is there someone outside you? No. Then why don't you want to share a room with me? I've been keeping you on the outside all this time. Seeing the male ghost getting angrier and angrier, a female player was ready to compromise. Being played by a ghost is better than being killed. Better to die than to live. The previous players died, and they thought they were rejecting the ghost's request. No more deaths at this time. Yi Sheng Xian slapped the male ghost's head. How dare you? Don't look at what this place is, and if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll help you to cut with a permanent cure. In response to Yi Sheng Xian's sudden outburst, the 3 male ghosts shrunk their necks and didn't dare to threaten the female player anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 60 Holy Mother points. Chen Duo Duo watched without saying anything, and even gloated a little. Finally it wasn't the old lady herself who suffered. Seeing that it was about time, Yi Xingxin arranged to the 3 male ghosts. Why don't you get your ass to the door and welcome the guests? Why did you leave Chandler behind? To have a place to let go. Of course. Sacred Heart Yip said she is a social psychopath, and when she sees strangers, she is so overwhelmed that she doesn't know where to put her hands. How can you drive away now that you have a special shelf to rest your hand on? The 3 looked at Yi Xingxin's tawdry maneuvers in horror, and knew why he couldn't see himself. The ghost girl was better than herself in every way, except for not being as warm as she was. Chen Duo Duo blankly glanced at Yi Sheng Xian, but it wasn't good to resist. After all, he was his husband and could do whatever he wanted. The gates opened and the family and friends who had come earlier to offer their condolences once again arrived at the compound. The village led the way to set up the tables and chairs, and then began to serve the food. It's all about banknote capacity. Otherwise on this day, just getting things ready can leave a player scrambling and constantly making mistakes. And now they didn't have to care about anything. Yi Sheng Xian could even practice dribbling. Although the ghostly creatures watched the players with greedy eyes, they couldn't make a move to kill anyone while the feast meal was sufficient. Yi Xingxin's dribbling technique had been practiced by his own female ghost in real battles, so he was naturally very familiar with it. Chandler was even on the verge of falling. It seemed like it would be good to keep this husband. What was supposed to be a treacherous day of posing for the feast, they got through it smoothly. At the end of the night, the guests leave in order, and soon only the 4 players and their corresponding ghosts remain. Yi Xingxin looked at the 3 women and said, Tonight you keep watch over the spirit. The 3 of you get the hell back to bed. You must be very tired after rushing back all this way. The latter was said to the 3 male ghosts. Brother-in-law. I don't. Anam, bang. You're tired when I say you're tired. Any more nonsense and I'll have your sister whip you. The male ghost covered his face and could vaguely smell the milky scent. Not daring to say more, he twisted his head and left. The other 2 took a look and also left without looking back. If they dare to mess around in the spirit hall, just hit them. After Yi Xingxin gave a word to the 3 players, he wrapped his arms around Qian Duo Duo and went back to his room. With the humanoid pillow and brainwaves, Yi Xingxin forgot about the black cat to the back of his mind. To the red-clothed stern ghost, the black cat dared to be angry, jumped into the arms of the fashionable woman, and began to sleep with its eyes closed. All day Yi Xingxin didn't feed it. If it didn't sleep again it would be too hungry to stand, but it also didn't dare to attack players or corpses, or Yi Sheng Xian wouldn't let it go. Red clothes did not even resist in his hands. His own little night ghost. It is better to behave as a pet. The fashionable woman remembered that the black cat hadn't eaten anything for a day, so she hurriedly spoke to the other two before running to the vending machine with the black cat in her arms, looking at 500 a piece of dried fish and biting her teeth to buy two. The black cat gave her a knowing look before running off with the dried fish in her mouth. Although she was heartbroken about her money, the fashionable woman had no regrets. Otherwise, with a ghost in your arms, you could get cold yourself at any time. Chapter 59, Funeral. Inside the room, Yi Xingxin went up and down, but no matter what Qian Duo said or did, Yi Xingxin just didn't take the next step, but trying to sleep. Yi Shengxian was fidgeting again. At this moment, Chandler understood why there was mad cow disease. Finally, after Yi Shengxian had had his fill, he hugged Qian Duo and fell into a deep sleep. Chandler just couldn't get his hands on him and was furious. Yi Shengxian, who was sleeping, sensed that something was wrong and opened her eyes to find Qian Duo grabbing her vitals, and as soon as she sat down, she was breaking the rules, because Yi Shengxian didn't proceed down the line. Qian Duo took advantage of his sleep to do it himself. Seeing that he was about to achieve what he wanted, he didn't expect him to wake up. As the saying goes, the arrow is on the string and has to be sent. Qian Duo gave a downward lurch. Yi Shengxian's hand pushed the head of the bed with a force, and the whole person slid downward. Qian Duo sat on his stomach. Taking advantage of her daze, Yi Shengxian directly took the ghost jump rope and controlled her. Then throw it to the side, a real humanoid pillow. Qian Duo began to struggle, but it turned out that his red-clothed strength couldn't even break a rope. On him, bang. Sleeping, don't move. As a result, the more he hit, the more Chandler squirmed. The helpless Yi Shengxian picked her up and threw her off the bed, not spoiling her at all. Early the next morning, Yi Xingxin woke up on time and untied the rope on Qian Duo. Chandler, red dress level, friendliness 30, she's torn between eating you or not? Oops, how dare you be a demon. Yi Xingxin did whatever she wanted based on the limitations of the rules. After that, he brought her to the spirit hall. After some maneuvering, Chandler's friendliness went up by 10 points. All the players and ghosts are dressed in white mourning clothes, and today is the 6th day to prepare for the funeral as well as the burial. But the person who carries the coffin has to be well organized. In the process of lifting the coffin can't fall to the ground, so you can't all count on the 4 ghosts to come, or else the boss will directly uncover the coffin once he lets go on the way. But not letting the ghosts move was not an option. The 3 female players, although they were physically stronger than ordinary people after having levels, the coffins of the underworld were not light either. The 4 of them discussed and decided that 2 female players and 2 male ghosts would carry them. Yi Xingxin was responsible for watching the male ghosts. His identity was the husband of the eldest sister. Scolding these male ghosts within the rules, they did not dare to resist. Even if there really was a ghost making trouble, Yi Shengxian could still save the day. After breakfast, the line is prepared, and before the funeral, there is a great convergence. That is, the family says goodbye to the body and then closes the coffin and covers that. After saying goodbye to each of them in the order of their elders and children, the lid of the coffin slowly fell down, and Yi Xingxin was in charge of nailing the coffin nails. It's just an ordinary coffin nail with no special effects. After it was nailed down, the arranged men lifted the coffin and started out the door. The grave is at the back of the village, and the coffin needs to be carried halfway around the village and then back, not through the middle of the village. This is different from the present world. At the first intersection outside the door, Chandler dropped the basin. Some smart readers have said that potty wrestling is a man's business. Well, the underworld is the opposite of Earth. Here it's women's work. Those who do not have daughters will have daughters-in-law. If there is not even a daughter-in-law, the son will probably be beaten half to death and will be lucky to be able to walk on his own. Because the families in the underworld who practiced these rituals were basically able to get a daughter-in-law. Those who can't marry from such a family deserve to die. After dropping the basin, a group of people carried the coffin and walked toward the grave, crying and shouting. Yi Xingxin supported the heartbroken Qian Duo, and his other hand had to keep scattering paper money. Meanwhile the eyes kept looking at the 2 male ghosts carrying the coffin. As we were walking, a female player carrying the coffin in front of us spoke up. Good. Shut up. Yi Shengxian directly interrupted. If she is allowed to say that heavy word, she doesn't need to leave today. Prepare to fight for her life. The most important thing to say about lifting a coffin is that it's heavy. Yi Xingxin's yelling caused the female player who was speaking to tremble and almost throw the coffin in her hand. The coffin shook, and Yi Xingxin and the female player who did not carry the coffin rushed forward to support it. Haven't you 2 eaten? Don't know how to push? Want me to teach you? I can see that the 2 male ghosts are sneaking around. The weight of the coffin all depends on the 2 players to lift it with force. Can it not be heavy? Being pointed out by Yi Xingxin's mind, the 2 ghosts immediately exerted themselves. Otherwise, getting beaten is small. Really let the big sister get mad. They can open the table. With the male ghost joining in, the coffin was carried more steadily, and the speed of advancement was much faster. When he was almost near the village, a male ghost with a machete came on his way and blocked the way. If you want to go over there, you can. Lend your brother some money to spend. The four ghosts of Qian didn't say a word, so they just watched the players. If it can be solved, one does not suffer. If it can't be solved, one can eat meat. Yi Sheng Xian walked over with a gloomy face. Zhang Yiji, ghost level, friendliness -50, famous rascal in the village, often extorting pedestrians, stealing chickens and dogs, knocking on widows' doors and other bad things. Either get out of the way yourself or I'll beat you to death. Take your pick. Geez, how dare you talk to me like that? Zhang Yiji knew that the four ghosts of the Qian clan would not make a move, otherwise he would not dare to come to stop the coffin. The three younger brothers alone were much stronger than himself, not to mention that there was also the big sister, the red dress level. But a living person who dares to talk like that, then he or she will not be polite. His stopping the coffin for money is a requirement within the rules, a sort of test of the player that the copy gives him. It's not even against the rules to take a shot. Seeing that Yi Sheng Xian did not intend to pay, he raised his knife and slashed. It's just as well to chop it up. It's your right anyway. Great sage, collect the divine power. Pust. Zhang Yiji was split in two, from head to toe. It turned into a cloud of ghostly chi and was absorbed by the four ghosts and Yi Sheng Xian. Congratulations to the player who killed the night ghost and obtained 2000 ghost chi, 50 plutonium coins, drawing chance *1, and ghost girl fruit *10. It's normal to have no money on you when you're all roadblocked and robbed. Raffle chances are out of the question now and will be drawn after the burial. Ghost girl fruit, the underworld version of the virgin fruit, sweet and sour, with a first-class taste, loved by female ghosts, boosts current ghost chi by 5% after consumption. Effective for the first 3 pills, effective for those below the blood coat. With just one sentence, Yi Xingxin let the road-blocking ghost die, startling everyone present and the ghost. The male ghosts no longer dared to be masculine, in case they came at themselves. How scary for the ghosts. Chandra looked at him in surprise as well. A night ghost level can kill a night ghost level in seconds? Should one really develop him into a husband? Those enemies that the city guards dealt with every day were pretty unrelaxing. Not only would it be easier if someone came to help themselves, they would also get a promotion and a raise. Having been single for 100 years myself, I can think about getting married. Chapter 60 title, Ghost Family. After solving the road-blocking ghosts, the group continued on their way. After coming to the entrance of the village, it was time to go around. Yi Xingxin scattered a handful of paper money, and then scattered a handful of plutonium coins at the villagers who were watching at the entrance of the village. It's called buying money, a special rule in the underworld that villagers can't come back to cause trouble after they've collected the money. Plutonium was hard to come by, but Yi Sheng Xian was not very short of it. This handful was a full 3,000 medals. Looked at Qian Duoduo's eyes greedy. His own monthly salary on duty is only 15,000. This handful is his week's salary. You wouldn't be so generous without some power. After scattering the money, Yi Xingxin found that the villagers' friendliness had generally risen to over 30. It means the money wasn't wasted. The latter part of the journey, very smooth, and even in front of a few villagers to help clear the road of stones, vines and other debris. If it wasn't for Yi Xingxin's banknote ability, these things would have been a nuisance to the crowd carrying the coffin. Soon came the dug grave, but which way the head was facing was the question. Yi Xingxin looked at Qian's 4 ghosts. Qian Duoduo was thinking about things and didn't see Yi Sheng Xian's gaze. The male ghost next to him who wasn't carrying the coffin quickly spoke up. Brother-in-law, this side is the head. For Yi Xingxin, who had high strength and money, he now sincerely hoped that the other party would become his real brother-in-law. When the time comes, not to say that you can be a ghost, at the very least, you can still give yourself a few dollars to spend. Although the Qian family was said to be rich, Qian Fu Gue also had many friends, and he was known to be charitable, often helping the poor. As it turns out, with your own kids, the allowance is so much more restrictive. Yi Xingxin nodded to him and began to make arrangements for the burial. Putting in the coffin, the first shovelful of earth was shoveled in by Shander, and the others began to fill in the grave. Soon, a 1-meter-high mound was completed and the 3 players breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally coming to an end. Yi Sheng Xian, on the other hand, carefully cleaned up the footprints around him. The final step is to erect a monument. There are prepared stone tablets right next to it, but they are unlettered and need to be inscribed by the player. Again, this is a difficult one, as normally the player would have to find clues or ask someone to find out the name and birthdate of the deceased. But again, the player is a family member, so it makes sense to not know the birthdate. But is it like not knowing the name? But with hanging wall in place, his name was already known. and the birthdate was just a matter of asking the 4 ghosts. The tools for carving are placed right next to each other, but those who are not strong enough to have the tools can't carve. Luckily, there was a hanging wall. Attribute points had been bought, and the strength had reached the late night level, so engraving was still not difficult. Tomb of Qian Gongfu Gue, on the left is the year of birth and death, and on the right are the names of Qian's children and grandchildren. Honey, let's carve your name at the top. There are rules about this position. It is usually the eldest son and daughter at the front, indicating that they are the eldest in the family. Qian Duo had Yi Sheng Xian, the fake husband, lined up here, and the meaning was self-evident. None of the 3 brothers objected. They were unconditionally supportive of their big sister's words. After all, they had been beaten up since childhood. Elder sister is like a mother is no joke. As for resistance, a nightmare class against a redcoat class? Or a battle-hardened redcoat rank? I'm afraid he's been lightly beaten. Originally Yi Xingxin wanted to refuse. After all, he was only playing this identity. Out of this copy, he and Chen Duo could only be considered acquaintances. But seeing the look in the 4 ghosts' eyes, this was really treating themselves as part of the family. Yi Xingxin thought about it and still engraved his name. The first living name ever inscribed on a ghost tombstone appears. Congratulations to player Forel for being the first player to carve his name on the ghost tombstone, completing the hidden achievement and rewarding him with the title, Ghost Family Member. The game's announcement was displayed in the minds of all the players. All the players, both those in the game and those on standby in the real world, were abuzz. There were only 5 known players who had earned the title, and now a 6th had finally appeared. Ghost Family Member, automatically were binding after obtaining. All ghosts with family members. Goodwill to you plus 10. Lone ghosts goodwill to you plus 30. Title cannot be discarded. Cannot be destroyed. It's tantamount to a passive. And it's much easier to make your own friends in the underworld. After the tombstone was carved and buried in the grave, and after burning incense and paying homage, the funeral and burial were considered complete. The group returned to the Qian family compound from the other side of the village. When it is past 12 o'clock in the evening, on the 7th day, after Qian Fu Gue returns to his soul, the funeral mission will be over. The copy is usually the last day of the noon even finished. The last day do not have to finish. The black cat pounced toward Yi Xingxin, and he himself was starved for 2 more meals. And after the burial, it was already in the afternoon. Seeing the black cat pouncing, Qian Duo subconsciously stood in front of Yi Sheng Xian and slapped it away. She thought it was coming to hurt him. How fast is the red dress? Yi Xingxin didn't even have time to open his mouth before the black cat screamed and flew. This is what I raised. Yi Sheng Xian couldn't blame her. After all, it was also for her own protection. Ah, sorry, I didn't know, Chandler said with a guilty look on his face. This expression looked silly to the 3 Qian brothers. This was the expression that their domineering big sister should have? Worthy of being a brother-in-law. He had tempered his big sister really well. At this time, the black cat limped over, stood to a distance not daring to come close, and aggrievedly purred twice at Yi Xingxin. Well, come over here. I won't hit you. It was a misunderstanding just now. Only after hearing Yi Sheng Xian speak did the black cat cautiously approach. Bending down, he scooped it up into his arms and went to get some dried fish for comfort. Well, it's time to give you a name. I also have a black dog. His name is Old Black, so you'll be called Blackie. Blackie meowed twice in objection. It seems that you also like this name. Yi Shengxin nodded happily and said, he was worthy of being a genius at naming, as was the case with Old Black before, and as was the case with Little Black now. As a ghost, Qian Duo could naturally communicate with ghosts, but she wasn't prepared to oppose Yi Sheng Xian, as long as he was happy. After feeding Little Black, Yi Xingxin remembered the ghost woman fruits he had obtained and took out 3 and handed them to Qian Duo. I don't need this one. I've already taken 3. Any more won't work. Even though Chandler couldn't use it, he was still happy that he was giving himself something. It's better to let him keep it so he can exchange it for money. Seeing Qian Duo's polite refusal, Yi Sheng Xian didn't insist and took back the backpack again. A token-like object suddenly appeared before his eyes. This is a duplicate of the city guard's vice captain's token, specially prepared for the living. Take it and you can enter the city guard's compound at any time once a month. The time is 3 days. That way he can visit me more often in the future, Qian Duo thought. While Yi Shengxin was lamenting that there was still such a good thing, it would be easier to find his own little girl ghost in the future. Chapter 61, The Night of the First 7 Souls. The underworld was all about a strength that was honored, and the 3 Chen brothers had completely adapted to Yi Xingxin calling him brother-in-law. Brother-in-law long. Brother-in-law short shouted endlessly. Qian Duo didn't object either, and Yi Sheng Xian just assumed that they were still immersed in the roleplay and hadn't come out. After all, the copy hadn't ended yet. After small talk, Yi Xingxin also knew the names of the three people, respectively called Qian De, working in a financial company, a department manager. Qian Er works as the manager of the accounting department in a real estate company. Qian San works as an accountant in the accounting department of a hospital. Only Shander has a job that has nothing to do with money, vice captain of the city guards, and a fighting force to be reckoned with. At the same time, it was also clear that it was the city guards of the city of wasted death that's closer to the little ghost girl. Chen Duo also pestered Yi Shengxian to inquire about his personal situation. The three brothers had the sense to be fun, to be intimidated, to coerce, to leave, leaving space for solitude. You said you have a residence in the wasted death neighborhood. Oh, Chen Duo looked at him incredulously. He himself couldn't even afford to buy a house there. A living person could. Which one of us is the indigenous? Chatting until the evening, Yi Xingxin had nothing to hide about his situation, except for the system and his own skills. The basic situation, especially the way she was happy at the mention of her own little girl ghost, made Chandler eat his words, mainly because Yi Xingxin also didn't expect that Qian Duo was already prepared to beat himself up. He's just showing off his girlfriend. Hearing Yi Xingxin keep calling the little girl ghost, in Qian Duo's thought, it should be a wandering soul or a resentful ghost level. When the time comes, he himself will be merciful and let her be a concubine. Just thinking about it made me feel that I was just too kind. How many women could be like herself, able to allow a man to find a concubine? If she knew that the little female ghosts in Yi Xingxin's mouth were four, and that three of them were at the same level as herself, she didn't know what her expression would be. After dinner, the three players sought out the copy. The difficulty of this copy was figuring out the rules, and it was more than twice as hard as those in the past where there was a supervising ghost to tell them directly. Now they were completely looking up to Yi Shengxian. After 12 o'clock, when the old man returns to his soul, the mission will be over. There shouldn't be any more problems. Just wait without fear. Now that none of the ghosts of the only four would strike it themselves, Yi Xingxin felt that he had already passed the level ahead of time. Hearing his words, the three players also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the night of the returning souls sounds sinister. Now instead, it's the safest day ever. Soon, the time came to 12 o'clock midnight exactly. The door opened automatically. A vague figure walked in. The deeper he went, the clearer the shadow became. By the time we got to the backyard, it was no longer visible as a vapor at all. The four ghosts of Chandos respectfully shouted, "Father! Attention players, the night of the returning souls has begun. Please survive the attack of ghosts for 1 hour. It will be considered as the completion of the clearance task. The countdown begins at 60:00 inch. Sigma, degree winky face crouching grass. The game even arranges a mandatory battle." Yi Xingxin was shocked when he heard the system prompt. Chen Fu Gui attacked completely irrationally at this time, and the four ghosts of Chandos are limited by the rules to either kill the player with their hands or not help each other. It doesn't help the player anyway. Without much time to think, the fashionable woman threw out an object, and before she could see what it was crushed by Qian Fu Gui's claw. It didn't work at all. Qian Fu Gui, half-step blood code level, friendliness -100, losing his mind, killing all living people in front of him. Originally, he was supposed to be at the advanced red clothes level, but since ancient times, blackening was 3 times stronger, and now he was only at the half-step blood clothes, which was already considered giving face. Be careful, brother-in-law. Chenda was eating on the side while cheering Yi Shengxian. Chandler, on the other hand, didn't care at all. If he doesn't survive, he's not worthy of himself. Dead is dead. After all, it's just a good feeling right now, not to the point of life and death yet. The three female players had various means at their disposal, but the difference in level left them with absolutely no chance of winning. At this time, Yi Xingxin struck out. Taking out a black mass from his backpack, he threw it at Qian Fu Gui. Ghost mud, fatal attraction to ghosts. If it wasn't for the fact that it was in the way of Qian Fu Gui's identity and strength, the four siblings would have rushed up and grabbed it. As soon as he took the ghostly clay, he shoved it into his mouth, completely ignoring the living people that needed to be killed. Yi Xingxin pulled out the ghost jump rope and did a binding play on Qian Fu Gui. When he finished eating the ghostly mud and was ready to continue killing, he realized that his hands and feet were bound and he couldn't break free at all. Is that all? The fashionable woman looked incredulously at what was happening in front of her. Both throw props? Their own get scratched right to pieces, and the big guys have direct field control. Can't compare. It's all about a relaxed writing style, lifting your hands and solving problems. Qian Fu Gui kept struggling, but the ghost jump rope is the strength given by the rules. As long as it is under the blood clothes, all beings are equal. Although Yi Shengxin was not a proper usage, it was a loophole that was found with skill. But the gamers obviously don't think so. You're capable of finding loopholes. were capable of making the boss storm breaks quite reasonable, right? Just as everyone was relaxing, Qianfu Gui's eyes grew redder and redder, and the ghostly aura on his body stormed out, breaking through the ghostly jump rope on the binding in one fell swoop. By the time Yi Shang Xin reacted, it was too late to dodge. Facing the deadly ghost claws, Yi Shang Xin extended his left hand. In the eyes of the others, it was nothing more than a child's instinct to reach out and block. To no avail. Catch! The left hand steadily grabbed the ghostly claw. Smoothly, he brought it backward, deflating the impact, while his body turned and his right hand clenched his fist and smashed into Qianfu Gui's body. Hair! With a boom, Qianfu Gui's entire body crashed through the wall and flew into the courtyard. Unable to get up again. Receive Chemical Hair Experience card. You can receive an attack from an enemy of catastrophe level or lower. Defuse the damage of the attack, and double it back. 4 times, used it up once and not only saved my life, but solved the problem. All for all oh. Which was the expression of all the other people on the scene. Are you really at the night ghost level? Even Bloodcode was hammered into a serious injury by your punch? That's not scientific. Qian Duo's eyes looked at Yi Shang Xin and were drawn. In the underworld strength is everything, and Yi Shang Xin, who could deal with the blood close level, had now made Qian Duo fall completely. Originally, in her conception, being able to save her life to pass the barrier was already qualified, and she was not considered to be aggrieved if she followed him, but now it seemed as if she had still climbed high, avoiding any further accidents. Yi Shang Xin found quite a few ropes to hang Qianfu Gui up, so that he had absolutely no way to exert himself, so naturally he couldn't break free, not to mention that he was still seriously injured. The ghost jump rope did get scrapped straight away though, which was a bit of a shame. Chapter 62. The end of the end also wasted 2 items. An experience card. Yi Xingxin Heartaches. This is all money. An item that can be effective below the blood clothes, so you can imagine the value. Now there is none. But that's the way it is with game replicas. No one can guarantee when an accident will happen. An hour later, Qianfu Gui's time to explode was up, regained his senses, and opened his eyes to realize that he had been given a strange position to hang in the courtyard. Next to him stood his own 4 children watching in fascination. So angry that he almost died again. Oh rebellious son, don't put me down yet. As a result, the 4 ghosts looked at Yi Shang Xin in unison. What are you looking at? Why don't you untie the old man? Hearing Yi Shang Xin's words, the 4 ghosts hurriedly untied the rope. After the old man's narration, Yi Shang Xin also understood the nature of this copy. Limited to this copy, not the entire game. Every time a living person enters, a villager is converted from a living form to a ghostly body through the first 7 days. And this time when it was Qianfu Gui's turn, it was obviously many times more difficult, because the funerals of the other villagers only had 3 days to go through the process. Then the next few days in the room will be enough to pass the level. When you return to your soul, the level is just a night level, which is basically a non-issue for players who can come to this copy. The difficulty is just the flow of the first 3 days. Yi Xingxin felt a strong sense of malice. Was he being targeted by the game? Or was it simply bad luck? Even if you're subbing, neither the original player nor yourself are high level, so it's only logical that it should be the higher level of the 2 that's difficult. For example, if a night level helps a grievous ghost level fight on his behalf, it should be a night level difficulty. But I'm not sure what it is now, and I have absolutely no clue if I want to investigate, so I'll just have to try more in the future. Obviously his previous copies were easy for him among the players. After all, it's your own good karma for doing good things for good people. The copy quest had ended, and Yi Xingxin was ready to go back to his room to sleep, waiting until noon during the day to settle and then leave. Qian Duo farted and prepared to follow him back, only to be stopped by Qianfu Gui. When only the Qian family members were left in the hall, Qianfu Gui said to Qian Duo, "What? Are you looking at that kid? What? People at the night ghost level punched you at the blood clothes level and you can't stand up, so I can't look at it?" Looking at this daughter that he hadn't seen for a long time, Qianfu Gui was disliked and couldn't say anything. In fact, his thinking is kind of old-fashioned. Not to say what patriarchal, but that a girl should be good to learn the female read and other things, and then at an age to marry and raise a husband. As a result, Qian Duo never liked those things since she was a child, but was more enthusiastic about dancing with swords and sticks. The relationship between father and daughter then stiffened, until later, when Qian Duo entered the city guards. He basically didn't live at home much anymore. This time, with the help of Qianfu Gui's funeral, this was the first time in more than 10 years that Qian Duo had gone home. I don't mean anything else, as long as you don't regret it later. This kid, I've heard of him. You actually heard of a living person? Tell me about it. Qian Duo was very interested. After all, The passage from the mouth of a bystander would be different from what Yi Shengxin himself said. You also know that I have a lot of friends. The last time I saw an old friend, I heard of such a person, living in the Wasted Death neighborhood, close to Old Man Lu's granddaughter, suspected of being in a relationship. Elder Lu? Is that the Old Man Lu who was a great healer? That's him. And this kid's girlfriend isn't just the granddaughter of Old Man Lu. There are said to be a few more. Like that you're still sure you want to be good with him? Why not? Doesn't this show that he's excellent? The fact that people, Elder Lu, didn't even object shows that they approve of him more. What other reasons do you have to object? Just because you're rich? And I haven't seen you give us siblings much. Humph. Yes, I didn't give you siblings much money, but if it wasn't for the fact that I have a lot of friends, could your jobs be so easy to find? Why do you think the city guards are suddenly lacking a lieutenant? Is it that easy to get in as a hospital accountant? You don't think that just because you've just broken through the red coat level, you can compare the other veteran redcoats competing for vice captain, do you? Why would people give you a chance when you're even more talented and haven't grown up? It's not because I have a good relationship with the old city lord, whether in reality or the underworld. There are times when the human condition is more important than ability. Also at the red coat level, those with connections were just more likely to get opportunities than those without. Qian Fu Gui didn't give them too much pocket money. That is, he was afraid that they were living too comfortably. But there was no shortage of normal life consumption. Just can't live an extravagant life. Of course, strength is still very important in the underworld. For example, when Qian Duo competed for the vice captain, she was only a thread weaker than the other ghosts. If the difference was too much, even if Qian Fugui had a good relationship with the old city lord, it would not be possible for her to take the position. After all, the city guard was in an important position and was literally fighting constantly. The same goes for the other three positions. And of course they are competent enough to fill the positions and are not there to muck around with swinging connections. In the past, Qian Fugui never talked to them about this. But now that the children are older, there are some things that should be talked about. And it can't be that a family can't stay together for the rest of their lives. Father asterisk 4 came the ghostly cries from the hall, especially Qian-san, who didn't know thought Qian Fugui was really karma. The three players who returned to their rooms were startled, thinking that something else had changed. Only Yi Shengxin, holding Xiao Hei, was chatting with the little ghost. Qian, I can't go to you for this copy. It's almost time to leave, so I'll go to you guys when I find a chance next time. Got it, Yi? You should also take care of your rest. You don't need to come into the underworld so often. Lian Shanshan knows that for many living people, entering the underworld is to fight for their lives. So most people, without delaying until the last day to be forced to enter, will never enter in advance. As a result, Yi Shengxin basically came in as soon as the shortest deadline arrived. And this time, he even came in earlier somehow. Hey, I'm here on vacation. I don't have many friends out here, and it's pretty boring to spend time alone. After all, after eating seafood, it's still hard to go through another day without it. Although the seafood is rather wasted on the waste. Yi Xingxin also heard Qian-san's cries, but he knew that the game must be safe since it was determined that the mission had been completed. There had never been an exception. Chapter 63, Return of Traitor Yi Shengxin. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the three players who had been frightened all night opened the door to their rooms, each with dark circles under their eyes, only to see the all-around spirited Yi Xingxin eating breakfast. And the most crucial thing was that Qian Duo, the red-clothed ghost, was feeding him food one bite at a time. After the conversation in the early morning, the gap between Qian's father and son was gone, but Qian Duo still decided to recognize Yi Shengxin, handsome and powerful. It's not easy to find now. For example, the captain of the city guards, his own superior, his strength was at the late stage of the blood clothes, and he could break through to the next level at any time, but he looked big and thick, and to the extent that he could scare a child to tears without showing his death image. Qian Duo could not look at him. No one says a ghost can't be a face. Yi Xingxin could also feel that Qian Duo was now truly enthusiastic, not the fake enthusiasm that he had before. Qian Duo, red coat level, friendship degree 85, deeply aware of the body and the love, despairing of the sound of the river water at the head of the river. Originally, after the quest was completed, players no longer had to play the identity, and Yi Xingxin naturally no longer regarded himself as Qian Duo's husband, like the ruthless scum of the pluck. Prepare to talk to your own little girl ghost more while you're in the underworld with no restriction. Buddy bar contact, in reality, is only 5 minutes a day. As a result, Qian Duo not only sent breakfast, but also had to feed himself. Until he glanced at the hints and realized that he had unknowingly been cheated by himself. He didn't do anything. Didn't he just dribble the ball for a while he slept at night? But it was still the same sentence. For those who were sent to his door, Yi Shengxian didn't know what it meant to refuse. He was such a person who didn't know how to reject others. After chatting with Qian Duo for the whole morning, it was time to leave the copy. You must come to me. Don't worry, I will come soon. With a farewell sound, Yi Xingxin turned into white light and disappeared. This replica mission is over and settlement begins. Number of survivors of this game, 4. Mission completion for this game, 100%. Evaluation of this game, SSS, perfect completion of the funeral S. Suppression of the boss to pass S. NPC unanimous praise S. Rewarded with a blood-clothed treasure chest. Rewarded with 5,000 ghost energy. Reward plutonium 3,000. Evaluation of the chief of this copy, favorable comment. Extra reward of ghost energy 2000. Plutonium 1000. 5 treasure chests of severe ghosts. The entire team behind Thriller Games thanks you for your participation and looks forward to seeing you again. Entering the player space in 5 minutes. You can return to the present world at any time within the player space. Ding! Detected players starting to settle. The Holy Mother system started to collect rewards from the players who were helped by the host. The host can choose to collect/not collect. Receive a payoff percentage of 70% to 90% of the player's settlement reward. By choosing not to collect, the system compensates the host with the appropriate number of Holy Mother points at 10% of the final reward of the player being collected. System, collect all 80%. It can't be helped. Yi Xingxin can't lay a hard hand on women even if they don't have eyes on them, and tearfully accepts 80% of their rewards. A total of 7,200 ghost chi, 4,800 plutonium coins, 1 Stern ghost level ghost weapon, and 2 grudge ghost level ghost weapons were obtained. Because the report of mourning can be considered to be completed by the fashionable woman alone. Yi Shengxian's reminder, not in the game's settlement, rewarded with a night ghost level ghost weapon. Now none. The attributes are average, so I won't go into detail, but it's a commodity to be sold anyway. Arriving at the player space, as usual, he found an unoccupied spot and began to set up his stall. The same costume has the player space abuzz again. That big guy from a few days ago is back selling ghost weapons. Come on, they have a team, right? Otherwise how could one person get a ghost weapon so quickly? Other than that, this time isn't enough to complete a copy, right? Who cares if there's a team or not? The stuff works, buy it and be done with it. Soon, the front of the booth was filled with players. The only thing that could be seen on the stall was a large pile of ghost weapons and even skill books. More than anything, the players were sure that he had a team, or that he was a second-hand merchant. Low-grade ghost weapon *7. 1 ghost weapon. Skill book, ghost hand. Stasis. A total of $270,000 in plutonium was sold. The stalls were sold out and the players were ready to leave. Everyone, take it easy. I have a few more chests, so I'll sell what I can't use together when I'm done opening them. Yi Xingxin loudly blocked the players who were preparing to leave. Open blind box. A lot of people are like, even if they do not open, see others open can also. For example, all the upvoters open all kinds of blind boxes. That one has high airplay. The first to come is naturally the 5 nights level, with the good stuff going last. Straight up 5 in a row. Ghost mirror. The person or ghost that is illuminated is immobilized for 5 seconds. There is a chance that it will be broken. Condition for use one's own essence blood to write a word of fixation on the mirror. Ghost level. Enchanted flute. I've sold one before. Ghost tattoo. When used, a random tattoo of a ghost's image appears on your body, and randomly acquire one of its skills. Note, the self will be affected by the ghost, including but not limited to appearance, personality, psychology, etc. Ghost glasses. When worn, you gain the ghost's vision effect, which allows you to spot sights that are invisible to the living. For each use, vision is irrecoverably reduced by a number. Ghost girl fruit *5. Sell all the other 4 except the ghost girl fruit. Ghost mirror. The effect is again good. The need to consume essence blood hearing Yi Xingxin sentenced to death. Is it good to have essence blood to use on your own little girl ghost? But you can also improve your own strength. External objects are no better than their own strength. Ghost tattoos. Yi Xingxin didn't want to become inhuman, although when he was with the little girl ghost, he often didn't behave. Ghost glasses. If you use them too much, you'll go blind. You think it's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Don't, because they were all of the nightly ghost grade, and to be honest, the effects were all very strong. The price was naturally okay. A total of 210,000 was sold. In order to buy these, the players had begged and borrowed money from their grandparents. After all, not everyone was as rich as Yi Shengxian. What are these fruits for? Big guy? Are they for sale? Some players didn't buy the ghost weapon, but looking at the fruit opened in the box, naturally it can't be ordinary fruit. Can't afford to buy the ghost weapon. I still can't afford to buy a few fruits? It's for boosting the strength of ghosts, not for sale. In fact, in the trading house also hung some fruit and vegetable things, but that price is Yi Xingxin look also chills, completely is robbery. For example, a kind called ghost carrot, the effect is that after eating one, you can go without eating and not lack energy during a copy. The duration of the copy varies from 3 days to a month, most being 7 days, priced at 150,000 meditation dollars. It's a total ripoff for cuties. Even if you counted according to a month's time, 100 plutonium a day was enough for 3 luxurious meals, and it was only 3,000 plutonium a month. Others are even more outrageous. Chapter 64 Skill, Tomi, the blood-clothed treasure chest. Yi Xingxin did not take out, otherwise there are definitely players willing to take the risk. He already has so much money. If another this appears, it is estimated that some players will be hard with the official authorities, but also to tie up their own. Putting away the ghost girl fruit, he now had a total of 15. Yi Xingxin got up and left the stall, ready to see if the others had anything good. I didn't see any that I could use myself, but I saw quite a few outrageous things. 1. For example, the bathwater of the 3rd high school flower ghost, a bottle of 2,000 plutonium. 3 bottles in all. Yi Xingxin looked at the tip, and it was indeed the real thing. Not a title that the seller had written haphazardly, but this thing doesn't do anything. It's just ordinary water. At most it's a little bit colder than in reality. Why don't you get a bottle of mineral water and put it in the refrigerator? There's also the ghost actress's dancing shoes, which are just a normal soft-soled shoe, not a ghost weapon or special item, up for 1,500 plutonium. But after reading the seller's title, Yi Shang-xin understood. Original dance shoes. Well, let's be respectful of all people and not break the law with our personal fetishes. It was impossible to wander around the stalls, and after walking around, there wasn't a single reliable one. It's better to find a place where no one is around. Open a box and go home. Cannot dare to go back to reality to open the box. Who cannot guarantee that the open out of what? Not to say open out a dangerous thing. Is to open a ghost weapon out? Will also cause a great fluctuation in the breath, easy to be stared at. Coming to an uninhabited place, Yi Xingxin opened the blood-clothed treasure chest. A blood-red light flashed by, and Yi Xingxin didn't even look at it and hastily put it away, choosing to return to reality. Just as he disappeared, swish swish swish, several figures appeared, and judging from their aura, they were at least red coat level. But now that the person had disappeared, there was no surveillance in player space, and there were no other players here to witness it. So they had no choice but to leave. Back in the hotel room where you entered the game, played on behalf of the game, didn't enter in my own home. The room was open for a month to avoid other people entering the room. Yi Shang-xin and the hotel attendant stood face to face. Before entering the game, Yi Xingxin specifically instructed that this room booked itself for a month's time, and if it came out early it would be withdrawn. Avoid the hotel to rent to others. But the hotel was not his home after all, and he would still clean it in the absence of the guests. The startled waiter quickly bowed and apologized. He himself was just an ordinary person who didn't choose to become a player in the first place because he was afraid of the ghosts in the game, and any random player was one that one could not afford to offend. It's okay, you keep cleaning. I'll go out and get something to eat. After saying that, Yi Xingxin also took out $100 in tips. Xian Fugui's experience told Yi Xingxin, more friends more roads, but he didn't have the time and energy to slowly make friends. The easiest way is to give a tip. Very often, the waiter's information is still very good. It may not always be used, but something is better than nothing. The previous house was also rented. The room in addition to an old computer. There is nothing valuable. Yi Xingxin directly contacted the landlord by phone. Said that the rent is returned. The deposit and computer do not want. When the landlord saw him as a student, the deposit was only 800. For the current Yi Xingxin, this amount of money cannot be counted. The landlord also often helped predecessor. This 800 will be paid at that time. In the evening, Yi Shang-xin, who had been wandering around outside for the afternoon, returned to his hotel room, started to look at the things in his backpack. Surprisingly, it was a skill book. Tongi, using an offering, you can designate a ghost or spirit to be summoned. Success rate depends on the mood of the summoned. Sacrifices are not available, but can be replaced with plutonium, summoning 10,000 at a time of one's own level, doubling the cost for each level above one's own, up to fear level, and ghosts and deities above that will be suppressed to fear level. After reading the introduction, Yi Xingxin did not hesitate to use. This is not specially designed for themselves? Long night, no intention to sleep. Call the home little girl ghost is not beautiful? Made it to the bed and burned 40,000 in plutonium. Wasted cell room 404. Since the last Yi Xingxin video, Lu Moe has learned knowledge that he has never had before. As soon as he had time, he came to find Lian Qianqian to take a bath. It was a critical moment for bathing, when a prompt suddenly rang in his head: someone is psychically summoning. Do you respond? Lu Moe and Lian Qianqian refused without even thinking about it. Inside the hotel, Yi Xingxin looked at the plutonium that had finished burning, and nothing happened as a result, and was dumbfounded. What ghost? Summoning a familiar little girl ghost can fail. I'm afraid this skill isn't a fake, right? Yi Xingxin decided to contact the little girl ghost to see what had just happened. If the skill was real, then they should have sensed it. If there was no sensing, it meant that the skill was fake. What? It was you, brother Yi. Just now? I thought it was some kind of scammer, so I gave it a no. You're fantastic. You should go on air to promote the national anti-fraud app. You'll be a hit. Good man. 40,000 for nothing. It's not just plutonium. I've got plenty of it myself. Come again. I'm going to pull you guys one more time. Don't say no. Okay Yi, come on. We're ready. Another 40,000 burned off. A pretty nice aperture lit up, and with a swish, 2 white blobs appeared on the bed. Holy, you guys are taking your clothes off too fast, aren't you? Yi Xingxin didn't know that the 2 little female ghosts were taking a bath, thinking that they had stripped themselves naked at light speed after hearing their words. A night with words. In the morning, after sending away the little girl ghosts, Yi Xingxin's ghost chi increased by 1500. Of course, the little girl ghosts' ghost chi increased even more, because Yi Xingxin fed them the ghost girl fruit. Each person directly 3 upper limit pull full. It was the waiter who came to clean that suffered because last night, Lian Qianqian's scarf was ripped off by Yi Xingxin. The room was like it had suffered a flood. It was good that he moved the battlefield to the bathroom in time. Otherwise everything in this room could not be wanted. Gave the waiter $1,000. Except for changing the things on the bed, the rest as a tip. As a result, the waiter called out to Yi Shangxin. Sir, you keep your noise down at night. A customer complained yesterday. Is the soundproofing in your hotel that bad? Well, we have some of the best soundproofing around here. Yi Shangxin nodded his head to indicate that he knew, and left the hotel in the eyes of the waiter's admiration. The waiter thought back to the complaints he received yesterday. From more than 9 in the evening until 4 or 5 in the middle of the night, the top and bottom of this room hit the front desk to complain. But after he replied that this one was a player, those complaints were gone. But this time, well, it's not bad to be a player. It's all because of Lu Moe. This old CG, skillful dumping. Chapter 65, Voldemort. Yi Shangxin, who had walked down the street and was about to stroll around, received a call from the authorities. Mr. Yi, have you moved? At the time Yi Xingxin went to play on behalf of the official personnel for the movie video review has been completed. Indeed it is an ordinary movie. There is no curse or something like that, and the story is filmed with some comedic elements in the horror, which will allow new players to get better acquainted with the ghosts. After all, previous movies made by human directors have pulled full-on horror thrillers that aren't particularly friendly to new players. And this Mr. Zombie adds a lot of laughs. It's just friendly, and all future movies can refer to this structure. Horror plus comedy. They were ready to contact Yi Xingxin in the ordinary website release matters. The result of the phone cannot be reached. Looking for the past found that he moved. Well, I picked up a pinch hitter the other day, and now I'm in the next city over. After that, after chatting about the movie, Yi Xingxin said that it was fine to entrust the relevant departments with full authority. In exchange, the official tops a thread on the forum for Yi Shangxin's professional pinch hitter. Otherwise it's too slow to rely on yourself to take orders in the forums. First went to the computer city to buy a brand new laptop. Well it's just very pitiful. At least a small 2,000 more expensive than the official website. But after waiting for the delivery for at least 3 days and cursing the store owner of that store in my heart, I still paid for the goods. Got back to the hotel, activated the system, checked it overall, and thankfully, at least it wasn't a refurb. Logging onto the forums, I found that the movie threads were now hot, and the advertisement post with my own substitutes were all spiked and topped. Is this an official pinch hitter? Just outrageous. This is the first time I've ever seen an advertisement posting topped. Every time we can't wait to never get into the game again. Someone else starts picking up substitutions. Same people, different lives. Though it's all about becoming a player by choice. But for most people, there are all sorts of hopeless reasons to be a player. For example, if a family member is sick and is short of a large sum of money that in reality would not come together in any way, one would choose to become a player to put together a wave. It became money for a cure, not a whole family gathering in the underworld. There are other reasons, of course. but by the time they get something out of the game, or things work out, and they don't want to be a player anymore, but there's no chance of regret. Soon, a lot of comments appeared underneath the pinch hitter post, but most of them were just watching the fun. Not many of them really needed a pinch hitter. Calling the hotel to deliver the food. Yi Xingxin ate while brushing the forum, and a post came to his eyes. This is an older post that has been fished out again. The thriller game Swallow My Reward. Yi Xingxin looked at the large number of players inside mocking the owner, and a few sporadic ones also said that their settlements and actual rewards were much worse. Probably only 10 to 20% of the settlement bonus. This is harvested by Yi Xingxin leak. There are some people follow the win nonsense that they were deducted half of the 6 or 7%. These are basically mouth breathers playing along, and some are intentionally mocking the owner. Not having personally encountered it, I wouldn't have believed that thriller games would withhold rewards at all. What the settlement shows is what it is. At this time, someone private messaged Yi Xingxin, inquiring about the price of the proxy. It depends on your level and your experience with replicas in order to price them. The more times you've been in, the more expensive they are. Said, posted the official reference price to the other party, and emphasized, this is only a reference. There will be fluctuations according to the actual situation. The two agreed on a time to meet, and the other party came over to find Yi Shang-xin for an interview. There were a few more inquiries after that, but when I saw the offer, I stopped responding. Finding someone to play for you is, in the end, a rich man's game and basically unaffordable for the average person. This night, Yi Xingxin didn't summon the little girl ghost to sleep with him, preparing to raise his energy to go to substitute fighting, and went to bed early. The next day by afternoon, the contacted players arrived at Yi Shang-xin's hotel lobby. There were two people coming, a man and a woman, brother and sister or sister and brother by the looks of them. Hello, you must be Forel. My name is Zhang Qian, and this is my brother Zhang Hao. Hi guys, I'm for fun. Is one of you going into the game? Light up the markers and I'll check them first. Okay, how? Show your mark. After sensing it, it was realized that it had only been through 2 games. This just out of the novice difficulty still need to substitute fight? Yi Shang-xin was puzzled, because this number of substitutes were all very simple. The highest was only the Li Ghost level. As long as they followed the rules, there was nothing at all. If the other players knew what Yi Shang's heart was thinking, they would definitely break their mouths and curse him for 3 days and 3 nights. Night level is scary alright. Not everyone looks at the night level. My brother became a player in the first place because he chose the wrong one. He's the only boy in the family. If he dies in a copy our family will be extinct. In fact, this list, Yi Xingxin was not prepared to take it. The level was too low. The reward was predictable. He took the substitute fight in addition to entering the underworld to find the little girl ghost, but also in order to hurry to upgrade. But the rewards for the lower level copies are so low and the leaks are poor. Harvesting one was only a few hundred ghost chi, and it was already a bit unwatchable. As a result, before Yi Xingxin's refusal could be uttered, Zhang Qian jumped into Yi Xingxin's arms. Oh, what are you doing? Please help Ahao for once. He still has to carry on the family line for our Zhang family. He can't die. No, you get up first. Just help me out. Whatever you want me to do. Good guy. In the world of thrilling advent can also encounter Voldemort as Yi Shang-xin did not expect. Zhang Hao didn't say anything about Zhang Qian's behavior, and with a face that took it for granted, he sat on the sidelines without saying a word. After he passed the novice copy, he thought he was the chosen one and decisively chose to become a player. Then his first official game nearly cooled off, and he went home and lay down for half a month before recovering. Scared the family. The second time, Zhang Qian sold her body, spent 7 days to change a scapegoat into the game. This is the 3rd time the game has been played. Zhang Hao did not dare to enter the copy, so he was ready to do the same trick. Their family is patriarchal, but a little different from the traditional. For Zhang Qian's life, learning is not difficult, and even spend a lot of experience and money. The tawdry operation was brainwashing Zhang Qian from a young age. The reason she had such a good life was entirely because of her brother, Zhang Hao, so she wanted to repay Zhang Hao with everything she had. Her parents did this so that Zhang Hao could have someone to raise him when he grew up. Everything is carried by Zhang Qian. Originally, Zhang Hao could have had a good life living to old age. After all, Zhang Qian was still very good in himself besides Voldemort. Otherwise, it is not possible to let people send people to their deaths with their bodies. In the future, even marrying a rich man to raise a Zhang Hao is more than enough. But he didn't go through the beatings of society and made his own death. Now it won't be money that can fix it. At the longest time, once a month, there's no amount of money that would be enough for him to get a substitute to play. A certain tycoon who was originally going to marry Zhang Qian all ran away. Chapter 66, Man dies as a ghost. Ghost dies as a ghost, Zheng. although Zhang Qian appearance at least can give a 9 points, but Yi Xingxin still refused. For one thing, he now does not lack of women, and then again our copies of the level is too low, waste a few days a level cannot rise. Zhang Qian is still undeterred pleading, even directly pulling down half of the clothes to reveal the snow white towering, but Yi Xingxin still refused. Eventually, the siblings lost their way. After this, and waiting for half a day, no one contacted the substitute. Yi Xingxin decided not to wait, and used the token Chen Duo gave himself to enter the city guard's quarters to see. Before he left, he changed the status of his post on the forums to indicate that he was going into the game, and that the pinch hitters who weren't in a hurry could wait themselves out. It's true that it's worthy of being an officially recommended professional pinch hitter. It's just confident. Oh, sit back and wait for the punch in the face. The melon netizens don't care if it's official or not. They don't mince their words at all when it's time to mock. After all, no one could guarantee that they would make it out of the next copy alive. With a flash of white light, Yi Xingxin had already felt the familiar environment. The underworld was slightly dimmer than the real daytime. The city guards were divided into several squads. Yi Xingxin took the token of the squad Qian Duo was in, and naturally teleported to the garrison she was in. A group of stern ghosts were training when a white light flashed on the high platform and a living person appeared. Those who could appear here were all living people who possessed a token, so the stern ghosts weren't very surprised. They had really seen a lot of them. Yi Xingxin watched the training of the night ghosts. They didn't train as a group like the army in reality, because here, it was more important to look at the individual strength, and the second was the group. Perhaps sensing the fluctuation of the high platform, the captain of the city guard stepped out of the room, looked at this strange living person, and opened his mouth to inquire, "Who invited you? All vice captain levels, including the captain level, could be issued a token attachment?" But it had been a long time since anyone had been invited alive in their own division. "It's Shander, Lieutenant Shander. Why don't you come with me first? She's gone home and won't be back until probably tonight." Dragon Zimming, blood clothes level, friendliness 30, curious as to what got you the invite. Friendliness has bonuses from natural skills. Titles, coming to the room. Long Zimming said, "Introduce yourself, then fill out this form and I'll help you get an identity card." Good guy. The underworld also needs to fill out a form. Yi Xingxin took it over and found that it was an ordinary registration form. Name, invitee, and his own rank. After filling it out, Long Zimming took it over and looked at it, finding it a bit strange. You don't need to hide your strength. Here, everyone is family. Because in the rank column, Yi Xingxin filled in level 11, which meant that he had just broken through the Lich level. But this level was invited by the vice captain? In the past, the lowest level was level 15. One step short of the red coat level. Don't underestimate the difference of 4 levels. For a living person, it is at least 7 or 8 copies away. A low level meant fewer games, so naturally the combat experience wouldn't be very high, and the city guards were meant to fight often. This place wasn't for training new recruits. Captain, what I wrote is the real rank. Only my actual combat is slightly higher by 1,000,000,000 points. Long Zimming glanced at him and said no more. Anyway, he could tell when the battle was over. If it was really low level, he deserved to die. He had already warned. Yi Xingxin had always heard that the city guards had to fight a lot, but who was the enemy? It couldn't be the one that engaged in turf battles with other cities. He was just about to open his mouth to ask about it when a sharp alarm sounded outside. "Come with me, there's going to be a fight. I hope you're on your own." Although it was said so, but Long Zimming still arranged Yi Shengxian to the ranks of the Li Ghost level. It is also considered to have a little care for him. Otherwise it really followed to the location where the invited person should go. The Li Ghost level cannot hold out a few minutes to be cool. Leading the team is one of Qian Duo's henchmen, the same ghost who used to compete with her for the position of vice captain. But now that Qian Duo is a latecomer, Qian Fugue bought the ghost girl fruit. The strength has surpassed him, and now he's waiting for when Qian Duo will be promoted or leave, so he can take the position himself. The city guards of Wasted Death City are divided into 3 brigades. Each brigade has a captain 1 ghost, vice captain 3 ghosts, and under the vice captain are divided into 3 squads, with 3 ghosts for the squad captains, and each squad captain is in charge of 50 to 100 Li Ghost level ghosts. The full squad size is 100 ghosts, and if the number falls below 50 ghosts, the squad is denumbered. Because of the frequent and irregular battles, it is basically very difficult for squads to have a full complement. There are countless squads that have been banned throughout the ages. The one Chen Duo was in was the 3rd Brigade of City Guards, and the one beside Yi Shengxian was called Zhang Chenchen, red clothes level, and the other squad captains were all just senior Li Shan level. If it wasn't for Qian Duo interfering, Zhang Chenchen would already be the vice captain. Who are our enemies? Yi Xingxin asked Zhang Chenchen who was on the side. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xingxin was a living person who was invited, he simply didn't want to pay attention to him. We'll know when we get there. Remember to listen to the command later. Don't run around on your own or you'll die regardless. He had been convinced by Qian Duo. After all, in such a short period of time, from being inferior to surpassing himself, what could be more convincing than that? And this living person should have been invited by his own lieutenant, or he wouldn't have arranged to be here. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Yi Xingxin had no choice but to put away her doubts and set off after the group. The location is not far out of the camp, a high wall blocking the road, and the enemy is on the other side of the high wall. After climbing the high wall, Yi Xingxin also saw the enemy. If the ghosts could still see the form, then these enemies were not even a form, just a black shadow. The appearance, clothing and so on could not be seen, only a silhouette. A person dies as a ghost, and a ghost dies as an. The fear of ghosts is like the fear of ghosts, cannot see the level. Friendliness, only a race introduction, probably race. Yi Xingxin said that he is really knowledgeable. The original ghost after death, in addition to the overflowing ghost gas, will also become this kind of thing called I one half. Zhang Chenchen, who was beside him, opened his mouth and explained, these things are all changed by ghosts after they die. Countless ghosts will die in the underworld every day. Their bodies turn into ghost chi and dissipate, and their spirits and souls turn into and are taken into the returning ruins. But there will be a time when the returning ruins will fill up, and at that time, a large number of them will come out from the channels of the returning ruins. And every great city in the underworld is built at the returning ruins passage, just to defend against the infestation of the. They feed on ghosts, and if they are not restricted, the underworld will one day be destroyed. Chapter 67. This is an experience copy. After hearing his introduction, Yi Xingxin also understood why the city guards often fought. The capacity of the ruins is fixed, and it is unavoidable that when a batch of ghosts die in the underworld, the city guards will have to fight once. Are they all the same? Not really, but what they were before they died, they were after they died, but they were both irrational and relatively less strong than before they died, but in another way, again, stronger than before death, because they have no sanity. Although Zhang Chenchen spoke in a roundabout way, Yi Xingxin also heard it. To say that they were weak was because there was only instinct, no skill, no scheme. Saying that they were strong was because they similarly had no fear. Fear, either to be ed to death by you or to you to death. There was no third option. As for forcible capture, they will directly self-detonate to you. In the past there were unspeakable level of Big Brother out to capture. The result is invariably all self-detonation. No matter what means did not capture successfully. And what about their strength? Pay attention. This black shadow is called Ba. Look at the red dots on their heads. A red dot represents a rank. The highest rank seen so far is 5 red dots, which is the bloodclothes rank. That's why the captain of the city guards is a bloodclothes rank. Yi Xingxin squinted his eyes for half a day, and finally found 3 not so conspicuous red dots in what appeared to be the position of the eyes. Good lord, so hard to spot? Got killed just observing their levels, didn't you? You have to run ghost chi to your eyes, Zhang Chenchen reminded. In the past, the operation of ghost chi had ready-made skills, and I didn't expect there to be this kind of usage. Yi Xingxin tried it as he was told, and sure enough, the red dot turned into a red light, which was very eye-catching. This area is full of knights and ghosts level. I'm going to go to the redcoat level. Keep yourself safe and I hope to see you survive. After saying that, Zhang Chenchen turned around and left. Yi Xingxin looked to see how the surrounding lich ghosts were fighting. As a result, they basically stood on the high wall and used their skills remotely. Only a few melee ones were charging together in the distance, but they didn't dare to run far away. Otherwise, surrounded by a group of fearless ones, it would be difficult for the gods to save them. At the same time, it was also discovered that these mosses were nothing to be afraid of, and would dissipate when they were mortally wounded. Other than being irrational and not afraid of death, they were no different from ordinary ghosts. 20,000 plutonium coins burned, and Lian Shanxian appeared by Yi Xingxin's side with a mask on. Brother Yi, why are you at the city guard quarters? Too late to explain. Fight. Reaching out to the little ghost girl's chest, a toy water pistol was drawn from the glow. Drowned Ghost's toy water gun can shoot a penetrating high-pressure jet of water to attack the target and inflict negative buffs such as suffocation, slowdown, and freezing, etc. Current water gun level, blood coat, 10 minutes each time. The intensity of the blood clothes level attack. For these only ghost level snappers, it was really a matter of dying when they were next to each other, and forgetting when they grazed. With a big string of shots, Yi Xingxin by Yubi shot happily, under the high wall. The originally dense quickly became sparse. At the end of 10 minutes, Yi Xingxin stood with his hands behind his back, facing the wall, the little girl ghost's gentle gaze staring at him, making the nearby stern ghosts speechless. Big brother, this is a war. Is it not inappropriate for you to pretend to be a pussy? But now the enemies in this neighborhood, almost dead. A few melee brothers and sisters after a few rushes to end the fight. They cannot say anything else. This is a big brother. Cannot afford to mess with. It is true that every living person who can be invited here is not simple. The rewards for killing one of the severe ghost level ranged from 100 to 300. 10 minutes down the line, a full 45,000 ghost chi had been gained. Level has also risen from level 11 to level 13, 10, 700/40,000. This is an experience copy. Yi Shang Xin lamented. The system also awards 2 levels of attribute points. 30. The current physical strength was enough to deal with a few small female ghosts, so Yi Xingxin added 10 points each to strength, spirit, and speed respectively. Just now, the night ghosts looked at Yi Xingxin standing with his backhand like he was pretending, but he was actually adding points. It was just that the posture was more pretentious. Yi Xingxin, who had tasted the sweetness, was a bit lustful and prepared to go to other areas to continue charging. As a result, the little girl ghost's figure flickered and then disappeared. Soon, the voice rang out from Yi Xingxin's mind. Brother Yi, my summoning time is up. I have to wait for an hour to summon again. Okay, I get it. Get some rest and I'll see if I can find some time to visit you guys. Disconnecting the call, Yi Xingxin spat in his heart. It's really enough. Summoning little female ghosts in reality can stay for several hours, but only so much time in this same world? The reason for this was actually because Yi Shang Xin was fighting with a water gun. The water pistol was energized by the little girl ghost, and in reality, although it was also a battle, the intensity of that one wasn't the same as this one. That one was mainly physically tiring, but the ghost energy was instead sufficient and even elevated. But with an hour's cooldown, maybe the whole battle is over. So how can you Woolrich outlet yourself? Replacement. We are one word. More people. Yi Xingxin's sight ended so quickly and naturally caught Long Ziming's attention. But now was not the time to talk about this. Soon, Yi Xingxin came to the area of the red clothes level. Ghostly chi entered his eyes, and there were 4 red dots everywhere under the high walls. 20,000 plutonium burns and a ghostly young woman with a spatula appears. Yeah, Yi, it's really you. I didn't believe it when Shanxian said it. The ghostly young woman dropped the spatula and wrapped her arms around Yi Shang Xin as she gave him her favorite cleansing ritual. Cough. Sister Snow, now is not the time. What about in front of so many ghosts? Yi Xingxin said that he had to be a little more restrained. Only then did Zhao Qingxue realize that she was surrounded by red-robed level ghosts, and thought that Yi Xingxin was surrounded. With her previous life experience, she did not know about the city guards. Sister Snow, these are all friendlies. The ones below are the enemy. As he watched Zhao Qingxue prepare to strike at the ghosts around him, Yi Xingxin hurriedly explained. Pummeling a friendly army was not something that he, a promising young man, should do. Reaching out, he activated his skill and drew his weapon from the peak of the mountain. Breathless grenade, thrown after pulling the valve. It deals massive ranged blast damage with an additional burning effect for 30 seconds. Current explosion level, blood coat. After throwing it, it will recoalesce 1 every minute. And after 10, the cooldown is 10 minutes. Looking at the 20 or so red-robed ranked jackals outside the wall, Yi Xingxin opened the valve and threw it to the center with force. It was followed by a boom. The 20 storks disappeared into thin air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the red-robed mongoose. Rewarded with 500 ghost chi. Chapter 68, Getting Married Tonight. The red coat level. Kill 1. The system rewards ghost chi ranging from 300 to 800. More than 20. A total of 14,000 ghost chi gained. Although the individual ghost chi is much, the number is too small. After all, the red coat class didn't die that easily in the underworld, and the main army of daily deaths were still those of the night ghosts and below. The battle that might have taken hours was taken care of by a single grenade shot from Yi Xingxin, and the several vice-captains around him looked at each other in dismay and sighed. It's true that every living person that can be invited here has a bit of something. Feeling that the female ghost standing beside Yi Xingxin was at the same level as himself and the others, but looking at the situation, it was completely dominated by this living person. It was even more curious as to what kind of person he was. Having won the battle, Long Ziming was happy because there was no attrition this time. In the past, despite the high walls and trying to use long-range attacks, it was inevitable that they would be attacked, and basically the squad was never full for more than 3 battles. And this time, the undisputed credit goes to Yi Shang Xin. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, his eyes lit up. Naturally, it wasn't because of her looks, but the strength of the red coat level. The city guard lacked this kind of talent. But for Long Ziming's invitation, Zhao Qingxue refused without even thinking about it. Once he joins, his time is definitely running out. In case Brother Xiuye summons him while he is resisting, should he go or not? Although it was a pity, Long Ziming did not force himself. He took the two of them back to the dormitory within the camp, which was specially arranged for the living counselors. You rest first, and when the statistics are ready on my side, I'll distribute certain resources based on your performance. Why are there so many ghosts eager to enter the city guard with such a high mortality rate? Of course it's because it's given more. It's no joke that money talks. As soon as Long Ziming left, Zhao Qingxue couldn't control it. 2 hours later, Zhao Qingxue's puffy breasts were half exposed as she lay in Yi Xingxin's arms, telling of her thoughts. Sister Snow, I'll give you something nice. With that, he took out 3 ghost girl fruits, although he didn't know what it was. But for what Yi Xingxin sent, no matter what it was, Zhao Qingxue was very happy. Even if it was something highly poisonous, he could swallow it in one gulp without hesitation. After the 3 fruits were swallowed in the mouth, the ghostly aura on Zhao Qingxue's body skyrocketed. In an instant, it felt like it was being filled up. Zhao Qingxue couldn't help but moan out. Hearing Yi Sheng Xin, who had just emptied his magazine, immediately loaded his bullets. Long Ziming, who had come over and was about to knock on the door, heard the commotion and lowered his raised hand. But instead of leaving, he stood in the doorway listening to the wall. As the saying goes, join the army for 3 years and the sow will race the sable. Although he was the first captain and had a beautiful vice-captain under him, he was ruthlessly rejected for reasons that were obvious to the naked eye. Even though there was a hookah in town, he couldn't just leave the camp at will, because came in to invade and didn't care if you were there or not. There's absolutely no pattern to it. Maybe just after one fight, another batch comes right back. It's impossible to use much soundproofing in a residence here. The singing was clearly audible. 2 hours later, the panting Zhao Qingxue left with the 3 ghost girl fruits that Yi Xingxin had prepared for Xiaofeng. When he stepped out of the room, he was surprised by a red-faced Long Ziming. Of course he wasn't shy. He was holding back. Long Ziming somewhat regretted listening to the wall. It was even worse than before. When he saw the door open, he even probed and looked inside. But it turned out that there was no one else besides Yi Xingxin. Yi Sheng Xian's face is black. What do you want? Cough. The stats are out. You alone have gained 500 contribution points. 5 pieces of meditation jade to aid in cultivation. 1 section of bean sunken wood to increase the quality of ghost chi. And 10,000 meditation coins. He basically rounded up all the rewards for the 3rd Brigade. If it wasn't for the fact that all the other ghosts had seen Yi Xingxin fight, someone would have come to teach him a lesson. The ratio of contribution points to plutonium for the city guard is 1 to 100. But some of the goodies in the city lord's mansion could only be exchanged for contribution points. Sending away the first captain, Yi Xingxin looked at the things in his hand. The underworld jade couldn't be used by himself. It was specially for the ghosts to use. This was actually what Long Ziming had specifically applied for Zhao Qingxue, and the Yin sinking wood was what was given to Yi Xingxin. The stuff had just been put away when a surprised voice rang out. Shen Duo heard about Yi Sheng Xian's arrival right after he returned to the camp, and without even bothering to put his salute away, he ran all the way here. Are you here to see me? In this situation, of course Yi Xingxin wouldn't say that he was here to brush up his experience. Seeing him nod, Chandra jumped right into the arms. It made Long Ziming, who had thought of returning with something unaccounted for, directly break his defense. In the wasted death cell, Zhao Qingxue, who had returned home, looked at Xiaofeng, who was looking at her with baffled eyes, and let out a light laugh. Well, I brought you back something nice from Yi. Taking out 3 ghost girl fruits, he explained the effect. I'll definitely raise my strength properly. Little Phoenix swallowed it in one gulp and began to refine the surging ghost chi. Saifeng bent over and cleaned the floor, her eyes darting to Xiaofeng from time to time. When she was at the same level as herself, she had now far surpassed herself just because she had followed the right person. In the beginning, he himself had a chance, but as a result, he didn't grasp it, and now he could only be a slave and a servant. Xiaofeng's 3 refinements were completed, and his body shook as he broke through to the red clothes level of strength. The regret and envy in Saifeng's eyes were on the verge of overflowing. Evening, city guard quarters. Inside the living quarters, Chen Duo kept talking about how he was after Yi Sheng Xian left, then asked, I heard that you killed most of your enemies today? The other ghosts can't dare to speak up. Because, why? I helped them kill the enemy and instead of thanking me they blame me? Chen Duo gave him a blank look and said, do you really not understand or are you pretending not to understand? Although the death rate of the city guards is high, but the reward is also much. Normally it takes 10 or 20 years for a stern ghost to reach the red coat, but with the rewards of the city guards, the time can be greatly shortened. Now that the rewards have all been taken away by you, it would be strange for them to be happy. Didn't you say there were a lot of storks? How many have I killed? And who would mind having more resources? After Chen Duo introduced the situation of the city guards in detail, Yi Sheng Xian saw that it was getting late, so he was ready to send her back to his room. I'm not leaving. Let's cave tonight, carrot asterisk. Originally, Chen Duo was not so eager, although he wanted to marry Yi Sheng Xian, but what he was prepared to do was to slowly cultivate his feelings, and then let him marry himself in a palanquin with 8 carries into the door. As a result, as soon as I came back today, I heard that he had also summoned a redcoat. A sense of crisis immediately appeared in his heart. If I remember correctly, he also had a Lu Morii. In Chen Duo's memory, Lu Amoy was still just a little stern ghost. If you don't do it yourself, you'll have nothing to do later. It doesn't matter what the ceremony is or isn't, it's better to do it first. Chapter 69, Human Ghosts and Ghosts of High. The holy light reflected on Yi Xingxin's face, revealing a hint of warmth and softness in the coldness. For Chen Duo, she didn't expect this kind of thing to be so uptight, and it can also improve strength. No wonder so many ghosts like it. It's really uptight. This was still Yi Xingxin who had tightened up quite a bit, otherwise it was hard to say if she could still remain conscious at this moment. After all, before, the 2 little female ghosts of the same red coat level almost couldn't withstand it. Even if Chen Duo fought a lot and had a stronger ghost body, it was impossible to withstand it alone. After the baptism, Chen Duo's friendliness was also directly pulled full. Entering Yi Sheng Xian's friend list, Yi Xingxin hastily reached out. Don't come. I'm dying. As a result, Yi Xingxin's hand just pressed to the body and did not dribble the ball. Chen Duo breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was very comfortable, the feeling of being sore and weak was not good right now. White light lit up, and to Chen Duo's surprise, a money sword was drawn out by Yi Sheng Xian. Looking at the sword body made up of copper coins, the corner of Yi Xingxin's mouth twitched. You can't just whip out a money sword when someone's last name is Money. Cut evil, deals rank +1 damage to all evil spirits, ignoring all protection formed by Yin Chi below the damage level. Current level blood cloth, current damage level fear. After reading the description, Yi Sheng's heart was shocked. This sword could be completely treated as a fear level ghost chi, 2 levels higher out than Chen Duo itself. It can be called the single strongest. What is this? Chen Duo looked at the money sword in Yi Sheng Xian's hand and felt a palpitation, feeling like he couldn't even withstand a single sword. Yi Xingxin briefly introduced the sword, and Chen Duo sat up directly in surprise. This is really drawn from my body. Oh, of course, didn't you just see it? So amazing. Chen Duo was talking, suddenly found that Yi Sheng Xian's gaze was not right. It turned out to be that when he got up, the small quilt slipped down, and the 2 snowy mountains were exposed. Hastily, he wrapped himself tightly in the quilt. The snowy mountain disappeared out of thin air, making Yi Xingxin come back to his senses. But it was originally unsatisfied, and now it was very difficult to be aroused by the fire of the heart. It seems that adding too much physique is not a good thing. Yi Sheng Xian thought shamelessly, but things still need to be resolved. Take out 20,000 plutonium and burn it, and Xiaofeng directly appeared out of thin air. In the eyes of Chen Duo's surprise, Xiaofeng shrieked and was pounced on the bed by Yi Sheng Xian. At noon, after sending off Xiaofeng, who took away 4 meditative jades, and Chen Duo was almost recovered, the 2 of them ate, and then Chen Duo took Yi Sheng Xian on a tour of the camp. After coming for more than a day, Yi Xingxin had yet to properly visit the place. While walking, Chen Duo pried into Xiaofeng's situation, as this female ghost clearly didn't match the description he had heard yesterday. That's little Feng. Yesterday's was Zhaoqing Xue. Yi Xingxin introduced the basic situation of the 2 female ghosts. Chen Duo looked at him grudgingly and asked, in addition to the 2 of them there is also a Lu Moe. There are no other female ghosts left. This is not the same as what he thought. When he was at home, Qian Fu Gue said that he had a few girlfriends, but did not say that 2 of them were red level. He himself still wants to be the main house. You actually know about Mori? There's also a Lian Chanxian. Well, counting a slave girl ghost. Oh, there's really more. Then what strength are they all? Except for the slave girl. All of them are at the red-robed level. Originally, Little Feng was only a high-level Li ghost, but after Zhao Qingxue brought back 3 ghost girl fruits, Little Feng was also red-clothed. Qian Duo was completely blown away. She couldn't figure out how Yi Xingxin, who was only at the night ghost level and had still just broken through, had hooked up with so many red clothes. Wait a minute, didn't you just break through the night ghost level that before? Why do I feel like you're almost at the late stage? Don't you know why I broke through? Yi Xingxin looked at Chen Duo with a colorful expression. Bah, net unhealthy thoughts. What's unhealthy about it? Didn't you enjoy it yesterday? Just tell me if the strength has improved, winky face. This is a bit of a boost, but it can't go straight from the early stages straight to the late stages, can it? Omega, of course, is out of the question. Nasty, oh, okay, no kidding, my strength has increased too fast, mainly because of that battle yesterday. If it wasn't for I 1/2 too little I 1/2, I should be able to go straight to red. How is this possible? It's not as if there were no living people who were invited before, and they still mainly relied on the rewarded materials to enhance their strength. Don't you see whose man I am, not someone else's? In the midst of the jostling, the two strolled through the camp and came to a high wall, far enough to see a dark, black hole where the exit to the returning ruins was. What exactly is the returning ruins? It's the place where everything ends. Except it takes time for it to digest I 1/2 and now there are more dead ghosts to make it full and overflowing. So did the mistletoe completely dissipate after it was killed or? A man dies as a ghost dies as a quail dies as a heath as a razor dies as a micro, and a micro disperses into nothing. Dude, you're playing Russian nesting dolls here? I'll be serious with you. People lose their humanity after death and become ghosts. Ghosts lose their sanity after death and lose their voices after death and become she. And at this point in time, it basically doesn't have any effect on people or ghosts. He loses its form after death and becomes a razor. And razor becomes a micro after death and disappears completely. Degree 3 knowledge increased. Yi Xingxin is still the first time to hear this kind of statement. Inexplicably feel very reasonable and scientific. Just as the smallest observable unit continues to break through as science advances, so does the understanding of the world continue to become clearer. From macro to micro. That, if I'm not mistaken, is there something bubbling up there? Yi Xingxin pointed at the black passage in the distance and said. Shen Duo peeled his eyes from Yi Shengxian's body and turned to the exit of the returning ruins. The originally calm darkness began to morph continuously, like ink flowing out of an ink slab. Onum, whooshing sound. An arrow through the clouds. 1,000 armies come to meet. One of Shander's flares hit the sky, and the camp's alarms followed. Only Yi Xingxin was looking at the black drool. The first to arrive was the strongest Long Zimming. You guys are here so early. Did you send that signal just now, Captain? Chandler nodded before turning to the wall. Long Zimming didn't say anything else. Originally she didn't talk much with herself. Now standing beside her man, she even wouldn't talk to herself. As a warm ghost, Long Zimming was still very much in the know. Chapter 70, Slaying the Blood-Clothes Class. Soon, everyone stood in position according to their strength, and the wall was black as ink, staining the dark yellow earth. This time the number was obviously not right. Long Zimming was shocked. There were 6 of them at the blood-clothes level alone, even though they didn't have the sanity to do so, but a fight of 6 would be an impossible thing to accomplish. And it wasn't like his name was Uchiha Weasel. Red. The night class is even more numerous than ever before. It was estimated at the scene that only Yi Xingxin himself almost didn't laugh out loud. How much experience is this? I'm afraid that I could go straight to the red intermediate level myself. Qian Vice Team. Hurry up and return to the team. Advisor Yi is with Qian Vice Team, Long Zimming said and headed to his position. Although there were many enemies, he had to go on his own. Delaying some time was still possible. Support from the other 2 brigades of the city guards should come soon. Duo. I'm going to go harvest a wave in the Knights area, and I'll be right over to back you up. After Yi Xingxin finished speaking, his body flashed and he ran towards the severe ghost area. Originally, the ones in the Lich Demon District were all still worried that they were probably going to be cold this time. After all, there were too many enemies, but with Yi Xingxin's arrival, they breathed a sigh of relief. This big guy's killing efficiency was too high. He could only kill one with a few moves, and he killed several with one move. If normally they would be jealous because Yi Xingxin grabbed the monster in their hearts and secretly cursed, but this time it was not to be missed that he hurried to grab the monster. Ha ha, good coming. 20,000 plutonium coins burned, and the ghost young woman's voluptuous figure was revealed. Yi Xingxin didn't say much and directly reached out. Accompanied by white light, a pocket-sized gas canister appeared. Fire in the hole. Shoo away. The just close to the direct clearance. After all, the difference in level it, as long as the wave of the direct dissipation. Even those who were a little farther away and didn't die outright were burned by the ensuing scorching effect. This is even scarier than last time. With him, are we discharged? It's okay, the living can only stay 3 days a month. Last time Yi Shengxin summoned Lian Qianqian, the water gun could only clear a straight line at a time. This time Zhao Qingshua's grenade was a wide range of damage. Soon, the second grenade coalesced, but the distance was a bit far. Yi Xingxin directly rushed out of the high wall, and after getting close, he jumped up high, and then the grenade was thrown out. Shoo away. The lich level was almost cleared, and some more sparsely appeared in the back, but Yi Xingxin couldn't look at it anymore, and it was too much of a loss to kill these few with a grenade. After all, it was the ghost young lady's energy that was being consumed. With 2 attacks, Yi Sheng Xin gained 100,000 ghost chi, killed 4 to 500 ghost level birds. Level 15, 40, 700/60, 000, another 2 levels in a row, rewarding 30 attribute points. Add 10 points to each of the other 3 dimensions, except stamina. Let's go. Yi Xingxin climbed up the high wall and took the ghost young woman and went to the red clothes area for support. The battle in the red zone was precarious, with more than 20 red-clothed rivals surrounding 4 red-clothed ghosts, each ghost splitting into 5 or 6, all desperately trying to stall for time, because it was already entangled. Yi Xingxin was not good enough to directly throw the thunder, and Shen Duo was still there. Seeing that the all-time mistletoe had extended its black hand, literally, towards Qianduo's back, Yi Xingxin shouted at it, "Great sage, collect the divine power." The ghostly chi in his body was depleted, and the snapper went straight up in smoke. Sister Snow, on! The ghost young woman also joined the fight. She could see that she was not normal to that female ghost and prioritized going to support Chandos. Yi Xingxin also rushed over and directly pressed his hand on top of Qian Duo's towering height. Drawing his chopping evil, he slashed at one of the hitting katanas, split it straight in 2, kill another one. One sword, one little friend. The irrational was quickly killed by Yi Xingxin. The ghost chi increased by 15,000, and in the blood-clothed area where Long Ziming was, Yi Xingxin didn't let the 2 ghosts follow. He himself had a means of protection, but the 2 women didn't, and if they took a hit, they would definitely be injured. So Yi Xingxin rushed towards the blood-clothes area with a grenade in one hand and chopping evil in the other. From a long distance, he saw Long Ziming in a precarious position. Yi Sheng Xin shouted, "Team Dragon, find a way to stay away. I'm going to open up." When he heard someone shouting, Long Ziming didn't even think about it and directly dashed away. He thought it was backup coming. In an instant, 3 chased after them and the rest came towards Yi Sheng Xin. The speed of the blood-clothes class was still very fast, but Yi Xingxin threw grenades directly after shouting. As for whether Long Ziming could dodge it in time, it didn't matter. Shoo away. The 3 red-robed jackals were lifted off the ground by the explosion, their breath fluctuating, completely withstood the full force of the same level of blow, although not killed in seconds, but also not good, if it was a ghost or a person. At this time has turned to escape, but Mistletoe had no such idea of escaping, and got up and continued to circle, shouted the skill at the nearest one. The triple attack backfired and took one right out. The other 2 got close, but Yi Xingxin was quick on his feet, and with the lotus glove and his own attributes that far exceeded those of his peers, he pulled the arm of one of them, catch and chemical hair, a combo. The pent-up energy was catharticized through chopping evil into the other one. One more second. In a short moment, 3 became 1, and Long Ziming was still surrounded by 3 there. The killing of the 2 blood-clothes levels directly caused Yi Sheng Xin to upgrade again, officially breaking through to the red clothes level. Level 16, 300/70, 000. After the red clothes, the attribute point level 1 rewarded 20. Yi Xingxin thought about it and added 5 points to each attribute. Immediately after that, Yi Xingxin excitedly raised his money sword and chopped evil to chase after the last one. After a tussle, it was cut down and the ghostly aura was added another 3,000. Just in time. Grenade. Chopper evil expires. Zhao Qingxue was also forced to return. Long Ziming, because he had suffered some injuries earlier, was now surrounded by 3 of them and was also in a disadvantageous position. Yi Sheng Xin rushed over to support them after settling his side. The ghost young woman couldn't come for the time being, and even Xianxian wasn't suitable, or else she might accidentally hurt her teammates. Lumoi's bottle effect was uncertain, and after thinking about it, it was Phoenix who was appropriate. The plutonium burns and Phoenix appears. Ever since Zhao Qingxue was summoned, Xiao Feng was ready and waiting for the summon. She knew that Yi Xingxin was currently at the city guard quarters, where some more enemies existed. Whether it's a battle to kill the enemy or a fight, Phoenix is ready. As soon as Xiao Feng appeared, without denying Yi Sheng Xin's action, he raised his chest. The pose was set, just waiting for Yi Sheng Xin's operation. With a display of the sick character Ghost Streamer, Yi Xingxin waved it at the 3 blood-clothed jackals. At that moment, the 3 cormorants weakened with the naked eye, and even their own breath became unstable. Long Ziming was worthy of his experience and reacted immediately, settling his opponent in 3 strikes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others, rewarding you with 20 Holy Mother points, and assisting in the killing of a blood-clothes level mistress, rewarding you with 3,000 Ghost Chi. Loss Auxiliary only 1/3 of the gains? Normally a bloodclothes ranked mistletoe is beheaded and the ghost chi reward is anywhere from 2000 to 5000. The 3 I killed earlier averaged 3,000 each, but it turns out that 3 is only 3,000 now. Chapter 71, The Sinful Mirror. All the enemies were cleared away. Yi Xingxin and Chen Duo returned to their dormitory. Remembering that there was still a meditative jade in his hand, he took it out and stuffed it into Chen Duo's hand. Here, keep it for yourself. Chen Duo stated that he wasn't with Yi for money or other resources. Take it, Stray and the girls have it, and besides, today's reward is coming down soon. Only then did Chen Duo accept the meditative jade. Normally, a piece of meditation jade would need to meet the enemy about 3 or 4 times to redeem a piece. After all, the enemy was killed by the entire brigade together, split down the middle, and each person couldn't kill more than a few. That's still dealing with the redcoat class by themselves. Only 4 people in total to split. Even so, it was much faster than a normal ghost upgrade. Now straight away, he received a copy of the meditation jade, which was the first time he had ever received a gift himself. Chen Duo had obviously forgotten all about the meet and greet gift from Long Zimming. When the time came to evening, Yi Shengxian and Shen Duo came out of their rooms and prepared to go eat dinner. Shen Duo's entire ghost was hanging on Yi Shengxian's body. She wasn't doing it for the sake of showing love. She really couldn't walk with weak legs. Yi Shengxian was ready to hold or carry and was rejected. The reasoning is that you can't let the singles on the team eat dog food. Is it really good to deceive yourself and others? Yi Shengxian was speechless. After eating, Long Zimming looked over and brought Yi Shengxian's reward. 1500 contribution points, 10 pieces of underworld jade, 3 flowers on the other side of the river, and a bottle of weak water. The petiole flower is one that only grows near the Yellow Springs Neho Bridge, and its effect is that it can eliminate the ghostly vapor produced by rapid increase in strength. Weak water is water from the Yellow Springs River, and although a whole river of water is inexhaustible, it is very difficult to beat the water. Aside from special ghost weapons, anything else would simply sink to the bottom as soon as it came into contact with the weak water and could not even be fished out. Tethered with a rope, either the rope rips or the person is pulled into the Yellow Springs. The entire city of Wasted Death was only able to share about 50 liters of weak water from the Yellow Springs every month. The effect was that after drinking it, there was a high chance of comprehending a new skill after resisting the flushing of the weak water on the ghost body. Even if you didn't comprehend the skill, you could still improve your cultivation qualifications. The bishop flower was not a direct strength enhancer. Yi Xingxin couldn't use it for the time being, and the few female ghosts couldn't use it either. Their ghostly auras were all very solid. The weak water can be divided into 1 point. This time, it was again Yi Shengxian who took the big headache, while the others just shared a little bit of the leftovers. But this time, no ghost was displeased with Yi Shengxian. The most unlucky one was Long Zimming. It was reasonable to say that how he was considered to have killed 3 blood clothes. Even if he shared some of them with Yi Shengxin, he still had a lot of resources, but he had asked for help before, and the 1st, 2nd Brigade had brought someone over, who hadn't been on the field, but couldn't have gotten a free run. After all, they had likewise encountered an attack, and rushed to support them after the battle despite their own exhaustion. If the 3rd Brigade did not shed some blood, what would they do if something happened in the future and others did not come? Of course, if the 3rd Brigade goes to support the others, there is an appearance fee. The result was that Yi Shengxian earned numbness, Long Zimming points forcing no, but also injured, lost a lot of healing resources. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Yi Xingxin's room door was knocked on by a junior captain. Someone from the city lord's mansion is here and wants to meet Mr. Yi. Yi Xing thought to himself that it was probably because yesterday's performance of his own had entered the eyes of a big shot. Either he was ready to pull himself together or there was some task for him to accomplish. Getting up in a hurry to get dressed. I'll go with you. Shen Duo also wanted to get up, but was pressed down by Yi Shengxian. Get some rest. I'll be back later. Even if the money got up, it wouldn't go anywhere. After giving Shen Duo 50 milliliters of weak water last night, Yi Shengxian suddenly thought that through dual cultivation, I wonder if I can enjoy the effect of weak water. It's worth a try. The result was okay. Although Shen Duo had not comprehended any new skills, the ghost chi boost was twice as much as before. Arriving at the resident hall, before Yi Xingxin could see the visitor, a surprised voice rang out. Brother Yi, it's actually you. The person coming from the city lord's mansion was clearly the city lord's daughter. Li Guire. Long Ziming, ah for all oh. What do I hear? Guire, how come it's you? Didn't Pinky come? He went to school. Hearing that sister control wasn't there, Yi Shengxian was obviously relieved. He was in someone else's territory, and if Li Pingping asked Long Ziming to take action against him, the probability was that Long Ziming would follow orders. It's not life-threatening, but getting your ass kicked is inevitable. You can't waste a hair extension experience card. At this distance, Long Zimming wouldn't give himself a chance to summon the little female ghost. Seeing that Yi Sheng Xin and the city lord's daughter were acquaintances, Long Zimming left the room knowingly. Yi brother, how did you get here? Is it just you? You didn't tell me about the world of the living last time. Li Gui'er blurted out all the questions one after another like a series of pearls. She didn't expect Yi Sheng Xin to be invited. In the past, the garrison would enter some players, and this place counts as a copy. That's how Li Gui'er thought he came to be. Yi Xingxin answered her questions one by one and asked rhetorically, "Why did you come here?" Yesterday, Captain Long reported that the returning ruins were moving differently, gulping down several times more than before, and Lord Father asked me to come over to investigate. Yi Xingxin didn't think that Li Gui'er could probe the returning ruins with just one red dress. People have brought the city lord's house ghost weapon, the Sinner's Mirror. The Sinner's Mirror, the unspeakable level, has a consciousness of its own, and since its true name is unknown to anyone but the city lord, they all call it the Sinner's Mirror. It doesn't trigger unspeakable perceptions. How did it turn out? Did you find out what caused the number to be higher than before? Yi Sheng thought to himself that he had moved out such a bullish ghost weapon, so he should be able to find out the reason. Not really. The entrance of the returning ruins didn't have any abnormalities. Li Gui'er was also a bit puzzled, because this was the first time that the returning ruins spewed outwards with an abnormality. Otherwise the city guards would be more than that. Yi Sheng Xian was wondering if it could be because of himself. After all, the difficulty of the last copy had inexplicably increased, and this time, because he had come, it was quite possible that a few times more appeared. But why would the game target itself? It couldn't be that it sensed that he was a traveler, could it? Alright, brother Yi, don't worry about it. As long as the level is still at the blood clothes level, nothing can go wrong, Li Gui'er said with a big heart, then pestered Yi Sheng Xian to tell him what the world of the living was like. Little girls are still curious about the other world. Yi Xingxin spoke a lot about the peaceful life in the present world, and Li Gui'er's heart yearned for it, even though she was the city lord's daughter and didn't need her to come to the front line to fight. The underworld wasn't that peaceful either. Chapter 72 Mandarins and Manjushavas. After satisfying Li Gui'er's curiosity, Yi Sheng Xian was ready to say goodbye and leave. His own time here was running out. It would be better to accompany Qian Duo more. As a result, Li Gui'er wasn't satisfied and had to follow along, ready to wait for him to return to the present world before leaving. Originally, Li Gui'er's friendliness was quite a lot, plus Yi Sheng Xian's title added some more. Now Li Gui'er's friendliness had reached 85 points. If replaced by other female ghosts, Yi Xingxin will decisively start. But for Li Gui'er, Yi Xingxin is completely no idea. Not afraid of her dad the city lord. The main reason is that she is still a child. Her kind belonged to those born in the underworld, and she was only 17 now. Back in the dormitory, Qian Duo was already up. She knew that Yi Sheng Xian was leaving today, and had bought quite a lot of food, ready to help him bid farewell. When he heard the sound of the door opening, before he could speak, he saw another red-robed level coming behind Yi Xingxin, and Qian Duo was numb. The city lord's daughter. You won't let her go? She is still a child. Are you really not afraid of the city lord killing over? Yi Xingxin was still ready to introduce the two ghosts, but it turned out that he was not needed at all. As a vice-captain, his own boss's family must have known him. As for the only beautiful vice-captain in the city guard, Li Gui'er had naturally heard of Qian Duo's name. Even though the two ghosts were meeting for the first time today, they were soon whispering as if they had known each other for a long time. Yi Xingxin didn't care about them, and began to eat on his own. Qian Duo prepared for him what the living people eat. Of course the ghosts can also eat. It's just that comparatively speaking, they prefer to eat blood and flesh, or food that contains yin qi, ghost qi. As a result, the movement of his meal made the two female ghosts look over. Li Gui'er looked at the meal on the table with a curious face. She had never eaten these before. Her family didn't allow her to eat them. There was no energy at all. And to her, they were junk food. As we all know, the more junk food you are not allowed to eat, the more a child craves it. Now that there was no family to control, Li Gui'er decided to taste the flavor. In Yi Xingxin's astonished eyes, Li Gui'er directly yanked down a chicken leg, took a small bite, and instantly her eyes widened. Yummy, yummy, not much energy, but the flavor is like nothing I've ever tasted before. Soon, all of the top-quality roast chicken that Qian Duo had prepared for Yi Sheng Xian went down. Degree. Look at the gluttony for the child. Have you never even eaten these at home? No, my father doesn't allow them. He says they're all junk food. Good lord, look at all this. What's the difference between a ghost and a human being? Windswept, a table of food was quickly settled. Yi Xingxin suddenly thought of something and asked Qian Duoduo, how is little black? Xiao Hei, you goods can still think of this meow? What about the promise that you'll feed me? Bah! Scum! I've asked Lao San to send it to the wasted cell. Someone from their hospital lives there, so they can bring Blackie in for Lumori. Qian San's speed of rushing was not as fast as Qian Duoduo's, so when the little girl's ghosts were summoned over, Xiao Hei was still on the road. Hearing Qian Duoduo's arrangement, Yi Sheng Xian was relieved, so that he wouldn't have to make another trip to pick up Xiao Hei. Brother Yi, is Vice Team Qian your girlfriend too? Big ghosts matter. Little ghosts don't ask. Yi Xingxin decisively changed the topic and asked about the thriller game. How can Li Guire be considered as a senior member of the underworld? She should have knowledge about this. As it turned out, she didn't know anything except that the underworld had connected with the present world before she was born. And then there was a constant stream of living people entering the underworld. Although he didn't ask anything, the topic was also considered to be shifted. But Yi Xingxin was also very distressed right now. Originally he was still thinking of warming up with Qian Duoduo a few more times while there was still a bit of time left. But it turned out that he followed a small tailover. Using the token could only come once a month. And summoning Qian Duoduo after one's return also depended on her timing. After all, they didn't know when it would attack. Although Qian Duoduo would definitely agree to the summoning. But it is not good to explain after she returns. After all, there are offerings. Going AWOL is not such a simple thing. Long Zimming is the captain. Want to go to the hook cannot find the time. Long Zimming, I thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't want to go to the hook. Yi Xingxin suddenly remembered that he still had an unknown seed in his bag, and wanted to let Li Guire take a look at it. She had seen a lot of good things since she was a child. Unlike Xiaofeng, who, as a lone soul, hadn't seen any good things, Li Guire took the seed and sized it up for a few moments before speaking. This is the seed of manjusery. Manzanita? Isn't that the flower of the other side? It's a pigeon flower. But it's different from the one inside the reward. Li Guire detailed the difference between the two kinds of the reward kind, but it is a wildflower that grows near the Naiha Bridge of the Yellow Springs, called the mandarins. The effect is that it can condense the ghostly chi that can be rapidly raised, and this seed is an even more cherished manjusery, and after it becomes a flower, eating the petals allows one's spirit to cross the other side of the river of forgetfulness, experiencing 3 lifetimes in the other side of the illusion. The benefit is that after it's over, the spiritual power becomes the sum of the spirits of the 3 lifetimes. For example, if you experience 3 lifetimes as an ordinary person, then after ending the illusion, your mental power becomes 30. Of course, no one can say what kind of life to experience. It totally depends on luck. If you are lucky, you may be a cultivator in all 3 lives, and that spiritual power will directly explode. If you're unlucky, you might be worse off than an ordinary person in 3 lifetimes, such as becoming a plant or animal, an insect, or something like that. And how do I nurture it into bloom? Water it once a month with weak water, but exactly how long it takes to bloom is up to the individual. This kind of manjusery seed, once obtained by a person, will automatically recognize its owner and cannot be cultivated by others. In addition to absorbing weak water, it would also absorb a portion of the owner's chi. Anyway, it's just that the higher the chi, the easier it is to cultivate, and the richer the experience of the 3 lifetimes will be. Yi Xingxin did not expect that the unknown seed that he had gotten before was such an existence. The weak water is not to mention. Now he does not have much, and the chi luck, this kind of nebulous thing, there is no measure. He is not sure how much, but thought he should still be able to. After all, not everyone can cross over, so maybe he or she is a child of luck? Yi Sheng Xian thought shamelessly, but that was all for later. Right now he didn't have the resources to cultivate it. The first order of business was how to lull Li Guire away. But for a while Yi Sheng Xian couldn't think of a suitable reason. As a result, Li Guire waited hard until 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and sent Yi Sheng Xian away before she left. Because it is not a normal copy, so there is no settlement rewards. Yi Xingxin directly returned to the present world, but this time the 3-day harvest is not small. Just the level of the level has risen several levels in a row. If it is not kicked out of the game, Yi Xingxin is ready to resident. Chapter 73 Different Game Markers. Yi Xingxin, who returned to the present world, opened his computer and was ready to see if there were any substitute orders, only to find that there were people arguing in his post. What garbage substitute? I do not know why the official helped him to advertise. Only 3 copies of the substitute are afraid to take, but also learn others to substitute? Upstairs, tell your story. I helped my brother to go to him to place an order, but it turned out that he didn't even take our order. My brother had only entered the copy 3 times. The difficulty wasn't too high, and he gave it a refusal without even mentioning the price. No way. Is the official recommendation so unreliable? Is it possible that people already have a list? What, there is a list? I contacted him first by phone and then went to him. If he had a list before, why did he make us run for it? But according to the time you said, you guys hadn't been gone long before he declared on his post that he was going to enter the game. Is it possible that you guys paid less money and got cut off by someone else? No further replies followed. The comment is exactly Voldemort Zhang Qian. When she went to find Yi Shang Xin, she didn't even mention the matter of money. After all, they don't have much plutonium. They just want to exchange their bodies for a pinch hitter. As a result, Yi Shang Xin didn't look at her, and she complained about it in the post when her heart wasn't angry. Not long after they left Yi Shang Xin, Zhang Qian found a scapegoat and negotiated to accompany him for 3 days. The scapegoat just went in today, and only then did Zhang Qian have time to go online. But seeing that someone's reply mentioned the matter of money, Zhang Qian couldn't reply well. How to say? I don't want to spend money. I just want to use my body to pay for it? This kind of thing can be done in private, but it can't be said. Otherwise, how can you find a big money for grudge seed in the future? His own brother later games more often, with his own body. How long will it take to change a scapegoat? Time is too late. Still need to use money to find a scapegoat. Yi Xingxin was ready to send out the reason for what happened, or else his reputation as a substitute fighter wouldn't be over in the future. Just as he was about to modify the status in the post, his cell phone rang. Looking at the familiar number, it's a call from the authorities. Hey, this is Yi Shang Xin. Mr. Yi, we saw your cell phone signal appear and know that you came out from the game. It's like this. I have a substitute order here. The number of games is 17. I don't know if you take it or not. This time, the one who needs to play on behalf of the person who is inside the relevant department. He was seriously injured during the last copy because he explored a dangerous place, and only came out alive from the copy with several life-preserving things, but the injury did not recover. And in 10 more days, it will be at the limit of 30 days. But the body still needs about a month to recover. So I thought of getting a substitute to play so I would have enough time for myself. Pick up. When are you going to arrange for us to meet? This, originally thought that Yi Xingxin would hesitate for a while. Who knows that he just said it and he picked it up. So casual? Mr. Yi, do you want to rest for a few days first? He still has 10 days left. It's not too late. It's okay. I'll sleep today and get into the game tomorrow. Yi Xingxin said that his current state was very good. After all, after leveling up, all kinds of attributes were added up. And when he left the game, he didn't consume. If he was going to enter the game tomorrow, he could completely guarantee his state as long as he didn't summon the little girl ghost tonight. Okay then, tomorrow morning, I'll have her meet you. Okay, just call me directly when you get there. Okay, by the way, Mr. Yi, about the things in the post, that, she wanted to whore herself out. I didn't agree. You guys deal with it. Now that he has a list, Yi Xingxin is also too lazy to find the trouble of Zhang Qian's siblings, and with that time, he might as well find the little ghost to chat. The relevant departments will naturally deal with it. Of course, the authorities aren't going to arrest someone for replying in a thread, but a warning is still fine. Soon after, Zhang Qian deleted her own reply from the post and resent her reply to apologize to Yi Xingxin. Zhang Qian didn't dare to ignore the warning from the authorities. She was just an ordinary person. After Yi Xingxin finished chatting up the traffic, he went to bed early. The next morning, was eating breakfast, the phone rang. It was the person who needed to call on behalf of the person to find over. Yi Xingxin sent the room number to her within a few minutes. The knock on the door sounded. Hello Mr. Yi, my name is. I'm not interested in knowing. Let's check the game count first. Then we'll set a price and start subbing. The visitor froze, but in the end, she was asking for a favor, and she didn't show any dissatisfaction. The quality of the department in question was still very high. Just saw her reach out to undo her own buttons, making Yi Xingxin startled. Just said that the quality of the relevant departments is high. You make this show? It's not like you're going to whore yourself out for nothing, is it? Mr. Yi, don't get me wrong. My mark is on my back. Are you kidding me? Aren't the markings always on the back of the hand? Yi Xingxin looked at the markings on the back of his hand and fell into deep thought. With most players, the mark is indeed on the back of the hand, but there will always be some special people where the mark is on other parts of the body. What's the difference? There are indeed some differences, but there are some confidential and private matters involved that are not easy to talk about. Yi Xingxin didn't force himself to talk about the details of his game if someone asked him about it. After the woman unbuttoned, she turned around and displayed her mark in front of Yi Xingxin's eyes. It was indeed very special. The general player's mark was a ghostly image, while her mark was indeed a flower, or the kind that she had just acquired herself, the Piscionic flower Manhwa. But he himself can't figure out what the difference is now. It's still important to play by proxy, and when his strength is high, he will always have the opportunity to understand the hidden secrets. Xingyi had joined the authorities since he became a player at the age of 18, and had been playing the game ever since, and cooperating with the official researchers to explore the game. There hadn't been any relationships at all, let alone being touched on his back by the opposite sex. Yi Xingxin's hand just pressed up. Xingye's entire body was red. Yi Xingxin is not much else. After all, the woman ghost's back he touched a lot usually are in contact with their own little girl ghost cold body. This warm feeling, the last time or in the last time, that woman called Li what came? Soon. Yi Xingxin perceived the number of games and it was indeed 17. The next step was to talk about the price. And it was finally determined that the other party would pay 60,000 plutonium to Yi Xingxin. Even though she is from the relevant department, she still needs to find another person from the relevant department to be a witness. At the moment Yi Xingxin entered the game, he suddenly thought of a thing he had overlooked before. Chapter 74, A Pit at the Beginning. Yi Shangxin thought, this woman was 18 years old, formerly became a player, but now looking at it should be about 22-3. Although there is no detailed question, but with his own spiritual power, there should be no perception error. So the question is, in 4 or 5 years, why did she only go through the game 17 times? You know, even if you get someone to play for you, it still counts as one playthrough. Setting patch, the more times you play the game by yourself, the higher the difficulty of the copy. Getting someone to play for you, the number of times you play the game increases, and the difficulty of the game is slightly increased, nowhere near as much as if you pass the game yourself. Interesting, so much unknown in the thriller game. There's something to play for later. Welcome player, for fun, to thriller. Your journey in the game is about to begin. Copy extraction in progress? A copy of this game, Slugger Street High School Number 1. Time limit for the game, 5 days. Number of players, 6. Status, school teacher. Main quest, improve the performance of the class you lead. A warm reminder that being a teacher should be focused on improving student achievement. At the end of the game, awards will be given out based on the class test scores. After the passing animation, Yi Xingxin looked around and realized that a few of his players were standing at the entrance of a middle school, with a large tall iron gate locked tightly. The security guard at the gatehouse also spotted a couple of live ones appearing at the door, and his mouth watered at the sight of them as he stepped out with a rubber baton. One is blessed with a mouthful, to have a takeaway delivered to one's door automatically. Thinking that, he raised the rubber stick in his hand and smashed it at the nearest male player. As a result, the smashed male player reaches out and catches the stick, sending the guard flying with a kick. Yi Xingxin took the opportunity to observe a few other people and found that they all had a look of entitlement. However, this was normal. The security guard was only at the greeting ghost level, while the other players, Yi Xingxin looked at and found that they were all above the Li ghost level. Wei Mingxiu, male, 23 years old, night ghost level 13. Han Yu, male, 24 years old, Liger class 14. Yang Junyan, male, 32 years old, night ghost level 15. Qing Chorlu, female 23 years old, ghost level 15. Su Yusin, female 22, red class 17. The one who was beaten just now was Yang Junyan. Yi Xingxin guessed that he must be a rich man, often looking for people to fight for him. Otherwise, this grade shouldn't be so little rank. Although it was said that ordinary players didn't upgrade as fast as they did as a hanging wall, it wasn't possible for them to be this slow. Although I heard that there are some props in the game that can delay the time of entry, but they are all very rare. Once in a while to obtain the past, it is impossible to always have. Security guards also know that they are not the opponent of these living people. Do not dare to come forward, but also do not dare to leave the gate. Leaving the post during working hours, the job is not guaranteed, is a small matter. The direct loss of life is the most terrible. At that moment, a middle-aged male ghost came from the school grounds, wearing a blood-stained white shirt and a pair of black suit pants underneath. If you ignore the hole in his chest, the whole ghost still looks normal. Zhang Daong, red coat level, friendliness -40. During his life he was the head teacher of a middle school. On the surface he looked serious and decent, but in reality he took favors from parents and molested students in private. Good lord, the friendliness level is still so low despite having the double buff of a title and a talent. When the ghost security guard saw Zhang Daong, he nodded his head and said, "Director Zhang, there's a living person delivered to the door today." But Zhang Daong just glanced at the security guard and said indifferently, "They are the newly hired teachers of the school. Open the door and let them in." The school doors opened and several players walked in. "Follow me. First take you to the office to recognize the road finished." Zhang Daong turned to lead the way. It really deserved to be a head teacher. His heart was full of malice towards the player, but he couldn't tell it all just from his expression. Unlike other ghosts and monsters, they look at the player and drool. Several people followed Zhang Daon to the school building and entered the elevator in turn. You're both teachers of the third senior class, and the office is on the third floor. After exiting the elevator, a few people followed Zhang Daon towards the office, and when they passed by a classroom, the students inside curiously looked at the players who passed by the window. There were those who drooled, and those who hemmed and hawed and smiled badly. Only one of them, a boy, had a shocked expression on his face. Ahem, what are all doing? A male teacher on the podium looked at the students below and whispered. With the players out of sight, the students only returned to normal. But for the teacher on the podium did not take it seriously. Each is doing their own thing. There are reading novels. There are playing with cell phones. There are eating. There are sleeping. The last row there is a man and a woman hugging and kissing. The teacher turns a blind eye and reads from a book, not caring at all whether the students below are listening or not. Coming to the office, Zhang Daong said to a few people, "This is the course schedule. You guys keep an eye on your class time. If anyone is late for class, the school will punish you accordingly. A few more days, the school will have an examination. If your students' results have improved, the school will also have corresponding rewards. The one you just passed by is class 3, the class you will be leading. If you have any problems, you can come to my office." After that, he left directly. Usually, even when it was class time, teachers' offices would have teachers who didn't have classes preparing for classes or doing other things. But this office they were in, there were only players at the moment, not a single teacher. Did the director not assign us workstations? This shouldn't be a random seat. Cheng Chula looked at the seats in the room and said to the others, "Seating is still second to none. The director just gave the schedule but didn't say what subjects we were responsible for teaching. So who knows which time is our own class?" Han Yu followed up with a question. Originally, the teacher's license plate should have been issued by Zhang Daon when they entered the campus, but he intentionally didn't take the initiative to bring it up, and if no one brought it up, but instead foolishly waited until it was time to go to class, the results would be fun. This is the veteran player who noticed the key issues straight away. If it was a white guy, he might actually die straight away. Wei Mingxiu looked at the few people and said, "Let's go find the director and ask." A few people looked at each other. Go for fear of triggering any rules. Usually in the copy of the talkative, it is easy to GA drop, but do not go will certainly trigger the rules, because the class will be over soon. And it's not sure if the class after that is for players. Time is running out. Looking at the watch on the wall, Yi Sheng Xin said, "Let's go and ask right away." The hands would soon reach 8:50, and according to the normal time of middle school classes, this class would be over soon. The director's office, which I saw when I came here just now, was right next to it, and a few people rushed over and knocked on the door of the room. Chapter 75, Sister Chingwan. Long time no see. Several teachers. What's the matter? Zhang Daong asked with his face as usual. Yi Xingxin opened his mouth and said, "Director Zhang, were our work tags not issued?" This was also what he asked after seeing Zhang Daong wearing a sign on his right chest. Instead, he directly asked what subjects he should teach. After all, the identity is a teacher who was recruited, and he himself does not know that the subject he teaches is not like that. And Zhang Daong, the left chest are a big hole. Still do not forget to wear the work license to the right chest, indicating that in the school, this work license should be very important. Hearing Yi Xingxin's words, Zhang Daong said in his heart that it was a pity, but since they brought it up, he couldn't hide it anymore, or he would have broken the rules first. "Hey, look at me. I forgot to give them out to you guys. In places other than the dormitory, the work license can't leave your body, and if you lose it, you have to come to replace it at the first time." Zhang Daong slapped his forehead as if he really forgot to say it. Yi Xingxin took the work card and swept it before handing it to the others. Their respective subjects already known. He himself teaches the history of the underworld. Wei Mingxiu teaches reggae. Han Yu teaches the geography of the underworld. Yang Junyan is a dialect of various ethnic groups. The dead things Ching Chor Lu taught. Su Yusin is a gym teacher. Several people who were originally full of confidence were confused, although they knew that the difficulty of this copy was great, but it didn't have to be great to this extent, right? Shouldn't the normal thing be for players to deal with all sorts of difficulties from students or teachers or principals and then struggle to get through? As a result, now, just the course themselves do not know. Teach this is how to apply for a successful job? Simply no solution this. Not to mention them, Yi Sheng Xian is also confused I have read the textbook of the ghost students before see chapter 21. And the present world is not much different how these classes have not even heard of it. Literally, history, geography, dialects, and sports are all understandable. What is this dead thing? Reggae music shouldn't be the style of music in the present world, right? Thinking about it, I know it can't be. Back in the office, as they wore their work tags, their names automatically surfaced on their desks. Save your butt from sitting in the wrong spot and getting in trouble. Sitting on his seat, Yi Xingxin casually picked up a book on the table. 100,000 years up and down in the underworld. Degree 3 degree, is this a textbook? The not-so-thick book paired with this title has a weird feeling. 100,000 years for this much? As a result, after turning it over, Yi Xingxin realized that he was small, and the pattern was small. This entire book is surprisingly just the table of contents. And it's not even a detailed table of contents. One table of contents contains 12 years of history. One page is 30 tables of contents. And the whole book is 278 pages long. Good lord, how many complete books are there going to be? Is this something a middle schooler could read? Others found their textbooks. Geography should be easier by all rights. After all, the size of the underworld is basically fixed. The result is not simple either, because many areas are still very confusing. And the name of the place may be Zhang today and Wang tomorrow, and the name of the place may be changed with a change of person, or whichever big guy had a big fight and got bored, and the mountains and rivers said no, or suddenly an extra piece came out. If these things were stored in a computer, not to mention people or ghosts learning them, the computer's CPU would have to dry fire, and the player, as a novice teacher, can't even find where to draw if they want to draw a focus. After looking over their textbooks, a few people gathered together. It's over. I can't read this one at all. Yang Zhenyan was on the verge of crying. He taught the dialects of the races, what with the ghost language, the corpse language, and some other messed up racial languages. Although the textbook had phonetic symbols, he didn't even know how to pronounce them. It's a lonely place to teach. The others also talked about the difficulties of their subjects, and the result was that they saw Yi Xingxin not spitting at all. Is your history simple? Yi Xingxin handed the book over. Nah, take a look. This is just the table of contents. It's already thicker than a normal textbook. What to do? Is there any hope of getting through this? Let's not talk about getting the students' grades up, but if they can't even read the textbook, they'll probably just cool off when they miss a class and get scared. After all, there were more than 50 ghosts in a room, although most of them were only at the grieving ghost level. There were many of them, and how much ghost chi did a lictor level player have? They'll be consumed to death. There should be other ways to pass. Yi Xingxin opened his mouth. Every copy is not a certain death. It's just up to the player to discover the way to live. It's not known exactly how you're supposed to get through it, but it's basically impossible to get through it if you do exactly what the quests ask you to do. Anyway, Yi Xingxin is not prepared to follow the process, just that catalog is a headache to read. Really want to take out the textbook. I am afraid that it is directly with the little girl ghost of my own family to conceive the next generation. Jingle bells, the bell rang for the end of class, and one after another, ghost teachers returned to the office, looking at the players, and none of them came over to strike up a conversation. They just looked at the players with either greedy or disgusted eyes. According to the schedule, the next class was music class. Wei Ningshu took the textbook and walked out of the office with a sad face. Based on the discussion between the few people just now, it was discovered that the difficulty of this copy was quite a bit higher than normal. One could not follow the normal flow of the quest. If it is a normal difficulty copy, as a normal adult, at least the textbook is still understandable. More or less can teach something. Now the difficulty is increased. The textbook is not understandable. Still follow the normal process, afraid that they are too slow to cool down. As he left, another ghost teacher walked in, and the scene was immediately different. How silent the other ghost teachers had been a moment ago. How passionately talkative they were now. Mr. Chu, water? Mr. Zhu, I have good tea here. A male teacher dressed as a greaser took out a black and red fruit from his pocket and said, Teacher Zhu, eat a ghost girl fruit to relieve your fatigue. The few players who watched were dumbfounded. So the Tengu part of the race. The new one, dressed in a white blouse, a black wraparound skirt, black stockings wrapped around her straight legs, and a head of dark hair simply tied into a ponytail behind her back. Melon face with big eyes, high nose, cherry mouth painted with scarlet lipstick, set off the face more pale. The little leather shoes under his feet tap 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 tap. The bits that had been offered were obviously immune to the attentiveness. Without a word, he returned to his desk. Sister Qingwan, long time no see. Instantly, the atmosphere of the office became oddly unusual with this greeting. The players are surprised that someone knows the ghost in the replica. Although she is very pretty, but it's still a ghost, and all of them just came in. How do you recognize it? The ghost teacher, on the other hand, gloated at the man who had spoken. Shu Qingwan, but she hated men the most. Even if it was a male ghost, she never gave a good face. The only time she had a smiling face was when she was facing the students, and she had been elected to the title of the most popular teacher in the first school. Even the senior redcoat level principal had to give her face. Otherwise the students could tear the school down. Chapter 76, Preparing for Class. Sayaka? It's been a long time, asterisk operator. The darkening sky was brightened by her smile. Sigma, degree winky face. Crouching grass. This is the heart of all players and ghost teachers. The players were surprised that he really knew this female ghost. The ghost teacher was surprised that the iceberg beauty ghost actually smiled at a living person. Xu Qingwan and Yi Xingxin met in the wasted district. She and Lu Hua's home is the same building, but one floor lower. In 608. Sister Qingwan is actually a teacher here? How many classes do you teach? I'm in the 3rd class, teaching math. And again, I'm the classroom teacher. Because, so we're co-workers. I'm also in the 3rd class and teach history. One person and one ghost were talking as if no one else was there. And Xu Qingwan's smile never disappeared. It was well known that Yi Xingxin was sociable in the wasted cell, and in addition to the rented residences, all of the homeowners' relationships were brushed up to more than friendly. Damn it, where am I inferior to this living person? A pimple-faced male ghost teacher muttered unwillingly. In his eyes, the living is nothing but lowly food. The iceberg beauty ghost that he licked for so long, a smile has never been given to him. And now the more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and in his agitated mood he snapped his palm on the table. All eyes went to him. Xu Qingwan was puzzled. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? No, nothing, just now a mosquito has been buzzing around. Ha, I'm swatting mosquitoes. Swatting mosquitoes. But how can there be mosquitoes on such a cold day? Ah, that, I may have misread that. Ha. In the face of Xu Qingwan's questioning, the male ghost surnamed Zhang had a nervous face and stammered out reasons that no ghost would believe. Completely gone were the thoughts of wanting to storm out and kill someone a minute ago. Sister Qingwan, I heard from Mori that you haven't been home for a long time. Did something happen to you? No, it's just that exams are coming up and I've been so busy with student stuff that I've been staying at the school dorm. When school gets out at noon, I'll ask Stray to come over and we'll have dinner together. Yi Xingxin said. Lu Moyi's parents were not in the underworld, and when she first arrived, it had been Xu Qingwan who had accompanied her as she adapted to the life of a ghost. Lu Qianjun died when Lu Mori was very young, and the grandfather and grandson were not initially close. To Lu Moe, Xu Qingwan was both mother and sister. When she talked to the little ghost before, she said that Sister Changwan hadn't been home for a long time, and she didn't expect that she had encountered her copy this time. The school is off limits to non-teachers and students, and Lu Moi can't get into the school through the front door, but Stray can't get into the school. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Then Yi Xingxin asked how he should teach, and those in the students who were naughty. There was a homeroom teacher in front of him. Of course Yi Xingxin had to ask about the situation in the class, and it was time for him to go by himself in the next class. Hearing Yi Xingxin ask about the class, the other players all listened with their ears sideways. This was something that concerned them. No one would not be attentive. All the children in the class are obedient and attentive in their studies. No one is mischievous. Just as Zhu Qingwan finished speaking, the other teachers skimmed their mouths. I said, that is your Zhu Qingwan's class. Other teachers are basically in deep water. Obedient? Have not seen more naughty guys than these brats. If it is not the school's welfare benefits are good, the ghost to come here as a teacher. The other players also didn't believe what Zhu Qingwan said. It would be strange if it was really that easy. However, they weren't sure of the specifics and couldn't say anything. Yi Xingxin believed it, but not all of it. Believed because he believed that Zhu Qingwan would not lie to himself. Don't believe it all because I saw the looks on the other teachers' faces, but more or less there is some bottom of the heart. Students cannot all be well-behaved and obedient. There will always be some are naughty and mischievous. No matter what school is the same. However, on the basis of their own strength can be. Even the principal is only a district senior red coat. This copy of their own not to say sweep, but also basically can do without injury to pass. The difference is only the final rating and rewards. Then, Sister Qingwan, how should I teach this history? The catalog alone makes me dizzy. Xu Qingwan was also aware that there were too many history books, and after thinking about it, she said, you can ask the class representative to see where the previous teacher got to, and just move on to the next. Xu Qingwan was very good at teaching herself, but she was equally puzzled by teaching others, and could only try her best to introduce techniques. Accompanied by the bell of the next class, one class ended. Music teacher Wei Mingshu limped, ghostly and weak returned to the office. The players surrounded. Why did you get hurt in a music class? Did you break some rule? MD, those brats beat the drums with my body. Wei Mingshu hides important information. He himself is also a severe ghost level. Most of the students are grievous ghost level. He was teased so woefully because there are students in the students. In music class, there's always a beat. And the students here don't like to use a metronome. They beat on the music teacher. The last teacher left because she couldn't stand it. What kind of music teacher is this? It's just a sandbag. Wei Mingshu's hidden is that he felt that he could not suffer alone. We all with different sweet and other thing. But the common suffering cannot run away. Sister Qingwan, I'll go first. When class is over I'll ask More E to come over and go eat together. Do you want me to walk you to meet the students? Don't bother. I can still handle some brats. Taking the catalog, Yi Xingxin walked out of the office. The other players wailed in their hearts. You don't have to give me the conditions. They could also see that Zhu Qingwan was very popular and was also the class teacher. Having her lead the way to class would directly minimize the danger. And as a result, this player even refused to help? Outside, ghost students were running all over the corridors, as well as lifting girls' skirts and getting hammered by them in a flurry of blows on the floor. Bone crunching, the hammered-off head rolled to Yi Xingxin's feet. Teacher, can you pick up my head? The boy's eyes were dead set on Yi Shangxin, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. A very polite brat. The others didn't chase and fight anymore. They were all looking at Yi Shangxin with a bad smile on their faces. It's just the simplest of neat tricks, and if he's too scared to help, then you'll know how to scare him during class. As a result, Yi Xingxin picked up the head and put it on his neck without changing his face, and carefully adjusted the direction. Then he patted him on the head and said, next time don't go tugging on a girl's clothes or you'll be treated like a pervert and you'll grow up not being able to find a girlfriend to die alone. The little ghost was upset when he was patted on the head, but Yi Shangxin's hand on his head made him unable to move. Chapter 77 Little Miss Fong Lingling. Damn it, get off me. The next time you let your teacher find you mischievous, your teacher will have to punish you. Yi Xingxin patted the ghost student's shoulder with a nuclear good smile on his face. The boy who was slapped was as if he had been hit hard, only to feel a sharp pain like his shoulder blades had been slapped to pieces. But he froze without making a sound of pain. The main fight is a good face. Cannot lose face in front of his classmates. Calculating the time for recess was almost up. Yi Xingxin clapped his hands, appealing to the gaze of the students in the corridor and said, alright, class is about to start. All go back to the classroom. It turned out that not one, no, only one student dutifully walked into the classroom. It's the same boy whose head just fell off. This teacher can't be messed with, so it's better to be obedient. Yi Xingxin didn't care about the others and walked into the classroom on his own. Standing on the podium. Ha! I didn't think I'd ever stand here as a teacher. It feels pretty good. Jingle bells. The bell of the class began to ring. Yi Xingxin stood to the door of the classroom. Students one after another began to walk into the classroom. Half a minute later, the bell stopped. Yi Xingxin reached out to stop the 3 students who had not yet entered the classroom. Wow! This teacher is so brave. It's a good show. The students in the classroom were whispering to each other. The 3 students who were stopped had ugly faces. Being stopped in front of so many people, their faces were rubbed on the ground and even stepped on a few feet. The 3 ghosts were boiling with ghost chi, and their clothes, which were already stained with the color of blood, were bubbling blood outward. You guys are late for class, so stand in the corridor and return to your seats after half an hour. After saying that, Yi Shangxin turned around and walked towards the podium. Go to hell, trash. Yi Xingxin didn't even return his head, reached behind him, then held his fist and swung it, ruthlessly smashing it to the ground in front of him. The other 2 students who were ready to make a move were startled and quickly dropped their hands and stood obediently. It was obvious from this hand that this teacher was stronger than himself. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Today's face is lost. If we don't make up for it, how can we mix in the class in the future? If it spreads to other classes, we won't be able to mix in this school. As a result, before he could stand up, he was stomped to the ground again by Yi Shangxin's foot. Some cracks appeared on the ground, and the entire class of ghost students, except for 1 man and 1 woman, were too scared to make a single movement. Yi Shangxin, you've gone too far. The boy with an ugly face stood up with a slap on the table. The student who was stepped on by Yi Xingxin usually didn't lick him, although he didn't admit that this was his little brother. The other students didn't see it that way. In addition to the feeling of being complimented and kneeling was still very cool. Li Pingping, first of all I have to correct you on one point. In class you should call me Mr. Yi. In private you should call me Brother Yi. There won't be someone who lost a bet and won't admit it, right? Wouldn't they? For the good-natured rebellious bear child, strike him in the face. You, Mr. Yi, please let Li Ming go. It's not like he offended you. He was late for class, and not only did he not listen to the teacher's punishment, but he also intended to attack the teacher. And you're saying he didn't offend me? Okay, get up and go stand outside. Yi Shangxin let go of Li Ming, who was being stepped on, and walked up to the podium. Li Ming rose from the ground in a sorry state and silently walked outside to stand. This person didn't even give face to the son of the city lord, so it was better not to be ungrateful himself. When the other students saw that Li Pingping had gone soft, they dared not blow up even more. One is better behaved than the other. Alright, the teacher's name is Yi Shang Xin. I'll be the history teacher for all of you for the next while, and I hope that you'll all be able to improve on your next exams. If anyone fails to do so, all the students' bodies trembled, thinking of what had just happened to Li Ming, and they brought on their pain masks. Who's the history rep? Brother Yi? No, Mr. Yi, it's me. The schoolgirl who stood up had a clean face, with no scary elements visible at all. Obviously, when I sat down just now, I was still a blood spy tutor who could scare a child to tears. She startled her tablemates with this face-changing technique. This is the school's famous little sister, usually except Mr. Zhu, Director Zhang and the principal. No one gives a damn. Now even to this living person so good obedience? Just now was not also called his brother? Could it be that the little girl has a crush on this teacher? Ling Ling? Didn't even recognize her just now, Yi Xingxin said with a smile. Feng Lingling, also a resident of the neighborhood, lives in the same building as Lu Moe. Just now sitting with a face of blood. Ghosts cannot be recognized. Yi Xingxin also could not imagine that at home the well-behaved and lovely little sister in the school is actually this appearance. It looks so much better now. Since you are the class representative, this class will be yours. Yi Xingxin had long thought of directly suppressing by force, and after making the students obedient, he found a student to govern the students, so that he himself wouldn't have to read those damn books. And Feng Lingling just happens to be the class rep, which is even more perfect. Yes, Mr. Yi, promise to complete the task. Yi Xingxin sat on the bench and leaned against the wall after explaining. Chatting with the little girl ghost, there was no appearance of being a teacher at all. Seeing him like this, the students who had just been startled started whispering again. To study? Who came here to learn? If they were really committed to learning, the previous teachers wouldn't have left. Hearing the messy voice, Feng Lingling face is black. Brother Yi just handed over the task to himself. You guys so do not give face? Let me lose face in front of Brother Yi. Is to think that my first middle school big sister's name is not good anymore, is it? Comet. The ghost aura on his body directly exploded, suppressing the other students to death on the desk. Only Li Pingping was not much affected. After all, his strength was also that of a high-class night ghost. The music teacher from the previous class was backhandedly subdued by him. Anyone who doesn't do well in class, don't blame me for not remembering my classmates. Time slowly passed in Feng Lingling's watch, and there was no sound of talking at all in the classroom except for the sound of turning over books. The ghost students were outraged, so they had to flip through the book and pretend. Yi Xingxin also knows that relying on a big stick alone will not work. You have to give some sweetness. Near the end of the class, stretched his back and stood up and said, whoever has the highest grade improvement in this exam will be rewarded with a portion of weak water. Second place will be rewarded with a ghost woman fruit, and third place will be rewarded with a pishin flower, said the man, placing the prizes on the podium table. They weren't that easy to obtain, and the ghost girl fruit was expensive because it was scarce, and most students couldn't afford it. The other two are even issued only by the city guards. Don't look at the other side of the flower is just a wildflower by the Naiha Bridge, but whoever dares to pick it privately will be directly sent to the Yellow Springs. Other than Li Pingping and Feng Lingling, the other students' eyes went straight. Compared to going to the city guards to kill the enemy, it was obviously easy to read, and that was a score that could still be settled. Chapter 78, A Red Coat Level Chef. Hearing the bell, Yi Xingxin put away the things on the table and greeted Feng Lingling and Li Pingping before picking up the catalog and leaving the classroom. Li Ming doggedly came to Li Pingping's side, bent over and asked, Big brother, what exactly is this teacher's origin? Off. It's annoying. Li Pingping had seen Yi Xingxin's figure from the window before, not realizing that he was teaching his own class. She really didn't want to see him. This man obviously has so many female ghosts with him, and he still misses his sister, and he is not his opponent. The more I think about it, the more angry I get. Some of the female ghosts who followed Feng Lingling around also inquired, Big sister, what is the identity of this teacher Yi? Did you know him before? That's for sure. Brother Yi is your brother-in-law, so show some respect in the future. If I find out that anyone goes against his word, I'll make her regret coming to this world. Feng Lingling said. She couldn't stand it herself first, and the image of herself and Brother Yi came to her mind, the two of them wearing grand dresses and walking into the wedding site. Well, I don't know if Brother Yi likes boys or girls. How about having two? Hey, big sister. Big sister? Looking at Feng Lingling who was lost in thought, several female ghosts looked at each other. How could this be lost in thought while talking? Yi Xingxin returned to the office and all the people and ghosts looked at him. He actually came back in one piece? This was what the player thought in his heart. Did he not show up for class? This was what the ghost teachers thought in their hearts, because they were more aware of what the students in their class were like. Not to mention there was a city lord's son who couldn't be offended. There was also a Taeyuyu who had to learn from others to mix with the society. The key was that her family also had a background, and her own strength had about the same strength as the teachers, and it was amazing that a living person could come back in one piece. It could only be that he hadn't been to the class. Sister Qingwan, let's go. Xiaoye, you can't leave the office for too long before it's time for school to end. There might be an urgent need for a teacher to go over and substitute at some point. Shu Qingwan's words of extreme fear. What do you mean by urgent need for teachers to substitute for the teacher? Originally being in class teacher? Since he couldn't leave, Yi Xingxin also sat down peacefully and said to Zhu Qingwan, Sister Qingwan, I'll call more E to come over first now, and we'll go eat together when school is over. After saying that, he pulled out 10,000 plutonium coins. Upgrading is good. Summoning the little girl ghost can save half of the money. Shu Qingwan looked at Yi Xingxin's movements curiously, and the other people and ghosts also looked at him. Who was the Lu Moe he kept talking about? And how was he going to come into the school? Only to see his other empty hand. He pretentiously snapped his fingers, and then the plutonium in his hand automatically burned. A figure slowly emerged, the ghostly aura within his body automatically dispersing. Red, hashtag. Then, to the surprise of the crowd and the ghosts, he hugged Yi Xingxin and Zhu Qingwan. The problem was that Yi Xingxin and Shu Qingwan were sitting very close to each other facing each other, and as a result of her hug, it made the two of them directly touch each other face to face, and although they didn't kiss each other, there was a thud from their foreheads. Ah, Brother Yi, Sister Qingwan, I'm sorry, I was too excited. Lu Moe apologized repeatedly, then helped one person and one ghost rub their foreheads with one hand. What could Yi Sheng Xin do? Spank? There were so many people. Of course she was forgiven. Shu Qingwan stretched out a finger and nudged her head and said, you'll never grow up. Hey, it made everyone else look silly. What a harmonious family of three. Is that a red coat? It looks so silly. Yang Junyan muttered in a small voice, and as a result, with a thud, he was crushed to the ground with a dead weight, and blood flowed from his mouth. Alright, spare him once. Yi Xingxin rubbed Lu Moe's head and said, Ding, congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points. Humph. For the sake of Brother Ye's face I'll spare your life. Next time you do talk nonsense, just wait for death. Lu Moe said arrogantly before letting go of the suppressed Yang Junyan. Looking at Yi Sheng Xin and Zhu Qingwan again, she giggled. In front of the people close to her, she was completely a small child who hadn't grown up. Of course in front of her girlfriends, it's just an old CG. The fourth class was Ghost Teacher's class, and the players breathed a sigh of relief as the five of them sat around discussing what they should do. Why wasn't Yi Sheng Xin invited? He was dragged by two female ghosts to talk, and he dared to interrupt when he was tired of living? Besides, people can summon a red coat level at will. This copy can completely lay down and win, although the difficulty is very high, but the principal is only a senior red coat. Who knows if he can summon other ghosts over again? The bell for the end of the school day rang, and Lu Mai, knowing that she was going to eat in the school cafeteria at noon today, pulled one in one hand and happily left the office. The school's cafeteria, a large area with various windows selling all kinds of food, including various organs and limbs of human beings, tissues of other creatures. Yi Xingxin followed the two female ghosts inside without changing his face, letting the two female ghosts sit down and going to get his own food. In the previous copies have never been embarrassed while fighting for food. The chef behind the window was chopping a snow-white thigh with a rusty chopper, and from Yi Xingxin's experience, it was a female thigh that was around 1 meter 7 in height. If it was growing on the body, Yi Sheng Xin would enjoy looking at it, but now that it was on the plate, Yi Sheng Xin just glanced at it and turned his head to look at something else. As a result, after turning around, he didn't find a single food that could be ingested. His brows furrowed tightly. There couldn't be no food here that a living person could eat. Could there? Master, please come with a meal that the living can eat. The chef sniffed and chopped the chopper towards the plate. His raspy voice rang out, no food for the living. Living limbs either? Fresh. While saying that, he left saliva. Hey, your saliva is flowing into the dish. Yi Xingxin was nauseated by what he saw, and after thinking about it, he pulled out 100 plutonium coins. I'll pay. The chef ended up not even looking at it. Yoo-hoo, this is still a ghost who treats money like dirt? The red-coated level of ghostly energy erupted and stared at the chef in an evil voice. You better get your food out fast. Who knew that chef was equally furious? And the ghostly aura of advanced red coat suppressed Yi Xingxin's ghostly aura back. Say that again? Lu Moe and Zhu Changwan. who were sitting at the dining table waiting for Yi Shang-xian to buy food, sensed Yi Shang-xian's aura outburst, as well as another red-robed level ghostly aura, and hurriedly looked over. Lu Mai similarly erupted her own aura, helping Yi Xingxin to suppress the chef in turn. 3 red-robed levels erupted in a row, and all the students who came to eat fell to the ground, and the masters at the other windows had a hard time holding on to keep from collapsing. Who are you? How did you get in? Chef said with an ugly face as he stared at Lu Mai. Chapter 79, the head teacher sells food in the cafeteria. Seeing that both sides were about to fight, Xu Qingwan walked over and looked at the chef with an incredulous face and shouted, "Headmaster, why have you started selling rice?" Yi Shengxin was also shocked. This guy is the principal? No wonder he can't look at the money I gave him. Seeing Xu Qingwan, Principal Yufang da a collection of momentum. Black Face pulled out a smile and said, "This is not the old Zhang have something to leave for a while. Well, let me do a favor. Why are you guys fighting? What happened? It's fine. It's fine. I was just about to feed this teacher. By the way, Mr. Chu, here's a fresh thigh. Do you want it? Let me see." Xu Qingwan took the leg in the principal's hand. There was not a single trace of leg hair on it, and it was obvious that its owner had taken good care of it. The key point is that the leg muscles are neither loose nor well developed. The texture of this kind is the best. Muscles that are too loose and have no strength at all are not chewy to chew. Muscles that are too hard and solid, again, waste teeth. Alright, I'll take this leg. Xu Qingwan did not politely talk to the principal and directly took it. In front of Xu Qingwan, Headmistress Yufangda reluctantly took out a chicken leg covered rice from the counter below and pushed it in front of Yi Xingxin in an unkind manner. Yi Xingxin brought it over and said, "One more ghost food." Soon, a serving of still smoldering heart was brought over. Ever since the little girl ghost followed herself, she hadn't eaten meat for a long time, and these meats, including the thigh that Xu Qingwan had just taken away, were not players' meat, but a kind of thing cultivated in the underworld to resemble the appearance of a living person. They didn't have the slightest perception, and they wouldn't turn into ghosts and monsters after death. Often appear as props for ghosts to scare players. If you see a ghost on the street carrying a human hand or leg to gnaw on, odds are it's one of these, because the player doesn't have that many for them to eat. Died in the copy of the player, basically are divided up and eaten. Occasionally a ghost single killed the player, but also hide and sneak to eat. Dare to take out in a big way is also afraid of being robbed. Ghosts can easily tell if it's the flesh of a living person or something like this, but the average player will be scared, or even killed for breaking the rules because of it. The ghost who invented this has to be really lacking in morals, and I don't know if his children are braves or not. The principal looked at one person and 2 ghosts sat together. Obviously close relationship, also a face of surprise. The school's iceberg beauty ghost. This is what happened. Looking at it, he suddenly felt that he had not forgotten something. After thinking about it for half a day, it didn't come to mind. After a couple of minutes, the director, Zhang Daong, walked into the back kitchen and said to the principal, "Thanks a lot, principal. This window turns out to be the head teacher's. Can you believe it? Old Zhang, aren't you giving up yet? You said you've been opening this window for more than 10 years. And there's no progress at all. You don't get it, principal. As long as Ms. Zhu comes to me every day for her meals, I'll be happy." It turns out that Zhang Daong fell in love at first sight with Xu Qingwan since she first came to the school, but after chasing after her for a long time with no progress at all, she specialized in opening a window to provide a variety of high-quality food. But the students were afraid of him and didn't dare to come here to get their meals, so gradually it became Xu Qingwan's exclusive window. Although Xu Wanqing was helpless, but this window's food was obviously of higher quality than the other windows, and there was no need to have to hide from him. There was nothing unseemly about himself. "You," the principal said helplessly, then flashed and disappeared. He came to eat when Zhang Daong had something to do and temporarily filled in for a while, and now that the person has returned and finished eating himself, the school still has to prepare for the exams, and it's very busy. Normal examination is not to use the principal personally to busy, but this time there is not. The city lord's son is also in it. Not to say help cheat, but from time to time to show his face, is also good. Otherwise he wouldn't have been around the school so often and would have his own big house to molest the female ghost students. How fragrant? Director of Instruction Zhang Daong looked at his goddess's exclusive seat with a gentle face, only to find that there were 2 other people sitting there, and the key was that the one near the goddess was still a man. Date in baby carriages. It was about to storm up and kill someone, but once he thought that the goddess was also there, it was not good for him to act too grumpy. He forced down the anger in his heart, and carefully sized up the man. It seems to be the teacher recruited this time? The goddess is looking at his flesh? If I finish him off and offer my flesh to the goddess, will she look at me differently? It's worth a try. Zhang Daong mood became happy again. Good. This is to send himself the opportunity to come. He will reluctantly give him a pain. At the table, Yi Xingxin concentrated on drying the rice. Lu Moi and Zhu Qingwan chatted until they were happy, saying that they advanced into the red clothes and praised Yi Xingxin to the sky. It made the thick-skinned Yi Xingxin a bit unable to top it. Seeing that Lu Moi had found a reliable partner, Zhu Changwan was also happy for her. After all, she was also considered a girl she had watched grow up. After eating, one person and two ghosts left in a group. Zhang Daiyong's eyes turned, and the plan came to him. He could not do it rashly, or else the rules alone would penalize him, and he would shed a layer of skin even if he didn't die. His own purpose is not to die with a living person in the district, but one can start with other aspects, such as arranging dormitories. In the school's dormitory, there is such a room that even the ghost teacher doesn't dare to move in because there is a ghost inside, or a ghost that eats ghosts. But the good thing is that she can't leave the room, so as long as she doesn't open the door there's no danger. If you set this living person inside and hide in the doorway yourself, you'll have a chance to pick up a relatively intact body. After all, that ghost only eats internal organs, especially the heart of the hobby. Saying so, he hurriedly closed the window, ran to his dormitory, and unlocked a large, heavy lock. Of course the door of the room did not dare to push it open. Fierce ghosts in the afternoon at 1 p.m. to go to class can be said to have no lunch break. This is also the reason why he did not give the players before the arrangement of the dormitory. Cannot live through the day, still do not know it. The effort to arrange a good people did not. It is not a waste of effort. But now the name of Yi Shengxian had appeared on the list of dormitories. Yi Xingxin didn't have any classes in the afternoon, but Zhu Qingwan had two sections. One was the third class, the class she took. The other section was to go to class 1 to substitute for the class. Yi Xingxin could only stay inside the office in boredom, but fortunately there was still Lu Moi accompanying her. Yi Xingxin simply enjoyed Lu Moi's knee pillow and enjoyed her massage and a half days. It made the other players and ghost teachers envious. Han Yu's mouth was watering as he watched. So pretty. Even a female ghost would do. Chapter 80, Dreamland. After school in the afternoon, the three of them ate together again, and Lu Moi reluctantly left the school. Yi Xingxin also parted ways with Zhu Qingwan because she still had to arrange for accommodation. Originally, the players were supposed to live in the same dormitory building as the ghost teachers, but Zhang Daiyong had specifically placed them in a semi-abandoned dormitory building for Yi Xingxin. Facing Zhu Qingwan's question, the reason given was that the remaining rooms in the faculty's dormitory building were under repair. These were all arranged by him in the afternoon while Zhu Qingwan was in class. The players came over on the first day and weren't clear about all this, so they could only follow Zhang Daiyong's arrangements. Only the first to third floors of the building were inhabited by students, and from the fourth floor onwards, it was empty. The reason, naturally, is that there is a ghost in room 404 on the fourth floor. In the past, the fourth floor and above was closed after an incident where a student was curious and was pulled into a room while passing by. Zhang Daiyong secretly opened the passageway on the fourth floor and got rid of the lock on the door of room 404, and arranged Yi Shengxian into room 404. The other players also had one room each. After assigning the room, Zhang Daiyong flew away from the dormitory building. After Yi Xingxin walked into the room, he found that it was very clean. Not a bit of dust. Not at all like what Director Zhang said that the teacher who originally lived here left half a month ago to vacate the room. The only thing I'm not used to is that the room is also too feminine. The wallpaper is pink. The bed sheets and covers are pink. Even the lights, when turned on, are pink. Yi Xingxin always feels that he lives here is very awkward. He is not a person who eats a peach well cool. The past little girl ghost's room is not so pink but come all the way, and cannot go to the other rooms. The fourth floor, in addition to the 6 people's room, all the other rooms are locked. Through the door of the small window to look at, inside the beds and nothing, only full of dust. After discussing with the 2 girls among the players, they refused Yi Xingxin's request on the grounds that the director had arranged it and didn't dare to transfer it privately. Had to stay with the idea that it was a good place to live. The reason why Su Yusin and Chang Chula didn't switch with Yi Xingxin was certainly not because it was arranged by the director of instruction. Rather, they felt that a big man like Yi Xingxin who could be so friendly and familiar with ghosts and monsters wouldn't dare to live in that room. So wouldn't it be an early death for a little chicken like themselves to live in it? What room is too pink to get used to living in? Are the game veterans? How high is the grass on the graves of the players who have this kind of uncomfortable situation? As long as the player who survived many copies of the game, what cleanliness, all kinds of phobias, has long been self-healing. As for the accommodation of the players, Zhu Qingwan was not clear about it. Zhang Daiyong was after all the ghost with the highest position in the school besides the principal, and it was still possible to conceal it for a short period of time. Otherwise, Zhu Qingwan would definitely not let Yi Xingxin stay in this room. The day is getting late. No cell phone to kill time. Yi Xingxin early to lie on the bed. But the more I think the more wrong. The last teacher left. Why the quilt did not take away? The walls are pasted in pink color, but the quilt can be taken away casually did not move? And instead of losing it, the school arranged for a new teacher? So frugal? But the room he also checked. There was nothing to be found, and the quilt really didn't hide anything. Instead there was a faint fragrance, the door of the room, and the windows could be locked. And the most crucial thing was that he didn't know that Jang Daeon was targeting himself, and even because of himself, the other players had been dragged into living in this dormitory building. Although Jang Daeon's friendliness was said to be low, the players had not violated the rules and he could not make a move. Coupled with his own strength, Yi Xingxin could be said to have been a bit careless, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Yi Xingxin fell into a deep sleep, and it was a very deep sleep, which was incredible in Yi Xingxin's case. After all, in arrogance, entering an unfamiliar copy, it was impossible for Yi Shangxian to sleep so deeply. Sleeping Yi Shengxin had a dream. The scene in the dream is still this school, but the teachers are not this batch of teachers. Jang Daeon looked young. I was a music teacher at a school that offered special classes for students who wanted to go to music school. In her third year on the job, a new transfer student enrolled in the special music class. Her name is Su Xian is a soft-looking, elegant, soft-spoken girl who loves to wear pink floral dresses. As soon as she enrolled in school, she was elected by the students as the current school flower. As she signed up for special classes, students from all grades also signed up, just to be able to spend time with her on a regular basis. However, she was not impressed by these students and found them a bit childish. On the contrary, she had a crush on her young and elegant music teacher. There was nothing to it originally, just a rumor of a teacher-student romance that might come out later. But things took a turn for the worse with another transfer student. He was the one who pursued and harassed Su Xian crazily at her previous school, and Su Xian was so overwhelmed that she chose to transfer to another school. But he surprisingly followed suit. Because of his background, the principal, the director did not dare to interfere with him, so he became more and more excessive. In a class, he found Su Xian looking at the music teacher's eyes are not right, and took the opportunity to let someone kidnap the music teacher, and in the name of the teacher asked Su Xian to come over to this dormitory, receiving a note from the person she desires. Su Xian doesn't think much before rushing to the appointment, only to see the guy who forced her to keep changing schools. How come it's you? Where's Mr. Yi? Ah, him. He took my money, and now he's probably running off somewhere to have a good time. Su Xian sniffed in disbelief. She had just made a lifelong pact with Mr. Yi and couldn't believe he would just leave, or go without saying a word. You have to know that no matter where you are, having money and not having money are two worlds. You can't bring anything to that surnamed Yi, and I'm just taking out some pocket money. That's what he can't earn in his whole life. He kept hitting Su Xian from the mental aspect, wanting to take advantage of the situation when she was in a trance and get what he wanted. When Su Xian heard his words, she really became bleak-eyed and ashen-hearted, feeling that there was no meaning in her life. Seeing the verbal blow take effect, he took the opportunity to possess her, only for her to be like a corpse, not responding at all, leaving him thoroughly annoyed. What exactly is it about me that makes you look down on me? I have the money if I want it. I have the looks if I want it. I have an even deeper background if I want it. And now I can't believe that even a district teacher is better than me? Su Xian still didn't respond at all. Her heart was already dead. I'll tell you the truth. The surname Yi has been sunk in the river by my men. You'll never be able to find him. You're mine. You're mine. Enraged, he slammed the door. Su Xian on the bed left a line of tears, believing that he had killed Mr. Yi, found a paper cutter from the drawer and stabbed his heart. Chapter 81 New Skill, Ghost Blowing. Yi Shengxin suddenly woke up from his dream, sweating profusely and breathing sharply and loudly. I actually had a nightmare? Yi Xingxin felt a bit unbelievable. Nope, not a nightmare. The images in the scene are just so real. It's like you're experiencing it yourself. Yi Shengxin, who was on the alert, noticed something wrong. First of all, it is in the quilt. One is a living person with body temperature. Normally the quilt should be warm next to it besides where one is lying, but now the side is really cold. It's not like the room temperature is below zero right now. Instead, it was a bit like it had been before with the little ghost girl. Under the bed, his own shoes were in the wrong place. When you sleep by yourself, the two shoes are irregularly placed and the tips are not pointed at the bed. Now, two shoes lay neatly in the toe punch. Hiss, something came in the room, and laying next to me while I was asleep? Yi Shangxian's big heart was shocked. Looking around, the eye of insight found nothing, and no hints appeared. Suddenly, Yi Xingxin thought of a trick he had learned in the city guards, and his ghostly chi surged into his eyes, surveying the room once again. It turned out that the walls, the floor were covered with blood and bloody footprints, and it looked as if a person was constantly dripping blood from his body and then stepped on it. The walls weren't pink either. They were painted red with blood and only looked pink because the walls themselves were white. That quilt. Sure enough, the quilt was also covered in blood, even staining his own body with a splash of red. There was no sign of the ghost, and I was still thinking about how to find it when the wake-up bell rang outside the window. Yi Xingxin hurriedly washed up and left the dormitory building, eating breakfast and entering the office. Looking at the schedule first, I have my own class this morning, the last one. It's still early. At this time, Zhang Daong passed by the office, and he was specifically here to see Yi Xingxin's situation. I waited outside his door all night last night and didn't wait for his body to be thrown out. I thought that the one inside had changed her tastes and was passing by just to see if Yi Xingxian would come. If it doesn't come, it means it's already cold. Xu Qingwan walked in and sat on her seat and said to Yi Xingxin, "Little Yi, are you still used to living here?" "It's okay, I slept pretty well. Should I say no?" Other than being startled by the knife in the heart at the end, I slept really well. There was also a complete lack of that mentally drained feeling you get when you wake up from a nightmare. It's good to get used to living here. I'm going to class first. Unlike the players, Xu Qingwan teaches only one subject in class 3. Otherwise she wouldn't have been too busy to return home when the exams were approaching. Outside the window, Zhang Daong expressionlessly watched the two men talking and laughing. A faintly undetectable malice and suspicion flashed in his eyes. No man or ghost has been able to get out of room 404 since the previous incident. The principal can't even do anything about their one plan failed to produce another plan. Zhang Daong's mouth hooked up square root. The other players didn't talk to Yi Xingxian either, and a few people gathered around whispering something. He is as isolated as the student who was isolated because of his outstanding grades. The bright-eyed people can see that he and that beautiful female teacher have a shallow relationship. With this relationship, the difficulty of the copy of the clearance plummeted, but this kind of method cannot be learned by others. Otherwise the players are a different attitude. Now they only had feelings of envy and jealousy, and the lack of resentment was already their greatest kindness. Yi Xingxin was still thinking about the dormitory. The thing in the room was probably Su Xian in the dream. First of all, rule out the fact that she was a human being. After all, shedding so much blood, elephants can't stand it either. And then it also rules out her being a mistletoe, which can't be rational and just clicks and kills. But it's not right to say it's a ghost, because she was already a ghost when she came to school and then killed herself with a knife. You should know that the sword of the underworld is capable of inflicting damage on the creatures of the underworld. One stab to the heart and the ghost won't survive. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. The boat will naturally straighten up, and the soldiers will come to stop and water will come to cover the earth. Yi Sacred Heart decided to draw a prize to soothe herself. There were still 120 Sacred Heart points on her body that she didn't use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill, Ghost Blower. Ghost blowing. A person's death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. And when the lamp is extinguished, the person will die. Blowing into a person, ghost, can extinguish the person's, ghost's, yang, yin, fire. After 3 times, the person, ghost, will die. Effective up to one's level. This skill is good. It doesn't require a neutral maneuver, and the key is that it doesn't move much when you use it. It's hard to be detected when you sneak up on someone during a sparring match. Yi Xingxin almost laughed out loud. What are the previous messy skills? Although the effect is very good, but also very social death. The other players were also startled when they watched him sit and stare, suddenly and unconsciously putting up a smile. What's wrong with this? Look at the time. To their own class is still early. Yi Xingxin feel a little bored, decided to go outside to walk, as long as the office is not too far, should not violate the rules. As soon as he left, the voices of the remaining players talking got louder. Do you guys think he knows any way to get through? It's hard to say, and we all teach different subjects, so the methods don't apply, I guess. Does he look like he's in no hurry at all to get the answers to the test? How else can he help students improve their grades? I don't believe he can really teach well. Teach my ass. Have you seen him read the textbook? There must be a way to get through it without teaching. I don't think he's going to tell us about our previous attitude. For the rest of these days, get on good terms with him so that there might be a possibility of knowing the way through. Surface. Yi Xingxin was wandering around under the teaching building. When he came yesterday, he was led straight to the office by Director Zhang Daong. And he hadn't seen the campus environment properly yet. Either that or it's a school of fierce ghosts. Normal school wigwam. Here's a mountain of bones. Normal lawn. Here's black hair. Normal pond. Carp. This is a blood pond. Ghost fish. What normal schools have. There is a one-to-one counterpart here. It's just a little bit alternative. Suddenly, feeling that someone was staring at him, Yi Xingxin turned back and turned out not to notice. Thought that he was overthinking it. Maybe it was just the gaze of a fish in the pond or some other little guy. Newbie players would probably cry and curse if they knew what he was thinking. You call these man-eating ghosts little guys? At this time, the bell rang for the end of class, and the ghost students ran out of the classroom in a swarm, looking no different from the high school students in the current world. But of course, you have to ignore their various odd shapes. After all, we can't discriminate on the basis of appearance. Xu Qingwan did not see Yi Xingxin when she arrived at the office, and after asking a ghost teacher to know that he came out, she hurriedly went downstairs to look for him. Yi, it's better for you not to wander around the school. There are many dangerous taboos here. 82, New Calendar. Sister Qingwan, what are the taboos in the school? After experiencing last night's nightmare as well as the strange events in the dormitory, Yi Xingxin didn't dare to underestimate this replica. The unknown is what scares people the most. If it's something that can be seen or perceived, even if it's a blood-clothed level of ghosts and monsters, Yi Xingxin dared to fight it hard. But now that one can't discover the other party and has been caught without realizing it, this makes one creepy. In a situation where the enemy is dark, being able to know more information will help to deal with unexpected events. Behind the school, jingle bells. Before Xu Qingwan could finish, the class bell rang. Little Yi, I'm going to class first, so hurry back to the office. After Xu Qingwan reminded Yi Xingxin, she went back up the stairs. Although Yi Xingxin didn't feel any danger at the moment, he still obediently returned to the office. As the saying goes, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. And in a situation where the intelligence is unknown, it's better to be a little more stable. The office now only had 2 ghost teachers and 4 players, one of which, Chang Chulu, was not there and should have gone to class. As soon as they came in, the players who had previously been indifferent to them suddenly surrounded them, with tea and water, and shushing them. Biggie, are you tired from going downstairs to hang out just now? How about I squeeze your legs for you? I've specialized in learning it, Yang Junyan said while putting his hand towards Yi Shang Xian's thigh. Scared, he jumped back and ducked. What are you doing? OS in Yang Junyan's mind, are you serious about your half-step backward move? I'm not a man-eating ghost. What are you afraid of? However, Yi Xingxin rejected it with his movements, and he gave a sarcastic laugh, not knowing what to say. Although Su Yusin was also at the red coat level of strength, she knew that she couldn't recklessly get through this copy by herself alone, which was completely different from the original plan. The difficulty of the replica has inexplicably increased a lot. The original Plan A, according to the replica's mission flow, get advanced scoring rewards. Plan B, the task cannot go with the strength of Mang past. With her strength, the highest boss at this stage of the mission is only just red. Can be completely reckless? Is that the rating will be quite a bit lower? After all, have offended the boss. Do not want to think of the boss praise. As a result, the quest process is not working now, and the strength of the boss is higher than his own, so he's completely clueless. Good thing there is a furlough. See his current operation. Obviously is not prepared to go through the quest flow that's set. Presumably there is what he did not find out the shortcut to pass the level. If he can ask out, he also a little easier. As for making a move to force a confession, what about him summoning a few redcoats at random? It's going to be cold before it gets to the danger of a copy. Relying on her gender advantage, Su Yusin helped Yi Xingxin serve tea and pass water, fiercely brushing her favor. Alright, what the hell are you guys doing? I'm scared when you guys are like this, winky face. Yi Xingxin still liked them the way they were before. She really didn't know much about communicating with living players. It was more effortless to communicate with ghosts. After all, he had only spent a handful of hours, as well as times, interacting with the living since he crossed over. Instead, most of the time was spent with ghosts, who didn't have so many small minds, either good or bad. Even if there were ones harboring evil intentions, one would be able to know some of them by virtue of the hints from the Eye of Insight. The mind of a living person can be too much. Aya, you guys are grinding. It's better for me to say it. Buddy, you also know that there's something wrong with this copy. There's obviously no way to complete our quest properly. Just wanted to ask if you have any ideas. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Yi Xingxin could hear what he meant, which was that tasking himself to be on good terms with Xu Qingwan might have a reliable way to get through. But he himself was now also confused it. After that, how the examination actually proceeded was completely unknown. As for the idea of saying Mang passed, it had now disappeared from his mind. If you guys want to ask this, I really don't know. After all, I've only been here for a day, and most of the time I can only be in the office, so I know too little about the school's situation. Yi Shang Xian said truthfully, but aren't you? And Hanyu hadn't finished speaking when Su Yusin tugged on his shirt, stopping him from continuing. You're trying to say that I'm on good terms with Sister Changwan, right? But she only cares about her students' grades, and what she told me is that she teaches seriously, and that there's no other way that she can cheat. You guys should know that the NPCs and the copies are limited in the help they can provide, and they can't break the rules to help players clear the level. Yi Xingxin words are said on this. whether it is really do not know or pretend. The players can only stop. Although he didn't say it on his lips, he inevitably muttered in his heart that he didn't want others to pass and take the benefits for himself. Yi Xingxin also knows that he explains himself. They will not necessarily believe, but it does not matter. If he has a clue, of course, he will say. After all, he can still earn a little bit of Holy Mother points. Wool gathering system. Suddenly, Yi Xingxin thought of a wool gathering method, although he didn't know the way to pass the level, but he could let the students in the class not make things difficult for these people, which was also helping them. And there should be a reward of Holy Mother points. Judging from their level, there should be a big harvest when the settlement is made. Now for that matter, only one person has been bound, and there are still 4 unbound, which is not in line with one's usual style. So he spoke up. I don't know the way to get through, but I can make it so that the students don't give you a hard time during your lessons. Hearing Yi Xingxin's words, the players' faces were delighted, and Su Yusen said, really? If there are no students in trouble, it's also a big help. Whose class is it later? I'll go to the class with him. Yi Xingxin made her way back to her workstation after saying that and flipped through the catalog in her hand. Although there was too much history to read, but one could read a generalization from the end, at least for the current distribution of the underworld to understand something. In the first year of the new calendar of the underworld, a new realm, Aquamarine, was connected, and the living of the codename players began to enter in the 13th year of the new calendar, the entrance to the returned ruins once again began to appear to be a stiletto. Yellow Spring spike in 25th year of the new calendar, cause unknown, lasts a month. 3 unspeakable level wars at the beginning of the 37th year of the new calendar, resulting in a large number of cities and towns being affected. Yi Xingxin took another detailed look at the catalog title page and also knew why it was called the new calendar. The history of the underworld is updated every 12 years, which is why the catalog contains 12 years of content per entry. Each time a new world is accessed, counting begins with the new calendar, and all previous ones are returned to the old calendar. And Yi Xingxin memory thriller game descending only 10 years is because initially only a small number of people were selected. The official put down the news, until more than 10 years ago, began to select a large number of players. The official cannot suppress the news, had no choice but to announce, and set up a forum to guide players to play and does not affect the lives of ordinary people. Chapter 83, Listen to Your Brother-in-Law. After that, I looked through the previous catalog, and the last world was disconnected because I couldn't find the player anymore. You may need to go to the history details to see the exact reason. The catalog just notes the time and then writes a disconnect. From the catalog, it is clear that the thriller game has existed for a long time, and has connected uncountable worlds. Aquamarine was chosen, and there is no telling where it will end up. If you follow the selection criteria of Aquamarine, the age of 18 years old will certainly enter once to see. Fine thought. These intelligence, it is reasonable to say that the official should know. After all, they have to contact the game so many years earlier than the current players, but in the forums have not been mentioned once. Yi Xingxin feel very strange. Time was turned over by Yi Xingxin page by page. Soon, the bell for the end of the class rang, and Chung Chulo limped back to the office, obviously having been screwed by the ghost student again. Among the current players, only Yi Xingxin and Su Yusen had not been screwed over due to their strength, while the other few had more or less lost their organs once or twice. The good thing was that they were all old players, and there was still no shortage of money to buy organs, but some of the injuries they could recover from. They wouldn't bother spending money on potions. Yi Shang pulled out half a bottle of injury medicine and threw it to her, which was still left behind by the former Shang and Mr. Zombie's copy and was handed over to Yi Shang by Xiao Feng. Thank you. Cheng Chulo saved the medicine money. A thank you could still be said. And they had discussed to make friends with Yi Xingxin before, and they didn't know if they had asked for the method to pass the level during their own class. At this time, Yang Junyan carefully said, Big brother, the next section is my class. Previously, Yi Xingxin said that he would help them make arrangements so that the students would no longer rectify the situation, and he was afraid that Yi Xingxin had forgotten about it. Closed the book. Yi Xingxin got up and walked out of the office, saw that he had not moved and said, Go I will accompany you to the classroom. Yang Junyan followed up with his ass. The students in the corridor saw the two men coming over, and especially saw Yi Xingxin walking in front of them, and suddenly said in unison, Hello brother-in-law, is it for you? You can all mixed into brother-in-law still pretend? Yi Xingxin looked at Yang Junyan and said flirtatiously. He asked himself that he didn't have a little girl ghost here. It must not be called for himself. It's not me. It's not me. I don't recognize any of them. This time it was Yi Xingxin who was confused. How did he become a brother-in-law? Where did this come from? It can't be Zhu Qingwan, right? Without ignoring these students, Yi Xingxin brought Yang Junyan into the classroom. It was still the break time after class. The children should have gone out to play. But as Yi Xingxin entered, all the students rushed into the classroom in a swarm and obediently sat in their seats. And in an instant, only Feng Lingling and Li Pingping were left without the two of them. The reason why they were so scared, besides Feng Lingling's threat, Li Ming's encounter yesterday was still fresh in their minds. Just because the class bell fell before entering the classroom, they were brutally beaten up. One of you tell me why you call me brother-in-law? Hearing Yi Xingxin's words, the students looked at me. I looked at you, and none of them dared to come forward to speak. Having no choice but to order people, Yi Xingxin pointed to a male student with a bloodied face closest to the podium and said, "It's just you, Zhang Gang, right? Tell me, why did you call me brother-in-law?" Because Mr. Yi is our big sister's boyfriend. It's big sister who told us to call him that. Zhang Gang gathered enough courage to finish in one breath, as if he had been drained of his entire body's strength, and almost fell over. Why is there a big sister out there? At this time, the bell rang. Li Pingping and Feng Lingling walked into the classroom. Looking at the podium stood two people. Li Pingping just glanced at it and went back to his seat. He hadn't figured out how to solve Yi Shang Xin. Feng Lingling, on the other hand, cried out with a happy face, "Brother Yi, what brings you here?" Although the students were naughty and mischievous, they remembered the schedule clearly. They were afraid of encountering Zhu Qingwan's class and forgetting about it themselves, and they even used pranks to mess with it. It wasn't because he was afraid of being punished, but because Zhu Qingwan was too good to her students, and if he had hurt one of her by mistake with the whole thing, it would be the same as offending all the students she taught. Even the principal gave her face. "Let me say something. In a few days, you guys are going to take the exams, so all kinds of neat tricks and pranks are put away. And if I find out again that someone didn't put their mind on their studies in the past few days, they'll have to accept the punishment I give them." Now, who's in favor and who's against? After Yi Xingxin finished speaking, all the students looked at him with bad faces. His strength was strong, but with so many people on their side, they should be able to take him down if they went together. It's not easy to have food delivered to the door, just waiting for them to make a mistake. But it turns out that you won't let us do it? Looking at the fact that no one answered, Yi Shang Xian had not yet spoken. Feng Lingling became furious first, breaking the desk with a slap, standing up and saying fiercely to the ghost students, "Didn't you hear your brother-in-law asking? You all want to find death, right?" Then Yang Junyan saw what it meant to change his face once. All the students said with smiles on their faces, "I agree with my brother-in-law's words. We can't afford to be distracted and just have fun when the exams are coming up." Li Pingping chirped, but did not object. After all, Yi Xingxin really dared to beat himself. This was called a good man refusing to do so, and when he thought of a way to do so, then he would settle the score with him. Seeing the students' answers, Yi Xingxin nodded with satisfaction and said, "Very well, you must study hard and strive to get good grades in the exams, and the rewards that I said before will be sent to you after the examination is promised." "Yes, thank you brother-in-law *50". "Alright, Mr. Yang, you continue with your lesson." After saying to Yang Junyan, Yi Xingxin turned around and went back to the office, still wondering on the way, why hasn't the system alert gone off yet? Doesn't this still count as helping them? Inside the office, the players weren't sure what Yi Shang Xian would use to make the students stop teasing them with the whole thing, especially the few others besides Su Yusen. "Mr. Yi, how's it going?" "Done. After you guys go to class, they shouldn't be teasing you." Yi Xingxin also didn't say the process. He somehow became a brother-in-law, and just now he forgot to ask Feng Lingling. It must be this girl who messed up. Hearing Yi Shang Xian's answer, the players were relieved. As long as what he said was true, then it would be a lot easier after that, and they could have more energy to find a way to clear the level. The words of so many students in the corridor shouting loudly for their brother-in-law earlier were also heard by the students in the other classes, and they were all talking about it, with absolutely no one caring about the teacher on the podium, except for the class that Zhu Qingwan was teaching. Chapter 84. Time passed without realizing it, and Yang Junyan returned inside the office along with the bell of the dismissal of the class, and Yi Xingxin's system prompts followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points. Hearing the system prompt ringing, Yi Xingxin also knew why it hadn't come before. It should be that the players had finished a lesson peacefully, and indeed hadn't been harassed by the whole thing before deciding that their help was effective. Seeing that Yang Junyan came back in one piece, a few others came forward to ask about the situation. Yi Xingxin didn't care about them, but picked up the textbook and walked towards the third class. Although you can't use the textbook, you still need to look like a teacher. With Yi Xingxin's arrival, the students playing in the corridor came into the classroom one by one. "You guys keep playing, it's not too late to come back when the bell rings. Brother-in-law, we have to hurry up and study." we can't fail you. A resourceful student spoke up. They didn't dare to really go out, in case they were a second late. Thinking about it made them feel pain all over. Feng Lingling saw Yi Xingxin and walked up to the podium with a hint of redness on her face. In her hand she handed over a cute-looking water cup. Brother Yi, this is the tea I prepared for you. It's hard for you to speak in class. Right, drink more water. Yi Xingxin didn't reject the girl's good intentions, even though he himself couldn't speak more than a few words in total in a lesson. Right, Ling Ling? I heard that there are some taboos in school. Tell me about them. Yi Xingxin asked Feng Lingling after taking a sip of the tea in his cup. Taboo? The school has a closed dormitory with ghost-eating monsters. The playground behind it used to be a mass grave. And when you go in there alone, horrible things happen. And it's said that several students from the school didn't believe it before, and disappeared after going to the playground alone at night. There's also a ghostly figure dressed in red that often appears in the school's restroom mirrors. That's all I know. Yi Xingxin sipped his tea while listening to Feng Lingling's narration that the appearance of a red-clothed ghostly figure in the fierce ghost school could actually become a taboo, which sounded as if it was ridiculous. But after experiencing the dormitory by himself, he had some speculations about all this. It shouldn't be a ghost, but something more terrifying than a ghost. Just as people are afraid of ghosts, ghosts have something to be afraid of, or at least know of one creature themselves. One half a ghost is afraid of. While Yi Xingxin was thinking, Feng Lingling looked at him with a flamboyant expression. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that he perfectly matched her imagination of her other half, especially when he raised his head to drink the water. His white neck, the knot in his throat that he spat out, and his clean clothes and face, which gave her a feeling of first love. The bell rang and Feng Lingling reluctantly left the podium and returned to her seat. Yi Xingxin casually said, you guys study on your own, and then continued to think about how the dormitory thing should be resolved. Although the first night he was safe and sound, but who knows what will happen after that. Whether you move out, or find a way to harden a wave, to find out the guy behind the curtain. If you have to move out, where do you go to live? If I have to tough it out, how should I find it? He was dazed. Feng Lingling was also dazed. Her eyes never left his body. The same table had a look of hell. Was this really the lawless little Taiyuji big sister she knew? Suddenly, a cry of pain made Yi Xingxin's scattered thoughts retract, looking down at the female ghost student and asking, what's wrong? Feng Lingling also looked at the student with icy eyes, as if to say, you're disturbing Brother Yi. Being looked at by Feng Lingling with such eyes, her body unconsciously shrunk, not daring to raise her head as she said, no, it's fine. But Yi Xingxin looked at her face whiter than before, even cold sweat on her forehead. How to look at it does not seem like it's okay. Is it physically uncomfortable? Do you need a teacher to help you take a look? Seeing her sneak a glance at Feng Lingling and then lower her head to keep quiet, Yi Xingxin held his forehead. How did he not discover this side of the little girl before? Walking off the podium, rubbing Feng Lingling's head, and without speaking, he directly walked towards the student who was covering her stomach. Seeing that the position she was covering was in her lower back and belly, she should be having menstrual cramps. Since acquiring the skill of looking and sniffing, I haven't had a chance to try it yet, so here it is. Here, teacher help you. The skill was activated, and insights prompts changed, revealing some more information. Originally, Li Chui Chui, grievous ghost level, friendliness 20, physically unwell, unmotivated to attend class. It now became Li Tsui Tsui, grieving ghost level, friendship 20, status, menstrual cramps, treatment, massage Senyingio point, Taichung point, uterus point, sea of blood point. Then there was a drop-down box, and after the mind tapped on it, it described in detail the location of these points, how hard to press and knead them, and how long to do it. Originally, Yi Xingxin thought that this skill would be the same as the healing technique in the online game. After using it, a white light would directly act on the target's body. I didn't realize that it was the disease that tells you what you're targeting, the treatment, or the need to do it again yourself. Yi Xingxin made Li Tsuetsue's deskmate move out of the way and held her left ankle with one hand, making Li Tsuetsue startled. Teacher Yi, don't worry, it'll be quick. The other hand pressed on the Senyingio point. This point was located at the rear part of the medial edge of the tibia bone 3 inches above the tip of the inner ankle of the foot. Yi Xingxin used the fingertips of his thumb to press and knead it with slight force. The soreness and swelling made her hum softly. After a few minutes, the rubbing was switched to the right ankle. Accompanied by Yi Shang Xin's massage, Li Chui Chui felt that the pain in her abdomen had lessened quite a bit. Come, stand up. Li Tsuetsue obediently stood up, and Yi Xingxin placed his hand on the blood C point on the inside of her knee and continued to press and rub. The remaining 2 acupoint locations were a bit inconvenient, but these 2 were already fine. With the end of the massage, Li Chui Chui's face looked a lot better, no longer pale and sweating coldly, but instead somewhat rosy. On the one hand, the feeling of menstrual cramps was gone. On the other hand, it was also shameful. When I grew up, I hadn't been touched for so long by a male other than my father, and it felt like Mr. Yi was so gentle. His palms were so warm, something he had never felt even from his father's body. Fatherly, nonsense. I'm a ghost. I'll be damned if I'm warm. Alright, pay attention to keeping warm in the next few days. Drink more hot water. Don't catch a cold. After the treatment, Yi Xingxin returned to the podium and continued to think about his own things, and the system's prompts were ignored. Feng Lingling couldn't care about glaring at Li Tsuetsue at this time. From the moment Yi Xingxin rubbed her hair, the entire spirit of the person had drifted to nowhere. Brother Yi must have learned medicine from Grandpa Lu, so if I'm sick too, he should be able to help me with my treatment. Right. Chapter 85, The Spirit and the Devil. As Yi Shengxian's treatment was completed, Li Chuichui's friendliness rose to 60, and the friendliness of all the other students rose quite a bit as well. Their attitude towards Yi Xingxin changed from initial craving, to later fear, and now feel that this living teacher seems to be not bad look, treat themselves and other ghost students, and do not have other living people as strange eyes, and something he is really dare to go on. Brother Yi, I also have a stomachache, so press it for me. I can tell at a glance that you're not sick. Read carefully. Oh, the bell for the end of school rang. Yi Xingxin picked up the textbook and was ready to go eat after putting it back in the office, only to find Zhu Qingwan waiting at the door of her class. Sayaka, let's go eat together. How are you getting along with the students in class? Sister Qingwan, the children are all obedient and getting along well. Yi Xingxin smiled and walked towards the cafeteria with Zhu Qingwan. Ghost student, it's not about being obedient. If you don't listen, you'll get a beating. Maybe two. The two of them each bought their own meals and sat in Zhu Qingwan's exclusive seat, chatting as they ate. Zhang Daong hated his teeth, but when he thought that he had already lived in the dormitory that was going to kill him, he sneered in his heart. Sister Qingwan, I've heard that there's a dormitory in the school's taboo. Can you tell me more about it? There is indeed such a room, but the school has banned it, so I'll tell you about it if you want to hear about it. That's 404 on the 4th floor of the old dormitory building. It used to house a music teacher. I heard that he abandoned a female student after having sex with her and left her alone. The female student committed suicide in her room in grief. Ever since then, strange things have been happening in that dormitory. A few students died, and then the school closed it down. There were similarities and differences between what Zhu Qingwan had told and what Yi Xingxin had dreamed. Yi Xingxin thought that what was in his dream was the truth. After all, based on what happened in the dream, the principal and director of the school in the beginning were not honorable characters, so it was normal to fabricate something to confuse the public afterward. However, Yi Xingxin didn't say much. Zhu Qingwan came from the back, and had heard from other students or teachers about the taboos. Their version was obviously changed by the principal or director. How come you're interested in all this, Sayaka? As long as you go to class on time every day and don't leave the dormitory at night, you won't trigger the taboo. But it seems like I'm staying in the forbidden one. What? No way. That dormitory building only goes up to the 3rd floor. The stairs further up are blocked. How did you get up there? Zhu Qingwan thought that Yi Xingxin had opened the blockade on his own, only to hear, it was arranged by Director Zhang. All of us newcomers this time are staying on the 4th floor. Zhu Qingwan's face immediately changed. Do not know why Zhang Daong did this. If it is only to eat blood and meat, should not arrange them there. Once the group is destroyed, the students do not have a teacher. This exam to suffer. The principal was taking it so seriously this time, and he would bear the brunt of the principal's wrath as the head of instruction. After all these years of co-working, it's not like him to be such a stupid ghost, putting himself in danger for a little bit of a mouthful. Standing up and walking to the window, he asked Zhang Daong inside, Director Zhang, why did you place Mr. Yi and the others on a forbidden floor? Teacher Zhu, I can't help it. The dormitory maintenance over here. There's no more room. Besides, aren't they fine? The taboo may be false. The students disappeared in the past. They may have just run out of the school and been killed. Although Zhu Qingwan didn't believe all of his words, what he said was reasonable and justified, making it impossible for the ghost to refute it. Again, he really wasn't sure if that taboo was true or not, and Director Zhang had absolutely no need to intentionally harm them. On the other hand, Yi Xingxin also heard out that the place where he and the others were staying was a trap arranged by Zhang Daong, and although he could see that he was not friendly to players before, he did not expect him to make a move on the first day. I'll take this revenge, and I'll make him look bad after I pass the level. Third afternoon session. Yi Shengxian sat on the podium and prepared for the lottery. The first 2 lessons were from 2 players respectively, and together with the points from before, they had once again gathered enough for 100 Sacred Heart points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for extracting the ghost weapon, Ghost 13 Needles. Ghost 13 Needles, made from beryl silver. A metal unique to the underworld, plus spectral fire. They are a good tool for healing and saving ghosts. The ghost needles can ignore the skin of all ghosts below the unspeakable level. What can I say about this stuff? It's useful but not much, but it's better than nothing. The current ghost students began to spontaneously memorize their books in Yi Sheng Xian's class without Feng Lingling's supervision. There was absolutely no need for him, the teacher, to open his mouth and teach. Teachers could live and die beautifully if they had students like that. After class, Cecilia Lee came over with a red face. Teacher Yi, can you help me massage again? My stomach hurts a little again. Yi Xingxin put the textbook on the lecture table and squatted down, letting her sit down before starting the massage. A few minutes later, the treatment was over, and Trisha Lee blushed even more, her legs clenching unnaturally, and after lowering her head to thank her, she moved to her seat. Feng Lingling secretly cursed, "Damn little, how did I not see that you are such a person in the morning?" But it was not good for him to strike out at her and beat her up, or if Brother Yi knew about it, it would affect his image in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes rolled back in his head, he thought of something, and covered his cheeks and slumped down on his desk. After having dinner with Xu Qingwan, she declined her offer to let Yi Xingxin move in with her. After all, she was a yellow girl. It was not appropriate for her to live in by herself. Back in the dormitory, Yi Sheng Xian was ready to try and find out if he could find out Su Xian directly. As a result, no matter how much he searched for her, or helped her get revenge, nothing happened. There was no choice but to ask for help off-site. Send the question to all of the several little female ghosts, what do ghosts turn into other than stooges? Soon after, Xian Duo replied, after a ghost dies, in addition to turning into there is a very small chance that it will turn into a spirit, and when a ghost is alive, there is also a very small chance that it will turn into a demon, and it comes with a detailed description. Spirit, when a ghost dies, it has a chance to transform when it carries an individual heavenly treasure on its body. But no ghost knows exactly what it is, and there are no records of it. They are just like the sirens, ghost slayers, and the only difference is that they have some sanity, but not much, only have vague memories of the deepest obsessions in their hearts before they were born. Devil, in the 18 layers of hell in the underworld, because there are too many evil ghosts imprisoned inside, resulting in the mutation of the grievances. If a ghost is accidentally tainted with this mutated grievances, it will be transformed and become a devil, and they are hostile to any living creature in sight. Whether it be a human being, a ghost, a one half demoni one half, a devil, or a spirit, as long as something appears in front of them that can move, they are all targets of attack. Chapter 86. The first thing that could be ruled out was a demon, because this place was 180,000 miles away from the 18 layers of hell. The biggest possibility is the spirit, but knowing what she is of little use for the moment. Yi Xingxin decided not to sleep tonight, just to spend time with her and see if she will come out at night. 8 o'clock in the evening. Really feel bored. Yi Xingxin decided to go out for a walk. The result is just sitting up from the bed. Feel heavy eyelids. The body is a little disobedient to lie down again, and quickly went to sleep. The scene in the dream didn't change, and the person's name was always inaudible, making Yi Sheng Xian's idea of knowing information about the murderer fall through. But this time there was a little change. That is, at the end, when Su Xian committed suicide, Yi Sheng Xian was not frightened, but woke up naturally. But he was not frightened in his dream, but was startled the moment he awoke, when he felt a man lying beside him, and cold hands were touching his face. With a jolt, Yi Xingxin jumped up from the bed, finally seeing Su Xian, her face expressionless, one hand still mechanically making stroking motions, as if Yi Xingxin's departure hadn't affected her. Su Xian, spirit, friendship 50, */ $% at $. #% Yi Sheng Xian froze. The eye of insight has a problem? Why can't I see what's behind it? As a result, when I looked at the other items, they all showed up normally, and then when I looked at Su Xian, it was still the same. It seemed that it wasn't the skill that was the problem, but Su Xian. However, she did not have any malice towards herself. Yi Xingxin carefully approached a little closer. At this time, Su Xian seemed to have just realized that Yi Xingxin, who was lying down before, had left, and her gaze turned to the position where Yi Xingxin had stood before. In order to avoid misreading himself, Yi Xingxin moved a few steps away to the side, and as a result, Su Xian's gaze was still fixed on the previous position, and only after a while did she look at the position before Yi Xingxin moved. Why does it look like she has a delay? Su Xian, can you hear me? According to Qian Duo's information, the spirit had some spiritual intelligence, and Yi Sheng Xian wanted to see if she could communicate. After another moment, Su Xian's gaze looked towards Yi Sheng Xian's current position, but was indifferent to his question. Thinking that she had a delay, Yi Sheng Xian decided to wait and see. Sure enough, after about the same amount of time, Su Xian opened her mouth and spoke. Yi, Mr. Yi, it's all because of me that you were #UN% killed. It's all my fault. Yen% at mouth. So this is thinking of me as that Mr. Yi, and that's why there's no malice? Maybe it's because she forgot the other things and only remembered the two things that Teacher Yi was implicated by herself and her enemy. That's why the friendliness level isn't too high or too low. Otherwise, according to normal thinking of herself as Teacher Yi, the friendliness level should reach 80 or more. Yi Xingxin had just opened his mouth when Su Xian transformed into a shadow of light and rushed towards Yi Xingxin, after which, Yi Xingxin realized that on his arm, there was an additional tattoo pattern of a woman, none other than Su Xian. This? What the hell? Rubbing his hand, there was no special feeling at all. It was as if he didn't have this tattoo, and when he looked at it with the eye of insight, there were no special hints either. Finally, something was visible on the system panel. Special Deed Spirit. When the promise to the Deed Spirit is completed, a master-slave contract can be formally signed, and the Deed Spirit will serve as the host slave, and cannot be betrayed for eternity. Current Deeded Spirit level, Red Coat level. Loyalty, 0, loyalty of 50 or more can be summoned to assist in battle. Friendliness, 50. Deeded Spirit ability, unsealed after formalizing the contract. Deed Spirit. Yi Xingxin had seen it on the official forum before. Players could sign a contract with ghosts and monsters under special circumstances, including but not limited to offering contracts, equal contracts, master-servant contracts, slave contracts, etc. The first is offering to ghosts and demons mainly, with the player as a servant, usually signed with a ghost or demon of unspeakable level or higher, or a demonic god. The second is a bit more friendly and is what most players who can sign a pact with a spirit choose. Both sides are friendly. And the good thing about this type of covenant is that it doesn't place much value on loyalty. The third and fourth were different. The player could control all of the ghosts and monsters, but if the loyalty was lower than 50, the ghosts and monsters wouldn't listen much to their master's commands, and even a little bit lower, there could be a case of devouring the master. Usually it is the player for the low-level ghosts and monsters to be able to sign this kind of contract. After all, if the player couldn't do anything about the ghost servant, not to mention signing the contract, it was considered good that he wasn't eaten alive. The reason why Yi Xingxin pensioned Black and Xiaohei was also to sign a contractual spirit with them, only that he didn't expect that he had upgraded a bit fast, and now he couldn't use them anymore. The little ghost girls of their own family, in fact, can also be signed, and even the master servant, slave type of contract can be successfully signed, but there is absolutely no need for it. So this thing is a bit of a chicken ribs for Yi Xingxin, and has not been able to get it. And the result is that now passively signed a contract. And it's not a formal kind of contract. It was the equivalent of a temp contract. And if one didn't fulfill the promise for her, then the contract wouldn't go into effect. The question is, when did you promise her? Promised what? How does one accomplish that? Wait, it can't be. It can't be about helping her take revenge, right? Yi Sheng Xian suddenly remembered that in order to call her out earlier, he said that he would help her take out her enemies. As soon as the words fell, the tattoo flickered as if it was responding to Yi Sheng Xian's words. It's over. Barbecue. Yi Sheng Xian wore a mask of pain, and he did so solely because the boy who caused Su Xian to commit suicide and Teacher Yi to be killed was not someone he could do anything about. In the underworld, the only people whose names, information can't be mentioned are the unspeakable and those bigwigs above them, and judging from the dream and the fact that Su Xian's speech is blocked by the garbled code later on, there must be a bigwig behind that cargo to help him block the information. And the ones who do that can only be immediate family members. But the good thing was that Su Xian had no ill will towards herself. Even if she couldn't fulfill her promise to help her take revenge, at most she wouldn't be able to sign the contract, and it wouldn't be so bad that she would be injured back. After thinking about it, Yi Sheng Xian lay down on the bed again and started to sleep. Now there were still a few hours until dawn, and with the potential danger lifted again, he could rest well. Perhaps it was because Yi Xingxin didn't run away, but instead lay down on the bed again. Su Xian's friendliness even went up by 5 points, but the sleeping Yi Sheng Xian didn't notice. In the morning, Yi Xingxin opened his eyes and first looked at the tattoo on his arm, realizing that it wasn't a dream before getting up and washing up. There was also some speculation about his sudden passing out last night. It should be caused by that faint fragrance in the room. Now that I smelled that scent again, it still smelled good, but there seemed to be something missing in it that appealed to some of me. Chapter 87, Su Yusin is late. Arriving at the office, Yi Xingxin found that the players were missing one. Su Yusin didn't come. Looking over to a few others, He noticed that they too had a puzzled look on their faces. Although it wasn't mandatory to meet at the office in the morning, the players had nowhere to go but to class. There couldn't be anyone who was still sleeping in the thriller game. Could there? Yi Xingxin looked at the course schedule. He was the first class. The second class was Su Yusen. If something happened that the teacher missed class, it was the same as directly giving up the identity of the teacher. All the ghost teachers, the ghost students would be able to take action against her with impunity. Did she go back to her dorm last night? We went back together, Chang Chulo said. They, being the only two girls in the playhouse, had talked together before going to bed. Didn't you see her in the morning? No, she usually goes to breakfast in the morning, so we didn't get together. Yi Sheng thought to himself, could it be that he encountered something in the cafeteria? But it doesn't make sense. She is a red dress level in the cafeteria unless she meets the principal. There is no cook that can leave her behind, even if it is director Zhang Daongzhan can't, and so far, also did not receive the game's tip that she died. But Yi Xingxin also did not have time to think about it. He was about to arrive at the time of the class, cannot care so much. As a result, just as Yi Xingxin left, Su Yusen rushed to the classroom with her stomach covered. A few others rushed forward to ask, but she ended up stuttering and saying that she didn't understand. After all, if a player died for no apparent reason, it would be a strain on the other players, and the unknown was the most terrifying. It wasn't until a few people dispersed and Chang Chulo asked her again in a low voice that she said the reason for her late arrival. I went out to the back playground yesterday and got hurt. You're too bold. What Su Yusen said was just a little bit, and there was something else that wasn't said. She came to her great aunt in the past few days. Originally it was nothing serious. The bad thing was that she was injured last night, causing her own ghost chi to be out of control. As a result, it triggered the aunt pains, and then a little bit of blood collapsed when she woke up in the morning, and it was only by virtue of the red dress's constitution that it was able to fight it off, or else she might have been the only high-level player to die from her bleeding great aunt. How could she be ashamed to say this kind of reason to the other players? Even Chang Chulu, who was also a girl, couldn't say it. In class 3, Yi Xingxin solved the dormitory problem that was plaguing him, and finally instead of sitting on the podium and fretting and thinking about things, he put his hands behind his back and walked back and forth in the class, watching the students study history on their own. After all, let him teach, he will not, but pretend to be still no problem. And ghost students after his conditioning in the past few days, one by one, extraordinarily self-conscious. On the end of this study, minutes to clear the north is not a problem, except for one person. Ghost, Li Pingping, what are you gawking at? All the other students are seriously memorizing. You can't take the lead in messing up. After squinting at him, Li Pingping lowered her head and started reading. Yi Xingxin really didn't mean to target him. Really. However, for a good face ghost, being named in public, the thoughts in his heart can be imagined. If it is not because he cannot do it, Li Pingping absolutely flipped on the spot. However, he had already thought of a way to deal with Yi Shang Xin, and now he was just waiting for an opportunity. Halfway through a lesson, Yi Xingxin thought to test the learning results of the students in the past 2 days. Don't they just pretend to be? It will be troublesome when it comes to the exam. But he hadn't fully read the textbook himself, so he couldn't just look at a catalog and ask a question. But this question was not difficult for Yi Xingxin. Everyone stopped for a moment. I decided to do a spot check on everyone's learning achievements in the past 2 days. For those who perform well, the teacher will have a reward later. And for those who don't perform well, the teacher will have some small punishments as well. Feng Ling Ling. 2. Hearing Yi Shang Xin name himself, Feng Ling Ling stood up with an excited face. It was time to let Brother Yi know his strength. As a result, Yi Xingxin did not ask her to answer the questions. Rather, you'll be the one to ask the questions below, and the scope of the questions will be the contents of these 2 days. So let's start now. Although he didn't have the chance to perform, the fact that Brother Yi had given such an important task to himself showed that he still valued him. Otherwise, why not give it to someone else? He must ask good questions and not let Brother Yi down. With this thought, Feng Lingling began to ask tricky questions. Tricky method put in have something to say. The result is perhaps Yi Xingxin's previously promised reward is too tempting ghost. As a result, perhaps the rewards Yi Xingxin promised before were too tantalizing. All the students who were questioned actually really memorized the contents of the book and answered with no problem at all. A lesson quickly ended in Feng Lingling's questions. Surprisingly, none of the students were hard to get, which made Feng Lingling feel a little embarrassed about her face. But Yi Xingxin is very happy. His teaching is still very good. The students can remember the knowledge so clear and solid. After the examination must be no problem. While there were still a few minutes left, he decided to make good on his promise to give out rewards to the students. Letting the student A at the door go and fetch 2 jugs of water over. Yi Xingxin took out 100 milliliters of weak water and blended it in, then distributed it to everyone in the class. Although the concentration is a little lower, but the students are still very satisfied. After all, it is weak water. Usually cannot get this kind of good stuff. But also what bicycle ah. Although Li Pingping was a little hard to look at, but he didn't refuse. After all, he couldn't drink the weak water at home. Don't look at himself as the son of the city lord, but according to his father's words, he is even more important to set a good example. But his own sister, she didn't drink less. Although Li Pingping does not recognize the identity of his sister control, for his father is the title of the daughter slave but hate to be widely spread throughout the underworld. After the rewards were distributed and the bell for the end of class rang, Yi Xingxin specifically took another 50 milliliters of weak water and gave it to Feng Lingling as a reward for her asking questions for herself. After Yi Xingxin left, Feng Lingling held the small bottle in her hand with a happy expression. The other students all looked at the bottle in her hand enviously, but no one dared to grab it. The majesty of the big sister is not to be blasphemed. Wow! Big sister was actually rewarded by her teacher with the weak water original liquid. Don't you see what kind of relationship we have, degree? Returning to the office, he also saw the pale Su Yusen, but she was about to go to class, and Yi Xingxin didn't ask her what she did before. At this time, Zhang Dayon walked in and said to Yi Xingxin, "Teacher, Yi just got out of class, right?" Although he knew that Zhang Dayon did not have good intentions, Yi Xingxin was not in a good position to roll his eyes right now and still coped by saying, "That's right. Well, later on, I'll trouble Mr. Yi to go to the back playground for a bit to help mow the lawn. There is a soccer field on the playground and the grass on it needs to be mowed to the right height. It is too high and interferes with the students playing soccer." Chapter 88 Lawnmower Daring to Chase Love. Although Yi Xingxin was not good at turning his face directly, but for Zhang Dayon who wanted to harm himself would not let him have a good time. The moment he finished his words and turned to leave, Yi Xingxin blew a breath in his direction. Ghostbusters, after blowing out the 3 lamps of essence, the other party is directly cool. Zhang Dayon felt a cloudy wind blowing. His body involuntarily shivered, tightened the suit on his body, and muttered that it was going to be windy. Leaving the back playground, according to the information Yi Xingxin got in the past 2 days, entering during non-school hours will trigger a taboo, but there is no problem entering during school hours, so he didn't think much about it, and Su Yusen's gym class will be held there later. "Mr. Su, come along?" Su Yusen covered her stomach and stood up, nodding at Yi Xingxin. The two of them walked towards the playground together. The two accompanied the class bell to the playground. Su Yusen had to go to class. Yi Xingxin himself came to the location of the soccer field, where the tools had already been placed. Although he knew that it was Zhang Dayon who was purposely making things difficult, but that's how it is in the thriller game. Unless you are ready to lift the table for things arranged by your superiors, you have to go and fulfill them. It was good that in terms of tools, Zhang Dayon didn't get a bunch of unusable ones, but he didn't have any good intentions. The lawnmower, for example, the thing is surprisingly alive, like a vending machine, with its own hands, feet, nose and eyes. A living person? Interesting. After it spoke, it shut up. And you think that's a good thing? Wrong. It's not talking anymore, but it's not on either. What's the point of an immobile lawnmower? But against this kind of mechanical ghost, Yi Shangxian had his own experience, put the mower down and went to the vending machine and purchased a bottle of ghost oil and a bottle of lube. There is no need for violence when problems can be solved with money. And this operation of Yi Shangxian was rewarded with a message from the mower. Since you're not a specialized gardener, you'll trigger the playground's taboos by mowing the lawn, and they'll mark you, and you'll have to be careful at night to be safe. There aren't many living people with eyes like yours. 200 plutonium to get an important piece of information is a bloody good deal. A different player with that kind of access would be willing to go for 2,000. Not to mention 200. Players who haven't brushed up on their vending machine favorites don't know that the vending machine's menu is surprisingly page-turning. This is required for the vending machine to operate itself. Otherwise the player will only see the page it displays. A lot of new players in the newbie copies are pitched by the vending machine. The latter strength up not to say revenge vending machine, but also will not go to brush goodwill. Basically is to take the things and go. All players are estimated to have channels only for Yi Shangxian. Of course there are people who vandalize vending machines, and the result is that the vandalism is fun for a while, but the ashes are raised afterwards. Don't look at them as just little ghosts at the wandering spirit level, but they are found throughout the underworld. And ghosts of all levels are honestly paying money for things. Just think for yourself, and feed the oil and lubricant mower. Do not even need to Yi Xingxin hand operation, their own spread the joy of running. Soon a lawn is finishing. Of course Yi Shangxian was also unknowingly marked. Zhang Dayon's arrangement was completed perfectly, And Yi Xingxin sat down and started talking to the lawnmower again, ready to ask what the taboo of the playground really was. Dude, I can't talk about that, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you. Just don't fall asleep and get snuck up on. That guy can ignore the rules of the dorms and enter at will. Although the lawnmower didn't say much, Yi Shengxin still extracted the keywords. Ignoring the dormitory rules means that one is useless even if one honestly doesn't go out. In a normal copy, the dormitories are considered safe zones, as long as you don't go out and open the windows. This time it stumbled upon the unexpected. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had spoken. The lawnmower transformed into a chatterbox and his mouth never stopped talking. You don't know. The new sprayer that came in a while ago was so hot. Blah blah blah. In the distance, after arranging for the students to move freely, Su Yusin walked to the flat ground next to her and sat down directly, her face ugly as she covered her stomach. Phone Lingling bounced to Yi Xingxin, and Li Tsuetsuei stopped in her tracks when she saw this. Brother Yi, are you here to see me? Looking at her expectant eyes, Yi Shengxin of course said sincerely, no, I knew. Kids don't think about that nonsense. Studying hard is the right thing to do. Poof. Phone Lingling said that she didn't want to talk to her bad brother, but she didn't leave either and sat on her but next to Yi Shengxin. Looking at the girl's aggrieved expression, Yi Xingxin reached out and rubbed her hair messily. You should play more with ghosts your own age. Don't. They're too childish. For all oh. Yi Xingxin said that there is no difference between the underworld and the present world. Girls are more precocious than boys? Brother Yi, if I do well in this exam, can you promise me a condition? Yeah, what terms did you say? I won't tell you first, let's wait until the exams are over. You promised me. You can't go back on your promise, or else I'll pester Sister Mori every day so that she can't be with you. When she finished, the girl bounced away again, her cheeks red. Dude, you can do it, totally take the pinch. Show me how it's done. I want to take the sprayer. First handsome, and then educated? Then you can get the right to choose your spouse first? How to teach this thing? Yi Xingxin said that he really didn't understand. It must be because of the reason that he is handsome. Makes sense. With a handsome profile like mine and sharp teeth, the sprayer will be mesmerized by me. And thanks to your lube, I feel rejuvenated by all the parts of my body now. No more chatting with you. Off to find my sprayer. The lawnmower finished and took off in a huff. Yi Xingxin could only wish it what its heart desired. It was fine here too. So Yi Shengxin was ready to go back to the office and wait for school to end. As a result, when he passed by Su Yusin, he noticed that her face didn't look right and asked, Teacher Su, are you alright? Do you want me to buy you a bottle of healing medicine? No, healing pills don't work. The skill looking and smelling was ineffective for players, but the eye of insight suggested that she was having menstrual cramps, and Yi Xingxin knew why she had said that the healing medicine was useless. After all, a great aunt is not an injury, but for solving menstrual cramps, one has learned the tricks of the trade. I helped Trisha Lee with her treatment before and the feedback was great. Are you having menstrual cramps? I'm familiar with this one. I can massage your acupoints and soon you won't be in pain. Why are you familiar with this? Su Yusin was so surprised that she forgot about the pain. Ahem. Don't get me wrong. I just read about massages in a book. Why would you read a book like that? Chapter 89, the scene is suspicious. Why are you so curious? Do you still want to be treated? Then I'll trouble Mr. Yi. Yi Xingxin lifted one of Su Yusin's legs and pressed the Sanyinjio point with precision. And after massaging both legs separately, he asked, how does it feel? Better? A little better. That's fine. Now switch to the other point, and you jerk your pants leg up a little. The second point is the blood C point inside the leg wrist behind the knee. Su Yusin is wearing long pants. Yi Xingxin is not good to go to jack people's girls' pants without saying a word. People who hadn't massaged acupoints. Feeling this kind of soreness and swelling for the first time was very unpleasant. Just now when she massaged the Sanyinjio acupoint, Su Yusin still forced herself not to make a sound, but this time she really couldn't hold it back. But the battle-hardened Yi Xingxin was completely unmoved. Although this sound of hers was a bit coquettish, it was still far from the old CG Lumori. For the first time by a heterosexual cupped legs pressing Su Yusin's skin reddened, he himself also let out such a shameful sound, lowered his head and completely did not dare to look at Yi Xingxin. As the massage of the two legs ended, Yi Shengxin asked again, how is it now? Much better, but it still hurts. In fact, the pain right now, Su Yusin was already completely tolerable, but she unconsciously wanted Yi Xingxin to continue massaging herself. There are 2 more points, but, hearing Yi Xingxin's words, Su Yusin said, Trouble Teacher Yi, the location of these 2 points is not very convenient. Where? Su Yusin thought that it was in the private place, although she had a much better feeling about Yi Xingxin. the private place was still not allowed. One in the small of the back and one in the instep. Su Yusun breathed a sigh of relief. Modern society. Summertime girls show waist and feet are very normal. Even if it is touched by people is not a big deal. But not ancient times. Was seen feet to be married to each other. Then I'll trouble Mr. Yi. Getting the consent. Yi Xingxin lifted her blouse upwards a bit, revealing the uterine point below the navel, and massaged and rubbed it according to the technique he learned earlier. The touch here was even more sensitive than on her legs, and Su Yusun once again made an involuntary sound, and it broke off. She covered her mouth, but it had little effect. However, with Yi Xingxin's massage, the crushing pain in her abdomen lessened a lot, and she was basically fine. But she was enjoying the massage somewhat and felt so comfortable that she didn't call it off. After the uterus point was pressed, the next step was the Taichung point. Yi Xingxin took off Su Yusun's shoes, and his brows unconsciously frowned. A gym teacher, exercising for most of the class, with feet that smelled slightly sour. It's just that fairies can't come and smell good. Although Yi Xingxin quickly relaxed her frown, it was still seen by Su Yusun. It made her already shy body even hotter. Or forget it. It's okay, it's down to the last point. Taichung point is located on the dorsal side of the foot, in the depression before the union of the first and second metatarsal bones. Since it was the first time he was looking for this acupuncture point, Yi Xingxin held Su Yusun's jade foot in one hand, and with the other hand, he tentatively pressed to find the depression. The location was still easy to find. Yi Shengxian was concentrating on the massage. Su Yusun secretly looked at his face. The heart thought that he should also find a boyfriend, or one day died in the game, or a yellow flower girl. Without some experience blood loss since entering the game, hovering between life and death every time, and unwilling to sell her body for someone else's help, she has absolutely no time for romance. This time, when I met a man who was handsome, strong, and had a good heart, maybe I could try to fall in love. Even if I died in the game afterward, it wouldn't be a loss, right? Mr. Su? Mr. Su? Ha? What's wrong? It's done. How do you feel? I don't feel any pain anymore. Thank you, Mr. Yi. That's good then. Why don't you put your shoes on? Class should be over soon too. Oh, good. Su Yusun started to sit up to put on her shoes when Phone Lingling ran over again. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Phone Lingling's pair of big eyes swept back and forth over the two men's bodies. A lone man and a woman. The woman is putting on her shoes. There is still dirt and grass stained on her clothes. She should have been lying down just now. The scene is very suspicious. Combined with the novels she has read before, Phone Lingling felt that she had guessed it. At that moment, his little mouth pouted, and his heart became even more aggravated. Isn't that just older than me? I'm still growing. Humph. With a petulant grunt, Phone Lingling ran away in aggravation. The look in Phone Lingling's eyes just now gave Su Yusun a strange feeling of being caught cheating. It was soon behind her, though, and as the bell rang for the end of class, the two returned to the office in pairs. Su Yusun moved her stool and sat next to Yi Xingxin and asked, "How many times have you entered a copy, Teacher Yi?" Yi Xingxin also did not think too much. "Anyway, nothing, gossip. About 4, 5, 6 times? What asterisk 4? All 4 players, except the one going to class." Gasped. 5 or 6 times and you're in red? What kind of copy did you enter? Not to mention Su Yusun, all the other players of the night level have entered dozens of times less. So how did you meet Mr. Chu? Didn't we all just get here? She and my girlfriend are neighbors. We met in the neighborhood. Ha? Mr. Yi, you have a girlfriend? Su Yusun's tone was a bit lost. Yeah, you guys met the other day. 2 days ago? That female ghost? Isn't that one the Qiling? The other players weren't sure, but Su Yusun was aware of the Chevalier's spirit. But he's always going to be in the present world. I just wonder if he has a girlfriend in the present world? Mr. Yi, let's exchange contact information. When we get out of the game, we can get together. After all, how can we be considered friends who have lived and died together? For Su Yusun's proposal, Yi Xingxin did not refuse. He himself had basically no friends in the present world right now, and it was fine to make one. Boss Yi, let's exchange as well. Thanks to you this time. I'll treat you to dinner when we get out. No one would turn down such a good opportunity to hug a thigh. Yi Xingxin and a few people all exchanged contact information, after which, the other 3 had the presence of mind to sit back in their seats. Although she didn't know what had happened between the two, Su Yusun was clearly attached to Yi Xingxin and had been prying for news about him. Don't be a light bulb and get in the way yourself. After all, Su Yusun is also a red coat level big brother. Can't afford to mess with it. When it came to the end of school, Yi Xingxin was ready to find Zhu Qingwan to go to dinner together. But it turned out that Su Yusun also followed him. Zhu Qingwan secretly gave Yi Xingxin a thumbs up. Chapter 90, Brother-in-Law. When will you go back to see my sister? In the cafeteria, Yi Xingxin brought Su Yusin and Xu Qingwan to buy a good meal and was just about to start eating when Li Pingping and Feng Lingling also gathered around. Brother Yi, can I eat here? Feng Lingling didn't buy her favorite food, but picked out some meals that players could eat, wanting to taste what it tasted like. Li Pingping, on the other hand, carried a plate of fresh offal as I did, and after greeting Xu Qingwan, she sat down opposite Yi Xingxin. Not only is Mr. Yi on good terms with the ghost teacher, but he's even so friendly with the two ghost students who are the hardest to discipline? How did that happen? Su Yusin began to make up a big scene in her own head. Brother-in-law, when are you going back to see my sister? She misses you so much every day that she can't eat or sleep. But, ahem. The rice that Yi Xingxin had just entered his mouth sprayed out directly, and Xu Qingwan and Su Yusin, who were beside him, one helped to wipe their mouths with paper towels, and the other helped to pat their backs. Are you crazy? Pinky Lee. From the moment he sat over, Yi Shengxin felt that something was wrong. This little kid must be holding something bad. Otherwise, it was usually too late to avoid himself. And sure enough, when he opened his mouth, the idea in Yi Shengxin's heart came true. A sister controller suddenly says this, and to say there's no ghosts, the ghosts won't believe it. Xu Qingwan looked at Yi Xingxin with a strange expression on her face. Little Yi and Li Guire still have this kind of relationship nah. Awesome. No, Sister Qingwan. Listen to me. You don't have to explain it to me. Do they know? Looking at his goddess wiping other men's mouths, Zhang Dayong's teeth crunched in hatred and swallowed it with a mouthful of blood. Thinking grimly, you only have half a day left to live. Li Pingping, you're out there so corrupting your sister's reputation. Does she know? But brother-in-law, I'm telling the truth. Mr. Zhu knows I never lie. Humph. I hate Brother Yi the most. Feng Lingling cried and ran away. She didn't know Li Guire. Even Li Pingping had only recently transferred here. For this guy who stole the position of the boss of his class as soon as he arrived. Originally Feng Lingling had a problem with it. Can't explain it. Seeing her own scheme slightly effective, Li Pingping heart secretly happy. Is strange why Mr. Zhu is not angry? Shouldn't she yell at him for being a scumbag, and then hold the meal over his head and leave in anger? Su Yusin was also numb. How many female ghosts did he have? Why did another one come out? Shouldn't she be more cautious? After returning to the office after lunch, no matter how Yi Shengxin explained, Xu Qingwan had a look of I get it. Su Yusin also sort of understood what was going on with Li Guire, and at the same time had some knowledge of Yi Xingxin's charm for female ghosts. That's outrageous. Okay, is that really something a normal player can do? But what's the deal with having so many female ghosts and looking so physically fit and fine? Kind of like, in the previous copies, she had also seen what happened to those color-crazed players in the end. The better ones could survive for a few days, but they were also as thin as a hemp pole and died quickly. The ones that came close were adultess on the spot. When you think about it like that, there's something about Boss Yi. Although I have never had a boyfriend, but I also know that the physical quality of the male partner, directly related to the quality of life happiness after all. One by one, the players returned to the office, except for Yang Junyan. When he was eating, he saw a female teacher from one of the other classes. Although her looks weren't top-notch, she looked like a very well-behaved and cute little family. Students who greeted them also responded with smiles, and Yang Junyan himself as a listed company's boss. Can be said that there is no lack of women, and to cope with women's means and it's clever. It's not just about throwing money at it, but it will take all sorts of little touches. So he has several women in the present world who are aware of each other's existence but have a harmonious relationship. Plus, in the past 2 days, I have seen that Yi Xingxin is mixing like a fish in water in the copy because he teased a female ghost teacher. So if he is so much better than him and has been through 100 battles, it would not be easy for him to take down a silly white sweet female ghost? Why didn't you think of it earlier? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have had to spend money to hire someone to fight for me, and now I might be at the blood coat level. That's a very good way to get through it. 2. With that thought in mind, he very elegantly straightened his clothes, his hair, and walked over with his meal. During the meal, one person and one ghost talked hotly, making that female ghost laugh nonstop. You're too funny too, Mr. Yang. Why didn't I get to know you earlier? It's not too late to get to know each other. Mr. Liu, it's not like our meeting was destined to happen. You're right. By the way, you just said you were living in 405? It's not a prosperous place to live. It was originally closed off, and the school teachers were afraid to live there. So I don't know how you guys thought of living there. Ha? Why? No one said anything. Director Zhang gave the arrangement directly. Yang Junyan's heart rejoiced. He hadn't set out the information himself. No one lives in that room 404, I believe. So as long as you don't open that door, you should be fairly safe. 404? Yang Junyan thought for a moment. Isn't this the one where Mr. Yi lives? 404 is occupied. What? Nothing happened to him? Teacher Lu's unbelievable expression made Yang Junyan's heart tighten. How to look at this expression? The person who lives there will definitely have an accident? No, nothing happened. Strange, but you can't keep living in 405. It's dangerous, but I don't have any other place to stay either. Yang Junyan pretended to be at a loss for words and said, thinking in his heart that he would quickly invite me to stay at your place, and then he himself would go straight to the bases and take it. Yang Junyan was still confident in his means. Sure enough, Mr. Yang, why don't you move to my place? The place where you live now is just too dangerous. That's not good. Backing off is a way in. I can't watch you in danger. I'll move there now. Teacher Lu didn't wait for the food to finish, pulling up Yang Junyan's hand and leaving. Teacher Lu, this isn't good. I'm a man staying in your room. It's not good for your reputation if it gets out. Always thinking for the other party, brushing off good feelings. Then, you be my boyfriend so that people won't say anything. Teacher Lu spoke without even thinking. There was a hint of eagerness in her voice, like she was disregarding everything for Yang Junyan's safety. Yang Junyan half-heartedly followed Mr. Lu out of the cafeteria. The students at the tables around them started whispering after they left. How many days do you think that living man will live? I'm guessing a day. I just heard him talking. Weirdly nice, coaxing Mr. Lu to laugh. I guess it's 3 days. Stop it. No living person taken by Mr. Lu has ever survived more than 2 days. I'm guessing 2. Other students spoke up. Chapter 91, Death of Yang Junyan. Yang Junyan, because he often looks for someone to fight for him, does not know the horror of the female ghost, and sees that Yi Xingxin is not as strong as himself. After all, so many women usually do not pay attention to fitness. How to do. A man and a ghost first took his items in the 405 and then came to Mr. Lu's dormitory. Just entering the door, before Yang Junyan could speak, Ms. Lu couldn't wait to kiss. How long has it been since you've seen a man so anxious? I'll let you see my Yang Haiwang's methods today. After kissing for less than a minute, Yang Junyan was ready to start climbing, only to realize that he didn't have the strength to lift his hands, and that's when he felt something was wrong. But there wasn't an ounce of strength left in his body to struggle. Mr. Lu, how do you? Teacher Yang, since you like me and I like you, why don't you stay with me? We'll always be together. No one can separate us. Looking at Yang Junyan, who was lying on the ground, Ms. Lu, with a wildly sickly smile, reached down to undress him as she spoke, then lowered his head and bit on it. Ah, what a wonderful purr. What delicious flesh and blood. Leave me alone, please. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. But the more he said this, the more hideous Mr. Lu's expression became, and the harder his mouth became. She was born a freshly minted teacher at a school and ended up being madly pursued by a high-flying teacher from the same school who thought she had met her true love. Turns out the other guy was totally exposed after she got pregnant. She was still fantasizing about their married life. But the other party said icily, I just see that you are good looking, and I haven't played with this type before. After throwing down several piles of money, he added, you obediently go to get an abortion. Then I can adopt you. I have plenty of money. As long as you are still as well behaved as before, I will not care about today's matter. A comment that straight away made her heart turn to dust and she leapt down from the dormitory window, incidentally pulling the other down as well. After coming to the underworld, the other party also became the first ghost she ate. At the same time there is a shift in personality. Whenever a male, human or ghost, says he wants to be with him, then the result would be to enter her belly and never be separated again. Soon, only Mr. Lu and the blood-soaked clothes on the floor remained in the room. Mr. Lu wiped his mouth with his hand, gently patted his stomach and said, this way no one can separate us. Picking up the clothes on the floor, and opened the closet and hung them in carefully with a clothes prop for fear of wrinkling them. Just see the closet with dozens of men's clothes in different sizes. The players in the office waiting for class suddenly received a system prompt. Player Yang Junyan died. Current remaining players 5-inch. Ding. Player death detected. Begin to collect reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 8,000 ghost chi, 10,000 plutonium coins, 1 ghost limousine, 1 blue water ghost mechanical watch, 1 box of black lung cigars, 10, and 3 bottles of 8,000 la fight. What's all this mess? Yi Shang Xian's whispered tirade was heard by the other players. Mr. Yi, what did you say? Nothing, I just want to know how he died. Yi Shang Xian's thoughts were what the other players also wanted to know as well. As far as the current situation is concerned, as long as you don't go to death, you should be able to pass the level smoothly. Ah, our old players? Except for a certain pervert with the surname Yi. Yang Junyan's gaming experience is actually not much, not to mention that he is also a night level, which he totally paid to get. In addition to getting substitutes, you also pay people to help you get through the game. Not all players have a lot to gain. He then offered to pay for it when he got out, and naturally someone helped. Finally the late night ghost level, level 15. Feeling like a master. Before entering this copy by himself. Cool results. Even if Ms. Lu didn't eat him, he couldn't get off if he did get into bed. And on that point, Ah Shang's character had something to say about it. Not all players have dual cultivation feats like Yi Shang Xin. Yang Junyun's death caused the somewhat slack players to raise their hearts once again. This was a thriller game after all, and it had gone by too smoothly before because of Yi Shang Xin's operation. Yi Xingxin looked at the obtained things for a long time without words. What kind of crap stuff is this other than the regular ghost gas, plutonium, and ghost sedan? Black lung cigars are not like those cigarettes that you have acquired before. This one is specially supplied for players to smoke. But it doesn't add a hint of ghostly energy to either ghosts or people. It's something that some little ghosts come up with to make money. To say it's special is one thing, it's expensive. This box costs 4,000 or 5,000 plutoniums less. 8,000-year-old Lafite is the same, only more expensive. And the watch, which you don't wear yourself and isn't a ghostly or demonic object, is of no use at all except to pretend to let others know you have money. Might as well give some low-level ghost weapons. The key to this is that this stuff is not good enough to go out. Ordinary players can't afford it. They have money to buy things that enhance their strength. Rich players also each have channels to buy. Use single retail. Others are still afraid that you participate in the fake it. Soon, the class bell rang, and Wei Mingxiu picked up the textbook and trembled as he went out. After all, he had the lowest rank among several players, and Yang Junyun, who was 2 levels higher than himself, was cool. If he had just come in, he wouldn't have been scared like this. But after 2 days of comfort, he was completely unprepared for such a surprise. Aside from Su Yusen, the other 2 looked at Yi Xingxin pitifully, which meant, "Big brother, save me." Su Yusen was holding her own strength, so she shouldn't die for no reason. Yi Xingxin was very curious about how Yang Junyun was cool, so he was ready to go out for a walk. Maybe he could ask for some clues. When he got up, he touched the hearts of the players. "I'm going out, so you guys stay here in peace. Teacher Yi, I'll join you." Su Yusen followed and stood up, thinking that the 2 red-robed levels were not saying that they could walk sideways here, but they were still safer than being with the 2 Lich Demon levels. After leaving the door, Su Yusen asked Yi Xingxin what she thought about this matter, but he's got a hairy opinion and doesn't know anything yet, because classes are in session. There is not a single ghost outside the classroom, but Yi Xingxin's eyes lit up and saw a lawn under the teaching building, and the Lawnmower brothers were there. Maybe it saw something. Su Yusen didn't know what he was up to, but she hurriedly followed. As a result, he encountered Teacher Lu who was returning to his office in the hallway. Yi Xingxin nodded his head as a greeting and hurried downstairs with Su Yusen. "Surprisingly indifferent to me? Interesting," Mr. Lu muttered. She seemed to have mastered a special ability as she ate more and more males, which was that every male who saw her likeness was very much in line with the other's aesthetic. It's also this buggy passivity that is causing so many men to suffer. Chapter 92, Shocking Su Yusen's Troublesome Operation. "Dude, what's up?" Yi Xingxin patted the lawnmower under Su Yusen's astonished gaze. A pair of big eyes appeared from the lawnmower's gas tank and saw Yi Xingxin. "It's you. Why do you think the sprayer's sister didn't agree to be with me?" For this kind of love between machinery, Yi Shang Xin also has no experience. Who knows because of what? Seeing that Yi Shang Xin couldn't say anything either, the lawnmower closed his eyes again, with a self-absorbed look, not wanting to speak. "Why don't you say where the sprayer is and I'll go ask for you?" Swish! The big eyes opened again, looking at Yi Xingxin with an expectant face and asked, "Really? You are willing to help me?" I can't guarantee it'll work out. Need to check things out first." "It's okay, as long as you're willing to help me. She's there in the little garden right now." Yi Shang Xin led Su Yusen towards the small garden, and Su Yusen wanted to speak. "What's up? Want to say something? How did you manage to get mixed up with these kinds of tools as well? And is it even necessary? They're at best nightmare level. Most of the ghosts in the tool category are wandering spirits, grudge ghost level, and only a very few of them make it to the Li ghost level, which is already at its limit." Su Yusen saw absolutely no need to get on good terms with them. After all, their help was really limited. Don't underestimate any creature that can communicate. They will always be able to help you at a particular time. Su Yusen was pondering, so was that why he was able to redshirt level so few times? For helping any ghosts and then triggering tons of hidden quests? Soon, the 2 came to the small garden. Yi Xingxin looked at the sprayer in front of her and just wanted to curse. Su Yusen also felt speechless, because this sprayer is really just a sprayer. The pure tool kind. and I don't know which cutie designed it and got a pink case. It's no wonder lawnmowers fall in love at first sight. But is that cross-species love? What's the deal now? If it's communicative, there's always a way to get her to accept the lawnmower, whether it's by bullying her or by reasoning with her. As a result, it is now completely impossible to engage. Su Yusin is out of options. As a result, he saw Yi Xingxin pondering, and then had an expression of success. You figured it out? We'll find out later. Let's go back. The two were soon back at the mower. Well, the lawnmower looked at Yi Shengxin expectantly. I've already been to see her, and the reason she won't say yes to you is because she's shy and not very good at expressing herself. But she hasn't rejected you either, has she? So you should be persistent and nice to her and then just take her home. She won't say no. Really? So that's how it is. Thank you so much. By the way, what is it that you came to see me about? As long as I can help you, I will definitely not refuse. Su Yusin was dumbfounded by Yi Xingxin's tawdry maneuver. This is even possible? Learning to be useless? Learning to be useless. But in fact, there was certainly a role for Yi Shengxin's skillful tongue in this. If ordinary players follow suit, the lawnmower's chain will teach you to be human again. Mr. Young, who was with us, do you know what he went to do? Yi Shengxin described Yang Junyan's appearance. Well, I seem to have seen him go away with Ms. Lu at noon. Just that long and well-behaved Ms. Lu. He should have cooled off. The people and ghosts that were taken away by Mr. Lu never survived more than 3 days. You should be careful of Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu? The one we just saw in the hallway? Yi Xingxin and Su Yusin froze. It was true that ghosts could not be seen, but it's an irrevocable fact that most people have a good first impression of good-looking creatures. Knowing the cause of death, Yi Sacred Heart said goodbye to the lawnmower and left to return to the office with 20 Hail Mary points. How's it going, big guy? It's already roughly known how he died. Yi Xingxin gave a few people a rundown, and did not tell how he had poked around to get the information. But seeing Su Yusin nodding her head from the side, several people didn't doubt it anymore. After all, what could they do even if they suspected? Yi Xingxin, who didn't have classes in the afternoon, was lying on the table and chatting with the little girl ghost, and Su Yusin wanted to find him to talk, but when she saw him lying on his back, she thought that he hadn't slept well last night, so she didn't bother him. Yi, I heard from Stranger's Clothes that you work as a teacher at the school? That's right. Wanna come play? No, it's expensive to make a trip, Lian Xianxian said as she forced down her heart's longing. After all, it takes 10,000 plutonium to go there once, and an average player doesn't gain that much from all the proceeds of a single copy. Come on, I don't have class this afternoon. I'm bored, and besides, this is nothing. Yi Xingxin have said so. Lian Xianxian also no longer excuses. Let Yi Xingxin wait for a few minutes. Dressed up a bit to the school opposite. The sudden appearance of the ghost in red startled both the people and the ghosts in the house. As a result, he watched as a ghost that was clearly not the same ghost as before pounced into Yi Shengxin's arms. Brother Yi, is there a night-ranked black cat named Xiaohei that you raised? Someone sent it to me 2 days ago. Is Blackie here already? She's adopted by me and just happened to be a companion for old Blackie. The two spoke without avoiding people, causing players to call out the outrageousness of the situation. You have a ghost cat besides a female ghost? It's also a night ghost level. Is this a big brother's pet? I'm only night ghost level. And what's it sound like? There's a pet of some species called Old Black? Is this really a thriller game? Teacher Yi, who is this? Su Yusin asked with a slight hint of acidity. This is my girlfriend Lian Xianxian. Xianxian. This is Ms. Su Yusin Su. Lian Xianxian just nodded. Except for Yi Xingxin. The little girl ghost's attitude towards other players right now was just not hostile or friendly. Put in an online game, it's a neutral camp. At this time, the bell rang for the end of class, and Zhu Qingwan also returned, and happily greeted the little girl ghost when she saw her. Although the two ghosts didn't live in the same building, Lian Xianxian was often with Lu Moe, so she naturally had a good relationship with Zhu Qingwan. Wei Mingxiu didn't know what was happening in the office and carefully sat back in his seat, behaving very well. The state of affairs is now unknown, and I fear that I may be accidentally karma'd. Finally getting through to the end of school, Yi Xingxin brought a bunch of people to the cafeteria. Originally, he was only taking the little girl ghost and Zhu Qingwan with him, but Su Yusin insisted on following. The two red-robed bigwigs together. The other three hurriedly followed. At least this would be safer. And so the ranks grew. Eatingly Pingping saw a few people at a glance. Last time Zhu Qingwan did not react. This time Lian Xianxian he knew. This is Yi Xingxin's real girlfriend. And shouted from a great distance. Brother-in-law, come and eat. Sit here. The position he was sitting in was exactly exclusive to Zhu Qingwan. Just to wait for this kind of situation. Once Yi Xingxin came over, others would think that he was called over by himself. Chapter 93, 3 Crafts Enthusiasts. Li Pingping's voice caused all the ghosts in the cafeteria to look at the line at the door. Being watched by so many ghosts, the 3 nightly ghost-level players' faces turned pale. There were students and teachers from other classes in the school here, besides the students of Class 3, who hadn't been instructed not to harm the players. Some of the malicious ones even drooled and looked ready to charge. If not for Zhu Qingwan being with them, they might have to come to the buffet. Lian Xianxian also looked over when she heard Li Pingping's words, recognizing him at a glance, and the image of Li Guire also came to her mind. At the very least, the appearance and body are worthy of Yi. As for being jealous and angry or even turning against each other, that is purely Li Pingping thinking too much. Lian Xianxian is an existence that can send other women, Li Feifei, to Yi Xingxin's bed. As long as Yi is happy, he can do whatever he wants. After playing the meal and sitting down, Li Pingping watched Lian Xianxian clip the meal and feed Yi Xingxin. In a trance, not listening to her words? Why is there no reaction? Speaking again, he said, "Brother-in-law, my sister's birthday is in a few days. Are your gifts ready?" The word brother-in-law was even purposely emphasized, too prominent to be heard clearly. "Ha? When?" Yi Xingxin said that he didn't know. Li Guire didn't say anything either. 3 more days. Brother-in-law, aggravation, you can't just send something to perfume my sister. At the same time, Li Pingping's eyes kept glancing at Lian Xianxian, wondering in her heart, how did she not react? Not a single feeling of anger. This is not psychic. 3 days? That's not enough time. 3 days later, one is still in the school copy, and after looking around, there wasn't any suitable gift on himself. The players also saw Li Pingping's intentionality. After all, in every sentence, just brother-in-law 2 words and loud, but also the word, afraid of people cannot hear clearly. Then they looked at the female ghost following beside Yi Shengxin. They weren't stupid. This little ghost was digging a hole for him. As a result, Lian Xianxian still fed the rice with a gentle and virtuous expression on her face, looking at them blankly. It's the kind of thing that no one else could stand, let alone a temperamental ghost. After all, what woman can tolerate someone mentioning other women in front of her? You can sneak around in private and still pretend you don't know, but you ended up deliberately coming to provoke, didn't you? Seeing that Lian Xianxian never reacted, Li Pingping thought that she must be pretending, in front of so many people to give Yi Xingxin face only, in a weird atmosphere. The meal was finished. Yi Xingxin and Lian Xianxian returned to the dormitory. The players are close behind. They also thought that Lian Xianxian was too much of a spectator just now, and forced herself not to have a seizure. As a result, on the way, Lian Xianxian snuggled up to Yi Xingxin, as if nothing had happened just now. Returning to the dormitory, Yi Shengxin also put Li Guire's birthday gift behind her. It's not like I can go myself, so I'll make up for it when we meet next time. Now I have to wait for the playground taboo to come over, so I'll just settle it while the little ghost is there too. Lian Xianxian did not know that there would still be a taboo to come, and now that there was no one else in the 4 corners of the world, the thoughts in her heart could no longer be suppressed, and she directly pounced on Yi Xingxin. Anyone who has lived in a school dorm knows that you can't say that the soundproofing is very good, only that it's not good at all. The sound was clearly audible to the ears of several players. Su Yusin hadn't initially reacted to what was going on, thinking that a new spirit had appeared, staring at the door of the room with a serious face, the attack in her hand poised to strike. Chang Chulu usually did not eat a lot of duck meat, and instantly reacted. Half an hour later brought a mop to mop the floor. Gradually Su Yusin also came back to her senses. She just hadn't experienced it. It's not like she's stupid. The 2 boys were soon ready. Su Yusin didn't do the craft, but she did brainstorm a big scene and had to go take a shower. While walking to the bathroom, he spat, "Are you an animal? It's been an hour." The shower overwhelmed her, scribbling and rinsing the side and immediately laying down under the covers. Cover your head with a pillow to forcefully block out the sound. Fell asleep in a daze. 2 hours later, Yi Shengxin and the little female ghost each went to take a bath. It also said that it was marked by a taboo and that it would be coming later, otherwise it has to be plum. The time came to 12 o'clock exactly, when Yi Shengxin was about to fall asleep. Finally came the feeling that the light and temperature of the room started to change. As a result, without waiting for the 2 to react, Yi Xingxin's arm flashed with red light, and with a snap, a hard object fell to the ground. The environment is back to normal. Yi, that taboo cooled off? Yi Xingxin looked at the Su Xin tattoo on her arm and thought, both were campus taboos, but obviously the one in the playground was quite a bit weaker, and was killed in direct seconds. In fact, that taboo had come long ago, just as the 2 went to take a bath, but it sensed a hint of the spirit's aura here, and dared not come in, hovering in the doorway. It wasn't until 12 o'clock, when his own strength grew and the spirit inside hadn't changed at all, probably just a residual scent, and the main body was no longer there, that he sneaked in. It turned out to be nothing, and then the equipment exploded. Yi Shangxian picked up the dropped item. It was a black jar, and vaguely visible inside were some paper cranes and paper stars. Lian Qianqian also noticed Yi Shengxin's arm. Brother Yi, this is a deed spirit? It's a contracted spirit that hasn't signed on yet. She was originally in this room. Not signed? Lian Qianqian was a bit confused. How did the Qiling rely on it if it wasn't signed? But thinking that this was his own brother Yi, was there any shortage of his various tawdry maneuvers? Now that the danger was lifted, Lian Qianqian licked the corner of her mouth and suddenly wanted to drink milk. Process skimmed. Waking up in the morning, Yi Xingxin began to clean up, threw the bed sheet into the bathroom, and came back to clean it at night after school. Opened the door and left the dormitory. Lian Qianqian ate and drank enough and left the school to return to the neighborhood home. Su Yusin opened her eyes. Her face was very unnatural. Last night after 12 o'clock even had that kind of dream, dreaming that she and Mr. Yi got up and took the sheets into the bathroom, took a brief shower, and rushed to the cafeteria. Her habit of eating breakfast has been preserved. The other three went straight to the office, their faces not looking very good, especially Chang Chulu, 2 boys at a time. And all things shall not affect the heart during the time of the Magi, fall asleep in a daze. Chang Chulu but an hour several times. The severe ghost-level body cannot carry although not so weak legs and feet cannot walk, but the spirit of fatigue is certain. As a result, he saw the spirited Yi Xingxin walk into the office with a bot bun. The big man is striking from all sides without discrimination. Yi Xingxin looked at the schedule. The third class in the morning was his own. Got a little bored up front and pulled out the gear that popped up during the night. Chapter 94, a 60% discounted red class female ghost. The cursed 1,000 paper cranes, a beautiful sentiment from your student days. Each paper crane grants a small wish. But of course, according to the conservation of matter equivalence, it requires you to pay the price of billions of points. The price can be offset by completing the task of the stars. Looking at this thing, Yi Xingxin knew with his toes that it wasn't that friendly. It would be completely like making a deal with the devil, obtaining something and having to pay a far superior price. Offsetting the cost with a star quest is even more of a pitfall. Maybe the quest requires something more. It's like when you pick up a voucher that looks like you can get one free whore, but you might get Cenobite or GA wasted. Just as she was about to put it away, a female ghost teacher on the side suddenly leaned over, her eyes staring at the bottle in Yi Xingxin's hand. Mr. Yi, can you sell me this thing? Hearing her words, the other ghost teachers also looked over, only to have their eyes quickly drawn to the bottle. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. This thing may have effects I don't know about. Yi Xingxin secretly said in his heart and hurriedly put it away. Mr. Yi, name your price. Whatever I have. Whatever you want. While speaking, he also pulled down his clothes, letting the scenery of the neckline show in front of Yi Shangxian's eyes. The meaning was self-evident, but the more she said this, the less Yi Shangxian wanted to give it to her. Watching their expressions grow more and more out of place, Yi Xingxin directly released his red clothes level aura. A few ghost teachers' bodies stiffened, remembering that this was an existence they couldn't afford to mess with, and sat down resentfully, though their eyes still looked over from time to time. At this time, Zhang Daong walked over and came straight to Yi Xingxin's side. Teacher Yi, the school is going to give you a major task. If you do a good job, the principal will raise your salary package. Humming a little song, Zhang Daong almost didn't die of shock when he passed by the third class office. Why is this guy so lucky? Can't even 2 taboos kill him? One plan doesn't work. Another one is born. The exams will be held tomorrow, and this time there will be a big shot coming over to inspect the school's teaching situation. And if the results are outstanding, they will increase their investment in the school. Although Zhang Daong wasn't sure exactly where the big shot was, but the one who could make the senior red-robed principal treat him so cautiously must have come from quite a big place. The principal asked him to take 2 teachers to the reception. Now there is a ready-made person. After observing over the past few days, he could also see that Yi Shangxian had no fear of ghosts. And big people usually value face. You're not as good as me, and you're still treating me with disrespect and fear. Isn't that a slap in my face? This is a good opportunity to send the door to Yi Shangxian to receive. Once you have offended the big man, the district is a red coat level. Let's see how you can still survive. Thinking about his plan, Zhang Daong almost didn't laugh out loud. Looking at the corners of his mouth that were unconsciously hooked up, Yi Xingxin knew that he must not be holding his farts. But Director Zhang, it's almost time for my class. You can't turn down a leader when there's nothing going on, but now there's business. The rules of each copy are actually in the main quest, so Yi Xingxin this is also considered a legitimate reason and does not violate the rules. Zhang Daong glanced at the course schedule. Yi Xingxin was the third class, there was still quite a lot of time left. It's okay, Mr. Yi, it won't keep you from coming back to class. It looks like it can't be denied. What was it that made the school take it so seriously? It's just hosting a few VIPs. Not a big deal. Zhang Daong was inconsistent in what he said, saying one moment that it was important and the next that it was not a big deal. Just the acting is embarrassingly keyed up. Mr. Su should come along too. Just the two of them are stronger. You can't arrange for a bunch of pawns to receive a big shot. For being selected, Su Yusen was a bit excited. This was the rhythm of encountering a hidden mission. She was not aware that Zhang Daong wanted to trap Yi Xingxin. Otherwise she should be worried. Zhang Daong led the two men to the school entrance. But in the end, halfway there, he suddenly said that he still had some things to do, and asked the two men to go first, and he would come later. After Yi Xingxin blew a breath at his back, she brought Su Yusen to the door. It was the same security guard I'd seen before, and he was dressed bored today, obviously notified by the school. I can't believe it's you guys? He was amazed that a few people were still alive. Both of them ignored him. Minions. Mr. Yi, what do you think we're picking up? I don't know. I guess it's someone from some power or group. At the very least very rich. Soon, several cars pulled up to the door, and the ghost security guards immediately doggedly helped open the door. A tall but unmistakable-looking male ghost was the first to get out of the car and walk towards the two. Feeling his blood-cloth-level aura, Su Yusen's face was tense, even ugly. He just wanted to do a hidden quest, and he ended up starting at such a high level of difficulty? Stiffly, he twisted his head to look at Yi Shangxin, and it turned out that he did have a smile on his face. Big brother, do you have such a big heart? Su Yusen's nervousness was justified. Generally speaking, a few cars must arrive with more than one person, and if a group of people visit, all of them should have gotten off the bus and come together. Now only one person came down and walked straight over. Either they were very hostile to the player and couldn't wait to see the player. Either that or the image or behavior of the two men offended his taboos. Looking at his outstretched hand, Su Yusen felt her heart begin to twitch. Counselor Yi, why are you here? Team Dragon. I didn't realize it was you who came today. Long Ziming's hand patted on Yi Shangxin's shoulder with a smile on his face. At this time, the door of the car at the back also opened, and a young girl wearing a white dress with a head of black hair draped over her shoulders jumped out of the car and ran over in surprise. Brother Yi, the fruit is here too? Yi, a large, fierce red-clad female ghost in casual clothes exited the car and chirped. Duo wife, come and let your husband give you a kiss. Yi advisor went overboard. Yi Shangxin cared about that and hugged Chen Duo and kissed him. Su Yusen was numb, and said, Big brother, are you really a player? Are you really a player who has only had a few copies? How come there are ghosts of you everywhere? Li Guo'er looked at the two people hugging together. Some intention, but there is embarrassed to go forward. So it was the city lord's house that came to visit? Brother Yi, the main reason is that young Master Pingping goes to school here. And the city lord asked Team Dragon and I to escort Miss Guo'er over to see how young master is studying. Chen Duo explained the reason why they had come over. Yi Shangxin suddenly realized that it was reasonable. At this time, there were several ghosts coming down from the car one after another, all of which were city guards that Yi Xingxin had seen before. Yi Xingxin helped introduce both sides to each other and led the group into the school. The ghost security guards are scared silly. Is this living person so wild in his ways? Did he just kiss that 60% discounted female ghost in red? Chapter 95, Playing Poker with a Little Ghost. Yi Xingxin led the way in front of his head. Xian Duo sat on his arm. Li Guo'er walked side by side, and as she walked, she was about to reach out and sat on his other arm. Ryuko Naru, I shouldn't have come. At this time, hiding in the distance Zhang Daong closed his mouth with his hand, feeling very speechless and helpless. This can be? You don't want to be a male publicist. You are really talented. Seeing that they were about to come, he hurriedly walked out from a side position, pretending that he had just finished his work and rushed over, wiped the sweat from his head, and said to Long Ziming, Welcome to our school inspection. I am the school's director of instruction. My surname is Zhang, and all of you can just call me Xiao Zhang. Mr. Yi, you still have to attend class. Just go first. Next I'll take you all adults to visit. As a result, no one gave a damn about him except for Yi Xingxin, who gave him a look. Su Yusen had now decided to hug his thigh. His kind of thigh that has ghosts everywhere in the underworld. If you don't hug it now, you won't have a chance in the future. And after last night's events, Su Yusen also has a preliminary knowledge of Yi Xingxin's physical quality. Either that people can have ghosts everywhere. Just one word. Bull. Brother Yi, you're going to class? Can I go with you? I promise to be obedient and not affect your class. Before Yi Xingxin could open his mouth, Zhang Daong hurriedly said, Of course you can. All of you can go and listen to it. And you can also better understand our school's teaching methods. It is definitely worth investing in. Yi Xingxin indifference is shrugged. You guys happy as long as good. Just hope that after watching yourself in class, Zhang Daon will not regret it on the line. Li Guire slanted a glance at Long Zimming, and the dragon team understood that they, the people, were being treated as light bulbs, and turned to Zhang Daong, saying, "Please trouble Director Zhang to take us to look around." After saying that, without giving him a chance to refuse, he directly picked him up and led the team to recognize a direction and left. Anyway, in the school, Li Guire wouldn't be in danger. And besides, there were still 2 red coat levels, Vice Teen Qian and Counselor Yi. With her by her side, the scene left Yi Xingxin, Qian Duo, Li Guire and Su Yusin 2 ghosts. But Su Yusin now stayed a little twisted. Do you want to find an excuse to leave? That he has now completed the hidden task or not completed it? The scenery of the school is not much to look at for a few people. Yi Xingxin casually led the people to walk around the campus. Many passing ghost teachers first had a craving, then immediately fled as if they were being chased by ghosts. It was really because Chen Duoduo's killing aura was too heavy, and a single look scared these ghosts away. During this period, Ms. Lu came to visit. She was curious about Yi Shengxian, who was not affected by herself, and she was also frightened by Qian Duoduo, almost even exposing her death face and fleeing in a hurry. "Brother Yi, that one just now was not kind to you. Do you want me to go get her?" "Forget it, let her be. After all, she's a ghost and I'm a human." Yi Xingxin was now a little disillusioned with that ghostly aura of the Li ghost level, and was looking forward to when he could go to the city guards to brush up on his level again. And that one would be cool. Ding, the host helps her people, rewarded with 20 Madonna points. What? This is considered helping her? Seems like it, huh? If she hadn't opened her mouth, Ms. Lu would have been cold straight away. After turning around for a while again, there was really nothing to see. Yi Xingxin was also too lazy to run, found a small pavilion, and sat down. "Right, Duo, help me see what's so special about this thing?" Yi Xingxin remembered the strange appearance of the ghost teachers in the office when they saw the 1,000 paper cranes, and decided to let her female ghost help identify if there was something special that she didn't see. "Ha, Brother Yi, you're still folding 1,000 paper cranes? Who are you going to give it to?" Li Guire looked at the bottle in Yi Shengxian's hand and was close to writing "I want" on her face. After Qian Duo took the bottle, he looked at it for a while and said, "This is a bit useful for the night ghost level. You can make a wish to make the probability of breaking through to the red clothes level a little bit higher. But this kind of promotion is a bit flimsy. Of course it can also be used to wish for some other things. It's not that useful." After hearing this, Yi Xingxin picked it up and casually handed it to Li Guire. "Nah, a birthday gift for you." Since it's not useful to himself, and his own little girl's ghosts are basically in red, they can't be used. It just so happens that he is worried about what gift he should give Li Guire. Look at her eyes that she wants to. Just give it to her directly. Li Guire took it in a hurry and gave a kiss to Yi Xingxin's cheek and said, "Thank you, Brother Yi. I like it a lot." This thing was also useless to her, but this was the first gift from Brother Yi. Su Yusin enviously looked at Li Guire, although she couldn't use it herself, but she could sell it for money. And for those Lichuan level players, this was a priceless treasure. If Yi Xingxin knew what she was thinking, she would probably burst out laughing. After all, Su Yusin couldn't see the item hints without getting her hands on them. From what Qian Duo said, this thing discriminates against players. Ghosts use it, should not have to pay the price. But for players, it's hard to say. They might just break through and be taken away by the cost. The bell rang and the students ran out of the classroom in droves. The few people sitting in the kiosk were not affected and even played poker. 2 decks of cards, 4-player landlord. It was really Yi Xingxin who was pestered by Li Guire to let speak about the present world. Whole num simply went and bought 2 decks of cards to pass the time. Li Guire and Qian Duo, who had never played before, were instantly addicted. But facing Yi Shengxian, the old 6, the 2 ghosts were soon plastered with notes all over their faces. Su Yusin felt like she was going to have a heart attack if she stayed longer with Yi Xingxin. A different person would try putting a note on the face of the ghost in red, and she wouldn't dare do that anyway. The time for entertainment passed very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the end of the second class. Yi Xingxin stood up and stretched his body and said, "Let's stop here first. We still have class later. Brother Yi, play a little longer." Li Guire was playing vigorously, fully demonstrating the meaning of human vegetable addiction. At this time, Zhang Daong and his party also came over, and Long Zimming also wanted to see how Yi Xingxin taught his classes, so he let Director Zhang lead the way. As a result, when he saw what was going on in the pavilion, Zhang Daong was almost scared to death, only to see Yi Shengxian snapping a note onto Li Guire's forehead. If he wasn't there, Yi Xingxin could have laughed out loud if he had done this, and this is not the way to die. But now he is only worried that this big lady, when she is angry, don't get herself involved. When he turned his head, he realized that the several ghosts of Long Zimming were all looking towards the sky or the grass. It's a nice day. Gee, this lawn is well tended. How did that happen? Zhang Daong, I believe in your evil. Chapter 96, 45 minutes of boredom. Seeing that someone was coming, Yi Xingxin put away the poker, helped Qian Duo uncover the note on his face, and casually threw it into the trash can. Even if it's your own female ghost, you should still put a sticker on it when you lose. Only Yi Xingxin's face on the scene was clean, never letting go. Su Yusin, on the other hand, was worried about being found in trouble, secretly letting out water a few times, and had several notes on her face. Only after watching them finish organizing did Long Zimming walk over and say he wanted to tag along to the sidelines. Yi Xingxin actually did not want them to go. After all, how they teach their own classes they know. All depends on the student's self-study. But one's opinion doesn't matter right now. It's completely unheard. The group first came to the office, where Yi Xingxin took the textbooks and then led a group of people into the classroom of the third class. Watching him come in, Li Pingping shouted, "Sister F. Sister, why did you come?" He deliberately shouted brother-in-law in front of Feng Lingling, thinking in his heart that I will disgust you even if I can't you. Let Feng Lingling make a mess, and he himself will be watching the fun. As a result, before the word husband could be uttered, he saw the young girl following him. Startled, the words that followed were hastily replaced. It's a good thing the young master is resourceful, or else he would have gotten a lecture. With so many students watching. As a result, Li Gui'er just glanced at him and walked straight to the back of the classroom. Finding a stool to sit down, Long Zimming and the others followed suit, and Zhang Daong signaled Yi Xingxin to start the lesson. Yi Xingxin nodded, picked up the textbook, walked up to the podium, and sat down in front of Zhang Daong and Li Gui'er and other ghosts. Down, up, 4-0. Is that how you teach your classes? Zhang Daong was all confused. Whose teacher was sitting down during the lecture? Even if the history teacher doesn't really use to write too much on the blackboard, he still has to maintain the majesty of the teacher. No one spoke in the entire classroom, only the sound of rustling pages. All the students were consciously memorizing in silence. Only Li Pingping peeked into the back row from time to time. Then she realized that her sister was looking at Yi Xingxin sitting on the podium with a florid face. After 10 minutes, Zhang Daong really cannot bear it. Let you show teaching. The result is this? Teacher Yi, you may begin your lesson. Anam, quick slick up. All of the ghosts' gazes looked at Zhang Daong, which meant you don't disturb our studies. Director Zhang, please keep quiet and don't disturb the children from studying. Yi Xingxin didn't even look at him and said as she flipped through the book on her own. It gives the impression of a man who is reading a book very seriously, and it would be better if his identity was not a teacher and if the book in his hand was not held upside down. Yi Xingxin had never bothered to pick up a real textbook until now, and every time he brought in that catalog, he really couldn't be interested in reading, and if it weren't for the fact that someone was sitting in on the conversation today, he wouldn't even bother to do any flipping. Li Gui'er looked at Yi Shengxian's appearance and muttered in a small voice, Brother Yi is even so charming when he reads a book. Long Zimming, are you serious? Can't you see he's holding his books backwards? But this is not something he dares to say. Or what if he gives himself small shoes in the future? What about the cultivation resources in the future? Yes, they will not be deducted as long as they have war resources, but the card for a period of time okay, there are a lot of reasons. You want something temporarily out of stock. They can still break into the supply warehouse to rob it? Qian Duo also heard her words. After all, the strength is here, the ear is good. But she didn't show jealousy or anything. Instead she had a look of approval. Just like this, the class that made Zhang Daong feel so bored that he wanted to scratch his heart, passed by silently. Brother Ye's class is really interesting, */nabla**. Li Gui'er then praised hard, making someone as thick-skinned as Yi Shengxian a bit unbearable. Ghost students were giving sideways glances. Even though you're good-looking, you can't talk nonsense. Where's the fun in that? If we couldn't beat him and the rewards he gives are too attractive, who would want to take his class? Learning and stuff really isn't as fun as messing with the teacher. Li Pingping slapped her head. It's over. He was very puzzled. When did his oldest sister become like this? What was so good about this human? Feng Lingling took a look. This is the sister that Li Pingping said? The appearance is not bad, and their own not similar. Height, body is also similar to their own. Our small lotus. It seems that he still has a chance. And this one is in Brother Ye's favorite type. But in reality, Yi Shengxian's favorite type is very single. A glance at his several female ghosts can be found. Their common point is that they are good-looking. Although drowned ghost Lian Shanxian's reasoning wasn't great, or even barren, she also had a unique advantage, which was that drowned ghost was covered in water. Time to go back to before class. As soon as Yi Xingxin and his party left, the two male players gathered around Su Yusin and asked, What mission did Director Zhang arrange? What do those ghosts do? The ghost teachers next to him also listened with their ears. They were also very curious as they watched a group of strange ghosts. These are the people from the city lord's mansion. I heard that they want to inspect the school's teaching ability and make an investment. Suyusen also did not hide. The two heard. Think this is an opportunity. After that to their own classes to perform well. In case because of their own teaching and pulled the investment. I believe that after the copy will be a lot easier. With the same idea were several ghost teachers on the sidelines, all ready to give a good demonstration of their teaching abilities. Suyusen saw their thoughts at a glance, but didn't say anything more, in case they misunderstood that they wanted to stop them from carrying out their mission. How much they would complain. Thriller games, it's only right to fend for yourself. As a result, as soon as the fourth class started, Hanyu was confused. Where was everyone? Didn't he say he was going to sit in on the expedition? According to the original plan of the delegation, it was to observe a few classes and then look at the final exam results, mainly to see if there was any progress in Li Pingping's grades. If there is a lot of progress, that means the school is teaching well. Vote for it. If it is average or even regressing, arrange for a transfer. It was just that he didn't expect to meet Yi Sheng Xin, and Li Gui'er directly forgot about the purpose of the expedition. As for Long Ziming and the others, they were just bodyguards who had followed them here, and it wasn't like they were paying for it. So it was enough to watch a boring class. All of them sat and fumed for almost an hour. It would be better to just find a random place to sit. Then they could still talk to relieve the boredom. Zhang Daong secretly made a phone call to the principal who was on a business trip and added to the situation of Yi Xingxin, making the principal so anxious that he rushed back to the school. It just happened to coincide with the noon meal. Honored guests, I've ordered a meal at the hotel outside, so let me treat you all, the principal said politely to Li Gui'er. As a result, she looked directly at Yi Xingxin, meaning to let him take the idea of going or not. Yi Xingxin, this time period is of course impossible to leave the school. After all, there is no mission out. Unauthorized departure is easy to violate the rules. Immediately to pass the level. Just short of this last shivering cannot do superfluous operations do not do. Chapter 97 My sister still loves me. Seeing that Yi Xingxin was not willing to go, Li Gui'er naturally would not go. But the principal had spent all his money and could not return it if he did not go. As a result, they could only invite a few city guards from Long Ziming to eat. In this regard, Long Ziming was okay, but the other few were very happy. After all, this kind of big meal can't afford to come and eat on weekdays. It's expensive as hell. Even so, the principal was still compensating with a smile. After all, Long Ziming's strength was here. Finally, no one disturbed. Li Gui'er directly took Yi Sheng Xin's arm. Cafeteria. Li Pingping looked at Li Gui'er following Yi Shengxin over and was dumbfounded. Running over to separate the two and said, "Sister, why are you guys here?" Earlier in the class, her own old sister ignored herself, leaving Li Pingping completely unmotivated to read in the fourth period class. Instead, he drew a villainous picture of Yi Sheng Xin on the paper and wrote some curse words, thinking that it was all because of him that his sister ignored him. "I've come to see how you're studying," Li Gui'er stated the purpose of this visit. Li Pingping rolled her eyes, thinking that you are just lying to children. Said to come to see me? But the result is in the class have not even looked at me squarely. The genus is to see lonely. I didn't realize that the school had invited Brother Yi to be your teacher. I believe that your grades will definitely improve in this examination. Li Gui'er took advantage of Yi Xingxin's efforts to go buy food and boasted to Li Pingping. Li Pingping, tired. Destroy it, hurry up. Zhang Daon looked at Yi Xingxin, who was buying food next to him, and in his heart, he completely wondered what was so good about him. Why did one or two of these female ghosts like to stick to him? Even the bigwigs of the city lord's mansion were on such good terms with him. At that moment, a few rainbow-headed ghost students came to the table of Li Gui'er's siblings. As soon as they entered the restaurant they saw the long, beautiful little girl. A strange ghost they had never seen before. "This sister I've never seen before. Do you want to accompany my brother to eat? Afterward my brother will take you to have fun." They were known as the school's ghost gangsters and loved to molest girls, even the teachers sometimes. But it was only after the emergence of Mr. Liu, a ruthless teacher, and Xu Qingwan, a popular teacher who would you if you dared to mess with all her ghosts, that they began to restrain themselves. Now finally seeing a strange and pretty ghost, supposedly a family member of one of the students, he approached and started flirting. She doesn't belong in school anyway. As for the class bully of class 3, Li Pingping, because he wasn't much of a show-off, only the students in the same class knew about him. Otherwise, a few rainbow-headed punks wouldn't dare come over. After all, people really do have an army at home. Suddenly someone salivated and molested his sister. As a deep sister control, Li Pingping directly shot. The redhead who had hit the head was sent flying by a punch. and the ghostly aura dispersed quite a bit. If you can't beat Yi Sheng Xin, you can't beat a few of you night ghosts. But for gangsters, fights were never group fights, and when they saw their boss being whacked off, they instead swarmed around. The surrounding students hollered and ran far away. They were afraid of being targeted by these punks. Seeing that Li Pingping is going to suffer, Li Guier naturally wants to protect her brother. Her own education can be no one else except brother Yi. Li Guier's red chi completely erupted, and several rainbow heads were all flicked out and became rolling gourds. Sis, Li Pingping looked at her sister with a happy face. Sure enough, my sister still loves me. Bang. Li Guier knocked Li Pingping's head and said, I use you to stand out? Letting you come to school is for learning, and you want to learn how to fight? Sis, I was wrong. What's wrong with this? Yi Xingxin felt Li Guier's outburst and hurriedly ran over, spilling the beaten rice all over the place. Li Guier immediately resumed her ladylike image and said, It's fine. Yi Sheng Xin is not stupid. Nothing you will burst ghost chi? Turning his head to look at Li Pingping, he ended up grunting and ignoring him. He had to go to his own daughter-in-law, Chandra, to ask for information. After hearing what happened, Yi Sheng Xin walked over and punched and kicked a few rainbow heads. It didn't stop until they were dying. This time, they won't be able to get out of bed for at least a few months. That is, they are ghosts. If they are human beings, this kind of injury is ready to eat a banquet. Looking at Yi Xingxin, who stood up for herself, Li Guier completely did not have the same kind of expression that Li Pingping had just now when she stood up for herself. The students in the third class were fine. They had already taken the shape of Yi Sheng Xin and were completely adapted. The student teachers in the other classes were taken aback and were lucky they didn't go after this living person. Previously, he had been with Xu Qinwan every time, leaving many greedy ghosts to only look at the meat and sigh. And seeing the scene in front of him, the aftermath was horrifying. After settling it, Yi Sheng Xin bought another meal all over again. Li Guier ate happily. Li Pingping tasted like chewing wax. Zhang Deong saw the whole process inside the window, but he was in the way of Li Guier's identity and strength and did not dare to step forward at all. Otherwise, just the reason that Yi Sheng Xin had hit a student with his hands would be enough for him to strike. But it was also fortunate that he didn't make a move. Otherwise it would have been for nothing. And after all, he was only breathing his last. After dinner, one man and two ghosts went back to the office. No class for him in the afternoon. Ready to touch the fish until the end of the day. Li Guier pestered him to play poker. So Yi Sheng Xin had to take out the cards and empty the table. But 3 people with 2 more decks of cards is a bit much. And another card is picked out one by one. For that matter, Li Guier had a good time too. Soon the other ghosts came back from dinner and looked around at the unseen game. After watching a few games, I was also tickled to play. It just so happened that Yi Sheng Xin threw the extra cards to them. Thank you Mr. Yi *3. Then Yi Sacred Heart surprisingly gained 60 Holy Mother points. Usually Yi Xingxin also had some operations, but they were all invalidated by the system. If they were all so simple, he said that he could gripe the system with no bitter tea seeds left. But there is no way. After all, the final interpretation is in the hands of the system. What can one do? Soon the room resounded with loud voices. It made the ghost teachers in the next office listen with their ears. And before long, a bunch of ghosts surrounded the outside, blocking the third-class office. Zhang Deong, who was picking his teeth and walking over, saw the scene in front of him and his face went black. What's going on? What's wrong with all the people gathered here? What's the point of letting the honored guests from the city see it? Why don't you go back? Driving away the onlookers, Zhang Deong hatefully walked into the third-class office, thinking in his heart that it must be these living people who are messing with the ghosts. And this kind of thing has never happened before. Pair of threes. Over. Can't afford it. Junko. Bomb. Don't. Unexplained voice into the ear. Zhang Deong directly listened to the voice of Yi Xingxin. Open mouth just want to curse. Just saw Li Guier and Xian Duo. Curse words raw to hold back. Almost did not suffocate internal bleeding. All that could be done was to turn on the table next to him and begin to swear, generalizing every curse word he had ever known since he was alive. Either that or people can be a directorate is educated. Chapter 98, Mandarin Ducks and Lovebirds in the same heartlock. Ending the farce. Zhang Deong left the office with a cold snort, and Yi Xingxin also put away the poker. He could still hear Zhang Deong's pointing and cursing just now. If he hadn't stopped him just now, Li Guier would have been ready to whack him. It is better to settle your own grudges on your own. It is just a matter of one breath, and also glean some Holy Mother points from Zhang Deong's body. At this time, Long Ziming and the others also ate well, but didn't drink. After all, he was still responsible for Li Guier's security. If they drink alcohol and miss things, they could think about the aftermath. The principal accompanied them all the way, and he also saw that the ghosts this time valued Yi Xingxin. and it just so happened that he didn't have classes in the afternoon. So he arranged for Yi Xingxin to take these ghosts around. Save yourself the trouble that way. Just staying bored. Li Guo'er pestered him, ready to go to the previous kiosk to continue playing cards, so as not to affect the other teachers. The result was that a few of the Long Ziming were also addicted, and one by one, they had notes on their faces. Taking advantage of the time to shuffle the cards, Yi Shengxian decided to draw a round of rewards, and with the points he had just gleaned from Zhang Daong, it was exactly 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the combination skill. Come over here. Don't come to the edge. Come over here, a directional skill. Targets targeted will be drawn over uncontrollably, and targets no more than one major rank above themselves will be affected. Can be resisted by special skills or items? Don't come to the edge. After releasing the skill, using oneself as the origin, releases repulsive force in all directions without any dead angle, and targets not exceeding one major rank of oneself will be affected. Can be resisted by special skills or items? Combo use, using both skills at the same time can cause the target to take a huge amount of crushing damage. Looking at the skill description, Yi Xingxin's mind thought of a certain antimeter person wearing a black robe with red clouds. But this skill is really cool, and it can save your life in critical moments. Enemies of the same level may not approach from this point on. Looking at Yi Xingxin's eyes staring at herself in a godless manner, Li Guo'er's face swished her head red and she hurriedly looked down to see if she was somewhere wrong, if her clothes were naked, or else why would Brother Yi look at herself like this? Actually, he was just looking at the system panel. Amidst the noise of Long Ziming's few people, an afternoon quickly passed. Qian Duo and Yi Shengxian returned to the dormitory, and the others stayed in the dormitory arranged by the university yet. Li Guo'er still wanted to go with Yi Xingxin, and was decisively rejected by him. After all, there was another battle at night, and small children could be easily misplaced. Early the next morning, Yi Xingxin was bitten awake by Qian Duo, washed up, and led her out of the dormitory. Yi Xingxin rarely ordered a lot of rice. In the past he only ate buns for breakfast, but last night was a bit of a burnout, and I still need to get some energy. Qian Duo was not very hungry, having eaten quite a lot at night. At this moment, he was full after casually eating 2 bites. When I came to the office, all the teachers were standing by. The results of the last few days of teaching depended on the morning's assessment. Li Guo'er wasn't there. She was going to follow to see the process as well as the results of the assessment. After Qian Duo and Yi Shengxian said a word, they also went to the side of Long Ziming. They are responsible for invigilating the exams so that the school can avoid cheating. Mr. Yi, do you have confidence in your teaching results? After seeing Qian Duo leave, Su Yusin came over. This thing is up to God. Yi Xingxin wasn't sure how those students were doing with their self-study. After all, he was not even having a proper teaching session, so maybe the students would be able to do better on the exams? In the Underworld's exams, students were scored directly by the school's rules once they had answered the determinations. So the results came out quickly, and the second session had just begun when the scores from the first session showed up on the paper. All that is needed is a tally of the class's grades, and then the teacher compares the grades from the last assessment to determine if progress has been made. Congratulations to player Chung Chula for clearing his copy of Mighty Ghost Middle School. Start settling rewards soon. Her comparisons came out, the game's prompt synchronized, and a white light came out of her body, a sign that she was about to leave. Of course there is also the option of staying put and putting it off until the end of the day. Obviously she was reluctant to do so though. This copy had gotten her all worked up and very upset, and she needed to leave in a hurry to reward herself with her own little wolf dog to calm her down. As soon as she left, Yi Xingxin here immediately rang the system prompt. Cutting leaks began. Gain 7, 500 ghost energy, 4, 800 medieval coins, and a severe ghost-grade ghost weapon. Death Note, upgradable. Death Note, write down the target's name. Pay enough and the target will die outright. Invalid above night ghost level. This is a curse-type ghost weapon. Instead, it has growth. So this one is going to be kept and we'll see if we can collect upgrade materials afterward. Congratulations to player Wei Mingshu for clearing his copy of Mighty Ghost Middle School. Start settling rewards. Yi Xingxin Gatherings Wool has also arrived, but the reward is not as much as Chung Chula's, so it seems that his rating is not high. Ghost Energy 5, 000, Plutonium 3, 000, Item, Whip, a deterrent for a minor ghost to get her to do something unconditionally. 1/1. Time passes unnoticed and another player's results come in. But, player Han Yu failed the test, failed the pass, and is punished for 50 years as a teacher at Mighty Ghost Middle School. What? Impossible. Han Yu's face changed. He hadn't even cleared the level, and he had to be forced to stay for 50 years. Man, he looked at Yi Xingxin. Big brother save. Before the plea for help could be finished, the entire body began to rot. Originally Yi Xingxin thought he was just left in the copy. Who knows is so stay directly Kardashian into a ghost teacher. Once he died, all the inheritance was received by Yi Shang Xin. Ghost Chi 28, 000, Plutonium 30, 000, Li Ghost Grade Ghost Weapon Screaming Flying Dagger. Box of White Crane House Cigarettes, 17/20, Heartbreak Fruit, 1, Death Metal, 1, Mandarin Duck's Concentric Lock, 1. Screaming Flying Dagger. The shot is accompanied by a startled scream, causing the target to go into a trance and fear. White Crane House Cigarettes can increase ghostly aura by a small amount. Sad Fruit, a small amount to restore ghostly energy. Death Metal, voucher for completing the death trial, 10 of which can be exchanged for a death treasure chest. Mandarin Duck's Concentric Lock, bind one person. The two people bound will definitely enter the same copy, one time. Yi Xingxin had discovered new things, all of which he hadn't seen before, especially the last one. I've only heard of items to get people into the same copy before, and this time I've seen it in the flesh. Why can you guys live and I have to die? I hate it. You guys stay with me, Comet. Han Yu, who had already finished transforming, was so thin and weak that he was only skin and bones, and lunged towards Yi Xingxin and Su Yusen, wanting to pull the two of them along with him. Don't come dipping your toe in the water. Bang! Chapter 99, 2 levels in a row. Su Yusen's death. The newly drawn skill was unleashed. Han Yu was directly bounced off and hit the wall. The wall of the office was cracked. As the saying goes, since ancient times, blackening is 3 times stronger. After Han Yu, who was at the level of a severe ghost, turned into a ghost, he broke through directly into the level of a red coat, and this was the reason why he dared to take a shot at Yi Xingxin, but did not think that Yi Xingxin was stronger. The same red coat level. The strength and weakness is also very obvious. At the same time, Su Yusen, who was a bit frozen on the side, also reacted, and her skills directly greeted Han Yu on the wall. A ball of strong corrosive liquid was spat out directly from his mouth and smashed onto Han Yu's body. Even if he was a ghost, he was still corroded and screamed miserably, and a large hole was corroded in his chest that was visible to the naked eye. Damn it, why am I the one who didn't pass? Why is it that you guys are better than me? I'm not happy about it. Han Yu struggled to get down from the wall, but Yi Shang Xin obviously wouldn't give him that chance, blowing 3 times in a row on both his shoulders and the top of his head, directly taking him away in one wave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the red-clothed stern ghost, rewarding him with 27,000 ghost chi and 3 chances in the lottery. At the same time, Yi Shang Xin had also risen a level, reaching level 17, 11, 800/80. 000, attribute points bonus of 20 in 3 draws. Seeing Han Yu's body fall straight down without breath and the ghostly aura on his body began to dissipate, Su Yusen knew that it had been killed. However, she wasn't sure how Yi Xingxin did it, although it was said that everyone's skills were different, but blowing a few breaths to kill a redcoat was too much. Well, this trouble is solved. I didn't expect that Pro would end up not passing the examination. I can only say that his fate is deserved. Yi Shang Xin was also speechless. This one was also too unlucky. In fact, the reason why Han Yu did not pass the examination is also very simple. The other people, although the students do not dare to rectify the compulsion because of Yi Xingxin, but in class, but still pay attention to supervise the students to learn. But Han Yu began to take classes to touch the fish. Anyway, they cannot teach them, as long as they do not take action against themselves, want to do whatever they want to do, and also do not care. The subject he taught, naturally, did not improve in the slightest, but rather declined a little. Soon, the 4th examination was also completed, and the moment the results came out, white light flashed across Su Yusen's body as well. Teacher Yi, let's contact each other when we go out. As soon as the words fell, Su Yusen's figure disappeared. Yi Xingxin also extracted the payoff. 58,000 ghost chi, 6,700 plutonium, and a set of female teacher's suit. What the hell? Is this stripping Mr. Su naked? Looking at the hand and Su Yusen body the exact same set of clothes, Yi Shangheart are shocked. This she went out not to social death schoolmistress's suit, tainted with the scent of the red coat class. It has a deterrent effect on low-level ghosts and spirits, and a hint of a sweet scent can be detected vaguely. Looking at the description, it was confirmed that it was the clothes that Su Yusen was wearing, and there was no rank. In the player space, Su Yusen left the game and felt that the clothes on her body didn't feel right to the touch, and when she looked down, she directly screamed in shock. The original pure and lustful professional suit disappeared, leaving only the game's anti-glare set of fall clothes and pants. Hurriedly took out a dress used to replace it from her backpack and put it on her body, but her screams still drew the attention of a number of players. Wow, what's the deal with this beauty? How come she came out naked? Could it be that it was working, but lost track of time? Although she was covered by an autumn coat and pants, to the player, this was coming out naked. It wasn't because the player could see through, but the suit only appeared if the player took off their own clothes. Su Yusun blocked her face with her hands and directly chose to return to the present world. The original idea of wanting to stroll around the stalls was gone. Now she just wanted to quietly find a place where no one was staying. In fact, she would have been fine if she had kept quiet. After all, people returned to player space from time to time, and not many people would have noticed. Now there was only one player left in the game, Yi Shengxin. His course assessment would have to wait until the afternoon, but he wasn't in a hurry. He was still very confident about his grades in this subject. After eating lunch with the little ghost girl, she went back inside the office to wait for her grades to come in. The examination soon ended. Took a look at the results comparison. Then the last period on average improved by 30%. The task is definitely completed. For the game prompts can end the message. Yi Xingxin chose to stay until the game time is used up. Around but just a few hours. He is now going to wait for after school to go to the third class to complete the promise of these few. Little Yi, why haven't you left yet? Shu Qingwan looked at Yi Xingxin still at the end of the examination and asked somewhat strangely. Sister Qingwan, I told the students before that I would give them a reward as long as they did well on their exams. And now we're just waiting for the end of the school day to go hand out the prizes. You're really different from the others, Shu Qingwan said with a smile. The other players, as soon as the game mission ended, immediately chose to leave, wishing to have more legs, but Yi Xingxin even stayed behind to hand out stuff, which was something she hadn't expected. After all, the things that could be used to hand out could not be ordinary contraptions. At the very least, it has to be a traveling soul level. Shu Qingwan had also learned that these entry-level things were valuable among the living, even at the lowest level. If she knew that what Yi Shengxian had prepared was the ghost girl fruit and weak water, she would only be shocked and think that he was a cutie. This stuff, even she couldn't buy it. With the company of a beautiful woman, the waiting time wasn't so boring, and soon, all the tests in the afternoon were completed, and Yi Xingxin and Zhu Qingwan headed to the third class together. She, as the homeroom teacher of class 3, is also there to encourage the students who did not do well in the exam and to praise the students who did well in the exam. The details were pulled together. This is one of the reasons why she is the most popular teacher. Out of the office, just happened to meet Zhang Daong. He saw Yi Xingxin and his goddess talking and laughing, thought that he was about to leave. If he didn't make a move, he wouldn't have a chance. Thoughts flowed in his mind, and he chose to sneak attack when he brushed past Yi Xingxin. But Yi Xingxin used the eye of insight when he saw him, and his little thoughts were seen by Yi Xingxin, who had long been guarding against him. Originally, Yi Xingxin was still having a headache on how he could avoid the rules to finish him off, but the opportunity was automatically sent to his door. With a breath of air, Zhang Daong, the red-robed level director of instruction, directly flew out of his soul. Shu Qingwan didn't even react to what was going on before she saw Director Zhang sneak attack Yi Xingxin, and as a result, before her heart could be lifted, she realized that the sneak attacker himself had died first. Surprised, she covered her cherry mouth with her hand. Let's go, Sister Qingwan. The students are still waiting. Yi Xingxin smiled faintly, as if he wasn't the one who killed just now. On the way, Yi Xingxin also saw the reward given by the system after beheading Zhang Daong. Ghost G30, 000, Plutonium 21, 600. Skill book, school motto. Ding. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Level, 18, 19, 800/90, 000. Rewarded with 20 attribute points and lottery chances * 3 inch. Chapter 100, Ghosts Covering Faces. School motto, in the same boat. Chopping waves forward, boosts your party's morale, increases damage and defense. The greater the number of people in your party, the greater the increase. Good lord, it's still a team technique. Class 3, the students were packing up and getting ready for the end of the school day. The exams were over and there should be a couple of days of vacation after that. Being closed in the school, they could wait for their liberation. However, there were quite a few ghosts talking about the content, which was the reward promised by Yi Xingxin, and now it seemed that it was just a promise. Feng Lingling couldn't listen to others slandering Yi Xingxin, and was arguing with a few people, looking to make a move. What are you doing? Yi Xingxin and Zhu Qingwan walked in with serious faces, seeing two of their favorite and most feared teachers join forces. A group of students immediately sat down obediently. Neither did he want to leave a bad impression in Zhu Qingwan's mind, but he was also afraid that Yi Xingxin would make a move to hit the ghost. After a few minutes of delaying the class, the teacher has come to fulfill a promise. Yi Xingxin pulled out the rewards he had prepared earlier. A ghost girl fruit, a bottle of weak water, and some other small items. The male ghost, Pisces, and the female ghost, ghost girl fruit, have transcripts. so they pulled out the ghost girl fruit. Shu Qingwan's was shocked and looked at him with unbelievable eyes. Yi Xingxin took out the report card and began to hand out rewards according to the rankings. Li Chui, the most elevated this time. The ghost girl fruit is yours. Letting her come to the podium, Yi Xingxin placed the ghost girl fruit in her hand, and immediately, the female ghosts in the class stared straight at her. Anyone would want this thing. Yi Xingxin was worried that something would go wrong, and patted Li Cui, who was still frothing. You'll eat it now. Feeling the warmth of Yi Xingxin's palm, Li Cui's face flushed, but also reacted. This thing can't be kept by himself. Not to mention the students, or other female teachers can't withstand the temptation and quickly swallowed a mouthful of it. And the body's ghostly chi immediately skyrocketed by quite a lot, and his strength reached the middle stage of the Li ghosts, and he could reach the late stage at any time. Feng Lingling was going crazy with jealousy and decided to find an opportunity to finish her off. Second place goes to Pinky Li. Li Pingping glanced at Yi Xingxin in surprise, having thought that he would skip over himself, but for being able to whore this abominable man's things for nothing, Li Pingping was still very happy. Third place goes to Lingling Feng. Hearing her name, Feng Lingling didn't care to look at Li Cui, and hurriedly ran to the podium and took the weak water. The top 3 prizes have been handed out. Here are the prizes for 4th through 10th place. Soon, everyone in the class got one, although not as good as the top 10, but this is the first time to receive a gift. Since then, the 3rd class's results topped the whole school. Many ghosts have become elite people from all walks of life in the underworld. This is an afterthought for now. On campus, Yi Xingxin looked at Feng Lingling and Shu Qingwan in front of him and took out the remaining 2 ghost girl fruits, 1 for each ghost. Yi, this is too expensive. Sister Qingwan, keep it. I'm only eating this for a taste. Qianqian and the girls have all eaten it. Under Yi Xingxin's persuasion again, Shu Qingwan took it over and ate it in front of Yi Xingxin. Feeling that she would be able to break through to the red clothes level after a few more days of cultivation and consolidation, Feng Lingling didn't think that she also had one. The original jealousy towards Li Cui was also alleviated quite a bit. Even if she didn't win the first place, Brother Yi still prepared it for me. It's true that he likes me. After she finished eating, Yi Xingxin rubbed her head and said goodbye to the 2 ghosts before disappearing into white light. Okay, don't look. It's not like he's not coming to the neighborhood anymore. Go pack up and let's go back together. Shu Qingwan patted the dazed Feng Lingling and said, this replica mission is over and settlement begins. Number of survivors of this game, 5. Personal mission completion for this game, 100%. Evaluation of this game, SSS, completion of the mainline S, resolution of the 2 taboos S, and the principal's favorable review S. Rewarded with a treasure chest of ghosts, rewarded with 45,000 ghost energy, reward of 27,000 plutonium coins. Evaluation of the chief of this copy, favorable comment. Additional rewards of ghost chi 10,000, plutonium 10,000, 3 treasure chests of severe ghosts. The entire team behind Thriller Games thanks you for your participation and looks forward to seeing you again. Entering the player space in 5 minutes. You can return to the present world at any time within the player space. Within the player space, Yi Xingxin's figure emerged and found a deserted place, preparing to open the chest. For nightly ghost chests, plus 9 draws to get a lot more. For chests were opened, Liger class pet rations, 50 pounds, 8,000 plutonium coins, 2 flowers on the other side of the river, and an omen of great evil, 1. Omen of great murder, a Liger level item. This is a special item developed by the 3rd hospital specifically for beauty lovers. After using it, it can promote secondary development, allowing the bust to increase to 36D. The higher the strength, the smaller the increase. No toxic side effects. For all outrageous. Himself a man opened out of this. The box is decent? My own little girl ghost, which is not proudly towering. Alas Qian seems to be almost As for her liking for the big ones, Yi Shang Xian never hit it. Although it does not therefore dislike Lian Qian. But there is one thing to say. A bigger touch is soft and There's something about this case. After the chest was opened, Yi Xingxin wasn't going to draw anymore. He wanted to save up and try a 10 consecutive draw. Yi Xingxin opened the trading line. For the player's ground stalls, he had already despaired. Trying to find something good was like finding a needle in a haystack. Most of them were of the wandering spirit and grudge level, and were somewhat unwatchable. A few things on my own need to be updated as well. First, I searched for the mask category, and my own faceless mask was a bit low level. Joker's Mask, a red-robed ghost weapon that defends against red-robed probes and below. Comes with a ghost skill, Ace Flying Dagger, price 18W. Ghost Covering Face, a red coat level item that creates a ghostly mist on the face after use, which can be freely retracted. Avoids prying eyes of blood coat and below. Comes with skill, deterrence. Price, 260,000. This one's good. Look at the others. And if there's nothing better, get this one. Compared to other parts of the ghost weapon, the price of the mask class was significantly lower. Mainly because the average person wouldn't spend a large sum of plutonium on this kind of ghostly weapon of little use specifically for fear of people looking at it. After looking around again, there is nothing better. Yi Xingxin decisively bought ghost-covered face to replace it. As for the faceless face, hung a low price. It doesn't matter if it can be sold or not. This part is really embarrassing. If you set up a stall, it is even more difficult to sell. The dealer's gloves, the ghostly weapon that had followed him for several copies, should be eliminated, and his own bare hands were no longer as fast as they would have been with the gloves on originally. The price was set at 80,000, which is definitely a low price on the trading floor, and it was quickly spiked. Yi Xingxin is not prepared to hang around for a long time without selling. With that time, his own copies have been cleared once. Blue Water Ghost Mechanical Watch, Black Lung Cigar. These two luxury items also listed the lowest price, 25W plutonium, to see if there is a big injustice species to take over. Chapter 101 Official Invitation. Closing the trading house. I was just about to leave to go back to reality when I heard someone at the stall shout, "Need a fortune urgently. Selling a death metal." However, most of the players have not seen this thing. Let the stall owner say the best, but also indifferent, is really not cheap to sell. A small metal, even sold 100,000 plutonium. Crazy. This thing belonged to the high-end goods, and this player was no more than a night level. So it was probably a coincidence that he had gotten it. Most players don't know the goods, and he doesn't have time to hang up the trading house, so he has to set up a stall and sell it at a low price. Normally, a trade house listing of 120,000 to 130,000 should get you out. Yi Xingxin saw one just now, 125,000, but his hand was a step slow. Boss, check out the goods. As long as both parties don't set up a trade, you can't take it away from a casual viewer, and for that matter, there's still a bit of something in the player's space. Yi Xingxin examined it and found that it was the same as the one he had and traded it decisively. Hiss, people actually buy this stuff? 100,000 plutonium. Ah, I've only been in the game for 2.5 years and saved up 30,000 points. You're not bad. I was in a copy before. All the 10,000 plutonium I had saved up bribed a high-level ghost to survive, and now I only have a few thousand. For their discussion, Yi Xingxin didn't put it on his mind. He was still happy to pick up a leak for once. There were good things in the ground stalls. He decided to turn around before leaving, looked at a couple of them, and sure enough, they were the same low-grade stuff as before. Look at 2 more homes and leave. Yi Xingxin set himself a goal. There are simply too many stalls to really read them all, and the 30-day break the game gives isn't enough. Suddenly, a pen on the stall attracted him. When he picked it up, it showed, Grievance Ghost Pen, can be used to summon the Pen Fairy, Night Ghost level. This thing is a chicken for most players, and even dangerous. You have nothing better to do than summon yourself a life-threatening contraption. What's wrong with your head? However, Yi Xingxin to not to summon the Pen Fairy, really have something to summon their own little girl ghost does not smell good? That is, you can fight and fight. He mainly wanted to try it with the Death Note matching. That one was upgradable. But again, he didn't know what to upgrade it with. But notes to write names, there must be a pen. And ordinary pens didn't need to think about it to know it wouldn't work. Boss, how do you sell this pen? It was hard to see someone asking for the price, so the boss hurriedly spoke up. It's not expensive, just 70,000 inch. This price was considered to be a medium price for elite ghost level ghost weapon, but Yi Xingxin felt that it could be pressed a little further. This thing of yours is dangerous, summoning a stern spirit, and your enemy will be cold before he dies himself. That's why previous players didn't even ask for a price after seeing it. Although normal ghost weapons had a price to pay for their use, they weren't this deadly. The stall owner has also been selling them for 2 months now. Every time he sells a copy of the game as soon as it comes out, and as a result, no one wants to buy them at all. Not even a counteroffer. Gritting his teeth, he said, drop it another 10,000, and if it doesn't work, it's not for sale. Yi Xingxin also felt that it was about time. I guess this was his bottom line. Payment completed the transaction. Putting away the ghost pen, he chose to return to the present world. Just as I opened my phone, a text message came through. This is Su Yusen. Remember to call me back. Earlier in the copy, a few people exchanged contact information. Su Yusen had been waiting for Yi Xingxin's phone call after she came out, and as a result, she hadn't received it by the afternoon, and was a little worried that he hadn't cleared customs. After all, if you've cleared it, you should be out by this afternoon anyhow. How could she not have imagined that Yi Shengxin would stay until the night? Just as I was about to dial the number, my cell phone rang first, and it was the authorities. They can see the signal of a cell phone being turned on. Mr. Yi, welcome back. Something wrong? It's like this. We're organizing a lecture in a few days, and we'd like to invite veteran players to come and explain the experience and strategy of clearing the level to new players. The main purpose of the official is to cultivate their own players. And for this lecture, the following audience is mainly new recruits from the army, and they will invite players who are a little bit closer to the official to give the lecture. Instead of inviting relatively unknown players, there is also the fear that they will harm people by talking nonsense. And Yi Xingxin's performance was good and 3 generations of his ancestors were investigated clearly, so his name was reported. Officials also cannot help. Now some of the folk player masters have not put the official in the eyes, although not yet openly chaotic, but for some of the official policy has begun to not cooperate. Although the official government now also has experts to suppress them, but the number is still too small. The base of folk players is large, and the relative number of experts is also quite a lot. Yi Xingxin was completely uninterested in any lectures. All he wanted to do now was to rest for a few days and then figure out how to get into the game. Mr. Yi, for every person who comes to the lecture this time, we'll be giving away a directional copy of the ticket. Fine. Directional copy tickets are the ones that allow you to specify the general location of a copy. So if you know the area where a particular copy is located, there's a high probability that you'll be able to enter that copy. It turned out to be such an orientation. Yi Xingxin thought that it was a direct designation of copies, but even so, Yi Xingxin was a little interested in this ticket. You can orient yourself to Wasted City so that you are closer to the neighborhood no matter which copy you enter. Kind of funny. You send me the address in time afterward. Soon, Yi Xingxin received a text message. The time was the morning of the day after tomorrow, and the location was the 3rd company station on the outskirts of Luo City. Just hung up the phone. Another one called. Yi Xingxin answered the call. A familiar voice rang out. You finally came out. I thought you didn't pass the examination. There's been a bit of a delay. Are you in New City? I'll come to you. Going to LA in a couple days. You got an official invitation too? I'll see you in LA then. After that there was some chit-chat to end the call. Su Yusen had asked Yi Xingxin about the number of games he had played before, and he hadn't expected to be invited by the officials after he had only cleared a few times. So it seemed that not only was he strong, but he was also closer to the officials. It also shows that he's not a villain in the present world, or the officials wouldn't have invited him. Although Su Yusen wanted Yi Xingxin to be her boyfriend, she was also worried that he was a lawbreaker in the real world. But now it's okay, she doesn't have to worry about it, and she can happily prepare for the face-off. Her concern was justified. There were people who were a good person in the present world that everyone praised, but when it came to the game, they would do anything to get through. And basically all the players in the same game were his pathfinders. There are also players who do no evil in the present world, but when it comes to the copies, act quite harmless, which they think will increase their chances of clearing the level. Players of both ideas have their own logic for getting through the game, but those who are close to them generally don't end up well. Su Yusen had worried before that Yi Xingxin was this kind. Chapter 102, Half Dreaming, Half Waking Yi Shengxin. Time turned to the afternoon of the day before the lecture began. Yi Xingxin just took a taxi over. The previous hotel has been checked out, and reordered a room in the city of Luo. His kind of loner. The 4 C's. Where to live does not make much difference. Hello? Are you there yet? Su Yusen had called him as soon as she had the time in the past 2 days, urging him to hurry over, and as a result, Yi Xingxin still dragged his feet until the end. I just booked a hotel and I'm going to get some rest, so let's meet directly at the company tomorrow. Which hotel did you book? I came to find you. Su Yusen was a bit impatient for the offline meeting of her online friends. Yi Xingxin reported the hotel name and room number. Less than 20 minutes. Su Yusen knocked on the door. The hotel she stayed in was not far away, and when she heard that she wasn't in the same place, she hurriedly checked out and came back this way to book the room next door. What's wrong with me running away when we can meet tomorrow? Have to come here at this time? What are you doing staying at the hotel? Let's go see the flowers. Su Yusen had specially dressed up before coming to see him, but it turned out that he only wanted to stay in the hotel and sleep. So how could this work? Looking at Yi Xingxin, who was paralyzed on the bed as if he had no bones, Su Yusen went up to him, pulled up his hand and dragged him up from the bed. Big sister, please, what kind of flowers am I going to see as a big man? He only wanted to sleep now. It was really because he had played too crazy with his little girl ghost 2 days ago, and with his current physique he couldn't carry it off a bit. That was all. Or he added 20 of the 40 attribute points rewarded by the upgrade to his physical strength. 10 points were added to speed, and 5 points each to strength and spirit. The attributes were now Strength, 80, regular 10. Mental, 80, regular 10. Physical strength, 108, normal 10. Speed, 90, regular 10. Being pulled out of the hotel by Su Yusin, Yi Xingxing forced himself to follow her to the taxi. Perhaps it is to see that he is really too sleepy. Just get on the car to lie down and fall asleep. Su Yusin directly paid 2,000. Let the driver to the place where there are fewer people. Slowly drive. It took 2 hours to arrive at the place where the flowers were to be seen. This season, it happened to be the time when peonies were in full bloom, and Luo City was famous for peonies. So the sea of flowers in front of us was naturally very vast and stunning. Waking up the sleeping Yi Shangxin, Su Yusin pulled him out of the car. You take my picture. Su Yusin handed her cell phone over to Yi Xingxin and stood by the sea of flowers herself, making a flower-sniffing gesture. With a click, Yi Xingxin was very satisfied and handed it over to Su Yusin, only to see that on the screen, only half of her person's face was out of the picture, and it was blurred. Obviously the focus wasn't right. Degree dash, p, greater than over equal to less than over equal to, q, dash degree. Degree. So how did you find a girlfriend? Su Yusin was shocked. What kind of divine player is this? Even if you shoot it like this, you still have a satisfied look on your face? Su Yusin was already desperate for him to take pictures like this, so she directly pushed him over and clicked a picture. The half-asleep look with the sea of peonies surprisingly had a different mood. Although Yi Shengxin's looks were not bad, this photo raised his temperament a lot, and it could be seen that this was a master of taking photos. Click, click, click. Su Yusin shot up endless, all kinds of angles or shot a few, and then stood to the side of Yi Xingxin, put both of them into the lens, took 2 pictures together, finally satisfied. What the hell have you been doing? Why are you so sleepy? Busy practicing. Regarding Yi Xingxin's statement, Su Yusin expressed her disbelief. It wasn't that the official hadn't thought of developing some cultivation methods so that players could better survive in the game by boosting their strength, but after leaving that environment, there was obviously no way to raise ghost chi. In the end, it ended in failure. Of course, for the development of martial arts moves, it was very successful. After all, the players are all considered to be one superhuman. All kinds of attributes exceed the norm, and then coupled with the specialized martial arts moves, under the same level, it is much stronger than the wild players. Due to Yi Shengxin, Su Yusin did not have a good time. He looked half dead. His walking feet were not very far from the ground, and on the road he walked, it was obvious that 2 traces of dragging and pulling were visible. Su Yusin fell into deep self-doubt. Her looks and body were no worse than those female ghosts in the game. Right, and she was so reluctant to come out with herself? But judging by the frequent peeks from people passing by, he wasn't so bad himself. Originally, Su Yusin's looks and figure belonged to the top kind, and the temperament brought by her strength had added to it, plus the fact that she had deliberately dressed up again today made it even more alluring. Helplessly now Yi Xingxin only wanted to sleep. Now not to mention Su Yusin like this, even if she stripped naked and stood in front of him, he was indifferent. It was really the wrong time for her to find it. Back at the hotel, Yi Xingxin directly fell asleep, and Su Yusin grunted in aggravation and ran back to the room she had booked. The next morning, Yi Shengxin, who had slept for more than 10 hours, finally recovered, got up and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast, and just after opening the door, he saw Su Yusin, who was carrying some breakfast, standing at the door of his room. You didn't eat yesterday's dinner either, and I couldn't wake you up even if I called you, so knowing you'd be hungry, I brought you breakfast on purpose. Yi Xingxin didn't be polite and took the breakfast, turned around and walked to the bedside table, sat down and started to eat. I'm sorry about yesterday. Regarding the matter of going shopping with Su Yusin before, Yi Xingxin could only vaguely know a general idea, but what exactly he did, he was completely baffled. It's my fault. I didn't know you were that sleepy. I thought you didn't want to hang out with me. After Su Yusin returned to her room, she also found out that Yi Xingxin was really sleepy, but she really didn't know why someone would be sleepy like that during the day, as if they hadn't slept for 10 days. What are you going to talk about today? I don't know. We'll see what happens then. For the official departments concerned, Yi Shengxin still had a good feeling. After all, they really wanted to do something for the players. The two had words to talk first when the doorbell suddenly rang. Su Yusin went and opened the door, and the one who came was a young man wearing the uniform of the relevant department. He looked at the person who opened the door with Su Yusin, and froze, but then reacted. He couldn't care less about other people's personal matters, and said to Yi Shengxin, Mr. Yi, Miss Su, I'm here to pick you up. Hold on, I'll finish eating. Yi Xingxin swallowed the bun in her hand in one mouthful and started drinking kanji after saying something vaguely. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the official company gate. The youth excused himself and left. he had to pick up other people. Yi Xingxin and Su Yusin gave their names to the gatekeeper, who called to inquire and then let the two enter the gate. The one who was arranged to receive Yi Shangxin and Su Yusin was an acquaintance, Shen Yi, that is, Yi Xingxin Mighty Ghost Middle School substitute client. Chapter 103, The Saleswoman Whose 3 Views Have Collapsed. Shen Yi had checked Yi Shangxin's information since he had entered the game instead of her, and although the authorities were not clear about his gaming process, they had a detailed record of the number of times the game had been played, as well as the time of entry. Entering the game on his 18th birthday, it had only been a little more than 2 months since then, and the number of times he had played the game was surprisingly already 5, and his strength was at least at the night level, which aroused her curiosity and wanted to study him. This time, Yi Xingxin was invited here, and it was partly due to her. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Yi Xingxin's turn as a newcomer. This time, she had also taken the initiative to be in charge of receiving Yi Shangxin. Led by Shen Yi, Yi Xingxin and Su Yusin arrived at a conference room, in which several people were already seated. Shen Yi introduced a few people. White Dust, male, 43 years old, head of the relevant department, late-stage blood code level. Yang Yilan, female, 39 years old, vice minister of the relevant department, late stage of the blood close level. Han Jun, male, 37 years old, head of the sky team of the relevant department, late stage blood close level. Cheng Wuyan, male, 35 years old, head of the department's ground team, mid-range blood jacket level. Jiang Qianbai, female, 26 years old, head of the Xian group of the relevant department, early stage blood clothes level. Zhang Chenhao, male, 28 years old, head of the yellow team of the relevant department, early stage of the blood clothes level. These were the current leadership team of the department in question. Yi Xingxin and Su Yusin greeted each other and sat down to continue waiting for the others to arrive. The main thing in the morning is to get people together before going over player insights in the afternoon. Regarding Yi Xingxin's intelligence, they naturally knew it by heart. And Jiang Qianbai asked curiously, Mr. Yi, why are you so keen to enter the thriller game? All the other players can't wait to drag it out until the last day. According to the information, this man became afraid at the age of 17, swinging for the fences for a year, not even attending school, so different from what he's doing now. For this question, Yi Xingxin has long had a belly draft. This is not in the newbie copy met my current girlfriend. You know, Yi Xingxin's meaning is obvious. I'm just there to get a girlfriend. This answer, if placed in the present world, is not a problem at all. When you are in love you can't wait to get tired of each other every day. But the copy of the thriller game is basically random. How can you guarantee that you can see your girlfriend every time you copy it? However, Yi Xingxin gave an answer, so she couldn't afford to keep pursuing. After all, this wasn't an interrogation of a prisoner. Soon, there were a few more arrivals, all years-old players. The worst strength is also the late stage of the liege. But Yi Xingxin thought that it was unlikely that everyone would cross paths in the future, and just exchanged names with each other and didn't talk much. All of them had a meal together, a sort of pick-me-up dinner for the authorities concerned. We've all gotten to know each other, so let's just go our separate ways for now, and just come over at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After the minister finished speaking, the group of people disbanded on the spot. There are those who have never been to LA who are interested and ready to enjoy the flowers, and those who like to eat who are ready to try the local specialties. What are you going to do? Su Yusin asked as she looked at Yi Xingxin. I don't know, just wandering around? Su Yusin naturally took Yi Xingxin's arm and said, I'll join you, let's go. She hadn't been holding Yi Xingxin much during yesterday and had gotten used to it. But Yi Shangxin was not impressed with yesterday's events, and her body was a little stiff. Su Yusin felt it clearly, but she wouldn't let go. Yi Xingxin was really not good at communicating and exchanging ideas with people. And if it wasn't for the fact that the two of them had gone through a copy together, he wouldn't even be willing to talk. Su Yusin has not been in love. Looked up some strategies on the internet. As the saying goes, women chasing men through the veil, as long as they take the initiative. I do not believe that he cannot take. Now that she had decided, she acted decisively, and that was the way she was. The two walked aimlessly down the street, and Yi Xingxin answered all the questions. But of course whether the answer was true or not needed to draw a question mark. Passing by a women's clothing store, Su Yusin pulled Yi Xingxin and walked in, opening her mouth to ask, What do you like? His face was slightly red as he spoke, and he didn't dare to look at Yi Shangxin's eyes. Because, I'm not a ladies' man, Yi Shangxin replied firmly. Oh for all oh, did I mean that? Su Yusin roared in her heart. What's going on? Wasn't it normal for him to communicate with those female ghosts in the copy? Why is he so straight now? Yi Xingxin really didn't think that Su Yusin was looking at herself. After all, the two of them hadn't known each other for a long time. and the two of them hadn't communicated much. At this time, a girl in the store is trying a set of clothes. It is very cool. Yi Xingxin eyes bright. Although the appearance of this is only medium to high level, but that long legs is really top. Su Yusin thoughtfully let go of Yi Xingxin's arm and picked a set of clothes according to that girl's clothes and walked towards the fitting room. Soon, after wearing it, he walked out and turned around in front of Yi Shengxian's eyes. Does it look good? That is, the one who had already bought and left, or the store would probably have lost a single business. Good looking. Very good. Yi Xingxin felt good from the bottom of her heart. The designer of this dress has a little something knows too well how to emphasize the advantages of women. The key is to be dewy but not shy, cool but not hurtful. Kudos. So, do you like it? This is almost explicit. Yi Xingxin also reacted, surprised and said, I have a girlfriend. I know. A lot. Aha. The conversation between the two, so that the sales are listening to silly. Although the man looks okay, look at the dress is not bad, but let whoever look at it will also feel that it should be he is in the high climate. This woman is prettier than a star. The key is that the clothes on her body look expensive. How is it that she's the one who's falling for it? And that's with the guy having a lot of girlfriends. Wait, many girlfriends? Does this guy have a great family background? Or is he an ultimate sea king, mastering the legendary CPU technology? At Su Yusin's reply, Yi Xingxin froze. What was this? Looking at him, Su Yusin felt that it was troublesome to guess, and spoke directly. They're all in their copies and can't get out. Do you have a girlfriend in the present world? That to know. So now there is. Sales grabbed the point. Copy. Present life. So this man is a player that should be quite rich, and have superhuman ability. Can't see it Wait. His girlfriends are in the copy and can't get out. So it's a female ghost? Are all players so perverted nowadays? Although the sales lady is now just an ordinary person, but she has also experienced the novice copy. Inside the female ghost what looks like also seen some. That appearance cannot be said to be disgusting and scary. Right. Can only say that the average person is not so heavy taste. And how did he hook up with a female ghost? More than one? At this moment, her three views crumbled to pieces. Just wanna say, awesome. My brother. Chapter 104, it would be impolite to refuse. Do you want to still reconsider? Yi Xingxin asked tentatively, really not being able to see through the woman's mind. Unlike the female ghost, as long as the friendliness reached 100, he or she could be completely at ease. The fickleness of people is no joke, and being completely defenseless against someone in a replica is a very unsafe thing to do. What? You don't want to be responsible? I'll take you on. Because, don't talk nonsense. I didn't do anything to you. Female sales think today's melon is so sweet. This is the story of a love/hate relationship between a white-giving woman and a male sea king who started and ended. Humph. I don't care. You can find as many female ghosts in your copy as you want, but there can only be one of me in the present world, and unless I die, I'm haunting you, _. Seeing that Yi Xingxin did not speak, Su Yusin revealed a smile. The stage of the battle plan. Complete. Su Yusin hugged Yi Xingxin's arm again and said, quickly see what else you like. I'll wear it for you at night. According to online tips, to keep a man's heart, consider starting with his XP and giving him something new every day to keep him wanting more. Yi Xingxin superficially excused herself, but the speed of choosing clothes was fast, and the two of them left the clothing store with a big bag, ate something and then headed to the gathering. The time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and those who had met in the morning gathered at the training base, where today's lecture would take place, in which they would explain their experiences to the players of the military. The first to take the stage was a burly man, and the first words out of his mouth resonated with the players below. When you enter a copy, you can't be afraid. The more afraid you are, the more likely you are to die. The best way to deal with fear is to face it head on. For the soldiers of the army, what he preached was just too much for the taste. In one word, calm. Of course, he also talked about some tips to make sure what level the ghost or monster he was facing was, whether he could do it or not. And if he couldn't do it, he had to learn to concede appropriately, and then go back to finish him off when his strength came up. A good soldier can't just be a reckless man, but has to be brave and resourceful. About 30 minutes into the talk, there was loud applause. To summarize, it is supplemented by wisdom and broken by force. Second place was a very thin female, but if one thought she was easy to bully, she would die a peaceful death. The theme of her explanation is just one word. Go. In the copy, the most taboo to be strong, although not to go to actively harm people, but also to make sure that they will not be harmed. Yi Xingxin listened with great interest. If she didn't have a system herself, her explanations would have suited her very well. But the soldiers below didn't react as enthusiastically as the last one. Soldiers are about being bold and defending the people, and as long as they are the people of their own country, they can't watch die in front of their eyes. They're real heroes. Soon, it was time for Su Yusun, whose theme was scheming, to be good at discovering the relationships between the various ghosts and the copy, joining together vertically and horizontally, and lending her strength. This one is also in line with the tastes of the military, and while not everyone can do it, they are still very respectful of such scheming types. Finally, it was Yi Sheng Xian's turn. He was the youngest of the lecturers present. Hello everyone. I don't know if you all saw the movie Mr. Zombie a while back? Yi Xingxin's words caused everyone to freeze for a moment, wondering what he was doing mentioning this. Looks like it's all unseen. There's a lot of talk down there. How do you have that kind of time to go to the movies when you're training every day? When the lecture is over, it is recommended that all of you watch it, even if you don't like it, and stay from the beginning to the end, so you'll be marked for future copies. And when you meet the director of this movie, he'll give you some backdoor access, and at the very least, save your lives. Yi Xingxin's words, so that the following began to make noise, completely unable to believe what he said. When the game can be so simple? A few people from the department in question looked at each other. They had known before that those who had seen the movie might get some preferential treatment, but they hadn't taken it seriously, because there are so many copies. Who knows if you'll meet that director? Even if you meet one, will the ghost really let you go just because you watched his movie? Previously, however, the movie was not banned because it had been tested to be non-dangerous, so it was used as a way for people to practice their guts. Now that I heard Yi Xingxin emphasize it again, perhaps it really was negligence on the part of himself and the others? Here comes the second thing. If you enter a copy of the Wasted City range of the Wasted Cell, City Guard, Mighty Ghost Street High School, mention my name, the Knights will not intentionally arrange to send you to your death on a mission. Our old Ye's name is that good. Everyone was shocked and thought he was bragging. Yes, there were bigwigs in the playhouse and an okay relationship with certain ghosts in the underworld, but it couldn't be done to the point where just mentioning a name would get him preferential treatment. Thirdly, the old man in front of me said it well, not to be feared, and I'll also add the following point. For those with miserable appearances, don't show expressions of sympathy, contempt, or anything like that, just treat them as normal ghosts. After the 3 points were spoken, Yi Xingxin went down, and several team leaders looked at each other. The first 2 points he said were too outrageous. However, the minister was thoughtful and did not think that Yi Xingxin was bragging. He started by having someone arrange and prepare for the viewing, as a sort of insurance policy, so that maybe it would come in handy at some point. As for the third point, the minister has first-hand experience. In one of the previous copies, a female player, just because she sympathized with a brat that was treated violently, ended up being seriously injured and died not long after. There were also people who, on the strength of their strength, despised the crooked-looking ghosts and were killed by the other side when they called for a group of ghosts to surround them. As for the second point, to be confirmed, but he was on board in case it worked. At the end of the lecture, the officials arranged another thank you banquet, and the first lecturer at the banquet saw Yi Xingxin chortle and leave with disdain. Obviously doesn't believe what he's saying, and the other guy is stepping on his own third point as if what he's saying has a big hole in it. For this kind of person, Yi Xingxin was too lazy to pay attention, as long as he didn't come to mess with himself. Anyway, after today, he wouldn't meet again. After having dinner and declining the invitation to stay overnight, Yi Xingxin returned to the hotel, with Su Yusun following half step by step. Why don't you go back to your room? I'm checking out. You don't want a big beautiful woman like me to sleep on the streets, Omega. Are you for real? Who's kidding you? No regrets? Humph. Whoever regrets it is a puppy. Having said this, it would be impolite to refuse. Yi Xingxin closed the door to her room and went to take a shower first, only to find a face lying on the translucent glass door. Su Yusun was now more curious than shy, lying on the bathroom door to peek. Yi Xingxin directly opened the door. Anyway, it was going to be naked soon. What difference did it make if it was earlier or later? Amidst Su Yusun's exclamation of surprise, she was pulled in by Yi Xingxin. Chapter 105, You need to rehydrate now. The next morning, Yi Xingxin got up to buy breakfast, and when he left, the red-faced Su Yusun hobbled up to pick up the various clothes scattered all over the place and threw them into the washing machine. Yesterday's new clothes were a total loss except for some that were torn. They would have rotted in the factory if they had known. Su Yusun also knew why those female ghosts were haunting Yi Xingxin. And last night, if she hadn't begged for forgiveness early, she probably would have broken down. Soon, Yi Xingxin returned with breakfast, a variety of porridge, some small dishes, no buns and steamed bread. As a northerner, it's a bit uncomfortable to just have kanji for breakfast. You need to hydrate more now. Yi Sheng Xian carried her to bed and fed her breakfast. What's your plan after that? Just stay at the hotel until the end of time? Su Yusun asked, half lying down and pulling Yi Xingxin's hand. Why? Do you have somewhere you want to go? If it was just himself, Yi Xingxin would really have stayed at the hotel, at most surfing the internet, playing games and such. The games in this world are dominated by various horror elements, even the LOL-like games. The characters in them are all sorts of ghostly figures, and they are the kind that can't be broadcasted without coding showing their dead faces. Officially, it's about increasing people's fear resistance in every way possible, just to have that much more chance of survival. While a lot of people don't want to play this kind, there's really no choice. All games are of this type. So in this world, there are really not a lot of juniors in the game. Even if Su Yusin wanted to go somewhere to play, she couldn't right now. Walking was a problem. Why don't you just play the game? But Yi Xingxin only has one computer, and Su Yusin didn't think that she wouldn't be able to go back and forth once she did. The original plan was not so fast. Only at that time, Yi Sheng's heart was really too straight. Su Yusin directly carried out the final chapter of the battle plan. One step to the stomach. Having to play a mobile game, the two opened up a double row. Yi Xingxin chose the drowned ghost. The occupation positioning is DPS mage. Of course, it's not the kind of Lian Qianqian, but a male character with a cloak of hair, constantly dripping down. It seems that it's not that scary if you look at it from the cell phone screen, but the avatar in the upper left corner is the kind of avatar that can scare the children to tears. Su Yusin chose Car Crash Ghost, positioned as a support. As a result, it happened that the auxiliary kept following the mage down the middle and letting the gunslinger ghost solo the opposite two on the bottom. Fortunately, Yi Sheng Xian's skills were good, so the situation didn't collapse. A gameplay for 40 minutes before barely winning. To know that the cell phone version of the general is only 10 or 20 minutes to get the result. The reason for this was certainly more than just Su Yusin's failure to follow the routine down the road. Her Car Crash Ghost, skill move Car Crash Scene, usually will be used to gather people to control the field, with the teammate's big move to destroy the opposite side. As a result, when she saw Yi Xingxin's seductive alignment, she thought that he was in danger, and she directly controlled the field with a big move to dislike the opposite side. And the result was that all of her teammates' big moves fell through. She completed 5 saves. Seeing this, Yi Sheng Xian immediately and wisely closed the voice of the two. After that, as long as Yi Sheng Xian seduced the alignment, Su Yusin would make a big move to save the enemy. And that's why it dragged on for so long. It is estimated that the other 3 teammates are cursing at home. After playing a game, Yi Xingxin turned off the game in despair. After playing for a while, it is estimated that he will be blocked. Why don't you play anymore? How come I didn't realize the game was so fun before? Did you see my skills? I can hit 5 people every time. Ha ha, just realized I'm a game genius. Ha, ha, as long as you're happy. After that, changed the other games, as long as it is double row. Su Yusin can always engage in some tart operation. Let Yi Xingxin experience what is called play as heartbeat. Yi Sheng Xian realized that he had been too hasty in proposing to play the game. Seeing that he wasn't playing the game anymore, Su Yusin opened the live streaming platform on her phone. I'll accompany you to watch the live broadcast. According to the tips of the strategy, boys generally like to watch live broadcasts, especially some rubbing categories. It is recommended that girls can learn some rubbing techniques through these live broadcasts, which can be used to enhance the daily love affair. As a result, Su Yusin's choice was to watch it with him. Otherwise, it would be better for her to learn those twists and turns than to go through a copy once. In fact, Yi Xingxin for these live only once to see not to see. There is really nothing to see. A variety of beauty face grinding skin pulling full also did not have their own little girl ghost good looking. Action flexibility is also not. See a hammer. But Su Yusin wanted to see it, so he accompanied him. Now he was also learning how to get along with his living girlfriend. Although he had a lot of female ghosts, he was also very responsible and wouldn't put on his pants and disown them. What? Don't like it? Look at these long legs. Although the face is long, but the body is good. Seeing Yi Xingxin's lack of interest, Su Yusin was a bit puzzled. This was the anchor she had taken the time to look for in the past 2 days. Ah, the popularity was very high. You call this a long leg? Can't you see that this is space magic? I guess her original leg length wasn't as long as yours. Good lord. The inserts on the wall behind them had gone from square to long. Su Yusin was delighted in her heart and stretched out a white leg from under the covers and said, "Is that so? Don't play with fire, or your body won't recover." At those words, Su Yusin's body trembled and timidly put her legs back in. She'd better wait for recovery first. Yi Xingxin carried the computer to the bed, opened the forum, ready to see what interesting things have not. And it turns out that I actually saw one of interest. Watching Mr. Zombie really helps. The owner spoke in detail about his experience. He watched the movie video after Yi Sheng Xian just uploaded it, and not long after, he entered the game, and just happened to meet the movie director shooting a new movie. And the director saw at once that he was his own audience, and took care of himself for the whole 5 days, and asked how the heat of his movie was, did the audience like it and so on. The final settlement also gave him a favorable review, allowing him to obtain a Stern Ghost-grade ghost weapon. The post came with a picture of the ghost weapon, only there was no detailed description. He wasn't stupid either. This attracted the attention of the relevant departments, arranged for personnel to visit the door to confirm the authenticity of the information, after which the post was put on the top of the list, and also added to the essence. So, more people saw the post and started talking about it, and those who hadn't seen the movie yet immediately went looking for the original post of the movie. I didn't expect what the Jisheng Xin said to be true. In the office of the department in question, Vice Minister Yang Yilan said to Minister Bai Duan, "That's why we should step up the promotion a bit and try to get more people to see the movie. With so many players, someone will always meet that director." Su Yusin, lying on Yi Shengxin's body, also saw the content of the post and was astonished. "How on earth did you do it? It's outrageous." "Okay, how did he get the movie files from the ghost director? It must not have been stolen, otherwise the director wouldn't have favored the audience." Chapter 106 Substitute Doll, Team Up Card. Ha, the director is still very nice to talk to. He only cares about filming, as long as the filming is done carefully. He can brush up a high level of goodwill, and then it's another way to help him promote the movie. It's not easy to ask for a video file? Su Yusin blankly glanced at Yi Xingxin. "I guess you're the only one who can say such words." At noon, Su Yusin snuggled up to Yi Xingxin, eating lunch, thinking about where to go to play in the afternoon. The body recovered and still stayed in the hotel, feeling very uncomfortable. Jingle bells. Yi Xingxin's phone rang. A look at the number. The relevant departments. "Mr. Yi, I'm Xin Yi. There's a substitution order. Take it? How many times?" "It's a newcomer who just cleared his newbie copy and needs you to take care of him for a bit in the copy and help him clear it." "Ah, newbie? I don't." The payoff is the department's newest product, a scapegoat doll. Details? A scapegoat doll that can take one fatal injury in your place. There should be some kind of limit on this kind of thing, right? Not bad. First, it will consume half of the ghost chi, and if the ghost chi is less than half at the time of injury, the substitute death will be ineffective. Secondly, if the scapegoat succeeds, one's own injuries will not recover and one will need to heal oneself. Third, lethal injuries involving rule-based categories are void for vicarious death. Listening to the introduction, it wasn't bad looking. It was a good thing to save one's life. Yi Sheng Xin decided to go next. "You're going to pinch hit? Well, it pays well. Just won't be able to stay with you for a few days." "I'll go with you," Su Yusin said in a firm tone. "The copies are, as you know, no joke. I'm a red coat level anyways." "Okay, the number of copies is 0 more than you, Omega." Finally surpassing the man in some way. Though this is not a significant point, Yi Shengxin thought about it, and rightly so. She was experienced anyways, and a copy with himself would help. So he nodded his head in agreement. Su Yusin happily gave him a kiss on the cheek and hurriedly got up to wash up, looking more active than even Yi Xingxin. Soon enough, the person who needed to be taken was met. A youthful young girl, crap, just turned 18, not youthful. At his side was Xin Yi accompanying him. Seeing the person, Xin Yi pulled Yi Sheng Xin to the side. "Her name is Mingya, just 18 more than a month. Before passing the novice book, choose to become a formal player. Her father is an official hero who has repeatedly gained information in copies as well as various rare materials that have allowed much of the official research to come to fruition. But in one of the copies that didn't come back, she was determined to become a player just to have a chance to find her father. We advised, after all, there's only one way to not get out. But she's too stubborn, and if we don't make a move, she should go alone, and that's more dangerous. By the way, the technology for the scapegoat dolls was brought back by her father." After hearing this, Yi Xingxin knew why the officials had paid so much attention to this newcomer. But like Xin Yi said, there was only one possibility of not being able to get out in the game copy, and that was death. And as long as you don't die, you can return even if you're locked up. "It's okay for me to take her, but she has to be obedient." "That can be done. Our goal is to build up her gaming experience so that she doesn't die easily, and when she levels up later, it's up to her." Minjia knew that she was now just a rookie who had just turned on her level, and that if she wanted to find her father, she would need to keep upgrading, provided she was safe and alive. So there was no resistance to the official arrangement for the masters to take themselves, and promised to do as they were told. However, after seeing Yi Sheng Xin, there was some uncertainty in his heart. This guy looks about his own age, and he's really an expert? So what? "Look, I've decided to go next. Is the payment given? In addition, I've brought an expert. Is it an extra piece, Omega?" Shinyi naturally recognized Su Yusin and knew that she was also a red coat rank. Of course it was safe to have 2 red coats with you. The problem was that the production of scapegoat dolls was really limited, and the department couldn't do a handful of them yet. This time, being able to take out 1 piece was already the limit, or for the sake of Yi Sheng Xian's effective movie. This one is really gone. The scapegoat doll is short of materials. The other stuff is fine. At least it's a red coat level fighter. You guys don't want to whore yourselves out for nothing, do you? Shinyi looked at the fact that it had been Yi Xingxin who had been talking, while Su Yusin had a small woman-like expression. I'm thinking, you guys haven't known each other long, have you? And now you're together? Eventually Shinyi took out another seal. Seal of the city god, imitation deterring the line ghosts and all ghosts below. Yi Xingxin skimmed her mouth, somewhat unable to look at it, but looking at Shinya's expression of flesh pain, she knew that it was already the limit. After receiving the scapegoat doll and the city seal, he threw it directly to Su Yusin. Shinyi were shocked. How good is your relationship? Scapegoat dolls so valuable things directly sent? This Yi Sheng Xian does not look like a JC brain. Reckless people ah. Su Yusin put away the seal of the city, but handed the scapegoat doll back over. The heart was on the verge of overflowing. After all, she was used to seeing deceit in the game, and didn't think that just because she had slept with him, she deserved such an expensive life-preserving item from him. I've seen it a couple times when I've just turned my head after getting on and pushed out to block a shot. Take it. It's not going to be of much use to me, and if I can't even resist it, more than one of these isn't going to change it. Yi Xingxin was full of skills and items that a disaster class couldn't even dry him out for a while, but a scapegoat doll wouldn't be of much use to a disaster class. After all, rule-based damage was ineffective, and the catastrophe level is already starting to get a rudimentary grasp of the rules. Seeing that Su Yusin still didn't want to take it, Yi Xingxin directly stepped in, grabbed her finger and put it into her mouth and bit it, and without waiting for her to react, she dripped the blood onto the scapegoat doll and directly bound it. Leaf, alright, follow me, keep what is given to you, and don't follow me in the future if you don't listen. Yi Sheng Xian began to miss that it was still the little girl ghost who was obedient. Although she was chided, Su Yusin instead felt that the domineering Yi Xingxin was even more handsome. Kissed straight up. Hey, don't go too far, there are still people here. Xinye's dissatisfied voice interrupted the two. How are you going to get us into the same copy? Because it's not the same kind of proxy that entered instead of before. If you can't get into the same copy, what you said before is all for naught. But since they arranged it this way, they must have prepared for it. Sure enough, Xinyi pulled out another card. Group card, one allows you to open the group mode, and the members of the team will enter the same copy. Under Xinye's operation, the 3 of them teamed up successfully, and the next step was to wait for Minjia's rest time to expire 2 days later and be sent into the game. Chapter 107, Patient or Doctor? Things finished talking. Yi Xingxin took Su Yusin up to leave. There are still 2 days, ready to accompany her to have a good time. Shopping, watching movies and so on. What are you following us for? Yi Sheng Xian turned back, and Mingya followed the 2 of them step by step. Come back to the hotel to find us when it's almost time to enter the game. Yi Shengxin pulled Su Yusin away, leaving behind the overwhelmed Minjia. What? He won't let you follow? It was Xinye's offer. Before coming, Xinyi said to Minjia, if you want to find clues to your father, just follow the expert who waited down. He is in the copy, and he is more mixed up than the 4 group leaders of heaven, earth, Xian Huang. Xinyi had studied Yi Sheng Xian and found that since he had become a player, he had stayed in the game much longer than in the current world, and although he had a tendency as well as a good feeling towards the officials, he always felt that his popularity was getting less and less, which was not good. If a person has no popularity, what is the difference between that and ghosts and monsters? This kind of genius can't let him not be a person. The only way to keep a man in bondage is for him not to get lost in the game, and the bond is generally nothing more than family, friendship, love and so on. But Yi Xingxin's family, how to say it? A little hard to say. He's also lost his friends and brothers to himself. Then there was only love left, so Xinyi recommended that Yi Sheng Xian be the one to bring Mingya. On the one hand, she really felt that Yi Sheng Xian could possibly help find clues to Mingya's father, and on the other hand, she really wanted Mingya to have a good home, and since she chose to become a player, an ordinary person wouldn't be suitable, and could only look for them from a player. The ones like Yi Sheng Xian who could mix well in the game would obviously live longer, but now it looks like it's too late. Someone else got there first. In these 2 days, Yi Xingxin accompanied Su Yusin in the daytime to play all sorts of things. What amusement parks the major attractions anyway, are some of the places that he himself would never go. In the evening Su Yusin, on the other hand, threw in the towel, eating the marrow. The future can be expected. 7 up and down. Time came to the day when Minjia was going to enter the game. The three of them gathered at the hotel where Yi Xingxin stayed, or Xinyi accompanied Minjia over. Yeah, enter the copy and make sure you listen. I'll wait for your safe return. Thank you, Sister Yi. I will. After saying goodbye, Xinyi said some more please words to Yi Xingxin, and the three of them entered the copy with a flash of white light. Welcome player, for fun, to thriller. Your journey in the game is about to begin. Copy extraction in progress? A copy of this game, Riverside Hospital number 3. Time limit for the game, 7 days. Number of players, 9. Player status, doctor/patient, optional. Main mission, investigate the loss of equipment and bodies in the hospital. One tip, different identities have different access to the hospital. At the end of the game, awards are given out based on the dean's evaluation. Detected a player teaming up. Now opening an inter-team call. The main quest has been adjusted to require the solution of the mastermind behind the incident. Note, intra-team call is limited to hospital area. 10 minutes time per day, cumulative. Yi Xingxin did not even think about it. Directly chose the doctor. After all, he still has a body of medical skills, probably. It would be a waste not to use it. Identity selection completed. Yi Xingxin's vision began to recover. Looking around, the 4 players including himself stood at the entrance of the hospital. Mingya was gone. Tough to get into trouble right out of the gate. Yi Xingxin also didn't expect to lose his employer just after entering the game. Quickly walking to Su Yusun's side, he asked, "Did you choose a doctor or a patient?" "I chose the doctor." "That's because I know you're a great healer, so I guess you must have picked the doctor too. It seems that all that are here are doctors?" The other two heard Yi Xingxin and Su Yusun's conversation and also spoke up. "Not bad. I chose to be a doctor as well. And in general, in a hospital, doctors are able to move around and it's more convenient to investigate." Another one chimed in. "I studied medicine in college, and even though I became a player before I had a chance to start, I can still have some ideas on how to treat general conditions. This is a career bonus. No medical skills, important than do not know more likely to survive in the hospital copy. After all, in case of hospitalized sick ghosts, needing injections and infusions, those who don't know how to do it are prone to make mistakes. You as a doctor won't give injections and infusions, which would obviously be against the rules and unprotected. Then the patient can feel free to open the table." At that moment, a male ghost in a white coat walked out of the building. "You're the new doctors applying for the job. Come with me. The director is waiting in his office." The 4 of them sniffed and hurriedly followed. Getting on the elevator, the lab coat ghost pressed the 14th floor button. Yi Xingxin took a look and asked, "How many floors are there in our hospital?" He was all over the skill talent title. The male ghost was around 20 to 30 friendly with him. Hearing the question, he opened his mouth and answered, 14 above ground, 4 below ground. Good lord, that's an auspicious number. Yi Xingxin spat out in a small voice. The male ghost didn't have any reaction when he sniffed, while the other 2 players were shocked. "What time is this? You're still shaking your head?" Su Yusun leaned against his shoulder and let out a soft laugh. Soon, the 4 men and 1 ghost arrived at the director's office, knocked on the door and entered, and saw a male ghost of about 50 years of age in appearance, dressed in a clean white coat, sitting behind a computer desk, tapping on the keyboard and writing something. No one made a sound to interrupt him, and after waiting about 20 minutes, he finally finished what he was doing in his hands, looked up at the 4 of them, and motioned for the male ghost doctor who was leading the way to leave first. "My name is Udeso. I'm the director of the emergency department. As for all of you, you're all working under me now, and I only have one request. There can't be any medical incidents that happened because of you. Later, I'll have someone take you all to get your clothes and tools." After saying that, Udeso picked up the phone on the table and broadcast a number. "Hey, Xiao Qi, didn't you say you don't have any help? There are a few job applicants here today, so come over and bring them." Hanging up the phone, he started writing on the computer again, and the 4 of them were left hanging. Yi Xingxin looked at his chest plate thoughtfully, thinking about what? No, just thought I'd heard the director's name somewhere. For Yi Xingxin's wide range of ghostly veins, Su Yusun was already immune to it, while the other 2 sniffed and looked sideways, saying with disdain in their hearts, "There's no one else who can pretend to be in front of a beautiful woman for the sake of being in front of a beautiful woman. And having heard of the director's name, why don't you go up and climb up the ladder?" "Knock, knock, enter," Udeso said as he heard the knock on the door, stopping what he was doing and lifting his head. A female ghost in a white lab coat with a pillboxed head and a wild-looking body except for 2 dark circles under her eyes walked in. Yi Shang Xin, Sigma, degree. Su Yusun, Chapter 108, Can't Eat Meat. Recognized? Su Yusun reached out and poked Yi Xingxin's waist, lying on her ear and asking in a whisper. She didn't think the ghost girl was one of his girlfriends. since his expression was clearly more surprised than pleasantly surprised right now. If it was his girlfriend, then it would have known where it worked. In the quiet room, even if Su Yusun's voice was small, it could be heard. Quick slick up. Everyone's gazes turned to the two, and Su Yusun's body stiffened before she got up from Yi Xingxin's shoulder as if nothing had happened. Pretending that nothing happened and covering her ears was played out for her to understand. Xia Ye, why are you here? You're not here to apply for a job as a doctor too, are you? Ji Luo Ling Building 507. Building 7 of the Zenith District Riverside Hospital Number 3 attending physician late stage strength of the nights. Sister Luo Ling, you work here? Earlier at the entrance, Yi Xingxin saw that the name of the hospital was Riverside Hospital and didn't think of anything else. In fact, the name of this hospital is Riverside Hospital, and the third refers to the ranking of the thousands of hospitals, not counting small clinics, within the boundaries of the city of wasted death. Being a member of the hospital staff is a matter of pride, so it is customary to bring up the rankings when introducing them to the public. This also led to Yi Shengxian's surprised expression as she thought it wasn't the same hospital. Sister Luo Ling. Yi Shengxin nodded in greeting. Xiao Qi, this doctor you know? Director Yu Deso curiously looked at Yi Xingxin and asked. For this female doctor that he was very optimistic about. He still knew her. When did he even know a living person? She was either working at the hospital or on her way to work every day. And you could see by the dark circles under her eyes that she didn't even get much rest. Director, he's Elder Lu's granddaughter-in-law. So it's you. In that case, you learned your medical skills from Elder Lu? Well, how does it not count? Yi Xingxin nodded his head and gave an affirmative answer. Their own medical skills look and smell from the little ghost took the old master's medical books to obtain. Inside and outside so count. Is not the old master taught it? That's great. Let's see. You'll serve as a resident for a while. Hospital titles, from lowest to highest, are physician assistant, practitioner, resident, attending physician, associate physician, and chief physician. Originally, the player was assigned as a physician assistant, which is why he was allowed to follow the attending physician, Ikaruga. But this has a legacy of course cannot be ignored. As long as he can learn a little bit of skin, as a resident more than enough. Novel setting, don't substitute into reality. Residents will be able to see patients and of course have the option of studying under an attending. The two male players skimmed their mouths and muttered in a low voice. What's the point of eating soft food? Although they didn't know who Elder Lu was, the fact that they could be addressed by the two ghosts in such a way meant that the other party had a status in the replica. It was also mentioned just now that he is someone's granddaughter-in-law. Wait, how did he get a soft meal from a female ghost? And a female ghost of no lesser status? The original disdain turned into shock and desire. If you can get a soft meal with a background in replicas, it can be pants hot. As it is now, it is clear that everyone should have the lowest title, but it turns out that people have been promoted one level for nothing. Don't talk about what learned medical skills. There is a legacy. That's just a facade. After all, open the back door cannot be put on the surface is not it. Always need to find an excuse. With a high title, not to mention the rest, the daily paycheck is quite a bit more. Not to mention a little more authority in the hospital as well. So the chances of completing the mission are greater, and the mission will be accomplished at a higher level. This benefit can be more lucrative than an extra daily paycheck. However, they didn't realize that Yi Xingxin's and their missions were also different in difficulty. They investigated events, and as long as there was progress, even if they didn't investigate the mastermind behind the scene, there were progress rewards. But Yi Xingxin's trio didn't have any reward at all if they didn't solve the mastermind behind the scene, and the difficulty was many times higher out. The four of them followed behind Shi Luoling. The two players looked at Yi Xingxin and Su Yusun, and there was still a question in their minds. How did this woman see that this was a big leg up when she just entered the game? Or was she just lucky that she was looking for a face and ended up with thighs? But then again, you're a soft touch and you dare to get that close to other women? Aren't you afraid the ghost will get mad? Don't say anything about the other side will not know. On the background of others. Want to flatter do not know how many. Report the informer is a matter of minutes. Arriving at Ikaruga's office, she was ready to divide the work among several people. What do you say, Xiaoye? Will you take over the clinic yourself? Or will you follow me first? Qi Luoling's meaning was, what do you think of your medical skills? She believed that Yi Xingxin was not a fool, and if he was not able to perform his medical skills and rashly took over the clinic, no one would be able to save him in the event of a medical malpractice. Sister Loring, I'm ready to take over. Yi Xingxin was still very confident in his skills. As long as it was a ghost, he could tell at a glance what kind of disease it was and how it needed to be treated. Okay, take care of yourself, and if you have a patient you can't see, call me. After that, Shi Luoling gave him a few words on who he should go to for arrangements for the reception. Yi Xingxin pulled Shi Luoling aside again and whispered, Sister Luoling, please help take care of her." Saying so, he pointed at Su Yusin. Then he winked at Su Yusin and left the office under Qi Luoling's surprised gaze. Yi Xingxin quickly found someone and was placed in 3 wards. These 3 patients are newly admitted today, so you'll be in charge of their treatment. And if you have any problems, talk to me promptly. The ghost doctor who assigned the work was certainly not kind. And although the friendliness wasn't negative under Yi Shengxian's various enhancements, it was only in the single digits. He was waiting for Yi Shengxian to have problems with his treatment and then come to himself to deliver the delivery. Otherwise, if he finds another doctor, won't he lose his fat? As for Dr. Ghost's mind, Yi Xingxin knew it all too well, but he was going to be disappointed. Even if there really was a patient that he couldn't handle, wouldn't there still be Qi Luoling, the attending physician, to help endorse him? Collecting the 3 copies of the medical records, Yi Xingxin did not have time to look at them. The priority now is to go and find his employer Minjia. She's just a level 0 rookie who's going to get cold any day now. Changed into my own white coat, badge on, official resident on the line. Coming to the triage desk, he said to the ghost nurse inside, "Please help me find out which ward a patient named Minya is staying in." Alive? The nurse, who was touching the fish, suddenly looked up and drooled right onto her chest. It's the only way you can do that if you can't see your toes with your head down, or else you'll have to mop up after drooling on the floor. But then he saw his clothes and badge and skimmed. Dr. Live is protected by the rules. You can't eat meat today. Chapter 109, Curing Diseases and Saving Ghosts. Dr. Yi on the line. If you can't afford to eat meat yourself, why are you helping him look up information? The ghost nurse lowered her head again and began to touch the fish. Although the nurse is the doctor's helper, but they are equal rather than superior and subordinate relationship. If Yi Xingxin is above the main treatment, it is better. Other than the head nurse, the other nurses will more or less give it a go. But Yi Xingxin has plenty of ways. The first move, give money. Money can make the devil push the mill, even if this trick is not. Dr. Yi. Right. The patient you're looking for is in ward 301, and the doctor who saw him is Yi Shengxian? I didn't even use the second move and you're down? Yi Xingxin was being shocked at the speed of the ghost nurse's change of face when he heard his name, and hurriedly took out his medical record book, flipped open the cover, and saw that one of the copies was precisely Minjia's. This is a mess. I wouldn't have wasted hundreds of plutonium if I had looked at it more before. Yi Xingxin came to ward 301 and saw Minjia curled up in the corner of the bed with a little kid reaching out to grab her. Seeing Yi Xingxin, she, who was originally a bit desperate, suddenly revealed a reassuring expression. A level 0 rookie who hasn't cried out in terror has outlasted a lot of people. Minjia entered the game, boosting to let choose the identity. No strength and will not be able to medical skills. Do not dare to choose the doctor. The result is to appear in this ward. The point was that she was the only one who hesitated for a long time and was ready to go out to find Yi Shengxian and the others. As a result, I just went out, and I was targeted by this little brat. Rushed back to the hospital room, only to have the door unlocked for the scene. For that matter, Yi Xingxin had to praise her for her luck, knowing that there were 3 beds placed in the ward. If she was with a ghost patient, she might have gotten cold with one wrong sentence and wouldn't have lasted long enough for Yi Shengxian to come over. Hungry ghost, Zhang Xiaoxiao. Grievance ghost level, friendliness -50, starved alive in a hospital due to anorexia in his lifetime, hates all creatures that can eat normally. Yi Xingxin took 2 steps forward, yanked his neck and threw it out. Mingya directly jumped from the bed onto Yi Shengxian's body, and could feel her entire body trembling, but she stiffly didn't cry out. There were tears in her eyes and she forced herself not to flow. Yi Xingxin patted her back and comforted her. Alright, it's fine. After a while, Minjia's emotions stabilized and released Yi Xingxin, her face slightly red. Thank you. You're welcome. You try not to leave the ward. After that I'll find a chance to take you around the hospital to familiarize yourself with the various ghosts and monsters. Your job is to grow and adapt to the environment. The main plot is up to us. With the boss. Of course, let people lie to win. Otherwise spend money to find you why. But Minya has one more step to take because of her own business, which is learning to force herself to grow and not be able to lie down and win in peace. Stay here. I'm going to check the next 2 wards. Although Minjia was a little scared, she still nodded. Yi Xingxin walked out of 301 and closed the door of the room. Fortunately, the wards he was assigned to were on the 3rd floor, one 305 and one 309. Came to 305 first and the room turned out to be empty. What the hell? Giving me an empty room? Yi Xingxin said doubtfully. Looked at the bedside. There is patient information on it, indicating that there should be people here. Although he was puzzled, Yi Xingxin couldn't change the person back out of thin air, so he had to come back later, push open the door to room 309 and finally see the sick ghost. Three ghosts are lying in bed talking. I just saw a living person run past. Don't even think about it. It's not our turn to be alive. Not to mention living people, living in the hospital every day. Can't even afford imitation living people, can only eat some vegetarian food barely living. Ugh. 3. Life is not easy, sighs the sick man. Squeak. The sound of the door opening caused the three ghosts to turn their heads. A different person might have been startled. After all, the body doesn't move, just turning the neck right back, and with the abstract looks. That image, it's cold to think about. But Yi Shangxin's indifference made the scene a bit awkward. Ahem. Brothers chatting? I'm your receiving doctor. You can call me Dr. Yi. Yi Xingxin's words also made the three ghosts put away their minds. The doctor couldn't move him at will. But if something went wrong when he was being treated, then he wouldn't be polite. The three ghosts' eyes were green at the thought, wanting to be the first to heal themselves so they'd have a chance to taste it. Yi Xingxin turned over the medical record book. The result was that it only recorded the name. Grade. About the condition is not a word. Cam. You call that a medical record? It's still up to you to operate. Closing the medical record book, Yi Xingxin looked at the ghost closest to the door. And the skill look and see paired with Eye of Insight was launched. Zhang Dinyo. Male. Grieving ghost level. Friendliness -15. Symptoms, insomnia and dreaminess. Easy to wake up at night around 1 to 3 p.m. Can't sleep until after 3 p.m. Accompanied by swelling and pain in the head. Red face. Hot head. Irritable temper. Diagnosed with liver flame exuberance. Treatment, acupoint stimulation plus medication is recommended. Acupuncture points, Xingma point, Taichung point, Shusamli point, Dadan point. Drug, gentian diarrhea liver soup. Looking at these points, Yi Xingxin's face was drawn. If this was a female ghost, Yi Xingxin guaranteed that he would massage it with his own hands, but for a male ghost, he was not a professional doctor, so he really couldn't do the same thing without prejudice. First, he picked up a pen and started to record in the medical record book. Then he tore off a piece of paper and wrote the location of the acupuncture points and massage techniques and handed it to him. Massage it in the usual way, and later I'll go and make up a prescription for you. Drink it and you'll be out of the hospital. All for all. Oh, really? But the previous doctor didn't find the disease even after half a day's examination and said that he would hospitalize for observation. You press it for now. You can feel if it's working or not. Liver fire is not checked by machines. Only some abnormal indicators in the body. Zhang Danio hurriedly compared the record on the paper and took off his shoes and socks, and a fermented salted fish smell filled the entire ward. Fortunately, Yi Xingxin was prepared for this, and a ball of ghost ayahuasca velvet was stuffed into the nasal cavity. Is it reasonable to make the other two ghosts look stupid? No questioning, no checklist, a simple glance and a diagnosis, and gave a treatment plan right away? Yi Xingxin didn't care what they thought and continued his own treatment. Lu Changshui, male, grieving ghost level. Friendliness 0. Symptoms, lack of spirit, fatigue, chest tightness, shortness of breath, dizziness, insomnia. Diagnosed with qi and blood deficiency. Treatment plan, medication plus acupuncture. Acupuncture points, Baihui point, Guan Yuan point, Shenkei point, Higu point. Drugs, Bazhan pills. Taking out the ghost 13 needles that he had acquired a long time ago, he made the sick ghost lie down, and Yi Xingxin decisively placed the needles. 10 minutes later, the silver needle was removed and it was obvious that he was in better spirits. After the medical records were recorded, looking at the last one, Yi Xingxin's face changed, and a sentence of lying grass came out of his mouth. Chapter 110. 9 people gathered together. Yi Xingxin looked at the third ghost's symptoms and diagnosis, and retreated with a sliding step, enjoying the silk slide vertically. Manhwa, male, night ghost level, friendly 30. Symptom 1, unexplained persistent irregular fever greater than 37.5 degrees Celsius for more than 1 month, decreased appetite, anorexia, nausea, vomiting, chronic diarrhea, more than 3 stools per day for more than 1 month. Symptom 2, pain in the mouth and tongue, which may be erythematous, edematous, and grayish-white membranous on the surface. Systemic complaints, fever, temperature above 37.3 degrees Celsius, malaise, weight loss, patchy hair loss, painless enlargement of lymph nodes throughout the body. The symptoms alone are more than the first 2 combined. The skill also gave a diagnosis, which was the reason why Yi Shangxin retreated in fear. Tanhua looked at Yi Shangxin and blurted out, "Are you serious about your half-step back move? A small movement still hurts that much. My advice for your condition is to transfer to a hospital. I can't treat it." Zhang Danyu, Lu Changshui too also froze. Now Yi Xingxin in the hearts of the two of them that is the existence of a divine doctor. The result was even bluntly said that he could not cure this old brother's disease. He is not cured. For him 3 seconds of silence. When the three of them were chatting before, how could they ask him, but he didn't say what the disease was? So it was a terminal illness? On the contrary, Manhwa said as if nothing had happened. May thing, Dr. Yi treat it as he pleases. Even if you can't cure it, I won't blame you. He had seen Yi Xingxin's performance before, and this should be his last chance. Previously, he had also visited other hospitals, and the results were not satisfactory. This time, he had spent a lot of money to enter the third-ranked hospital, but Yi Xingxin was really unwilling to get close. He was still young and couldn't afford to make a mistake. Diagnosis: acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Syphilis 3. Treatment programs: none. Mostly, the underworld doesn't have a drug that targets it, and there's nothing the system can do about it. Even if you find a way to bring in drugs from the present world, they are ineffective against ghosts. Perhaps some of the big men could be cured with ghost techniques, but Manhwa obviously couldn't find such big men. Seeing that no matter how much he said, Yi Shengxian was not willing to treat himself, his friendliness dropped drastically. Soon, Manhwa's eyes were red and his mouth roared as he pounced on Yi Xingxin. Why don't you treat me? I will pull you on my back even if I die. The sudden change of heart startled both patients. They did not understand why things had turned out like this. Did Divine Dr. Yi have a grudge against this old brother? Otherwise, why didn't he help him with his treatment? Stay out of it. Shoo away. Bang * 3. With Yi Xingxin as the center, an unparalleled huge force pushed the three ghosts to hit the wall heavily. Because Manhwa was the key target, he received more force and was directly knocked into a meat pie. The ghostly energy dissipated into thin air. Luckily it is a ghost. If this is a person, leaving a ground of meat pie, Yi Xingxin still do not know how to deal with it. This is not careful to give the infection. Cry no place to cry. Even the system didn't absorb Manhwa's dissipated ghost chi to reward Yi Shengxian. Watching a fellow patient die in front of their eyes, Zhang Daimyo and Lu Qingshui were so scared that they wrapped themselves in small quilts and shivered. Yi Xingxin turned his head, scaring the two ghosts so much that they hastily covered their heads. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Yi Xingxin's expression was stagnant, and he was unwilling to say more, saying, I'll go dispense the medicine, and left 309. At this time, the three patients in 305 also returned to the room. There should be clues in that room from before, but we can't get in. So what do we do? Let's wait and see. We don't know where the other six are. Let's rendezvous first and see if we can exchange some information. On the other side, Su Yusin and the others followed Ji Luoling and started checking the rooms. They had to help record the medical records and medical advice, but they didn't study. After all, they weren't going to stay here as doctors afterward. After checking in, there was nothing important for the time being, so Ji Luoling let them move freely. You stay for a moment. Sister Loring? Su Yusin mainlined a husband and wife. Following Yi Xingxin's call, you're probably like Sayaka. You won't stay in the hospital all the time. So here's the deal. I'll arrange for you to follow Sayaka. Omega. Thank you, Sister Luoling. Ji Luoling brought Su Yusin to the triage desk and inquired about the ward Yi Xingxin was in charge of. 301. Instead of waiting for Yi Shengxian to come back, Mingya saw Su Yusin follow a female ghost doctor with a Wa figure in. Where's Sayaka? Why isn't he here? Big brother Yi went to the other wards. Mingya said carefully. Xiao Su, just wait for him here, and make sure you don't leave the hospital during the daytime when you're at work. I'll leave first. Sister Loring, goodbye. Mingya looked at the one person and one ghost in surprise. This is still possible in a copy? If only ghosts were all this gentle. It wasn't until then that Mingya realized why the officials had allowed these two to come and take themselves. The operation is just 2:06, almost to noon. Yi Xingxin just finished busy with the two ghosts' medicines. The hospital even did not have ready-made medicines. Need to match their own simmering. Is also drunk. When he returned to 301, he saw Su Yusin sitting on the hospital bed chatting with Mingya. Hey, what are you doing here? Sister Luoling asked me to follow you and be your assistant. That's the benefit of having a ghost pulse. Otherwise a resident wouldn't be qualified to lead a physician assistant. That's fine. Let's go eat first. The three of them walked together towards the cafeteria. And in the corridors, there were all sorts of ghosts, much to Minya's delight. The hospital's ghosts come from all directions and are more varied than other copies. Generally speaking, ghosts have entities in the underworld, just as people do in the present world. But there is also a special race that has no entity in the underworld just as ghosts do in the present world. This race has a collective name. Ghosts, and zombies, half ghosts, half corpses, etc. Even Yi Xingxin saw a foreign ghost, which was a vampire with fangs and wings on its back. It's a big hospital after all. Amidst a crowd of ghosts and monsters watching with either hatred or lust, the three of them arrived at the cafeteria without moving, just in time to see the other players. For the first time, 9 players were together in a replica. After introductions to each other, the group also learned who each was. Sacred Heart Yip, Red 18, Su Yusin, Red 16, Chen Ingwu, Night Level 13, Zhang Jinhak, Night Level 14, Patient, Minya, Spirit Level 0, Chen Chang, Night Level 12, Chen Chichi, Night Level 15, Wu Xianwei, Night Level 14, Sunbin Redcoat Class 16. Hearing that Mingya was Level 0 and had just passed through a novice copy, the uninformed few looked at each other in disbelief. This is a thriller game. People can die at any time. Isn't this nonsense? And how did she get matched with a medium to large-sized copy of a hospital like the third hospital at her level? Shouldn't it be the kind that goes to a small clinic down the street? Chapter 111 Orthopedics in D. You guys even came in as a team? And that's okay? It's clear to see that not all players are aware of the existence of group cards. Originally Yi Xingxin didn't want to say anything, but someone proposed to take out Namiya first. And as I said before, in the copies, sometimes the older players were afraid that the newcomers would interfere with their quests, so they would go ahead and take out the newcomers. I brought her in. Whoever wants to make a move can try. Yi Xingxin said as such, as the highest ranked person. He was ironically a bondsman, and the other players didn't dare to say anything. The highest of them was 2 levels lower than Yi Xingxin, and no one would be so foolish as to offend a big brother for a hint of uncertainty. Also because of this incident, Yi Xingxin's impression of these people was a lot worse, and he could cut leaks with peace of mind. The question is, how should I bind them now? Currently, one's exploration of the rules is too little, and there is not enough known information to qualify for the system's bindings. I just hope they last 2 more days and don't waste it. As far as is known, doctors cannot leave the hospital grounds during the day. There are no restrictions at night. Patients are free to leave the hospital at will throughout the day, although their movements within the hospital will be restricted and they cannot go to many places. However, if they stay inside the hospital, they cannot leave the ward at will at night, or they will have to fend for themselves if they are caught by an inspecting nurse or doctor. Not even if you want to go to the bathroom, but you can't just settle in your room, or the cleaners will teach you to behave. Regarding the main thread, it's a complete lack of clarity at this point. Doctors, while they say they have a lot of authority in the hospital, their current title is not enough to have unimpeded access. Yi Xingxin's intention was to first use the first few days to improve his title, and the way to do that was to cure a large number of patients and have them give him favorable reviews. After finishing the meal, Yi Shengxian sent Mingya back to the hospital room and then prepared to take a look at the places where he could walk around first. With Su Yusin in tow, the two prepared to go to the morgue located underground first. The mission mentioned that there were also cases of missing hospital corpses. Yi Xingxin's first reaction was that someone was stealing hospital corpses to sell organs or something like that. After all, the ghost's corpse and human are not the same. The organ survives longer. The general ghosts die, are turned into ghost gas dissipation, can leave the body is generally similar to zombies. That organ, alone survive 1,000 years of no problem at all. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for -4, and the door slowly closed, when suddenly, a pale hand reached in and blocked the soon-to-be-closed elevator door. A male ghost whose skin looked not at all bloody walked in. Yi Xingxin ignored him after glancing at him, thinking it was some doctor from the hospital. Soon, the elevator stopped at the -4 floor, and the 2 men and 1 ghost walked out. Then the male ghost opened a morgue cabinet under the watchful eyes of Yi Xingxin and Su Yusin, and laid in. So is this the corpse inside coming back to life, or is the hospital doctor so poor that he can only live in the morgue locker? Su Yusin pulled Yi Xingxin's arm, her voice trembling a little. Even the red-robed level Su Yusin, who had experienced so many copies, had never seen this kind of situation. Yi Xingxin stepped forward and pulled open the morgue cabinet, and the male body inside was motionless, just like a corpse. J.Y. Beck. Dead body. Surprisingly, it really is a ghost corpse swindle, which is not rare in the underworld. Maybe it was manipulated by the person behind the theft of the body, but there wasn't a single clue now. Yi Xingxin gave all the morgue cabinets a look over. Most of them were empty, which was not at all like what a big hospital should have. Closing all the locker doors, the two left the morgue, coming to the emergency room located on the side of the first floor hall. This point of the hospital in the underworld was arbitrary, and the emergency room didn't take any patients during lunchtime, and there wasn't a single doctor or nurse left behind at all. This discovery made Yi Xingxin think that perhaps he could take advantage of the mealtime to explore the hospital. There were 2 hours at noon and 1 hour in the afternoon. The mission also mentions that instruments have been lost as well, but in general, I don't think anyone would steal hospital instruments. The big ones are not good for getting out, and the small ones are not worth it. Turned around. Nothing. The two returned to room 301. From the afternoon work there is still an hour. Yi Xingxin pulled out a pair of poker This is still before in the fierce ghost middle school time to buy. It is still very good to use to pass the time. 2 p.m. When it was time to go to work, according to the rules of the hospital, the receiving doctor should go to his or her patient's room for rounds. Yi Xingxin was just about to go out with Su Yusin when he saw a ghost nurse walk in with 2 patients. After looking at the badge on Yi Xingxin's chest, she said, "Dr. Yi, these are the 2 patients that were just received, so I'll leave them to you." Yi Xingxin nodded and took the 2 books of cases handed over by the nurse, and opened them to find that there was still only the name and the rank. The 2 ghosts were told to find a bed to lie down in separately, and 301 was full. Chen Yang, male, night ghost level, friendliness -30, symptoms, weakness and fatigue, mental depression, nausea and vomiting, diagnosis, overindulgence, treatment plan, rest. Chen Shi, female, grievance ghost level, friendliness -20, symptoms, weakness and fatigue of the body, depressed spirit, aching and weakness of the legs, diagnosis, overindulgence, treatment plan, moxibustion guanyuan point, kidney acupoint. Looking at the 2 ghosts with almost the same appearance and the same condition, Yi Xingxin had a bold thought. This is afraid that it is not running out from the orthopedic department of D country. Letting Su Yusin go to the pharmacy to fetch a piece of ghost ginger to slice, Yi Xingxin took out the few remaining ghost moxa velvet. In his hands, he balled it up into the shape of a small cone. For this symptomatic condition, Yi Xingxin knew how to treat it even if he didn't use his skills, because he was like this at first, and then the old man had helped him treat it. The process could be said to be fresh in his mind. After all, he himself usually used this method to strengthen his divine weapon. Ghost moxa velvet interspersed with ginger moxibustion guan yuan. Chen Shi, lie back and lift your shirt up a bit to expose your belly. Looking at Yi Xingxin seriously regimenting the herbs in his hands, Chen Shi unconsciously followed his instructions. Chen Yang, who was at the side, turned a little green in the face. Guan yuan point. The general method of taking the point is the same body inch, 3 inches below the umbilicus, and the inch here is slightly different from the one in the unit of length, because the proportions of each person's body are different. If you use a fixed length of 3 inches, then the acupoints found must be in different locations. 3 inches here generally means having the patient's index, middle, ring, and little fingers together, with the middle knuckle of the middle finger as the standard, and the width of the 4 fingers is 3 inches. Of course, for an old Chinese doctor, recognizing acupoints was simple, but Yi Xingxin was obviously not an old Chinese doctor. He grabbed Chen Shi's hand, had her put all 4 fingers together, placed it on her belly, and after finding the Guan Yuan acupoint, he put in the ghost ginger slices with holes punched in them, and then put in a small cone of ghost moxa floss to light it up. Chapter 112, The Man Behind the Curtain Appears? When she was done, she left 4 more stems of moxa, and instructed her to burn one and light it herself for another, and to rest for a couple of hours after all of them had been burned. Chen Yang looked at Yi Shengxian with bated breath, still waiting for him to light it for himself as well, only to see him walking out with that woman. Doctor, just lie down and rest. You don't need treatment for your illness. Yi Xingxin really didn't want to give him the ghost moxa velvet, although this thing wasn't expensive, but this one was rewarded by the system, and of course it was different from the ones bought outside or the demonic ES that grew wild. Halfway there, Yi Shengxian returned and called up Mingya. Now that there were 2 more ghosts in the room, it wasn't safe to still leave her here by herself. Came to 305 first, which was still empty, and went straight to 309. Zheng Dainio and Lu Changxue were obediently lying on the bed. They had just finished drinking the medicine and were ready to rest. When they saw Yi Xingxin come in, they hurriedly sat up. Dr. Yi, you're here. How are you guys feeling? Much better. Dr. Ye's medical skills are so brilliant. The disease that I spent a lot of money on before and couldn't be cured. In your hands it's just a pair of medicines. And then massage yourself for a while and you'll be fine. Depending on how you guys are doing, you can be discharged when you wait until the evening to take another dose of your medication. Originally, the 2 ghosts weren't seriously ill. It was only because the machine couldn't detect the cause of the illness that they were hospitalized for observation. After checking the room, Yi Xingxin took the 2 of them back to 301. Mingya's status as a patient was not suitable for following herself around, easily causing the attention of the hospital inspections. Upon entering the ward, Chen Shi's face was quite a bit rosier, not as pale as when he first arrived. Chen Yang was also a bit better, but not much. After all, he was simply resting and not having any treatment. Yi Xingxin said after helping Chen Shi check again. Alright, you guys can be discharged from the hospital, but anything that you do, you have to pay attention to moderation, or you'll end up in the hospital again. After saying that, he helped Chen Yang give a few more acupoints to press, so that his face looked a little better. Then he drove the 2 ghosts to go through the discharge procedures. because the two ghosts were hospitalized for even less than a day. The hospital only charged 1 day's hospitalization fee, as well as the medicine fee, so that Chen Yang, who was originally still somewhat dissatisfied, also gave Yi Shengxin a favorable review. Right after the discharge procedures of the two ghosts were completed, Yi Shengxian also received a prompt from the system. 40 Holy Mother points arrived. It seems that it is necessary to help the patient to be discharged from the hospital to be considered to have completed a help, rather than gleaning points for each treatment. Yi Shengxian was a little disappointed. However, this is normal. Otherwise Yi Shengxin can help the patient see once a minute. Gripping the system balled. Now Yi Shengxin still has 6 patients in his hands, but the 305 tortoise grandchildren don't know where they ran off to, and they haven't been able to treat them without seeing them. Yi Shengxin decided that when he saw them, he would first break their legs and let them try to run again, not knowing why Yi Shengxin, who had been smiling just a moment ago, suddenly looked a bit ugly. Su Yusen had to hug him, wanted to open her mouth to comfort, but Yi Shengxian adjusted quickly, and the thought of giving the 3 tortoise grandsons a beating put him in a much better mood. Now that only Minjia was left alone in Ward 301 again, Yi Shengxin decided to go out for a walk on her own, and let Su Yusen accompany her, so that on one hand, it would be safer, and on the other hand, it would also allow Su Yusen to rest for a while. After all, she was also tired the night before entering the game. As for Yi Shengxian himself, his physical strength was good. The heartbreak fruit obtained earlier was given to Su Yusen, so that if she encountered a battle, she could also recover her ghostly chi. After that, Yi Shengxin left 301 alone. He was going to go to the morgue during work hours to see if there would be some changes. Soon enough, it was around the morgue in -4, and it was the same as before, and even the moving body that I had seen earlier hadn't changed a bit. Yi Shengxian, who had somewhat given up, had just turned around and was ready to leave when he noticed that the elevator room outside the door was lit up. This was someone coming over again. However, in the hospital morgue, it is normal for a doctor to send a body over, so Yi Shengxin didn't think much about it. As a result, the other party may have discovered that there was someone in the morgue, and turned his head and left. The Eye of Insight was activated, but as a result, before he could read the information, the other party entered the elevator and disappeared from sight, and the information seen by the Eye of Insight simply vanished. I'm not seeing the man behind the curtain, am I? After all, the only people who come into the morgue abnormally are those who come to steal corpses or organs. If it was a normal doctor delivering a body or coming to check some information, data, it would not be too much to say that he turned his head and fled when he saw someone there. Hey, but it's useless even if you run fast. As long as I take a look at the elevator monitor, I can find you, Yi Shengxin thought in his heart. So he entered the elevator and came to the negative floor, where the hospital's monitoring room was. A couple of ghost security guards were chatting about some adult favorites when they saw a stranger come in, dressed in doctor's garb, but they dutifully made inquiries to confirm that it was really a doctor. But the attitude wasn't much better. After all, you're a newcomer. Who knows you? Why should I give you face? However, a second later, they will love. Yuck. It's the attitude that changes for the better, because Yi Shengxin pulled out 500 plutonium coins. At the same time, his own red-robed level of aura was also unreservedly displayed. This was called grace and authority. Brother Yi, I wonder what your orders are, an older security guard asked with a smile. Find out for me who the person was who just entered the morgue after me. Okay, wait a moment. The ghost security guard operated on the computer and soon saw the image of Yi Shengxin entering the morgue. But after he entered, the surveillance screen turned into snowflakes and nothing could be seen. After a while, it returned to normal. And then Yi Shengxin got on the elevator and came to the negative one. This, Brother Yi, that person should be carrying something to shield the signal. It could be a ghost weapon, a skill, or some high-tech product, the ghost security guard said with a bitter face, just afraid that Yi Shengxian, who did not get the information he wanted, would blame them. However, Yi Shengxin wouldn't trouble them for no reason. After all, attacking for no reason was an easy foul. One hand stroked his chin. Yi Shengxin was certain that that person, if not the mastermind, was the mastermind's henchman, or else he couldn't have been so cautious. A day had gone by fast, and finally there were some clues. Not many, but it was a good start. At least it was established that the man behind the curtain was also at the hospital, and not just already closed up and left. Took out the long-lost white Crane House cigarettes, gave a few ghost security guards. A ghost issued a ghost. He also picked up a light, while smoking, while prying for information. Chapter 113, The Magic Sword, Ghostly Break. Brothers, are there any contraindications to be aware of in our hospital? I just came here and I'm not very clear yet. Yi Shengxin looked at the several ghost security guards in front of him and asked. Generally speaking, There are some tidbits of information that the staff at the bottom know even better than the doctors, especially the security guards, the cleaners and so on. For example, bumping into some ghost doctors, ghost nurses drilling the small dark room, this kind of thing. As long as one person knows about it, then very soon, all the security guards and cleaners in the hospital will be able to know about it, because they will avoid talking to doctors and nurses. An hour later, Yi Xingxin left the negative floor, after a conversation. Although he hadn't inquired about information related to the main line, the time hadn't been wasted. First of all, the dean is not in the hospital these days. It is said to have gone to participate in some hospital exchange meeting, has been gone for 10 days, about 5 or 6 days before coming back. Then there were 2 department heads at the hospital competing for a vice president's spot, and the former vice president was getting ready to retire for health reasons. The head nurse, Li Chan-su, has a situation with one of the directors, but whether or not this is true is uncertain. The last point is that the ghost security guards have warned to try to stay in the wards and not come out on every single numbered day, and especially not to go to the reception hall. This is because a terrifying presence will be visiting the hospital. But so far 5 or 6 doctors have gone cold. Yi Sheng threw the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to the security chief and turned to leave. And the reason why the ghost security guard was willing to say so much to Yi Xingxin, besides his graciousness, the main thing was that he looked at them as ghosts, unlike most of the other doctors, who looked at the ghost security guard and the ghost cleaner as if they were some kind of lowly creatures. They felt the feeling of being respected. Back on the 3rd floor, just as I stepped out of the elevator, I saw a couple of ghost cleaners hiding behind the door to the security corridor, pointing at room 301. Perhaps he was too focused and didn't notice the approaching Yi Sheng. Do you think that new doctor has offended Director Yu? Why else would he bring that bogeyman here? I can't say. We haven't seen the new one and we don't know him. Do you think the doctor and the patient in the room will be poisoned? Doctors can't say. Patients shouldn't be. That one is brutal. But he usually doesn't strike out at patients. Only killed 5 or 6 doctors. That's hard to say. Once before, when Dr. Liu was killed, the 3 patients passing by were touched by the aftermath and directly dispersed into ghostly chi. Who is this bogeyman you speak of? Of course it is Stiff Little. Who are you? What are you doing eavesdropping on us? Are you trying to plot against us? The 2 ghost cleaners reacted to the questioning with an unfamiliar voice, and after turning around and seeing Yi Xingxin's face, they hurriedly clasped their hands to their chests with a sworn look. Yi Xingxin looked speechless. Sister, let's not say. Your hands clasped chest defense posture is not right. Others are eager to crush the murder to the flattened. All blocked. Your arms are clenched. Holding the murder. What is going on? Showing off your great evil cover? Who is the one who wants to do something wrong? Ghost cleaning. Lu 1 Mei. Grievance ghost level. Friendship 10 plus 1 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 plus 1. Hey, system, are you out of your mind? What's going on here? It was the first time Yi Xingxin had seen the friendliness level rise 2 jumps a second. This doctor, how come I haven't seen you before? How old are you? Do you have a date? What do you think of Auntie? Don't look at me as just a cleaner. But Auntie's family has a house, a car and savings. If you follow Auntie, I guarantee that you can get to the night ghost level within 100 years. The other cleaning looked at Lu 1 Mei with an expression of surprise. Yi Xingxin put out his aura a little bit, wanting to make her a little bit more normal. Red? That's great, young man. Auntie also has a daughter who is very pretty. If you follow Auntie, Auntie will marry her daughter to you as well. Okay, Auntie's daughter is already in the late stage of the ghost stage. Absolutely worthy of you. Yi Shengharder shocked. Said this is a eaten and seen the Lord. The general wandering soul level to see the red dress hate to give birth to more than a few legs and run far away. This is actually also up to the post. The real heifer sitting on a rocket. Awesome on the sky. We can't afford to mess with it. But we can hide from it. Yi Xingxin also do not inquire. From their conversation just now, also can basically determine that said and ghost security guard mentioned that one is the same ghost. But why will come to find their own? Alas, young man, you can't go over there. That one is very cruel to doctors. Instead of going over there to die for nothing, you might as well go home with Auntie. Yi Xingxin walked even faster and dodged into Ward 301 with a flash. Ugh, it's a shame about such a white man. Alright, stop whining. Let's hurry up and go. Stiff Xiaoro won't give your son face. As soon as Yi Xingxin entered the room, he saw Su Yusin and Minjia panicking a batch sitting on the most leaning hospital bed. A loli wearing a black cheongsam with a yellow paper attached to her head and a child's face was half lying on the hospital bed near the door. And Yu Deso stood respectfully at one side. The 4 people in the room, none of them spoke. Seeing Yi Xingxin come in, Yu Deshu's eyes lit up and hurriedly pulled him to the door of the hospital room and said, "Older brother Yi, you're back. This time you must help old brother me. How does this look like he's asking for it? It's not like Clean said he came to trouble himself. Director Tour, what's going on here? The one lying inside is the eldest miss of the Fengdu City Stiff family. She came to our hospital a while ago when she was sick, but the previous few doctors were unable to do anything about her condition, and she was drained of her ghostly chi by a violent rage. Elder brother Yi, you have inherited Master Lu's medical skills. You can definitely cure her. Even if you can't cure her, you can still ask Elder Lu to take action. Yi Xingxin sort of understand, because the hospital cannot cure this disease, so the director of the tour hit the attention to the head of Lu Qianjun. He is just a lead. Why didn't she just go to the old man for treatment? Ahem. An elder in their family had previously offended the old master, and the old master sent word that he would not treat any of their family for 100 years. Good lord. Director Tour, you're using me as a hostage. What's that? I have no choice. Old brother, if I let her keep killing like this, the hospitals will have no more doctors, and when the dean comes back, my vice dean will be out of reach. I won't let you help for nothing, said, pulled out a sword-like thing from his pocket, still bouncing in his hand. Devil's Blade Ghost Chakra, disabled handcrafted by @ unspeakable grade ghost weapon handcrafted using the heart of $% bones, comes with skills, Siphon, passive, Breaking Army, passive, Turning Rainbow, Swallowing Spirit, Battling the 8 Directions, Turning Ghosts, sealed, Heavenly Demon Descending, sealed. Spirit consciousness of the weapon is in slumber. Chapter 114, Yang and Yin Deficiency. After reading the information of the Demon Blade, Yi Shang-xin admitted that his heart was moved. This should be the highest grade ghost weapon that he had seen so far. It's a tattered version, but that's unspeakable level. And for their own skills, Yi Xingxin is still very confident, even if the cure is not good. But at least you can see what the disease is, really to the point of no way out of the time. The old man will have the cheek to invite over a trip. The big deal is to give the magic knife to the little ghost. Her and their own, what is the difference? When you want to use it, she will not let you use it? He reached out to pick it up, but Yu Deso dodged back. Older brother, you should be healed before I can give it to you. Director Yu, you're not making any sense, are you? Let's not talk about the risk I'm taking, or even the huge favor I have to owe the old man. Let's just say, when a patient comes to the hospital to be treated and hospitalized, shouldn't they also pay the fees up front in advance? When have I ever seen a cure before charging for it? Something is necessary to get your hands on. Otherwise, what if the treatment is done and Director Yao backs out? Kill him and rob him hard? To be able to take out this level of ghost weapon, Yi Xingxin didn't believe that he was as simple as a small hospital director. To say that there was no one behind him, ghosts wouldn't believe it. Yu Deso struggled a bit, to be honest, although the magic knife couldn't be used by himself, but after all, the rank was placed here. To say that it wasn't heartbreaking was impossible, but if he can solve the matter of Stiff Xiaro, then the promotion to Vice Dean will basically be the nail in the coffin. This is a major event that concerns his promotion later. Otherwise, who would come to this hospital as a small director? They are still eyeing the resources after becoming the vice president? And this knife bar, there are a billion points of defects. Otherwise it is not the turn to throw to himself. Now used to exchange is also more cost effective. After all, their own strength went up. Unspeakable level of ghost weapons can still find again. After making up his mind, Yu Deso handed the knife over and said, older brother, you can't collect things and not do anything. Don't worry, if I really can't cure it, I will ask the old master to come over. If it still can't be cured, the knife will be returned to you. Yi Xingxin is full of promises, but in his heart he thinks, if he really can't be cured, he will carry the bucket and run away. He still dares to go to the old master to ask for it? Even if it is unspeakable level, also have to be polite. Otherwise, the Stiff family will not be afraid to go to the door to seek medical treatment because of a word from the old man. Find a few copies of yourself for a period of time, coupled with 3 days of experience copies per month. Unspeakable and not so far away. Yi Xingxin gripped the hilt of the knife and was about to put it away when he realized that he couldn't pull it, and looked at Yu Deso with a puzzled expression, only to see him suddenly pull out a piece of paper. Older brother, come and sign this deed. Yi Xingxin looked at the contract and realized that what was written on it was what he had just promised, but for a contract given by a ghost, who knows if there is a trap hidden inside. Look, old brother, even if you don't sign the contract, Stiff Xiaro is already here. You won't be able to run away, and by signing it, you can still take a ghost weapon, Yu Deso said as he looked at him with a smile on his face. Good man, you're eating me up? Letting Yi Xingxin give up the magic knife is definitely impossible, and if Yu Deso doesn't take the magic knife in exchange, if Yi Xingxin makes up his mind that he just doesn't want to be treated, because of Lu Qianjuan's relationship, Stiff Sharo can't be sucked dry directly like those doctors who didn't have a background before. Otherwise, Yu Desho is not stupid. Even if he can't use the magic knife himself, he can still go and find other people to exchange something that can be used. Yi Xingxin ghosted Ji into the eyes, the contract inside and outside to see once. Did not find any traps in other terms, but still a little uneasy. Pulled out 10,000 plutonium coins, waved his hand and lit it. Yudisha looked at me blankly. What are you doing? You want to buy it with money? That's a little too little, right? And you even lighted it, thinking it's an offering to burn paper? A red-robed level of ghostly pressure descended, and Qian Duo's plump figure emerged. For things related to contracts, it was better to let a professional take a look. Although Qian Duo didn't touch much of the business inside the house, but then again, he was better than himself for things like contracts. Brother Yi, Qian Duo hugged Yi Shengxian's arm and rubbed it with the axiom. Ahem, Duo, there's someone else. Qian Duo glanced at Yu Desho, unimpressed. Although both ghosts were at the red coat level, one was a battle-hardened warrior and the other was just the equivalent of a supportive doctor. And the degree of cohesion of the ghost chi was clear at a glance. As far as the likes of Yu Desho were concerned, Chandos would have no problem dealing with 3 or 4 of them on his own. And Yi Xingxin's summoning had another purpose, which was to tell Yu Desho that if he dared to trap himself, I have ways to get back at you. It was a good thing that Yu Desho didn't have the heart to trap him. Just one Lu Qianjun was enough for him to suffer. After Qian Duo listened to Yi Shengxian's introduction of the situation, he took the contract and read it once, then nodded to Yi Shengxian, signaling that there was no problem with the contract. Only then did Yi Xingxin sign his name. The contract turned into white light and shot at Yi Xingxin and Yu Desho respectively. At the same time, an irresistible gaze was felt looking at him. Obviously, this contract was made in the presence of the unspeakable above. After signing the contract, Qian Duo kissed Yi Shengxian as if she were a ghost, and then lifted the summoning. She still had to prepare for the upcoming attack. Good tactics, old brother. So is Lao. Haven't you guys discussed this yet? Is this the doctor you said could treat me? After waiting for half a day, Stiff Sharo was already impatient, because in a few more minutes, she was going to reach the time of her illness. The one person and one ghost outside had been grinding away for half a day and were still not well. Dude, it's up to you. Yi Xingxin did not reply and directly walked into the ward. The first time he activated the skill to look at Stiff Sharo. Stiff Sharo, blood clothes level, friendliness -20, symptoms, burning heat in the body, qi and blood boiling, yang energy impacting the meridians. Treatment plan, drain yang and replenish yin. If a person's yin deficiency in yang, only need to nourish yin and suppress yang can be, but for zombies such as the netherworld creatures, yang energy that is best to give a little bit of leakage, leaving only its own yin corpse qi, but also to replenish yin qi, to restore the health of the body. The zombie has yang qi in its body. How did you do it? Yi Xingxin could see that these yang qi was forced into the body by someone, causing the yang qi to impact the body in the body. Had a fight with someone? This kind of injury, can you heal it? If you can't, then don't waste your time. Stiff Sharo looked at the young Yi Xingxin, and in her heart, she didn't really believe that he could heal this kind of injury. The previous ghost doctor was unable to do anything with this yang qi. Either forcing it with a large amount of yin attribute medicinal power or treating it with ghost techniques was ineffective. Instead, it stimulated the yang qi, making the already painful Stiff Sharo even more miserable. And this was the reason why she stormed out to kill the ghosts. Look at you all say so serious. Thought it was a big thing. Not just yang shengyin deficiency. Well, small problem. Chapter 115, why does my ass hurt so much? If it was any other illness or injury, it could still be difficult for Yi Xingxin. But when it came to yin and yang, he was the big brother in this regard. His dual cultivation technique could be more than just being able to dual cultivate, characterized by reconciling yin and yang. Just need to run the gong method, the yang qi in her body to suck out on the line. This is also considered to help her drain the yang, and then prescribe some yin tonic medication afterward to regulate it will be okay. Seeing the confident expression on Yi Xingxin's face, Stiff Sharo froze. This person had a cure just by looking and asking? But whether it works or not, we'll know if we try. So he spoke. How are you going to treat it? What do you need to prepare? Just give me your hand. After saying that, Yi Xingxin pulled up Stiff Sharo's hand, interlocked his fingers, and began to operate the gong method. Do not say, although she is a zombie, but the hand is surprisingly soft and boneless, general soft, and also not cold. Maybe the body has a large number of yang qi sake. Feeling the yang qi in her body along her arm, being sucked out of her body little by little, Stiff Sharo's eyes lit up. This inconspicuous living person actually had a way. Although the whole arm stung a little from the influx of yang qi, it was much lighter than the previous treatment and was completely acceptable. However, Yi Xingxin's face did not look good because the speed was too slow. At this rate, even if he spent all his time sucking her yang qi, he would not be able to finish it even if he did not rest for a minute. After all, it didn't go deeper. But Yi Xingxin didn't dare to propose an in-depth treatment, or else he might have to get cold. Feeling the changes within her body, Stiff Xiaoro roughly estimated the time. Half a month to a month's time, she would be able to fully recover. And finally she would not have to suffer from the burning of yang qi anymore. It's worthy of being the third hospital. There are people in high places, and absorbing the yang qi in Stiff Xiaoro's body. Yi Xingxin also had a lot of benefits. If he absorbed all of it, his own physique could be raised by roughly 100 points. This was a benefit for nothing. Seeing that this bogeyman was really treated, the stone in Yudishu's heart was put down. His ghost weapon was not wasted. And after he said a word to Yi Xingxin, he turned around and left. After all, the hospital still had a lot of things as well as patients waiting for him to deal with. An hour later, Stiff Xiaoro was feeling her body gradually recovering yet, when Yi Xingxin let go of his hand. What's wrong? Go on, I want more. It's too slow, and I need a break. Stiff Xiaoro thought about it. Anyway, there is a way to cure it. It's not that bad for a while. He can rest for a while if he wants to. So she opened her mouth and said, then you should rest for a while. You said it's too slow. Is there a faster way? Well, it does. And the way I do this treatment, I actually suck the yang energy out of your body. And it stands to reason that the larger the area of contact, the faster the absorption. Stiffy Xiaoro nodded, making a valid point. After a few minutes, Yi Shangxin extended his hand again, but this time it was two. Stiff Xiaoro pulled back in a hurry. It was obvious that the healing effect was felt a little faster. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Xingxin had absorbed a total of 1/40 of the yang qi in Stiff Xiaoro's body, and according to this speed, absorbing it 24 hours a day all day long, he would be able to finish absorbing it in another 10 days. But his own time in the replica was only 6 days left. Alright, I'm off work. You can come back tomorrow. Yi Xingxin withdrew his hands, stood up and stretched, and said to Stiff Xiaoro, no, there's still time in the evening. Nice try you. And you want me to 007? I need to sleep at night. I'll raise the money. Stiff Xiaoro did some math. According to the progress in the afternoon, if it continued day and night, it would be healed in another 10 days. Who would want to delay late if they could recover as early as possible? Overtime is out of the question. Seeing Yi Xingxin's refusal again, Stiff Xiaoro's face turned grim. Her white and tender little hands also turned greenish-purple. Her 10 fingers revealed sharp nails, and a pair of fangs were exposed from her tiny lips. You dare to reject me? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Feel free. You won't be able to find a doctor who can treat it besides me anyway. Yi Xingxin didn't give a damn about her at all, instead signaling Su Yusin and Minjia to follow her. The two of them had been nestled in the corner of the hospital bed all afternoon, not daring to speak much at all, fearing that Stiff Xiaoro would storm out. Initially, if it wasn't for Yu Deso stopping them, Stiff Xiaoro would have been ready to clean up the ward. Seeing Yi Xingxin ignoring his threat, Stiff Xiaoro was as if she had been insulted and directly stormed to attack, a pair of sharp nails clawing at Yi Xingxin's back. Sensing the movement behind him, Yi Xingxin directly opened his skill and shouted, Great Sage, collect the divine power. Stiff Xiaoro's attack was interrupted and her body suffered the backlash of the triple attack. Scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and the yang qi in her body began to riot, instead stimulating her ferocious aura. Regardless, she attacked again. Stay out of it. With Yi Shangxin as the center, a strong thrust erupted in all directions. But this skill, after all, can only work on not exceeding one's own a big level, and Stiff Xiaoro just happened to step on the boundary, although it did not exceed. But the effect of the skill does not want to deal with other ghosts like, directly give a bounce. Instead, it was pushing against the thrust and still coming a little closer. Back, back, back. This move would force knockback, just no damage, but it could pull away. And as she watched the two fight, Su Yusin forced down her panic and spat out a mouthful of corrosive liquid at Stiff Xiaoro while protecting Minjia. Ghost technique, ghost erosion. But after all, a red clothes level and a blood clothes late stage. Su Yusin's skills didn't want to be able to take effect over the level like Yi Xingxin. The hanging wall, it only corroded the clothes on Stiff Xiaoro's back, revealing a greenish-purple smooth back. Although her back was attacked, Stiff Xiaoro had now lost her mind under the impact of her yang qi, recognizing Yi Xingxin who had harmed her, and paying no attention to Su Yusin who couldn't even tickle herself. Stiff Xiaoro, who had been knocked back 3 steps, once again grabbed at Yi Xingxin. I've lost a lot of money this time, and I'm going to have to use it up again. Catch, chemical, send. The number of experience cards was reduced by 1. Yi Xingxin's left hand pulled Stiff Xiaoro's claws forward, defusing her attack, while his right hand erupted with a triple attack, slapping onto Stiff Xiaorou's body. And Stiff Xiaorou was pulled off balance by Yi Xingxin and her body lunged forward. So Yi Xingxin's palm of this triple attack directly slapped onto her arched buttocks. Knowing that this was 3 times the attack of Stiff Xiaorou, even if it was the body of a zombie, it would not be able to stand it. Her buttocks swelled up with the naked eye. The intense pain allowed Stiff Xiaorou to regain her senses. Lying on the ground, her hands covering her arse, a hint of doubt flashed in her heart. Who am I? Where am I? Why does my butt hurt so much? It seems to be swollen. Chapter 116, 3 Toolmen on the line. Stiff Xiaorou couldn't recover the swelling of her buttocks in a short period of time because of the conflict of yin and yang in her body. And her whole body looked a little bit out of place because she was wearing a cheongsam. And it was very obvious to see that one side was high and the other side was low. The pain coupled with the shame and indignation almost didn't cry out. Tearful eyes looked at Yi Xingxin, wanting him to give him an explanation. Don't look at me like that. You started it. Just get out of here. I'm off duty. Overtime is out of the question. But I have nowhere to go. Then you can stay in this ward. Yi Xingxin left with Su Yusin and Minjia. Stiff Xiaorou grunted in aggravation and heaved the door of the room shut. Letting her walk out of the hospital was out of the question. At least until the swelling went down. Or else her face would be disgraced and she couldn't kill all the people and ghosts she saw. Yi Xingxin's trio ate first. Then followed the schematics on the hospital's wall to find the dormitory. Su Yusin gave up her dormitory to Minjia as she burrowed into Yi Xingxin's room. Mingya's status was that of a patient. And according to normal circumstances, she should have been in the ward. But it was not normal to have Yi Shang-xin where it was obvious. It was a good thing that the hospital dormitories were better soundproof than the rest of the place offered. And Minhwa didn't hear anything moving at night that shouldn't have been there. Early the next morning, Su Yusin wiped her mouth and got up to go wash up. And Yi Xingxin also wrapped a towel around her and went to take a bath. He had sweated a lot in the morning. 10 minutes later, the two knocked on the door of Minhwa's room. She unexpectedly opened the room door unsuspectingly, causing Yi Xingxin's face to darken as he reprimanded. In the game, room doors cannot be opened so casually, in case it's a ghost or monster. You're giving up the protection of the rules. Minhwa froze, although she was a bit aggrieved at being reprimanded, but she also knew that Yi Shang-xin was right, and quickly nodded her head to show that she knew. Su Yusin watched Yi Xingxin and Minjia finish their breakfast, and the 3 of them returned to 301 together. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping others. Rewarded with 20 Holy Mother points. Ding! Yi Xingxin froze, and then thought that the 2 ghosts who were 309 should have been discharged from the hospital. In this way, one's current patients are only left with 301's Minjia. Stiff Xiaorou has not seen the 3 of 305. Seeing that Stiff Xiaorou was still lying on her back huffing and puffing, Yi Xingxin didn't wake her up, but turned around and went 305 to check the room. Perhaps it was because he came over early. The 3 of 305 had not yet gone out. It was clear that they were 3 players, and it was no wonder that they were nowhere to be seen for a day yesterday. They should have gone to explore the clues of the mission. Seeing Yi Xingxin walk in with the medical record book, the 3 of them were also stunned. It's you. It's me. And it's a good thing you guys were assigned to me. Or else you'd have been missing for a day yesterday and thought about the consequences for yourselves. The 3 of them suddenly had some fear. Yi Xingxin was right. If it was a ghost doctor, and he found out that the patient was missing, he would definitely notify the hospital. Then there would be inspectors searching for them, and they weren't honestly turning the corner. Yi Xingxin thought about it and decided to share the clues he saw yesterday so that he wouldn't have to be busy looking for clues. And when they identified the mastermind behind the scene, he only needed to finish him off to complete the mission just the same. That made 3 toolmen, and after finishing the clues, 3 more notes were brushed off. Doctor's note, for better recovery, more walking is recommended. Then one person split one. This is? Sun Bin, the highest ranked member of the trio, asked. As long as it's not a forbidden part of the hospital, or off limits to patients, you can deal with the rest of the staff with your medical orders. The 3 of them sniffed with joy. This is a good thing. Yesterday they wasted a lot of time looking for clues while avoiding doctors and nurses, security guards and cleaning. This medical advice is a big help. The 3 received it, said thank you, and hurriedly went out. And Yi Xingxin also received a prompt from the system. 60 points in hand, and also bound the 3. A win-win situation, probably. Back to 301. Yi Xingxin told the 2 about the situation. Su Yusin was not much of a reaction. She had seen a lot of deceit in the copy, but Minjia obviously had not yet adapted. Yi, it's not good to do that. She's the same as her father. Integrity. This kind of person was worthy of respect, but Yi Xingxin obviously couldn't do it. You don't have to think there's anything wrong with me doing it. First of all, I've given them my clues for free, which saves them quite a bit of time. In addition to providing props to lower the difficulty, even if I didn't provide these, they'd still have to go through with the mission. Minjia wasn't stupid. She just didn't react for a moment just now. After all, what Yi Shang Xin did, in other words, was to let someone else trip the thunder. If you want to live well in the copy, these things have to be adapted earlier. Yi Soulmate has been considered very good, if replaced by someone else. Su Yusin, as a veteran player who had eaten and seen, for Minjia's this kind of idea, feel ridiculous. The simpler, the more upright, the quicker they die. The sound of several people talking woke up the sleeping stiff Xiaoro, who obviously hadn't reacted to the fact that she was in a hospital room, and when she saw that there were a few more people in her room, she subconsciously erupted her ghostly aura and transformed into her fighting form. What? A better ass? Still want to come once? Yi Xingxin's words made stiff Xiaoro blush. Then she came to her senses and rang up yesterday's events. Not only was her butt swollen, after Yi Xingxin's trio left, stiff Xiaoro climbed up from the ground, only to feel the small clothes on her chest sliding down her body. She closed the door and reached down to pull out the choker, realizing that something had corroded the straps at the back, which had fallen off. Then he reacted and felt behind him, a big hole leaking out of the back generation of his shirt, leaving most of his back exposed to the air, and the way he was beaten yesterday. Yi Xingxin must have seen his entire back. The more stiff Xiaoro thought about it, the more ashamed she became. When had she ever been in such a sorry state? But again, he didn't dare to explode his ghostly chi to strike, or he would be the one to suffer. Taking advantage of Yi Xingxin reaching over, stiff Xiaoro pulled his hand and then bit on it. Yi Xingxin felt a pain in his arm and slapped stiff Xiaoro's body. What are you doing? What did you do yesterday while I was unconscious? Yi Xingxin slapped to the shoulder, but for the zombie, it was not even a tickle, and stiffy Xiaoro did not let go. And hearing her words, Yi Shang Xin froze for a moment. He didn't do anything yesterday, right? You get loose. But stiff Xiaoro was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, and just wouldn't let go. Yi Xingxin has not spoiled her. A pullover to hold on the lap. To the buttocks is snapped a few slaps. Chapter 117, a fattened sheep at the door. When her sensitive vitals were attacked, stiff Xiaoro was shocked, let go of her mouth and jumped up, covering her buttocks with both hands to move away from Yi Xingxin, and watch him warily. Do you still want to be treated or not? Yi Xingxin said as he looked at stiff Xiaoro, who had an expression of looking at a pervert. Obviously, it was you who made the first move, but now I'm the bad guy? If it wasn't for the magic knife, who cares about you? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are good looking. Yi Shang Xin, even if I jumped down from here and was drained by the little ghost, I wouldn't help you. Soon, a morning passed, the yang qi in stiff Xiaoro's body was a little less again, and Yi Shang Xin's physical strength grew by a few points. Su Yusin had never felt that the original clearing a copy could be so boring, just sitting there stupidly, not having to do anything. Compared to Yi Xingxin's operations, her own previous desperate attempts to complete quests to clear copies were really bad. Almost to the end of the day, Yu Desho looked over. He wanted to confirm how Yi Xingxin's treatment was working, and if it wasn't cured, he promptly contacted Elder Lu to come over and save the day. Don't pay for the magic knife yourself and end up with a basket of water would be too much of a dud. Yi Xingxin was just about to speak when he heard the game's prompt. Player Chen Chang died. Current remaining players 8-inch. I'll go. Wasteful. Yi Shang Xin wailed out. This was a player that he hadn't bound yet. This died for nothing. His ghost chi plutonium was all wasted. The two ghosts both looked at Yi Xingxin in disbelief, not understanding what he meant by that, and Yi Xingxin didn't explain. Otherwise wouldn't he be exposed? Su Yusin might not have revealed her secret yet, but Minjia was not so sure. Don't look at her being so obedient now. After all, the two have only known each other for a few days, and he himself still received money. Both sides are employment relationship, not how close. Let's go. Let's eat. Get off work. Yi Xingxin pulled Su Yusin's hand and headed out. Minjia hurriedly followed. Stiff Xiaowei and Yu Desho glanced at each other and also followed. Miss Stiff, is Dr. Ye's treatment effective? Yu Desho, who was walking behind, asked Stiff Xiaoro at his side. After all, it was the patient's answer that was more accurate. Otherwise, what if Yi Xingxin came to sell himself short? It's not bad. It's estimated that it will heal in another 10 days. But Director Yu, can you find a way to have Dr. Yi work an extra shift at night as well? That way it can heal faster. This is Miss Stiff. It is not that I am not willing to help you. It is really that behind Dr. Yi is old master Lu Qianjun. I really cannot command him, but he is particularly greedy for money. If you have any good ghost weapons to take out one, he should take the initiative to work overtime to treat you. Stiff Xiaoro nodded thoughtfully at his words, and began to think of what ghostly weapons she had to give him. As a big miss of the Stiff family, Stiff Xiaoro possessed quite a lot of ghost weapons naturally, but the low-level ones were not seen by herself, and she didn't bring them at all when she went out. And the high-level give a strange pity. After all, even if they do not give, but also only 10 days of time can be healed, why give that hateful man? Seeing that Stiff Xiaoro didn't say anything, Yu Deso didn't open his mouth again either, and only raised his head to look at Yi Xingxin's back. In the hospital cafeteria, the players gathered together once again and began to pry into each other's news. The three who had been revealed the information by Yi Xingxin originally didn't want to make it public, although it was said that everyone's task was the same. As long as someone could complete it, the others could lie down and win. But the individual ratings were different, and the ones who found more clues had higher ratings and received more settlement rewards. But as soon as Yi Xingxin arrived, without waiting for others to speak, he directly announced the known clues. After all, just now, one was cool, and if we don't bind the others, won't this game be in vain? Although the other players couldn't understand Yi Shangxian's operation, it didn't delay them from whoring out information. Now there is still a doctor player remaining. 4 patient players. In the doctors, in addition to Yi Xingxin and Su Yusen's other 2, now following Ji Luoling around, there is no opportunity to leave to spy on the information. In vain, gained a few pieces of information. Wait until the settlement time. They will also have the mission score and rewards. The other 3 people, because they knew the information in advance, coupled with the medical advice prescribed by Yi Xingxin, still found some new clues in the morning, but they weren't prepared to publicize it. However, in this regard, Yi Xingxin did not express anything. Anyway, after they identified the mastermind and passed away to leave, he himself then killed the mastermind on the line. After the exchange of intelligence, Yi Xingxin returned to the ward with Su Yusen and Minjia. Stiff Xiaoro walked in with a bottle of fresh blood that was still steaming, and directly extended her hand towards Yi Xingxin. What for? Keep healing me. Stop it. It's not time to go to work yet. Just wait. After saying that, Yi Xingxin took out a poker and started playing cards with Su Yusen and Minjia. Originally, Stiffy tried to pester, but soon became enamored with poker. This is fun. Add me. Yi Xingxin's eyes turned and spoke. Adding you is fine, but do you have money? Stiff Xiaoro pointed at the notes on Minjia and Su Yusen's faces and said, but you guys didn't use money when you played. What you said is not nonsense. We are a family. Of course we won't play with money, but you an outsider joining in. Can't you play with money? You don't want to whore yourself out for nothing, do you? Stiff Xiaoro thought about it and felt that he had a point, so he nodded and said, okay, just play with money. Said pulled out a large handful of plutonium, looked like there were tens of thousands of dollars. This is the lack of social beatings. You do not ask first to play how big, but not to send the door to let people slaughter? It's like Yi Shangxian. You already understand the rules, right? 10,000 medals a game. If it wasn't for the fear that Stiff Xiaoro wouldn't dare to play, Yi Xingxin would have quoted a higher price. A game of 10,000, converted into the currency of the present world, can be 10 million. The saint of gamblers couldn't have played such a big game. Okay, it's 10,000 a game. Let's get started. Because there was a bet and it wasn't a small one, Mingya went straight down to replace Stiff Xiaoro. Soon, by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was time to go to work, Yi Shangxian's table had 300,000 plutonium coins in front of it. More than 200,000 of them were lost by Stiff Xiaoro, and some of the others were lost by Su Yusen. But the ones Su Yusen lost were also taken out of Yi Xingxin's pocket. After all, she herself didn't have that much money. Normal players' pockets often have 40,000 to 50,000 plutonium even if it is a big money. Those who buy more than 100,000 hundreds of thousands of ghost weapons or items in the player space trading house are saved for a long time or find someone to borrow a lot of it. Only Yi Xingxin, all kinds of tawdry operation to come to money. The body always have more than 200,000, and now it has become 500,000 or 600,000. Chapter 118, 3 Toolmen at work. After collecting the plutonium, Yi Xingxin was ready to start the afternoon's treatment. Although Stiff Xiaoro was a little on top of her head, treating her injuries was obviously more important, and obediently stretched out her hands to grab Yi Xingxin. On the other hand, the 3 men from 305 left the ward again and came to the door of the director's office located on the 7th floor. They had already touched the doctor's offices on the floors below, but did not find any useful clues. Looking in through the small window on the door, he realized that there was no one inside. So Wu Shangwei, who knew how to pick locks, pulled out her tools, and she was the one who picked the locks on all the previous rooms. Soon, the lock of the room was opened, leaving Chen Qiqi to keep an eye out, and the 2 of them, Wu Shangwei and Sun Bin, entered inside the director's office. This is a very neat room. The desktop books, materials are neatly arranged. The computer is in standby mode. The drawer is locked. Hurry up. I'll look at the computer. You look at the rest. After Sunbin said that, he sat down in front of the computer. And sure enough, there was a password. But since he took the initiative to ask to look at the computer, he naturally had a bit of hacking skills in him. And in less than a minute, the computer's password was deciphered. Hiss. Sunbin sucked in a breath of cool air. Wu Xiangwei, who was looking through the cabinet, asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? This director is a pervert, isn't he? With so many photos and videos of abused patients on his computer." "Never mind that. Let's see if there are any clues to the main quest first." Wu Xiangwei found a list of equipment purchased by the hospital in a folder in the cabinet, and after reading the contents, she didn't find anything wrong. She did take a picture of it with her cell phone though. Immediately afterward, the folder was put away and the rummaging continued elsewhere. Sunbin didn't find anything else in the computer, so he started checking the various books on the table to see if there was something in the folder. Cough. Cough. Chen Qiqi's cough came from outside the door. This was a negotiated signal. Once she found out who was ready to come over, she would send out a signal. The two who were busy hastily recovered the desktop and the computer gave hibernation, then left the office. Just after locking the door, a nurse came around the corner and looked at the three of them and asked sternly, "What are you doing? Who is the attending doctor? Why did you come here?" This layer, in addition to the director's office, the other wards lying in the hospital room are all seriously ill patients. The three people in front of them can walk and run. Certainly not this layer of patients. The head nurse Su Li-chan looked at the trio with skepticism. She did not think that these three people even entered the director's office. Chen Qiqi had a bright idea and said to Su Li-san, "Miss Nurse, we're here to look for the doctor, but it seems like we're on the wrong floor." Su Li-chan didn't suspect anything and just said to them, "Which doctor are you looking for? In which ward? I'll take you there." "No need. We can find it ourselves." Sunbin opened his mouth and refused before pulling the two of them away. Just as she pressed open the elevator door, Su Li-chan suddenly said, "Wait, is there anything else? Ms. Nurse, are you really hospital patients?" In the past few days, the dean was not in the hospital, and the fourth-ranked hospital sent several sets of people coming over to make things happen, and Su Li-chan was a bit skeptical that the three were not sent by the rival hospital. "We're really hospital patients, and the doctor gave us medical advice to move around more, saying it would help with recovery. We went to the wrong floor during our visit." Wu Xiangwei explained and pulled out the medical prescription given by Yi Xingxin. The other two pulled out their own medical records. Su Li-chan took a look and realized that it was indeed prescribed by our doctor, and gave it back to the three of them saying, "Pay attention next time. Don't run around. If you're found out by the inspections, you won't be so lucky." After saying that, he took out the key and opened the director's office and walked in. With a bang, the door closed. Sunbin said, "Go." The two tried to speak, but were stopped by Sunbin's wink. Then he led the two into the elevator, and as the elevator began to run down, Sunbin opened his mouth and whispered, "Just now, after that nurse entered the room, she was eavesdropping behind the door." He had a skill that allowed him to hear 100 times better than normal people. Although it was through a door, he still heard subtle sounds. The three of them returned to 305. Sunbin said, "Let's leave it at that for today. That nurse is still a bit suspicious of us. We can't act again." Wu Xiangwei and Chen Qiqi nodded in agreement with his suggestion. On the other side, Xian Yinggu and Zhong Jinshui, as the doctor's assistants, were still checking in with Qi Luoling, and their hearts were also very anxious, because they didn't have the chance to leave to look for clues. Although there were some that Yi Xingxin said earlier, but who would mind having more clues? After all, it was about this final pass reward. While Qi Luoling was checking on the patient, the two came together and whispered, "What should we do? We don't have a chance to find anything. If you can't, just wait until the end of the night. Record the patient's situation." Qi Luoling's voice, interrupting the conversation between the two, hurriedly took a pen and started recording what Qi Luoling said. 301. Yi Xingxin felt more and more bored. After all, when he was running his gong method, he only needed to pull Stiff Sharo's hand with both hands, sitting for hours at a time. Anyone else couldn't stand it, and the shoulders are a little sore from lifting my hands all the time. So he asked Su Yusin to come over and help himself to a pinch. Not only was he bored, everyone in 301 was bored. Stiff Sharo was even more mindful of playing cards, but he needed to heal himself, and if he had an empty hand to play cards, healing would slow down quite a bit again. "Hey, Dr. Yi, didn't you say there was a faster way?" "It's very simple. As long as the larger the area of contact between the two of us, the faster the rate of absorption of yang qi will be," Yi Xingxin said. What do you mean?" "It means that if it expands from an area as big as the palm of your hand to something bigger, then the healing will be faster." You're just trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? Where is there such a cure? Stiff Xiaoro said with an expression that saw through his impure mind. Believe it or not, but I have another way. You know how the average female ghost sucks the living's yang energy, right? We can do it the other way around. It's faster that way. Well, a man sucking the yang of a ghost has never happened before in recorded history. Stiff Xiaoro, who had been well protected by her family before, was not clear about how other female ghosts sucked in yang qi, and looked at Yi Xingxin with a confused face, whispering, "You show her." Although Su Yusin didn't know if what he said was true or not, she was a bit dissatisfied with his molestation of the female ghost, but she still obediently walked over and kissed him before. Minya covered her eyes sheepishly, though her fingers saw gaps that could pass for people, and Stiffy froze. Chapter 119, Flower Kiss Therapy. You are indeed plotting against me. Stiff Xiaoro retracted her hands, then clasped her chest and retreated to the wall, vigilantly looking at Yi Xingxin, thinking that if he dared to come over, she would fight him. Yi Xingxin stood up and stretched. Don't come over. I'm afraid of myself when I'm fierce. Stiff Xiaoro's face showed her fangs and fierce look. As a result, Yi Shangxi didn't even pay attention to her, turned around and pulled Su Yusin's hand and walked out. Hey, what are you doing there? Stiff Xiaoro was still waiting for Yi Xingxin to treat herself, but it turned out that he wanted to leave? Room check. Yi Xingxin left without returning, and did not bring Minjia this time. It is uncharacteristic for a doctor to check in with a patient. As soon as they left, Minjia was not afraid to look at the green-faced Stiff Xiaoro, after the past 2 days together, especially after seeing the scene of her playing cards. However, Minjia didn't take the initiative to talk to her, but sat down thinking about what she should do with her future copies. Yi Shangxian and the others couldn't possibly carry themselves all the time, and the experience of these 2 days had given her a new perception of the game. So it could still be played like this? The traditional way of thinking is to avoid the ghosts and monsters if you can, and carefully complete the mission to pass the level. If the ghosts and monsters are targeted, you can only listen to God's fate. If you can beat it, then counter-kill, and then survive. If you can't beat it, then open the seat. But Yi Xingxin's operation opened the door to a new world for her. Not only can he extort favors from ghosts and monsters, but he also dares to molest female ghosts, and very strong ones at that. After all, Su Yusin's red robe level attack couldn't even break through the defense, so Stiffy Xiaoro's strength could be imagined. Then you can follow this line of thought yourself to get through. Get close to some ghosts with good personalities and you can fight ghosts with ghosts yourself. Her thoughts couldn't be said to be wrong, but she had overlooked one key point, which was that Yi Xingxin himself was very strong. Anyone else would have been cold by the time Stiffy Xiaoro stormed off. And that's the downside of hiring an expert to bring upgrades. Too high end of an opening makes it easy for newcomers to be blinkered and belittle how scary the ghosts and monsters can be. For example, Stiff Xiaoro, she is in the hands of Yi Xingxin, like a helpless young girl, but others try this way. The head to you to ring down, and Stiff Xiaoro see Yi Xingxin really go is also a stunned. Heart some aggrieved. He is not wrong, obviously he mentioned so excessive requirements. He grew up so big has never seen such. The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She was a big lady of the Stiff family. No one had ever dared to treat her with such an attitude. The yang qi in her body began to explode under her distraction, once again affecting her sanity. Looking at the Stiff Xiaoro, who was getting more and more out of place, Minjia sneakily rubbed the doorway and ran out in a puff of smoke. She just bumped into Yi Xingxin who came back from checking the room head-on. What's wrong? Stiff little Zoe is storming off again. Yi Xingxin opened the door of the room and saw that Stiff Xiaoro's face was in pain and she was trying her best to suppress the bloodthirsty impulse. She didn't lose her mind this time. Otherwise Minjia wouldn't have had the chance to run out. Yi Xingxin directly stepped forward and grabbed her hand, and began to guide the yin and yang qi in her body. But the result was that the riotous yang qi was not so easily guided, and the effect was very poor. It's like having some illnesses that can be controlled by medication during normal episodes, and once they rebound for some reason, they can be more aggressive than normal. Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Yi Xingxin couldn't care less and directly kissed her on the mouth. Stiff Xiaoro, who was suppressing the yang qi in her body, suddenly stiffened her body and began to be at a loss for words, but the effect was also really good. After a few mouthfuls, the yang qi in her body was sucked out a small half. Stiff Xiaoro, who had regained control, pushed Yi Xingxin away, then covered her burning face with both hands and crouched to the ground. Although Yi Xingxin had previously said that kissing could quickly heal her injuries, but that one was more for teasing her, a counterattack to her biting herself earlier. Ahem. So what? You rest, I'll check in. Seeing her like this, Yi Xingxin, in a rare moment of some embarrassment, found an excuse to leave, leaving Minjia and Su Yusin looking at each other, at a loss for words. After a while, Stiff Xiaoro's face recovered and stood up. but as a result, she did not see Yi Xingxin and asked with a puzzled face, "Where is Dr. Yi?" She was directly confused just now and did not hear what Yi Xingxin said. "He had to leave for a while. How are you now?" "It's okay." After saying that, Stiff Xiaoro remembered the time when she was kissed, because the yang qi in her body was sucked out, so from her abdomen down her esophagus, a burning stream of qi surged upwards, coupled with the sensation that her lips had never felt before, and her face flushed once again. In the past, Stiffy Xiaoro had also plopped down onto the necks of her prey to draw blood, but that touch was completely different. Seeing her like this, Su Yusin pulled Minjia to a position close to the ward door and looked at her vigilantly, so that she wouldn't be in trouble if she stormed out again in a while and was blocked inside the room. On the other side, Yi Xingxin actually didn't go far. He was also afraid that Stiff Xiaoro would storm out again, and the two left behind would be in trouble. He waited for a while, and saw that nothing happened, and only then put down his heart. At that moment, a few people came in the distance. "Dr. Yi, these are your patients." This one who spoke was Zhao Mei, a nurse at the nurse station, a female ghost of the grievous ghost level, the same nurse ghost that Yi Xingxin had paid to push the mill at that time, only to see that behind her, she was followed by 4 patient ghosts. It just happened to be divided into 309 and 301. Yi Xingxin picked out a middle-aged female ghost from the 4 ghosts, and then said to Zhao Mei, "Please take the 3 of them to 309. I'll make arrangements for 301 first." After Zhao Mei left with the 3 ghosts, Yi Xingxin said to the middle-aged female ghost, "Come in with me." Pushing open the door of the room, he saw Su Yusin and Minjia standing beside the door with a posture of being ready to run at any time. Hearing the movement of opening the door, Stiff Xiaoro raised her head and grunted when she saw Yi Xingxin, then sat down on the bed and lowered her head. "You can stay in bed one. I'll check on 309 and be right back." Yi Shengxian turned around and went out the door after making the arrangements. Seeing that he was leaving without even saying a word to him, Stiffy grunted once more and lay down on the bed, wrapping her entire self in the white quilt. Su Yusin and Minjia glanced at each other and could see that something was wrong with her. But while one was not concerned about her own affairs, Su Yusin could not care less about Yi Xingxin's affairs in the game. And anyway, as long as she did not mess around in the present world, she would just let him be. This was something she had understood back then. The newcomer was close to drooling as she looked at the delicious living person in front of her. One peeked at Su Yusin, but instead, there was no fluctuation of ghostly aura from Minjia, who didn't care. One will satisfy your cravings, the other will both satisfy your cravings and enhance your strength, and the devil knows what to choose. But then she saw the doctor's white coat she was wearing, and began to gradually turn her attention to Minjia, who was also a patient. Chapter 120, Divine Dr. Yi Xingxin. Feeling the middle-aged female ghost's unkindness, Su Yusin's aura was exposed, pressing her down on the hospital bed with a frightened face, unable to move. Seeing the doctor is honestly seeing the doctor. Dare to think 7 to 8 to make things careful, karma has you. At Su Yusin's threat, the female ghost sweated. Although this doctor was nothing more than a food-like existence, she was of a high rank. The underworld is such a place where strength reigns supreme, and food can be countered as long as it's strong. The stiff Xiaoro in the quilt secretly lifted the corner of the quilt to take a look, and almost didn't scare the female ghost to death. There's still a big brother hiding here? What kind of hobby is this? The female ghost cowered in the hospital bed without a word, afraid to make a sound that would upset the big man and finish her off. 309. Zhao Mei left the ward after making the arrangements, and when Yi Xingxin came over, the 3 sick ghosts were each sitting on their own beds and kibitzing. Seeing Yi Xingxin, they hurriedly sat upright, but judging from the drool seeping out from the corners of their mouths, if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Xingxin was wearing a white lab coat, they probably wouldn't have been so well behaved. Lu Sanlong, Night Ghost Class, Friendship -20. Yi Shengxian took out the first medical record and started to record. Symptoms: sudden pain around the umbilicus, which then moved to the right lower abdomen, triggering swelling and pain in the right lower abdomen. Diagnosed as early stage of acute appendicitis. Treatment options: removal of the appendix is recommended. Recorded and started to look at the second one. Doing the surgery would need to be arranged for another doctor, and he wouldn't be able to do that. Even if the patient was a ghost, he couldn't just dispose of it. Zhang Wenlong, Night Ghost Class, Friendship -30. Yi Xingxin picked up the medical record and began to record. Symptoms: sudden onset of numbness in the face and limb area, visual changes, slurred speech, aphasia and limb twitching. An interventional procedure was performed a month ago, but it was not successful and the stent was not placed in the vessel. Treatment options: reoperation. Gotta. Another patient for surgery. Just record it yourself. When it came to the third patient, before Yi Xingxin could start, he heard the first one say, "Doctor, aren't you going to arrange for us to be examined?" "That's right, we've been here for so long, And we're still not examined and treated. And we keep delaying. Are we trying to delay until we get worse so we can make more money? Yi Xingxin put away the medical records, looked at them and said, "Isn't this recording the medical records? I'll arrange for you guys to go to surgery when the records are done later. What kind of condition can you document without even scheduling an exam? How can you see a patient without even coming in and asking a single question? You can't be scribbling. Lu Sanlong, lower right abdominal pain. You have appendicitis. Zhang Wenlong, paralyzed limbs, dizziness. You have a cerebral infarction and had an operation not long ago. 400. This is something that can be seen straight away? Then I wasn't screwed when I spent so much money on tests before? That's not true. There aren't many doctors who can tell what's wrong straight away. Most of it still depends on the results of the machine." This hand of Yi Sheng Xian shocked the three sick ghosts. They didn't dare to doubt Yi Sheng Xian's medical skills anymore. "Doctor, I've only had a stent surgery. Why would I still be sick?" Zhang Wenlong asked in disbelief. "With your last surgery, the stent wasn't put into the blood vessel, and the brain attack will naturally come back." "What? But that doctor who operated on me said it was a success. Our family spent over $100,000. Did you guys see the imaging after the surgery?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "After the stenting procedure, it is necessary to take another picture to see if the stenting of the procedure was successful. If there was any displacement or anything like that. Didn't you guys look at it? Come to think of it, how could the surgery fail and the doctor say it was a success? How could he show the imaging films? Wouldn't that be revealing? It's just bullying patients who don't understand." Not only did he not cure the disease, but also concealed the fact that if he had not felt uncomfortable to come to the hospital for examination, it would have been a problem when the disease developed. Hearing Yi Xingxin's words, Zhang Wenlong was all shocked, originally thinking that he was just another blockage in another location. But it turned out that the previous surgery was unsuccessful. Seeing that his face did not look right, Yi Xingxin hurriedly pressed down on a few of his acupoints. Itself is a cerebral infarction, and then anxious to cause the blood to surge into the brain. "I am afraid to take it as a cold." After a good massage, which finally calmed down his qi and blood, Yi Xingxin withdrew his hand and said, "Don't think too much about the rest. Wait for the treatment and then go to the previous hospital to see what's going on." At this moment, Zhang Wenlong was obedient to Yi Xingxin's words. The third sick ghost also looked at Yi Sheng Xian with an expectant face. "Chen Xiang, night level. Friendliness 10. Symptoms, swollen feet, dizziness, headache, fatigue, palpitations, tight neck plates, diagnosed with hypertension. Treatment plan, choose the method of acupuncture to energize the meridians, harmonize qi and blood, and lower blood pressure. In addition, bloodletting on the ear tips, massage on the soles of the feet, and gua sha on the wind pool point, shoulder well point, renyiing point, and foot sanli point can effectively control blood pressure. You have high blood pressure and your regular diet needs to be watched. I'll treat you later. This is easy. You don't have to schedule a surgery. You can come yourself." After recording, Yi Xingxin left the ward to go arrange surgery for the two ghosts. This is a divine doctor. It's incredible that you can tell the illness just by looking at it. Indeed, when I went for a checkup before, the doctor prescribed a bunch of things to check, which didn't cost me any money and delayed my time. For the two surgeries Yi Sheng Xian reported, the doctor who recorded them looked at him somewhat strangely. If he can't do a stent implant in a brain vessel, he can't do an appendectomy? Then how did he get assigned to see patients? But what he thought was none of Yi Xingxin's business, and after reporting it he returned to 309. The one with high blood pressure will be discharged today. Acupuncture, scraping knees. Yi Xingxin is very skillful. More than an hour to end the treatment. He was then given some medication to control his blood pressure, and after he was told to go to the pharmacy to pick up the medication, he was given a recommendation that he could be discharged. He can be discharged directly after picking up his medication. I've already reported both of you for surgery. We can start the operation tomorrow at the latest. I'll give you a few notes. Blah blah blah. The underworld scheduling operation is fast. After saying this, it was especially emphasized that Zhang Wenlong could not be moved. Yi Sheng Xian returned to 301. There's a middle-aged female ghost waiting here. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the middle-aged female ghost shrinking on the bed, and Su Yusin Minjia and Stiff Xiaro were playing cards. Seeing Yi Sheng Xian come back, Stiff Xiaro looked at the cards in her hand and then looked at Yi Sheng Xian. It was hard for her to get a good hand. Finally she was going to win for once. Should she finish the game? As a result, Su Yusin cockily threw her cards away, stood up, and began to introduce the female ghost's basic information. She could tell that Stiff Xiaro should have been dealt a good hand this time, as the corners of her mouth were grinning to the back of her head after she grabbed the cards, and she was playing the cards with a great deal of vigor. Chapter 121, Practicing in the Hospital Lobby. Looking at the cluttered cards in front of her, Stiff Sharo was about to cry. She was so hard to win a hand. Can you guys be a person, But Suyusen has already dropped the cards. Even if she picks them up, she can't play. Stiff Sharo threw the cards away, covered her head with the blanket, and closed herself up. Yi Xingxin ignored her and looked at the middle-aged female ghost instead. Yi Ping, Night Ghost Class. Friendship -18. Symptoms, bilateral breast swelling and pain, breast nodules or lumps, accompanied by poor mental health such as anxiety and depression, diagnosed with liver depression and qi stagnation type of breast enlargement. Treatment plan, focusing on dredging the liver and regulating qi, dispersing knots and relieving pain. The soup should be used as chai hushua liver san. She is considered to be in the early stage. Not many nodules, no need to do surgery, as long as the proper conditioning can eliminate the nodules. After Yi Xingxin recorded, he wrote a prescription for her to be discharged from the hospital after taking the medicine, and to come back for a review after taking a course of treatment. Another thing to pay attention to is to positively adjust the emotions. The main cause of the disease or emotional upset will lead to the accumulation of qi and blood in the liver, affecting the operation of qi and blood of the liver meridian, which will lead to liver depression and stagnation of qi. This in turn triggers breast enlargement. Yi Ping at this time also did not care why this doctor did not ask for a diagnosis. 2 did not open the examination and then directly prescribed medication. She now only wanted to stay away from this ward. Taking the prescription, he fled as hastily as if he had been whisked away by a ghost. Yi Shengxin, who looked stunned, said to Su Yusen, "How do you guys her?" "No, it's just that she tried to make a move on Minjia and I earlier, and I just radiated a bit of aura out. Forget it, ignore her. Maybe she still has some mental problems." Yi Xingxin finished speaking, walked to the hospital bed where Stiff Shara was lying, knocked on the bedside table and said, "Don't be blindfolded. Is your injury still curable?" It was fine if he didn't mention it. As soon as he mentioned healing the wound, Stiffy Sharo remembered what happened before. Her first kiss was lost like that? Seeing that she didn't react, Yi Xingxin also didn't care about her. Although he said that he was more greedy for the enhancement brought by those yang qi, but there was no need to rush up to beg her. Instead, it was she who should come to beg herself. "Brother Yi, I want to go out for a walk." Mingya, who was on the side, said weakly when she saw that Stiff Shara wasn't being treated for the time being either. She'd have to get into the game on her own eventually, so she was going to take advantage of the fact that she had the big guy by her side now to get more used to the various ghosts and goblins. At the very least, you can do the same thing and think of countermeasures without changing your face in the face of ghosts and monsters. Yi Shengxin thought about it. It seemed like he had said that he would help her adapt to the game environment in the first place, so he nodded his head and agreed, letting Minjia herself in front while he and Su Yusen followed from afar. As long as they weren't in danger, the two didn't step in. Let her try getting along with the ghosts and monsters on her own. After they left, Stiff Xiaoro lifted the quilt and sat up, thinking in her heart that she had already lost her first kiss, so it was useless to dwell on it, and that this method could indeed expel the yang qi in her body faster, so she kept hypnotizing herself. Anyway, her first kiss is gone. Let him kiss her once more, and healing her injury is the most important thing. In the corridor, Minya walked alone in front of her. Many of the ghosts in the wards probed and looked at her, making her heart constantly lift. "Minya, you have to learn to face these things. Come on." While cheering herself up, she greeted the ghosts. It froze the ghosts in the ward. "Jie, little girl, do you want to come and take a look at brother's ghost weapon?" "Old Zhang, you still have the face to say that with that little ghost weapon of yours? You want to fight, don't you?" Just fight. Anyway, it's in the hospital. If you're injured, you'll be treated directly on the spot, so I'll save you from calling for help." Saying that, the two ghosts really fought. In that case, it seems that there's no difference between a ghost and a human. It's just a little bit more scary looking. Minjia looked at the two ghosts fighting and thoughtfully passed by to continue on. There were quite a few ghosts that responded to him along the way, but most of them were there to lure her into the ward. The purpose was self-evident. As long as she dared to enter a ward that didn't belong to her, those ghosts had ways to make her break the rules and lose her protection. For example, if you find a way to make her fall, and you take the opportunity to give her a pad, then it's her who is actively attacking her. Then one could feast on a good meal. This was the idea of the ghost who was craving her body. There were also individual ghosts who were prepared to wait for her to come in, close the door themselves, and then scare her, so that when she lost her head and struggled wildly, they would come over and get a little bit of it, and then they could do whatever they wanted. This is the idea of craving her body. Of course, these two kinds of gluttony are different. Mingya just experienced less, but is not stupid. Of course, know that these ghosts and monsters do not have any good intentions. just casually deal with them. At the same time, she also experienced firsthand that as long as she didn't break the rules, these ghosts and monsters couldn't actively harm herself. Seeing that she didn't make the mistake of being fooled by the ghost words, Yisheng Xin felt relieved. After strolling through the third floor, the few people took the elevator to the first floor hall. There were even more ghosts here, and there were constantly hospitalized and discharged ghosts walking around. They were no longer ghosts that stayed in the room, passing by menus even close enough to smell the putrid odor on their bodies. Some ghosts just like to scare people by suddenly sticking their faces on them, but Minya had already prepared herself mentally, so she wasn't startled. These ghosts didn't dare to take the initiative to make a move against Minjia as long as they didn't want to die from the rules punishment, but they tried to lure Minjia into making a move to break the rules, and as a result, Minjia completely ignored their lure. She's doing well, much better than my first official entry into the replica, Su Yusen said with a sigh. When she entered the copy for the first time, she was scared by the ghost was running all over the room, but fortunately fast into the room and locked the door. Otherwise that time directly cold, and there is no subsequent growth. And the ghost he had encountered back then was just a wandering spirit-level Yakuza. Over the past few years, Su Yusen's experience in replicas was too rich, but not that rich. At least she'd never gotten through by pulling a fast one with a ghost or monster. This point was one of the things she admired more about Yisheng Xin. It was a never-before-seen way of thinking about passages, and he was playing it so skillfully. There are familiar ghosts everywhere, so you can mingle wherever you come. It's not a moment too soon to talk again. Yisheng Xin met Qi Luoling, who had come to the triage desk to pick up one of her patients. He just happened to meet Yi Xingxin, who had brought Minjia over to practice her guts, so he naturally stopped to chat for a few moments. Yi, how have you been feeling these past 2 days? It's not bad, and we've already discharged a couple of patients. So fast? Looks like you didn't learn too badly from Elder Lu. Then look at what's wrong with this patient of mine. Qi Luoling had the idea of quizzing him, wanting to see how well he had learned about Lu Qianjuan's famous medical techniques. Lu Qianjun was most famous for not using machines to check. Asking a few questions and taking a pulse with his hand, he could determine the patient's condition. Chapter 122 Treatment of Difficulties. Qi Luoling's patient, a young-looking female ghost, with a sort of standard kind of figure. Not too tall, not too short, not too fat, not too skinny, a hideous wound on the neck, although it did not bleed, but you could see the trachea and bones inside. Throat should have been slit while alive. Of course, this extent did not make Yisheng Xin feel any discomfort. She was also looking at Yisheng Xin curiously, not understanding why her doctor seemed to be on good terms with this living person. Live people were often recruited over at her place of work as well, but basically, 1 out of 10 went to the supervisors and managers in a week's time, and most of them went into the belly of the supervisors and managers. She had also shared an arm because of her billion-dollar relationship with the manager. It was indeed tastier than the simulated meat created by the ghosts. However, her own strength was no more than grievous ghost level, and she couldn't hunt living people on her own, so she hadn't eaten any fresh ones for a long time. But the impression that the living were food or toys was seared into her mind. But the scene she now saw before her eyes shattered what she had always known. Yisheng Xin also unleashed his skills. Zhang Qiao, grieving ghost level, friendship 0. Symptoms, some of the meridians are not accessible. Etiology, failure to breastfeed in time after delivery, resulting in untimely nerve reflexes. Failure to produce enough ghost milk, which in turn affects the poor access. Later, without identifying the cause, a large amount of labor-inducing food was taken, leading to blockage. Treatment plan, unblocking the pathways and conditioning the body to produce milk normally. These are 2 symptoms that start with untimely breastfeeding, resulting in not enough ghost milk, and then the passage is not open and blocked. Afterwards, the milk was then pumped up resulting in blockage and rise. So just unclog it and then hyperventilate correctly. She has 2 symptoms. Yi Xingxin said it again. And Qi Luoling just felt that this medical technique of Lu Qianjun was really magical. Zhang Xiao, but she had a surprised expression on her face, because he gave Qi Luoling said only blocked milk rising milk. Medical records remembered only these. The front of the milk insufficient to eat milk food thing but did not say, because she does not think this is the cause of blocked milk. After all, how could the shortfall go up? According to common sense. Yi, marvelous, do you have a treatment plan? According to Qi Luoling's original plan, it was to apply a hot compress and then force the pathway through with the help of a breast pump. This was the way most doctors thought about treatment, but she wanted to see if Yisheng Xin had any other ways and means. Sure, can I see it? Ikaruga was a little curious as to what method it would be. Let's go to the ward and I'll tell you how. I'm not very handy. It's better for you to operate it. We are all doctors, treating the sick and saving people. We don't distinguish between men and women. Xiaoye, you don't have enough ideological awareness. Yi Xingxin was tempted to say I'm not a professional doctor, but I can't do it ignoring male and female characteristics. But it's not appropriate to say something so unprofessional in front of a patient. As soon as Qi Luoling took Yi Xingxin's hand, she went to the treatment room, and once the door was closed, she said, "Let's begin." At the same time, he said to Zhang Xiaoqiao, "Take off your top." Zhang Xiaoqiao didn't hesitate because Yi Xingxin was a man. After all, it was really hard for her to rise, and there was a professional doctor in front of her. "Wait, Sister Loring, you dragged me here before I had my things ready. What do you want? I'll get it for you. It's better for me to go." Yi Xingxin finished speaking and opened the door to the room and walked out. If he was left alone in a room with a naked female patient, it would be hard to talk about it, and it could easily affect his reputation if there were any more rumors spreading. Yi Xingxin briefly described his treatment plan. Qi Luoling listened in awe. After all, they were two completely different medical systems. It was truly amazing that Yi Shengxian was able to solve this kind of dilemma with a single large onion. Zhang Xiaoqiao also froze, but she didn't understand. The doctor said how to treat it. It can't be that this living doctor was preparing to molest a female ghost of her own. Besides a big onion to treat, it should not be painful. Try at most to waste a few minutes of time. Although the rise is unbearable but not so much that these minutes cannot wait. Then you start. Qi Luoling took a step back so that Yi Shengxian could operate. Looking at Zhang Xiaoqiao, who was lying on the hospital bed, Yi Xingxin coughed somewhat unnaturally, then cut off a section of white onion with whiskers from the green onion in his hand. Turning to Zhang Xiaoqiao, she said, "I'm going to start, so bear with me." As he maneuvers, Qi Luoling also froze. "You really are ready to eat buns on onions, ah?" As he operates, Qi Luoling's face darkened as she thought in her heart, "Little Yi, I didn't expect you to be such a person." Zhang Xiaoqiao felt even more tickled, while her heart rippled, thinking to herself that this doctor just knows a lot. This is also possible? Suddenly, an unimpeded feeling made Zhang Xiaoqiao feel relieved. It really works? Qi Luoling and Zhang Xiaoqiao were both dumbfounded, unable to say a word in shock, and Yi Shengxian had started the previous operation on the other one. For once the two were no longer skeptical, but just wanted to know, why was this happening? How? Soon, both Yi Xingxin and Qi Luoling's clothes began to emit some fragrance, but no one cared. Qi Luoling looked at Yi Xingxin dumbfounded. His method shattered the three views she had formed after studying medicine for so many years. Zhang Xiaoqiao felt that her chest was no longer rising uncomfortably. It had been rising for a long time and now she finally didn't have to be so uncomfortable anymore. Instead, it was very smooth. Uncontrollably, she let out some sounds. It also interrupted Ikaruga's days. "Alright, go and clean yourself," Yi Xingxin said to Zhang Xiaoqiao on the hospital bed. "Doctor, come and wash me. I'm afraid I'll give it another blockage if I get it wrong. Just wash it normally. It's fine." Letting Zhang Xiaoqiao go inside to clean, Qi Luoling pulled Yi Xingxin and asked, "Little Yi, is this method a cure for all blockages?" "Sister Luoling, it also depends on the situation. Like this patient, her own pathway is good, only that it wasn't unblocked in time. If the pathway itself is crippled or diseased causing the blockage of milk, this method won't work." Ikaruga said that she had learned that this method could save some of her patients from having to use a breast pump. After all, this method was both easy and not uncomfortable. Chapter 123, Minjia's Arrest. Zhang Xiaoqiao quickly cleaned and put on her clothes and walked over to Yi Xingxin and asked, "Doctor, am I considered treated for this disease? This time it's just draining what you've built up over the days. You'll need to use this method a few more times in the days afterward, and then get the baby to eat it in time so the pathway doesn't get clogged. Of course, don't forget to wash it after use before letting the child eat it, or the pungent flavor of the onion juice won't be tolerated by the child." Yi Xingxin gave an account of the follow-up, and then prepared for the next step in the treatment, to induce milk. After all, it's useless for the baby to sit if it doesn't produce milk. Letting her lie on the hospital bed again, Yi Xingxin took out the ghost needle and sterilized it. This time, only 2 points were chosen. Hoshi, little finger of the hand, and Shinwu, little finger of the foot. These 2 points are mutually exclusive, and the needles were placed with the acupuncture tonic method. The needle was first placed from the backstream of the hand, and as a result, Zhang Xiaoqiao looked at the long and thin ghost needle with a scared expression on her face. Qi Luoling comforted, "Don't be afraid, it won't hurt, it'll just have some soreness." She had once seen Lu Qianjun applying needles to treat a big shot, and although she didn't know the principle or method, the effect was obvious. Yi Xingxin picked up her hand and aimed at the acupuncture points and directly placed the needle. Speaking of a fast, accurate and stable, after placing the needle, grind and lift to treat with a complementary maneuver. Acupuncture is categorized as tonic and draining depending on the method, corresponding to different conditions. and what Zhang Xiaoxiao's kind would need is a tonic. 10 minutes later, after pulling out the needle from her hand, Zhang Xiaoxiao really only felt a little bit of soreness, but it wasn't uncomfortable. There was less resistance to the second stitch on the foot. A small, delicate, white and flawless little foot appeared in Yi Xingxin's hand. Fortunately, he is not a foot control, and decisively placed the needle instead of playing with it. Soon, Zhang Xiaoxiao's treatment was completed, and Yi Xingxin wrote another medical prescription for her to go buy some dew beehives to take to assist in milk production. This patient of Ikaruga's can be discharged. Thank you so much, doctor. Zhang Xiaoxiao thanked him and carefully collected the medical advice and left. Qi Luoling said with emotion, "It's a shame that you don't stay as a doctor. Little Yi, with all your medical skills." She was really feeling sorry for it. However, Yi Xingxin was not prepared to stay in the hospital. His own colorful life outside, crazy to stay. Qi Luoling looked at Yi Xingxin enviously. When I was looking for the old master to learn medicine, I ended up learning for a month, and the old master said that I was unsuitable and untalented, and that I could only continue to specialize in my original medical skills. What could Ji Sheng say? He has a hang-up? Of course, can only modestly say, no matter what medical skills, are all the same way, cure the disease to save people. Looking at her face, Yi Sheng suddenly wanted to help her take a look as well. After all, if she looked like this, if she was a human being, she was basically not far from sudden death. Ikarugo Ling, Night Ghost Class, Friendship 68. Symptoms: prolonged lack of proper rest, resulting in neurasthenia, occasional breathlessness or suffocation, irregular periods, etc. Treatment options: Tuina massage at the following points, acupuncture at the following points, can ease the spirit. This program can only relieve. Want to heal or need to pay attention to maintain sufficient rest. Sister Luo Ling, don't rush off from work today. Come and find me. What's wrong? Is there something I can help you with? No, I'm just seeing that your body needs rest too, so I'll help you relax with a massage when I get off work. That said, why do you have to be so tired every day? In the entire hospital, you're the only one whose eyes are always dark. I don't know. Ever since I suddenly wanted to study medicine, I felt that I must do my best to cure every patient, resulting in some insomnia. Yi Xingxin thought about it and guessed that perhaps it was related to her in her lifetime. As a doctor in her life, she appeared in the underworld after her sudden death with an unwilling heart, forgetting all the past, but the obsession she had already formed for healing the sick and saving people made her become a doctor again. The ghosts of the underworld can be categorized into two types based on the reason for their birth. One is formed from the deaths of obsessive people from the various worlds connected by the underworld, or the thriller game. The second kind is those born in the underworld itself. Of course, there is no difference in essence, and those native-born ghosts, going back a few generations, are probably all formed after the death of someone with an obsession as well. For this kind of obsession to become a ghost, it is unrealistic to want to eliminate their obsession, because once the obsession is eliminated, the whole ghost may go up in smoke, and then it is not known whether to save the ghost or to kill it. Of course, for the kind of obsession for doing evil that forms, just kill the thing, and eliminate a what. But to the kind of Qi Luoling, healing and saving people in life and ghosts in death, whoever comes won't have the face to kill, right? Even if the villain knew about it, he would have to kowtow to her before leaving. After telling her not to forget to come and find herself, Yi Xingxin excused himself and left. After all, there was still a Minjia on his side who was practicing her guts, and even though Su Yusen was following, it was not certain that there would be any problems. At this time, the few ghosts that were previously cured by Yi Shang Xian also all left the hospital, and the rewarded Holy Mother points arrived, a total of 60 points. One of them was the middle-aged female ghost from 301, one was Zhang Xiaoqiao who had just left, and one was the one who had her appendix cut. Now Yi Xingxin's patients, only the player from 305 and the one who did the cerebrovascular stent surgery were left. In the hospital on the first floor of the hall looked around, and did not see two people. Yi Sheng Heartsome wondered, where to go? According to reason they should not run around, perhaps back to the ward? Yi Xingxin hurriedly ran back to 301, and it turned out that only Stiff Xiao herself was there. Have you seen Minjia and Su Yusen? No. What's wrong? Looking at Yi Sheng Xian with an anxious face, Stiff Xiao didn't delay. Hearing that he didn't come back, Yi Xingxin hurriedly ran towards the negative floor again. He was going to look at the surveillance, but in the end, just as he reached the elevator door, he suddenly thought that between the players, there would be a few minutes of call opportunities every day, so he hastily chose to use it. First, he contacted Minjia, but he didn't get a response. Then he contacted Su Yusen, and just when he thought he still couldn't connect, Su Yusen finally got through. Yi, is that you? Where are you? I'm trapped in the morgue, and Minjia was taken away by a nurse. After she was trapped before, the first thing she did was to talk to Minjia and ask her how she was doing, but as a result, she finished realizing that she could only initiate contact with one person per day, which was why she hadn't been able to contact Yi Xingxin. And not long after Mingya was taken away to talk to Suyusen, she was made to pass out, and there was no way to contact Yi Shengxin. I will come to you now. After saying that, Yi Xingxin pressed the elevator to -4, while the anger in his heart spewed out. Had he acted too harmless? A ghost who dared to touch the people under his hood. Chapter 124, The Disemboweled Minjia. Soon, Yi Xingxin arrived at the -4th floor and found that the door of the morgue had been locked with a ghost weapon, and the strength was not low, so much so that it could not be corroded open by virtue of Su Yusen's acid. Yi Xingxin currently mastered no skills that could be opened, but he had a magic knife on him. For locks of this grade, it was just as simple as chopping vegetables and slicing melons. With a light slash, a red coat grade ghost weapon lock was cut off. Pushing the door in, he saw the intact Su Yusen. But yes, if the other party was able to take her down straight away, they wouldn't have tried to trap her. In that case, the other party was at most at the red clothes level. It might be stronger than Su Yusen, but it was limited. Seeing Yi Xingxin pushing in the door with a hideous knife in his hand, Su Yusen stepped forward and said, "Brother Yi, go save Minjia. She's been taken to the 7th floor." This message, which was seen by Minya before she passed out when she talked to her earlier, Yi Xingxin sniffed and took Su Yusen onto the elevator. Directly pressing the button for the 7th floor, the elevator doors began to slowly close. But suddenly, a pale hand reached in and blocked the elevator door. Yi Xingxin realized that it was the corpse he had seen at the very beginning, who had come back to life, and brought Su Yusen to make way back, ready to see where he wanted to go. As a result, the other party entered the elevator and then hit at Yi Shengxin. It seems that the one who took away Minjia is the one behind the scene. He shot this puppet to come and stop us. After Yi Xingxin finished speaking, he slashed his sword, and the body was directly split into 2 halves before it was absorbed and devoured by the magic sword. This was the effect of the magic blade's own skill, spirit swallowing. As long as the ghosts, monsters that it decapitated could be directly devoured and used to restore the damage of the magic blade or to level up. However, in this way, Yi Xingxin will not be able to get the ghost chi rewarded by the system. After all, the system's reward is also to absorb the ghosts that were killed, and then distributed to Yi Xingxin. And now one step ahead of the Devil's Blade, the natural system cannot be absorbed. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the magic knife was in Yi Shengxin's possession. If it was someone else who took the magic knife to kill ghosts, then the system would have nonchalantly intercepted it. After all, how can an unspeakable level knife be stronger than the system? Perhaps the black hand behind the scenes couldn't have imagined that his puppet would be solved so easily. This was a specially selected corpse, and its strength wasn't low. Soon, the elevator came to the 7th floor, but exactly which room it was, the Minjia at that time didn't see it clearly. She just knew it was the 7th floor. With more than 10 rooms, Yi Shengxin could only look for them one by one. From 701 and 702, the 2 men, one to a room, directly exploded with full force, killing the appearance of opening the door of the ward. This will avoid unnecessary entanglements. Although the patients living in here are seriously ill, but the accompanying family members are able to act. If the 2 people push the door in a normal posture, then the family members will waste a lot of time under all kinds of entanglements. So Yi Xingxin proposes to directly explode with full force. Then things will be a lot simpler. Once Su Yusen heard that it made sense, she followed and did as she was told. Yi Xingxin looks at odd numbers. Su Yusen looks at even numbers. 701 was pushed open the door. The patient's family members who accompanied him inside changed their faces, and they were just about to be angry and reprimanded when they saw a red-cloth level doctor, carrying a hideous large knife, and came in with a murderous spirit. "Who sent you to kill me? How about I offer double the price?" It could be seen that this one still had a status and a story, but Yi Xingxin didn't pay any attention to it. Instead he scanned the ward and didn't see Minjia. So he opened his mouth and asked, "Have you seen a nurse with a living female? You're not here to kill me?" "I cut the crap. Yes or no?" "No, no." Yi Xingxin, if it is not now in a hurry. High and low also want to beat him up. "No, you waste what words. Turn around and head to 703. And after 701's family member dodged a bullet, he felt very angry again in his heart. He had spent so much money to hospitalize the old man, and he was threatened by the doctor? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. So he took out his cell phone and started to call the hospital's senior management. 703 also did not, just ready to go 705. It felt that the room behind 704, next to Su Yusen, also erupted a ghostly aura of the late red dress. 704 inhabiting the room was a wealthy man who had come over from rotating city to seek medical treatment, accompanied by his son, a deputy captain of the rotating city guard. As a result, when he was talking to his father, he saw a red-coated level doctor, all ghostly, pushing the door in. At that time he was furious. With whom to? Is this a place where you can trespass? So he also exploded his aura, ready to teach this doctor a good lesson. As a result, just as he exploded, Yi Sheng Xin came over and directly put the knife to his neck. The sweaty hairs on his neck stood up on their own, and he could feel that the defense he was so proud of was nothing to this blade, and so decisively conceded. I'll come back for you when I'm done. Better think about what to use to make amends. I'll remember your face. Don't think about running. Yi Xingxin dropped a sentence and left 704 with Su Yusen, leaving behind the two ghosts, father and son, who looked at each other in dismay. This is what happens when a ghost sits in a hospital room and misfortune comes from the sky. It was also that Yi Xingxin wasn't a kingslayer. Otherwise, they would have already cooled off. Looking from room to room, none of them turned up Minya, and now there were only 2 rooms left, a director's office with a locked door, and a locked ward across the hall. Yi Xingxin cut open the lock of the ward with a knife, pushed the door in, and saw a female ghost dressed as a nurse, holding a scalpel, laying her hands on a person lying on the hospital bed. Because of the problem of the perspective, the face could not be seen, but the clothes, it was exactly Minjia's. Yi Xingxin pointed at the nurse and shouted, "Come over here." The nurse's body, uncontrollably, was sucked over by the gravitational force, and Yi Xingxin choked her neck, then walked quickly towards the hospital bed. Sure enough, it was Mingya. She had been disemboweled. Even the intestines in her abdomen had been cut off quite a bit, blood flowed all over the bed, and her breath was very weak. She could die at any time. What are you doing? Who let you in? Let go of me. Dare to make a move on me. Do you still want to work in the hospital? The grabbed female ghost loudly chided. She was grabbed by Yi Xingxin's skill. Her body was not controlled, and she could only move her mouth. Yi Xingxin slapped her face and scolded angrily. Shut up. Su Yusen also hastily purchased a bottle of healing potion and poured it into Minjia's mouth, hanging on to one of her lives. Don't you dare hit me. She broke the rules and started on me. A wandering soul level making the first move against you. A stern ghost level. Do you think I'm stupid? If you dare to speak again, I'll kill you first. Yi Xingxin slapped again, then looked at Su Yusen, who was resuscitating Minjia. The good thing is that this is a thriller game, and as long as people aren't dead, they can recover on potions. Chapter 125, Su Yusen signs a red clothes level deed spirit. Su Yusen filled Minjia with bottle after bottle of healing potions. It was really because her injuries were so severe that her intestines were incomplete. If it wasn't for the ghost nurse who didn't stab at the vitals in order to get a hot bite, it would have gone cold. At that time, if Minjia turned into a ghost, Yi Xingxin could still bring it back to meet Shinyi again. If not, then he could only bring back some remains. Watching the intestines in Minjia's abdominal cavity begin to wriggle and grow under the effect of the potion, Yi Xingxin let out a sigh of relief. He turned his attention to the nurse grasped in his hand. Su Lichan pre-read. Friendliness -70. Head nurse of the emergency department of the 3rd hospital, with an administrative level equivalent to that of a department head. She hates you, who was just a resident, and wants to eat flesh and drink blood, and peel back her skin, as a punishment for your disrespect for her and even beating and insulting her. Yo-ho! It's still a middle and high-level cadre, but Yi Xingxin didn't intend to let her go, so whatever she thinks, it's just these few minutes. Damn it, you'd better let me go quickly or Director Chang won't let you guys off the hook. Su Lichan was still threatening and intimidating, and if she was really scared into letting her go, then that was really going to be a disaster. Seeing that threats didn't work, Su Lizan began to lure again. You let me go, I'll give you money. How about 100,000 plutonium? Yi Xingxin's eyes lit up at the words. This is also a windfall, only 100,000? Not enough, as the saying goes. Hit 3 shots with dates and no dates, just in case you can knock out more. But that's all I have, or I could pay for my life with my body. I'll do anything fancy. As soon as the words fell, Su Yusen, who was treating Minjia, looked at her with a gloomy face. Su Lichan's looks were okay, probably about 6 or 7 out of 10, but her figure stood out. Originally, it was just an obscure little nurse in the 3rd hospital, until one night when Director Changbin was on night shift. Starting the next day, she worked her way up the ranks and soon assumed the position of head nurse. I can see that she shouldn't be lying when she says she has a lot of tricks, but more tricks showed that she was experienced. Yi Xingxin was not interested in such and still preferred to cultivate all kinds of tricks by herself little by little. Seeing that coercion and even seduction did not work, Su Lizan finally began to be afraid. Even if Chongbin avenged himself afterward, what could he do? Even if Chongbin avenged himself afterward, what could he do? He couldn't live again. When people are in desperate situations, they can often explode with an incredible desire to survive, including but not limited to bursts of strength, physical endurance, IQ, etc. Su Li-chan is the type of person whose IQ suddenly takes the high ground. Don't kill me. I'm willing to sign a slave contract with you to be your contracted spirit. To her mind, the average living person would never refuse a deed spirit. But who let Yi Xingxin be a hanging wall? Not to mention not looking at her bit of strength, just the position of the deeded spirit has been taken. It hadn't been signed yet, but she couldn't do anything other than try to sign a contract without leaving. You sign it, Yi Xingxin said as he looked at Su Yusen. She was a red clothes rank, so if she signed a red clothes ranked deed spirit, she wouldn't have to worry about backlash, and she could boost her strength a bit. Su Yusen was a bit moved. The average person who wanted to sign an equal contract with a deeded spirit didn't have a chance. Now a red-robed level begged to sign a slave contract. Missing this time, I don't know if there's still a chance. Most ghosts, rather than sign a slave contract, would rather be beaten to death, for then one would have nothing left, and when the master died, one would die with him. Is one still oneself then? So Su Yusen is not polite with Yi Xingxin. The big deal is to repay him properly at night, and the knowledge that he was unwilling to do so before. Just follow his heart. It was only a matter of time before his entire being was his anyway, and although Su Yusen didn't know that Yi Xingxin already had a deeded spirit, just his skill of summoning female ghosts was no better than any deeded spirit incense. Su Li-chan looked at the two men preparing to make themselves sign a slave contract with that woman. Her heart was reluctant. After all, anyone would be willing to follow a strong man. Although she was also at the red clothes level, her breath was nothing more than pre-existing, and she was not on par with herself. This man, on the other hand, was able to hold himself down so that he couldn't move. A big difference. Looking at her changing face, Yi Xingxin spoke. What? Unwilling? Then I'll have to kill you to absorb the ghost chi to enhance myself. Saying that, the force on his hand began to increase. Su Li-chan felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, and her neck felt like it was about to be snapped, so she dared to think more, and hurriedly nodded her head and said, yes, I'm willing. In fact, even if she was unwilling, Yi Xingxin couldn't strangle her. After all, his power wasn't enough to strangle a red dress. After Su Li-chan agreed, Su Yusen immediately communicated with the game system and began to customize the slave contract. Yes, a slave contract can be customized with terms by the owner's party, and the equality contract is a clause set directly by the game that is fair to both parties. Su Yusen set up a dozen or so clauses, restricting Su Li-chan in every way, so that she didn't even have a chance to backfire with the same death. This is that Yi Xingxin has completely taken Su Li-chan. Otherwise you customize such a clause, the ghost immediately self-detonation are not signed with you. Others customize them, leaving more or less a bit of freedom and hope, which is why some slave deed spirits have the chance to backfire. But it can't be helped. You can't sign a deed spirit without leaving some space. Su Li-chan signed the contract and dripped blood before turning into a stream of light that entered Su Yusen's arm. She could always be summoned out to fight when needed, and it was still her own ghostly energy that was being consumed. Again, this is not the same as a contract of equality. The equality contract is where both parties share the consumption of ghost energy. This way the battle also lasts longer. Let's release her first. It'll be easier for her to poke around the main quest. Although Yi Xingxin had already found 3 toolmen, who knew if they could find the mastermind behind the scenes? It's only natural that better tool people should not be wasted now that they are online. Su Yusen nodded, and with a wave of her tattooed arm again, Su Li-chan reappeared in the ward, first respectfully half-kneeling at Su Yusen and calling out, Master! Su Yusen had a different feeling, as if it was very energizing. Get up, there's no need to salute when you come out from now on. Also, if it's a time of crisis and she comes out to waste time like this first, I'm afraid the table will be opened. Yes, Master. Su Li-chan replied respectfully, then stood and waited for orders. During your time at the hospital, you'll still be the head nurse. Don't let anyone see our relationship, and I'll give you another assignment. Go and covertly investigate the reason for the loss of the hospital's instruments and bodies. Find out who did it, and report back to us. Su Li-chan blushed strangely, wanting to say something. Chapter 126, Behind the Scenes Chongbin? What? You know the news? Yi Xingxin looked at her expression and opened his mouth to ask. What you guys are asking about is actually what I did. But it wasn't my idea. It was Chongbin. He came up with this idea in order to compete with Udeso for the position of vice dean, taking advantage of the dean's absence. If the hospital loses valuable items, whoever has the highest position will be unlucky. After he explained that I did it, He left the hospital on the pretext of going out to exchange. The current highest position is Yu Desho. Knowing that when the dean asks at that time, and Yu Desho can't explain clearly, he will definitely be punished by the furious dean. So naturally his place will be gone. Because Su Li-chan had signed a contract with Su Yusin, she couldn't refuse her questioning, and explained everything in her head. Yi Xingxin looked at Su Yusin with a face of surprise, not expecting that she had found the mastermind by mistake. Not a clue, but a direct lock on the person. So it was you who saw me in the morgue before and ran away too? It's me. I was going to get the limb that was dropped by the golem. After all, the golem was seen by you once before. I didn't dare let him wander outside again. So your ability is to manipulate puppet corpses? It's not just corpses. As long as they are less powerful than me, they all have a chance of successful manipulation. Su Li-chan was now just asking questions and saying whatever she was asked. Even if she wanted to hide it, she couldn't help but say it. That's the scary thing about a slave contract. Becoming completely unlike yourself. The consciousness is still your consciousness, but the body is not controlled by your consciousness. It acts entirely on the side that favors the master. Of course, if your own consciousness actively and heartily identifies with this master, it makes no difference whether you sign or not. Su Yusin told Su Lizan to go and busy herself and come back to her after work. After dismissing her, the two continued to fill Minya with potions. The broken game doesn't say anything about developing some great medicine, like one that recovers by percentage. This little bit isn't enough to grind. Yi Shang Xin spat. Su Yusin was still somewhat in awe of the thriller game, and didn't dare to say such words. Finally, after more than an hour of rescue, Minjia's wounds were completely healed, and after washing off the blood on her body, it was absolutely impossible to tell that not long ago she was still in a state of being disemboweled. Hiss, what are you pinching me for? Yi Xingxin felt a pain in his waist, and when he looked down, he realized that Su Yusin's hand was pinching his soft flesh. Look again and the whole thing will be on its back. Su Yusin blankly glanced at him before wrapping Minjia up with the sheet from the hospital bed. She had been disemboweled, so of course she couldn't be in a state of being through her clothes. However, before the blood times hula, the two were busy saving people, and did not pay attention to the other, and now the person has been saved. Su Yusin immediately realized that something was wrong. If you don't say it, I haven't realized it yet. I didn't expect this girl to be quite material. Why didn't I see it before? Yi Xingxin deliberately teased Su Yusin, and as a result, Su Yusin just gave him a blank stare. But the lying Minjia was indeed covered in red. She was wrapped up by Su Yusin before she regained consciousness, but can feel that she is not wearing a piece of silk. Yi Xingxin and aside, so continue to pretend to be unconscious. Good Su Yusin in time to wrap her up. The result is just a little bit of calm ready to wake up by Yi Xingxin's sentence to the dry broke the defense. After a while, the calmed down Mingya opened her eyes and carefully covered the bedsheet and sat up. From this point, it could be seen that she had regained consciousness before. Otherwise a person in a coma suddenly woke up and sat up who would go and specifically cover the bedsheet or quilt? But after Yi Xingxin was pinched by Su Yusin, she didn't look at Minjia anymore, or else she would have found out just now with her face full of red. Alright, let's just go back to 301 first. Yi Xingxin spoke. But what about her clothes? It can't be wrapped in a sheet, can it? Wouldn't that be more conspicuous? Yi Xingxin thought yes, remembered that there was a set of clothes in his bag to come, and hastily went to rummage through the backpack, and indeed found a set of professional suits. Did not have time to think too much and directly pulled out. Why don't you change into these clothes and I'll meet you guys outside. After Minjia received the clothes and unfolded them, Su Yusin's expression was out of place. Wasn't this the clothes she had lost before? When she first left the mighty ghost school, she had been killed by her own society, so it was stolen by this guy? Had he been eyeing him for a long time? Then why did he give him the opportunity? He still pushed back, and finally took the initiative to take it himself. To catch him? It didn't feel like it. Su Yusin started brainstorming and thought a lot, and didn't come back to her senses until Minjia was all changed. Forget it, don't think about it, wait for the night to interrogate him properly. When the two of them went out, Yi Xingxin took a look and said in his heart, although it looks material, but from the looseness of the blouse, it's still smaller than Su Yusin. After all, it was tight on Su Yusin, allowing Minjia to wear a loose fit, which was at least a yard off. Although he only glanced at him, after experiencing the embarrassment just now, how alert Minjia was now. She immediately realized where his gaze had landed, and her body was once again a little hot. When she returned to 301, Yi Shang Xin slapped her head. I so wanted to forget to ask that ghost for something. Minjia was unsure, but Su Yusin knew what he meant by that. Count him lucky, and ask for it back the next time he encounters it. What took you guys so long to leave? I'm so bored by myself. Stiff Xiaro, who wrapped herself in a small quilt, poked out a head and said pitifully. Who could have thought that but went out for a trip? Minjia almost couldn't come back. Yi Xingxin snapped and didn't say anything. Su Yusin didn't know what to say either. On the contrary, it was Minjia. As if she didn't remember the things she almost cooled off. Looking at several people are silent. Stiff Xiaoro once again spoke. I decided. Jingle bell, Onam. Let's talk about what's going on tomorrow. Get off work. Go eat. Yi Xingxin pulled Su Yusin and left without looking back, with Minjia following closely. Although she did not say, but before she was taken and disemboweled or more or less some memory. Misty, want to call for help cannot open the mouth. The body cannot move. Good at the same time there is no pain. Otherwise, think about it is shuddering. Looking at the trio just coming back and leaving, Stiff Xiaoro threw the quilt and hurriedly followed them. What are you following us for? I don't have a place to stay. 301 3 beds of your choice and no room? It's not a comfortable place to live, and I'm bored by myself. Then go out and stay in a hotel. There's no money. Where's your money? He did not say this is okay. Once he said. Stiff Xiaoro grudging eyes looked over. Chapter 127 Digging. After playing a few times, the plutonium that Stiff Xiaoro had brought out with her had all gone into Yi Sheng Xian's pocket. Who would have thought that the doctor's visit didn't even cost much and it all went down the drain at the poker table? In response, Yi Sheng Xian said that it wasn't like he had forced himself. Hospital cafeteria. After Yi Xingxin's trio had finished their meal, they had just sat down. When Stiff Xiaoro sat down on the opposite side and looked at them blearily, she didn't even have enough money on her to buy food, though no ghost would dare to care even if she was freeloading. Good housekeeping kept her from doing such a thing. Yi Xingxin brazenly stated that you can look at whatever you want, but Su Yusin could not stand being looked at a little bit, and helplessly took out 200 medals and handed it over. Anyway, it's free money, the wool comes off the sheep's back, and she's going to owe herself a small favor, whether she can use it or not. Stiff Xiaoro also did not polite, took it and went to buy a cup of fresh blood plasma. Her small mouth squeaked with a straw. At this time, Shi Luoling walked over. She basically ate at the hospital before going home because she didn't want to cook when she got home. Otherwise Yi Sheng Xian wouldn't have come to eat first as soon as he got off work. Sister Luoling, come sit over here. Shi Luoling sat down before noticing that it was Stiff Xiaoro across from her, and was shocked. Of course she knew Stiff Xiaoro, she just didn't expect her to be eating cafeteria food in the hospital. And just now she looked a bit pitiful and aggrieved. Is this really the bossy, rigid young lady that the director is afraid of? However, thinking about Yi Xingxin's medical skills, it was somewhat reasonable. The hospital's other doctors can't cure it. Let Yi de cure it. So the arrangement should be known to Yi's medical skills of Director Yu des Ou. After the meal, Yi Xingxin told Su Yusin to take Minjia back to the dormitory first, and he and Shi Luoling went to the consultation room. Then he had her take off her shoes and jacket and lie down on the hospital bed, because he had already seen it before. Yi Xingxin directly got on and started massaging. Perhaps it was because Shi Luoling had never had a massage before, so she felt some pain in the place where she was pressed and couldn't help but scream out. Fortunately, it is now off-duty time, and there are basically no doctors in the corridor, or else it is estimated that there will be some kind of big melons to be spread again. Yi Xingxin's hands kept roaming, and Shi Luoling also felt that there was no such pain as just now, but instead became very comfortable. It made her a little sleepy. Half an hour later, Yi Sheng Xian took out the ghost needles and started acupuncture. This time, it was mainly about soothing the tendons and blood, dispelling fatigue and nourishing the spirit, so there were more acupoints, and soon, Shi Luoling's body was filled with fine ghost needles. The sweat on Shi Luoling's face couldn't stop coming out, feeling hot all over, and the whole ghost was much more permeable. After acupuncture, Yi Xingxin prescribed her some medicine to calm the spirit and nourish the blood, ending the treatment. Sister Loring, how do you feel? Yi, you're fantastic. It feels so comfortable. I should be able to get a good night's sleep when I get home today. You are mainly long-term insomnia, resulting in the body problems. Go back and rest. After that take the medicine on time, wait for 2 days to see the effect and then help you massage a few times on it. Well, I'll be off then. I won't be able to catch the bus any later. You hurry back to rest too. Shi Luoling put on her jacket and shoes, and after saying goodbye to Yi Sheng Xian, she hurriedly went to catch the bus. She now just wanted to go home and take a quick shower. She had just sweated all over and was sticky and uncomfortable. Yi Xingxin put away the ghost needles and left the treatment room towards the dormitory. Just as he left, 2 ghost cleaners came in to clean the room, talking while organizing. Oops, this little brother was not even killed by Stiff Xiaoro. A little something. That's not true. I could tell at first glance that he wasn't simple. Didn't you hear how comfortable Dr. Chi screamed just now? A whole hour and a half. No. I have to call my daughter to come over. Such a great guy, it's a pity not to bring him home. You can forget about it. You'll fall for everyone you see. Besides, although your daughter is kind of pretty, she's no match for Dr. Chi. So do you think she'll look at your daughter? As for you, you're so much older, so they won't even look at you. As for his medical skills, if he can survive from the hands of Zi Xiaoro, where can he go to become a doctor and not eat? As for your family's money, when he returned to the dormitory, he ended up seeing Stiff Xiaoro sitting on his bed, looking at the book he had brought over from the ward. Su Yusin and Minjia weren't there. Yi Xingxin froze. It was good that there were no traces of battle in the room. Thought that even if Stiff Xiaoro was powerful, she wouldn't be able to make Su Yusin resist at all. Perhaps for fear of Yi Xingxin's misunderstanding, Stiff Xiaoro opened her mouth and said, "They're next door." "Oh, why are you following me? I gave you the money. Why don't you go out and find a hotel? I came to you for treatment. Just use your kind of fastest treatment method." Come on, finished speaking. Stiff Xiaoro closed her eyes, cherry mouth slightly open. In her heart she kept hypnotizing herself. This is all for the treatment of the injury. Just as a dog bite, bear it and it will pass. Yi Xingxin also wanted to get rid of this trouble early, so he didn't postpone and went up to take a few sips. These few mouths, at least sucked half of the yang qi in her body. Not that Yi Xingxin didn't want to suck it all in one go, but he suddenly gained a large amount of yang qi. His physique skyrocketed, and he couldn't stand it a bit. The body rose unbearably. "Why have you stopped? Go on. That's it for today. Go rest in Minjia's room and call Su Yusin over." "What's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? And your forehead is sweating?" Stiff Xiaoro didn't want Yi Xingxin to hang up with problems. Otherwise, what about her own injuries? These yang qi would also erode her body if she was not able to get rid of all of it, and then slowly increase. If it wasn't, it would have been worn out long ago by her using her own yin and corpse qi. Cut the crap and go. Yi Xingxin felt that if she delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control it. This thing, it was more powerful than taking the little blue pill, and he was doing his best to suppress it now. It was good that Stiffy didn't have to stay and ask questions like some NCs. Soon, Su Yusin came back, and before she could speak, she was pulled over by Yi Xingxin. With a bang, the door of the room was closed, and a song resounded in the room, digging and digging and digging inside a tiny garden. 2 hours later, the yang qi in Yi Shengxian's body was finally under control, and the transformed physique gradually adapted. It was Su Yusin who was exhausted. After all, she hadn't done much farm work, suddenly carried out a large amount of physical labor, only to feel sore. Her hands and feet felt like they weren't her own. Although he drank milk to replenish his strength, he had just drunk it and had not yet digested it and transformed it into the energy that his body needed. Accompanying Yi Shengxian to plant flowers and dig in the soil was just too tiring. But Yi Xingxin was also only initially releasing his physical strength now, and he still needed to continue laboring to consume it, or else it would still have an effect on his body. It was like a novel where the protagonist had swallowed a heavenly treasure, and if he didn't consume it, he would easily be propped up. So $40,000 in plutonium burned in his hands. Chapter 128, Day 3. Shi Luoling dying of serious injuries. Lian Shanxian's 4 ghosts were summoned over, and after just glancing at the exhausted Su Yusin, they took over her work and accompanied Yi Xingxin to start planting flowers. The next day, the little ghost girls returned to the neighborhood after saying they would come to the hospital in the next 2 days to play with him. Yi Xingxin also brought Su Yusin to wash up and go out to prepare to go to work, and when she opened the door, she saw Minjia and the stiff-eyed Xiaoro with strange eyes. With her strength, she could vaguely hear the sounds of labor coming from next door. Although she wasn't sure what was going on, her body instinctively started some changes. This was an impulse that originated from nature and was unavoidable for both humans and ghosts. She who had originally thought of letting Yi Xingxin help her continue her treatment did not mention it now, but silently followed the 3 toward 301. Just as he came, he saw Yu Desho waiting, and as soon as he saw Yi Xingxin, he immediately said, "Dr. Yi, there's a patient in the hospital, and it's a bit tricky. Director Yu, I still have to help Stiff Xiaoro with her treatment right now. Let's give the new patient to the other doctors first." Yu Desho did check the patients that Yi Xingxin received in the past 2 days. Except for that woman called Minjia and Stiff Xiaoro, the others were discharged quickly, and all of them had favorable reviews. Healing is more efficient than several doctors combined. That's why he wanted to send more difficult cases over, so that the other doctors would be free to treat common conditions quickly, and the hospital's overall efficiency in treating patients would come up. Although it is said that the hospital's income will increase when patients are hospitalized, but now for him, making money is not the main thing, and raising the efficiency and reputation by 1 notch will help the rating after that. After all, he's the doctor under him, he gets his share of the credit, coupled with the fact that in the past 2 days, the 4th hospital has started to mess up and rob patients, so maybe the hospitalized patients will be lured away. And it would be better to take the good things as they come and just cure the problem. After all, the only real money is the money you get in your hand. Otherwise the patient is transferred to the hospital and the card has to be withdrawn in full. His calculations were loud and clear, but Yi Xingxin didn't want to take on new patients for the time being, mainly because he didn't sleep last night, and today he wanted to feel the fish for a day with the excuse of treating stiff Xiaoro, and rest and relax. He had a 50 stamina boost, but it was just a faster recovery, no need to rest. After dismissing Yu Desho, Yi Xingxin gave Minjia a word and hugged Su Yusen to lie on the hospital bed, and once the white cloth was covered, he began to sleep. Su Yusen was also sleepy. Although she had someone to take over the work, she couldn't sleep with all the noise at the construction site. As a result, the two of them were sleeping in a daze when 2 consecutive player death alerts woke them up. Player Zhang Jinxue is dead. Remaining players 7-inch. Player Qian Yingwu is dead. Remaining players 6-inch. The two who were awakened were still a bit confused, so Mingya said nervously, "Big brother Yi, what happened? Why did 2 players suddenly die consecutively?" Yi Shang Xian was also confused. He just slept. At this time, Yu Deso ran over again and directly pushed the door in shouting, "Dr. Yi, come quickly." The patient suddenly went crazy and killed several doctors and nurses in a row, and Dr. Qi was also seriously injured. Originally Yi Xingxin did not prepare to care. Dead and many people and their own have nothing to do? But when he heard that Ji Luoling was also seriously injured, he directly leapt up from the bed and hurriedly pulled Yu Deso outside. On the way, Yudishu also told what happened. The previous tricky patient, who was transferred from the 4th hospital, was treated there for a while without any effect, and then was scooped up by the people arranged by Director Changbin. After Yi Xingxin refused to take over the clinic, Yu Deso arranged for Qi Luoling to take charge. As a result, I don't know what the reason suddenly went crazy, and the 2 assistant physicians who were following Qi Luoling in the ward at that time were killed after they made a move to stop them for only a few seconds. 2 patients in the same ward were also killed, one and the other seriously injured. Ikaruga intercepts the same punch and falls to the ground with serious injuries. A doctor passing by the door and 2 nurses were killed by a few punches from the patient who rushed out. The security guards at the hospital have already gone to arrest them. Yu Deso heard the news and went to see Qi Luoling, using a ghost weapon to maintain her injuries. And now they are waiting for Yi Sheng Xian to go over to see if he can save her life. When the 2 arrived, Qi Luoling was lying in a hospital bed, and a newly transferred nurse was watching over her. His breath was like a swimmer, but his face was a little flushed instead, which was a sign that the blood qi was surging up into his brain, and the ghost qi on his body was dispersing. If we don't find a way to save them, we can imagine the consequences when the ghostly aura disperses. Lying next to him was another seriously injured patient. It was good that he was a zombie. Although he was pierced through his body, he was still able to carry on and not die outright. Qi Luoling cannot. Originally the defense is not as high as the zombie, and the body has not been good. Even after Yi Shang Xian's conditioning, it is not so fast to recover. That's why it's become the way it is now, where it's going to die at any moment. Qi Luoling, Lich Ghost Level, Friendliness 75. Symptoms, Ghost Body Traumatized. Qi and blood flowing backward. Internal organs broken. Treatment plan, feed the flowers on the other side of the river. Apply acupuncture to set things right, straighten out the qi and blood. Ferry in the ghost's qi, and the internal organs will repair themselves. Acupuncture points, Shinkei point, Qihai point, Guan Yuan point, Foot Sanli point, Danzhong point, and other 18 points. Yi Xingxin didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly took out a pishy flower, but now that she was unconscious, there was no way to feed it. There was no other concern now. Yi Xingxin directly put it into his mouth and chewed it, then sent it into Qi Luoling's mouth little by little, and then pressed a few acupoints on the neck to stimulate the throat peristalsis, the medicine to get into the stomach. Yi Xingxin took out the ghost needles and sterilized them, and then placed the needles in turn. But when it was the turn of the Danzhong point, Yi Xingxin drove out Yu Deso, who was watching from the side, and only left a ghost nurse. This is because this point is located at the intersection of the line connecting the 2 breasts and the midline of the body. It was just covered by underwear, and the only way to get off the needle was to remove the underwear. Yu Deso also knew that there was no time to waste now, and without saying anything turned around and left, and took the door with him. Yi Xingxin directly cut the middle line of the underwear. Now there was no time to slowly take it off. Ji Luoling's injuries didn't support moving her body, so she could only scrap a piece of clothing. This also allows for as little keto exposure as possible. But Ikaruga's figure was too wow, and just as soon as it was cut, the bound jade rabbit couldn't wait to escape the cage and jump out. It made him look stunned, but he immediately snapped back to his senses and continued to place the stitches. When the last needle was finished, he began to control his ghost chi. crossing it into Qi Luoling's body along with the ghost needle. Some points should have more ghost qi and some less, creating a difference in the concentration of ghost qi as a way to drive her own ghost qi and blood qi to flow in the normal direction. After a few minutes, Qi Luoling's face returned to its pale color, which was her normal face, and the pishy flower was digested and began to calm the rioting ghost qi. Chapter 129, Changbin. After another half an hour, Qi Luoling's ghost qi and blood were completely back to normal, and had already started to automatically repair the injured internal organs. This point of the ghost was great. As long as it didn't hang up by itself, the injuries on the body could usually be repaired automatically. Of course it was like the miserable ones like Stiff Xiaro who were hit by a growable attack. The invading Yang Qi would automatically regenerate as long as it wasn't eradicated, still absorbing her own ghost Qi corpse Qi for sustenance. Yi Xingxin from the bottom to the top, in turn, pulled out the ghost needle. In the Danzhong point, Qi Luoling just opened her eyes. Yi Xingxin a little embarrassed. After all, although he is to save people, but also did look at her naked, and Qi Luoling didn't have any extra thoughts. She had been a doctor for so long that she was already accustomed to this point. When a patient lies on the hospital bed, there is no distinction between male and female in the eyes of a doctor. Only to see her calmly pulling off the underwear that had been cut up, and then putting on her jacket, buttoning it all the way up to her collar. Although she was accustomed to doing things when Yi Xingxin was healing, she was not so generous as to let all the people see her axioms. It's just missing the 2 latex pads and the marks on the dress stick out too much. Yi Xingxin thought for a moment and took out an underwear from his backpack, which was taken off by Lu Moe last night, and he didn't have time to take it away when he left in the morning. According to Yi Xingxin's visual estimation, the two of them should be about the same size, and his visual estimation proved to be very accurate. Ji Luoling was stunned at the sight, but she didn't ask him more about why he would carry an underwear suitable for her size, and she also very generously changed into it in front of him. The only thing that's a bit flawed is why does it seem like you can faintly smell a bit of the scent? This can't be a second-hand one. Qi Luoling, who was still normal, suddenly looked at Yi Shang Xian with a strange gaze. In his heart, he thought, I didn't expect. You Xiaoye even have this kind of hobby? You like to collect original underwear? Then my broken one can't just be thrown into the trash, in case he picks it back up for collection. How humiliating. It's one thing to treat a patient and save him, but it's another thing to have your original underwear collected, and even a knowledgeable doctor can't stand that. Yi Xingxin said it really wasn't that he wanted to see her change clothes, it's just that she moved too fast and he hadn't reacted to evade it yet. Summarizing the sentence, it's that I was careless and didn't flash. And the nurse on the side didn't think there was anything wrong. She had eaten and seen it all. It was normal for a male doctor to help treat a female patient, or a female doctor to help treat a male patient. However, she was amazed at Yi Shang Xian's medical skills. This kind of basically hopeless injury could be saved. So when would he let him help himself to be stabbed and toned as well? As for the seriously injured patient next to him, none of the three remembered him. Even if he was a zombie and wouldn't die from this injury, he wouldn't want to be well for a short period of time. Now is still in a coma, but its own corpse Qi is already repairing the wound. Is that it may take a little longer? Of course, the hospitalization fee will not have to be borne by him. After all, in the end, this time, it is also the hospital's mistakes. He was affected, and may even be able to make a profit. But that would have nothing to do with Yi Shang Xian. And now, Yi Xingxin wanted to meet the murderer of the injured person, to see if he could resist his own blade. There was no other meaning, just simply wanting to try if the blade was sharp or not. So after explaining that Qi Luoling should rest first, he walked out of the ward and looked at Yu Deso outside and asked, "Did you catch that patient?" It was reasonable to say that the hospital had already sent security guards to arrest the people, and it should have been under control by now. But judging from the expression on Yu Dishu's face, things weren't that easy. Not yet. The security guards are no match for them. They'd been sent to ask for an inspection. The hospital inspections, which the dean had somehow gotten, were as if they had no sanity and would only inspect the entire hospital according to the rules set by the dean. It's usually at night after the doctors and nurses get off work and they start. Daytime inspections are also basically during mealtimes. However, when the hospital encounters an invasion, the vice president, including the director, has the right to mobilize them, but that's about it. Trying to control them to leave the hospital to fight back against the invaders is a no-brainer. Otherwise, Yudishu High and Low to send 2 inspections to the 4 hospitals to make a mess. Now that I think about it, this patient has definitely been moved by the 4th hospital, just waiting for someone from the 3rd hospital to dig in. Otherwise, how could he have stayed there for so long without any problems, and just started hurting people in less than half a day after coming to the 3rd hospital? It doesn't make sense at all. What is his strength? Yi Xingxin guessed that it should be at the red clothes level. otherwise it would be impossible to seriously injure Qi Luoling with a single strike. And the same Liger level zombie was pierced through with a single punch. Night Spirit level. But his fists are off. They seem to ignore defenses. And he himself won't be shocked by the pressure of a high level. Yi Sheng's heart was shocked. There was this kind of severe ghost level? All the more reason to see it. So following Yu Deso, the two of them arrived outside the hospital's lobby, where a group of ghost security guards surrounded the frenzied patient, all harassing him with long-range attacks. In order to lure him out, it was a matter of filling in 4 or 5 ghost lives. Otherwise, if we continued to let him haunt the building, the hospital's losses would be even greater. And now we only need to pay some compensation to the ghost security guard's family, which is a lot less compared to the losses. Yu Deso looked at him and hated him with a passion. But he didn't dare to go up personally. Although he was also a red cloth level, he wasn't good at fighting, and his ghost skills were basically supportive and healing based. Coupled with the fact that the other party could ignore defense, he went up decisively for nothing. Zhang Zidong, Changbin, Night Ghost Blood Clothes level. Friendship, unknown. Yuan %. At Yuan %. At. Looking at the familiar messy code, Yi Sheng's heart was shocked. Did he encounter the unspeakable level too often? And why is there a note after this person's name? Director Yu. Is there another director named Changbin in our section? Ha, that's right, but the old regular is out on an exchange for a few days. You're close to him? It's not bad. After all, we've been co-workers for decades, and aside from some healthy competition, we don't have any beefs with each other. Why are you asking about him? Do you think it's possible that this patient was deliberately brought here to screw you over? I heard you guys are competing for the vice dean position? Can't be. Although the vice dean position is very precious. But, said half, Yu Deso as if he thought of something, did not say it again, and his face also became very ugly. Old Chang has an ancestral ghost weapon that can enchant a target with a status that has the effect of strengthening attacks as well as breaking defenses. The enchanted person will lose their fear and sanity. Chapter 130, Changbin's plot? But why? The reward for the vice dean position isn't useful to him and he shouldn't be guilty of screwing me over something he can't use. We also discussed it before. If he was the one who got to the top, he would sell that item to me, and I would give him something when I got to the top. So it's clearly a win-win situation. Yu Deso was a little confused as to why Changbin would get a patient to mess with himself. That is to say, is there such a possibility that he's been bribed by the 4th hospital and is now a member of the 4th hospital? So if Dr. G hadn't taken this patient, but instead suddenly jumped up and gave you a blow while you were helping with the treatment, you wouldn't have been able to carry it off. When you are seriously injured, there will be no one in the hospital who can stop this patient, and then the hospital may be destroyed quite a bit. Even if the hospital itself is not much of a loss, the mere fact that it spreads to most of the patients, then the hospital is not far away from shutting down, right? Hiss. After listening to Yi Xingxin's flurry of analysis, Yu Deso was so shocked that his cold sweat came down. Today, if he hadn't gone to Yi Xingxian and been rejected and then was in a bad mood and unwilling to take the patient, this patient would really be his own. Because this was a difficult case, the following doctors basically had no hope of treating it. And the reason why he didn't take it himself and instead arranged for it to be given to Qi Luoling was also because he thought that Qi Luoling's relationship with Yi Shengxian was still okay. So if she couldn't solve it, she should go to Yi Shengxian for help. That way you can free yourself up to take on another difficult patient. Qi Luoling had taken the knife for herself. Moreover, if he collapsed, there would be no one in the hospital who could go and ask for an inspection. And that consequence, perhaps it really did make Yi Xingxin right. How powerful a background does the director need to have when most of the patients die and the hospital is still open? And speaking of which, Yi Xingxin thought of one more thing. According to what Su Li-chan said, Changbin was the mastermind behind the loss of the instruments and the loss of the body. Was he really for the bit of money he earned from the resale? The corpses placed in the morgue, in addition to being more valuable in their own right, there is also an important point. That is, they all have family members, and the hospital is waiting for the family to claim them back. Some of the lonely souls, without families, died and left their remains, and were basically taken away by the dean. What about the instruments? And for what? Suddenly, Yi Xingxin thought of something and hurriedly asked, has the hospital purchased any medical equipment recently? Who was responsible for it? Some time ago, a batch was lost, and it's still being investigated who stole it, so the hospital purchased a new batch, and it's Changbin who's in charge of it. Have you inspected this new batch of instruments? No, because Changbin approved the word. If I test it again that will make my face look bad. Are you saying that this batch of instruments also have problems? What could be a bigger blow to a hospital than having a problem with a device in the middle of treating a patient? If it is 1 or 2 doctors' operating errors, then the hospital can just launch the doctor to take the blame. at most lose money. But if a large number of devices have problems, then the impact of the big. It can even cause patients to distrust the hospital. After all, so many of your devices are faulty. Who would feel comfortable coming here to see a doctor in case they encountered a faulty device? Udeso is now almost catching up with Lian Shanxian. Cold sweat is clamoring downstream. If another night or 2 days to find out this new batch of instruments into use, coupled with this patient's sneak attack their own wave, the hospital is afraid of directly cool. He hastily took out his phone and dialed a beloved henchman, a ghost he had trained to prepare to take over his director's position, and there was no need to doubt his loyalty. Soon, the results of the inspection were sent over, and 90% of this new batch of instruments were faulty. Changbin's hand is not to be described as not poisonous. Even if the hospital was caught stealing instruments and corpses in advance, it was still Su Lichan. Changbin only had to push her out to take the blame. And if it wasn't for the fact that Su Lizhan had been signed into a slave contract and couldn't lie to Su Yusen, then she wouldn't have given up Changbin either. Because Changbin had given her the assurance that she would come out and take the blame if she was found out by the hospital, and that he would fish her out himself later. But this is only a lie, because by then it doesn't matter if Su Lichan confesses or not. He won't stay in the third hospital either, because the third hospital will be cold soon. As for Su Lichan, although she has a lot of tricks, but as long as he becomes the fourth hospital, no, the future vice president of the third hospital, what kind of tricks do you want to have? No female ghosts? The patient in front of him was nothing special, so Yi Xingxin lost interest. Originally he thought he could make some benefits. Now, he just wanted to hack him to death to avenge Qi Luoling, because he came into the third courtyard sober. Don't say that he would be unaware of the fourth courtyard in Changbin's plan, because Udeso said that ghost weapon of Changbin's must be effective only when the identity of the teammate is established. In other words, this patient had to agree before it could take effect. It could be because the ghost weapon was broken. Otherwise an unspeakable level couldn't be so wasted. This patient himself was only at the Li ghost level, but after being amplified, only the attack was at the blood cloth level, so Yi Xingxin directly sucked him in and then slashed him to death. And the ghost chi was also wasted and fed to the magic knife. The truth is that this point of ghost energy of the severe ghost level is very limited for his own enhancement. It is better to look forward to the death of a leak. Magic knife, old lady can't look at. Well, still looking at this bit of ghostly chi now, probably would say so. After all, the magic knife's blade spirit is still asleep. Udeso looked at the magic knife in Yi Xingxin's hand, and Yi Xingxin turned his hand away and said, "What are you looking at? This is mine." Udeso skimmed his mouth, turned his head and left, began to deal with the follow-up of this matter. After all, the dead doctors and nurses, the security patients' compensation issues still have to be resolved, and then it is to report the matter to the dean. After he left, the security guards at the scene were also sent away by the captain, but the captain walked to Yi Xingxin's side and said, "Awesome, brother, we can't take it down for half a day by you to cut to death with a knife. I saw at first glance that you are not simple." While saying this, he handed over a cigarette and helped Yi Xingxin to light it. This security chief was exactly the one Yi Shangxin had met when he went to the security room earlier. You're welcome, thanks to you guys consuming so much of his ghost chi. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hack him to death." Business blowing each other up. This Yi Shangxin was familiar with it. After a few more minutes of conversation, the security chief also excused himself and left. He also had quite a few things to arrange. After all, his own men died, and the family to communicate with, naturally, is their own. Cannot let the director to do this. Yi Xingxin nodded to the doctors and nurses who had gathered around, greeted them and turned to leave, leaving behind a living legend. Chapter 131: Ziggy Xiaorou's healing and departure. Yi Xingxin first went to check on Ji Luoling. She could already basically walk on the ground normally, completely unable to see that an hour ago she was still a seriously injured and sick ghost. Little Yi, thank you so much this time. Although she knew that it was Yi Xingxin who had saved her, she wasn't sure how heavy her previous injuries were, and she had fainted straight away. "We're friends. I can't just see us die." "Friends?" Ikaruga murmured and stopped talking. She had instinctively begun to study medicine since she became conscious in the underworld, and it could be said that she had basically been specializing in medicine for the previous 100 years before entering the third hospital to start as an assistant physician, and it took another 10 years or so before she reached attending physician. There are quite a few acquaintances to speak of, whether they are neighbors in the community, colleagues at the hospital. But my friend, after thinking about it, couldn't come up with a name. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yi Xingxin spoke. "Sister Luoling, I'll go back to the ward first." When he finished, he turned and pushed the door to leave. Looking at his back, Qi Luoling opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The nurse next to him said, "Dr. Qi, I'm impressed by someone as good as Dr. Yi. You can't miss it when you meet him. This nurse might have drilled Yi Shang Xian's dormitory that night if her boyfriend hadn't been a ghost third generation. After all, with just this handful of medical skills, how about getting by? Even if he is a living man. But Qi Luoling's mind had no concept of male and female love at all. It just felt that Yi Shang Xian was very different from other people or ghosts. 301. From the moment Yi Xingxin followed Yu Deso and ran out, Su Yusin was worried, but they ran too fast for her to keep up, and she was worried that Minjia would have problems on her own, so she stayed on guard. As for Stiffy Xiaoro, she didn't even dare to make a move now, or her condition would immediately flare up, so the most she can do now is scare people with her identity. Flashy. Seeing Yi Xingxin return, Su Yusin involuntarily jumped up and hugged her, tears welling up in her eyes. What's going on here? Who bullied you? Is it Stiff Xiaoro? I'll help you teach her a lesson. Hey, don't go too far. Stiff Xiaoro didn't expect to lie down and said with dissatisfaction. Okay, don't cry. I'm not fine, just a tiny little stern ghost. I was mainly delayed by going to heal the sick and save the people. Yi Shang Xian stroked her hair and comforted her. Su Yusin stopped sobbing, lying in the arms of Yi Xingxin unwilling to leave. The general players encountered this kind of thing. Hiding is still too late. On him to rush up. If you're still upset, how about I beat up Stiffy Zoe? Stiffy, WTNMD. But don't you dare say that. Su Yusin broke into laughter and said as she pounded Yi Xingxin's chest with her small fists. Minya looked at the two with envy, but she herself had been far away from such a relationship since she had resolved to enter the game to find her father's trail. She simply didn't have the time or energy to fall in love. Stiff Xiaoro now just wanted to hurry up and get healed, and then stay far away from these people. She really couldn't stand the way they were being mushy. Hey, when are you going to heal me? Stiff Xiaoro felt that if she didn't interrupt, they might forget that they were still there. What's your hurry? Yi Xingxin had just gotten a little bit of a feeling of coaxing his girlfriend when he was interrupted. This thing was just like an epiphany in a novel. It could not be found. I've paid the hospital. You have to heal my injuries. Okay, heal you, now. Yi Xingxin felt that he should be able to resist the side effects by sucking out the remaining yang qi in her body at once, because his stamina base had increased a lot last time. So he kissed it expressionlessly, although Stiffy Xiaoro said it didn't matter. But in the end, she was still a teenage girl. A teenage girl of 1,000 years is also a teenage girl. There's nothing wrong with it. Still a little embarrassed. Her eyes were tightly closed, and you could tell by the fluttering of her eyelashes that she wasn't at peace. Four lips wanted to connect, but Yi Xingxin found that her lips were tightly closed. But it was nothing difficult for him, easily snapping open the gates, then slowly sucked in the yang energy. Last time, in addition to the low stamina base, there is also the possibility that the sip was too fast and too hard. It's like someone who drinks and can drink a lot normally, but can't drink much before getting drunk if they pound it. At this time the door of the room was pushed open. Yu Deso came to find Yi Xingxin to discuss the matter of Chongbin, but as soon as he entered the door, he saw Yi Xingxin beating Stiff Xiaoro. This was a scene that he, a small red coat level director, could see. Neither Lu Qianjun nor Stiff Xiaoro's family was something he could afford to mess with, but the movement of opening the door also made everyone in the room look at him. Even Stiffy Xiaoro opened her eyes to look at her. Yu Deso even saw the idea of killing and exterminating in Stiff Xiaoro's eyes. It scared him so much that he almost went into cardiac arrest. Who would have thought such an exciting scene would happen in a hospital room? He was now neither walking nor not walking, and he directly froze to the doorway, his body more rigid than even Stiffy Xiaoro, who was a zombie. Yi Xingxin sipped fiercely, causing Stiff Xiaoro to come back to her senses, closing her eyes again and concentrating on urging her corpse qi to repair the body that had been passed through by the yang qi, because Yi Xingxin was afraid that he would lose control again. This treatment took half an hour to finish, and there was not a trace of yang qi left in the body of Stiff Xiaoro, and the bottom of the measurement was cured. Yi Xingxin let go of the Stiff Xiaoro who was pulling, and began to feel his own situation. Although it was still a bit hot and dry, but it was much better than last time. It didn't feel like it was going to explode. It was still manageable, but as soon as Stiff Xiaoro recovered, her blood-clothed level of strength completely exploded. Looking at Yi Xingxin, thinking about the aggression she had received in the past 2 days, she was ready to beat him up to take out her anger. It wasn't so bad to beat him to death, but he had taken his first kiss, and it always felt like a big loss to do nothing. I advise you to think clearly before making a move. Yi Xingxin's eyes didn't even open, and one sentence made Stiff Xiaoro extinguish her fire. Directly before losing control and getting spanked by him came to mind, although he didn't know what happened at that time, but his own out-of-control outburst was definitely stronger than his normal state. That state was beaten by him, and now it was probably for nothing. If she was spanked one more time in front of Yudishu, I guess she would really have to kill the ghost. Udeso now look at Yi Xingxin and look at the gods, almost the same expression. Stiff family big miss in front of him, and the same as a docile kitten. Just a word. Let the fury of her calm down. This is still a person? Stiff Xiao looked deeply at Yi Xingxin, then directly jumped out of the window and left. Continuing to stay is too much social death. But before jumping out and landing, he gave Yudishu another threatening look. Whoever spreads gossip in the future will probably come after him. Chapter 132, Inviting the King into the Urn. With the stiff Xiao leaving, Udeso finally relaxed. That ant really started to rage. He also cannot stand. Moreover, the last look in her eyes. Now thinking about it, his heart is still a burst of cold. For Udeso, now that it has been confirmed that Changbin is the enemy, and at the same time, Yi Xingxin and the others seem to be investigating the matter of the missing instruments and the body. Then we are in the same gang. That's why he came over to find Yi Xingxian to discuss what to do next. After all, even if Changbin comes back and he exposes him, but with his own strength, he can't keep him. The dean is not there. Changbin's position as director has not been revoked, and he himself is useless even if he commands an inspection. And at this time, it was time to play the role of an undercover agent. Su Lichan was ordered by Su Yusin to continue to be busy with her own affairs. She was naturally still providing the information within the hospital to Changbin, who was out there, only subconsciously concealing the information that was unfavorable to her own master. Su Yusin, related to the hospital. Yi Xingxin's idea was also very simple. Changbin manipulated a patient to come over and make trouble, and his purpose was to seriously injure Udeso, so create a fake injury out of it, and then pass the message through Su Lichan. Changbin would definitely come back to enjoy the fruits of his victory, and that would be the opportunity to complete his mission. Otherwise, who knows which corner Changbin is now catatonic in. The underworld was so big, not to mention 7 days, even 7 years one might not be able to find Changbin, who was deliberately hiding. He couldn't live in the underworld all the time. Although that was not bad, but I guess the game would not agree. When the time comes to complete the task, it is estimated that he has no good fruit to eat. Otherwise Yi Xingxian really wanted to take this opportunity to stay in the underworld forever. No longer need to do any ghost quests. Every day accompanying the little ghosts to play he does not smell good. As for Su Yusin, she could play normally, and if she didn't have herself teaming up with her this time, she would probably have to play for a few more years if she wanted to enter a copy of this difficulty. And below this copy of the difficulty, with her strength not to say click mess kill, but also basically can pass without injury. Waiting for a few years, he can also mix open in the underworld cities, himself as his man. In the underworld mix open her pass what difficulty, but obviously, this good wish, the game party is expected to not be granted. After all, he or she is not their father. Yi Xingxin said his plan, and when Udeso heard it, he thought it was feasible, but the only crack was how should he disguise his injuries? One couldn't really seriously injure himself. In case there was a slight difference in the plan, he would really be cold. Don't worry, I can give you a few needles to keep your chi and blood in a controlled reverse flow, and when the machine examines you, you'll control the reverse flow of chi and blood, so that you can issue an examination report of your serious injury, and then have the little undercover agent use a surreptitious angle, and just send the photo over. Seeing that Yi Xingxin spoke of a very sound plan and was very confident, Udeso agreed to his proposal without much thought. This was of course because Yi Xingxin's skill, coquettishness, had worked. Otherwise, as an old ghost, how could he trust a living person so easily, even if he was related to Lu Qianjun? Immediately, Yi Xingxin gave Udeso a few needles, then told Su Yusin to go and call someone immediately. The plan started from now on. Soon, several attending physicians were called over. They had heard that the director had suffered a secret injury during the previous patient attack and had suddenly erupted just now, rushing over to help. After all, it is very easy to save a hospital injury, saves time on ambulance transportation. A few people carried the closed-eyed Udeso and went to examine him, and soon, an examination report of serious internal injuries was printed out by a machine. Among a few more people, a doctor took advantage of the others not paying attention and secretly took a picture. How could Changbin be the only one with Su Lichan? But for who this hidden one was, Yi Xingxian did not care, because he had only shown himself in front of his own people. Although there were quite a few people who had seen the decapitation of that patient, the security guards had already consumed a lot before, so it is reasonable to pick up a leak yourself, and it is estimated that Changbin is a bit skeptical at most, but will not put it on his mind. His main focus was still on Udeso. He himself was nothing more than an insignificant shrimp, waiting until Udeso was carried into the consultation room. All kinds of tubes, instruments inserted into the body. He forced to endure the discomfort. Continue to pretend to be sick. As the head nurse, Su Lichan came over to sympathize, and it was a normal thing to investigate in other people's eyes. She took the opportunity to take a few sneak peeks of the inspection report as planned and sent it to Changbin, who was out. Seeing the same report from the two people coming from his cell phone, Changbin laughed out loud, very sure that his plan had succeeded. He wasn't actually a very calculating person, or else he wouldn't have let his opponent know about his ghost weapon ability. Changbin took a red-grade female ghost by his side, packed up his belongings, and boarded a bus to return to the third hospital. This female ghost was from the fourth hospital, and she was the one who had pulled together Changbin, who was the director of the third hospital, to plan all of this. The two of them rushed to the third courtyard in high spirits, not realizing that the place had now turned into an invitation trap just waiting for them. An hour later, Changbin and the ghost in red came to the third hospital, just in time to catch up with the end of the day at noon. The doctors and nurses on duty in the wards went to eat. Changbin followed the room number provided by the informant, and found Yu Deso lying in the hospital bed. He heard someone enter the door and opened his eyes to see that it was Changbin. I didn't expect him to come back so quickly, and now there was only himself. He was already a bit stronger than himself, not to mention that there was one more around him. He was really going to be cold this time. As a result, I didn't expect that Changbin didn't do anything to himself, but instead pulled a chair and made it to the side of the hospital bed and said with a smile, "Yu Deso, do you know why a patient would sneak up on you?" "I did it," Yu Deso thought to himself. "Of course I know, but I don't say. Alas, it is to play, is to drag time." So he weakly asked back, "Why, old Chang? Why are you doing this? I shouldn't have done anything wrong to you, right? Even if you want the position of vice dean, didn't we agree on a fair competition? Why? How dare you ask me why? Do you remember Xiao Lian from 30 years ago? She was killed by your own hands, and only a little time has passed, and you've forgotten all about her? If it wasn't for you, if it wasn't for the 3 hospitals, Xiao Lian wouldn't have died, so I'm going to take revenge on you. On the 3 hospitals, Dean, that old undead, obviously have something that can save Xiao Lian, and you, obviously not enough medical skills, prefer to show off." Chapter 133, With this brain, how can you learn to be a villain? Chang Bin, mouth of Xiao Lian, is 30 years ago to stay in the 3 hospitals of a sick ghost? She looks beautiful, gentle character, but suffers from a strange disease. At that time, is already the director of the Chang Bin, and Yu Deso was invited to consult. No Xiao Lian. After that, after a long period of time together, the bloody drama of 2 men competing for a woman began. Of course, at that time Changbin and Yu Deso were still on good terms and decided to play fair. As a result, Yu Deso won slightly and became Xiao Lian's boyfriend. As a result, he didn't expect that soon after, Xiao Lian's already well-controlled condition suddenly deteriorated, and the dean used a life-saving item to one of the patients in front of him. Xiao Lian is in critical condition, and Yu Deso decides to operate and remove a portion of the body tissue that is deteriorating. This will have the effect of delaying the time, and then they can wait until Lu Qianjun, who has gone to a distant place for medical treatment, returns. But what I didn't expect was that during the operation, Yu Deso made a mistake, causing Xiao Lian to directly begin to scatter her ghostly qi. Before dying, Xiao Lian did not blame Yu Deso, but lamented the trickery of fate. She had found her sweetheart with great difficulty, and as a result, she was going to lose it only a short time later. Hearing the news of Xiao Lian's death, Chang Bin went crazy, but instead of questioning Yu Deso, he took a long vacation and left the hospital. And because of this incident, Yu Deso was disheveled for several years before he came out of it. Otherwise, with the qualifications of the two of them, a candidate for the reserve vice president would have been decided long ago. "I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to let you watch with your own eyes how I'm going to end the 3 houses. And when the 3 houses fall, that's when you'll go down and apologize to Xiao Lian." After saying that, Changbin left the ward with the female ghost, and cold sweat began to break out on Yu Deshu's face. After all, he had really walked through the ghost gate. Unexpectedly, Changbin had not directly killed himself, and the reason he did all this was actually for what happened 30 years ago. And 30 years ago, Xiao Lian was actually a conspiracy of the 4 courts, which he inadvertently discovered during his years of decadence. So he pulled himself together and finally found out the truth. Xiao Lian was originally the illegitimate daughter of one of the vice presidents of the 4th courtyard, and was sent by him over to the 3rd courtyard to consume the strength of the dean of the 3rd courtyard. And if the dean of the 3rd courtyard really used that life-saving item to her body, then a ghostly artifact, which was in her body, would be activated and begin to uninterruptedly absorb the ghostly energy of the dean of the 3rd courtyard until he was sucked to death alive. But I didn't expect that because of Changbin and Yu Deshu's treatment. The condition that was purposely contracted was brought under control, and so I missed that item and was used up by other ghosts. And it doesn't take much for Dean to move that thing normally. And when Xiao Lian failed in her mission, She was naturally silenced by that father of his. After all, she was nothing more than an illegitimate daughter. That's why she said that paragraph before she died, lamenting the trickery of fate. But this matter has been buried in the heart of Yu Deso. He did not want to let Xiaolian in the heart of Changbin's image broken. As a result, he did not expect Changbin to become a traitor to the 4 hospitals. Can't think much? Quickly pulled out the cell phone from the quilt to call Yi Xingxin. Originally, Yi Xingxin did not buy a cell phone in the game. After all, cannot be used. In order to plan this time, Yu Deso specially sent him a used to contact. This is not used. Yi Xingxin, who was eating, picked up the phone, listened to 2 sentences, and his face changed. Changbin's early arrival caught him a bit off guard as well, and it was a good thing that Yu Deso didn't cool off. Otherwise Yi Shengxian might have to feel guilty for a few seconds. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Mingya asked. Changbin is back. You guys eat first. I'll go finish him off and finish the job. Let's go together. There are more people to take care of, Su Yusen said. She was also a red-robed rank. She couldn't deal with stiff Xiaro or a Changbin. She was actually still worried that Yi Shengxian was carrying things by himself again, as if he was not useful at all, but instead became like a burden to him. It wasn't the outcome she wanted. Mingya is also a little bit eager to try. She has not seen the human ghost battle, want to go to see a long time. Moreover, if Yi Shengxian cooled off, she estimated that she wouldn't be able to survive the pass. Yi Xingxin thought about it. Changbin a red level. It should not be enough for himself to slice, even if he used a ghost weapon on the female ghost that followed him to enhance her strength. At most, he would just use the experience card once more. So he nodded his head and agreed. Just make your own choices and take the consequences yourself, but still let Minjia stay away. After all, she didn't have any rank at all, just a little bit of aftershock touching her. She could just open the table. Putting down their half-eaten meal, the 3 left the cafeteria. The 3 players from 305 looked at this scene and discussed amongst themselves. Are they onto something? Should we follow them over and take a look? After all, this was the first time the trio had left without finishing their meal and had taken a phone call. Don't cause trouble. We just need to wait until the last day and submit the evidence. They already had Changbin's evidence, but hadn't gotten through to Yi Xingxin and the others. Changbin 2 people came to the door of the dean's office, ready to go in first to get away some of the dean's collection of things. Here are the objectives of the 4 hospitals. Just ready to open the door. Su Li-chan walked over and opened her mouth. Director Chang, there is a person downstairs who said that there is something important to find you. Please make sure you go down there. Saying that it is about. Su Li-chan glanced at the female ghost next to her, walked over to Changbin, leaned over to his ear and whispered, do not speak of the matter of the ranked ghost weapon. Changbin's eyes lit up. Taking things away is not bad. Even if Yu Deso just called the dean to inform him, the dean cannot return in a short time, and the unspeakable grade ghost artifact was unattainable. It is much more valuable than even the promises that the 4 courts have given themselves. I'm going to meet someone, so wait here for a while and I'll be right back. Changbin followed Su Li-chan to the elevator and went downstairs. Let the female ghost look blank. In the end, what is more important than completing the plan? But that thing that the 4th courtyard needed, they didn't give Changbin a word about how important it was. They just said that before they left. They took the dean of the 3rd courtyard's things by the hand, and it was also a small revenge on him. So for Changbin, taking the dean's stuff wasn't a big deal. So now it was the female ghost who was dumbfounded. And Yi Xingxin didn't think that Changbin would follow Su Li-chan down alone. With this brain, he still learns from others to be a villain? How did he survive until now? Changbin, who was only at the red clothes level and had no teammates, Yi Xingxin directly took down without even drawing his sword. There was absolutely no difficulty at all. He looked at Su Li-chan incredulously, not understanding why she would betray him. Yi Xingxin suddenly thought of a way to enhance Su Yusen. He decided to try. Chapter 134, a way to raise Su Yusen's level. His idea was that he would hack Changbin himself, and then the system would absorb his ghost chi to raise it for himself, while he would ferry it to Su Yusen through the dual cultivation technique. Otherwise, she could only rely on the pass rewards, or some heavenly treasures to raise her own ghost chi level. This was the reason why other players were slow to upgrade. Sometimes it was hard to bravely up a ghost, but it turned out that there was no gain at all unless the face was white and the ghost had a ghost weapon or had plutonium on it. As for whether this method would work or not, Yi Xingxin didn't know, but it could be tried. So he beckoned to Su Yusen, called her to his side, and said his idea. You can upgrade by killing ghosts? Su Yusen was stunned. No wonder he was already higher than his own level after only these few copies. But will this affect your own promotion? Why don't we just forget about it? Anyway, if you're strong, the most I can do is just follow and mingle. For the improvement of strength, no player would refuse. Su Yusen was naturally still very moved. but was worried that if he did so, it would slow down Yi Shengxin's upgrading. After all, there was only so much ghost chi, and after she shared it away, he wouldn't have much left. If that was the case, she would rather not have this kind of upgrade. Since she was willing to follow Yi Shengxin, she naturally regarded him as the most important person to her, and didn't want to squeeze her man for herself. Don't worry, but a ghost's ghost chi. I have other channels to upgrade. Although Yi Shengxin used to resist finding a living girlfriend because he felt that it was not as well behaved and obedient as a little girl ghost, but since he had been with Su Yusen, he had instead felt a feeling that was different from that of a little girl ghost. And unlike the little female ghosts who did whatever they were told, Su Yusen sometimes got a little emotional, but instead, she seemed even more adorable. After saying that, Yi Shengxin slashed Chongbin, and after hearing the system prompt that the ghost chi began to arrive, he held Su Yusen in his arms and kissed her, and the Fangchun Yin Yang Gong turned far and wide, controlling the ghost chi that hadn't yet been assimilated by himself to cross over towards Su Yusen's body. Su Yusen felt that her mouth was first warm, then immediately followed by a burst of coldness, as if she had drunk a bottle of ice-cold drink. Moreover, Yi Shengxin was still continuously outputting ghost chi, and Su Yusen was forced to swallow, unable to stop at all. Yi Shengxin also cannot help, if a little slower, after these ghost chi is assimilated by himself, cannot be so passed to her. After all, the assimilated ghost chi is the owner's ghost chi, marked with their own mark. They do not die. Others cannot be manipulated. Of course, perhaps there are some ghost skills can manipulate other people's ghost chi. That's a different story. The ghost chi that crossed over was different from the rewards from the game settlement. The ones from the settlement were directly combined with one's own ghost chi, eliminating the step of assimilation, whereas these masterless ghost chi needed to be slowly refined by Su Yusen herself. But after all, it was the entire ghost chi of a red-clothed ghost, and Su Yusen couldn't finish refining it in an instant. But instead, she herself felt like she had entered a cold storage, and was chilled all over. It was a good thing that Yi Shengxin began to help control the conditioning after passing it on. These ghost chi began to circulate in Su Yusen's body circle after circle in the direction of her original ghost chi operation. At the same time, her own ghost chi was constantly assimilating these unfamiliar ghost chi and repairing the meridians that passed by. After seeing Yi Shengxin finish off Changbin from a distance, Mingya was ready to walk over, only to see the two directly kissing. What? Is this a movie? After beating the boss, the hero and heroine have to kiss to celebrate? But it took a lot of hard work to defeat the villain. But you made it look so easy. They met in less than 5 seconds and the villain was on his knees. So what's the point of celebrating? And it lasted so long? It was not good for her to come over and disturb, and she waited and waited and waited for 10 minutes before the two separated. As soon as Su Yusen's ghostly chi finished assimilating, she felt a tremor in her body. Her level had increased. The rewards given by the school for passing the level before had inexplicably decreased a lot, or else that copy would have been upgraded at that time. Moreover, she was inexplicably stripped of her clothes by Yi Shengxin. Regarding the incident with the clothes, I was originally going to ask him about it last night, but it turned out that he seemed to have taken some kind of blue pill, and only gave himself the chance to speak, but not the chance to talk. After upgrading, Su Yusen gave her attribute points to physique. Otherwise it was a bit hard to carry, and with his upgrading speed, maybe at some point she wouldn't even be qualified to get into his bed. That wouldn't do. After this side was done, Mingya also came to the front and said to the two, "Big brother Yi, is this the completion of our mission?" Yi Shengxin was thinking that since this method could raise Su Yusen's level, he could catch more evil spirits in the future to feed her level up. Hearing Su Yusen's words, he also thought about the fact that he would be able to leave the replica soon, and whether he should make a trip back to the neighborhood. After all, there wasn't much left to do if he continued to stay in the hospital. As a result, after waiting for a while, I didn't hear the game prompting the completion of the mission. Moreover, after killing Chongbin, he didn't see the ghost weapon mentioned by Yu Deso, and the only rewards given by the system were ghost chi and tens of thousands of plutonium. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred on the 14th floor of the hospital. That is, the top floor, with a boom that shattered a lot of glass downstairs. Glass fragments clattered down, and the three of them, Yi Shengxin, were standing at the location where the debris had fallen. It is too late to think about it. Yi Shengxin put the two people in his arms, and the skill don't come to dip the edge to launch. A transparent air wave blocked the debris, and then a big jump, leaving the original place. At this time, Yi Shengxin just thought, follow Chongbin together. There is also a female ghost. Maybe the Black Hand is referring to the two of them. After all, there is no one who stipulates that the Black Hand can only be a person. The female ghost from the 4th courtyard was also a bit numb at this time. Originally she was prepared to wait for Chongbin to come back, then open the door of the room. get the stuff and leave. But in the end, after waiting for half a day, that bastard didn't even return. She was afraid that if she waited any longer, the people from the third courtyard would come over. After all, that douchebag had to go to his old rival to talk more and show off. Originally thought it was not a big deal. After all, just take a thing and not use long. But as a result, now that I think about it, I really want to grab Changbin and give him a slap. So she decided to take the risk and directly break into the room. As a result, after preparing a half a day's worth of big moves, it didn't blow open the door of the room. And this old silver coin dean of the 3 hospitals even made a special effort to protect it? Why was she confident before she came that Changbin would be able to open the door to the room? Because what was important to the 4th house was nothing more than a contraption of little use to the 3rd house as well as the dean. And it wasn't even worth the effort he put into making the protection. As for why not arrange for someone to buy it? It's not like it's going to be of much use to the sanctuary after all. It was mainly because the dean of the 3 courtyards, for the things in his collection, was a brave man who could only enter and not leave. Previously, there had been a catastrophe-level bigwig who had opened his mouth to ask for one of his collections, and he didn't even get it. Not to mention the dean of the 4th courtyard who had an old grudge against him. Chapter 135, Giving Su Yusin Ghost Chi again. I'll go over and take a look. You watch over Minjia, Yi Xingxin said, and quickly went upstairs. Su Yusin protected Minjia from a distance to avoid any more glass falling. The doctors, who heard the commotion, came over from the dining room to watch, wondering where the explosion had occurred, which had shattered the glass in so many rooms. Udeso didn't care about pretending to be sick and ran out after them. Just as he went downstairs, he saw Su Yusin and Minjia standing in the distance. Although he didn't know what these two were called, he knew that they were following Yi Xingxin. So he walked over and asked, "Where is Dr. Yi? He's gone to see what's going on. Do you know where it exploded?" 14th floor. By the way, the one called Changbin has been killed. The upstairs is probably the work of the female ghost who followed him. Su Yusin means this is supposed to be a hospital matter. Are you going over to help? Upon hearing this, Udeso couldn't care less about feeling sentimental about Changbin's death. Since he was already dead, he was considered to have done it to himself. The key now is that a ghost from an outside hospital dares to come and make trouble. When the hospital inspection is a meal, he rushed over to where the inspectors were staying, ready to lead the inspection fight. On the other hand, Yi Xingxin didn't take the elevator. After all, who knows if he will be stuck halfway? Although he is not afraid of it, but it is troublesome, he might as well just run the stairs. His current 200 physique, climbing a dozen or so flights of stairs is the same as playing. In less than a minute, he ran to the 14th floor and saw a female ghost standing in the doorway of a room, attacking the door that looked like it could easily be broken. Hearing the footsteps, the female ghost turned her head and realizing it was a young living doctor, she spoke, "If you don't want to die, get out." She didn't have any time to waste now. Without Changbin around, the inspections from the 3 hospitals would come over at any time. The commotion just now was a bit too loud. If she was in the 4th courtyard and saw a living person who dared to meddle in her business, she would have swallowed the other person in one bite long ago. Yang Yurong, red coat level, friendliness -30, pretty face but ruthless, can do anything to achieve her goal. Looking at the information displayed, Yi Sheng Xin muttered in a low voice, "Yurong? Looking at the name doesn't live up to its name." Yang Yurong's anger soared as she listened to him. If she wasn't in a hurry, she would have arrested him and tortured him properly. Looking at her still blasting the door and ignoring herself, Yi Shengxin said, "You are really good." So he slowly walked over and extended his hand towards her. Yang Yurong used her afterglow to see that this living person dared to walk towards her. Did he not feel his late-stage red coat strength? So brave? I originally let you live because I was in a hurry. But since you're in a hurry to find death yourself, go to hell. Yang Yurong thought and swung a blade formed by ghost chi at Yi Sheng Xin. Normally, the Li ghost level couldn't dodge it, but Yi Xingxin was a red clothes level, or a late stage, and Yang Yurong was basically the same. So dodging a straight line attack wasn't a breeze? After sidestepping the ghost chi blade, Yi Sheng Xin's skill was activated. "Come over here." Yang Yurong froze and watched himself getting farther and farther away from the dean's door. His heart tightened. This guy is even a late-stage red coat as well? Damn. I was careless and didn't flash. Suddenly, her neck tightened and Yang Yurong was caught in Yi Sheng Xin's hands. She raised her hand and was about to attack Yi Sheng Xin's heart area. Even if you are a red clothes level. So what? This claw of her own goes down and her heart is pulled out for you. While living people who lose some of their organs can be purchased from certain places in the underworld, those who are still alive once their heart is lost are not living people. They are ghosts. As a result, before the ghost's claws fell, he heard Yi Xingxin's voice ringing in his ears. "Don't come to the edge." With a bang, Yang Yurong was bounced out. 2 skills, Let Yang Yurong know that he is not an opponent. His ghost skill level is definitely very high. Otherwise they are both in the late redcoat stage. It is impossible for himself to be suppressed without any resistance. Thinking of this, Yang Yurong decided to escape. The mission was not going to be accomplished if he didn't leave. He really couldn't leave. I had just turned around and was about to jump out the window at the end of the hallway when I heard that awful voice again. Come here. Swoosh. His body once again flew backwards uncontrollably, and he was grabbed by the neck again, but last time face to face, this time behind himself. Immediately afterward, Yang Yurong felt her vision turn 360 degrees. With a boom, Yang Yurong was swung around by Yi Shengxian and smashed to the ground. A ghost who was not known for her physical body. A mouthful of bright red blood accompanied by some ghost she spewed out. Of course this was only a light injury for the ghost, but Yi Shengxian's attack couldn't possibly end like this, but instead he grabbed her 3 times left and 3 times right, smashing various walls and floors. When Yu Desho rushed over, he saw such a scene. The female ghost shriveled up and was lifted by Yi Xingxin, her face swollen like a pig's head, and the surrounding walls and floors, except for a little range of the dean's room, were basically all pitted as if they had been plowed over by something. You are? It couldn't be helped. She resisted too fiercely, and it took everything I had to get her under control. Yu Desho looked at the spotless Yi Xingxin, and then looked at the nose and face of the female ghost. His heart wanted to say, you at least disguise a little before you say this. You think you are a little fresh meat to shoot a movie? You think you're a fresh meat filming a movie and you can be spotless no matter what the scene is? But someone else had helped control the culprits who had been wreaking havoc in the hospital, and Yu Desho was too embarrassed to say anything more. Since the matter had been resolved, all he had to do now was to send the inspection back, and then find someone to repair the wall. As for the female ghost, she was Yi Xingxin's trophy, and Yu Desho was too embarrassed to take it. Now that the ghost who had caused trouble had been resolved, Yi Xingxin carried Yang Yurong downstairs in the elevator with peace of mind, thinking in his heart that Yang Yurong should be able to raise Su Yusen up another level. When they left the hall, they saw Su Yusen and Minjia and beckoned them over. The 3 of them plus 1 Yang Yurong returned to Yi Shengxian's dormitory. At this moment, Yang Yurong had also regained a little bit of consciousness and began to beg for mercy, stating that she was willing to be a slave and a maidservant. But Yi Xingxin wasn't prepared to keep her. It's not like he needed such a deeded spirit. Although Su Yusen could be signed, slave deeds could be signed more than one, but she was definitely to be killed as his main line, and it's better to raise one's own strength than multiple slave deed spirits. So Yi Xingxin's hand rose up and directly chopped off her head. Then without waiting for Su Yusen to refuse, he once again began to fairy ghost chi. Minjia rolled her eyes and returned to the dormitory that belonged to Su Yusen, but had always been her own. For the 2 people who had to kiss for a while to celebrate killing a ghost, what could Minjia say? Yi Xingxin was ferrying ghost chi while checking the extra ghost weapon in his backpack.